Upon returning from my expedition, I discovered the world now revered the awakening of deities as the supreme pursuit. Only China was mocked as the land abandoned by gods. At the brink of despair, I awakened a heaven-defying divine power collector. So long as I could recognize divine miracles and recount their legends, I could directly awaken the gods, and 100% inheriting its power, lying down to gain a century of cultivation. While the entire internet was mocking Chinese theater, I casually recounted the story of Nie Xiaoqian from the Lanke Temple, and in an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, deities awakened. With a mere wave of my hand, I unleashed the 9 underworld ghost fire curse, the chilling spectral flames directly slapping the faces of skeptics worldwide. But this is only the beginning. Beneath Leifeng Pagoda lie Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, and inside the museum resides Daji. All the lost deities of Huaxia await my awakening. Meanwhile, foreign forces eyeing China's national fortune have dispatched top-tier super spiritualists to eradicate the divine. Chapter 1, The Mysterious Ruins, Lanke Temple. Folks, the location we're at right now is a newly discovered sacred site. However, after centuries of changes, the ruins have fallen into complete disrepair. Even the divine messengers from the Temple of Reverence can't identify the origins of these ruins. But if we can identify this divine relic, perhaps China could awaken another deity. It's just a shame, the last time China awakened a god was 30 years ago. Since then, no divine miracles have appeared in our land. Tiannan City, outskirts. Songxian held up a selfie stick, live streaming the remnants of a temple behind her, her tone filled with helplessness. China has long been without gods. I advise you not to waste your efforts trying to awaken them. It was precisely because I was utterly disappointed with China that I chose to leave. Now I'm in Neon Country. The Divine Lord has promised that as long as you obtain Neon Country citizenship, you can worship the moon god, and everyone will have a chance to bond with the moon god's power. A netizen named Kanoshita Zhaohu mocked in this manner. Faced with such mockery, netizens were furious yet speechless, resorting to calling the guy spineless and accusing him of forgetting his ancestors. Compared to China, the number of awakened deities abroad has been staggering in recent years. Just take the country of Neon as an example. Not long ago, they awakened a moon god, said to be the second most powerful deity in Neon. As for the top-ranked deity, its identity remains unknown to this day. You bunch of worthless fools can only deceive yourselves in a country devoid of mythological heritage. Prove your worth by recognizing this divine relic first. Seeing the flood of angry insults on the screen, Zhaohu from Kanoshita furiously kept copying and pasting to spam the chat. Faced with such a counterattack, the crowd remained powerless to retort, simply because no one could actually identify the origins of this divine relic. After all, only by recognizing the relic and the story behind it could there be any hope of awakening the deity. When the deity awakens, people can attend the divine ceremony and attempt to bond with the deity, thereby gaining a certain chance to obtain its powers and become an oversoul. Who said no one recognizes this divine relic? Just as the live chat was filled with heated arguments and profanity, a single comment appeared, instantly igniting the entire livestream. Songxian was also drawn to this comment and immediately sent an invitation for a voice chat. Sir, you're not joking, are you? Can you really recognize the origins of this divine relic? Yes, but I need to go to the scene. The footage you shot isn't complete. At this moment, Li, who was sitting in a snack shop watching the livestream, quickly replied to the female streamer. Bro, there's a limit to showing off, right? Although I also hope you can recognize this divine relic. That's something for a divine messenger to do. Even the divine messengers can't recognize it now, so what makes you think you can? Sorry, although I've immigrated to another country, I still care deeply about China. It's been 30 years since a deity last appeared domestically, which is enough proof that throughout China's 5,000 years of history, there haven't been many divine events. Where does your confidence come from? Haha, I'm willing to bet that all the gods in this world originated from our land of the rising sun. Those 2 deities that your Huaxia previously identified were likely our gods who happened to wander over there, and it just so happened that our people migrated to your continent, which is how they got recognized. In principle, you might all be descendants of the land of the rising sun. Mu Xiaohu burst into laughter. Netizens angrily fired back. Host, kick this dog bastard out, I can't take it anymore. This dead howler, this traitor, this motherfucker of the highest order. Songshuan immediately booted the oddly named anti-fan Mu Xiaohu from the livestream, then quickly asked, Sir, are you still there? I've already followed you. I wonder if you're available right now. I'll send someone to pick you up. Can you make it to the scene in person? Sure, I'm in Tiannan City. I'll wait at the bus stop in front of the stadium later. Li wasn't trying to show off. He genuinely recognized this divine relic because it clearly bore the inscription of the renowned Lanke Temple. Strangely enough, 3 days ago, he had gone exploring a mine cave with friends but got separated from them. When he finally exited the cave and called his friends, he was instantly stunned. All his friends insisted they had never been to the mine cave or discussed anything related to it, and Li himself couldn't find any record of this expedition. As he felt lost, he also noticed that online discussions were everywhere debating matters of deities, how a certain country had awakened a divine statue, or how another region had uncovered sacred ruins, as if this had become the mainstream topic of the era. Yet, after some research and combing through online records, Li found that people's understanding of deities was almost entirely blank. The deity awakened in Huaxia 30 years ago had actually been based on guesses from a tattered ancient text. Who would believe such a thing if it were revealed? Moreover, it was just a very insignificant shrine dedicated to the local earth god. In that case, let's do our part for the revival of the Chinese deities. Li no longer paid attention to the live stream. After quickly finishing his meal, he went to wait at the bus stop in front of the gymnasium. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class luxury car slowly came to a stop. A man wearing white gloves quickly stepped out of the car, scanned the platform, and upon seeing only Li, asked, "Excuse me, are you the one with the online username The Wind Blows My Bum Cool?" Ahem, it's me. In this world, aside from the parts related to deities seeming as if a page had been torn out, everything else appears to remain unchanged, including this cringeworthy online username. Lanke Temple, originally a fictional setting, shouldn't exist in this world, yet somehow it has appeared in Tiannan City. In the original world, the legendary tales of Lanke Temple were familiar to anyone of a certain age, but in this world, no one has heard of them. Song Xian had just gotten out of the car when she eagerly jogged over with her selfie stick, only to freeze momentarily upon seeing the young man standing before her. I thought someone with the username Wind Blows My Butt Cold would be a sleazy man, but I never expected them to be so handsome. Song Xian's face instantly turned red as she hurriedly asked, "Hello, are you Feng Shui Pipi Liang? Can you really recognize this temple? By the way, sorry to ask, but would you mind showing your face?" Li didn't seem very talkative, merely nodding lightly in response. At this moment, the number of viewers in Song Xian's live stream had soared to 80,000. When the audience caught sight of Li on camera, the girls collectively exclaimed, "Wow, he's so handsome," while the guys cursed in shock, "Holy shit, the king of pretentiousness has arrived. Damn it, he's just a show-off trying to look cool. Is this guy trying to ride the wave for clout and start his own live stream? I'm back again. How could such a show-off recognize divine relics? What a joke. Why don't you all join me instead? Just obtain Japanese citizenship, and you can go worship our nation's second divine moon." The vanished Mu Xiaoxiao who switched to a new account and re-entered the live stream. The live stream immediately erupted into another wave of furious curses against traitors. Song Xian, currently too preoccupied to pay attention to the live chat, said to Li, "Sir, I have some connections here. Shall we go to the site and see if you can recognize this divine relic? Bro, if you could really recognize this divine relic and awaken the deity, I'd kneel for you. Start a live stream, and I promise to send you 2 rockets every day." Bro, woo-woo, our China only has 3 divine relics left now. The first 2 were destroyed in the war, and I just can't forge a connection with the last surviving one. Daddy, can Xiao call you daddy? Xiao will gift you a sports car in the stream. Can you take a good look and try? Xiao can't afford to lose face. Our great nation is actually being suppressed by that tiny island country, and Xiao doesn't even have a god to worship anymore. Chapter 2. Awakening the Goddess Nie Xiaoqian. Regarding the deities in this world and the subsequent cultivation system, Li had a general understanding. Ordinary people can visit ruins or the locations of divine statues to worship sincerely, with a certain chance of gaining the power of deities. Those who succeed are called supersouls. Between divine power and transcendent spirits lies an invisible law that seals them. Practitioners must comprehend divine power to break the seal and obtain greater strength. For every layer of divine seal broken, a transcendent spirit gains 1 divine mark. Legend speaks of 9 such marks in total. Known divine ranks: mortal spirit, enlightened spirit. However, a transcendent spirit's growth cannot surpass the rank of the deity they have formed a bond with. On the contrary, the higher the deity's level, the faster the super-spiritual cultivators progress and the greater their potential. Sir, this is Professor Sun, who is also a divine envoy of our Huaxia Divine Worship Institute. The discovery of this divine site is extremely important for Huaxia, even bearing on the nation's destiny. Song Xian brought Li before an elderly man with white hair. The old man seemed to have been briefed in advance. After sizing up the young man before him, he appeared deeply disappointed. The last time a divine miracle was discovered was 30 years ago. If not for China awakening 2 deities earlier, which strengthened the nation's foundation, its national fortune would have reversed long ago. But no matter how profound our heritage is, as old-timers like us fall one by one, we can no longer sustain the nation's fortune. The moon god of Nippon, Hanuman of India, Hel of the Norse, all have awakened in recent years. If no deity awakens in our Huaxia, the consequences would be dire. I don't know how to awaken the gods? Li said, the power of believers can awaken a deity, but without specifying which deity, the divine cannot receive it. Of course, recognizing a deity doesn't necessarily mean it will be awakened. One must also understand the deity's past, allowing the deity to perceive that past, to have a certain chance of awakening. Professor Sun spoke. Li didn't ask further and signaled with a glance that he could go over to inspect. Professor Sun arranged for 2 staff members to accompany him, while whispering to Song Xian, "Isn't this a bit too childish? If your grandfather finds out I'm fooling around like this, he'll surely blame me." Grandpa Sun, as long as you don't tell, no one will know. What if he really recognizes it? Song Xian pouted slightly and murmured in a low voice, Professor Sun smiled wryly. The Jingxin Yuan had scoured through all the classics of Huaxia yet failed to uncover the origins of this temple. How could an ordinary young man possibly know its true identity? If not for a peculiar power lingering within the temple, he might have dismissed it as nothing more than common ruins. Family members, now let us follow this gentleman's footsteps to observe the temple closely. And please, no more arguments among yourselves. Song Xian just remembered the livestream was still on and quickly spoke up. After looking around, Li Yi was absolutely certain this was the Orchid Temple from a Chinese ghost story, matching about 80% of the scenes he remembered from the movie. There was just one thing he couldn't confirm. Could the female ghost in Lanruwa Temple actually be a deity? Li Yi stopped observing and instead came to a halt, turning to look at Professor Sun and Song Xian. Instantly, the livestream fell into silence. Even the barrage comments vanished abruptly, as everyone held their breath in anticipation. This. Song Xian wanted to say, isn't it obvious, but she didn't dare to speak the words out loud at that moment. China desperately needs deities. People also desperately need the power of deities. Handsome brother, Xiaoxiao calls you daddy, don't scare Xiaoxiao, no, please don't say you don't recognize me. My dad's generation all gained power, but our generation is completely useless. Out of so many people in our school, only 2 formed contracts with gods. Xiaoxiao wants to cultivate, Xiaoxiao wants to defeat those little notebooks. Ah, damn it, keep acting. Now that the critical moment has arrived, let's see how you keep up the act. You Chinese really only know how to show off, no wonder those deities have abandoned China. Mu Xiaoxiao jumped out again. Li Yi wasn't deliberately acting profound, it was just that a notification prompt suddenly popped up in his mind. Divine Power Collector, detected divine power. By selecting divine figures and spreading their deeds, you can increase people's faith in the gods, thereby awakening them. This allows you to obtain divine power and elevate your own divine rank. Popular deity character, not selected. Li Yi was stunned. He then chose Nie Xiaoqian as the popularized character. Fragments brewing in the mind. Li Yi took a deep breath and spoke in a grave tone. Professor Sun, Miss Son, and friends in the livestream, next, I will tell you a story. Please listen patiently until I finish. This story took place between the Southern Song dynasty and the Ming dynasty. Due to the passage of time, it's impossible to estimate the exact period. The livestream instantly fell silent. Even Mu Xiaozhou, who was captivated by the upcoming tale of the divine. In Nannan County, there lived a woman named Nie Xiaoqian. She was originally the cherished daughter of an official's family, exceptionally intelligent and kind-hearted since childhood. However, fate played a cruel trick. While traveling with her family, they encountered bandits. The entire family was tragically murdered, and she, too, met an untimely demise. After death, her soul was detained by the evil tree demoness in the eerie Orchid Temple. As the plot unfolds, the number of viewers in the livestream could no longer be displayed, with post-event statistics showing over 300,000 people online simultaneously. Everyone listened quietly to the story of such a legendary woman. When Li Yi mentioned that the old crone required her to use her beauty to seduce travelers, providing the crone with yang energy for cultivation, the audience was filled with outrage. How could such an intelligent, kind-hearted, and exceedingly beautiful young lady from an official family be controlled by some old crone? Li Yi's tone shifted once more. That day, a scholar came to Tianlan Temple seeking lodging. Oh, a turning point. I knew this kind of story must have a turning point. Brother, you must make this scholar staying here save Xiaoqian. Xiaoxiao loves you, woo-woo. It feels like, perhaps, truly, a story of the gods. I seem to be getting a bit immersed. At this very moment, dark clouds gathered over Lanruwa Temple, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. This? Professor Sun looked up, his aged face suddenly flushing with excitement. It's divine power, it's divine power. Could the story he told be true? Does he truly know this miraculous temple? Ah, it worked. There's really a reaction. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Is China about to welcome its 4th deity? China is saved. Around the ruins of Lanruwa Temple, all the staff knelt on the ground in excitement, gazing upward. Li Yi seemed immersed in the story he was telling, embodying the role of Ning Xiaoqian as he recounted everything that had happened within Lanruwa Temple. He maintained a calm tone throughout, narrating the tale of Nie Xiaoqian and the scholar Ning Xiaoqian with quiet eloquence. As his voice rose and fell, the power between heaven and earth also waxed and waned. Quickly, the deity is about to awaken. The power here is terrifying. Follow me out of this place, Xuaner, hurry and retreat with me. Professor Sun shouted. What about him? What will happen to him? Song Xuan snapped back to reality and jogged quickly. He is awakening the deity, he will be fine. The deity's power is swirling around him. Professor Sun reached out and grabbed Song Xian. No one knew where the old man found such strength, but with a single push of his foot, he leaped over 5 meters away. Damn it, impossible, there can't be gods in Huaxia, you're really good at acting. Yeah, just acting. Mu Xiaozhou laughed heartily at his own suspicions and amusement. Get this stupid asshole out of here. Sister streamer, don't shake the camera. It's tilted, we can't see the moment when brother awakens the deity to rewrite history. Deity Nie Xiaoqian has been moved by the heartwarming story and has awakened. Currently awakened deity, Nie Xiaoqian, deity rank, mortal spirit tier 6, obtain deity points, 2. Each deity point grants 100 years of cultivation. Use all points. Chapter 3, The Attack of the Water Army, Divine Power Emerges. Would Nie Xiaoqian suddenly appearing cause harm? Li Yi dared not risk his life on this gamble. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately used the points he had acquired. Consumed 2 divine points, gained 200 years of cultivation. Current divine rank, mortal spirit, grade 2. No. Why is it divine rank? Why not supernatural being rank? Li shook his head, carefully sensing the situation within his body. A force was coursing through him, but unfortunately, he had no idea how to utilize it at all. Who are you? How do you know these things? It was 2 p.m., yet darkness shrouded the world, enveloping everything in pitch blackness. A voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale's song echoed through the air. Within the gloomy Lanke Temple, Nie Xiaoqian's figure silently materialized. This can't be right. Wasn't I supposed to be reincarnated? Why am I here? I sense a force in the heavens and earth restraining me. The aura emanating from you, it seems to share the same origin as mine? Li Yi stared at the woman, startled to recognize her as the inspiration for Nie Xiaoqian from the movie A Chinese Ghost Story. She resembled a solitary orchid frostbitten by winter, radiating a unique, sorrowful beauty. Alright, I'm confused too. Perhaps after I awakened you, I gained your power. The two continued talking for a while. It turned out Nie Xiaoqian had no idea how she ended up in this world. After being awakened, she sensed she was bound by some force, unable to leave the Orchid Temple. This matter still needed Professor Sun's guidance. Not far away, Professor Sun finally brought Song Xian to a safe location. Song Xian reset her live streaming camera. The live stream flooded with viewers, causing the screen to lag. Residents near Lanke Temple hurried toward the temple ruins, causing severe traffic congestion on nearby roads. Though the distance made it impossible to see inside the temple clearly, the terrifying spectacle unfolding before them still filled netizens with immense excitement and awe. China had finally witnessed the emergence of its fourth deity. Japan. Within a luxurious estate on Akatsushima, Fujiwara Rintaro was devoutly praying and cultivating at home when a younger family member approached outside, phone in hand, seeking an audience. Ha! How laughable. That godforsaken land hasn't seen a single divine awakening in 30 years. It seems China's divine favor has run dry. After watching the video on his tablet, he sneered coldly, the moon goddess ritual is Japan's first opportunity to prove itself to the world. It absolutely cannot be disrupted by other nations' conspiracies. This isn't some staged performance where glory can be reclaimed. Dispatch personnel immediately to spread the news and expose China's true colors. The world's gaze must be fixed upon our nation's moon goddess. We will not tolerate any base conspiracy to disrupt this. Yes, Lord Fujiwara. The subordinate promptly departed to make arrangements. 3 years prior, Neon Nation had launched a plan called Yamato Divine Summoning, recruiting vast numbers of Chinese internet trolls to spread defamatory rhetoric about China's supposed godless awakening. For 30 years, no divine beings had descended upon Huaxia. Its people had lost hope in their homeland, leaving countless prodigies untapped. Once these individuals were brought to the land of the rising sun, trained, and then released back into China to cause disruption, the results could be unexpectedly devastating. This method, which caused no harm to themselves, was utterly vicious. In one room sat a group of trolls, including many with Chinese features. Among them was the netizen known as Kinoa Zhaohu. In an instant, the Neon Nation's troll army unleashed a torrent of criticism and abuse against the government. Online, the verbal warfare raged fiercely. You fools are beyond redemption. You couldn't awaken a single deity in 30 years, yet you believe some kid's charade? Traitorous dogs. What more proof do you need? Can't you see the signs in the heavens and earth? Kick this sheepdog out. May he return to his homeland and take root there. Even if he's a traitor, he has a point. Whoever awakens a deity must gain its power. If this isn't a charade, let the awakener demonstrate his abilities. Right. If there truly is a deity, let that man step forward and face the people's scrutiny. Exactly. Do you think the Chinese are all just pretentious actors? In Song Xian's livestream, viewers were equally embroiled in heated debate, leaving her seething with frustration. Professor Sun was inundated with calls, all asking if this was real or just a staged performance. The onlookers at the scene, swept up by the online frenzy, shouted in unison, "We demand the truth. We refuse to be deceived. We need to witness the power of this new deity." For nearly 3 decades, Chinese super spiritualists could only cultivate 2 or 3 types of power. To break through the outside world's skepticism, only the emergence of new power could do it. Professor Sun and Song Xian grew anxious. Awakening a deity didn't guarantee power, only divine recognition granted it. Take the Earth deity awakened in China 30 years ago, only those with Earth-attributed abilities could be recognized by his power. Others were rejected, otherwise, everyone would become a super spiritualist. Professor Sun hung up the phone, gritted his teeth, and strode into Lanke Temple. There, he saw Li Yi talking to thin air, utterly astonished. Unless performed through specific divine rituals, deities remained invisible in reality, let alone capable of direct communication.
Li Yi turned his head. Professor Sun, you're just in time. Can the awakened deity leave this place? Ha! Professor Sun exclaimed in astonishment, you mean you can see deities and converse with them? Ha! You can't see her? Li Yi asked in astonishment, for Nie Xiaoqian was clearly standing not far away. Professor Sun froze for a full 2 or 3 seconds before suddenly exclaiming with excitement, if you can see the deity, doesn't that mean your bond with her is exceptionally strong? Quickly, come with me before everyone and demonstrate the power of the deity. This. Li Yi gave a wry smile. I do feel a certain power, but I don't know how to use it yet. Professor Sun visibly relaxed and smiled. Beginners need to approach this with a devout heart, carefully sensing this power to establish a connection with the deity. Once you gain the power, you can release it. Normally, you can store this power within yourself for cultivation. Professor Sun grabbed Li Yi's arm and hurried toward the exit of Lanke Temple. Facing the surging crowd of citizens, he raised his arms and proclaimed, everyone, it is he. He has awakened the deity, gained divine recognition, and now possesses the power of the gods. From this day forward, we have a new deity. Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Countless people raised their phones to capture the moment. Professor Sun then lowered his voice and whispered, please, the whole world is watching us make fools of ourselves. We can't afford to lose. Otherwise, the world will think China's time has passed, that we're just making a last-ditch effort, staging this whole charade ourselves. Li Yi held his breath, clearing his mind of distractions to sense this force, attempting to establish a connection. Yet he found it utterly futile. Instead, he felt the power within his body begin to surge. The soft voice of Nie Xiaoqian reached his ears, young master, your power is circulating. If it cannot be released, it will ascend to your foundation. Is there a way to release this power? Li Yi whispered. Your power seems aligned with mine. I shall aid you in invoking the 9 Netherworld's inferno spell. A smooth, delicate hand slipped onto his back. Yet no one could see Nie Xiaoqian's form. As if guided, the divine power within him surged. Instinctively, Li Yi channeled this force through his arm, striking out toward the distance. Boom! 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 10 meters ahead, within an area of roughly 200 to 300 square meters, bursts of ghostly green flames suddenly erupted, sending countless sparks flying in all directions. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Though it blazed like fire, the terrifying chill emanating from the green flames could be felt from afar. In major live stream rooms, female viewers exclaimed, "Daddy's so handsome," while male viewers shouted, "Holy crap, this move is so badass, it's awesome." Is this the power of a deity? Could such a terrifying divine being truly exist in China? No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the power of the moon goddess only allowed me to unleash a blade aura half a meter long. Is this some pre-made video insulting everyone's intelligence? Fujiwara Rintaro trembled with rage at the livestream on his phone screen. He sprang to his feet and roared. It seems China's fate is truly sealed. How shameless, using technology to deceive the masses. Then I shall destroy your so-called deity, destroy your ruins, and expose your ugly true colors before the entire world. Someone, summon Kikuta Jengoro immediately. Chapter 4, Moonblade slices through the heavens. Neon Samurai Assault. The night was still. A middle-aged man clad in black samurai armor entered the estate. His eyes were hollow, devoid of any emotion, clearly a swordsman utterly devoted to the martial spirit. The divine rites are imminent. We cannot allow any deity appearing now to diminish the people's faith in the moon god. Fujiwara Rintaro observed the approaching man as he spoke. The true purpose of the divine ritual was known only to the Fujiwara clan. Though Kikuta Jengoro harbored suspicions, he couldn't be bothered to investigate. Fujiwara Rintaro pulled out his phone and played a recorded video. Kikuta-kun, take a look at this first. Kikuta Jengoro raised his hand in refusal. Mr. Fujiwara, I am a samurai. You need only tell me the destination and the target. I need know nothing else. Very well. Truly worthy of being the first in our nation to receive the moon god's recognition. Fujiwara Rintaro nodded approvingly. Still, I suggest you watch this video. It might pique your interest. Kikuta Jengoro no longer refused, taking the phone and watching intently. The video was edited footage from a live stream, clearly outlining the entire sequence of events. Expecting Kikuta Jengoro to burst into loud derision, Fujiwara was surprised to hear only a cold snort instead. I have mastered the moon god's moonblade slash. Whether it's real or fake, it will be destroyed by my blade. What? Fujiwara Rintaro's eyes widened in shock. According to the one who awakened the moon goddess, the moonblade slash was the profound sword intent of the heavenly one slash. Only those who possess 2 divine marks, the super spiritualists, had a chance to comprehend it. He himself had only mastered the moon goddess's heavenly one slash ability. Moments later, Kikuta Jengoro boarded a private jet bound for China, guided by a member of the Fujiwara clan. Late at night, the internet was ablaze with conflict. Both domestic and international trolls and haters viciously disparaged and insulted the awakening of China's new divine beings, mocking Li Yi, the one who awakened the deity, as a mere actor. Patriotic netizens swiftly organized a counterattack.
A post titled "The Current Crisis in China's Status Among Global Deities" surged to the top of the trending list within hours.
The post comprehensively analyzed China's current standing within the global pantheon and the impending crisis it faced.
Using Japan's moon goddess ritual as a prime example, it pointed to potential events: the destruction of Chinese temples and the elimination of Li Yi.
The nation was shocked, and the bloodline of peace awoke. Netizens roared, "Comrades, assemble at Lanke Temple. If you don't come, your parents will die. Those bastards in the land of neon, dare they touch our Chinese divine relics? Dare they lay a finger on Brother Yi?
I swear I'll blow up their moon god temple with my own hands." A literary sage who had long laid down his pen made an exception to compose a poem for Li Yi, the awakener of the divine, Yi's guardian radiance. 30 years without divine light in the starry sky, Yi's solitary shadow blooms across the heavens.
Divine grace awakens, startling the cosmos, enemies swarm to disturb the Xia realm.
With iron resolve, he braves the raging tide.
Zhang Tianmiao, adding to Yi Jun. Upon its release, the literary world of China was shaken as if by an earthquake. Has the venerable Zhang made an exception for this?
Inside a speeding Hongqi sedan, Song Badong, dean of the Temple of Divine Reverence, peered through his reading glasses at the post on his phone. "We Chinese have never lacked courage. It's just that we've grown too complacent. Given the nature of the land of the rising sun, the Fujiwara clan, as the foremost family in their nation, will surely send agents to disrupt the divine miracle."
The question is, who will they send this time? Can the Temple of Divine Reverence withstand them?
Director, I suspect it's likely Kikuta Gengaro, the first to gain the moon goddess's recognition.
That man is a martial arts fanatic who's been training relentlessly at the moon goddess temple.
His cultivation must have advanced at an astonishing pace. Divine messenger Zhang Qianyan sighed bitterly. He has likely broken through the third seal of the divine and gained the power of the moon goddess.
His command over divine power must far surpass what it once was. Regardless, we must protect Lanke Temple.
Assign personnel to guard it through the night. This divine awakening has shattered 3 decades of divine absence. Should it be destroyed, the people will lose all faith in Huaxia.
We absolutely cannot lose. Dean Song Badong felt the weight of responsibility as he added.
While protecting Lanke Temple, we must also safeguard the young man who awakened the deity Li Yi.
His life is crucial.
I will personally guard him. No harm shall come to him, Zhang Qianyan responded solemnly. With severe traffic congestion ahead, Song Badong, Zhang Qianyan, and the others had no choice but to exit their vehicle and hasten toward Lanke Temple on foot.
Upon reaching the temple gates, Song Badong knelt first to pay homage. After all, this was China's 4th deity, how could one not kneel? Dean Song, this is Li Yi, the one who awakened the deity.
He has been acknowledged by the divine being, possessing not only its power but also the ability to communicate with it. However, the specifics of his abilities remain unclear at this time. Professor Sun hurried forward to explain, "I have already inquired about the deity's realm from Li Yi."
What realm? Song Badong was extremely eager, for only the awakener could clearly perceive the deity's realm.
Otherwise, even a super spiritualist who successfully bound this deity's power could not accurately discern it at best. They could sense a rough range.
Only when cultivation reached its peak would the deity's realm be known.
6th grade mortal spirit, Professor Sun whispered.
6th grade?
Song Badong's mind exploded with the revelation. It took him a moment to recover before he exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent!
Excellent! Excellent! China's future is bright.
For now, keep this confidential.
Refrain from answering any external inquiries." Understood.
Professor Sun replied with a smile.
Li Yi was chatting with Nie Xiaoqian, looking rather mystical and eccentric.
To the uninitiated, he might have seemed like a charlatan. Though Song Badong had heard about this over the phone, witnessing Li Yi's state firsthand still left him profoundly shaken. Upon learning the man was the head of the Temple of Reverence, Li Yi's interest was instantly piqued. Having now gained divine power, he yearned to understand everything related to it.
And so,
the group sat casually within the dilapidated Lanke Temple. Song Badong personally explained to Li Yi how to cultivate after gaining a deity and how to master the use of divine power. Finally, when discussing cultivation techniques, he emphasized that no existing methods were recorded for this new deity. One must communicate directly with the deity to comprehend its ways. Li Yi seemed to grasp the concept. He crossed his legs, sat down, and closed his eyes. A cold, yin energy slowly seeped into his body from the heavens and earth.
Grasping divine being's cultivation method.
Target of insight, Nie Xiaoqian.
Insight, 9 Netherworld Flames incantation.
This divine technique can be cultivated through 9 tiers. Composed of yin energy, resentment, and other malevolent spiritual forces, it manifests as a green lotus flame. Though extremely cold, it can burn souls. Targets tainted by it will die in terror.
Comprehended, symbiotic pact.
A friendly contract between deities, allowing one to summon the power of allied deities into their body.
Remember, deity power is overwhelmingly potent. Never exceed your body's maximum capacity, or the fusion will fail. Behind him, Nie Xiaoqian's eyes widened. Is this the heavenly law? The 9 netherworlds inferno spell I've cultivated was so easily grasped by this young master? Yet, it seems some force is forging a connection between him and me? Could it also be the power of the law? Alas, it appears I shall be accompanying this young master often henceforth. Let's go. Don't disturb him. Song Botong's face was filled with astonishment. After merely half an hour of explanation, Li Yi had actually entered a state of divine enlightenment? The sky grew dark. In the land of neon, Fujiwara Rintaro angrily slammed his phone onto the ground, pointing at the man before him. Explain this to me. Why has such an article appeared in China? Mr. Fujiwara, please hear me out. The matter of the divine ritual had to be disclosed due to the Yamato divine summoning plan. I'm not asking about the Yamato divine summoning. Why would the person who posted it know about my plan? Aren't you going to explain that? Mr. Fujiwara, it's merely their speculation. Bastard? Fujiwara Rintaro lashed out with a slap, gritting his teeth. Since they guessed correctly, let's make it official. Immediately arrange for someone to announce, under the identity of Kakuta Jingoro, a challenge to China's newly awakened divine beings. Yes. The man, Sato Sakaki, returned to the Water Army studio. Spotting Kino Ajaohu, he kicked him in frustration. Damn it. If anything else goes wrong, I'll kill you. Kino Ajaohu lay sprawled on the floor. As he scrambled to his feet, a mouthful of old blood spurted from his mouth. He was utterly dumbfounded. Soon, a challenge letter to China appeared online under the name Kakuta Gentaro, igniting nationwide fury in China and causing an uproar abroad. This was an unmistakable act of open provocation and humiliation. Damn it! This is too much. Immediately assign personnel to eliminate Kakuta Jingoro. China's high command flew into a rage, assigning the matter to Song Bodong of the Temple of Divine Reverence. Under immense pressure, Song Bodong personally took command at Lanke Temple, dispatching Zhang Qianqian to intercept and eliminate the target at the airport. Chapter 5, No More Gods in Huaxia? Damn it! Do they think China has no one? Is this a declaration of war? We have countless sons of Huaxia. How could we not handle their tiny speck of land? That bastard make sure he never returns alive. Even if China remains godless for 30 years, our foundations are no match for their tiny nation. The online community erupted in fury. In reality, super spiritualists swiftly converged on the Lanke Temple miracle site to intercept and eliminate the threat. Civilians also rushed to join the fray. Amidst the crowd, a dark-skinned man wrapped in a turban held his phone, reporting in a low voice, "Elder, as instructed, I've reached my position. I'll wait for an opportunity to approach the sacred site and verify its authenticity." Good. News has just come in that Kakuta Jingoro has gone to challenge it. Their objective must align with ours. This works to our advantage, at least we won't have to intervene personally. A voice came through the phone. The Huaxia are a remarkable race. Given the chance, they could become the most powerful race in the world. We absolutely cannot give them any opportunity. Since our god Hanuman was awakened, no one has been able to bind his divine power. It must be because his strength remains sealed. Our sect is now working to break that seal, which requires the power of more believers. We cannot allow the emergence of a new Huaxia god to disrupt this. I am willing to sacrifice myself for Hanuman. Rest assured, Grand Elder. Should the Huaxia awaken a deity and Kakuta Jingoro fail, I will destroy this sacred site with my own hands. The dark-skinned man hung up the phone, his eyes heavy with gravity. Late night, Tiannan City Airport. A private jet arriving from the land of neon in the afternoon touched down. Luxury vehicles swiftly converged on the airport, surrounding it. Are you Mr. Kakuta? Leading the group was Zhang Qianyan, the divine messenger of the Temple of Reverence, dispatched by Song Bodong to intercept and eliminate the target. You lot think you can stop me? Kakuta Gentaro sneered coldly, drawing a curved blade from his waist. If you can block the strike, I'll leave of my own accord. Fine. Straightforward enough. Zhang Qianyan assumed his stance, channeling all his strength. Heaven. 1. Slash. Kakuta Gentaro leapt upward, unleashing a half-meter-long blade aura. Boom. Instantly, Zhang Qianyan and his companions were sent flying by the strike, landing in disarray. Each spat a mouthful of blood, their faces frozen in disbelief. Huaxia, Jingshan Academy? Are you all trash like this? Sheathing his blade, Kakuta snorted coldly and walked away. Director, we failed. We never imagined Kakuta Jingoro's power from the moon goddess would be so formidable. Zhang Qianyan, overcome with shame, hurriedly made a call to report the situation. Everyone, don't worry about Li Yi's safety. I can't go in right now, it's too late. I heard several veteran super spiritualists with divine marks from the Temple of Reverence have arrived. Song Xian's voice trembled with emotion as she reassured her live stream viewers. Miss Streamer, could you please help me find Brother Li Yi? This is a statue my father brought back before he passed. He said it contained a powerful divine energy, but he never managed to unlock it before his death. I want to fulfill my father's dying wish. A viewer frantically requesting a live mic connection was granted access by Song Xian.
Song Xian stared at the statue appearing on screen.
It resembled a white snake, but she'd never heard of such a deity's form? Viewers below erupted in protest. With a major battle looming, wasting time on this junk? They all berated the guy to get off the mic. How could a crappy stone carving be a deity? Did he really think Brotherly had nothing better to do than wake up this junk?
Song Xian quickly diffused the tension. Young man, I promise I'll ask Li to help you fulfill your father's last wish when the opportunity arises.
Host sister, can handsome dad beat the bad guys from Japan?
Little Xiao applied for a live call, asking nervously.
Streamer Song Xian nodded firmly. Yes, he definitely will. Thanks, sis. I don't have much pocket money, but how about I send you a sports car too? Xiao flashed a satisfied smile and gifted a sports car.
Netizens shared a wry smile, understanding that the little girl just wanted an answer.
After all, how could someone who had only just awakened as a deity possibly defeat Kikuta Jengoro? Kikuta Jengoro has arrived to seek guidance from the newly awakened divine being of Huaxia.
Within a mere quarter of an hour, a thunderous shout pierced the night, instantly rousing the drowsy super spiritualists.
Kikuta Jengoro, get the hell out of China. You're not welcome here. Old dog Kikuta, you're courting death. Kikuta, let me test your moon god power.
The gathered super spiritualists charged forward, only to be blasted back by a blade's radiance, some even meeting their end.
Too powerful. Almost invincible. How could such a formidable individual exist in the tiny nation of Neon? Observers from all walks of life fell silent. Ha! A bunch of ignorant fools. Kikuta Jengaro was the first to obtain the power of the moon god.
He acquired 2 divine marks years ago and has now ascended to the realm of a triple divine mark super spirit being. Netizen I am Zhaohu of the Machida clan raged in the livestream chat.
Even those old farts in China might not stand a chance against the power of the great Kikuta. Are you still fooling yourselves, entertaining yourselves? I advise you to join me in defecting to the land of the rising sun. Surprisingly, no netizens countered this time. Instead, a profound sense of desolation settled over the crowd. A group of super spirits can't defeat a little notebook?
Song Xian, selfie stick in hand, froze in place, unable to recover for a long while.
Is China truly without rivals? Kikuta, let me test your strength.
A figure shot out from within Lanke Temple.
It was Song Badong. He stared at Kikuta Jengoro's curved blade sheathed in its scabbard, took a deep breath, and his body abruptly transformed into earth. Is this Dean Song's earth coalescing essence technique?
Zhang Qianyan, who had rushed to the scene, endured excruciating pain throughout his body as he witnessed the spectacle. I never imagined a triple divine seal super spiritualist could wield divine power to such terrifying extremes.
Song Boitong's body vanished, as if merging with the earth itself. Kikuta Jengoro held his breath.
In that instant, he sensed an anomaly in the ground nearby. He swung his sword in a heavenly slash, yet it failed to make even the slightest dent.
Song Badong had fused with the earth, capable of attacking Kikuta Jengoro from any direction. You're asking for death.
Forced back over 30 meters, Kikuta Jengoro suddenly raised his swords with both hands and leapt into the air.
Moon. Blade. Slash.
Without hesitation, he unleashed his newly mastered advanced sword intent of the moon god. In an instant, the world seemed bathed in moonlight, the night growing unusually bright as the lunar glow condensed into a blade-like beam that shot forth.
Boom.
A massive crater over 2 meters deep erupted in the ground ahead.
Song Badong flew out of the pit, spitting a mouthful of blood.
Staggering back several steps, he collapsed onto the ground.
What immense power of moonlight.
You're quite impressive. You forced me to unleash the moonblade slash.
Kikuta Jengoro sneered coldly, then took a stride forward, soaring toward Ranyo Temple. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall into deathly silence.
The sheer power of the moon god's force in the land of Neon struck fear into the hearts of all the super spiritualists watching from around the globe.
Grandpa. Song Xian tossed his phone aside.
Over 600,000 viewers in the livestream instantly sank into despair, as if their faces were pressed against the ground.
China had lost. China was utterly unable to rise again. Was China truly destined to become a nation forsaken by the gods?
Whether you're putting on a show or playing it straight, today I, Kikuta Jengoro, shall shatter your miracles and crush your hopes. From this day forward, China shall have no gods left to worship.
Kikuta Jengoro spoke each word with deliberate emphasis, leaping to his feet as a moon blade slashed through the air.
The world fell silent once more.
Suddenly,
the heavens darkened abruptly, filled with eerie green light.
A green flame, shaped like a lotus blossom, exploded before Kikuta Jengoro.
His face twisted in terror as a piercing scream erupted from his throat. His legs and left arm instantly vaporized, blood splattering across the floor.
Song Badong? Zhang Qianyan and others? Kikuta Jengoro? Chapter 6, Naraka descends. The gates of hell open. Who is it? Even in death, would you grant me the courtesy of knowing my killer? Kikuta Jengoro screamed in utter terror.
In that moment, his grandfather's warning from childhood echoed in his mind. Goro, remember this, no matter how powerful you become in the future, never underestimate China. That land is profoundly mysterious, hated when weak, yet feared when strong. Back then, he hadn't understood the meaning of those words. Now, having gained the moon goddess's recognition, he grew utterly arrogant. He believed that with his own strength, entering China would be like walking through an empty land. No one could possibly harm him. Even as he boarded the private jet, he still failed to grasp his grandfather's words. Until this very moment, everything clicked into place. China is terrifying indeed. Clatter. As the surrounding super spiritualists finally reacted, they charged forward en masse, pinning Kikuta Genburo to the ground. His face was stomped on countless times, and even his mangled limbs were brutally trampled. Old man Kikuta, spit. Whether Huaxia has gods or not, how dare you presume to decide that? Even if China went 30 years without deities, it's not for you to run wild with your little notebook. Uphold our national prestige. Long live China. The crowd roared in unison, finally venting the pent-up fury in their hearts. The victor writes history. Humiliated by the crowd, Kikuta Genburo could only close his eyes and remain silent. Fortunately, his formidable power allowed him to survive briefly, even without limbs. Could it be him? Song Badong staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he forced himself to stand. His gaze drifted toward the Lanke Temple behind him, a flicker of disorientation washing over him, making the scene feel unreal. Only Li Yi remained within the Lanke Temple. As for the deities within the temple, unless summoned through ritual offerings, they would never manifest their divine presence. The Netherfire incantation burning souls. Your days are numbered. A figure emerged from the temple. It's Li Yi. At that moment, not only the crowd present but even the online spectators, the sheepdogs and howling dogs following this battle across the internet, couldn't help but burst out laughing. They abruptly rose from their chairs and couches, their faces frozen in astonishment. Major online studios, news outlets, media platforms, newspapers, and live streaming sites swiftly captured screenshots, instructing their teams to draft and publish articles overnight. Unexpectedly, the literary luminary Zhang Tianmiao, who had been watching the livestream, was so moved that he once again picked up his pen to compose "The Lanke battle spirit shines upon China." The opening lines read, "Chaotic clouds swirl above the ancient temple of Lanke, Jutian seeks provocation like Huaxiong. As valiant as Yunchang incarnate, the power of divine favor unleashes his brilliance." The poem even likened Kikuta to Huaxiong and Li Yi to the peerless Guan Yu, Lord Guan. Enough. With a fierce twist of his wrist, he snapped the brush in two. When word of this spread, it once again sent shockwaves through the literary world. How did he manage that? Song Xian possessed some understanding of divine power. Even her grandfather, who had cultivated for decades, had been defeated. Though Li Yi had gained divine power, how many days had he truly cultivated? Ha! I fear no death. But to think that I, Kikuta Genburo, after decades of cultivation, should fall to a mere junior like you? When someone translated the incantation Netherworld Fire Curse, consume the soul, your days are numbered to Kikuta, he burst into a wretched laugh. Biting down hard on his tongue, he spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Across the internet, bewildered foreigners erupted in shock. Japan's foremost warrior, Kikuta Genburo, driven to bite his tongue and kill himself when facing Li Yi in China? He was a worthy opponent indeed, choosing death over a life of humiliation. Yet using the heart bond contract proved too dangerous. Xiaoqian's divine power was terrifying. Borrowing just a fraction of it sent my flesh trembling as if it would shatter. It seems I must exercise extreme caution with this power, reserving it only for absolute necessity. Under normal circumstances, Li Yi could never have been Kikuta Genburo's match. But gods are suppressed by the laws of heaven. Simply put, when a supernatural being confronts a deity, they must lower themselves by one divine seal. At equal cultivation levels, the deity gains an extra tier of power. Having gained 2 centuries of cultivation, Li Yi had ascended to the 2nd grade of mortal spirit, allowing him to fight Kikuta, who bore 3 divine seals, to a standstill. Of course, to kill Kikuta, he must utilize the symbiotic pact and draw upon Nie Xiaoqian's divine power. At that moment, Anand, the turbaned devotee of the Indian god cult, watched as everyone was drawn to the fallen Kikuta Genburo. He took a deep breath, knowing this was his last chance. Just then, a text message arrived on his phone. "Anand, your family, your parents, the cult will provide for them for life. Go. Fulfill your mission." Anand drew a rhombus-shaped crystal from his hand. It glowed an ink-black hue, emitting wisps of dark vapor. With a silent cry from his heart, he declared, "All for the divine cult." In an instant, he charged toward Lanke Temple. Li Yi instantly sensed a terrifying force. Song Badong stared in horror and roared, "Stop him. That's the infamous Naraka demon stone from India. Hurry, or hellish demons will swarm this place." The mere mention of the Naraka demon stone sent fear rippling through every supernatural being present. Naraka, one of the 8 great hells of India, was where sinners' souls were punished after death. Similar to the 18 layers of hell in Chinese mythology, it was filled with agonized demons and powerful demonic spirits. It's over. Once the power of the Naraka demon stone erupts, this sacred site will plunge into an endless hell.
How could this happen? Why? After 30 long years, China finally awakened its deities. Why must this be? You Indian brat, I'll fight you to the death.
In an instant, waves of furious voices erupted across the internet and the scene. Super spiritualists nearby, consumed by rage, charged toward Anand without regard for their own lives.
Xiaoqian, lend me your strength once more.
Li Yi roared, then swiftly recited the incantation for the Unity Pact, heedless of whether she heard him.
Wait, that stone in his hand is making the Yin spirit power within me feel incredibly excited.
Nie Xiaoqian's gaze locked onto the jet-black crystal Anand held, her divine power beginning to stir faintly within her.
Li Yi halted instantly, a sudden realization dawning within him.
In this world, deities weren't limited to those who cultivated righteous paths. Even malevolent gods, as long as they were worshipped and served, counted as deities.
Nie Xiaoqian, a ghost cultivator, possessed Yin cold energy.
Naturally, she was deeply drawn to forces of the same Yin cold nature.
Boom!
Seeing the group charging toward him, Anand knew time was short.
He immediately channeled his power into the Naraka demon stone.
When the explosion erupted, darkness engulfed the area within 100 meters. The nearby super spirits were instantly engulfed.
Li Yi reacted swiftly, retreating rapidly backward. Creak creak. Suddenly, eerie sounds echoed through the pitch-black void.
A chill ran through everyone.
A dark figure emerged from the shadows, none other than the instigator, Anand.
His body began to transform, a row of backward-facing spikes erupted from his spine, while his skull twisted and deformed at an alarming rate, taking on the shape of a dog's head.
Then, a dense chorus of roars erupted from the darkness, like malevolent spirits unleashed from the underworld. Super spiritualists, follow me. Everyone else, get out of here now.
Song Badong wasted no time, scrambling to his feet and bellowing at his granddaughter and the gathered crowd. He himself, enduring excruciating pain, charged into the darkness. In an instant, his body once again seeped into the ground like quicksand, rushing to intervene.
Zhang Qianyan and the others from the Temple of Reverence followed the abbot's lead, plunging into the darkness to slay the malevolent spirits.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a chilling wind swept over Lanke Temple. Leaves from the surrounding trees whipped violently toward the darkened area. Anand, now transformed into a monster, felt his power drained by the chilling wind.
His body instantly withered, cracked open, and scattered into pieces across the ground.
Ah!
Instantly, the Naraka darkness erupted with waves of agonized screams as countless malevolent spirits were annihilated by the chilling winds. Each wail pierced the ears like the screams of hell itself.
Within mere moments, no more evil spirits or dark entities emerged from the dark zone.
The gods have answered our prayers. The gods have answered our prayers.
Countless people leaped up in joyous celebration.
Song Badong stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Online viewers watching the livestream stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
How could a deity manifest without ritual invocation? The deities of our motherland seemed incredibly powerful. Looks like our own sky is the bluest. Forget breathing that foreign air. I wonder if the motherland still accepts us. Young master, hurry. Bring Xiaoqian into the Netherworld. To slay these evil spirits and seal the entrance, Xiaoqian's cultivation has been damaged.
Nie Xiaoqian let out a startled cry before collapsing to the ground.
Everyone watched as Li Yi charged into the Lanke Temple, then abruptly turned and plunged into the darkness of the Naraka. Li Yi?
Song Xian and her grandfather Song Badong cried out in shock. Chapter 7, Nie Xiaoqian with a true body.
Grandpa, what should we do? Why did he rush in there?
Song Xian forgot to pick up the phone still broadcasting on the ground as she asked anxiously.
Song Badong's expression grew grave.
Legend says that once the Luojia demon stone unleashes its power, this area will forever become a gateway to hell.
The evil spirits within could escape at any moment. Dean, is there no way to seal this place? Zhang Qianyan and the others approached, their expressions equally grave. Song Badong pondered carefully for a moment, already forming an answer in his mind. Li Yi doesn't seem like an impulsive young man.
Since he dared to rush in, he must know how to get back.
But
Song Xian tried to ask more, but seeing her grandfather already walking away, she could only close her mouth.
Song Badong forced himself to remain composed, ordering the scene sealed off. He knew every second could alter the course of the battle.
Ignoring his own injuries, he boarded a vehicle and departed, determined to report the situation to higher authorities.
He had assumed only Japan's Kakuta Jengaro posed a threat, but now India had launched an attack too.
It seemed none of the neighboring nations wished to see China grow any stronger.
The crowd streaming the event, though pushed far away, refused to leave. Pointing their cameras at the dark entrance, numerous streamers began explaining the legends surrounding the Naraka demon stone.
In an instant, streamers across major platforms all became experts on the demon stone.
At that very moment, the major foreign families and divine envoys all shared a knowing smile. For no one could emerge from the Naraka hell except a deity.
China's divine child, like a brilliant star, had flashed and vanished.
China remains that land forsaken by the gods. Outside Lanke Temple.
Only then did Song Xian notice her phone on the ground. Picking it up, she saw the pitch-black live stream room still buzzing with over 20 to 30,000 viewers chatting excitedly. Many viewers who had seen Li Yi enter the Naroka darkness and other live streams rushed over immediately. After all, Song Xian was the first streamer to uncover Li Yi's abilities, placing her far above the rest. The streamer's here. The streamers appeared. Host, where's my brother? Please don't let anything happen to him. You promised me to have him examine the divine statue my father left behind. My father's lifelong wish depends on my brother. The viewer who had held the white snake statue earlier frantically spammed the chat with copy-pasted messages. Brother E, please come back. We were wrong, we shouldn't have doubted you even for a moment. Gotti, I know you must know how to get out. I'll shower you with rockets, we want to hear the story of Lanke Temple and Nie Xiaoqian. Like hell I know. Li Yi was solely focused on saving Nie Xiaoqian, he hadn't given a thought to escaping. Saying he wasn't nervous was impossible. Li Yi clutched Nie Xiaoqian as he charged deep into the dark passage of Naragaja. Suddenly, a faint blue glow appeared before his eyes. It felt like stepping into the underworld. Not far ahead, a transparent barrier resembling rippling water appeared, separating the two realms. The bone-chilling cold here was overwhelming. Within moments, Li Yi felt his legs buckling beneath him. His entire body began to tremble. Suddenly, he noticed the warmth emanating from Nie Xiaoqian's body. Startled, he looked down. Ha? Your body? Young master, what's wrong with Xiaoqian? Nie Xiaoqian's face was pale as she lifted her eyelids in confusion. You have a physical body? As he spoke, Li Yi held Nie Xiaoqian horizontally, using a half-hug, half-support grip. His fingers brushed her cheek, pale yet remarkably soft and springy, as smooth and delicate as a young girl's skin. When had Nie Xiaoqian ever been touched so lightly? Her cheeks flushed instantly, yet inexplicably, she felt a fondness for Li Yi and couldn't muster even a hint of annoyance. Realizing his inappropriate behavior, Li Yi gave an awkward chuckle. Back when a Chinese ghost story aired, Nie Xiaoqian had captured the hearts of countless young men. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine she'd end up in his arms like this. Young master, please put Xiaoqian down. Nie Xiaoqian pointed to a spot, her expression shy and timid. Li Yi walked over and set her down. You sealed the entrance here, but once it vanishes, neither of us can return. Xiaoqian can sense the power of this passageway. It hasn't dissipated at all, so it must be very stable. I once heard grandmother say that once an entrance to the underworld appears, it won't vanish unless erased by immense divine power. Nie Xiaoqian spoke with unwavering conviction. Young master, the power you wielded earlier resembles the 9 Netherworld's inferno spell I've studied. This technique has 9 tiers, but I've only cultivated to the 2nd tier, form condensation. Its cultivation environment is extremely demanding. But this place is the entrance to hell, filled with abundant cold energy. It's perfect for cultivating this technique. If you cultivate here for 100 years, you might reach the 3rd layer, splitting the Netherfire Lotus. Its power would be immense. 9 Netherworld's Netherfire Incantation. This divine technique cultivates 9 layers, composed of energy, resentment, and other demonic forces. It manifests as a green fire lotus, emitting extreme cold yet capable of scorching souls. Targets tainted by it die in terror. With a flicker of thought, characters materialized before his eyes. Ever since comprehending the 9 Netherworld's Netherfire Incantation, a flame-like force had taken root within his dantian. Unlike his innate divine power, it was feeble and fragile, seemingly capable of being extinguished with a single breath. With a flick of his palm, an emerald green lotus of fire appeared. This was the first layer of the Netherfire Curse, drawing fire, which could draw the nascent Netherfire cultivated within his body outward. The moment the lotus materialized, the surrounding cold, shadowy energies caused it to surge slightly. Unfortunately, Li Yi had no intention of diligently cultivating here. Doing so would be a waste of the divine power collector's capabilities. Awakening deities and gaining divine points was Li Yi's core cultivation method. Everything else was like taking off one's pants to fart. Even a century of cultivation here couldn't match the speed of awakening a single deity. He could, however, find a few malevolent spirits to practice against, gaining combat experience. Li Yi voiced his thoughts aloud. Nie Xiaoqian nodded. The sealing technique was learned by Xiaoqian and grandmother. I'll teach you a mantra, young master. Through the seal, you can search within for evil spirits. But don't venture too far. If you're overwhelmed, you won't be able to escape in time. Understood. Nie Xiaoqian then recited the incantation twice. After memorizing it, Li Yi cautiously stepped into the seal, its surface shimmering like transparent water. Nie Xiaoqian closed her eyes, sat cross-legged, and began channeling the energy within her body. The surrounding cold energy seemed summoned, gathering around Nie Xiaoqian. Soon, a layer of frost formed on the ground. Upon entering the sealed passage, Li Yi discovered the malevolent energy here was even more potent. He had to channel his own power to withstand the biting cold. After walking for about 2 minutes, roar! A roar echoed from ahead, as if a malevolent spirit had detected human presence and was charging madly toward them. In mere moments, it appeared before Li Yi. This spirit was short in stature, its entire body shrouded in black. Green flames burned in its eyes, and its hands had transformed into curved blades, slashing forward with a single strike.
Li Yi didn't dare take it lightly, dodging left and right. He quickly realized the power within this demon wasn't particularly strong.
He didn't expect to kill it in one strike, merely hoping to gain some experience points from it. 10 minutes later, panting heavily, Li Yi delivered the final blow to the demon.
Evil spirit slain.
9 Netherworld Inferno spell enhanced. A notification flashed in his mind. Li Yi paused slightly, carefully sensing the green lotus flame within him. The tiny flame had visibly grown a fraction stronger.
Unfortunately, it happened too quickly for him to sense any power entering his body.
Perhaps the divine power collector had absorbed the spirit's energy upon its demise. A smile touched his lips.
Every cloud has a silver lining.
Who'd have thought Brother San turned out to be such a good guy, delivering such a tremendous gift?
Li Yi yearned to continue slaying evil spirits, but seeing how far he was from the sealed entrance, he decided against it.
No rush. We'll take our time with it later. With Nie Xiaoqian present, he could return to this place often.
However, one thing remained unclear.
Nie Xiaoqian had claimed she couldn't leave Lanke Temple, yet the Naraka Dark Passage was outside the temple grounds.
He couldn't fathom why. Could it be because I carried her out? Before leaving, Li glanced back at Nie Xiaoqian's pale face. He never imagined his life would transform so drastically from an ordinary person to the internet's focal point for awakening a deity.
He only hoped she could cultivate her powers swiftly here. The stronger she grew, the more secure his future would be.
Emerging from the darkness. At last, a sliver of pale sky appeared in the east. Morning dew refracted eerie rainbow hues on the withered leaves. Dawn was breaking. Li Yi is out.
As the voice echoed, the divine envoys guarding this area for the Temple of Reverence abruptly scrambled to their feet, their faces filled with astonishment.
Someone had actually emerged from the Luoji hell?
Zhang Qianyan, having recovered half his injuries overnight, snapped to attention and jogged over, scrutinizing Li Yi from head to toe.
You're okay? What's the situation down there? What about those evil spirits? Are any left? Could they break out? What happened at Lanke Temple last night? What was that cold wind all about?
Others rushed over, their questions pouring out in a flurry.
Li Yi felt overwhelmed and couldn't be bothered to explain.
He simply stated he'd followed the divine being's instructions and knew nothing else. The group fell silent. Though 1,000 questions swirled in their minds, they reasoned that Li Yi had only recently begun his journey with the divine and couldn't possibly know everything.
Reluctantly, they let it go. Dean, Li Yi is out.
Zhang Qianyan hurried to report the situation to the dean.
What? Li Yi emerged from the Naraka hell?
Over the phone, Song Badong nearly let out a pig-like squeal of shock.
Realizing his outburst was unbecoming, he quickly amended himself. Good. It's great he's out. Xiaoqian and I can finally relax. That kid's no ordinary fellow. To emerge from a place like that, he must possess extraordinary abilities. Li Yi, are you heading home? I'll arrange a car to take you back. After hanging up, Zhang Qianyan looked up. He didn't believe Li Yi's simple I don't know could explain everything, but he didn't press further. He understood everyone had their secrets, and this kid was no exception. It is time to go home. Otherwise, Auntie and Xiaofeng will worry. Chapter 8, Home. Auntie is proud of you. Neon Nation.
The bronze ancient bell atop the nation's sacred altar suddenly chimed of its own accord, shaking off a century's worth of dust.
As if sighing over the death of Kikuta Jengoro. What did you say? At the Fujiwara family estate, Fujiwara Rintaro abruptly rose from his chair. Last night's death of Kikuta had initially enraged him, but upon learning that the youth named Li Yi had dared to enter the Naraka hell, he couldn't help but laugh out loud.
The fate of Huaxia is exhausted. It was nothing but a fleeting moment after all.
Yes, Mr. Fujiwara, Li Yi has emerged from Naraka. Village East's left tree trembled as he spoke. Impossible. Legend says Naraka is one of the great 8 hells of India, a realm that punishes evil spirits and demons.
The icy winds at its entrance can freeze a person solid.
Unless he's a god, there's no way he could have escaped. Fujiwara Rintaro roared, then shouted, Go! I want every detail on him. China must be hiding his true identity.
Mr. Fujiwara, the information is in hand. About half an hour later, Satoshi Muragishi returned, walking briskly over with a tablet in hand.
This is the information sent back by our contact in China. However, it seems rather too simple. Parents vanished when he was 5? Raised by his aunt's family? Fujiwara Rintaro scanned the tablet quickly. It was indeed sparse, just a few lines of text.
No criminal record, no vices, no special abilities.
If someone suddenly becomes exceptionally strong, they should have shown signs from childhood. Could this file be incomplete?
Mr. Fujiwara, when I first received this file, I thought the same thing.
Nurahishi Sakaki shook his head.
According to China's standard procedure for testing super-spiritual individuals, from elementary school through university, every time they advance to a new level, China selects relevant candidates for ability testing, hoping to establish a bond with the divine. But there's no record of this on the file, indicating this person was never selected. If that's the case, how could he awaken a deity in such a short time, gain such immense power, and kill Kakuta-kun? How did he escape from Naraka hell? Fujiwara Rintaro roared, slamming his tablet onto the floor. Tell me, does any of this match the information in this file? This. Perhaps he never entered at all. We've all been deceived. Murasato Sakaki's mind raced. He opened his mouth, bracing himself for the blow. Oh. Indeed, none of the videos from China show him entering deeply. Perhaps he never went in at all. We're all overthinking this. Fujiwara Rintaro took a deep breath and refrained from striking him. Very well. Could it be that China orchestrated this entire scenario to deceive everyone, deluding themselves into creating a god? If the foremost martial artist of our nation perished in China, then China's greatest must meet his end in our land. Let his life be offered as a sacrifice to the gods. But someone like that China wouldn't fail to protect him. It'd be incredibly difficult to capture him, right? Murasato Sakaki silently thanked his luck for avoiding a beating. You're beyond redemption. Why not spread rumors to shame him into leaving China? Suddenly, Fujiwara Rintaro kicked him flying with one foot, then looked up and coldly snorted, "Idiot, get moving. Next month is the moon god's sacrifice." Yes. Murasato Satsuki scrambled to his feet and ran off. Returning to the naval workshop, he happened to see Kinoa Zhao Hu laughing and joking with a local woman. He vented all the humiliation he'd just endured in one go. My lord, I was wrong. Kinoa Zhao Hu, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, was equally stunned by the beating. Useless piece of trash, get over here. I have a task for you. Mom, look. Look. That's my brother. That's his voice. In the living room, a teenager wearing sunglasses, around 12 or 13 years old, listened intently to the sound coming from the television. Excitedly, he shouted toward the kitchen. This was none other than Xiaofeng, Li Yi's cousin. Having lost his sight, his hearing had become exceptionally keen. What? Lu Meifeng, dressed in clean, neat loungewear, hadn't caught the commotion outside. She emerged holding a spatula and looked toward the television. Mom, it's my brother. My brother. He's about to awaken the deity. Xiaofeng pointed excitedly toward the television. Li Yi had been his role model since childhood, and now this moment thrilled him as if he himself were awakening the divine. Ha! Lu Meifeng froze. Such matters felt too distant from ordinary people. Next, I'll tell you all a story. The television was broadcasting the story Li Yi had told while awakening the deity. Time slipped by unnoticed. Lu Meifeng momentarily forgot the stir-fry sizzling in the kitchen, utterly captivated by the narrative. When the screen showed the dome of Lanke Temple churning with leaden gray clouds, silver lightning arcing like snakes through the layers, she gasped, eyes wide, covering her mouth. Xiaofeng, is that your brother? Lu Meifeng rubbed her eyes, wiping them repeatedly, but when she opened them, she still saw her nephew, Li Yi. Auntie, Xiaofeng, I'm back. Li Yi's shout echoed from the doorway. Yet in that moment, Lu Meifeng and her son, Xiaofeng, were so immersed in the awe of witnessing a divine awakening that they failed to notice the knocking outside. Mom, my brother's back. My brother's back. Xiaofeng was the first to react. Though blind, he knew the layout of their home by heart, even calculating the exact number of steps with precision. He rushed to open the door and threw his arms around Li Yi. Brother, you really awakened the deity? Is it true? Really? It's true. For others, Li Yi might have thought it best not to respond to such pretentious claims. After all, his experiences over the years had little to do with showing off. But with this younger brother, he never lied. Because, due to unreliable parents, Li Yi was entrusted to his aunt Lu Meifeng at age 8. His parents vanished without a trace, and to this day, no news of them has surfaced. Originally, his aunt's family had been happy. But Li Yi's arrival caused constant arguments between his aunt and uncle, fracturing their marriage. Eventually, his uncle was caught cheating, shattering the once happy household. His younger brother, Xiaofeng, missed his father so much that he fell ill. The illness led to a viral infection that caused him to lose his sight, adding further hardship to the family's already difficult life. Since then, Li Yi felt indebted to his aunt's family. Not only did he help care for his younger brother, but he also took on part-time jobs whenever possible and took over all the household chores. His aunt repeatedly expressed resentment, telling Li Yi he didn't need to earn money or do housework, insisting that at his age, he should focus on what was expected of him. Yet seeing his aunt raising 2 children alone, never remarrying, her face worn by time, Li Yi ignored her reproaches and took it upon himself to lighten the family's burden. Now that Li Yi had finally completed his studies, he planned to go exploring with classmates, a reward for himself, a celebration of a new chapter, and a step toward finding a good job. But the world had changed. Your auntie is so proud of you. Lu Meifeng suddenly began to cry, her sobs growing louder. I've finally lived up to your parents' trust. You've made something of yourself. Auntie is so happy, truly happy. If I ever see your parents again, I'll finally have the courage to face them. Auntie. Li Yi fought back tears as he stepped forward to wipe his aunt's tears. Zhang Qianyan, standing outside, had intended to greet them, but now felt awkward interrupting such a tender moment.
Mom, the pot's burning. Xiaofeng caught the smell from the kitchen and called out urgently.
Lu Meifeng rushed to the kitchen, frantically turned off the stove, and only upon returning to the living room realized there was a guest present. She quickly wiped her tears and invited Zhang Qianyan inside.
Mrs. Lu, I'm Zhang Qianyan from the Temple of Divine Reverence. I've come specifically to escort him back today. Li Yi is exceptionally talented.
For 30 years in China, no divine beings have awakened.
The entire world questions whether this land is cursed.
Zhang Qianyan, being an experienced man, immediately understood why Lu Meifeng was crying.
It was Li Yi who broke the curse.
The Temple of Divine Reverence, along with all the people of China, are immensely proud of him.
You've raised such an exceptional nephew. He intended to continue with more praise, but his phone rang.
Upon hearing the message, his expression turned grim. After hanging up, he hesitated briefly before turning to Li Yi. Rest well at home.
If you see anything troubling, try not to dwell on it. I'll be going now. What happened? Li Yi walked the man to the door, feeling deeply puzzled. Just then, his phone rang again.
He picked it up to see it was Song Xian calling.
Oh my goodness, I finally got through. Li Yi, if you see anything, don't get worked up.
Just tell me where you are, and I'll come find you tomorrow morning.
Chapter 9, the entire internet slanders Li Yi. Song Xian launches a full-scale counterattack. This is baffling. The warnings from Zhang Qianyan and Song Xian hung over Li Yi like a thick fog, leaving him utterly perplexed.
Still, he didn't dwell on it too much, casually tucking his phone away.
Little E, Auntie will whip up a delicious meal for you right now. Let me treat you properly.
Lu Meifeng's face lit up like dazzling fireworks, her excitement impossible to contain. Before she finished speaking, she hurried off toward the kitchen.
Brother, how did you do it? Tell me all about it. That story you shared was absolutely amazing. What level of deity is Nie Xiaoqian? What incredible powers does she possess? Can I go pay my respects to her? Xiaofeng swarmed around Li Yi, chattering nonstop, her eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration.
Seeing this, Li Yi felt both amused and exasperated.
Just as he was about to answer,
a sudden thought struck him. Why not have Song Xian do another livestream? That way, Nie Xiaoqian could gain a loyal following and boost her divine power. He deliberately teased him. When I have time, I'll tell you all about it in detail.
Ha! Xiaofeng's previously expectant expression deflated instantly, replaced by utter disappointment. Not long after,
Lu Meifeng had meticulously prepared a breakfast spread of Li Yi and Xiaofeng's favorite dishes. The family gathered around the table, happily savoring this warm meal together. At the dinner table, Li Yi seemed to have something difficult to say, pausing several times as if about to speak. When his gaze fell upon his aunt's face, still glowing with excitement, he ultimately dared not utter a word.
He knew full well that since awakening the deity, he had not only drawn intense attention from domestic netizens, but also caught the notice of foreign online users and schemers with ulterior motives. Kakuta and brother Asan were living proof.
Moving forward, he feared becoming a target for everyone. Continuing to live with his aunt and younger brother would likely bring endless trouble to his family. Lying in bed, tossing and turning all night, Li Yi was utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to put down his phone and get some proper sleep, Zhang Qianyan and Song Xian's warnings flashed through his mind. His heart stirred, and he couldn't resist picking up his phone again, opening the short video platform. He didn't even need to search. A trending topic titled "The Days Li Yi, Son of God, Spent with Rich Granny" immediately caught his eye.
Holy?
When Li Yi tapped on the trending topic and saw the blurred photos above it, he nearly jumped out of bed in shock. There was even a picture of him embracing a 70-year-old, well-fed grandmother, utterly cringe-worthy. On the surface, he presents himself as a righteous champion for the nation and its people, yet behind closed doors, he engages in such unscrupulous deeds.
How could someone like this awaken the gods? Does he even deserve to be called the hope of China? China doesn't need scum like him. He's desecrating the divine. Get him off Chinese soil immediately.
Beneath this trending topic, most comments were filled with vile insults and slander. Li Yi clicked on the commenters' profiles and found they were all private accounts. He smiled bitterly to himself. The trouble had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, he shut off his phone and lay down to sleep. Though Li Yi appeared unconcerned, many others were deeply worried for him. Song Badong had just finished treating his wounds at the hospital and was about to rest when Zhang Qianyan burst in, breathless with urgency. He recounted every detail of what had unfolded online.
Damn it! If not for Li Yi, Lanke Temple would have been destroyed by Kakuta.
If not for Li Yi awakening the deity, the Naraka Dark Passage might have opened completely. Then countless hellish demons would have rampaged across the mortal realm, devastating all living beings.
Song Botong's face flushed crimson with rage.
Unable to contain his fury, he bolted upright from the hospital bed and reached to yank out the 4-needle. Just then, Song Xian entered the room. Seeing this, she paled in fright and rushed forward to stop him.
Grandpa, what are you doing?
Xian, my dear.
Song Badong instantly switched to a smiling expression. It's nothing. Hospitals can only treat external injuries, they can't heal the damage within my body.
I'll just need to go home and cultivate for a while. Having overheard the reason for her grandfather's anger from the doorway, Song Xian spoke firmly, Grandpa, leave this to me.
I will clear Li Yi's name. You? Song Badong looked at his granddaughter with a hint of doubt.
He had been deeply reluctant about her live streaming career, but since she only covered topics related to deities, he had tacitly allowed it. Grandpa, this is clearly a case of malicious slander.
You focus on uncovering the mastermind behind it, and I'll take care of clearing Li Yi's name online. Song Xian declared with unwavering confidence. Zhang Qinyan chimed in from the side, the power of the internet is immense these days.
We're out of touch with the times and don't understand it well.
Handing this over to Xian seems like the right move.
We'll focus on tracking down the troublemakers behind the scenes and rounding them all up.
Alright, contact the relevant departments and get moving.
After Song Badong nodded in agreement, Song Xian and Zhang Qinyan each set off to handle their respective tasks.
What? You're Miss Song Xian? Tiannan City. Inside a residential building.
Huang Xuangui, who had just finished breakfast, unexpectedly received a call. Upon hearing the name on the other end, he abruptly jumped up from his chair and exclaimed in surprise.
What's going on? Who is it? Who's Song Xian?
His wife, who was eating breakfast with their child at the table, immediately grew alert. Huang Xuangui spoke excitedly into the phone, Miss Song, thank you for remembering me.
I'm a huge fan of Brother Yi. I've always wanted to do an exclusive interview with him. I hope you can help me get an introduction to Brother Yi. Brother Huang, you're too kind. If Li Yi agrees, I'll definitely introduce you. But right now, there's something very important I need your help with.
Everyone knows your show has always been fair and impartial.
I'm asking you to clear Li Yi's name. We can't let the negative online trends distort the truth and wrongly accuse an innocent person. Song Xian sounded anxious over the phone. Alright. I've been following this since waking up this morning.
Even without your request, I'd stand up for Brother Yi. Huang Xuangui, a middle-aged man around 45, primarily made his living by discussing trending topics online. After years of hard work, his fair and impartial style had earned him a solid fan base of approximately 210,000 followers. After hanging up, Huang Xuangui hurriedly explained to his wife, who had called, and clarified that his relationship with this Ms. Song was purely professional.
You mean this Ms. Song asked you to clear Li Yi's name? The Li Yi who supposedly awakened a deity?
Hearing this, his wife jumped to her feet in excitement.
Honey, you're going to be rich. You're going to make it big. Li Yi?
He's the divine child who awakened the gods. Our son will be entering middle school next year and will have a chance to take the super spiritualist test.
If he becomes one, our family will have a big shot.
You absolutely must handle this well and get Li Yi to help secure a bright future for our son.
Mom, is that the super spirit Yuzuri Shin who defeated that old dog Kakuta in one move?
The teenager eating at the table excitedly dropped his chopsticks and jumped up.
Mom, I'm going to become a super spiritualist. I'm going to slay the neon notebook. Li Yi awoke from his sleep to find it was already afternoon.
The first thing he did upon rising was to carefully sense the power within his body, fearing that everything that had happened before might have been just a dream. When he distinctly felt the two utterly different powers within him, a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. One was a mysterious and powerful primordial divine force. The other a cold, keen force that commanded the nether fire within him. He was alone at home now, his younger brother Xiaofeng having gone to school. Li Yi hailed a cab and headed straight for Lanke Temple.
He couldn't care less about the chaotic mess unfolding online.
All he desired now was to enter the Naraka Dark Passage, engage in fierce combat with the malevolent spirits, and hone his battle prowess.
Li Yi?
The divine messengers of the Temple of Reverence guarding the passage instinctively reached out to stop him as they saw Li Yi approaching. But remembering his formidable strength, they all sighed helplessly and withdrew their hands.
Forget it. This boy is no ordinary man. We can't control him. Chapter 10, Blackening the Divine Son of China, Operation Clean Web. At the sealed entrance, when Li Yi appeared, Nie Xiaoqian's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet she did not open her eyes.
A thin layer of frost had already formed around her body, and within a 10-meter radius, the ground appeared as if enchanted by the winter god, covered in a pristine layer of ice.
Li Yi's gaze gently rested on Nie Xiaoqian's face.
To his delight, her complexion had improved significantly compared to before, no longer that bloodless pallor. Then, murmuring the incantation silently, he stepped into the seal without hesitation. Since acquiring the divine points, Li Yi's cultivation had skyrocketed like a rocket, but this rapid ascent brought a significant drawback: a severe lack of combat experience. Only through extensive real combat training could he bridge this gap. Otherwise, even with formidable power, he wouldn't be able to wield it with skill and flexibility, greatly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Within the passageway, a faint green aura shimmered eerily, and a chilling, sinister aura washed over him. It's eerily quiet. Li Yi's brow furrowed slightly. The scene was completely different from his last visit. Having prepared beforehand, he swiftly pulled a powerful flashlight from his pocket. As the beam flickered and swayed through the gloomy passageway, he finally saw that the walls were actually composed of countless ghastly faces.
Snap.
Caught off guard, a bone-chilling wind howled past like a ferocious beast, shattering the flashlight's glass and bulb in an instant. Roar. Immediately, shrill screeches surged from all directions. Flaming eyeballs materialized out of thin air, while shadows in the corners churned violently, transforming into translucent specters that lunged at Li Yi with claws outstretched. Li Yi spun and took off running, stumbling and falling in his panic. As he scrambled to his feet, a specter lunged at him like a ravenous wolf, its icy claws reaching straight for his throat. Boom! At this critical moment, Li swiftly channeled the 9 Netherworld flame spell within him. A ball of emerald flame flared into existence. The moment the specter's spirit touched the flames, it burst apart like soap bubbles, leaving only a piercing scream. The 9 Netherworld flames spell held a powerful countering effect against soul-like entities.
Evil spirit slain. 9 Netherworld flames spell enhanced. Last time, the situation had been too urgent for Li Yi to fully perceive it.
Only now, calming his mind to carefully sense it, did he realize that at the instant the evil spirit was slain, a surge of power had slowly merged into his own body.
Could the divine power collector possess such an ability? Yet before he could ponder further, more evil spirits surged toward him like a tidal wave. Within mere moments, the spirits multiplied, closing in to surround him completely. Since this Netherworld Fire Curse can suppress the evil spirits, let's slaughter them to our heart's content. Li Yi's gaze sharpened abruptly as he manipulated the netherfire before him, launching a resolute counterattack. He knew his own strength well, adhering to a strategy of picking on the weak and avoiding the strong. He proactively attacked weaker spirits but retreated temporarily when facing powerful ones, never acting impulsively. Being cautious wasn't shameful. Right now, the internet is buzzing with heated debate. A video titled "Big Yellow Tells a Story" has quickly shot to the top of trending searches. Dear viewers, regarding the sudden online rumors and smear campaign targeting Brother E, I spent the entire morning meticulously investigating and actually uncovered some clues. Next, I'll delve into 3 key points for analysis, concluding with substantial, irrefutable evidence. First, what exactly is the benefit of smearing Brother E? Second, can the sources of these so-called photos be trusted? Finally, who is secretly orchestrating this to make the topic go viral overnight? Huang Xuangui elaborated on these 3 points for about 30 minutes. He began by examining the potential benefits of smearing Egu, delving into the underlying dynamics of gain and loss behind the incident. Moreover, he cited numerous relevant examples, including last night's widely discussed challenge by Kikuta Genburo and the incident involving the demonic stone of Naraka in India. These incidents, combined with yesterday's viral online post analyzing Huaxia's dilemma, clearly revealed the reality that many foreign nations are unwilling to see Huaxia's rise. Although he didn't explicitly name which country was pulling the strings in the first point, everyone already suspected Japan had the strongest motive. After addressing the first point, Huang Xuangui immediately analyzed the credibility of the photo source. Folks, I just laughed. Aside from the face being EGE's, the rest is riddled with holes. Look closely at the reflection on the table leg in the photo. The figure is blurred, yet you can still faintly make out a light blue shirt. Clearly, the photo manipulator rushed the job and overlooked this detail, which contradicts the bare-chested subject in the image. Finally, Huang Xuangui successfully identified the original streamer, a broadcaster named Wang Dafa, and attached evidence of numerous unsavory deeds this streamer had previously committed. Upon release, Huang Xuangui's follower count exploded. His follower count surged from 200,000 to 600,000 overnight. Netizens erupted in a frenzy of comments beneath the video. Holy crap, streamer! Thank goodness I watched your video and took a closer look at that photo, it really is full of holes. So that's how it is. I knew it couldn't be true. We can't let an innocent person take the fall. Thanks for your effort, streamer. Without you, Brother E would have really taken the fall this time. Cyberbullying is terrifying. Li Yi is the hope of our nation, he shouldn't be treated this way. Those spreading rumors must be severely punished. We can't let this toxic trend ruin our online environment. At the same time, in an old residential neighborhood, a middle-aged man grinned obsequiously. Mr. Kinoe, I won't stand on ceremony. I've received the payment. If any similar opportunities arise in the future, please don't hesitate to contact me again. Rest assured, there will be more. The middle-aged man was none other than Wang Dafa, a live streamer whose real name was Wang Xiaojun. He had built his career by digging up others' gossip. Knock knock knock. No sooner had he put down his phone than a sudden pounding echoed at his door. Startled, he felt a pang of guilt. Creeping cautiously to the front door, he peered through the peephole. The sight of a crowd gathered outside sent a chill through him, turning his face ashen. He spun around, ready to leap out the window and flee. But he never expected that just as many people were waiting outside. The moment he poked his head out, he was pinned to the ground by the crowd. What's the commotion? Zhang Qianyan strode over and stomped down on him. Boss, I didn't scream. Wang Xiaojun panicked. Zhang Qianyan hadn't slept all night and was already in a rage. He punched him repeatedly and bellowed, I asked what your name is. Gritting his teeth in pain, Wang Xiaojun stammered. I'm Wang Xiaojun. Take him away. Zhang Qinyan snorted heavily, then ordered his men to take Wang Xiaojun away in a vehicle. Within just half a day, news broke online that several influencers who had been stirring up trouble had been arrested. This sent shockwaves through the entire online community, with copycat influencers immediately deleting all related videos they had posted. The arrests were merely the first step in cleaning up the online environment. That same afternoon, major short video platforms and news media outlets all received summons letters for video interviews. When the CEOs and directors of these platforms logged into the video conference software, they were astonished to find all the top executives of every short video platform gathered in one place. They couldn't help but gasp. Since the rise of short video platforms, no single incident had ever brought together so many top executives simultaneously. Little did they expect that Li Yi alone would rewrite industry history within a single day. During the meeting, the mysterious figure spoke with sharp words, delivering a scathing rebuke without holding back. I'm sure everyone is well aware of Li Yi's situation. A prodigy capable of awakening divine beings emerges in China only once every 30 years. Whoever dares to wrong him, I dare to revoke their license. Revoke his license? The CEOs and chairmen of major platforms, who had initially brushed it off, instantly paled at the words. This was an extremely severe punishment. They must order their companies to conduct immediate self-inspections. Chapter 11. The White Snake Goddess statue appears. A new divine opportunity. At the gates of Lanke Temple, Song Xian quickly learned through her connections at the Temple of Reverence that Li Yi had entered the Naraka Dark Passage. She had promised her grandfather to clear Li Yi's name. Though she had already mobilized numerous people to launch a counterattack online, and the Chinese authorities had intervened to regulate internet platforms, if Li Yi remained hidden inside without emerging, it would inevitably fuel netizens' suspicions. Even in daylight, the Naraka Dark Zone remained shrouded in dark mist, exuding an aura of mystery and gloom. As dusk approached, Li Yi emerged from within, looking somewhat disheveled. Li Yi, you're finally out. Song Xian hurried forward, assuming Li Yi was unaware of the online smear campaign. She meticulously recounted the entire incident and urged him to step forward to clear his name. No need. I can't be bothered to explain. But I suppose I could tell netizens the story of Lanke Temple. Li Yi paused briefly before speaking slowly. Why? Song Xian looked puzzled, struggling to grasp Li Yi's reasoning. When falsely accused, shouldn't the first instinct be to clear one's name immediately? Those who understand me need no explanation. Those who don't won't be swayed by one anyway. Since I can't please everyone, I'll stay true to myself and mind my own business. Li shook his head gently. Some things, since they cannot alter the present situation nor affect one's core essence, are simply a waste of breath to explain. If one cannot shine alongside the light, then let them bloom brilliantly in their own corner of the world. After saying this, he suddenly noticed Song Xian holding her phone, seemingly live streaming. He paused in surprise. You're live streaming? Oh my. Song Xian gasped softly. She'd been waiting so long she'd grown bored and had intended to show everyone the exterior of Lanke Temple. After all, she'd promised her viewers. But the moment Li Yi appeared, she rushed over, completely forgetting she was live streaming. Inside the live stream room, viewers were frantically recording the screen. The moment Li Yi's figure appeared, the live stream's viewership skyrocketed like a rocket to 120,000. And Li Yi's words quickly flooded the entire internet. Those who understand me need no explanation, and explaining to those who don't is futile. Since I can't please everyone, I'll stick to my own convictions and focus on my own path. Especially for those urban men and women deep in their struggles, and couples tormented by emotional turmoil, it felt as if, in that instant, everything suddenly became crystal clear. The gloom in their hearts vanished completely. The Temple of Reverence was closely monitoring these developments. Soon, Professor Sun delivered the tablet recording the livestream to Song Badong. Song Badong murmured softly, those who understand me need no explanation, those who don't won't be swayed by one. Since I can't please everyone, I'll stay true to myself and focus on my own well-being. Setting the tablet aside, he couldn't help but reflect. Who would have thought that Li Yi, so young, could possess such a lofty perspective? I had assumed these rumors would cause him considerable harm, but now it seems we underestimated him. If this young man can continue to grow, he might just be the one to take my place. Dean Song, might that be a bit too hasty? Professor Sun acknowledged Li Yi's words were indeed broad-minded and insightful, but the Temple of Divine Reverence concerned the very fate of China. How could it be so easily entrusted to a young man? Rash? Song Badong shook his head gently. Remember the Zhao Yilong from back then? I remember. He was China's most gifted super spiritualist, even bearing 2 divine marks. Yet he ended his life at home all because rumors spread that he had ties to a foreign female spy. The relentless online harassment became too much for him. Professor Sun said with a hint of regret. Yes. Who would have thought cyberbullying could be such a double-edged sword, killing silently? Song Badong sighed helplessly. Such cases are far from rare in our country. How many people can truly let it go with such grace? Most would be crushed by it, even sinking into despair for the rest of their lives. Professor Sun understood the purpose behind Song Badong bringing up these matters and said no more. Alright, continue investigating the online smear campaign. This matter absolutely cannot be swept under the rug. Though Li Yi possesses a magnanimous spirit and doesn't dwell on such things, our temple of reverence is not known for its generosity. Understood. Professor Sun acknowledged, then turned and left with his tablet. In the livestream, Li Yi refused to answer any questions about the online smear campaign. Instead, he spoke enthusiastically about introducing Lanke Temple and the legend of Nie Xiaoqian. Whenever questions arose, he patiently explained the relevant stories to viewers. He even sent the livestream link to his younger brother, Xiaofeng. The trolls, denying a direct response, stormed out of the livestream in frustration. True loyal fans, however, listened quietly to Nie Xiaoqian's tale, as if immersed in a fantastical journey through the realm of deities. After the tale concluded, Song Xian said with emotion, "My dear family, this is merely the beginning of the rise of our Huaxia deities. I believe that in the near future, more divine miracles of Huaxia will be unearthed and awakened. From this day forward, Huaxia will never again be bullied at will by any nation. Host sister, Xiao Xiao is here. Xiao Xiao knows brother is the strongest. He will surely awaken all the deities of China. Xiao Xiao, your thoughts are beautiful, but reality is often harsh. Awakening a deity requires deep knowledge of their deeds, and China doesn't yet have someone with such profound wisdom." That's right. Awakening even one deity would be the ultimate honor of a lifetime for brother. Please don't put him through any more hardship. Netizens shared their views with wry smiles. Host, please help me, please help me. Li Yi, there's a netizen below who wants you to take a look at a divine statue. Seeing the frantic comments flooding the screen, Song Xian turned to Li Yi with a helpless look. Sure. To everyone's surprise, Li Yi agreed without hesitation. A netizen named I Don't Eat Mashed Potatoes requested a voice call, shouting excitedly, Brothery, can you hear me? This is amazing. This is amazing. I'm so honored. The honor is mine. Li Yi studied the viewer on the call. From the video background, it was clear the viewer's home wasn't affluent, even the walls plastered with newspaper were visible. He smiled and asked, "What kind of deity statue is it?" "Hold on a moment, I'll go get it." Moments later, I Don't Eat Mashed Potatoes rushed back, holding a somewhat crudely carved snake statue. Li Yi took a closer look and froze in place. A snake? Was it by Suzhen? Judging from the video, this white snake statue was clearly not the work of a master carver. It looked like something an ordinary person might have whittled casually, giving off a very rough impression. Yet, the overall impression was decent. The serpent's body undulated gracefully, its head slightly raised, and its eyes seemed to hold a mysterious power. Song Xian turned her head and stared at Li Yi's expression for a long time. Seeing no change in his face, she assumed he couldn't recognize it. She couldn't help but inwardly laugh bitterly. Li Yi was probably in for a rough time now. After all, as netizens often remarked, how could anyone possibly recognize so many deities? Even though I had high hopes, seeing Brother Yi's expression, I couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Yeah, looks like we'll have to wait another 30 years for the next deity to awaken. 30 years? Damn it! If we can't bind the Lanke Temple deity this time, are you saying we have to wait another 30 years? The viewers in the livestream instantly erupted in heated emotion. The once relatively harmonious livestream began to overwhelmingly question Li Yi. The paid commenters lurking in the chat. You agreed so quickly, isn't that a bit too pretentious? Who knew you Chinese still loved showing off so much? When we asked you to explain the smear campaign, you didn't say a word. But when someone asked you to examine a divine statue, you agreed without hesitation. Now let's see how you'll back out of this. Die-hard fans immediately fired back. Where exactly is he showing off? If he ignores you, it's showing off. If he acknowledges you, it's showing off. So basically, in your book, whatever he does counts as showing off, right? Hot horse, kick this jerk out. Yeah, kick him out. Song Xian promptly kicked the person out of the livestream. Facing the barrage of attacks in the comments section, Li Yi seemed oblivious, strangely finding no related prompts in his mind. Could it be because the item was too far away? He snapped back to reality. If there are no surprises, this should be a statue of a deity. But since I can't see the actual object, I can't give you a definitive answer right now. You can bring this stone statue to the city where I am. The moment he said this, the livestream exploded. Even some viewers who had previously stayed silent couldn't hold back. One group insisted Li Yi was stubbornly clinging to his pride, refusing to admit he couldn't recognize it and deliberately showing off. Another group firmly believed Li Yi would definitely recognize it. Alright, everyone, calm down. Even if Li Yi can't identify it, what do we lose? But if he does recognize it, for us Chinese, this could be a divine statue. Do you even grasp the significance of this? Fuming, Song Xian abruptly shut down the livestream with over 100,000 viewers. Chapter 12, Neon Night Raid, Divine Statue Intercepted. Fujiwara, could it be that China is about to give birth to another deity? Night shrouded the Fujiwara family estate on Akatsushima Island as an uninvited guest arrived silently. The elderly man, hunched over and leaning on a rattan cane, moved with a shuffling gait. Dressed in bizarre attire with an eerie white mask covering his face, he appeared like a specter emerging from the darkness on this quiet night, radiating a sinister aura.
Mr. Watanabe, the fact that Huaxia managed to awaken a deity was pure luck.
There's absolutely no chance such an occurrence could happen again. You can rest easy.
Fujiwara Rintaro, having returned defeated from his attempt to smear Li, was seething with frustration, his words dripping with bitterness.
He continued. My interest in that boy is no less than yours.
In my opinion, Mr. Watanabe, you should focus your efforts on the divine ritual instead. Helping our nation's moon goddess grow stronger is the right course of action.
Fujiwara, the divine rites are already being handled. You needn't concern yourself.
The eccentric elder known as Watanabe frowned slightly, tapping his wicker cane with a hint of displeasure. You must understand that the emergence of every new deity disrupts the fortune and divine power of other nations. Should the divine ritual be interfered with, it is uncertain whether the moon goddess's strength will increase. Indeed, it could very well cause the sacred ceremony to fail. With that, he slowly turned and departed. Fujiwara Rintaro watched the old man's receding figure, his expression unchanged. Yet within, he pondered the old man's words. Enveloped in darkness, the old man's features suddenly blurred. The white makeup dissolved like smoke, revealing a face shrouded in dark aura. In the land of neon, during various festivals, people would don costumes of sake-drinking children, tengu, snow women, kappa, and other creatures to ward off evil spirits and welcome blessings. Yet the makeup on the old man's face earlier belonged to none of these. Instead, it was the peculiar visage from a divine statue he had acquired.
President, the Fujiwara clan grows ever more arrogant and tyrannical.
Relying on their family's illustrious status, they hold our soul-summoning society in utter contempt. In the darkness, a woman appeared silently. Tall and slender, she tapped lightly on her wooden clogs, her steps so light they made not a sound.
He's especially bossy toward me. Poof. The Soul Summoning Society is the pride of the land of the rising sun.
It is not something the Fujiwara family can casually disregard.
The elder's face darkened as he gave a cold snort. It is unwise to provoke conflict with the Fujiwara now. The divine rites take precedence above all.
Under no circumstances must anyone disrupt the sacred ceremony. Sakura, depart immediately and bring that person here. We cannot allow any more deities to be awakened upon that land.
Yes, President.
The woman known as Sakura vanished into the darkness like a ghostly apparition after receiving her orders.
At that moment, kneeling before Fujiwara Rintaro was a man.
It was Sato Sakura, whose incompetence had caused the smear campaign to fail. He trembled violently, his head buried deep in the ground, daring not to breathe. He knew well that the longer his master remained silent, the more intense the rage burning within him grew.
Clang!
A cold, gleaming curved blade landed abruptly before Murato's Sakaki. Fujiwara Rintaro's gaze was as icy as a blade, piercing him.
Failing repeatedly in your duties, how do you propose to be punished? Nirahishi Sakaki was so terrified he nearly lost control, a pungent urine smell wafting through the air.
He raised his head tremulously, his hands shaking as he reached for the scimitar. Mr. Fujiwara, please grant me one more chance to prove my loyalty.
This failure was truly rushed, and I overlooked some details.
Fujiwara Rintaro remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on him. His gaze seemed to pierce every thread of fear within him.
Murasato Sakaki was utterly panicked.
Summoning his resolve, he forced himself to press the blade against his own stomach. Driven by utter despair, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Long live the land of the rising sun!" With that, he prepared to thrust the blade downward. But in that instant, he felt an overwhelming force seize his arm.
Murasato slowly raised his head and saw a faint smile appear on Fujiwara Rintaro's face.
To his eyes, that smile seemed incredibly kind, as if he had never seen such a benevolent head of the household before.
Very well.
Since the smear campaign won't work, we'll find a way to lure him in.
Fujiwara Rintaro tossed the tablet into his hands before turning and walking away. If this matter is handled successfully, past transgressions will be forgiven.
Also, that old devil from the Soul Summoning Society will likely seek your services.
Do not neglect him.
With the divine ritual approaching, you must not offend that old devil. Murajishi Satsuki collapsed to the ground, his body limp with relief, gasping for breath. Glancing down, he saw a thin slash where the blade had grazed his belly and silently thanked his luck. Had Fujiwara Rintaro intervened even a moment later, he might have met the Lord of Hell in the land of the rising sun. When he picked up the tablet and saw the photos of Li's family on the screen, it suddenly dawned on him. He slapped his forehead. Mr. Fujiwara is truly resourceful. Muragashi Sakaki returned to the naval workshop and instinctively glanced toward Kino Akutora's workstation.
Kino Akutora had learned his lesson well.
Spotting Morizumi Satsuki's return, he immediately buried his head in his work. He dared not lift his gaze, fearful of drawing attention.
Kino Akutora, come here. Norizumi Sakaki called out. Me? Kino Ajao, whose heart sank, filled with despair. He lowered his head and slowly walked over. When he finally looked up, he saw a gentle smile on Zuishu's face. This sudden change left him momentarily at a loss. There's a mission this time that requires you to make a trip to China. Village East Left Tree said with a smile. If you complete it successfully, I'll secure your spot in the divine sacrifice.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu was instantly filled with excitement. He had been bragging online about securing a divine sacrifice slot for the moon god of the land of the rising sun, but in reality, he had never truly obtained it. He knew deep down he was nothing but a traitorous lackey lacking any real talent. He was never truly valued. This opportunity felt like a ray of light piercing the darkness for him. For that divine sacrifice slot, I'd gladly lay down my life for Neon Nation. Quinoa Zhao Hu declared urgently. The time will come for you to lay down your life, said Sato of the village east with profound meaning. Knock knock knock. The next day at noon, the tranquil village was jarred from its usual peace by several barks and the sound of knocking. In a dilapidated courtyard, a young boy was intently polishing a divine statue when the sudden noise made him jump. He hurriedly placed the statue on the table and called out toward the door, "Who's there? It's still dark out. Is this I don't eat mashed potatoes?" A rough voice came from outside, sounding perfectly normal. "You're here already?" It turned out the boy was none other than the netizen I don't eat mashed potatoes real name Nie Xiaoqian, who had pleaded with Li Yi in the livestream to appraise the deity statue left by his father. Overjoyed, he rushed to the door in 2 strides. Clatter! The door barely swung open before several burly men burst in like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, instantly pinning the youth to the floor. "What do you want? Who are you?" Zhang Xiaoming was terrified, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Come quietly with us, and we promise you won't suffer. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The leader growled menacingly, waving his hand as his men swiftly bound the boy, gagged him, and carried him out of the village under cover of night. MMMPH. Zhang Xiaoming, his mouth stuffed, could only emit muffled whimpers, his eyes filled with utter despair. The group burst into the house and immediately spotted the ancient-looking white stone statue of a snake carved on the table. One man couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Holy crap, Brother Nyo, this is the so-called divine statue? Looks plain as dirt. The coffin maker next door could do a better job than this. What do you know?" The man called Brother Nyo glared at him. "Anything that caught Li Yi's eye couldn't possibly be ordinary." "Bull, Brother Nyo. I beg to differ. That kid just got lucky awakening some spirit. He's been bragging online every day. I've never liked him. Does he really think he's a god or something?" The man muttered defiantly, his face twisted with resentment. Brother Nyo raised his hand and smacked him hard on the head. "So what if you don't believe it? He's got all the prestige now. The whole world is watching him. What else can you do if you still don't believe?" With that, the group swiftly departed the village, carrying the statue and the youth with them. Chapter 13, Neon Nation doesn't take trash, Shepherd Dog's tragedy. Brother Tiger, the job's done. We're at the dock now. The car pulled up smoothly beside the dock. The burly man called Brother Nyo hurriedly got out, strode over to the side, and dialed a number. "Ah Nyo, this is fantastic. You've done me a huge favor. What do you want? Money? Something else?" An excited voice, barely containing its thrill, came from the other end. Brother Ox hesitated before saying, "Brother Tiger, I want to be like you to enjoy the riches and glory in Neon Country. Could you pull a brother like me up? Money isn't the issue right now. I just want to follow you and do something big." "Damn it, cut the crap. Spill it, did you get into trouble back in China?" The voice on the other end carried a hint of sternness. "Ah, Brother Tiger, you're sharp as ever. I couldn't hide my thoughts from you. It's nothing major, just crippled someone. Can't really keep hanging around over here now." Brother Nyo chuckled awkwardly, inwardly impressed by the other's sharpness. "Damn it, I knew something was up. Why else would you leave China for Japan? But you're in luck this time. Japan's about to hold a divine ritual ceremony and national event everyone's watching." At that time, the voice on the other end continued, "All citizens of Japan will be able to pay homage to the moon god. Once the bond is successfully forged and you become a super spirit, your future will be limitless." "Ha? So this is real?" Brother Nyo's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he could already see his bright future. He immediately groveled. "Brother Tiger, I won't lie to you, I've never liked that Li Yi. Damn it, why does he get all the luck? If it were me, I could awaken the gods too." He added, "Thanks to your help this time, Brother Tiger, I'd rather work like a dog in Japan than keep putting up with this crap back in China." "No problem. Just wait there. I'll send someone to pick you up." With that, the call ended abruptly. After waiting roughly 2 hours, a speedboat slowly pulled up to the dock. On board was a single Japanese man, babbling away in a stream of incomprehensible Japanese. "Damn it, what the hell is this idiot babbling about?" Brother Nyo and the others muttered curses under their breath, but their faces remained plastered with smiles as they hurriedly pulled out their phones to contact their liaison. The voice on the line replied, "Brother Nyo, everything's been arranged. Get on the boat with him. He'll take you to Japan." All right. Brother Nyo nodded repeatedly, then turned to relay the message to his brothers behind him. Excitement flashed across their faces. One by one, they boarded the speedboat. As the speedboat pulled away from the dock, a cold smile suddenly appeared on the Japanese man's lips. He silently grabbed the curved blade beside him, spun around abruptly, and swung it down, slashing at Brother Nyo's men one after another.
Holy, what the hell are you doing? The others watched in horror. Japan doesn't take trash. That's what your brother said.
The man spoke as he yanked the curved blade free, then swung it toward Brother Nyo's head.
With a cold sneer in Chinese, he added, "You think Japan would take in trash like you?"
Only then did the other brothers snap out of their daze, frantically leaping into the sea. The man steered the speedboat through the crowd, occasionally bending down to swing his curved blade at those in the water.
With each swing of his blade, vibrant lives vanished.
In moments, the speedboat vanished into the vast ocean, leaving only the bodies of the sheepdogs full of hope yet stripped of life drifting aimlessly on the waves.
Meanwhile,
a car slowly pulled into the small village.
Li Yi and Song Xian stepped out.
After seeing the divine statue in yesterday's livestream, they had initially planned to have a viewer bring it to Tiannan.
But after much deliberation, they ultimately decided to come investigate personally.
They first took a private jet directly to the coastal city in Highland province, then rented a car and raced non-stop to this small village. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late.
Searching the village, they finally arrived at a courtyard with its gates wide open.
Li Yi stared at the light still burning in the main hall, a sense of foreboding rising within him.
Why is the light still on in broad daylight? Song Xian also looked puzzled. No one's home. Could they have gone out? Something must have happened.
Li Yi frowned deeply, his expression grave. They had already confirmed a meeting time with the online contact last night, so they hadn't been in touch today. Song Xian quickly pulled out her phone and dialed repeatedly, but the receiver only emitted a persistent out-of-service area tone.
She reluctantly put her phone away and looked at Li Yi. If the phone isn't working, where could they have gone? They couldn't have been kidnapped, right?
After all, you didn't confirm it was a divine statue.
Who in the country would covet such a thing? The light is still on. That means something happened before dawn. Li Yi realized he might have underestimated his current influence.
After all, his identity shift had been too abrupt. It was difficult for ordinary people to fully process such a change in such a short time. But he was already rushing over at top speed.
Song Xian wasted no time and immediately relayed the situation to her grandfather, Song Badong. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Qianyan of the Temple of Divine Reverence immediately launched an investigation. It must be said that the Temple of Divine Reverence wielded immense influence and certain privileges. During the investigation, all relevant departments cooperated fully.
Before long, they discovered that a suspicious vehicle had appeared at the village entrance before dawn and then headed toward the dock. It seems I was careless, not taking Li seriously enough. Ignoring his unhealed injuries, Song Badong hurried to the Temple of Divine Worship and solemnly addressed Zhang Qianyan, Professor Sun, and others. If that white snake statue is indeed a deity of our nation, its loss to foreign lands would inflict immeasurable damage upon China. The vessel departed the port at least 3 hours ago and could reach international waters within 2 hours at most. Once they enter international waters, under the convention, China loses the right to intercept them. Of course, this is merely a convention stipulation. Reality isn't entirely bound by it.
I demand immediate action. We must intercept the target and bring both the people and the artifact back safely. Yes. Should we notify Li Yi? Zhang Qianyan turned to carry out the order but abruptly spun back. Notify him.
After all, we are both advanced in years. The Temple of Reverence will need a strong leader to guide it in the future.
Song Badong paused briefly before understanding, his eyes flashing with resolve. Why not use this opportunity to test him?
Let's see how he handles this situation.
Without hesitation, Zhang Qianyan dialed Li Yi's number in distant Highland province.
He first explained the situation in detail, then added, "My assessment is that these men won't dare continue at high speed, and there must be a larger vessel waiting to receive them on the high seas.
This is our optimal moment to intercept them. I'm dispatching a helicopter immediately.
You must do everything in your power to block their path.
We'll discuss the specifics further en route."
After hanging up, Zhang Qianyan swiftly turned and departed to make the necessary arrangements. Beep beep beep. The roar of helicopter blades cutting through the air echoed overhead. In just 20 minutes, the helicopter arrived at the small village, its efficiency astonishing. The helicopter's arrival drew the attention of many villagers, and soon the area was completely surrounded.
Is that Li Yi and Miss Song?
A man hurried down from the helicopter, wireless earpiece hanging from his ear, and called out to Li Yi and the others.
That's us.
The helicopter's roar made it impossible to hear otherwise, forcing Li Yi to shout his reply. Soon, the two boarded the helicopter and slowly ascended into the blue sky, leaving behind the villagers' astonished and amazed gazes.
Chapter 14, Neon Mad Dog, Crash. Counterattack. Young master, where are you headed?
As the helicopter cruised smoothly over the ocean, a soft voice suddenly echoed in Li Yi's mind.
Xiaoqian? Li Yi, who had been deeply engrossed in analyzing the crisis, froze upon hearing the familiar voice. Is that you? How are you able to speak to me? Young master? Can you hear Xiaoqian speaking? I can, but it seems you can't hear my reply?
After a moment of silence, Li Yi surmised that she must be using the power of telepathy, a skill he had yet to master, which was why she couldn't hear his reply. The clever Nie Xiaoqian had anticipated this. If you can hear me, master, please recite the incantation I transmit to you and perform the secret art of sound transmission. Immediately, an obscure incantation echoed through the air. After silently repeating it several times, Li Yi finally committed it to memory. He practiced it silently in his mind once more, then channeled his divine power into the tip of his tongue. An intangible force emanated outward. Xiaoqian, can you hear me now? Hee, I never imagined you could actually hear me. Nie Xiaoqian's voice carried a hint of amusement. I was merely testing it, never expecting it to truly work. It seems the divine power of this realm has amplified the energy within me. The telepathic technique grandmother taught me could only reach 10 li at most, yet now it extends hundreds of li. Li Yi was astonished. He channeled his perception energy, attempting to trace Nie Xiaoqian's whereabouts, but found nothing. Nie Xiaoqian's divine rank was mortal spirit 6th grade 4 grades higher than his own. The gap between them felt like an unbridgeable chasm. It must be due to our bond of mutual devotion. Since we share the same elemental affinity, I can sense your presence more easily. Nie Xiaoqian's voice carried a hint of amusement. By the way, these past 2 days of cultivation have given Xiaoqian some insights into my own power. As long as I keep growing stronger and break through the constraints of the heavenly Tao's laws, even as a ghost cultivator, I might have a chance to become a god. Also, Xiaoqian feels a vague unease, which is why I sent you this telepathic message. You must be extra careful. Rest assured, with you by my side, I shall be safe. Li Yi blurted out instinctively. Ha! Song Xian, who had been sitting nearby, her face tense as she stared out the window, froze upon hearing those words. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, and her heart felt like it was being tossed by a raging storm. Who was he talking to? Was he confessing his feelings to me? Ahem. Li Yi finally realized his slip of the tongue, feeling utterly embarrassed. He hurriedly transmitted his thoughts to Nie Xiaoqian. Let's not talk about this. Just focus on your cultivation. No, I don't really have any special abilities. I just have a strong-willed personality. Song Xian lowered her head, her face flushed, staring at her shoe as she murmured softly, you can't just rely on me. Besides, with your abilities, I believe you can definitely stop those people. Li Yi was speechless. Mr. Li, we're approaching international waters. Regulations prohibit me from lingering too long in open seas, lest it provoke an international incident. The pilot turned his head and shouted loudly to the back. The sea wind howled into the cabin, making his voice sound a bit hoarse. Look, over there. Since gaining divine power, Li Yi's senses had sharpened considerably. His gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, quickly spotted a large ship anchored quietly on the distant open sea. Not far away. A fishing boat was slowly approaching. As dusk fell, the sea shimmered with light, yet an underlying tension hung in the air. It turned out that the Neon Country Contact new speedboats were too easy to spot and unstable on rough seas. So the man had hijacked a fishing boat to avoid suspicion, planning to use it to reach international waters. The pilot scanned the direction Li Yi pointed, his gaze instantly locking onto the target. He bellowed, "Vessel ahead, halt immediately for inspection." The command echoed across the sea, only to be swiftly carried away by the sea breeze. Damn it, they've caught up. Standing on the fishing boat, the man watched the pursuing helicopter closing in behind them, his face turning deathly pale. Honey, if things look bad, grab the life ring and take the kids to jump into the sea. I'll fight him. The couple and child on the fishing boat grew tense. The man hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed, "Team Leader Sakura, we've been spotted. Come rescue us immediately." Putting away his phone, the man swiftly pulled out an egg-sized stone. The stone was milky white, emitting an eerie glow in the dim light. As he channeled his divine power into it, the stone erupted with a milky black radiance. Instantly, a thick black mist enveloped the fishing boat within 100 meters, as if night had fallen prematurely. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. "Emerge, my hellhound, Lord Dingchun." As the stone flew through the air, a towering canine beast, resembling a hellhound, emerged slowly from the black mist. Its 4 hooves lightly touched the sea surface without stirring a single drop of water. The beast radiated an aura of pure malevolence, its blood-red eyes glowing eerily in the darkness, sending shivers down the spine. The deity Dingchun of the Neon Nation, someone actually sealed divine power within a stone? Song Xian, seated inside the helicopter, couldn't help but gasp in shock, her eyes filled with astonishment and worry. The sea breeze ruffled her hair, adding to her disarray. Li Yi looked at her in surprise upon hearing this. Noticing his confusion, Song Xian hurriedly explained, her words rushing out, "Don't assume I haven't obtained divine power just because I haven't encountered the right one yet. That doesn't mean I'm ignorant of these matters. My grandfather is the head of the Temple of Reverence. Growing up immersed in that environment, I should know every known deity. How powerful is he?" Li Yi knew exactly who Dingchun was. He was the pet character from the famous Japanese manga Gintama, guarding the Yellow Dragon Gate, one of the underground dragon veins, alongside his sister Kamatsune. Though depicted adorably in the manga, he was actually a devious little creature who bit anyone he encountered. But this pitch-black creature before him seemed unrelated, didn't it? There was no time for distractions now. He fixed his gaze on the vicious dog, leaning forward slightly as he positioned himself by the helicopter door, ready to leap out at any moment. Fortunately, he had spent the past 2 days training by hunting evil spirits within the Naraka Dark Seal. Otherwise, facing this bizarre demon dog, he might not have found the courage to descend.
Grandfather said Dingchun isn't particularly powerful.
Information from the Land of the Rising Sun describes 2 states, the Divine Being state and the Hellhound state. In Divine Being form, its body is white. When it transforms into the Hellhound, it emits black mist from its entire body.
Song Xian took a deep breath, forcing herself to sound calm. Anyway, if you could kill Kikuta Genburo, you should definitely be able to handle this demon dog. Yet her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner tension.
Mr. Li, we should wait for backup. Though I cannot sense this Hellhound's abilities, I can feel that the super spiritualist has already obtained 2 divine marks.
The pilot frowned deeply, urgently urging caution while adding, "Oh, and Mr. Li, I'm also a super spiritualist. My name is Wang Chang." Boom.
At that very moment, due to the pilot's momentary lapse in attention, the vicious dog suddenly reared its head and unleashed a jet of ink black gas from its mouth.
It slammed into the helicopter like a cannonball.
In an instant, the helicopter erupted in a massive burst of flames, the screech of metal warping mingling with the roar of burning fire. In the nick of time, Li acted without hesitation, grabbing Song Xian tightly and leaping from over 30 meters up, plummeting at breakneck speed. The howling wind roared past their ears.
Song Xian had never experienced such a rapid descent before.
Terrified, her face turned as pale as paper.
She clung tightly to Li Yi's waist, screaming loudly.
Her voice sounded especially chilling in the sea breeze.
Roar!
Spotting the falling figures, the vicious dog lunged forward like a starved beast upon its prey. Its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint as it streaked toward them, claws extended, its sharp talons reaching to seize the 2 before it.
Chapter 15, Battle on the High Seas with the Cherry Blossom Girl. The fisherman's son calls out to Yishun. Boom!
A ball of green flame exploded before the vicious dog's eyes. The green fire shot skyward instantly, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The hellhound Tishan let out piercing, agonized howls as its soul form writhed in agony within the flames, dissipating within moments. Evil spirit slain, 9 Netherworld Inferno spell enhanced. The 9 Netherworld's Inferno curse inherently possessed the miraculous power to suppress souls. Moreover, this Dingchun was merely an evil spirit harnessing divine power to inhabit the stone, rendering it utterly powerless against such overwhelming might. With a pop, the surrounding black mist instantly dissipated like smoke and a stone fell to the ground. The man suppressed the surging blood within him, swiftly catching the stone. Immediately afterward, he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood, staining the sea before him crimson. He turned his head, ready to seize the nearest fisherman's son.
"Let go of my son!"
The mother screamed in terror, lunging forward to shield him.
"Mom and Dad, it's Yishan. It's Yishan. Yishan, please save me and my parents."
The little boy fought back his terror, then spotted someone running toward them. He instantly recognized the older brother who had been trending online for awakening a deity these past 2 days.
"What Yishun?" The couple clung tightly to their son. Li Yi? Why him? Sakura team leader, save me."
The man recognized him at a glance and gasped in shock.
Even Kikuta Genburo had fallen to this man. He stood no chance.
He raised his curved blade, preparing to slaughter the couple and seize the little boy as a hostage. A young boy was bound to evoke sympathy. At that moment, Li Yi channeled his divine power. Holding Song Xian in one arm, he ran across the sea surface with his feet, skimming like a dragonfly skimming water. Then, he leaped upward with tremendous force, landing directly on the fishing boat. A ball of green flame shot from his hand.
Ah! Boom!
The flame exploded before the man, searing heat waves washing over him as blood splattered across the deck.
Li swiftly placed Song Xian on the deck.
At that moment, he resembled a war god descending from the heavens, his robes billowing in the sea breeze, fluttering fiercely.
Compared to Kikuta, this guy is nowhere near his level.
A supernatural being against a divine being by lowering a divine seal, Li Yi, as a second-rank mortal spirit, was sufficient to suppress the opponent's divine seal. He didn't need to rely on the heart-to-heart contract to have Nie Xiaoqian assist. After a long wait, the little boy pushed aside his parents' arms. Seeing the scene before him, he shouted excitedly, "Great! Great! Mom, Dad, Yishan killed the bad guy.
Yishan is invincible. Bald strong. When I grow up, I want to become a super spirit like Wing God. Li Yi, China's youngest divine awakener, no. The divine son.
Your name has been trending worldwide online these past few days. The woman who rushed over at breakneck speed was Sakura, the divine messenger of the Higashitsu Soul Summoning Society from the land of Neon. Dressed in traditional Japanese attire, she appeared to be smiling, yet her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Against the backdrop of the sea breeze and the blood-red glow, that smile looked particularly sinister.
Sakura cannot bear to see such a prodigious talent perish at sea. Hand him over to me. There's no need to risk your life for an ordinary mortal. Whoa!
On the deck, Zhang Xiaoming, his mouth stuffed with mashed potatoes, stared wide-eyed at Li Yi, his eyes filled with terror. He shook his head frantically, pleading not to be handed over.
Li Yi looked at the woman before him, a sense of danger rising within him. The aura she emitted was like a venomous snake lurking beneath a cherry blossom tree. Beautiful on the surface, yet dangerously treacherous. More crucially, a wooden plaque no larger than 2 fingers hung around her neck. Engraved upon it was the image of a 9-headed serpent, a sight that felt strangely familiar. Sakura keenly sensed Li Yi's scrutinizing gaze and couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Song Xian, go untie them. I'll hold her off. You all leave immediately. Li Yi said solemnly. Li Yi? Song Xian's expression shifted slightly. She seemed to detect an unquestionable seriousness in Li Yi's tone. Without further hesitation, she swiftly approached Zhang Xiaoming. Sakura, leader of the Soul Summoning Society? The pilot, who had struggled to climb out of the sea, looked up at Sakura, gasping for breath. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath before urgently addressing Li Yi. Mr. Li, you must be extremely careful. It's said that this woman obtained 2 divine marks many years ago. She's one of the 3 strongest members of the Soul Summoning Society. Ha! I never imagined you Chinese knew so much about me. Sakura crossed her arms, a hint of wariness in her eyes. After all, the man before her had slain Kikuta Genbura with a single strike. His strength must surpass her own. She had to proceed with caution. Take them both away. Turning back, Li Yi fixed Sakura with a cold stare. If you surrender now, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. You're asking for death. Sakura snorted coldly through gritted teeth, her form suddenly shifting like a writhing serpent, strange and swift. Swish, a dagger appeared in her hand. Before she even reached her target, the sharp blade slashed forward, trailing a cold gleam. Li Yi reacted with lightning speed, shifting his body to dodge the vicious strike. Seizing the opening, he launched a sidekick like a black bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Sakura's face. The two were instantly locked in fierce combat. This woman's strength far exceeds what 2 divine marks could possibly grant. The pilot's expression shifted slightly as he hurried to help untie Zhang Xiaoming's ropes, shouting, "Hurry up! Mr. Li is buying us time. If we escape, he'll have a chance to break free." Is this woman really that strong? Song Xian hurriedly helped the person up, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. Very strong. Legend says she possesses the power of the wood flower goddess, Sakura. Saku? Li Yi, in the midst of his attack, suddenly looked enlightened. The goddess of flowers, Sakuyaheim, originally named Sakuyakazame, was the great-grandmother of the divine warrior emperor of the land of the rising sun and the wife of the heavenly grandson, Okunanushi. Mokohana means cherry blossom in Japan, hence she is also known as the cherry blossom goddess. Her husband, Okunanushi, received 3 sacred treasures bestowed by Amaterasu, the Yasukani no Magatama, the Yata no Kagami, and the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Legend has it that upon descending to the mortal realm, he thrust one of the sacred treasures into a volcano to suppress the nation's destiny. This is all knowledge. If one were to find this sacred treasure in the land of the rising sun, it would surely sever the nation's destiny. Li Yi smiled to himself. Then another legend came to mind. Okunanushi no Makoto had given his 3rd sacred treasure, the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, to his wife, hoping her power would purify the sword. This very sword was discovered within the body of the 8-headed serpent Yamata no Orochi when Susanoo no Makoto slew it in Izumo. He later presented it to the sun goddess Amaterasu. Among the powers of the land of the rising sun, only the moon goddess surpassed the strength granted by the power of the cherry blossom goddess. As for the wooden plaque around the woman's neck, Li Yi already knew whose image it bore, that of the Yamata no Orochi serpent. However, he had yet to hear of anyone awakening the Yamata no Orochi. The serpentine quality of the woman's movements, however, strongly suggested the power of the Aim no Murakumo sword wielded by the cherry blossom goddess. Since the sword was discovered within the Yamata no Orochi's tail, possessing serpentine power was only natural. What consequences would arise if I were to awaken this serpent now? Li shook his head, dismissing the notion. While awakening a deity could grant power, Yamata no Orochi was a deity of the land of the rising sun. If it retained memories, it might bring disaster upon China. He couldn't help but glance again at the wooden plaque around the cherry blossom maiden's neck. How wonderful it would be to pull it off. How shameless. Sakura, mistaking his gaze for a thunderbolt aimed at her, flushed with both shame and fury. Her body shot upward as she thrust her dagger forward with fierce force. Heaven. Cluster. Cloud. Sword. Slash. Li Yi, beware. That's the goddess Sakura's divine technique. A cry of alarm echoed from the sky. Chapter 16, Reclaiming the Divine Statue, by Sujin's Awakening approaches. Beep beep beep. 2 helicopters appeared in the sky. It was Zhang Qinyan and his team arriving. As he peered through his binoculars at the woman on the fishing boat, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Quick! Go save Li Yi. He absolutely must not come to harm. As the helicopters descended to a certain altitude, 4 or 5 super spirits leaped down, landing steadily on the fishing boat. Don't come any closer. Unexpectedly, Li Yi suddenly pulled away rapidly, leaving the rescuers utterly bewildered. As Sakura unleashed her divine technique, a whirlwind suddenly erupted on the calm sea.
The clouds in the sky seemed drawn by this vortex, rapidly gathering toward the dagger in the cherry blossom woman's hand. In the blink of an eye, a transparent blade of energy shot from her hand like a streak of light, slashing straight toward Li Yi's face. As she swung her dagger, Sakura seemed utterly certain of victory, laughing loudly, too late to be scared now. Since you've all come, you'll all leave your lives behind. Not one of you will walk out of here alive. No! Instantly, a colossal divine power surged forth from the heavens and earth, violently forcing its way into Li Yi's body. That's right. Li Yi had just activated the heart bonding pact, drawing upon Nie Xiaoqian's divine might. His entire body was instantly enveloped in a layer of ghostly frost. The attacking heavenly cloud sword slash merely grazed the frost before being frozen solid by a powerful icy force, shattering into pieces upon the ground. Enough! Young master, stop at once. Xiaoqian's power is far too great for you now. The slightest misstep could cause irreparable damage to your body. Nie Xiaoqian's voice echoed within Li Yi's mind. Li Yi immediately felt excruciating pain surge through his body, realizing he could only borrow one level of divine power, at most forcing his cultivation to rise to the third rank of mortal spirit. This would be sufficient to annihilate the woman before him. A terrifying ghostly flame shot forth. You actually broke my heavenly cloud sword slash? Sakura gaped in disbelief. Li Yi knew the power of the Yamatsukagami sword, also known as the Kusanagi sword, which appeared in many anime and manga. For instance, in Naruto, the Kusanagi sword was one of Orochimaru's weapons before being passed to Sasuke. In Inuyasha, the sword of the Overlord, the demon sword Tsurugi, also drew inspiration from this blade. In Young Beast Master, Ihua's weapon, the Falling Dust sword, was similarly forged by the dwarf blacksmith master Fantai from the Yamatsukagami sword. Unfortunately, this girl only grasped the technique of a single sword strike. Before Sakura could recover from the shock, a terrifying wave of icy flame power surged toward her. Instinctively, she channeled her energy into the wooden tablet. In an instant, a serpentine black mist engulfed her, her form fading as if about to vanish. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Li Yi, empowered by Nie Xiaoqian's divine strength, moved with blinding speed. He took a giant stride forward, reaching out to grab her back. But his hand closed around the wooden plaque instead, tearing off half of the woman's clothes along with it. Ah! Sakura gasped in shock, feeling a sudden chill before vanishing from her spot. Divine Power Collector detected divine energy. By selecting deities and disseminating their legends, you can increase. It really was a divine statue. Boom! The 9 netherworld flames, having lost their target, exploded upon the fishing boat. Within mere breaths, the entire vessel was consumed by the inferno. On the sea surface, the fisherman clutched his son while his wife held onto a surviving plank. His face bore a bitter smile. What kind of power is this? It burned my boat to ashes in an instant? Daddy! That's the power of a supernatural being, the divine might of Ishin. The little boy clapped excitedly, oblivious to his own danger. He turned his head, searching the heavens and earth for his idol. Ishin, where are you? Suddenly, a hand snatched the boy upward. With a swift leap, they landed on the helicopter. Since gaining divine power, Li Yi's leg strength had markedly increased. He fell from over 30 meters without a scratch, and could now leap over 10 meters with ease. Before long, the entire family was rescued onto the helicopter by Li Yi, Zhang Qinyan, and the others. Zhang Qinyan stared at Li Yi as if he were a monster, forcing a wry smile. It seems the divine power of Lanke Temple is truly formidable. But I clearly didn't sense you receiving the divine mark. How could you force that woman to flee using secret techniques? Pure luck. Li Yi gave a helpless smile, naturally keeping the truth to himself. Instead, he stared in astonishment at the wooden plaque in his hand. This thing can actually make someone vanish instantly? Poof. That land is full of bizarre tricks and cheap gimmicks, nothing but second-rate divine techniques. Zhang Qinyan seemed to hold the deities of the Neon Nation in utter contempt, understandable, since no nation truly respects another's divine beings. But that secret technique the woman used earlier, I must report it to the headmaster upon returning. We must investigate thoroughly. To vanish without a trace. Could it be the power of the Yamata no Orochi? Li Yi murmured softly. What did you say? You activated the power of the wooden tablet? And you lost it? Neon Nation, Higashitsu Soul Summoning Society. Watanabe, the elderly man with a face darkened by gloom, tapped his rattan cane lightly on the ground. The power within that wooden tablet can only be used 3 times at most. You've already used it once before. Now you've used it again, leaving only one final use, and you've lost it. Director, that Li Yi is truly bizarre. Sakura had changed into fresh clothes, but the memory of her assaulted chest sent a surge of blood rushing to her head. She spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor, her face turning deathly pale. Though you activated the tablet with your own power, its essence is inherently malevolent. It drains your vitality. This Li Yi boy must have acquired some formidable divine power at Lanke Temple. In mere days, he's grown strong enough to challenge you. The elderly Watanabe slowly traced a circle on the ground with his rattan cane. Suddenly, thick black smoke billowed from the circle, instantly enveloping Sakura.
Fortunately, the black smoke did not harm Sakura. Instead, it aided in the recovery of her injuries. After over half an hour, the smoke dissipated. Sakura's pallid complexion faded, replaced by a rosy glow. The elder's face, once entirely black, abruptly shifted back to its white-painted appearance. A divine statue materialized in his hand. It's a pity. Ever since obtaining this divine statue, I'd been unable to discern its origins or awaken it. Yet merely sensing a thread of power within it granted me ghostly energy and the power of rebirth. The statue was not finely carved, even somewhat crude, with features only vaguely discernible. Yet the eyes on the statue seemed to pierce through all phenomena of the world. On the garment section of the statue, a carved flower symbolizing the sun was etched. Oh, Dean, I just remembered. Lee stared at the wooden plaque twice. After calming down, Sakura carefully recalled the battle scene, and a sudden thought struck her. Could it be he knows the origin of the wooden plaque? Impossible. The old man shook his head immediately. This object belongs to our country, Neon. Since its discovery, no one else besides you and me has known of its existence. How could he possibly know its origins? After all, Lee came here specifically for that sacred statue. If he didn't care, why would he come in person? That troublesome youngster. Leave it to Fujiwara. You must not contact him again. Focus entirely on preparing for the divine ritual. After pondering for a long while, the elder Watanabe shook his head. Over the sea, 2 helicopters raced toward Tianan City, one leading and one following. Zhang Xiaoming, the netizen known as I don't eat mashed potatoes, sat beside Li Yi, his face aglow with excitement. He didn't even glance at the goddess like Song Xian beside him. Bro, look. Look. Could this be a god? Yes. The moment Li Yi obtained the divine statue, a notification appeared in his mind. Sense divine power. By selecting stories to popularize deities, you may gain divine favor or increase public faith, thereby awakening deities. This grants divine power and elevates your divine rank. Divine being popularity, not selected. Bind divine being by Suzhen. Li Yi responded without hesitation in his mind. Li Yi, is this truly a deity? Beside him, Song Xian was overcome with excitement, grabbing Li Yi's hand before quickly releasing it. Yet her eyes still sparkled with an indescribable radiance. Chapter 17, The Internet Explodes. The 5th deity ignites a faith frenzy. What? Zhang Qianyan sat in another helicopter. When the pilot turned to relay the news, he leapt to his feet only to slam his head against the cabin ceiling with a thud. Ignoring the pain, he sucked in a sharp breath and urgently shouted, "Quick, give me the headset." On the other aircraft, Li Yi had just put on his headset when Zhang Qianyan's boisterous, uncontrollably excited voice came through. Li Yi, is this real? Are you telling the truth? Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. China is about to welcome its 5th deity. Haha, great, you really pulled this off. When we get back, I'm treating you to a feast. For the past 30 years, no new deities had awakened in China. This had led to a massive brain drain, with public faith in deities dwindling and confidence waning. The awakening of a single deity held immeasurable implications for China. The mere awakening of a deity at Lanke Temple had already sent the entire nation into jubilant celebration. Successfully awakening another deity would undoubtedly boost public confidence tremendously. In the years to come, it might even prompt the return of China's exiled talents, while the ranks of super spiritualists would rise like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Zhang Qianyan seemed to realize his words were becoming incoherent. He cleared his throat twice, striving to steady himself before saying, Li Yi, this is no time for jokes. You've seen the statue with your own eyes. Tell me straight, can it be awakened? I can't guarantee whether it can be awakened, but I can confirm this is a divine statue. Li Yi's firm and assured reply came through the earpiece. Good. Zhang Qianyan slammed his fist on his thigh. After ending the call, he immediately phoned his superiors to report. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Reverence, Song Badong waited anxiously for news of the rescue operation. The phone on the table suddenly rang. He grabbed it and saw it was Zhang Qianyan calling. He answered immediately. After hearing just the first sentence, he shot to his feet, his voice erupting like a tiger's roar. What did you say? The other divine envoys flinched at the sudden outburst, fearing the rescue plan had suffered a catastrophic failure and that Song Badong was furious beyond measure. All right. Yet the next moment, everyone watched in astonishment as an unprecedented look of excitement spread across Song Badong's face. He declared loudly, if he can awaken the deity once more, I will hand over the position of Dean of the Temple of Reverence to him. What? The divine envoys below exchanged stunned glances, eyes wide with disbelief. Grant any request he makes. No, any request whatsoever must be granted. Unconditionally granted. Song Badong barked orders into the phone. Then he hung up. In that moment, his former lethargy vanished, replaced by a youthful vigor that radiated from him. He announced loudly, everyone, following Lanke Temple, our nation is about to witness the awakening of a second divine being. It struck like a bolt from the blue. It exploded in their minds. For a long moment, they were all dazed, unable to discern whether this was a joke or the real deal. Professor Sun was the first to snap out of it, his voice trembling with excitement as he stammered, "Dean, could it be? Could everything Li Yi said online be true? Could he really identify that deity? Dean, could Li Yi possibly?" Before the question could be fully voiced, Song Badong shot a piercing glare that silenced the speaker. "Shut your mouth. Now, let's discuss what to do. Should we go public, or keep it hidden?" The pros and cons of disclosure versus concealment were clear to everyone. All active divine messengers of the Temple of Reverence joined the heated discussion. Many favored making the news public. This wasn't like a penniless man suddenly striking it rich and desperately wanting the whole world to know he was wealthy. Rather, it was because Huaxia genuinely needed to enhance its people's sense of happiness, belonging, and pride by making this public. Of course, some held opposing views. After all, the miracle at Lanke Temple had already prompted both the land of neon and the land of heavenly light to come knocking without regard for their dignity. If another deity were awakened, other nations would likely find it even harder to sit idly by. "Dean, I believe this matter must be made public. Can we truly conceal it forever?" Professor Sun interrupted the discussion and stated earnestly. "Awakening a deity is no trivial matter. The commotion will be immense, and news will inevitably spread. What must come will come. Moreover, this approach of hiding things away invites criticism. It would be better to boldly showcase the formidable strength of our Chinese nation." Well said. Concealment is futile. Rather than hiding it, we should make it public. Let other nations understand that China possesses 5,000 years of history and countless deities. How could those tiny nations compare? Song Badong declared with unwavering conviction. Before Li Yi and his team even stepped off the helicopter, the Temple of Divine Reverence had already notified all media outlets to begin broadcasting this news far and wide. 1. #breaking. China's Divine Sun rewrites history, awakens fifth deity. Li Yi bravely journeys overseas, engages in fierce combat with a mysterious woman from the land of the rising sun, successfully rescues netizen I don't eat mashed potatoes, and reclaims the divine statue. 2. Who is Li Yi? How did he awaken China's fifth deity? Where did his power come from? Today, our editor will delve deep into Li Yi's background, offering a comprehensive look at this legendary figure. For expert analysis, the awakening of China's second divine being by Li Yi. 5. The global implications of Li Yi's awakening as China's second divine being. The moment this news broke, it sent shockwaves through the internet like a bomb dropped into calm waters. Li Yu and deity-related topics dominated every major platform's trending charts. Major media outlets like sharks sensing blood pounced on the story, igniting a fierce, smoke-free news war. The moment the news broke, Weibo's trending topics exploded. Hashtags like the second divinity of China awakens rocketed to the top, with total views surpassing 100 million within minutes. Netizens flooded the discussion sections like a tidal wave, passionately sharing their perspectives. One user exclaimed, witnessing a historic moment. "The power of Huaxia's deities is reviving our nation will once again stand atop the world." Others curiously pressed, who exactly is this second deity? What kind of miraculous power will they bring us? Speculation and discussion raged fiercely across the internet, with the fervor showing no signs of cooling. It seemed that if you didn't type Li Yi online at that moment, even watching a female streamer would feel dull and uninteresting. In real life, friends no longer greeted each other with the familiar "Hey, have you eaten?" but instead with the slightly odd "Hey, have you Li Yi'd yet?" Even in red light districts, absurd scenes unfolded. One guy was getting intimate when the girl suddenly yelled, "Brother E!" Meanwhile, TV stations urgently rearranged their schedules, inserting special news reports featuring retired professors and scholars from various fields providing in-depth analysis of the incident. They repeatedly displayed screenshots of the divine statue featured in the "I don't eat mashed potatoes" incident, inviting experts to identify its origins. But after hours of debate, the experts rambled on about heaven and earth without reaching any conclusive explanation. Before long, the news spread like wildfire overseas. The Indian Divine Cult of India and the Divine Emperor Grand Cathedral of Northern Europe had initially dismissed it with contempt. Yet now, clergy members stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with utter disbelief. They found it utterly unbelievable. How could that barren wasteland of Huaxia possibly harbor so many deities? Moreover, throughout the entire history of awakening deities worldwide, had there ever been a precedent of awakening a second deity within mere days? They couldn't help but speculate, what exactly was China trying to achieve by making such a huge commotion? What exactly is China trying to do? In the land of the rising sun, Fujiwara Rintaro gripped an ancient curved blade tightly in his hand, then drove it forcefully into a wooden stake. Then, he suddenly dropped to one knee, both hands gripping the blade as it pierced the ground. Panting heavily, his face darkened with an expression of profound defeat. Ha! Even when the old demon intervened, he couldn't stop him. He nearly caused the cherry blossoms to wither right there. What's there to feel defeated about? Absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, he burst into laughter again, then turned to look at Setozu behind him and asked, "The old ghost isn't going to act anymore? Does he want to hand this matter over to me?" Chapter 18, Rainbow Dog Strikes Again. The City Slaughtering Scheme.
Mr. Fujiwara, Mr. Watanabe is advanced in years after all.
His time is running out.
Even his most prized disciple returned in defeat, nearly not making it back.
What other options could he possibly have left? How is the matter progressing? I've arranged for a Chinese trader to accompany Matsumoto Shota.
According to the intelligence relayed back, my man is assisting Sakura in receiving the person and has already departed for China ahead of schedule.
The eldest son of the Matsumoto family?
Fujiwara Rintaro slid his curved blade back into its scabbard with a clatter. He looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes, pondered for a moment, then asked, "This man is extremely close to Kakuta.
Did he volunteer to go, or did you assign him?" He volunteered. Damn it! He's the second person to form a bond with the moon goddess, and he's extremely close to Kakuta. If he's involved in this, won't it ruin everything? Fujiwara Rintaro's expression darkened slightly as he said anxiously, "Notify him immediately to return. He absolutely must not set foot in China. This man is likely intent on killing that Lee fellow. Isn't that perfect?" Murado Sasuke couldn't help but interject. Smack! Before the words had even left his mouth, Muragashi Sasuke was met with a sharp slap across the face. He clutched his face, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what he had said wrong. Fujiwara Rintaro withdrew his hand and muttered in frustration, "You bloody idiot. Neither Kakuta nor Sakura could handle that brat. Do you think Matsumoto can do it? I want his family kidnapped to force him to come forward, not sent to his death and ruin my plans. Yes. I'll contact him immediately to bring him back." Murado Saki covered his face, nodding frantically before hastily retreating. "Fujiwara, with such a major incident unfolding in China, don't you have any countermeasures at all?" A stooped old man shuffled into the room, his steps unsteady. "Mr. Watanabe, what brings you here?" Fujiwara Rintaro's eyebrows involuntarily raised slightly at the sight of the old man at the doorway. Indeed, Elder Watanabe had intended to leave matters to Fujiwara. Yet upon learning that China was about to awaken its second deity, how could he stand idly by? Though he suspected the Fujiwara clan would attempt some underhanded maneuvers during the moon goddess ritual, the old man had his own objectives and naturally did not wish for the moon goddess ceremony to fail. "I will not tolerate anyone disrupting the ritual. Fujiwara, mobilize your family's resources. By any means necessary, even if you cannot capture that person, you must delay him until the ritual concludes." Watanabe hunched over, clearing his throat softly before continuing, "I can even sense the power of the moon god being suppressed by the eastern deity. This is extremely detrimental to the ritual. Rest assured, Mr. Watanabe. I will devote my utmost effort to this matter. What plan do you have?" The elderly Watanabe naturally refused to depart so easily and pressed further. "What do you see here?" Fujiwara Rintaro opened a cabinet revealing a scroll inside. When he unrolled it, he discovered half of the scroll was missing. The Sea Monk Divine Painting? Old man Watanabe couldn't help but frown. "Why did you bring it out?" he asked. "This is the eternal shame of my land of the rising sun. It was this very painting that ruined my master and brought utter disgrace upon our shamanic society before the entire world." The story began 20 years prior, when a stone tablet and a damaged painting were discovered in the home of a resident of a small fishing village. The stone tablet and painting complemented each other. According to the inscription, the painting depicted a deity as massive as a mountain, possessing immense power to control tsunamis and earthquakes. It was named Kaibozu, the Sea Lord. News of this discovery sent shockwaves across the globe, drawing countless eyes. The former head of the Higashitsu Spirit Summoning Society confidently prepared to conduct a miracle ritual. Unexpectedly, not only did it fail to awaken the deity, but the backlash from the divine sacrifice cost him his life, making the land of the rising sun the biggest laughingstock 20 years ago. For years afterward, Japan's psychics could not hold their heads high before the world. After years of effort, investing immense resources, I've finally discovered a method. While it cannot awaken the deity, it can summon the power within the painting. I'm talking about the Huaxia ritual to awaken the gods. Why bring this up suddenly? Mr. Watanabe, we can destroy a coastal city in China, triggering a major catastrophe. Under such circumstances, China would never ignore the grief of its people and insist on awakening the gods. Oh? A clever diversion tactic. Watanabe's eyes lit up. A faint smile finally appeared on his white-painted face as he departed with satisfaction. Fujiwara Rintaro watched the old man's retreating figure, his expression abruptly hardening. For now, he didn't want to completely sever ties with Watanabe. After all, when it came to the divine rites, only that old devil from the Soul Summoning Society truly understood. Tennan City. The pilot seemed to have received orders, guiding the helicopter to a smooth landing atop a designated building. Li Yi clutched the stone statue tightly, with no intention of returning it to Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming, beaming with joy, kept calling him Brother Yi. This wasn't just about fulfilling his father's lifelong wish, he was about to stand at the pinnacle of the world alongside his idol. The feeling made him feel a bit giddy. Li Yi sensed something was off and turned to Zhang Qianyan, who had just stepped off the helicopter. "Uncle Zhang, what brings you here?" "I was planning to return to Lanke Temple." Li Yi, awakening a deity is an extremely momentous matter.
The dean has made arrangements. We should rest first. Zhang Qianyan's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile as he continued, but brace yourself, you might just become the star who rewrites Chinese history. Li Yi looked utterly bewildered, about to press further, when Nie Xiaoqian's anxious voice suddenly echoed in his mind, young master, I have this strange yet unsettling premonition as if danger is quietly approaching.
What?
The sudden news left Li Yi momentarily stunned.
He hurriedly asked in his mind, can you sense where this danger is coming from? This might be a divine power resonance.
I'm still unfamiliar with the workings of divine forces and can't pinpoint it precisely.
But I trust my instincts, the danger I sense is undeniable.
Nie Xiaoqian's words sent a chill through Li Yi's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed his aunt.
Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Auntie, where are you right now? I'm at work. What's wrong, kid? You sound so tense. Nothing serious. Where's Xiaofeng? I'll pick you up after work.
You silly boy, you should go pick up your brother from school instead.
Don't let your boss catch you here, he'll just find me again.
With that, the call ended abruptly. Raising two kids alone, Auntie had always struggled financially. Ever since that one time she got fined, she'd been anxious for months, still feeling the sting of it.
Li Yi sighed helplessly. He knew persuading his aunt to take time off wasn't realistic.
He turned to Zhang Qianyan and said, Uncle Zhang, my eyelid keeps twitching.
I have this feeling something bad is about to happen. Could you arrange for someone to check on my aunt?
I'll pick her up after work.
Sure.
The director had specifically instructed that any request from Li Yi must be met without question, so Zhang Qianyan agreed without hesitation. Upon hearing Uncle Zhang mention Grandpa had made arrangements, Song Xian instantly guessed what was happening.
She immediately pulled out her phone to check, then couldn't help but gasp, wow.
Li Yi and Zhang Xiaoming both turned their heads at the sound.
Li Yi, you're dominating the charts.
Song Xian snapped back to reality, rushing forward excitedly.
She thrust her phone toward Li Yi and exclaimed, look. It's all about you. You're everywhere.
Staring at the trending topics dominated by Li Yi and Divine Being, Li Yi nearly fainted on the spot, his vision going black. He could only turn helplessly to Zhang Qianyan, hoping for an explanation. Well, the people's faith and confidence both require this awakening ceremony. And you, Li Yi, will become the first super spiritualist in Chinese history to successfully awaken two deities.
No. The Son of the Gods. Chapter 19, The Divine Awakening Press Conference. Dean Song, perhaps I shouldn't attend the press conference. Just speak on my behalf. Wasting time on this is a shame. Focus instead on comprehending the power of the deities. You might even uncover new laws for cultivating divine power.
Li Yi felt pressure crushing down on him like Mount Tai, suffocating him. He was utterly fed up with the online backlash and had no intention of engaging with it, much less responding. The relentless, sensationalist coverage by domestic media painted him as if he were on the verge of awakening a second deity at any moment, a portrayal that left him both exasperated and helpless.
Li Yi, I understand the immense pressure this has placed on you.
But as the head of the Temple of Reverence, bearing the weight of China's rise and fall, I must consider the greater picture.
This time alone, I promise you. Should another opportunity to awaken a deity arise, I will never again place you in such a difficult position.
At that moment, several divine envoys in Song Buotong's office couldn't help but twitch the muscles around their eyes upon hearing these words.
How many defining moments does a person have in a lifetime?
To awaken a second deity was already nothing short of a miracle.
Who could possibly dream of awakening a third?
To everyone present, the director's promise seemed nothing more than empty words.
Very well, but old Song, you must remember your promise.
After a moment's thought, Li Yi finally agreed. Immediately after, the two began discussing the specific timing for awakening the deity. The Temple of Reverence centered its entire operation around Li Yi's schedule, sparing no effort to accommodate him. Had this been before his overseas departure, Li Yi would have delayed by 2 days to ensure meticulous preparation, thereby increasing the likelihood of successfully awakening the deity.
But since Xiaoqian had sensed the danger, it signaled an impending major event.
Further delay risked complicating matters. Moreover, Nie Xiaoqian had cultivated for centuries.
If even she could sense danger so keenly, this crisis was clearly no ordinary affair. Now, only by awakening Bai Suzhen could they possibly avert this unknown peril.
After all, according to numerous legends, Bai Suzhen had cultivated for 1,000 years to attain human form, her cultivation far surpassing Nie Xiaoqian's.
Dean Song, I feel an overwhelming sense of impending danger. We cannot delay any longer.
I wish to awaken the deity as soon as possible, preferably this very evening.
Well, very well. But where shall we hold the awakening ceremony?
It must be understood that the location of the awakening ritual plays a crucial role in its success.
Take Lanke Temple, for instance.
It was Nie Xiaoqian's dwelling place, where the lingering divine aura was potent and intact far beyond what a mere tile or stone carving could offer.
Shihu Lake, Linhai Province. Li Yi answered without hesitation. Shihu Lake? That's a world-renowned tourist destination, bustling with crowds day and night.
It would indeed be an excellent place to showcase the deity's awakening to the public.
Over the phone. Song Badong hesitated before continuing, but it's quite far from Tianan City.
Even by helicopter, it'd take at least 3 hours unless we hold the press conference immediately.
Very well.
I'll arrange the press conference immediately.
I'll handle the travel arrangements. You prepare accordingly. Hold on, Dean Song. During the press conference, I want to broadcast an erroneous time to mislead those with ulterior motives.
As for the awakening ceremony, Song Xian can livestream it online to compensate for the media's inability to attend.
With that, the call ended. Since Song Badong needed to remain at the Temple of Reverence, Zhang Qinyan assisted with all arrangements. Not long after, Zhang Qinyan receives notification. Li Yi, the director, has instructed that the press conference will begin immediately.
Those who haven't arrived won't be waited for. Answer a few questions, and then we'll depart for Shihu.
Understood. Li Yi, shall we chat on the way? The two left the lounge and stepped into the outer corridor. Zhang Qinyan pointed ahead. I know what you want to talk about. Someone will definitely ask at the press conference.
Don't pressure me now, or I might end up spouting nonsense during the event.
Li Yi looked at Zhang Qinyan, a wry smile flickering across his face.
This divine awakening posed a challenge to the Temple of Reverence that was severe, bordering on cruel.
Should the awakening fail, the Temple of Divine Worship would not only be disgraced and become a laughingstock.
Worse still, it would shatter the hard-won confidence of the Chinese people like a bubble bursting in an instant.
It could even inflict immeasurable negative consequences on the nation's destiny.
Not only Zhang Qinyan, but even Dean Song and everyone else had resolved to burn their boats and fight to the death. It was the first time the Temple of Reverence had placed its entire hope so unreservedly in a single individual. The reason Song Badong didn't demand an explanation from Li Yi was clear. Once he chose to trust Li Yi, there should be not a shred of doubt left.
Very well, very well. We'll await your response at the press conference. Zhang Qinyan shook his head, torn between laughter and tears. Where's Zhang Xiaoming? Li Yi only then noticed that Zhang Xiaoming, who had been pestering him in the room, was gone. He looked up and asked Zhang Qinyan.
He saw you on the phone and dashed to the hallway entrance. Seems he started a livestream and kept shouting 100,000.
100,000 earlier. That kid must be losing his mind, right?
Zhang Qinyan had limited understanding of these newfangled gadgets young people were into. Sometimes when he heard their baffling remarks, he was completely at a loss.
100,000?
Li Yi looked utterly bewildered. After a moment's thought, he guessed Zhang Xiaoming must be referring to the number of livestream viewers. After all, a live stream with 100,000 viewers could easily rake in over 1 billion yuan annually just by promoting products' conservative estimates.
Forget it. We're all mortal. How could Zhang Xiaoming resist such temptation?
Skydome International Hotel, perched in the city center's most bustling district, stood like a towering steel colossus. On the top floor, preparations were underway for a press conference poised to shake the entire city. Though only 3 or 4 hours had passed since news broke that Li Yi was about to awaken his second deity, journalists from all nearby cities had already mobilized and converged on the scene. The massive LED screen flashed the words Li Yi's second divine being awakening press conference, casting an air of solemnity over the venue. Li Yi, dressed in a crisp tailored suit, strode with steady, powerful steps toward the podium. Below the stage, city elites in suits and ties held champagne glasses, murmuring in hushed conversation.
Media reporters shouldered cameras, poised to capture breaking news.
While many citizens tuned in via livestream, waiting anxiously before their phone screens. Song Xian and Zhang Xiaoming rushed to the scene, grabbing their phones to start live streaming. Such a momentous occasion was not to be missed. Song Xian was streaming to witness the historic awakening of the Huaxia deity, while Zhang Xiaoming was purely in it for the views.
Mr. Li, it's only been 2 or 3 days since the last deity was awakened. How confident are you in this awakening? When a female reporter posed this question, the venue fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the dashing son of the gods standing on the stage. Due to prior arrangements for the press conference, many journalists and media outlets had been warned beforehand. Even the reporter posing the question had been pre-selected through prior interviews. Even so, everyone was eager to hear the answer. I wouldn't say 100% certainty, but conservatively speaking, at least 95%. Li calmly scanned the room, his gaze meeting every media representative present. The words sent a buzzing sensation through the crowd, leaving them speechless for a long moment. 95% was merely a conservative estimate? How was that any different from absolute certainty? Mr. Li, what makes you so certain? Do you possess some exclusive secret to awakening the divine?
Mr. Li, online everyone reverently calls you God-E.
What are your thoughts on that? Mr. Li, could you elaborate on what aspects your conservative estimate is based on?
Mr. Li, many overseas netizens are criticizing you, especially someone named Shiping from Japan who claims you're the frontman for the Temple of Reverence.
Don't you wish to address this? Everyone, I actually didn't want to address this question because so many people have asked it. But since we have this platform today, I'll answer for everyone. Li Yi scanned the crowd. If someone falsely accuses you, don't rush to cut open your stomach to prove your innocence. You should gouge out their eyes and swallow them whole so they can see clearly inside your belly. The words sent shockwaves through the venue. Within moments, the remark spread across global networks. Numerous online news outlets reposted and transcribed it. It became a guiding light for young men and women students who felt wronged, filled notebooks with the words or carved them into their arms, reflecting on their actions 3 times daily. Mr. Li, does this mean you're launching a full-scale counterattack? Mr. Li, could you elaborate on the meaning behind this statement? Mr. Li, when will the ritual to awaken the divine beings take place? Afternoon, Tiannan City, Baihao Mountain. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, today's press conference concludes here. Thank you all for attending. Thank you. Li Yi had achieved his goal. Leaving behind a dashing silhouette, he departed with effortless grace. Chapter 20, By the Sunset Lake, Under the Setting Sun. The awakening begins. The day after tomorrow? Baihao Mountain in Tiannan City?
Only a group of bewildered reporters remained. Once they snapped out of their daze, the crowd surged outward like a tidal wave, all rushing to secure prime spots at White Crane Mountain. Mr. Li. A determined group of reporters doggedly pursued Li Yi, only to be blocked at the entrance by personnel arranged by Zhang Qianyan. So handsome. Even Song Xian, who had seen her fair share of handsome men, found herself utterly captivated by Li Yi's departing figure, unable to resist swooning. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed to over 300,000 in an instant. Regardless of gender, they all sent messages simultaneously. Yishan. Holy crap, guys, Yishan is ridiculously handsome. Zhang Xiaoming, never dreamed I'd get to know Yishan one day. Zhang Xiaoming was overcome with excitement. News of the press conference spread across nations in no time. Upon learning that the awakening ceremony would take place at White Crane Mountain in Tiannan City the day after tomorrow, countries immediately dispatched personnel to depart, determined to document this real-life spectacle. Japan. Fujiwara Rintaro sensed something off about the ceremony being held the day after tomorrow. He summoned Mora Higashi Setsuki and instructed him to use his connections in China to investigate whether this news was a deliberate fake released by China. About half an hour later, Murasato Satsuki jogged over to report, Mr. Fujiwara, according to my contacts, approximately 12 years ago, the Divine Worship Institute organized a divine ritual right here at Baihao Mountain in Tiannan City. Now that you mention it, I do recall something. Fujiwara Rintaro strained to recall events from 12 years prior, but his memory remained hazy, casting doubt on his own judgment. That location was once used by Huaxia to awaken a deity, though the attempt ultimately failed. Choosing it again suggests this information is likely genuine. Murasato Saku continued. Fujiwara Rintaro snorted coldly. The boy sure knows how to pick his timing. The Takahashi clan will reach the vicinity of China's maritime borders tomorrow. Once the power of the sea priest is unleashed, that land will become a living hell. I'll be damned if I don't see how he plans to conduct the awakening ritual then. Beep. Inside the helicopter bound for Linhai province, Li Yi, Song Xian, and Zhang Qianyan were seated in one helicopter, while the others were assigned to separate choppers. After learning the truth, Song Xian asked in astonishment, Li Yi, why did you say the day after tomorrow? If they find out about tonight's events, they'll be furious and write nonsense. That's what they call truth becomes falsehood when falsehood is truth, and falsehood becomes truth when truth is falsehood. Zhang Qianyan explained with a smile, this way, we achieve our propaganda goals without jeopardizing the awakening project. I must say, Li Yi's sharp wit is something we can all learn from. True enough. Even someone as sharp as me almost fell for it. Song Xian giggled. Be honest with Uncle Zhang, was that confidence you showed at the press conference just another bluff? Shihu Lake was just ahead. Zhang Qianyan swallowed nervously. If Zhang Xiaoming says this divine statue was found in Snake Village, then it's not just 95%, it's 100%. Li Yi pondered for a moment, deciding it was best to give everyone some confidence. What? Cough. Zhang Qianyan had just taken a drag of his cigarette when he heard this. The smoke was halfway down his throat when it suddenly choked him, causing him to cough violently several times, his face flushing bright red. Don't joke with Uncle Zhang. Are you sure it's 100%? I'm certain it's 100%. Li Yi repeated firmly. Alright, Li Yi. Since you're so confident, even if we fail in the end, I, Zhang Qianyan, will shoulder the consequences with you. Zhang Qianyan clenched his teeth, his expression resolute. So you've been thinking I lack confidence all along? Li Yi rolled his eyes inwardly, gave a helpless chuckle, then pulled out his phone to check the time. Uncle Zhang, the people protecting my aunt are okay, right? Don't worry. They'll escort your aunt and brother home discreetly. To reassure Li Yi, Zhang Qianyan picked up his phone and made a few calls. Only after receiving confirmation that everything was secure did he finally relax. Li Yi felt momentarily dazed and quickly transmitted a mental message. Xiaoqian, can you still sense danger? Young master, Xiaoqian still senses that sense of impending danger. Is this feeling near me? No, Xiaoqian has kept part of her consciousness focused on you, master, and hasn't detected that sense of danger.
Your consciousness?
A strange feeling stirred in Li Yi's heart. Oh, young master, please don't overthink it. Xiaoqian just. Nie Xiaoqian's voice grew noticeably awkward and bashful, unable to articulate her meaning for a long while.
I wasn't overthinking it. Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle, silently shaking his head. Was it just my imagination? Was Auntie really in danger? Evening fell. Shihu Lake remained bustling with crowds, vibrant and lively.
Along Su Causeway and by Causeway, visitors strolled leisurely beneath the weeping willows lining the banks or paused to snap photos, their laughter and cheer filling the air.
On the lake, sightseeing boats shuttled back and forth like shuttles, their bows slicing through layer upon layer of emerald waves. Suddenly,
several small boats slowly approached from the distance. Just as everyone was puzzled, the sound of helicopter rotors beating the air echoed from the sky.
This unexpected helicopter appearance astonished the tourists. Many quickly pulled out their phones to take photos and livestream, joking that Shihu Lake was truly bustling today. Who would have thought they'd encounter such a novelty?
Several figures leaped from the helicopter, landing precisely on the small boats.
Standing on one of them was Li Yi.
Taking a deep breath, he addressed Song Xian. Time is short. No need for small talk.
Let's begin.
To awaken a deity, one must not only recount its story accurately but also harness the collective faith of the people to bolster the ritual. Only then could the chances of success be heightened.
Song Xian nodded and opened the livestream.
Thousands of viewers were watching her livestream feed.
When the livestream notification went out, the viewer count skyrocketed.
In the past, fans would typically greet her with "We're here, host," upon entering.
But now, the first words from viewers entering the stream were, "Where's my E? Is my bro sleeping? Host, I'll send you a rocket first." Just spill the beans. Was Egu exaggerating when he said it was a conservative estimate at the press conference? Alright, guys, don't pressure the host. No one can guarantee such things. Even if Ishan recognized the deity, it doesn't mean he could definitely awaken it 100%. Exactly. Li Yi is just a human being, not a god.
This only piles more pressure on him.
Folks, I can't answer your questions, but I believe in Li Yi.
I believe he can create another miracle.
The streamer is currently at Shihu Lake.
It's a long story, so I won't explain now.
Next, everyone, watch the camera.
As she spoke, Song Xian panned the camera toward Li Yi aboard the central vessel. The backdrop was the Thunder Wind Tower.
What's going on? Is he trying to awaken the gods? The livestream chat exploded with activity.
Friends gathered here, this is our second meeting.
As before, today's tale unfolds in the late Tang dynasty.
Holy crap, here it comes, the familiar opening lines, the familiar voice, China's might.
The audience was instantly fired up. Chapter 21, The White Snake Awakens. China erupts. It's Li Yi. That's Li Yi. It really is Li Yi.
By the lakeside, a young woman was scrolling through her livestream feed. She happened to follow Song Xian and immediately clicked in upon receiving the notification alert. Upon hearing Li Yi's voice, she looked up in surprise and excitement toward the small boat in the middle of the lake, jumping up and shouting with excitement.
That's Li Yi.
Her cry was like a boulder dropped into the tranquil lake, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Voices rose one after another, like surging ocean waves.
Countless people, drawn by the commotion, surged toward the scene like a tidal wave.
Within moments, the area swelled into a spectacular sea of people. At that moment, Li Yi was immersing himself in the story's atmosphere, fully focused on the state required to awaken the deity. He remained utterly oblivious to the external clamor and the situation in the live stream room.
Divine being awakened, bound to Bai Suzhen. Story origin, the legend of the white snake. Nickname, Little Bai.
In the late Tang dynasty, the emperor became obsessed with cultivating immortality. The Grand Preceptor, Taiyin Jinjuan, forced the people to hunt snakes to supply the emperor's magical cultivation, plunging the land into chaos and bringing utter disaster upon the serpent clan. Thus, the tale slowly unfolded.
Li Yi's pace was neither hurried nor slow, perfectly measured so every word reached each listener clearly. Oh no, could our deity be from the serpent clan? Good heavens!
Just a few sentences, and I already feel this tense, thrilling atmosphere.
Please, let nothing happen to our deity. Quiet. Everyone, quiet. Listen patiently.
As viewers in the livestream heard about the emperor's obsession with cultivating immortality and the state priest forcing citizens to hunt snakes, they were instantly transported into a brutal world of oppression by tyrannical power.
Their hearts tightened involuntarily. Today's story centers on a young snake demon named Xiao Bai, who once devoted herself to cultivation. Li Yi paced the small boat, narrating the tale. Xiao Bai? What an adorable name. If this deity awakens, I absolutely must bind her power to mine. The girls in the livestream instantly felt affection for her.
Weaving the plot of White Snake, the origin with his own carefully crafted suspenseful narrative, Li Yi recounted Xiao Bai's journey, entering the palace, lying in wait, attempting assassination, then being gravely wounded by the imperial preceptor, plunging into the river, and washing ashore in the snake-catching village. As Xiaobai's injuries unfolded, the viewer's emotions reached a fever pitch, with many even shedding tears of sympathy. At this point, Li Yi deliberately paused to let the audience's emotions settle, for what followed was Xiaobai's love story. As fate would have it, Xiaobai was rescued by a kind-hearted snake-catching youth named Su Xian.
Whoa, I knew it. Here it comes, here it comes. This is the part I've been waiting for. The twist. The twist. Goodness gracious, this is exactly the kind of divine tale I've always dreamed of. Together. 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 The netizens' eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they could already see the beautiful romance unfolding. Li Yi clutched the white snake statue, a pang of regret stirring within him. If only he could find the other green snake statue, perhaps he could awaken both sisters together at this very moment. He had asked Zhang Xiaoming before, and Zhang had said that his father had only brought back this one statue back then, nothing else. The reason he chose Xiaobai from the white snake origin was because Zhang Xiaoming recalled his father and a friend once visiting a snake village. The snake village was a plot element unique to White Snake, the origin. Now, Su Xian was a handsome young man, free-spirited and easygoing, living carefree in the mountains and forests. Seeing Little Bai pitifully lost in her memories, he took her with him to search for her lost past. The story unfolds once more. From Xiaobai gradually discovering her true identity as a snake demon, to Su Xian not only showing no fear but protecting her at every turn, to the snake clan suspecting her betrayal and sending Xiaoqing to confront her. The tale was long, but Li Yi continued his detailed narration, unhurried and deliberate. Is this for real? It feels like some scripted story from a drama. Oof. Just watch this streamer try to impress us. He's been talking for nearly half an hour now, and nothing's happened. I'm curious to see how he'll spin this one. I admit the story is pretty good, but it hasn't really done anything yet. The waters of Shihu Lake are like my tears. If you're so good, tell us one yourself. If you can't, shut up and stop spouting nonsense. The live chat erupted in mutual sniping. Seeing this, Song Xian immediately instructed the stream moderator to mute the chat. Xian? Xiaoqing?
Suddenly, a clear voice rang out over Shihu Lake, piercing straight into everyone's soul. Whose voice was that? Everyone present froze for a moment, for the voice hadn't entered through their ears, it had come straight from their hearts. Was it working? Li Yi's heart surged with joy, yet he dared not let his guard down. He continued to focus intently on narrating the story of the White Snake origin. Young master, Xiaoqian senses a powerful divine force awakening. Are you alright? Xiaoqian's concerned voice echoed within Li Yi's mind. Xiaoqian, I'm fine. I'm awakening the deity, Li Yi hurriedly replied in his mind. The last sliver of sunset on the horizon had vanished without notice. Dark clouds rolled in like a black tide, swiftly coalescing into a colossal vortex of energy. The surface of Shihu Lake, once as smooth as a mirror, now reflected the sparse lights along the shore. However, in an instant, this tranquility was shattered completely. Strands of faith energy began converging toward the stone carving in Li Yi's hands. This power stemmed from the devotion of netizens across the internet toward the deity. A colossal white serpent, like a dragon emerging from the sea, shot violently from the water. Its scales shimmered with a cold, piercing light in the darkness, resembling countless silver blades. As the serpent coiled and twisted, it instantly churned the lake into a colossal whirlpool, its waves towering like majestic mountains. Only Li Yi could clearly see the white serpent. To the others, it appeared as if a colossal tidal wave had suddenly erupted from the lake's surface. A deity has appeared. It's a deity. Li Yi has succeeded. Li Yi has succeeded. At that moment, the crowd erupted in utter commotion. People screamed and roared, their voices echoing across Shihu Lake. Let's go. The divine power here is too terrifying. Zhang Qianyan grabbed Song Xian by the arm and pushed off the boat deck with both feet, darting toward the shore like a black bolt of lightning. Zhang Xiaoming was swiftly lifted by a supernatural being and carried to the safety of the shore. Li Yi, I love you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Song Xian cried out, you did it. You truly awakened the second deity. Li Yi, I love you. Goddy, I love you too. Countless excited voices surged like a tidal wave. Hiss. The crowd by the lake suddenly gasped in unison. Fish, shrimp, and driftwood surged toward the shore like 1,000 horses charging, sending everyone scrambling for cover. In Li Yi's eyes, the white serpent reared its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound made the air buzz with vibration. The lake water churned violently with its cry, sending a wall of water dozens of zhang high into the air, completely obscuring the bright moon in the sky. For a moment, the entire Shihu seemed swallowed by endless chaos. The world appeared to hold nothing but the raging tempest and the white serpent's awe-inspiring form, proclaiming its formidable, inviolable power. Too powerful. Li Yi stared at the colossal serpent's body, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. Suddenly, the white serpent's massive head snapped open, escaping while lunging toward Li Yi. Startled, Li Yi forced himself to remain utterly still, refusing to yield to fear. He firmly believed that since Little Bai had been successfully awakened, it could not possibly be a demon that devoured humans. Sure enough, the white serpent merely let out a furious roar before retracting its jaws. In the next instant, it transformed at an unbelievable speed into a gracefully slender woman.
Like a kitten urgently seeking its owner, she pounced toward him. Li Yi was instantly enveloped in a tight embrace. Oh no? Li Yi inwardly cursed his luck. Xiaobai was famously love-struck.
In Whitesnake 3, Xiaobai waited 500 years, creating countless opportunities to meet Su Xian, all to rekindle their past love. Now that he could recount the story from the legend of the White Snake origin with such precision, in Xiaobai's eyes, only the reincarnated Xian would know it.
Xian, I've truly found you. I've finally found you.
Fortunately, as a deity now, Xiaobai remained invisible to ordinary eyes.
Goddess by Suzhen awakens, moved by the heart-rending tale. Divine being by Suzhen awakened, divine rank, mortal spirit 9th grade thunder tribulation layer 1. Gained 3 divine points.
Each divine point grants a century of cultivation.
Chapter 22, a 3-century surge in cultivation Xiaobai's ascension. 9th rank mortal spirit 1st layer of thunder tribulation? Seeing the prompt appear in his mind, Li Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, whether in classic plays or widely known films and TV series, Bai Suzhen was always portrayed as a snake demon who had cultivated for 1,000 years. Yet now, her divine rank was merely mortal spirit, 9th grade, clearly 100 years short. The subsequent notation, Thunder Tribulation Stage 1, however, left him thoroughly perplexed.
However, in both The Legend of White Snake, The Beginning, and Whitesnake 3, scenes of Bai Suzhen undergoing the tribulation were indeed absent.
Yet other adaptations reveal that Bai Suzhen did indeed undergo a thunder tribulation.
For instance, in the new Legend of White Snake, after 1,000 years of cultivation on Mount Ame, Bai Suzhen successfully overcomes the tribulation during a thunderstorm-filled night and transforms into human form. Similarly, the renowned musical Under the Qingcheng Mountains also features a scene where Bai Suzhen undergoes the lightning tribulation. However, in this musical, she fails to pass the trial and is enlightened by Guanyin Bodhisattva, leading her to Shihu Lake to resolve her romantic ties.
Li Yi pushed aside these tangled thoughts and quickly grew excited again.
Awakening Bai Suzhen had granted him 3 divine points, one more than when he had awakened Nie Xiaoqian.
Use them all,
he silently chanted in his mind.
Li Yi allowed Xiaobai to cling tightly to him, daring not to move an inch.
Had she not taken human form, he might have thought he was being entwined by a beautiful snake.
Using 3 divine points, gain 300 years of cultivation. Current divine rank, mortal spirit, grade 5. In an instant, a colossal surge of power erupted within him.
First came a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body, followed by a torrent of scorching heat violently surging into his head. His limbs and bones felt scorched by flames, making him grimace in agony. His skeletal structure underwent a profound reshaping, every inch of flesh acting like parched sponges, frantically soaking up the surging power.
5th grade mortal spirit? Incredibly powerful. Li Yi couldn't help but draw a deep breath.
This sudden surge of immense power made him acutely aware of his own transformation. Even Xiaobai, with her millennia of cultivation, was sent reeling backward several steps by the explosive force erupting from Li Yi. Her face filled with disbelief as she exclaimed,
"Xian, this power within you?
But wait, clearly your energy carries both icy cold attributes and traces of my demonic clan's demonic power. Yet you've managed to fuse these 2 entirely different energies into a perfect whole.
What kind of miraculous cultivation technique have you been practicing? Xiaobai, I only awakened you. I am not Xian." Li Yi sighed helplessly, finally summoning the resolve to reveal the truth. Not Xian?
I'm sorry, young master. I thought you were Xian.
Xiaobai stared intently at Li Yi's face, scrutinizing it for a long moment. Yet in her heart, if he wasn't Xuan, how could he possibly know everything about her past?
Li Yi watched her eyes, filled with confusion and lingering affection, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Great, now he had both a female ghost and a snake demon on his hands. But the most urgent matter now was to quickly grasp Xiaobai's abilities. Otherwise, possessing such formidable power would be useless if he couldn't wield it freely. Xiaobai gazed at the bustling crowd by the lake, momentarily bewildered. She couldn't make sense of where she was. Li Yi saw the confusion in her eyes and patiently explained this world to her, along with all matters concerning the gods.
Xian, no, young master, are you saying that after being awakened, I will henceforth become a deity in this world?
Xiaobai sensed a mysterious law quietly binding her within the heavens and earth. A wry smile flickered in her eyes as she sighed. Who would have thought that even after 1,000 years of cultivation and surviving a thunder tribulation, I still couldn't completely rid myself of my demonic aura.
Yet in this instant, I'd been awakened to become a deity.
Then, her face filled with confusion, she asked,
"But why do I feel my demonic power hasn't changed much? Can this truly be called divinity? Who says a deity must be someone who cultivates righteous power or a divine being?" Li Yi didn't agree with that viewpoint. Take, for example, Erlangshen's hound, Xiao Tianquan. It was originally a demonic dog.
Through Erlangshen's capture and meticulous training, it became his capable assistant, enjoying divine treatment in the celestial court.
Take Neza, for instance.
Born after 3 years and 6 months of pregnancy, he appeared as a flesh ball and was initially regarded as a monster. Yet he later became a guardian deity of Taoism. Additionally, the star god of the Pleiades, one of the 28 lunar mansions, is essentially a giant rooster. In Journey to the West, when the 4 disciples of Tang Sanzang encountered the scorpion demon in the kingdom of women in Xiliang, the Lord of the Morning Star came to their aid at the command of the Bodhisattva. Merely standing on the hillside and revealing his true form, he let out a long crow. The scorpion demon was instantly paralyzed and collapsed to the ground.
With another crow, the scorpion demon breathed her last. Such examples are countless. By all accounts, the celestial court is largely populated by demons.
Therefore, whether it be Nie Xiaoqian or Xiaobai, since they are recognized by the laws of heaven and earth, they are undoubtedly divine beings.
Xian, can you help me awaken Xiaoqing? If there's a chance, I'll definitely help you.
As the two continued their conversation, news of Shihu awakening a deity spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching foreign lands and igniting fierce outrage among countless divine envoys. Those bastards from Huaxia have absolutely no boundaries.
They've been toying with us all along? What exactly are they trying to do? Fool us with fake news? We hope Huaxia will publicly disclose the deities' ranks instead of concealing them. Is it too trashy to admit? The divine envoys of the Indian divine cult and the Norse divine emperor's grand ecclesiastical court were furious, pounding the table in rage. Neon Nation. Fujiwara Rintaro's rage reached its peak. He violently drew the long sword at his waist and cleaved the tea table before him clean in two. Then, panting heavily, he collapsed onto the floor. Repeated failures filled his heart with fury, yet he was trapped like a caged beast, unable to vent his rage. He could never have imagined that China, a nation he had long looked down upon, which had failed to awaken a single deity for 30 years, would now awaken 2 deities within a single week, both from the hands of the same person. Such a thing, if not witnessed firsthand, would be impossible for anyone to believe. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the southeast of Akatsushima. A divine altar? Fujiwara Rintaro sprang to his feet, swiftly ordering a vehicle to be prepared as he raced toward that direction. On a mysterious island southeast of Akatsushima, a colossal shrine towered majestically at its center. Nestled within a valley embraced by towering peaks, the altar leaned against steep cliffs behind it while facing the surging ocean ahead. Mists perpetually swirled around it, adding an air of profound mystery. Surrounding the altar stood over a dozen elders clad in peculiar attire. Each held a brush dipped in golden powder, meticulously inscribing enigmatic runes. These individuals were all divine messengers of the Dongjin Soul Summoning Society, tasked with completing the sacred engraving ritual by the following month. At that very moment, a colossal force surged from the distant east, colliding with the altar and causing it to erupt in dazzling ripples. Over 10 divine messengers of the Dongjin Soul Summoning Society were violently struck by this force, each coughing up a mouthful of blood and turning as pale as paper. The elderly Watanabe and Fujiwara Rintaro arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. Fujiwara Rintaro surveyed the chaotic scene before him, then turned urgently to the elder, asking anxiously, "Mr. Watanabe, what on earth is happening? Why is the altar suddenly being suppressed by a powerful force from the east?" "It is the power of the eastern deities." The elderly Watanabe's face, covered in white makeup, revealed no emotion. Yet the chill emanating from his body conveyed the shock and fury within. He spoke coldly. "I warned you long ago, once the eastern deities awaken, they will inevitably suppress our own. Yet you allowed them to awaken anyway." Fujiwara Rintaro opened his mouth to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. He hesitated. The moon goddess was awakened using an ancient text. That text states she is the second most powerful deity in our land. Logically, she shouldn't be so easily suppressed by eastern deities. Could there have been an error in the rune inscriptions? The Soul Summoning Society's methods are time-honored and flawless. It can only be said that the deity awakened in China this time possesses overwhelming power. Your only recourse now is to exhaust every means to undermine China's destiny, thereby suppressing the eastern deity's strength. Are you suggesting we continue using the fragmentary painting of the Sea Priest? Do you have any other options? Chapter 23, Mastering Divine Techniques, Serpent Breath. It was just past 6 p.m. News of the second deity awakening in Shihu spread like wildfire across the internet. People, weary from a long day's work, dragged their tired bodies home. Upon seeing the news, their fatigue vanished instantly. They roared with excitement, China's rise. As for the fake disappearance at the press conference? Who cared about that now? A certain sensationalist browser splashed headlines, shocking. Li Yi, the divine son of Huaxia, is actually a fraudster? Can you believe it? A female celebrity with millions of followers shamelessly jumped on the bandwagon. "Family, let me share a secret. My mom researched our family tree, and it turns out I'm actually related to Li Yi." However, a positive energy superstar surnamed Lu posted a Weibo that quickly garnered over 10 million views. Hashtag if someone falsely accuses you, don't rush to cut open your stomach to prove your innocence. You should gouge out their eyes and swallow them so they can see clearly inside your belly. Hashtag Li Yi, you did it. I'm proud of you. I'm even more proud of China. Countless people reposted this Weibo.
Truthfully, many had seen related reports during the press conference but hadn't fully grasped the profound meaning behind Li Yi's words at the time. Now it's clear, Li Yi truly possesses extraordinary ability. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are nothing but fragile, worthless trifles. This Weibo post was quickly reposted by television stations, appearing on the screens of millions of households. Naturally, more stations urgently adjusted their schedules, interrupting regular programming with special news reports. They invited experts and scholars from various fields to analyze and interpret the false information Li Yi had presented at the press conference. To create dramatic contrast, the stations deliberately invited experts with diametrically opposed views. One side argued Li Yi's actions were a far-sighted move for national security, while the other deemed his approach recklessly irresponsible. Regardless, this did nothing to dampen the joy in everyone's hearts at that moment. Many older generations took to the internet to post. Li Yi is a young man with real backbone. As the chief live streaming specialist, Song Xian's fan base skyrocketed to 60 million, while even Zhang Xiaoming's followers surpassed 1 million, a veritable miracle. The most relaxed person at that moment was undoubtedly Song Badong from the Temple of Reverence. Unable to attend the event in person due to his duties at the temple. Nevertheless, he kept a close watch on Shihu's developments, personally calling to inquire about the deity's cultivation level. Li Yi deliberately concealed Xiao Bai's true level, claiming it was an 8th grade mortal spirit. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he feared no one would believe him if he revealed the truth. He wasn't worried about being exposed either. Only those who could accurately sense divine beings' ranks upon awakening could perceive it, or when the super spirit binder who had contracted with Xiao Bai reached their limit. Even so, Song Badong was so overcome with excitement he nearly gasped for breath, choosing likewise not to publicize the news. He first made a 20-minute call detailing today's events, then exhaled deeply in relief before hanging up with delight. "Dean, is there some earth-shattering good news?" Professor Sun couldn't hide the joy on his face. "That child, Li Yi, he truly is a fortunate son of our nation. He's genuinely restored our pride. The higher-ups have granted our Academy of Divine Reverence a level 1 privilege." Song Buotong's face was equally beaming, his delight impossible to conceal. First-class privileges? Professor Sun couldn't help but gasp. This was practically equivalent to being in the same echelon as the highest levels of power. Simply put, even if the Temple of Reverence needed to mobilize local forces, prior reporting was unnecessary. Even mobilizing an entire province's military forces in an emergency would bypass cumbersome approval procedures. A divine envoy hurried over. "Dean, the Linhai Province Maritime Patrol has just sent word that they encountered a strange vessel at sea. When the patrol attempted to intercept it, the vessel suddenly vanished into thin air. They request the Divine Veneration Academy's assistance in investigating." Such sudden, inexplicable incidents always required the Divine Academy's involvement. Linhai Province? Song Badong instantly furrowed his brow, inwardly pondering that any vessel appearing in Linhai Province waters was most likely from Korea or Japan. "Old son, since Zhang Qianyan is unavailable, you will personally lead the team there. Ensure a thorough investigation." "Understood." After receiving the order, Professor Sun swiftly boarded a helicopter with his team and sped toward the waters off Linhai Province. "Young master, that sense of impending danger is growing stronger." On Shihu Lake, Li Yi sat in a small boat conversing with Xiao Bai when Xiaoqian's anxious voice echoed in his mind. "Xiaoqian, stay vigilant for this danger. It would be best if you could pinpoint the exact direction from which it approaches." "Young master, Xiaoqian understands. Xiao Bai, can you assist me in safeguarding this process?" Li Yi wasted no time. Sitting in the small boat, he pleaded earnestly, "After awakening you, I wish to attempt to comprehend the power within you." "Comprehend? You mean grasp the spells already within me? How exactly would that work?" Xiao Bai looked puzzled. In her understanding, one could only learn spells through direct instruction. Stealing them was impossible. "I can't explain it precisely, but if I succeed in comprehending it, perhaps you'll understand." Li Yi crossed his legs and slowly closed his eyes. Following the method Professor Song Badong had taught him earlier, he calmed his mind to sense the power of the divine. Soon, a mysterious demonic energy flowed through the heavens and earth like a murmuring stream, slowly merging into his body. Grasping divine technique in progress? Target of comprehension, Xiao Bai. Comprehended, Spirit Serpent Breath Absorption. This is the foundational technique of the Spirit Serpent transformation art cultivated by Xiao Bai. Through specific breathing and qi circulation methods, it draws in surrounding spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy continuously nourishes the body, the senses become exceptionally acute, capable of perceiving subtle movements miles away. The body grows increasingly light, enabling swift movement through dense forests and free breathing underwater. Xiao Bai quickly sensed a certain power emerging within him, his expression turning incredulous. Could this be what he meant earlier, the so-called forging of laws when a super spiritist comprehends divine power? Li Yi kept his eyes closed. He remained immersed in his contemplation. Yet, after waiting for a long time, he still failed to grasp a second technique. When Nie Xiaoqian had awakened, he had grasped two secret arts, the 9 Netherworld's Inferno Curse and the Heart-Bonding Pact. But with Xiao Bai,
He had only grasped the spirit serpent breath technique?
After waiting patiently for another moment, Li finally opened his eyes with a wry, resigned smile. He glanced at the time on his phone. Over 2 hours had passed. He carefully recalled the snake breath calming technique he had just grasped, unconsciously breathing in and out to its unique rhythm. Sure enough, though he hadn't yet reached the exaggerated level of perceiving subtle movements miles away, he could clearly hear the people on the shore whispering to each other. He could even perceive the faint movements of small fish swimming at the lake bottom with crystal clarity. Then, with a splash, he plunged into the water. In that instant, he seemed to transform into a nimble serpent. Underwater, Li Yi's speed increased dramatically. The sensation of effortless freedom was astonishing, yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. In the flood scene of The Legend of the White Snake, Bai Suzhen led the aquatic creatures to confront Fa Hai in order to rescue Su Xian. Not only could she move freely through the water, but she could also wield powerful magic beneath the surface, stirring up storms and waves. This clearly demonstrated Bai Suzhen's extraordinary prowess in aquatic environments. Splash! The night was as dark as ink, the lake's surface shimmering with ripples. Li Yi broke through the water's surface. He had been underwater for a long time, yet felt no suffocation whatsoever. Water droplets slid slowly down his arms, while damp strands of hair clung to his forehead. The gentle moonlight cast a soft glow upon his tan skin, perfectly outlining his muscular, masculine physique. Xiaobai gazed at Li Yi's face, seemingly recalling the past. Unable to resist, she pulled him onto the small boat, then threw herself into his arms, murmuring his name, Xian. Xian. Oh, come on. Looks like this love-struck brain is beyond fixing. But seriously. Xiaobai's figure was seriously top-notch. If this kept up, he might not be able to hold up much longer. Chapter 24, Deep Sea Patrol, the Sea's Dominant Beast. Late at night. The ocean was as dark as ink, with only 2 solitary beams of light swaying on the surface. Professor Sun, accompanied by 2 divine envoys from the Temple of Reverence, had arrived by helicopter to assess the situation. Soon, they arrived above the patrol vessel. Yet, after a thorough search, they found no signs of anything unusual. Jiang Yi, can you sense any lingering traces? Professor Sun's expression grew grave as he turned to look at a 30-year-old man behind him. Jiang Yi possessed a unique ability. If someone had used divine power within the past 5 hours, he could keenly sense the lingering aura of that energy. Professor Sun, there is indeed residual energy. But this super spiritist is extremely cunning. He circled this area, set up a confusion array, and then headed forward. Jiang Yi pointed in a specific direction as he spoke. Professor Sun followed his gesture and frowned. That's not the direction of Linhai Province, it's Tannan City. Let's go. We're chasing him. Oh no, someone's chasing us. Helicopters far outpaced ships. Barely 2 hours later, a fishing vessel cruising smoothly on the southern seas suddenly accelerated like a startled beast, fleeing at full speed. On board were none other than Quinoa Zhaohu and a middle-aged man clad in the attire of a samurai from the land of Neon. This man was Matsumoto Shota, Kikuta Genboro's close friend and the second super spiritist in Neon Nation to have bonded with the power of the moon god. Many assumed his visit was to avenge his friend. But that was not the case. He sought to prove himself. Ever since both had bonded with the moon god, he had yearned to face Kikuta Genboro in a fair contest. Unfortunately, Kikuta had suffered an inauspicious start and ultimately met a tragic end in China. With his lifelong dream shattered, Matsumoto Shota resolved to journey to China. He sought to slay Kikuta's murderer with his own hands and claim his rightful place as Japan's undisputed top super spirit user. Attention vessel ahead, halt immediately for inspection. From the helicopter, 2 searchlights pierced the darkness like daylight, shining directly onto the fishing boat. Inspection? A cold smile touched Matsumoto Shota's lips as he slowly drew the curved blade from his waist, striking a classic stance of a Japanese warrior. He declared proudly, "The world knows Kikuta mastered the moon god's moonblade slash, but they know not that my Matsumoto's moon shadow slash is even more formidable." No sooner had the words left his mouth. He leapt forward like a black bolt of lightning, his blade slicing through the night sky. Whoosh! A fierce blade aura roared forth, indistinguishable from a sword's shadow, radiating a bone-chilling aura. 3 divine marks? Jump now! Seeing this, Professor Sun sucked in a sharp breath. With a startled cry, he was the first to leap from the helicopter without hesitation. Boom! The helicopter was struck by a massive, terrifying force. A blinding burst of flame instantly engulfed it, transforming the aircraft into a colossal fireball. The unfortunate pilot had no time to react before crashing into the water like a meteor, along with the helicopter. Immediately after, another burst of flames shot skyward, illuminating the pitch-black sea. Quinoa Zhaohu, steering the fishing boat, watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening like copper bells, his face frozen in utter disbelief. Go! Matsumoto Shota slowly sheathed his curved blade. Though proud, he wasn't foolish. There was no need to get entangled with these men. His target wasn't them, but to capture Li Yi's family as quickly as possible, using them to force Li Yi into a fight with him. Splash! Several figures suddenly leapt from the sea. Professor Sun stood steady on the water as if on solid ground, his expression grave.
Who exactly is this man? Besides Kikuta Genburo and Sakurajo, could there truly be another super spiritist bearing the 3 divine marks in the land of the rising sun?
Professor Sun, the pilot and Xianhao are dead, and my communication devices have failed. Jiang Yi, lacking Professor Sun's abilities, could only float in the water and shout. Locate nearby vessels and relay this message back.
Have the homeland prepare.
This individual likely means us no good. Professor Sun quickly assessed the surrounding direction before leading the way, sprinting toward a specific point. Jiang Yi could only rely on his powerful arms, swimming vigorously through the sea at a surprisingly fast pace.
Hey, Professor Sun, look over there. What kind of ship is that? Its shape is so peculiar?
Professor Sun turned his head and, by the faint moonlight, indeed spotted a vessel emerging from the sea. Its design resembled an ancient sailing vessel, its rustic appearance jarringly out of place in the modern marine environment, as if it had drifted through the river of history.
Oh no, we've been spotted.
Immediately, an anxious voice came from the ship. An elderly man hurriedly picked up a compass and examined it closely, his brow furrowed. We're still slightly off course. If these people are targeting us, our plan could very well fail.
Mr. Takahashi, I suggest we unleash the Sea Priest's power right here.
If the plan fails, it could jeopardize the Fujiwara clan's agenda. Someone suggested, their voice thick with panic.
How peculiar. We used secret techniques, yet we were still discovered?
The elderly man known as Mr. Takahashi frowned, his face clouded with confusion.
Enough. As the foremost family in the nation, the Fujiwara clan wields sovereign authority.
Moreover, they have entrusted us with a crucial mission.
We must complete our task and proceed to Tide Island to fulfill our duty. Even if we don't reach the designated location, once the power of the fragmentary painting is fully unleashed, the commotion will be significant. Let's move. 2 of you, follow me.
Restrain them and buy time for Mr. Takahashi to unleash the divine power.
Yes, sir.
It turned out that the vessel reported missing by the patrol ship was precisely this one.
Matsumoto Shota's ship had stumbled upon it entirely by accident.
Before Professor Sun and Jiang He could even breathe a sigh of relief, they were tightly surrounded by 2 super spirits charging at them like ravenous wolves.
Boom!
In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from the strange vessel. As if the entire ocean had been roused by this force, the surrounding waters instantly boiled. Driven by this immense power, they spun wildly, forming a colossal vortex that mercilessly engulfed the entire vessel. A tattered scroll slowly floated in midair, radiating bone-chilling energy that seemed poised to devour everything around it.
Run! Mr. Takahashi roared, straining every muscle to escape the vortex's grasp. What is that? Professor Sun keenly sensed something was amiss.
With a sudden strike, he repelled the enemy and spun around to retreat swiftly. Only after running a kilometer did he dare cautiously glance back over his shoulder. There, where the strange sailing vessel had been moments before, loomed a colossal figure, as vast as a mountain, formed from condensed seawater. The figure radiated a colossal and terrifying aura, as if a demon had awakened from the depths of the oceanic abyss.
Is this the power of the sea demon?
Mr. Takahashi stared at the terrifying figure ahead, his shoulders trembling involuntarily, his eyes filled with awe and dread.
The others were not so fortunate.
Torn apart like paper by the terrifying force within the sea, their agonized screams echoed in rapid succession.
Merely a tattered scroll, yet through mysterious ritual practices, it wields such terrifying power? If the legendary sea demon were to appear in person, this very land would surely be destroyed. Mr. Takahashi dared not look back. He pulled out his compass, checked the direction, located Tide Island, and led the remaining men away, running for their lives without a second glance. He knew all too well that this forcibly awakened divine power would remain in a furious, enraged state until the painting's energy was completely drained. Jiang He, hurry!
Professor Sun had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. He sensed violent movements stirring beneath the sea, and an ominous foreboding rose within him. He even had an instinctive feeling that a tsunami might strike. What's happening? Why did the sonar system start sounding the alarm? Bad news, Captain. The magnetic detector is malfunctioning. Surface surveillance radar, electro-optical detectors all are sounding alarms. Hundreds of nautical miles away, instruments on the patrol ship flashed and screeched wildly, emitting shrill alarms as if the apocalypse were imminent. The crew swiftly transitioned to combat readiness level 1, tension reaching its peak. The captain, encountering this unprecedented situation for the first time, froze for a full 3 seconds before snapping back to reality. He hurriedly scrambled to report the situation to higher command. Boom! A massive wave hurled the patrol ship violently into the air before slamming it back down onto the sea surface. Instantly, the vessel was engulfed in flames. Soldiers screamed in agony as they leaped into the sea. Young Master, Xiao Qian senses danger approaching.
It's very clear coming from the eastern sea. Xian, I sense a powerful force emanating from the east. Alright, I sense it too. Still at Shihu Lake, Li let out a bitter laugh, looked eastward, and shouted without hesitation, Uncle Zhang, something's wrong. Get a helicopter to take us to the eastern sea area. Chapter 25, The Terrifying Giant Wave.
At 4 in the morning, a research vessel plowed slowly through the vast ocean. Lin Yi stared at the flickering instruments on the control panel and sighed helplessly.
Brother Sun, it's so late. Let's call it a night. I doubt we'll spot the Chinese white dolphin today.
The middle-aged man addressed as Brother Sun, wearing a black baseball cap and holding a cigarette between his lips, was intently observing the movements on the sea surface. Hearing Lin Yi's words, he furrowed his brow slightly, exhaled a smoke ring, and said,
That shouldn't be.
I spotted that white dolphin right here last time.
We've been searching for 3 days now. If this keeps up, I'm afraid we'll be disappointed this time. Beep beep beep.
Just then, the ship's instruments suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarm beeps. Lin Yi froze, then hurriedly glanced at the radar system, exclaiming in surprise.
Son, look at this. The radar waves are acting weird. How is that possible? This only happens if there's a tsunami or earthquake nearby. Otherwise, it shouldn't be like this.
Sun quickly leaned in close to the radar equipment, scrutinizing it intently for a long moment. He then hurriedly grabbed his binoculars and scanned the surroundings nervously. However, the sky remained pitch black before dawn, making it impossible to discern anything in the distance. Beep beep beep. Immediately after, the pressure sensors on the research vessel also sounded their alarms.
Sun's heart tightened once more.
The pressure sensor only sounded an alert when there were fluctuations in seawater pressure. Moreover, the rhythm of the sound allowed one to gauge the magnitude of the pressure change. At this moment, the urgent alarm signaled that the seawater pressure had reached a terrifying level.
Damn it, what the hell is going on? Let me take a look.
Lin Yi hurriedly retrieved the drone and skillfully maneuvered it forward.
Not long after, the drone's spotlight illuminated the scene ahead, revealing a bone-chilling sight. Holy, Sun, come quick. What the hell is this? Waves? No, giant waves. Quick, quick, alert nearby vessels. Sun couldn't help but bellow, his eyes wide as saucers. He frantically turned the wheel, steering the boat away at full speed as white foam churned around the hull. Just then, 2 figures leapt onto the deck like ghostly apparitions, nearly causing Lin Yi and Brother Sun to lose control of their bowels. The arrivals were none other than Professor Sun and Jiang He. Their expressions grave, they spoke in unison. We are from the Temple of Reverence. We need you to relay this information back to the homeland. The Temple of Divine Reverence?
Lin Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his spirits instantly lifting. In recent days, the internet had been flooded with stories about various deities being awakened.
I know you're Li Yi. You know Li Yi?
Professor Sun looked genuinely surprised, truly believing the man before him had some connection to Li Yi. I see him every day on my video feed. Lin Yi gave a slightly embarrassed smile before swiftly using the ship's communication system to relay the situation here. Professor Sun felt a pang of shame. He'd spent most of his life diligently serving at the Temple of Reverence, yet few recognized him. Li Yi, however, had become known worldwide in just a few short days.
Ah, getting old. No use denying it.
Soon, the ship made contact with the Temple of Reverence, and Professor Sun hurriedly reported the situation. On the other end of the line, Song Buotong's expression darkened instantly. Old Sun, are you certain it was a damaged painting?
Absolutely certain.
Though those men trapped me, I saw it clearly it was the Japanese who produced the painting. Based on my years of studying Japan, it must be the Haiboshu fragment that killed Kumagai Gobo of the Soul Summoning Society. Such matters weren't exactly a secret. Back then, the land of the rising sun had made a huge fuss about it, only to end up utterly disgraced. The truth had long been thoroughly investigated.
Back then they couldn't awaken the deity, yet now they're forcibly activating the power of the fragmentary painting. What exactly are they trying to achieve? Could it be because 2 deities have awakened in our China?
Song Buotong sounded perplexed over the phone, his voice tinged with anger.
Professor Sun replied.
The reason the land of Neon is staging such an elaborate divine ritual is to draw the world's worship toward the moon goddess. It's likely because the 2 deities rising in our China are suppressing their own divine fortune.
Regardless, we must overcome this immediate crisis first. Thankfully, you disrupted their plans.
Had they advanced any closer, we wouldn't even have had time to prepare.
Back in Huipu City,
most people were still immersed in slumber, dreaming sweet dreams.
A shrill alarm suddenly pierced the city sky, shattering the tranquility. Emergency protocols activated instantly. Police cars flooded the streets, subway stations opened early, and train operators received urgent notifications, rushing to their posts. Loudspeakers blared throughout the city. A tsunami will strike within 1 hour. Evacuate immediately to safe zones. Do not approach the coastline.
Use the subway system for evacuation. If unable to evacuate in time, seek shelter on the highest floors. Volunteers sprang into action, darting through streets and alleys to assist elderly residents with limited mobility in their evacuation. This scene caused the elderly, women, and children to break down in tears, as fear spread through the crowd.
Most people hadn't fully grasped the urgency until a flurry of urgent shouts and door knocking jolted them awake, realizing the tsunami was imminent. In fact, Huipu City had never experienced a true tsunami in its history. Past disasters resembling tsunamis were always triggered by typhoons. Many who chose to live here were unprepared for a tsunami. Tsunami! A tsunami is coming. Everyone, run! Don't run upstairs. Get downstairs. Take the subway out of here fast. The tsunami won't hit for another hour. You all run. I won't run. An old man like me can't outrun a tsunami. If I die, I'll die at home. Wah, Mom and Dad. Stay calm in an emergency. First, take a photo with your phone. Director Son, all branches of the Divine Sanctuary in Huipu City and surrounding areas have been notified. Every registered supernatural being has been alerted and is converging on the coast. A divine messenger hurried into Song Botong's office to report, his tone tinged with urgency. Song Botong felt immense pressure. With the current resources of the Temple of Reverence, completely eliminating the tidal wave seemed an impossible task. But no matter how difficult, they had to try. Issue the order immediately. Even if every divine envoy and super spiritualist perishes, the power of the tidal wave must be weakened. Simultaneously, request support from the 3rd Maritime Guardian Fleet. Have them proceed immediately to the location of the Sea Lord and destroy the target at all costs. Finally, notify all divine messengers elsewhere. Level 1 messengers will hold their posts, while Level 2 messengers are to proceed to the nearest military base. Have helicopters transport them to the Eastern Sea. Whatever it takes, we need to buy ourselves 3 hours. 3 hours? The divine envoy's eyes brimmed with confusion. Song Botong took a deep breath. No one can guarantee just how powerful the Sea Demon Lord truly is. But based on Old Sun's report, even possessing 4 divine seals wouldn't be enough to defeat it. It seems we have no choice but to trouble those 3 to intervene. Director Son, you mean those 3 terrifying beings the Elders Hong? Yes. Asking them to intervene is a sign of my inadequacy. I should have expanded the Temple of Reverence. Deep self-reproach clouded Song Botong's face. When he was appointed Dean of the Divine Veneration Academy years ago, he was filled with passion, determined to revive China. Yet now, China's talents were withering away. But Dean, they can only be summoned in times of dire peril for China. Now. Enough. Go. Arrange a helicopter. Head to Black Bear Village. Yes, sir. The divine messenger nodded, then turned back to ask, Dean, it seems Li Yi has gained the power of a new deity. Could it be that even he is no match for the Sea Master? It's likely far from sufficient. Song Botong had considered this as well. But the Sea Master that had appeared this time was no ordinary supernatural being. It was formed from the remnants of a god's power, and its might was far from ordinary. Chapter 26, Crisis of the Giant Wave, Super Spiritualist Strike. Beep beep beep. 30 nautical miles from Huipu City, multiple helicopters appeared in the sky, like black eagles slicing through the night. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Over a dozen super spirits leapt from the helicopters, descending like divine soldiers from the heavens. Soon after, the helicopters dispersed in different directions to rendezvous with other superhumans gathering nearby. Captain Phone, headquarters demands we do everything possible to weaken the sea wave's power. What should we do now? We're all listening to you. A woman named Zhou Qian behind him spoke up, her voice firm and resolute. Yeah, team leader Phone, what should we do? We're all listening to you. Another teammate voiced his frustration. The whole internet is buzzing about that Li Yi guy. It makes us, who risk our lives day in and day out, feel completely invisible. It's time for us to make a statement. Let the people of China see that the awakening of the Chinese nation doesn't rely solely on those storytellers. It also depends on us, the ones who get things done. Zhang Tao's right. The higher-ups only have eyes for Li Yi now. It feels like we don't even exist. Another stepped forward, voicing discontent. The man called Captain Fong, a rugged-looking guy around 35, took a deep drag on his cigarette before flicking it to the ground and crushing it under his heel. He rolled his eyes. Enough with the sour grapes. I know everyone's been frustrated lately, wanting to prove themselves with big achievements but never getting the chance. Now the opportunity's here, it's up to your skills. Li Yi can awaken deities with his storytelling. Can you do that? A girl stepped forward, curling her lip. Li Yi can also slay Japan's top warrior, Kikuta. Can you do that? With your abilities, you can't even break the 3rd divine seal. And you want to compare yourselves to him? Hey, kid, where'd you come from? The crowd grew indignant, turning to stare at the girl barely 5 feet tall, with pigtails and an earpiece hanging from her neck. Her name was Tang Duer, just 16 years old. Despite her small stature, her abilities were formidable within the team. She possessed a unique power granted by the Earth Deity, enabling her to petrify objects including seawater. Enough arguing. Zhou Qian and Zhang Tao, you two can move objects. Try shifting the seawater away. Lu Rin and Tang Duer, one can freeze and the other can petrify, freeze or petrify the seawater elsewhere before the waves hit to weaken their force. Team leader Foam spoke while surveying the other super spirits gathering around. Everyone else, use your abilities as needed. Time is short. Get moving. Without a word, the group sprang into action.
Those with stronger abilities walked effortlessly across the water's surface as if on solid ground. Those with lesser abilities swam through the water with surprising agility, all racing toward the towering waves surging in the distance.
Tang Duer and Lu Ren's abilities proved truly formidable.
One froze the seawater, the other petrified it, quickly solidifying a vast area and constructing a seemingly solid defensive line behind them.
Captain Feng led the others straight toward the approaching tidal wave.
A surge of energy coalesced around his fist,
resembling a roaring beast.
As he swung his fist forward, charging into the waves, he shouted,
"Attack separately. Weaken the sea's power by dividing it." Boom! 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 Numerous super spirits unleashed their diverse powers, striking different points of the colossal wave.
One particularly fierce sword chi sliced a terrifying 3-meter-wide gash through the water. Yet their struggle against nature's might was like an ant shaking a tree, utterly insignificant and feeble. As more and more super spirits gathered, a full 400 or 500 joined the battle against the waves. Yet no matter what powers they unleashed against the sea, they could scarcely diminish the colossal wave's might.
The waves continued to advance like a steamroller.
Only now did the super spirits truly grasp how utterly ridiculous and laughable their few hundred souls appeared before the sheer power of this colossal wave.
Boom! Before they could even dodge, a group was engulfed by the rapidly crashing wave.
The immense impact sent them all spitting blood, their faces turning as pale as paper. They immediately dove underwater, frantically swimming against the current, sighing helplessly amidst the raging waves.
Captain Feng, the mission failed. Zhou Qian's face was deathly pale as she wiped seawater from her face.
I only hope the final defense line Tang Duer and the others created can weaken the force of the seawater.
Damn it! Damn it all!
I thought being a super spiritist meant we could protect China, but we can't even stop a single wave. Feng slammed his palm onto the sea surface in frustration, his immense power sending a vast wave crashing upward. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as the giant wave surged farther and farther away, his heart filled with frustration and rage. Every super spiritist yearned to accomplish something grand to prove their worth, and Feng Jigang was no exception. Seeing news of Li awakening deities dominating the internet day after day, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He had finally awaited this opportunity, hoping to make a stunning debut only to end up so utterly inadequate. Captain, it's not that we're inadequate. This terrifying force of nature would overwhelm anyone. We gave it our all. Zhou Tao said, attempting to console Captain Feng. At the final defensive line, Tang Duer and Lu Ren, along with other super spirits possessing freezing abilities who had rushed to the scene, jointly created a deceleration zone stretching 6 kilometers long and 80 meters wide. When everyone saw the colossal wave appearing in the distance, their eyes widened in terror. The wave towered like a mountain peak, bearing down with an air of utter destruction. Boom! Yet before the terrifying wave, this flimsy deceleration zone crumbled like thin paper, easily swept away.
Tang Duer and the others scattered rapidly into the distance, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Had all their tremendous effort yielded absolutely no effect? Who could possibly stop this? The question echoed in their minds as a wave of helplessness washed over them. Inside the helicopter bound for Black Bear Village, the divine messenger accompanying Song Badong received a call from the front lines and said gravely, "Director, reports from the front indicate all super spirits attempting to halt the tidal wave have failed. Over half have been killed or wounded. The wave will reach Huipu City within 10 minutes at most. What's the evacuation status?" Song Badong swayed slightly, his voice tight with urgency. The divine envoy replied urgently. "Estimates indicate it's nearly impossible to evacuate everyone. At least half the population remains trapped. Streets are gridlocked with vehicles, forcing many to flee on foot. Damn that neon nation. If I, Song Badong, don't avenge this, I'm not worthy of being called human."
Song Badong slammed his palm onto the seat in fury, clenching his fists as rage burned in his eyes.
"When will the second wave hit?"
"We just received word.
The second wave is estimated to reach the nearest coastal city in 3 hours. 3 hours? Excellent.
If we can stall the Seamaster and keep generating giant waves within that timeframe, we can avert this crisis.
But we must not let our guard down." Song Badong took a deep breath, steeled himself, and commanded.
"Contact the other divine envoys and the third Guardian fleet immediately. By any means necessary, they must delay it for 3 hours. Tell them this is a direct order. Even if it costs them all their lives, they must buy me 3 hours."
"Yes, Chancellor. I'll issue the orders immediately."
Chapter 27, Facing the Shipwreck, Li and the Power of the Gods. Beep beep beep. In the sky, helicopters streaked like arrows toward the open sea. Inside one of them, tension hung thick in the air.
Zhang Qianyan was racing against the clock to deploy emergency operations.
Facing such an overwhelming catastrophe, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Seated beside him, Li scanned the sea surface with his eyes while silently transmitting questions in his mind. "Xiaoqian, Xiaobai, I've reached the sea surface. A colossal wave is charging toward us with terrifying force. Is there any way to stop it? If this continues, this city will be mercilessly submerged in an instant. Young master, the 9 netherworld flames possess an extreme cold attribute.
If their power is sufficient, they should be able to weaken the wave's force somewhat. However, the power unleashed by that unknown target is simply too overwhelming. This method will likely have only a very limited effect. Xiaoqian's voice echoed in Li Yi's mind, tinged with a hint of worry.
Xian, I'm right behind you. What kind of artifact is that? How can it even fly in the sky?
Hearing this, Li Yi hurriedly turned to look behind him, where he indeed saw Xiaobai standing playfully behind him. To be precise, one of her hands rested lightly on the cabin door, and she stood steadily on the helicopter's landing gear, as agile as a little bird.
That's impossible, Xiaobai. How could you have left Shihu?
Li Yi's face was etched with utter disbelief.
Xiaobai pointed at the white snake statue clutched tightly in Li Yi's hand and said with a smile. To be precise, since you left, I was summoned here by this statue in your hand. From what I can tell, I can't stray too far from it. Once I exceed a certain range, the mysterious power within the statue will forcibly recall me.
Li Yi examined the statue in his hand. This explanation made perfect sense.
After all, Shihu Lake was, strictly speaking, the stronghold of Bai Suzhen's enemies.
She had even been ruthlessly imprisoned beneath Leifeng Pagoda by Fahai. What would happen if, one day in the future, the deity Fahai were awakened and saw Bai Suzhen? But before that, he must urgently seek out the green snake's relic and attempt to awaken her. Perhaps the combined divine power of the sisters could forge an even mightier force.
He shook his head gently, trying to push aside these tangled thoughts. His expression grew solemn as he asked.
Xiaobai, do you have any way to break through this massive wave?
Xin, with my current understanding of the laws governing heaven and earth, the power I wield only takes effect within the vicinity of the statue. Once beyond that range, its potency weakens significantly. Xiaobai frowned slightly before continuing. Furthermore, I have a vague sense that if I were to use my power against ordinary mortals, it might be ruthlessly erased by some mysterious law. And then I have this peculiar feeling that perhaps there exists some special method to fully summon me or my power into this world. That way, I wouldn't be bound by the strict constraints of these two laws anymore. I suppose a divine ritual would be needed to summon you, but for now, it seems I must rely on myself.
Li Yi sighed helplessly.
If awakened deities could wield their power recklessly or slaughter innocents indiscriminately, this world would likely have descended into utter chaos and become a wasteland of suffering. He glanced at the surging waves rushing toward him. With the city only 3 or 4 kilometers away, there was no room for even a moment's hesitation.
Grandpa, Grandma, what's that?
Nearby on the coast, most fishermen remained oblivious to the impending danger, having failed to receive the tsunami warning in time. On a fishing boat, a 5-year-old boy watched wide-eyed as a massive wall of water appeared, clapping his hands excitedly. He thought it was a special birthday gift from the heavens.
Good heavens!
The boy's grandmother looked up in the direction he pointed, her face frozen in terror and disbelief. A towering wave, as high as a skyscraper, glowed under the morning sun, seemingly engulfed in a layer of raging flames.
This apocalyptic scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. It's a tsunami! A tsunami is coming! Everyone, run for your lives!
As terrified screams erupted around them, the fishermen finally snapped out of their daze. Panicked, they called out their family members' names, abandoning everything else.
Clutching their children, they fled madly toward the shore. Is this the Dragon King's wrath?
The little boy's grandfather froze in terror, rooted to the spot, muttering incoherently. Fortunately, the old woman's bellow of "Run" snapped him out of his shock. He hurriedly gathered his family and stumbled away.
Meanwhile, in the city. By the time the giant wave appeared, daylight had fully broken.
Witnessing this spectacle, everyone felt despair and disbelief.
Historical records indicate that waves triggered by tsunamis are typically only a few meters high.
When they reach the shore, they form giant waves ranging from several meters to tens of meters in height. In Asia, the highest recorded wave stands at approximately 40 meters. Yet the wave now before them stood at least 500 meters tall, approaching the world record of 524 meters.
Everyone, I might not make it out alive.
Ugh, I really drank too much last night.
The loudspeakers outside blared for nearly an hour before I finally woke up groggily. Look at the waves outside, these aren't waves at all. They're like the soles of my mom's shoes. On the rooftop of a skyscraper, a female streamer in her pajamas was already sobbing uncontrollably. Let me do one last livestream for everyone as a keepsake. I might have to say goodbye forever in the next second. You ask why I didn't run? Tell me, in this situation, what kind of ridiculous wings would I need to grow to outrun these waves? Don't worry, Miss Anchor.
I was just in Miss Song Xian's livestream. She said the Temple of Divine Honor has dispatched all its divine envoys, even Ishin himself has been mobilized. With him here, our Huaxiao will be fine. Bro, nature's power is too overwhelming. No one can stand against it, not even your Ishin's dad could do anything about this.
Guys, does that mean I'm doomed?
The female streamer plopped down onto the ground, her face etched with despair, already resigned to her fate.
I still have some money in my account. Since my life is ending anyway, keeping it won't do any good. Whoever wants it, I'll transfer some to them. On the sea's surface, Li Yi channeled his divine power without hesitation.
A ball of ghostly flame, resembling a burning star, instantly appeared in his palm. With a swift flick of his wrist, the flame shot toward the distant waves at breakneck speed.
Boom! Upon reaching a certain point, the flame radiated outward explosively from its epicenter. Not enough. Still nowhere near enough.
Li Yi looked up, realizing how utterly insignificant his own power was compared to the terrifying might of nature. His netherfire had frozen only a 200 or 300 meter radius, a mere drop in the bucket compared to the colossal, terrifying waves.
This spectacle left Zhang Qianyan and the others wide-eyed in shock. How had this kid's power grown so immensely?
Shen, as long as you hold the statue and stay within my vicinity, the laws of heaven won't constrain me too much within this range. I'll expend some cultivation to eliminate the power contained within this seawater. Xiaobai now felt an inexplicable illusion, as if becoming a deity in this realm had granted him a personal domain. Within this sphere, he could wield power to protect himself. Of course, without being summoned, the power he wielded would be weakened by the laws of the heavens. But by leveraging this self-preserving principle, he could fight.
Uncle Zhang, you go ahead. I'll catch up with you soon.
Li Yi turned to quickly instruct Zhang Qianyan before, under the watchful eyes of all present, resolutely leaping from the helicopter.
Xiaobai, aid me.
Roar!
Xiaobai's bloodline ignited instantly by Li Yi's momentum.
In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous white serpent, appearing beneath Li Yi's feet. Carrying Li Yi, it plunged into the sea at breakneck speed. Wherever it passed, the water parted like a deep chasm.
Captain Zhang, look beneath Li Yi. How is he suspended in midair?
The divine envoys aboard the other helicopters watched in astonishment as Li Yi plunged into the sea yet did not sink.
Instead, he seemed to walk on air, causing them to stare wide-eyed and shout toward Captain Zhang Qianyan's helicopter.
This. Zhang Qianyan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yi's transformation was simply too profound. Roar! 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 Amidst the towering waves, enormous crests suddenly surged upward, as if a colossal dragon were thrashing within the sea. What is that? Look, everyone! The waves seemed to be collapsing. The female anchor, the little boy on the shore, and his grandparents all screamed in unison.
Chapter 28, The Wave Crisis Temporarily Averted.
Indeed. The once terrifying giant wave now appeared precariously poised to collapse. The power within the seawater was instantly drained away.
The wave, hundreds of meters tall, collapsed like a city wall that had lost its foundation, crashing down with a thunderous roar and sending a sky-high spray of water into the air. All of this was thanks to Xiaobai's terrifying power. As a ninth-rank mortal spirit who had survived a lightning tribulation, his strength was naturally unfathomable. It was only because the laws of the universe restricted his freedom, preventing him from easily unleashing this power. Now, with Li Yi's ingenious coordination, everything fell into place seamlessly. Xiaobai moved through the water at astonishing speeds, so fast that Li Yi felt she outpaced even a helicopter. As Xiaobai's massive form glided through the water like a ghostly apparition, the colossal wave stretching over 10 kilometers vanished without a trace in an instant. As if it had never existed at all. The moment the seawater vanished, Li Yi's figure materialized midair. But he didn't pause for a moment, rushing toward the depths of the ocean. For there was an even more terrifying presence yet to be dealt with.
The waves are gone. The waves are gone.
Instantly, deafening shouts erupted from the fishermen along the shore, the female streamers watching from high-rise windows, and the entire city.
Is that Li Yi?
Tang Duer,
Lu Ren, and the others were not far from Li Yi. Watching the figure floating in midair recede into the distance, each wore an expression of astonishment.
Unable to see Xiaobai, they assumed Li Yi had single-handedly averted this catastrophic disaster.
Didn't you say no one could handle this? Tang Duer turned to Lu Ren. Now that you've witnessed Li Yi's true strength, do you still stand by what you said? Do you still think he's just a smooth-talking storyteller chasing views?
Lu Ren opened his mouth, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He had always believed Li Yi had merely relied on his silver tongue to luckily awaken two deities.
He never imagined Li Yi's power could be so terrifying? Not long after.
Captain Feng, Zhou Qian, Zhang Tao, and the others returned, soaked to the bone and looking utterly bedraggled. Each had braced for the devastating destruction the waves would bring to the city, only to find everything remained unchanged.
What the hell?
They exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in place, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief.
Lu Ren stepped forward, a wry smile on his face. Captain Feng, the waves have vanished. Gone?
Not only Captain Feng, but Zhou Qian, Zhang Tao, and the others all stared wide-eyed, as if they'd heard an impossible tale. Hundreds of super-spiritualists had strained every ounce of strength and endured unimaginable hardships, yet failed to halt the wave's advance even slightly.
How could it vanish completely in the blink of an eye? Lu Ren recounted the entire sequence of events. What?
Team leader Feng, Zhou Qian, Zhang Tao, and the others sucked in their breath after hearing this.
Lu Ren added with a wry smile,
Captain Feng, Li Yi, he's actually a pretty decent guy. Captain Feng and the others were speechless. Grandpa, Grandma, a flying person just left. The little boy clung tightly to his grandmother's embrace, pointing excitedly at a figure behind them and shouting loudly.
Mingming, don't talk nonsense. How could there be people who can fly in this world? Grandpa and Grandma, whose eyesight was failing, dismissed it as childish nonsense.
They squinted for a long time but saw no sign of a flying person.
The disaster was far from over.
The real crisis was only just beginning. The 3rd Guard Fleet Station near the Eastern Sea, upon receiving orders, swiftly raced toward the target area.
On one warship, a massive signal source suddenly appeared on the radar screen. Target acquired. Coordinates XXXX.
Precise radar wavelength calculations indicate a height of at least 120 meters. The radar operator's voice shattered the silence in the command room.
Everyone sucked in a sharp breath.
Upon hearing this, Captain Zhao Yufa's expression darkened instantly.
A target this massive? This is unprecedented. When will the divine envoys from the Temple of Reverence arrive?
We just received word they're rushing here at full speed.
But the Temple of Reverence has given us a strict order. We must delay for 3 hours. 3 hours?
Captain Zhao Yufa's face darkened to the extreme, a wave of despair washing over him. He doubted he could even manage to stall for 1 hour. Yet he knew the weight of his responsibility. Without hesitation, he issued his command.
All hands, hear my command. Combat readiness level 1. All units proceed according to the pre-arranged plan. Sharp alarms instantly blared throughout the fleet. Soldiers swiftly rushed to their stations, standing ready for battle. Missile launch preparation. The weapons officer bellowed.
Amid a deafening roar, several missiles streaked across the sky like shooting stars, trailing long white contrails as they hurtled toward the target sea area.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Violent explosions echoed one after another, sending towering columns of water skyward like blooming white flowers. Witnessing this, smiles spread across the faces of the soldiers aboard the fleet. It seemed the monster wasn't as formidable as they had feared.
Report!
Radar indicates the target is moving, increasing speed. The radar operator relayed the update swiftly.
Destroyer, advance and deploy sonar buoys. Secure precise lock on target position.
Additionally, frigate, provide fire support. Zhao Yufa furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, then issued another decisive order. The destroyer swiftly approached the target from the flank.
Upon reaching the designated position, it immediately deployed multiple sonar buoys. Soon, the target's precise location was successfully pinpointed.
Torpedoes, fire. With the command issued, several torpedoes whizzed into the sea, racing toward the target and leaving white wakes on the water's surface.
Boom! Boom!
A series of explosions erupted, causing the sea surface to boil as massive water columns shot skyward.
Yet these attacks failed to inflict substantial damage on the distant monster. Captain, the hyper-energy detector shows the target's readings are rapidly escalating.
Before the energy operator could finish his sentence,
a colossal tidal wave radiated outward from the monster's position.
In an instant, it hurled all nearby warships high into the air, then slammed them back into the sea like discarded toys.
Ah! Screams echoed in rapid succession.
Only now did they truly grasp the terrifying power of this monster. Struggling to steady himself on the violently rocking vessel, Zhao Yufa immediately grabbed the intercom and issued a deadly order.
All hands, listen up.
The Temple of the Divine demands we delay them for 3 hours.
Even if only one man remains, hold them back at all costs. Defend this final line for the millions of people of China.
Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison.
Fire! Fire! Time ticked by, each second stretching like an eternity. Boom!
Another wave crashed violently against the ship, hurling it forward and slamming it back onto the sea surface.
Countless soldiers plunged into the water. Beep beep beep. Several helicopters roared into the sky. The super spirits led by Zhang Qianyan finally arrived.
At the sight of the colossal figure in the distance, everyone involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air, a chill rising in their hearts.
Everyone, get out and rescue them!
Zhang Qianyan bellowed into his earpiece before tossing it aside without hesitation and leaping from the helicopter first. With agile movements, he steadily pulled a drowning soldier up, leaving a trail of ripples in the sea beneath his feet. He swiftly placed the soldier onto the warship, which had not yet sunk.
Everyone, hold on until the director arrives. Uncle Zhang, fall back. With Xiao Bai's assistance, Li Yi's speed was nearly as fast as the helicopter. Instantly, an icy flame erupted across the sea surface. A massive sheet of ice formed on the water's surface. Zhang Qianyan understood the signal and hurriedly led the divine envoys of the Temple of Reverence to continue rescuing the drowning soldiers, swiftly placing them onto the ice floes.
More ice sheets formed across the sea, creating platforms for the drowning men to stand on. The drowning soldiers swam toward the ice sheets one after another. Li Yi reunited with Zhang Qianyan and the others. Zhang Qianyan shared the monster intelligence gathered by the Temple of Divine Worship with Li Yi.
See, Master? Li Yi looked up at the colossal figure looming like a mountain in the distance. A palpable sense of danger washed over him as if the creature was brewing a devastating attack. Chapter 29, The Sea Priestess's Illusory Power. Boom!
In an instant, an invisible yet oppressive force radiated outward from the sea monster, forming transparent waves of light. These light waves swept over everyone at an incredible speed.
Xiao Bai shouted urgently. Xuan! He's releasing some kind of hallucinogenic force. Dive into the sea quickly to avoid its corruption. Uncle Zhang, jump into the sea. Before Li Yi could finish speaking, he plunged into the sea without hesitation. Instantly, his eardrums buzzed as a tangible shockwave seemed to sweep overhead. Zhang Qinyan and the others, hearing the shouts, plunged into the sea almost simultaneously. However, the soldiers who hesitated were not so fortunate. Their eyes glazed over, their expressions vacant, as if their souls had been ripped from them. They began attacking each other, their faces contorted into frenzied, savage grimaces. Zhao Yufa surfaced with a powerful dive and bellowed at the enraged soldiers around him. What are you doing? Stop! Stop this at once! But these soldiers were already trapped in an endless nightmare. They ignored his shouts, continuing to wildly swing their weapons, attacking each other without reason. Zhao Yufa could only turn to Zhang Qianyan, who had also surfaced, his eyes filled with urgency and confusion. Captain Zhang, what on earth is happening? Why are they suddenly attacking each other? They've fallen victim to this monster's illusions. Zhang Qianyan gasped for breath, lightly tapping his feet on the sea surface like a dragonfly skimming water. With one hand, he lifted Zhao Yufa and stood on a floating ice floe. He then turned to Li Yi, his voice urgent. Li Yi, is there any way to stop this? It won't be easy. Li Yi's brows knitted tightly as he stared at the colossal figure of the sea master formed from seawater. This is nothing like the sea demon I knew before. In City Hunter, the sea demon lord was originally named Ijuan Hayato. He wasn't a traditional supernatural sea demon lord but a character skilled in high-tech weaponry. In Onmyoji, however, Kaiboshi was reimagined as a fish-headed, human-bodied figure with a beard. His personality was gentler and kinder, capable of manipulating water tornadoes and giant waves. Though terrifying in power, his abilities remained within the realm of human comprehension. Could it be? Li Yi's eye twitched slightly as a manga suddenly flashed through his mind. In Kappakat, there was a detailed description. Kaibozu was a monster transformed from the old monk Genkei, who could not forgive his own cowardice and the greed that had once taken root in his heart. It often appeared on storm-tossed seas, revealing a massive black head resembling a mountain. Its power took tangible form, not only unleashing terrifying disasters through colossal waves but also wielding illusory abilities to influence merchants at sea. This is a classic sea monster legend. However, the sea monk before them wasn't formed from a massive black head, but rather a colossal sphere created by waves stirred by its power. Xiaoqian, is there a way to counter this power? Li Yi urgently transmitted his thoughts to Nie Xiaoqian, who was far away in the Naraka hell. As a ghost cultivator, Nie Xiaoqian naturally possessed the ability to enchant others. She understood how to counter such illusory powers better than anyone else. Young master, this isn't difficult. I'll teach you a mantra called the Purifying Heart Chant. It's a spell grandmother detests. This chant once prevented the sisters under grandmother's command from successfully casting their enchantments. Immediately, Nie Xiaoqian recited a seemingly ordinary incantation. Li Yi repeated the words a few times. Instantly, he felt his wandering thoughts dissipate like dust in a breeze, greatly reduced. He looked at Zhang Qianyan. Uncle Zhang, I'll recite a mantra now. You repeat after me, and this will dispel the force. Heart as pure as ice, unshaken by heaven's collapse, heart as still as water. Zhang Qianyan and the others recited without hesitation. With each chant, a mysterious force began to gather around their bodies. Li Yi grabbed a soldier who had lost himself and chanted loudly into his ear. A heart as pure as ice, unshaken even if the heavens fall, a heart as still as water. After just 2 or 3 repetitions, the confusion in the soldier's eyes began to fade, his gaze gradually clearing. Zhao Yufa, seeing this, was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the soldiers who hadn't yet lost their minds to rescue their comrades trapped in the illusion. Captain Zhang, who exactly is this young man? He's been a tremendous help, yet I've never seen him before. Zhao Yufa asked excitedly, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qianyan wore a look of surprise. Li Yi was practically a top-tier celebrity, how could anyone not recognize him? But upon reflection, it made sense, not everyone followed online trends constantly. This is none other than Li Yi, the renowned son of the gods of our Huaxia. He successfully awakened 2 deities. What? He's Li Yi? Zhao Yufa's eyes widened in realization, excitement flushing his face. Zhang Qianyan looked puzzled. Zhao Yufa explained with a wry smile. I just called home yesterday, and my son told me all about this Li Yi. I was thinking I'd ask Li Yi for an autograph to give my son when I had a chance. Never imagined I'd meet the man himself right now. Though it wasn't the ideal moment for conversation, Zhao Yufa and the others had no choice but to continue fighting. Their fleet had been destroyed in the assault. They were utterly powerless to confront the sea master head-on again. After deliberating, Zhang Qianyan and the others turned their attention to Li Yi. Headquarters ordered us to stall for 3 hours. We have 2 hours left. By then, the reinforcements the dean summoned will arrive. Do you have any ideas? I can try using ice to freeze him for a while. Li Yi had initially planned to call upon Xiao Bai. With both of them working together, eliminating the sea priestess should be manageable.
But upon hearing this, a thought struck him, and he dismissed the idea.
The sea monk was no ordinary monster.
Killing him rashly would likely draw intense scrutiny from all nations. He understood all too well the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down.
Alright, Li. We'll act together. If you can contain its power, we'll count it as a success.
Without further hesitation, the group prepared for action. Zhang Qianyan, accompanied by several divine messengers and the super spirits delivered by helicopter, held peculiar artifacts radiating mysterious energy as they sped eastward. It seemed they were preparing to play their trump card. Li Yi and Xiaobai, like agile fish, dived into the sea and swam swiftly toward the Sea Master. Li Yi dared not delay, flicking out several streaks of 9 netherworld flames. In an instant, the water surrounding the Sea Master froze solid, forming a thick layer of ice.
But the Sea Master's power was too overwhelming.
The ice held for only a moment before shattering easily under his assault.
Boom!
A blinding red light erupted from the direction of Zhang Qianyan, as if the sun itself had exploded. The deafening roar sent a ringing through the ears of Zhao Yufei and the others in the distance, nearly stunning them. In that moment, Zhao Yufei deeply felt the terrifying power of a super spirit being. His heart involuntarily yearned for his own son to one day become a super spirit being, protecting every inch of China.
Perhaps utterly enraged, the sea around the Sea Master churned violently, roaring deafeningly.
From beneath the earth came a sound like crustal compression, a deep, ominous rumble. Suddenly, several massive water tornadoes separated from the Sea Master's body. Like colossal pillars piercing the heavens, they swept wildly outward in all directions. Wherever they passed, the sea was churned into a raging torrent.
Li Yi, be careful. Zhang Qianyan, seeing a water tornado rapidly bearing down on Li Yi, couldn't help but shout the warning in panic. Ah!
Suddenly, accompanied by several agonized screams, Zhang Qianyan and the others were struck by the waterspout, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye.
Xiaoqian, lend me your power. Li Yi looked up, his expression turning grim.
He never imagined that the Sea Master could unleash such devastating destruction with merely a fraction of his power. Even with his current strength at the 5th rank of mortal spirit, he still found it difficult to defeat the Sea Master. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the mutual contract with Nie Xiaoqian. Young master, I wonder if Xiaoqian can lend you the power of the second layer of the Netherworld Fire Curse through our bond? If so, perhaps the might of that layer could temporarily freeze the Sea Master.
Agreed. Li Yi gritted his teeth, resolved to take the gamble. Chapter 30, 3 Old Men, 3 Punches to Destroy the Sea Master. An icy cold force surged through Li Yi's body like a raging undercurrent.
The tiny flame of the 9 Netherworld's Fire Curse, which had been quietly burning within him, surged wildly as it was infused with powerful divine energy. Though Li Yi had long since adapted to the 9 Netherworld flames, this bone-chilling cold now threatened to freeze him solid in an instant. The moment this frigid force reached its peak, he hastily severed the bond of the heart-to-heart pact. The reason he did not activate the heart-to-heart pact with Xiaobai was twofold. First, Xiaobai's power was simply too immense. With his current physical form, he couldn't possibly withstand such colossal force. Attempting it recklessly would likely tear him apart instantly. Second, Xiaobai's power was reserved for a more critical purpose later. In this perilous situation, every ounce of strength must be used with utmost caution. Xiaobai, charge forward! Li Yi roared, forcing back the discomfort in his body as he flung a fiery flame from his hand. The terrifying power of extreme cold instantly froze the onrushing water tornado, transforming it into a crystal-clear ice tornado. Seeing this, Xiaobai's massive tail gently brushed against the ice tornado. Boom! The ice tornado shattered instantly, scattering into countless shards of ice that fell like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, splashing into the sea and sending layers of spray into the air. Shen, if we work together, even with the heavenly Tao's laws restricting my power, I'm confident we can destroy this sea monster.
No need. Others will handle it.
My power is growing too rapidly now, already beyond what many can believe. I must learn to conceal my strength. Li Yi, guided by Xiaobai, maneuvered along the edge of the Sea Guardian's attack range. Boom! 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 At regular intervals, Li Yi flung out clusters of eerie green cold flames, releasing waves of terrifying chill that froze vast swaths of seawater. Even the formidable Sea Guardian's movements slowed abruptly under this extreme cold.
Good thing I'm not late. A helicopter suddenly appeared on the horizon.
Immediately, 3 figures plunged from the aircraft like shooting stars, streaking off in 3 separate directions at breakneck speed. They swiftly succeeded in pinning down the Sea Guardian. One of them, a white-bearded old man, glanced toward Li Yi and shouted, "Leave this youngster to us 3 old codgers. A mere sea monster with a fraction of its strength dares to run wild in our land of China." Each of the 3 old men delivered a single punch. Instantly, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing whistle. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The mountain-sized sea demon, under this terrifying force, shattered as easily as glass.
Countless droplets of seawater shed from the monster's body, crashing back into the ocean and churning up vast waves. Within the water, a damaged painting was enveloped. Xiaobai, dive in and grab that painting. Li Yi, being closer, spotted the painting instantly with his keen eyes.
Xiaobai leapt into the water.
Her massive serpentine body not only didn't hinder her speed but propelled her through the water with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, she reached the location of the sea priestess. Splash! Li Yi reached out, firmly grasping the painting in his hand before diving deep, vanishing into the distant abyss. Even when the three old men detected unusual activity beneath the sea, they dismissed it as the sea priest's final, lingering power at work, paying it little mind.
Xiaobai, what kind of power do these three old men possess? Far away, Li Yi frowned, silently questioning in his mind. Not particularly strong. Just passable. One punch each shattered the sea demon lord, and that's passable?
Li shook his head helplessly.
Perhaps only by truly summoning Xiaobai into physical form could one truly grasp the terrifying power he possessed after surviving the Thunder Tribulation. We won! We won!
Captain Zhao Yufei and the soldiers who had fled onto the ice floes witnessed the scene and leapt up in excitement, their cheers echoing throughout the area. After Li Yi's divine power from Xiaoqian vanished completely, a sudden chill surged through his body, freezing him to the bone. He shivered uncontrollably, his teeth chattering involuntarily.
Xian, what's wrong?
Xiaobai transformed into human form and caught the falling Li Yi in her arms. Seeing his face covered in frost and his lips already turning purple from the cold, her heart filled with concern.
Take me back. Borrowing Xiaoqian's power has caused some backlash on my body.
Li Yi smiled bitterly, his voice tinged with weakness. While the heart-to-heart pact allowed him to harness divine power for enhancement, it carried inherent risks.
If the strain exceeded the limits his physical body could endure, damage would follow.
Previously, it had been manageable, but this time he had borrowed the power of the second layer of Xiaoqian's 9 Netherworld's Inferno Curse. With his current physical capacity, emerging unscathed was nearly impossible.
Xiaobai knew of Nie Xiaoqian's existence, though she didn't press for details, merely harboring a quiet curiosity.
Seeing Li Yi's condition deteriorate rapidly, his body shaking more violently by the moment, Xiaobai grew frantic. Clutching him tightly, she moved swiftly, searching for a suitable island to land on.
Why did Li Yi leave? Song Badong watched Li Yi's sudden departure with deep confusion, his brow furrowing tightly.
Where's that kid from earlier? The white-haired elder scanned the surroundings.
Who is this man? To single-handedly hold back the Sea Master? Master Hong, his name is Li Yi.
Song Badong hurried forward to answer, puzzled by Hong Lao's sudden interest.
At that moment, the other two elders arrived, standing steadily on the sea surface as if on solid ground.
This lad is indeed remarkable. From afar, we saw him single-handedly confronting this sea monster. I wonder which deity he is bound to him. Elder Qian, Elder Huang, as far as I know, he successfully bound a deity after awakening the spirit of Lanke Temple.
But judging by his current surge in power, he must have awakened a second deity and gained its recognition. Song Badong explained with a wry smile.
The three elders stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief.
Wasn't it said that the two deities were awakened less than a week apart?
By all logic, it's utterly impossible to cultivate one's power to its peak within such a short time frame and then gain recognition from another deity. Master Hong, Li Yi did indeed awaken two deities within a week of each other. However, whether he has gained the second deity's recognition, I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. If he truly gained the recognition of two deities, this youth would be the first in all of history.
The three elders exchanged stunned glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. After successfully binding one deity, attempting to bind another demands an extremely high threshold.
Unless one's power reaches the pinnacle, it is virtually impossible to gain the recognition of two deities simultaneously. At least, to date, no such case had ever been heard of. If nurtured properly, this youth could very well become the guardian deity of Huaxia. He would make a suitable disciple for me.
Old Hong, you're mistaken.
He wields ice element abilities, which align with my own.
I think he'd make a better disciple for me. Old Qian, that's not right. Who says one must only seek a master of the same element? Why not take him both?
We should prepare for China's future. After all, our lifespans are nearing their end.
Song Boton's eyes widened. Li Yi had truly hit the jackpot.
By the sea, a fishing boat slowly came to a stop.
Shota Matsumoto frowned, gazing out at the distant sea. He silently pondered. Strange.
I distinctly felt that terrifying divine power just now, yet it vanished suddenly.
Could it be deliberate? That's impossible. Mr. Matsumoto, the car I arranged has arrived. Kino Ajaohu said respectfully. A car appeared on the road. Never mind. That's not my concern. Defeating Li Yi and becoming the top in the land of the rising sun, that's my goal.
With that, the two men climbed into the car and vanished into the night, leaving behind only the sea, gradually returning to its tranquil state. Chapter 31, Flesh Wounded, Little Bai's healing encounter with the Neon Dragon Vein.
In the vast ocean, a nameless island. Xiaobai clutched Li Yi tightly as her figure flickered, silently entering the island.
They found a secluded spot and sat facing each other. Xiaobai's expression grew focused as she performed the spirit serpent breath technique, gently guiding Li Yi's breathing rhythm. A burst of spiritual light flared around her as strands of cosmic energy flowed steadily into Li Yi's body, repairing his wounded flesh.
Young master, are you all right? Nie Xiaoqian's anxious voice echoed in his mind.
In a hazy daze, Li Yi felt himself lying in a place of gentle warmth. Upon hearing Nie Xiaoqian's voice, he forced his eyes open. Before his eyes appeared a woman with closed eyes, her aura ethereal and otherworldly. He found himself cradled in her embrace. As the warmth of his breath brushed against a certain spot on her body, her cheeks flushed intermittently with a peach blossom glow.
Xiaoqian, don't worry. I'm fine for now.
It's just that last night, I borrowed the power of the second layer of the 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell, causing some damage to my physical body.
Li Yi transmitted his thoughts to Nie Xiaoqian in his mind. It's all my fault.
I nearly endangered you, young master.
How will you make it up to me? Li Yi couldn't help but tease Nie Xiaoqian.
Nie Xiaoqian's voice instantly faltered. Whatever you desire, master, as long as Xiaoqian can manage it. Oh, master, there have been unusual disturbances in the sealed passage these past 2 days.
What kind of activity? Could it be the evil spirits inside?
Perhaps.
Xiaoqian, be careful. Let me know if anything happens. Just as Li Yi was about to sit up, Nie Xiaoqian's hesitant voice drifted softly into his mind. Young master, is Xiaobai by your side? 3 huge question marks appeared in Li Yi's mind. What did this mean? Could it be? Yes. He deliberately answered thus, a ripple of curiosity stirring within him.
To his surprise, Nie Xiaoqian remained silent for a long while.
After a considerable pause, a faint "oh" finally reached his ears, followed by an unbroken silence. Nothing more? Li Yi felt a pang of embarrassment. He'd assumed Nie Xiaoqian's inquiry stemmed from jealousy, but now it seemed he'd overthought it. But upon reflection, it made sense.
Women in ancient times were naturally more reserved in expressing their feelings.
This reminded him of AI Hybra from Detective Conan.
After defecting from the Black Organization and shrinking in size, she stayed by Conan's side. Facing Conan's childhood friend Ran, she could only silently protect him as a friend, unable to voice her own feelings. Witnessing that scene had filled him with profound regret.
Xian, you're awake?
Her cheeks flushed crimson.
Li Yi's warm breath tickled her nostrils, sending shivers of tingling sensation through her entire body.
Had she not recalled the calming mantra Li Yi had recited yesterday, she might have succumbed to temptation in that moment.
Xiaobai, call me Li Yi.
Li Yi had hoped to savor this tender moment a little longer, but his words exposed his thoughts. His face flushed slightly, and he sat up awkwardly. Gazing at Xiaobai's flushed cheeks, he felt a flutter in his heart and swallowed involuntarily. Suddenly, he remembered something abruptly, frantically searching his body. His expression changed slightly. Oh no, Xiaobai, that fragmentary painting is gone. I saw it was wet, so I put it out on the rocks to dry. Xiaobai stood up, taking a deep breath to steady her heart, which was racing like a frightened deer. This night proved truly agonizing for her. It seemed that despite 1,000 years of cultivation, she still couldn't escape the entanglement of desire.
No. Since being awakened, her body felt unusually sensitive. Could she be in heat? Outside a restaurant in Tiannan City, a black sedan pulled up slowly.
Shota Matsumoto and Zhao Hukinoa sat inside, their eyes fixed on the restaurant entrance. After enduring countless hardships and crossing the seas, they had finally traversed the East China Sea to reach their target city.
Mr. Matsumoto, this is the location I tracked down through various connections back home. Li Yi's aunt works at this restaurant. Kino Ajahu pointed toward the restaurant.
Shota Matsumoto sat with his arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the 2 men stationed at the entrance.
Looks like we're in the right place.
2 super spirits are keeping watch in the shadows.
When we move, I'll distract them.
You grab the target and wait for me in the car.
Mr. Matsumoto, my orders are to take his aunt away.
It's best to avoid complications.
Kino Ajahu, who was terrified Matsumoto Shota would cause trouble and hurriedly cautioned him with extreme care. Who the hell do you think you are? Telling me what to do? Matsumoto Shota snorted heavily. Kino Ajahu fell silent in fright, cursing inwardly, this bastard, how dare he act so arrogant on our Chinese soil? Only now did he remember his Chinese identity. Matsumoto Shota narrowed his eyes.
Tell me, he said, if I wanted more people to know to destroy the image of the divine child in their hearts, what method would spread the word fastest?
Live streaming, of course.
It's the fastest and most efficient way to reach the entire world. The words had barely left Kino Ajahu's mouth when he realized what he'd said. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Matsumoto Shota.
Was this guy seriously planning something? Live streaming? Shota Matsumoto murmured to himself.
He had devoted most of his life to the gods. Though he knew of live streaming, he had never considered using it.
On the nameless island,
Xiaobai approached the cave entrance and saw Li Yi holding the damaged painting.
Xian, he asked, does this painting hold any special significance? Those 3 old men shattered the remaining power within it yesterday.
As long as this painting remains, I have a way to awaken the deity within it.
Li Yi felt no need to hide anything from Xiaobai. With a flicker of thought,
a text prompt appeared before his eyes once more. Divine Being Power Collector detects divine power. By selecting divine figures and disseminating their legends, you can strengthen people's faith, awaken the deities, earn divine points, and elevate your own divine rank.
Divine being figures popularized, none selected.
When he snatched this painting yesterday, he was merely stunned by the power of the sea priestess, thinking this fragment might be useful. He never imagined it truly contained divine power.
Now in Li Yi's possession were both the wooden tablet of Yamata no Orochi and this fragment of the sea priestess painting.
Deep down, a faint urge stirred within him, a desire to make a grand move, to awaken all the deities abroad and summon them to China.
Whenever this wild notion surfaced, he couldn't help but chuckle. But he had to consider what consequences would arise if he awakened these deities only to find they refused to acknowledge him. Xiaobai, if I awaken deities from other countries and they refuse to obey, is there any way to deal with them? Li Yi asked.
Xiaobai blinked her bright, beautiful eyes and pondered carefully for a moment. I vaguely sensed that the power of the laws doesn't prevent me from confronting the deities.
But if they weren't summoned, their power would be restricted.
Of course, we'd have to try it to know for sure.
Oh, that's wonderful.
This exchange filled Li Yi with delight. He stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Awakening deities isn't simple.
Not only must one accurately recount their stories to capture their attention, but one also relies on the collective faith of the populace to significantly boost the chances of success.
But these two deities are foreign entities. How could the people here possibly worship them? Then let's follow Ashwan's suggestion, we can go to those so-called foreign lands. No, we don't need to go at all. Then how do we do it? Times have changed.
We can achieve our goal simply by leveraging the internet.
What is the internet? The internet is a new way to connect.
The two figures departed the unnamed island. Along the way, Li Yi transformed into a modern-day teacher, explaining all manner of contemporary concepts to Xiaobai, who knew nothing of the modern world. From the southernmost reaches to the northernmost corners, he covered everything under the sun, as if determined to cram every novelty and wonder of the world into Xiaobai's mind.
Ah Shen, you're so amazing, you even know all this stuff. Gradually,
admiration shone in Xiaobai's eyes, making him look like an innocent young girl, his gaze filled with awe for Li Yi. The two had planned to return home, but their phone had gotten wet and wouldn't turn on for navigation, leaving them lost.
Shen, there's a group of people over there. Not far away.
A large ship was docked at an unnamed island, where a group of Japanese psychics were unloading cargo.
People from Japan?
A flash of murderous intent flickered in Li Yi's eyes.
Chapter 32, Damaging My Dragon Vein, Fujiwara's Wrath. Last night's battle had revealed to Li Yi, through Zhang Qianyan, the story of Professor Sunday. He now knew it was the land of the rising sun that had awakened the sea demon, nearly plunging an entire Chinese city into the abyss of destruction. As a proud Chinese man, this grudge must be avenged. Oomph. You bastards, what the hell are you up to?
In Li Yi's eyes, this group had come to this desolate island transporting vast quantities of materials.
Each bore divine seals, they certainly weren't here for construction.
One of them even bore 2 divine marks.
Even more extraordinary.
Moreover, with so many super spiritualists gathered here, this matter was bound to be significant.
Mr. Takahashi, all materials are prepared. As instructed by Mr. Fujiwara, the dragon vein must be activated at noon.
Failure to do so will not only leave us defenseless against China's national fortune but may also damage our own nation's fortune. A man wearing a hat approached to report. So this Mr. Takahashi is the one who activated the sea priestess. This place is indeed the so-called tidal isle.
He looked up at the sky, the time is nearly right. Let us begin activating this dragon vein.
Have everyone take their positions immediately.
Yes, sir. Shen, they're discussing the dragon vein. Amidst the scattered rocks nearby, Li Yi watched as the others took their positions, realizing their operation was about to commence.
Only when Xiaobai's reminder reached his ears did he recall that he was, after all, a deity. It seemed he still lacked the awareness befitting such a status. Immediately, he channeled his inner power, releasing his perception. Soon, he heard the voices of the group gathered at the altar. With his current cultivation at the 5th rank of mortal spirit, combined with Xiaobai's spirit serpent breath absorption technique, no sound within 5 li could escape his perception. After listening for a while longer without uncovering anything more valuable, he frowned.
So this is actually the dragon vein of the Rainbow Nation? Suddenly, an anime came to mind.
He couldn't recall the title, but it depicted how, roughly 400 years ago, the land of the rising sun with its myriad islands suffered frequent disasters. When Toyotomi Hideyoshi built his castle, he invited numerous feng shui masters and onmyoji, then dispatched tens of thousands of naval troops to construct a tidal stone array. Harnessing the power of generated whirlpools, they constructed a dragon vein barrier for the land of Neon to enhance the nation's fortune. It was said that during the subsequent civil war in the land of Neon, the feng shui masters destroyed this dragon vein barrier. It's impossible for just these few people to activate the tidal stone array. But since I stumbled upon it today, I'll destroy your dragon vein and ensure your Neon nation's perpetual decline.
Li Yi sneered inwardly. Boom!
A colossal pillar of light suddenly erupted from the small island, its brilliance flickering like a panting beast greedily devouring the surrounding energy.
Now! Little White, aid me! Li Yi roared in the darkness, rapidly channeling the 9 netherworld flames within his body. A ball of frigid flame coalesced in his palm. Roar! Xiaobai's form shifted, transforming into a massive white serpent. Dragging Li Yi along, it shot toward the dragon veins location at breakneck speed, streaking across the sky like a white lightning bolt. Within mere breaths, Li Yi hurled the 9 netherworld flames from his palm. Of course, the target wasn't the pillar of light. Boom! Mr. Takahashi had no time to react. The 9 netherworld flames slammed into his face. He desperately raised his arm to block it, only for his entire arm to be instantly blown to shreds, turning into a cloud of bloody mist that scattered across the land. Who? He let out a piercing scream. The Neon Nation practitioners, seated cross-legged around the island in a specific celestial formation, had their spells interrupted. Suddenly struck by a backlash of power, they all spat blood and slumped, utterly dejected. Boom! On the altar, the abrupt cessation of power prevented the dragon vein energy from being released, causing it to begin collapsing. The island seemed struck by a colossal missile, its ground violently shaking as if being shaken like a garment, then crashing back down. Chaos and terror engulfed the entire island. Retreat! After landing his strike, Li Yi swiftly retreated. Turning to gaze at the undulating, wave-like terrain, even as a 5th-rank mortal spirit, he felt his flesh tremble uncontrollably. Xiaobai released a surge of power, forming a protective barrier that shielded them both as they broke through the island's energy barrier. Long afterward, the two stood on the distant sea, watching the island continue to collapse, their hearts still pounding with lingering terror. Meanwhile, not far from Autumn Spring Island lay a mysterious islet, the very site of the moon goddess's altar. After the altar's last energy eruption, repairs had been made, and the runes had begun emitting a mysterious power. However, with the damage to the dragon vein of the tidal island, the altar erupted with another wave of energy. The runes etched into the ground creaked and cracked, fissures appearing across their surfaces. All the divine messengers responsible for the altar's restoration spat blood, their faces frozen in bewilderment. On Akatsushima, within a luxurious estate, Fujiwara Rintaro was furious over last night's failure with the sea priest incident. He hadn't eaten or slept since last night. He never imagined that Huaxiao was hiding so deeply. How could 3 terrifying elders have shattered the sea priest? As for the dragon vein of Tidal Island, the Fujiwara clan had actually been preparing for it half a year ago and hadn't planned to activate it anytime soon. But because of that Chinese kid who awakened 2 Chinese deities, suppressing the fortune of the land of the rising sun, they had no choice but to activate it early. No! It's the altar. Before the good news of the dragon vein's activation could arrive, Fujiwara Rintaro abruptly rose to his feet, already sensing the powerful fluctuations emanating from the direction of the altar. Bad news, head of the family. Mr. Takahashi and all the men transporting materials to Tide Island are dead. At that moment, a young clan member rushed in to report, his face twisted with panic. What did you say? Fujiwara Rintaro grabbed the youngster before him, furious that not only had the altar been compromised, but the dragon vein had suffered as well. He roared, "Do you realize what you're saying? Head of the family, I. The youth turned deathly pale, his body shaking like a sieve. Fujiwara Rintaro shoved him to the ground, snatched a curved blade from the rack, and with a series of thuds, hacked the coffee table and floor to pieces, venting his boundless fury. Then, he dropped to one knee, gripping the blade with his reverse hand and pressing it into the floor. His eyes blazed crimson as he roared, Who is it? I, Fujiwara Rintaro, will never rest until I have you. I will never live under the same sky as you. Mr. Fujiwara, as requested, we've uncovered a lead. Our technicians captured a silhouette via satellite. Soon, a man in a suit, carrying a briefcase, hurried through the Fujiwara residence's front door and placed a photograph on the table. Is it him? The image was somewhat blurred, but the general outline was discernible. Fujiwara Rintaro clenched the photograph so tightly in his hand it nearly crumpled, then slammed his fist down on the table. That bastard! How dare he ruin my plans? Someone, bring Mura Higashi Satsuki here immediately. Mr. Fujiwara, what are your instructions? Soon after, Murahishi Saku hurried in, bowing nervously. Connect me to Matsumoto Shota. I need to speak with him personally. Yes, sir. Mirazato didn't dare hesitate. He quickly pulled out his phone, dialed Shota Matsumoto's number, and respectfully handed it over. Shota, it's me, Fujiwara. I now formally exercise state authority in the name of Japan's foremost family, commanding you to bring Li Yi's family to our country at any cost. Fujiwara Rintaro's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Given his status, negotiation was unnecessary. Once state authority was invoked, every family in the nation was bound to obey. Yet the response from the other end of the line filled him with fury. Mr. Fujiwara, you seem to have forgotten that I, Matsumoto Shota, am no dog of your Fujiwara family. You cannot command me. Of course, for the sake of the land of the rising sun, I will consider bringing the body back for your viewing. You ignorant fool. You're no match for him. National interests come first. This order must be carried out. Chapter 33, Gods Know No Borders? Neon strikes back. Sorry, national affairs are none of my concern.
I, Matsumoto Shota, am merely a messenger of the gods. My sole desire is to become the strongest in the land of the rising sun. That is my lifelong ambition. Over the phone, Matsumoto Shota's voice was cold and resolute, each word ground out between clenched teeth before he hung up without mercy. Crash! Fujiwara Rintaro, enraged to the extreme, slammed the phone onto the floor and roared, "What a fine son the Matsumoto family has raised. Fine. Very well. I'll see how your father explains this to me." At that moment, he resembled a raging lion, his eyes bloodshot with fury.
"Mr. Fujiwara, shall we reassign personnel?" Murahishi Sakaki cautiously inquired. "Damn it! What are you standing around for? Get moving! That brat will ruin my plans." Snapping back to his senses, Fujiwara Rintaro roared with uncontrollable fury. If this useless fool weren't still somewhat useful, he'd have drawn his sword and cut him down on the spot. How dare he assign that bastard Matsumoto to carry out the mission? Deep down, he knew Matsumoto Shota acted so brazenly because he was the nation's second moon god contractor. Moreover, as a super spiritualist who had obtained 3 divine seals, he certainly had grounds for arrogance within Japan's super spiritualist circles. "Fujiwara, what the hell have you done?" One crisis barely resolved, another erupted. Accompanied by Sakura, the elderly Watanabe stormed into the estate. He bellowed without preamble, "The altar has registered another surge of power fluctuations. This time it's far more severe than before. If this happens again, even I won't be able to repair it." Faced with such a threat, Fujiwara Rintaro opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. "Only if you tell me what happened might I find a way to remedy it. Otherwise, with the moon goddess's power compromised, the sacred ritual cannot be performed." The elderly Watanabe fixed his gaze on Fujiwara Rintaro, his expression grave. With no other choice, Fujiwara Rintaro recounted his attempt to activate the dragon vein of the tidal stone array in full detail. "You activated the dragon vein without authorization?" Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. "The tidal stone array has been damaged for years. The president has been trying to repair it all this time, but there's been no progress whatsoever." "Did you forcibly activate a dragon vein?" Old man Watanabe frowned, his gaze scrutinizing as he asked sternly. Unexpectedly, Fujiwara Rintaro looked puzzled. According to ancient texts, activating just one spiritual vein is enough to activate the tidal stone array. That was 400 years ago. The surviving ancient texts are already in tatters. My master, the previous president, spent 30 years deciphering the tidal stone array. It contains 6 dragon veins in total. The one on Tidal Island is merely the azure dragon vein of our nation. The elderly Watanabe snorted heavily. Success might sustain our nation's fortune for a decade. Failure, however, would set us back a century. Do you grasp how devastating that would be for the land of the rising sun? Fujiwara Rintaro had never been reprimanded so harshly before. He knew full well how devastating a loss of fortune would be for a nation. First, the land would lose its vitality, becoming barren. Crops, flowers, and trees would yield far less, plunging the people into hardship. Moreover, the population would gradually dwindle, sapping the nation's vitality and vigor. The innate potential of its spiritualists would decline, casting a shadow over its future prospects. Each of these losses was unbearable for the nation. Fujiwara Rintaro, however, was a man who owned his actions. Gritting his teeth, he knelt abruptly with a thud, his expression resolute. "Mr. Watanabe, please teach me." "Very well." A satisfied expression finally appeared on the elderly Watanabe's face. "The previous president, my master, though he failed to discover the method to reactivate the tidal stone array over 30 years, he did uncover another previously undiscovered dragon vein. On his deathbed, he told me that activating this dragon vein could extend our nation's fortune by 300 years. 300 years? Fujiwara Rintaro sprang to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement. "Professor Sun, what a coincidence!" Out on the boundless ocean, Li and Xiaobai were speeding along when they unexpectedly spotted a survey ship. The pair had intended to board for a brief rest, only to unexpectedly encounter Professor Sun and Jiang He. "Li, what are you doing here?" Professor Sun stared wide-eyed at the figures landing on the ship, unable to contain his astonishment. Lin Yi and brother Sun, suddenly seeing their nation's prodigy, were so overcome with excitement that their lips began trembling uncontrollably, leaving them speechless. Only one thought remained in their minds: we're rich. We're rich. We've hit the jackpot. What are you doing? Seeing the exhaustion etched on Professor Sun and the others' faces, and the boat rocking violently against the waves, Li Yi couldn't help but ask in return. "Ah." Professor Sun gave a bitter smile and recounted everything that had happened from last night until now. It turned out that although they had narrowly escaped disaster during the night's massive waves, the vessel had sustained severe damage. It could barely stay afloat, and most of the equipment was destroyed and unusable. Even with the 2 divine marks he had obtained, Professor Sun dared not venture far into the vast ocean for long. Fortunately, they had sent out a distress signal earlier, and now they could only wait helplessly for the search and rescue team to arrive. After everyone sat down, Li Yi briefly explained that he had been injured and, while searching for a place to tend to his wounds, had accidentally lost his bearings. Xiaobai stood quietly behind Li Yi.
The others could not perceive the presence of this divine being.
This perfectly illustrated an ancient Chinese saying, above one's head, 3 feet high, dwells a deity. Invisibility does not equate to non-existence.
People should still strive to accumulate virtue and do good deeds.
Mr. Watanabe, is this matter true?
Fujiwara Rintaro's eyes flashed with urgency as he stared intently at Watanabe.
It is true.
However, according to my master, the method to activate the dragon vein here is rather underhanded. Watanabe paused at this point, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. Fujiwara Rintaro now cared only about redeeming his mistake, otherwise, he would become a traitor to the nation for all eternity. The underhandedness of the method was of no consequence to him.
As long as it restores our nation's lost fortune, no matter how underhanded the method, I alone will bear the consequences.
A sea sacrifice is required.
Watanabe uttered the 2 words slowly.
A sea sacrifice? Even with his guard up, Fujiwara Rintaro sucked in a sharp breath at the words. The term hadn't been uttered in ages. It was an extremely sinister ritual, one that had only existed in the ancient times of the land of the rising sun. Every sea sacrifice claimed the lives of thousands.
I take my leave.
The elderly Watanabe spoke no further, turning to leave as his shadow stretched long in the fading sunset glow. Watching Watanabe's retreating figure, Fujiwara Rintaro slammed his palm hard onto the nearby coffee table and cursed furiously.
You old devil. How heartless. You want to have your cake and eat it too, making me take the blame. I bet you've already planned to activate that so-called new dragon vein, haven't you? Fujiwara-kun, what troubles you so?
Just then, a close friend arrived. Seeing his furrowed brow and troubled expression, he asked with concern. Fujiwara Rintaro trusted this man implicitly, so he laid bare his mistake in Watanabe's proposed solution without reservation. Birds of a feather flock together, indeed.
His friend immediately offered a solution. What's there to agonize over?
The sea festival is simply a sacrifice of life. There's no rule saying it has to be a native. According to my data, countless people from China come to Japan, and countless go missing every year.
Oh? Fujiwara Rintaro's eyes lit up.
Finally seeing a glimmer of hope, he immediately summoned his subordinates and requested the relevant data. Statistics showed Japan recorded 8 million entry and exit records annually, with Chinese nationals accounting for roughly 800,000 of those. Over 5,000 people go missing in Japan annually, with Chinese nationals accounting for 1/5 of those cases. The majority of these missing persons are students who came to Japan to study. Reviewing the figures, Fujiwara Rintaro smiled with satisfaction, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Tato, it so happens that our nation recently decided to open 2 sacred worship sites. As supporters of the principle that deities know no borders, it is only fitting that we allow citizens of other nations to come and pay their respects.
Ha ha. His old friend, known as Mr. Tadakoro, understood perfectly and burst into laughter. The sound echoed through the room, sounding particularly jarring. Just 2 hours later, Neon Nation issued an announcement.
Effective immediately, Neon Nation will open worship sites for 2 deities. Foreign friends whose applications are approved will receive slots. Due to high demand, the nation will provide chartered transportation and cover all accommodation and meals.
The announcement quickly ignited international online forums.
Divine envoys from various nations rushed to comment, urging their citizens to approach the matter with caution. Online and in newspapers, coverage dominated headlines like hashtag Neon Deities No Borders, hashtag Cruise Ship Transfers with Ocean Views, hashtag Free Accommodation Meals, and hashtag Forging Bonds with Neon Deities. Neon Nation attempted to lure foreign participants with this cheap trick and so-called magnanimous gesture, like dangling a tempting cake to draw countless moths to the flame. In reality, many nations show little interest in Neon Nation's deities, even dismissing them as inferior. Asian nations, however, are wildly enthusiastic, flooding the country with resumes and begging for approval. Most of these individuals blindly worship the Neon Nation's deities, their judgment clouded by the alluring conditions.
Chapter 34, Auntie's Arrest.
On the open sea, a reconnaissance vessel. When Neon Nation declared divine beings know no borders, Lin Yi and Brother Sun stared intently at Li Yi, their eyes brimming with excitement.
Feeling uneasy under their intense gaze, Li Yi asked Professor Sun, who are these 2?
Brother Yi, allow me to introduce myself.
I'm Lin Yi, an ocean photographer. This is my partner. We've come here to search for the Chinese white dolphins.
Lin Yi promptly stepped forward with a cheerful smile, extending his hand warmly.
White dolphins? When he swam with Xiaobai in the sea, he thought he saw them, but he wasn't sure if they ate Chinese white dolphins? Li Yi stepped forward to shake hands with the man.
I never imagined photographers this dedicated still existed. From what I know, Chinese white dolphins are extremely rare. Fewer than 1,000 remain, mostly in southern waters.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the Eastern Sea. Searching here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Oh? Brother Yi knows about this too? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect.
He had assumed Li Yi's expertise lay solely in the realm of deities, but now discovered his profound knowledge of marine biology as well. The 2 immediately launched into an enthusiastic discussion. As the discussion deepened, Lin Yi and brother Sun grew increasingly stunned. They realized their own knowledge paled in comparison to Li Yi's, leaving them feeling utterly inadequate. We spent days searching for this white dolphin, nearly losing our lives in the process. I believe that those who survive great calamities are destined for good fortune. We will definitely encounter the white dolphin. Lin Yi offered a cigarette, but Li Yi declined with a wave. Lin Yi laughed awkwardly. Based on our observations, the waters we're in now are exactly where we spotted the white dolphin before. Impressed by Lin Yi's persistence, Li Yi decided to lend a hand. I think I see it. Hold on a moment. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he leapt into the sea. Xiao Bai. Hearing the call, Little White understood immediately. Its body spun mid-air, revealing its massive serpentine form before plunging into the sea, sending up a huge wave. The others sensed a massive creature entering the sea but couldn't see what it was, assuming it was the commotion caused by Li Yi. With Xiao Bai's assistance, Li Yi moved with astonishing speed through the water. Having mastered Xiao Bai's spirit serpent breath retention technique, he could breathe freely underwater, seeming to merge with the sea itself. About half an hour later, a clear dolphin call suddenly pierced the surface. Holy crap, Professor Sun! Professor Sun, look, it's a Chinese white dolphin. Sun immediately spotted the white form leaping out of the water and plunging back in. Overwhelmed with excitement, he grabbed Lin Yi in a hug, and the two jumped up in exhilaration. Professor Sun and Jiang He both felt a twinge of unease. Was this mere coincidence, or had Li Yi truly demonstrated extraordinary ability by locating the white dolphin? Lin Yi and brother Sun hurriedly grabbed their filming equipment to capture the precious moment of the white dolphin. For some reason, the white dolphin seemed to be swimming around the boat as if being pursued. Beep beep beep. A helicopter appeared in the sky. Before long, Li Yi, Professor Sun, and Jiang He boarded the helicopter and departed. Lin Yi and brother Sun remained behind to await rescue vessels, as they were also responsible for navigating the boat back. Lin Yi posted photos of his encounter with Li Yi and the Chinese white dolphin on his social media. He wrote, "Before meeting Brother Yi, I thought he was an unreachable figure. After interacting with him, I discovered he is approachable, just like a peer. I feel truly honored to have had this experience." These days, just mentioning Li Yi's name guarantees widespread sharing. Add in the photos and the rare Chinese white dolphins, and it's impossible not to go viral. All because of this one small encounter. The pair received invitations from major television stations to appear on various programs. Combined with capturing footage of the Chinese white dolphin, their standing within the industry skyrocketed. A steady stream of requests for photo shoots poured in. Xiaoqian, Grandpa knows he was wrong. I'll never leave Li Yi alone again, okay? At the Temple of Reverence, Song Badong, the man known for his decisive and forceful demeanor, was now pleading with his granddaughter over the phone. Grandpa, I'm not forcing you. You saw it yourself, last night's battle proved Li Yi's immense contribution. Now the entire internet is calling for him to appear. His unexplained disappearance overnight has many accusing you of using someone and then discarding them. Song Xian sounded frustrated over the phone. Plus, Japan suddenly opened worship for two deities, which has intensified netizens' demands to reopen Lanke Temple in Shihu Lake. Alright, the Temple of Reverence will address this matter publicly. After hanging up, Song Badong pondered his granddaughter's words and picked up his tablet to review recent media reports. Director, Zhang Qianyan is back. The office door rattled as it opened, revealing Zhang Qianyan being supported by others as he limped inside. Director, I'm back. Qianyan, you're finally back safe and sound. Sit down quickly. Director Song hurried over, helped Zhang Qianyan into a seat, and looked at the bandages on his body with surprise. What on earth happened to you? Well, I guess I'm lucky to be alive. Others weren't so fortunate. Zhang Qianyan recounted how he'd been swept away by the water tornado. At the time, he had led a group of super spiritualists preparing to deploy their trump card, only to discover the Sea Master's power was overwhelmingly strong. A single water tornado had scattered them all. When Zhang Qianyan awoke, he found himself stranded on an island within China's territory, his colleagues nowhere to be found. The island had only a few scattered residents. With their help, he managed to return to the Chinese mainland. Just glad you're back. Just glad you're back. The battle had inflicted heavy losses on the Temple of Reverence, and Song Badong could no longer bear the thought of more casualties. Go rest first. Li Yi and Old Sun won't be here for a while. Once everyone's gathered, we'll hold a meeting. Is it something important? Zhang Qianyan perked up instantly, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Indeed, something major. The Rainbow Nation has declared that deities know no borders and opened worship to two deities. This has caused quite a stir domestically. It's time for us to open the Lanke Temple as well. What? This is a tremendous benefit for the nation and its people. Li Yi will surely support the Temple of Reverence. Zhang Qianyan couldn't help but feel excited. Just as he was about to say a few more words, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and frowned slightly. It was one of the men he had assigned to protect Li Yi's aunt. Captain Zhang, it's bad. Gangzi is dead, and Li Yi's aunt has been captured. The voice on the other end sounded frantic and choked with tears.
What did you say? After processing the news, Zhang Qianyan couldn't help but roar in anger. What the hell happened? Gangzi attained 2 divine intentions 2 years ago. Who could be so powerful to kill him?
The enemy was incredibly powerful, bearing 3 divine marks. We were no match for him.
Wah, Gangzi died protecting me from a blade. I'll kill that bastard. The furious roar echoed through the phone. Suppressing his own rage, Zhang Qianyan urgently instructed calmly, don't act rashly. Keep your distance and follow them. Don't make any sudden moves. I'm heading over immediately. What's going on?
Cold sweat broke out on Song Buotong's forehead as a sense of impending doom washed over him.
Zhang Qianyan dared not conceal the matter.
After all, Lanke Temple was about to open soon, and he still needed to discuss it with Li Yi. If Li Yi got angry and complained to the deities, even if the matter wasn't outright rejected, gaining divine approval would become infinitely more difficult. After hearing Zhang Qianyan's report, Song Buotong slammed his fist on the table in fury. Why must this happen now? You, stop standing there. Go rescue them immediately. Whatever it takes, his family must not come to harm.
Yes. Zhang Qianyan gave a bitter smile and hurried away. Chapter 35, Matsumoto showed his path to self-destruction. Tiannan City, Urban Ginza Tower.
2 vehicles came to an abrupt halt, one in front of the other. A man leapt out of the rear vehicle, his expression frantic. He shouted toward the front car, let's talk this out.
Whatever you demand, we'll agree to it. Just spare US release the hostage. Ha! Matsumoto Shota couldn't help but sneer coldly at the words. He yanked Lu Meifeng by the collar, lifting her as easily as a defenseless chick.
In a flash, he sprinted toward the building's rooftop.
Quinoa Zhao who dared not stay behind alone. He bitterly regretted joining Matsumoto on this mission.
At this rate, he'd likely never escape China alive. The pursuing Shinshin priest, Linglong, fully aware of Lu Meifeng's critical importance at this moment, immediately dialed a number to report the situation. Without delay, he sprinted toward the rooftop with the speed of the wind.
Matsumoto Shota had employed some bizarre technique that left Lu Meifeng completely immobilized.
Lu Meifeng could only open her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with pleading.
Who exactly are you? Why are you capturing me? What is your relationship with Li Yi? Matsumoto Shota's gaze was icy as he stared directly at Lu Meifeng.
At the mention of her nephew, Lu Meifeng's face lit up with pride. She nodded without hesitation.
Li Yi is my nephew.
I don't know what trouble you've had with him, but if he's done anything wrong, I'm willing to apologize to you on his behalf.
Very well. Shota Matsumoto's lips curled into a cold smile. This foolish woman, she really is a good woman. You. Open that livestream you mentioned.
Matsumoto Sho frowned, turning to look at the breathless, disheveled Zhao Hu, his tone dripping with command.
Ha!
This sent a chill down Quinoa Zhao Hu's spine, turning his face ashen.
They'd already alerted the Huaxia Divine Worship Academy, and now he was being told to start a livestream? Did he really hold China in such contempt? Wasn't this courting death? But Matsumoto Shota's true intent was to make more people aware of today's open challenge against the Divine Son of China.
The stage had been meticulously set up.
Without an audience, wouldn't all this effort be wasted? At that moment, Linglong finally caught up.
Matsumoto Sho immediately grabbed Lu Meifeng and hoisted her to the edge of the building. Seeing this, Linglong was so startled his heart nearly leapt out of his throat.
He instinctively took a step back and cried out in terror, "Don't be rash. Whatever it is, we can talk it out." Simultaneously, he lowered his voice and reported urgently into his earpiece, "Captain Zhang, I've seen this man's photo. He's in the data we've collected on Japan's super spiritualists at the Temple of Reverence. If I'm not mistaken, this is Matsumoto Shota." What did you say? Matsumoto Shota?
Zhang Qianyan, who was flooring the accelerator on the street at that very moment, nearly slammed his foot on the brakes upon hearing this. The Divine Veneration Institute's archives meticulously stored detailed files on powerful psychics from various nations, with particularly granular records on those from neighboring countries. As the head of the Jingshan Yuan's operations team, Zhang Qianyan naturally paid close attention to the superhumans of neighboring countries, monitoring their every move. According to the records, at the age of 6, Matsumoto Shota had already established a bond with his nation's child god, the deity known in the legends of the land of the rising sun as Watatsumi, the god who rules the oceans. At 18, he successfully bonded with Amaterasu, one of the 7 major deities of the land of the rising sun. At 25, through his own efforts and serendipity, he acquired 2 divine marks. At 35, he forged a bond with Tsukuyami no Makoto, the nation's 2nd greatest deity, instantly gaining widespread fame. After that, all records of this individual vanished from the shrine archives. Whatever terms he demands, you must keep him calm. Our people will be there shortly. With that, Zhang Qianyan hung up the phone and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car's engine roared furiously as it shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. On the rooftop of the skyscraper, Matsumoto Shota shot a cold stare at Quinoa Zhao Hu. Alright, I'll start the livestream right now.
Kinoa Zhao, who trembled in fear at Matsumoto Shota's glare, fumbling frantically for his phone.
He had a modest online following, with accounts across multiple platforms and a contingent of paid commenters posing as fans, everything needed for a live stream. As soon as the live stream went live on a certain platform, several curious viewers clicked into the stream. Facing the camera, Matsumoto Shota spoke in halting Chinese. I, Matsumoto Shota, have come today to challenge
China's son of God, Li Yi. His aunt is in my hands right now. What?
The few viewers who had clicked in stared in shock, their eyes wide. Then, as if they'd seen a ghost, they all quickly exited the live stream. In the blink of an eye, the live stream's viewer count dropped to 0. Matsumoto Shota turned to Zhao Hu, his eyes filled with questioning, as if asking, how did my live stream go? Zhao Hu desperately wished the chat was empty, maybe that way he could save his own skin. He could only force an awkward smile and nod. Not bad. Looks like Mr. Matsumoto has a knack for streaming. Hand it over. Let me see. Matsumoto Shota clearly didn't trust Zhao Hu, his tone commanding and unquestionable. Zhao Hu's face turned as pale as paper. Daring not to disobey Matsumoto Shota's command, he dragged his feet and slowly walked over. Matsumoto Shota snatched the phone. After a glance, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Kinoa Zhao, who thought he was done for, his despair reaching its peak. But Matsumoto Shota's expression? It turned out that the netizens who had fled the stream had immediately entered a major streamer's channel and rapidly sent a comment. Guys, this Shota from Japan wants to challenge our Asian. Click my avatar and follow me. This comment was like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge commotion. A massive wave of viewers flooded into Kinoa Zhaohu's livestream. Remember, if you dare cut the stream, I'll push him off. Matsumoto Shota wasn't stupid. He gave Ling Long, standing nearby, a cold snort. In the sky, a helicopter was racing toward the scene. Inside the cabin, Song Badong could no longer conceal the matter. He steeled himself and contacted the helicopter carrying Li Yi through the military communication system. Li Yi, you, brace yourself. What follows requires your utmost composure. Your aunt has been captured. Rest assured, however, that our temple of reverence will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. A hint of unease and guilt tinged Song Badong's voice. What? Captured? Over the sea, Li, earpiece pressed to his ear, heard the words like a thunderclap. He sprang to his feet, his head thudding against the helicopter cabin ceiling. Li Yi, what are you doing? The next instant, Professor Sun watched as Li Yi flung his headset aside and leaped without hesitation from the helicopter. His face drained of color as he leaned forward to look down. Li Yi had already shrunk to a tiny speck. This wasn't a height of mere tens of meters, it was at least 100 or 200 meters. Even a super spiritist who had obtained 3 divine seals would struggle to withstand the immense impact force of such a rapid fall from this height. It was almost certain death. The next instant, Xiaobai's true form manifested, a colossal white dragon carrying Li Yi as it soared toward Tiannan City at breakneck speed. Xiaobai, faster! Faster! Li Yi's heart burned with urgency. His hands clenched into fists as his voice trembled with desperation. Li Yi, Li Yi. Song Badong's frantic shouts echoed through the earpiece. Shota Matsumoto's massive commotion had exploded across the internet, not just domestically but even reaching foreign networks. Countless netizens scrambled to bypass the Great Firewall and access China's internet, all eager to witness this close-quarters showdown between the best of the best. Earlier, Japan's top martial artist, Kakuta, had his limbs blown apart by a burst of flames at Lanke Temple, and no one had seen clearly how Li Yi had struck. This time, they were determined to record it and study it meticulously. Perhaps they could even grasp the power of the divine. Chapter 36, Shota Matsumoto severed his own palm. On the street, police cars poured in like a tidal wave. Several highly trained snipers swiftly moved to the rooftops of nearby buildings, expertly setting out their sniper rifles. But they knew well that unless high explosive weapons were used, ordinary bullets could easily be dodged by the supernatural being. Firing recklessly would not only fail to hit the target but might provoke the enemy, endangering the hostage's safety. Zhang Qianyan, dragging his exhausted body, finally arrived at the scene. Gritting his teeth, his gaze unwavering, he declared, Mr. Matsumoto, release the hostages. I'll take their place. You're not worthy enough. Shota Matsumoto sneered, a mocking smile curling his lips. Then let's fight. Zhang Qianyan settled for the next best option. You? Shota Matsumoto burst into loud laughter, his voice dripping with contempt. With lightning speed, he drew the curved blade at his waist and sheathed it again in an instant, a seamless motion that seemed to vanish without a trace. The next instant, a fierce blade aura shot from the curved blade, moving with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Zhang Qianyan's face. Zhang Qianyan's expression changed drastically as he gathered strength in both hands to block in front of him. Boom! But the blade's energy was too overwhelming. He was violently knocked backward, crashing into the glass door behind him, shattering it instantly. Holy, a casual strike without even using divine techniques? This guy is that strong? Viewers in the livestream room sucked in their breath at the sight. Lu Meifeng was scared half to death. Closing her eyes, she pleaded, "Heaven, I've never done anything wrong in my life. If you're listening, please don't let Xiaoyi appear. Please, don't let him.
Captain Zhang, the dean will be here any minute. We just need to hold on until he arrives."
Ling Long rushed forward, struggling to lift Zhang Qianyan up, his nerves stretched to the breaking point.
Zhang Qianyan was already gravely wounded. After that blow, he was too weak to stand. Yet he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and declared, "Trade my life for hers. You want to challenge Li Yi, don't you? He'll give you that chance. I beg you, give me this chance. Trade my life for hers. My patience is running thin. If he's not here in half an hour, I'm pushing this woman off," Shota Matsumoto said impatiently. Time ticked away, second by second. Many viewers suddenly found they couldn't access the livestream. Those already inside were inexplicably kicked out. To prevent the situation from escalating, the Temple of Reverence instructed the platform to implement traffic restrictions on the livestream, capping the number of viewers within a certain range. The method was extremely covert and difficult to detect. Other nations immediately deployed their technical personnel.
Representatives from the Indian Divine Cult, the Nordic Divine Emperor Grand Cathedral, and the Dongjin Soul Summoning Society all crowded into the live stream room, staring intently at the screen. Even Fujiwara Rintaro, the instigator who was nearly driven to spitting blood with rage, clutched his phone, fixated on the battle though his expression was grim. His original plan had been to quietly extract Li Yi's family from China, then force Li Yi to Japan, where he could dispose of him at will.
But now,
Matsumoto Shota, driven by selfish ambition, had openly defied orders, disregarding national security entirely and escalating the situation to this explosive level.
"Mr. Matsumoto, please release them first. We can discuss anything."
A helicopter hovered slowly above the rooftop.
Song Badong finally arrived.
Without hesitation, he leaped from the hovering helicopter and landed steadily on the rooftop.
"We understand your demands. I can agree here and now to let Li Yi fight you, but I hope you'll release the hostages first." Song Badong's tone was sincere. 10 minutes left. Matsumoto Shota remained unmoved, glancing coldly at the time displayed on his phone. Song Badong gritted his teeth. "I am the head of the Temple of Reverence. You challenged Li Yi for fame, didn't you? Defeating me would bring you just as much renown. Ha! Old man, you can't even beat Kikuta. What fame would defeating you bring me?" Shota Matsumoto sneered. Song Badong remained unruffled, replying with extreme sarcasm, "Losing to Kikuta doesn't mean I can't beat you, Matsumoto. If you want to stand on Kikuta's shoulders, you must walk the path he walked. Damn it! Every one of you keeps talking about Kikuta. Today, I'll show the whole world that I, Matsumoto Shota, am the true #1 warrior of the land of the rising sun." Matsumoto Shota was indeed enraged, his face contorting into a ferocious expression. This time, he drew his swords with both hands, stepped forward with his left foot, raised his blade, and swung it down with brutal force. The air seemed to crackle with the sound of tearing. Quicksand. As Song Badong's words fell, his body abruptly transformed into quicksand, sinking beneath the rooftop floor and successfully evading the strike. Yet the blade's energy carved a massive gash across the rooftop, a sight of sheer terror. The two immediately clashed in combat. Moon. Shadow. Slash. Realizing he couldn't easily defeat his opponent without resorting to his ultimate technique, Matsumoto Shota leapt into the air. At that moment, the curved blade in his hand began to frantically gather the power of heaven and earth. The world abruptly darkened, as if shrouded by a vast black veil. A blade-like glow, shadow-like and crescent-shaped, surged toward its target with apocalyptic force. Boom! Song Badong ultimately couldn't withstand this strike, crashing to the ground in a heap as a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. Watching the battle, Fujiwara Rintaro murmured in disbelief, "Matsumoto is this powerful? He must have been hiding his strength all these years." Overseas, both the Indian Divine Cult and the Northern Divine Emperor's Grand Ecclesiastical Court sensed a profound crisis. The land of the rising sun was not to be underestimated. First Kikuta, now Matsumoto both had forged a bond with the power of the moon god. It seemed the moon gods might far exceeded everyone's imagination. Matsumoto Shota sheathed his blade, not even glancing at the blood-spitting Song Badong. Snatching the phone from Kino Ajahu's hand, he addressed the live stream audience. "Only 3 minutes left. Is this your so-called child of God? Ha! How laughable. Looks like I, Matsumoto, picked the wrong target. Just as rumors claimed, this whole thing is a poorly scripted farce orchestrated by your Chinese regime." Such provocative words instantly ignited the fury of tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream chat. "Damn it, don't get cocky. When Ishin arrives, it'll be your death sentence. Daring to act so brazenly in our China? You're asking for death. Kikuta, that old dog, is your fate. Dare to touch a single hair on Ishin's kin, and we Chinese swear to wipe out your little neon country. Old man, release him. If you've got the guts, let's settle this with a fight." Bullet comments erupted like a hail of bullets. "Time's up. Let your divine son live in eternal regret." Matsumoto Shota, filled with disappointment, resolved to waste no more time.
Just as he prepared to push Lu Meifeng off the building, he suddenly sensed a terrifying force surging toward him.
Put.
He frantically channeled all his strength to resist the force, only to realize his cultivation was utterly insufficient to withstand it. His internal organs shook violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted uncontrollably. He looked around in terror.
Who? Who is it? The one you've been waiting for.
A figure stood steadily on the rooftop.
You're Li Yi? Matsumoto Shota's heart sank with dread. He never imagined Li Yi could be this terrifying, overwhelming him with the sheer aura of divine power alone. Was there even a point in fighting today? As an ordinary person, Lu Meifeng couldn't sense any of this. She cried out anxiously, Xiaoyi, run. Leave me behind. Just go. Are we still fighting? Li Yi stood motionless like a towering mountain, radiating an overwhelming aura. Matsumoto Shota's expression shifted. He forced a bitter smile and asked, if I stop fighting now, will you let me go?
I could. But you captured my aunt.
It wouldn't be right if you didn't leave something behind.
Li Yi's voice was icy.
You? Fine. Shota Matsumoto gritted his teeth.
He tossed aside the phone he'd been using for the livestream. His right hand moved like lightning, drawing a knife and slashing his left wrist.
Clunk!
A severed hand fell to the ground.
Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Farewell. Matsumoto Shota used his inner strength to stem the flow of blood.
Ignoring the excruciating pain in his wrist, he leaped off the building and vanished from everyone's sight. Since he didn't know how to flip the phone camera, the entire livestream was focused on his own face. When the phone hit the ground, the lens captured the blood-soaked palm. In that instant, the world erupted in shock.
Could it be true? Matsumoto had severed his own hand and fled?
Wait, what? Seriously, what the hell just happened?
Chapter 37, The Shepherd Dog Never Accepted. It must be Li Yi. Definitely him.
Everyone only saw Matsumoto Shota's severed hand, not the rest of the scene, but that didn't stop them from making certain assumptions. It must have been Li Yi's appearance that terrified Matsumoto Shota so deeply he chose to sever his own hand.
Even the major foreign cults couldn't see the crucial footage.
Their hearts felt like they were being clawed at by 1,000 kittens, unbearably painful.
Not just them, even Fujiwara Rintaro was stunned speechless. He roared in agony. Someone! What happened? Why did Matsumoto sever his own hand after just a few words? What did Li Yi do? Investigate! Investigate immediately! At the scene, Song Badong, Zhang Qinyan, and Shi Linglong were equally baffled.
The power manifesting on Matsumoto was beyond their perception. The three could only exchange wry smiles. After all their efforts, Li Yi had barely appeared before Matsumoto Shota severed his own hand.
How ironic was that?
Still, at least this thorny situation had been resolved peacefully. Li Yi hurried forward to pull his aunt up. He discovered she was sealed by a force, so he immediately sucked it away with his palm. Only then did he carefully examine her from head to toe, checking for injuries. Satisfied she was unharmed, he said, Auntie, I should take you to the hospital for a full checkup.
I'm fine.
How did you provoke such people?
That was far too dangerous. Lu Meifeng's tone was reproachful yet gentle.
Li raised a finger to his temple and chuckled, maybe this guy's got something wrong up here.
Alright, thank everyone quickly. Let's head down. Lu Meifeng wasn't stupid.
She understood her nephew had his secrets and didn't want her to know. No one noticed that behind Li Yi, the divine being Xiaobai stood silently. It was Xiaobai who had suppressed Matsumoto with the divine power of a first-tier tribulation-crossing deity, instilling fear in him. However, this technique could only be used at extremely close range. Beyond a certain distance, it would be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth.
Of course, with Li Yi's current formidable strength as a fifth-grade mortal spirit, annihilating Matsumoto Shota would be nothing more than child's play. Li Yi brought his aunt home.
His younger brother, Xiaofeng, had seen the viral video online and had run home crying all the way. Lu Meifeng held her son tightly, her eyes misting over with sorrow. Filled with self-reproach, Li Yi gently patted his younger brother's shoulder. At the time, for his aunt's safety, he had agreed to spare Matsumoto Shota. But if they ever crossed paths again, he would show no mercy. News of Matsumoto Shota severing his own arm to escape China spread like wildfire across the internet. Chinese netizens were thrilled, flooding Japanese online forums to mock and taunt, declaring Japan had truly embarrassed itself this time. They jeered, this guy stormed into China, bragging about challenging the divine son of China, only to chop off his own arm and flee in terror when he actually faced him. For Japan, this incident was nothing short of a national disgrace. Netizens in the land of the rising sun expressed furious outrage, declaring they would rather Matsumoto Shota die with dignity in China like Kikuta Genburo than see him flee back home like a beaten dog. Japan's psychics collectively blockaded the Matsumoto family's gate, demanding they purge their ranks. They insisted this disgraceful traitor must commit seppuku at the Shokansha shrine to atone, vowing never to let this stray dog set foot in Japan again. With heavy reluctance, Matsumoto Yasuyasu, head of the Matsumoto clan, issued a formal announcement, this disgrace upon our family has brought shame upon our nation. Effective immediately, the Matsumoto clan formally severs all ties with Shota. From this day forward, Matsumoto Shota is no longer a member of the Matsumoto family.
Only after this announcement did the nation's public outrage begin to subside. At that moment, Matsumoto Shota was desperately trying every means to evade pursuit by China.
Li Yi agreed to let him go, but how could Huaxia simply let such blatant humiliation at its doorstep go unpunished? Thus, he deployed a large contingent of super spirits to surround and block him. Even with one arm missing, Matsumoto Shota remained a formidable opponent. Capturing him would be no simple feat. Kinoa Zhao, who had fled the moment Matsumoto severed his own hand. Yet here they were, crossing paths again. He groveled obsequiously, "Mr. Matsumoto, I have connections that could help us escape China.
But you must promise to take me with you." Agreed. Without hesitation, Matsumoto Shota agreed. Though powerful, he dared not engage China's superhumans indefinitely. Sure enough,
over the years, Kinoa Zhao, who had painstakingly cultivated a network of informants within the country. Through a complex web of connections, the two struggled their way to the coast.
"All right. This boat only fits one person. You can go now."
Matsumoto Shota suddenly snorted coldly, quietly pressing his blade against Kinoa Zhao's neck as the latter prepared to set sail.
Kinoa Zhao, who shuddered in terror. "Wait, what are you doing? You promised to take me back. Besides, I work for the Fujiwara family. If you do this, they'll be furious." "Put." Kinoa Zhao, who felt an icy chill on his neck.
His eyes widened as his hands instinctively clutched his throat, his face frozen in disbelief.
"Why are you killing me? The Fujiwara clan won't let you get away with this.
You're nothing but a traitorous dog who betrayed his own country."
"Do you really think you're Japanese? You sold out your own nation. Do you seriously believe the Fujiwara clan would care about you?" Matsumoto Shota withdrew his blade expressionlessly, letting out a cold snort. "A dog will always be a dog, never worthy of respect. Having betrayed your master, death is your only path. Dare to mention the Fujiwara clan before me? Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Thud. Kino Akotora collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. Flashbacks of his past life played like a rapid slideshow before his eyes. He recalled the agonizing days since betraying his homeland and fleeing to the land of the rising sun. The slightest misstep earned him beatings and insults, nothing like the ease he'd known back home. Perhaps only now did he fully comprehend. If heaven granted him another chance to choose, he would never betray his homeland again, never become a helpless stray dog at others' mercy. Sato, the Fujiwara family's cyber surveillance specialist, swiftly approached Fujiwara Rintaro and respectfully reported the investigation findings. "Mr. Fujiwara, we've meticulously reviewed all screen recordings and related posts concerning this incident on the Chinese internet. Since Matsumoto streamed his own face throughout the entire event, Li Yi's presence was not visible. However, through professional technical analysis of the on-site audio, we can confirm it was indeed Li Yi. That can't be right." Fujiwara Rintaro's brows furrowed deeply. No matter how powerful Li Yi is, even if he killed Kakuta, he could never have forced Matsumoto Shota to sever his own arm. But aside from him, only the Keishinin members were present at the scene and they all fell to Matsumoto Shota. Nirahishi Sakaki spoke cautiously, "If we want to uncover the truth, we'll likely have to get it straight from Matsumoto Shota himself. Now that Matsumoto is a fallen dog, perhaps he needs me most at this moment. Arrange for someone to secretly bring him back. This man will be useful to me." Fujiwara Rintaro narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Yes, sir." Nirahishi Sakaki dared not show the slightest hesitation and immediately departed to carry out the order. Evening. The sunset spread across the horizon like a magnificent painting, painting half the sky crimson. The meeting room in the Temple of Reverence was already filled to capacity. All waited in silence for Li Yi's arrival. When he appeared, Song Badon discreetly observed Li Yi's demeanor. Seeing no unusual signs, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without further delay, he cut straight to the point. "Ladies and gentlemen, the decision by the Rainbow Nation to open worship for two deities has drawn significant global attention. According to investigations and statistics from relevant departments, over 30,000 people in our country have already submitted applications, and this number continues to rise. Clearly, behind Japan's so-called God's no borders stance lies a hidden agenda. Now, let's hear your personal views. Should we open worship at Lanke Temple? I support it. This is what the masses have been eagerly awaiting. If possible, I also hope to open worship ceremonies at Shihu Lake," Professor Sun stated. All eyes instinctively turned to Li Yi. After all, both deities had been awakened by Li Yi, making his opinion essential. Li Yi did not rush to answer. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly, appearing deep in thought, though in reality, he was communicating telepathically with Nie Xiaoqian to discuss the matter. "Oh no, young master, please wait a moment." After only a few words, Nie Xiaoqian suddenly let out a startled cry, then fell silent. "Xiaoqian?" Li Yi's heart tightened. He called out several times but received no response. Rising to his feet, he summoned Xiaobai and said, "Dean Son, Lanke Temple is under control. Shihu, await my instructions. I have urgent matters to attend to now."
I'll call you regarding this matter. The people in the conference room exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what had transpired.
Chapter 38, The Anomalies of Narragaca Hell. Enough.
There's no time to waste.
Immediately open Lanke Temple and the Earth Deity Temple for worship. The other 2 divine shrines must be repaired as soon as possible. As for worship at Shihu Lake, we'll await Li Yi's report. Song Badong made a decisive call, his expression stern as he scanned the assembled crowd. Notify all primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. Students who have secured spots will proceed to the sacred worship sites in batches. Schools yet to confirm quotas must expedite arrangements for the next group of participants.
Yes, sir. The expressions of those present immediately grew solemn. The foundation of a nation lies in education, beginning with the young. This principle holds equally true for forging divine bonds, a matter of utmost importance concerning the nation's future, demanding absolute diligence.
Does anyone else have anything to add? If not, you may all return to your duties. Song Botong's gaze swept the room once more.
Seeing no further objections, he finally fixed his eyes on Professor Sun.
Since everyone seems satisfied, I have a proposal. Today's meeting provides the perfect opportunity to discuss it with all of you.
Professor Sun cleared his throat twice, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group.
These 2 were clearly playing a double act. None of those present were fools.
As long as this so-called proposal wasn't too outlandish, they would support it unconditionally.
Regarding Li Yi's identity, he has made numerous contributions to our Temple of Reverence and played an indispensable role in the rise of the Chinese deities.
The 2 deities of Lanke Temple and Shihu Lake were awakened by him, this is beyond dispute. Professor Sun continued slowly, his performance during the battle against the Sea Master was equally extraordinary. Now, Captain Zhang, please elaborate on the details for everyone.
Well then, I won't keep you waiting.
Zheng Qianyan, his body wrapped in bandages, rose slowly. After gathering his thoughts, he began recounting Li Yi's extraordinary actions during the battle against the Sea Master. He began with the 100-meter tidal wave that struck the city, which Li Yi single-handedly and forcefully dissipated. Then came the moment when, despite his own severe injuries, Li Yi resolutely held back the sea demon, creating a crucial opening for the 3 guardian deities of China summoned by the Temple of Reverence. Whoosh! Many who hadn't witnessed the battle firsthand now listened to Zhang Qianyan recount these gripping details, unable to suppress gasps of astonishment. It was hard to believe that in less than a week, an unknown young man had transformed into a top-tier supernatural being capable of standing against a sea monster. If word got out, who would believe it? Yet everyone had to admit that Li Yi's growth rate was nothing short of miraculous. I propose conferring upon Li Yi the rank of 4th-grade Divine Messenger of the Temple of Reverence. Professor Sun was quite pleased with the group's reaction. Within the Temple of Devotion, an envoy's rank depended not only on personal strength but also on significant achievements. Branches of the Divine Veneration Academy are spread across the land of Huaxia, with 1 in every province. Most are level 1 Divine Messengers, also known as trainee Divine Messengers. They are primarily stationed in smaller regions, possessing limited authority to handle special incidents. Their main responsibility is executing tasks assigned by the Divine Temple headquarters. Level 2 Divine Envoys, also called Divine Attendants, must possess considerable strength and knowledge. Besides serving as local operational leaders, they hold decision-making authority in certain special matters like Teen Leaderfeng in Linhai Province. Third-level Divine Envoys, known as Executive Divine Envoys, require extensive experience and profound knowledge of deities. Individuals like Professor Sun and Zhang Qianyan belong to this category. Their status is unique, granting them the authority to make decisive executions. Level 4 Divine Envoys, to date, only Song Badong has attained this honor in China. Beyond meeting all the aforementioned criteria, they must also have made significant contributions to Huaxia. There also exists a 5th-level Divine Messenger, but no one except the Dean has ever seen their true form.
This? The crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing the rank proposed by Professor Sun. So all this time? It turns out this was the setup all along? Let's vote by show of hands. Song Badong smiled as he looked around at the group.
Everyone exchanged wry smiles.
At this point, who dared question Li Yi? They'd likely be torn to shreds by the crowd. In the end, it passed unanimously. Song Badong immediately instructed Professor Sun to draft the official report for submission. Within the passage to the Naraka Hell, Li Yi's figure flashed like lightning, instantly plunging into the pitch-black passageway.
Xiaobai, following behind, keenly sensed the tangible lean energy within the passage gradually eroding the power within his own body. He then transformed into a beam of light and slipped into the stone carving in Li Yi's pocket. This seems to be another world. The laws and forces here are entirely different from the outside. If I stay here, my power will be continuously eroded.
Eroded? Li Yi's brow furrowed, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. Nie Xiaoqian moved freely here, showing no signs of discomfort.
He himself hadn't sensed any weakening of his own power either. Upon reflection, however, it made sense.
Naraka was one of the 8 great hells of India, equivalent to the underworld in traditional Chinese belief.
The realms of the living and the dead could not be traversed freely. Even though Xiaobai had become a deity of China, she could not defy the laws governing these two realms. Nie Xiaoqian could survive here for so long precisely because she was a ghost cultivator. The underworld suited her far better than the mortal realm. His own ability to enter this place stemmed from acquiring Nie Xiaoqian's power, which had imbued him with a trace of Yin energy. Li Yi hurried to the entrance of the seal, where Nie Xiaoqian usually meditated, but she was nowhere to be seen. He frantically circled the area once, finding nothing. He then anxiously called out to her in his mind several times, yet received no response. His expression darkened slightly, and he decisively stepped into the seal. The deeper they ventured into the passage, the more Xiaobai sensed a powerful force of law. She soon detected movement ahead and grew tense. Shin, there seems to be an extremely powerful force up ahead. This sent a sharp pang of dread through Li Yi's heart. He called out to Nie Xiaoqian again, but still received no answer. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted nearby. Startled, Li Yi sped up as if wind were beneath his feet. He soon saw Nie Xiaoqian locked in fierce combat with 5 malevolent spirits. These spirits were hideously ugly, their hands morphing into translucent giant swords that flashed with icy light. They moved with ghostly agility, each strike packed with immense power that sent Nie Xiaoqian flying several meters away. Xiaoqian! Li Yi channeled his inner energy, gathering a ball of 9 netherworld flames in his palms as he charged forward. Though Nie Xiaoqian was formidable, she clearly struggled against the 5 spirits' coordinated assault. She was forced back step by step, her body bearing multiple wounds. With Li Yi joining the fray, Nie Xiaoqian finally found an opening. She swept her palm forward, sending a ball of netherfire hurtling like a meteor, carrying one of the evil spirits away. The 9 netherworld flames possessed the power to scorch souls. As the spirit body burned, it let out agonized screams that echoed through the passageway, sending chills down the spine. Young master, why have you come? Nie Xiaoqian finally found the chance to ask. Li Yi replied helplessly, I tried to contact you telepathically several times, but received no response. I feared something had happened to you. My apologies, young master. The evil spirits suddenly rebelled here, relentlessly attacking the sealed entrance. I had no choice but to cause you such worry. Deeply moved, Nie Xiaoqian flicked out another ball of ghostly fire, extinguishing one of the malevolent spirits. But in the next instant, a tidal wave of malevolent spirits surged from the passageway, instantly surrounding the pair so tightly they couldn't breathe. Xiaobai! Li Yi was struck by a demon spirit, crashing into the wall like a. Seeing this, he dared not hesitate, summoning Xiaobai to aid him. Chapter 39, The Privileges of a 4th-rank Divine Messenger. Boom! A figure flashed out like lightning. With a light swipe of his palm, threads of electric arcs appeared between his fingers, instantly slaying all the surrounding evil spirits. Evil spirit slain. 9 Netherworld Inferno spell enhanced. Killed evil spirits. 9 Netherworld Inferno spell enhanced. Killed evil spirits. The 9 Netherworld's Inferno curse has been enhanced. A series of text notifications flashed before his eyes. After striking once, Xiaobai instantly returned to the stone statue in Li Yi's pocket, as if she had never appeared at all. The sudden appearance of this beautiful figure caused Nie Xiaoqian's gaze to fixate on her. She had assumed it was a beautiful elder sister, but never imagined such terrifying power existed within. Hurry! More evil spirits are surging from within, Xiaobai warned urgently, sensing movement deep within the passage. Go! Li Yi grabbed Nie Xiaoqian and sprinted toward the seal's exit. Reaching the entrance, Nie Xiaoqian's expression grew grave. If we don't eliminate these evil spirits, once they break through the seal, resealing it will be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. In mere moments, hordes of evil spirits charged down the passage like ravenous wolves, attacking the seal's entrance with reckless abandon. They were fine just moments ago. Why did they suddenly turn like this? Li Yi watched the spirits assaulting the seal, his expression grim. It must be remembered that this passageway lay directly before the gates of Lanke Temple. Should the evil spirits breach the seal, the entire land of China would face utter destruction. I don't know the exact situation, but it seems some force is awakening these evil spirits. Nie Xiaoqian shook her head. This reminded Li Yi. He frowned in confusion. The only force capable of awakening the demons from the Naraka hell is likely the kingdom of Tianzhu. It seems the Tianzhu divine cult is behind this. He then turned to Nie Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, with your current strength, how much longer can you hold the seal? As long as no other powerful evil spirits appear, and I maintain the seal daily, I can hold out for about a month. Nie Xiaoqian pondered for a moment before lifting her delicate chin and speaking. That's enough. Li Yi nodded, then explained the matter of worshipping at Lanke Temple. He added, according to research I found online, the more people who come to worship the deity, the stronger its power becomes. We owe this to you, young master. Through the live streams these past days, Xiaoqian has truly felt the power of faith, and my own strength has noticeably increased. Having communicated frequently with Li Yi lately, Nie Xiaoqian had learned much and understood this would benefit the deity without harm. Since Xiaoqian has gained everyone's faith, she will naturally return that power to the people. Since you agree, it's settled. Li Yi exhaled slowly. But one thing puzzles me, can you truly decide who receives divine recognition? That doesn't seem to be something I can decide.
Nie Xiaoqian's face showed resignation.
When Li Yi had previously bound her power, she had understood that the so-called recognition stemmed from the laws of heaven and earth at work. She had merely been drawn upon for a fraction of her strength. Seizing the moment, Li Yi turned to communicate with Xiaobai about binding divine beings. Xiaobai shook his head firmly. Xian, I've sensed the abilities of the super spiritualists in this land. The laws of heaven and earth faintly tell me that these people are not yet worthy of my power.
You're right.
Your power is too formidable, and most of our nation's super spirits are still at lower levels.
Li Yi nodded in understanding.
After a moment's hesitation, a smile touched his lips as he suggested,
since you two have met and are now acquainted, why not find an opportunity to sit down and chat?
It would be a chance to get to know each other better.
Young master, I have no objections. Ah Xian, I have no objection either. Young master, why does she call you Ah Xian? Isn't your surname Li?
Nie Xiaoqian tilted her head, her pretty face filled with confusion. Exiting the Naragakana passage, Li Yi rushed straight to Song Boton's office, pouring out everything about the disturbances in Nara Hell and his own theories.
Your theory makes perfect sense.
The Naragaja passage has always been a target of exploration for the Tianju cult, and the Naragaja demon stone is the evil artifact they discovered. Song Boton's expression grew grave, tinged with worry.
I wonder if the divine being at Lanke Temple can prevent the malevolent spirits inside from escaping? If no powerful evil spirits emerge, none should break the seal within a month.
During this period, we must swiftly arrange worship ceremonies to bolster the deity's power.
Li Yi replied. What about Shihu?
The divine being at Shihu Lake is of a higher rank. Opening it for worship now would serve little purpose. Given the current strength of domestic super spiritualists, gaining its recognition would be difficult.
We should concentrate all resources on Lanke Temple first. Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Song Bodong nodded, then stood up and patted Li Yi on the shoulder. Li Yi, prepare yourself.
The Temple of Divine Reverence has proposed appointing you as a level 4 divine messenger.
This is an immense honor you absolutely must not refuse. Level 4? Li Yi had researched the divine messenger ranks online and understood what level 4 signified.
He froze in place, unsure how to respond. After a moment's thought, he nodded. I can accept it, but I dislike too many burdens.
So I'll only accept the honorary title. Ha ha. A level 4 divine messenger? Honestly, aside from my position as head of the academy, there's nowhere else we could possibly place you. So just happily accept this honorary title. Song Bodong roared with laughter, his echoing chuckles filling the office.
The two chatted for a while longer when Li Yi suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up.
Now that I'm a level 4 divine messenger, would it be possible for me to access some of the Divine Worship Academy's archives and reference materials? You have unrestricted access to the library and archives of the Divine Service Academy. All case files and records are available for your perusal. Receiving Song Boton's reply, Li Yi felt considerably more at ease. This level 4 divine messenger rank had come at just the right time. He needed to research materials on Yamada no Orochi and the Sea Priest. Such information was hard to find online. Most sources were mere rumors. Though Li Yi recognized these two deities and knew some related events, he couldn't pinpoint which specific story version they corresponded to. Take Yamada no Orochi, for instance.
He had encountered countless versions, each with its own bewildering array of fan-made adaptations. Therefore, to uncover the true identity and story of Yamada no Orochi in this world, he needed to analyze it in conjunction with the sacred texts of the Shrine of Reverence.
In the days that followed, Li Yi vanished from the internet as if he'd evaporated.
The entire internet flooded Song Xian with requests, pleading for Brother Yi to make an appearance.
Song Xian also yearned to see Li Yi.
After several failed attempts, she finally reached him. Her voice carried the excitement of reuniting with an old friend after years apart. What are you up to? Got time to grab a bite?
Miss Song, I'm not as free as you are. I've got things to attend to. Oh, come on. Time is like toothpaste, squeeze it, and you'll find some. Oh, you think squeezing it out will make it appear? Li Yi's mischievous chuckle came through the phone. Song Xian thought for a long moment, her face suddenly flushing hot.
She silently spat inwardly. Li Yi, you've changed. You used to be so pure and kind-hearted.
Now you're making these dirty jokes with me? Miss Song, where did that come from? You said time is like toothpaste, squeeze it and you'll find some. I was just following your lead to confirm. How is that making dirty jokes? Li Yi rolled his eyes over the phone. Alright, Miss Song, I'm really swamped lately.
I still need your help promoting Lanke Temple, spreading the word so more people know about it.
With that, he hung up. Song Xian's face flushed as she glanced down. Bastard, it's already out, what's there to squeeze?
Chapter 40, Opening Lanke Temple, the Divine Sacrifice Craze.
Japan, Fujiwara Family Estate.
Just 2 days after Japan's high-profile announcement of Divine Beings No Borders, the number of applicants had surged to a staggering 60,000.
No one had anticipated the extraordinary enthusiasm shown by the Chinese toward Japan's deities. In stark contrast, applications from other nations were sparse, amounting to less than a tenth of China's total. Overseeing this endeavor was a middle-aged man named Suzuki Daiki.
His expression was slightly grave, tinged with caution, as he sought guidance from Fujiwara Rintaro. Mr. Fujiwara, the number of applicants has far exceeded our expectations. With such large numbers from various countries, how should we proceed with the selection process? And how should we determine the allocation ratios? So many applicants from China?
Fujiwara Rintaro stared intently at the data sheet in his hands, his eyes filled with astonishment as he blurted out.
It seems Japan holds considerable standing in the hearts of the Chinese people.
Given that, let the Chinese take 80% of the spots, with the remaining countries sharing the remaining 20%. Remember, your task is simply to ensure these people board the ship properly.
The rest can be handed over later.
This.
Suzuki Daiki froze momentarily, his lips parting as if to protest.
But when he met Fujiwara Rintaro's unwavering gaze, he could only nod reluctantly and withdraw in silence.
Didn't they always say gods know no borders?
Why did the Chinese make up 80%, while the rest of the nations accounted for a mere 20%?
Alas, not being a direct descendant of the Fujiwara clan, he could never fathom the hidden truth behind it. Just then, Sato Sakaki hurried over, followed closely by a man wearing a baseball cap. Mr. Fujiwara, Matsumoto was here.
The baseball cap-wearing man had his left palm missing, wrapped in thick bandages, making it particularly noticeable.
He removed his cap with his right hand, revealing Matsumoto Shota's face dark and gloomy enough to drip with water. Matsumoto, I hope you remember this painful lesson well.
Fujiwara Rintaro rose slowly, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze coldly fixed on Matsumoto Shota.
You must know everything by now. The Matsumoto family has severed all ties with you. Every psychic in this country views you as a disgrace.
If you wish to remain here, you will obey my every command.
Shota Matsumoto clamped his lips shut, not uttering a word. His heart was filled with regret, tormented by the question, why had he committed such a despicable act back then? Now, tell me the truth. What exactly happened back then?
Why did you suddenly sever your own hand?
Fujiwara Rintaro pressed again. Hearing this, Matsumoto Shota's eye twitched violently.
The question felt like a sharp blade piercing his heart.
Fujiwara, I can work for you.
But please, stop trying to humiliate me.
Otherwise, I'd rather die than stay here and be at your mercy.
You?
Fujiwara Rintaro was momentarily speechless.
He had only wanted to uncover the truth of what happened, never expecting Matsumoto Shota to react so sensitively.
However, he still had crucial matters requiring Matsumoto Shota's assistance and didn't want to drive him away or push him to his limits.
He shoved a phone into Matsumoto Shota's hand.
Take this phone. Go back and wait for my call. Don't wander around recklessly lately. You should be well aware of your current standing in the hearts of the nation. Goodbye. Matsumoto Shota snorted coldly and turned away without looking back. Watching Matsumoto Shota's receding figure, Fujiwara Rintaro frowned.
He's nothing but a stray dog, yet he still carries himself with such arrogance. If he truly possessed that pride, how could he have severed his own hand and fled back to his country in disgrace? Mr. Fujiwara, the latest news from China, Lanke Temple is opening today.
Nirazato Sako stepped forward and reported in a low voice, I wonder if this will affect our gods without borders plan. Fujiwara Rintaro shook his head. It shouldn't.
After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to obtain divine power. Those who cannot acquire it will surely pin their hopes on the two deities in our country. See to it that everything here is handled flawlessly.
Understood, Murato Azusa replied respectfully.
The news of Ranzhou Temple's opening spread like wildfire, exploding across China like a bombshell and igniting a sweeping frenzy. Major live streamers and media platforms sprang into action, flooding toward Lanke Temple like a tidal wave, all eager to capture the temple's grandeur firsthand. The online world became the epicenter of this frenzy.
Trending topics related to Lanke Temple climbed relentlessly on search charts. On Weibo's trending topics, hashtag Lanke Temple First Day Pilgrimage shot up like a rocket to the top spot. Within hours, views surpassed 50 million, with discussions reaching hundreds of thousands.
Douyin's trending charts were similarly dominated by Lanke Temple content, with netizens sharing screenshots of their newly booked flight and train tickets. Some unscrupulous live streamers rushed to Lanke Temple overnight to broadcast sales for personal gain. This enraged netizens on the scene, who flooded the platforms with reports. Soon, these live stream rooms were shut down, and the involved hosts were taken away for investigation.
The news sparked widespread cheers and applause across the internet. Since the temple's opening, Song Xian has remained steadfast at its gates.
Not only did she recount stories related to Nie Xiaoqian, but she also invited divine messengers from the Temple of Reverence daily to teach others how to communicate with the gods. This strategy proved remarkably effective, boosting her follower count by another 10 million to a staggering 70 million. It's important to note that achieving growth beyond this level of followers is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Just as everyone was bustling about, a subtle fluctuation of power rippled through Lanke Temple, drawing all eyes to turn and look.
I did it! I did it!
An ordinary girl from the city's No. 2 high school, fortunate enough to be selected as one of the first candidates, had spent 3 days of relentless effort. Finally, she was blessed with the recognition of divine power, becoming a super spiritualist. She was so excited she nearly jumped for joy. This scene made the others, who were still struggling to communicate with the divine, green with envy. The television station had already deployed a large crew on site, specifically to capture such a moment. Like cats sensing blood, they swarmed around her, bombarding her with questions about her true feelings when receiving the divine power and whether she had any unique techniques or methods. I. The girl stammered in her excitement. Honestly, my mind went completely blank at that moment. All I remember is the story my brother told us about Lanke Temple, and then, I suddenly gained the power. The reporter's eyes widened as they swiftly picked up on the key phrase in her words.
Brother? The story of Lanke Temple? Li?
In an instant, reporters turned to their cameras and began wildly promoting the girl's technique. Then, when another young man followed the TV reports method, visited Lanke Temple to worship, and successfully forged a bond with divine power, the entire internet erupted like a volcano. The next day, a flood of pirated tutorials appeared online, such as Li's complete guide to awakening the Lanke Temple deity, how to quickly establish a bond with divine power,
the Li method, and 30 techniques analyzed from Li's storytelling.
In no time, these pirated materials were snapped up online. Meanwhile, Li, immersed in research at the library of the Temple of Reverence, remained utterly oblivious to the commotion unfolding outside. He had no idea he had become a tool for others to profit from. Of course, given his temperament, even if he did find out, he would likely just smile indifferently and not give it a second thought. In his hands, Li held an ancient, rustic tome containing rough accounts of the legendary Yamada no Orochi. Through meticulous analysis of scattered information from the land of the rising sun, he had finally pinpointed the origin of this giant snake.
Agreement? If we awaken the Yamada no Orochi in front of the Japanese public, wouldn't our citizens suffer an emotional breakdown? Chapter 41, Preparations before awakening the Yamada no Orochi. Are you serious, Li? Have you lost your mind? You're actually planning to go abroad and awaken another country's deity?
Song Xian was engrossed in her livestream outside Lanke Temple when Li's call abruptly interrupted her. At first, hearing she could participate in awakening a deity again, she nearly jumped for joy. But upon learning the destination, she froze as if struck by a petrification spell, her entire body going rigid before erupting in a barrage of questions.
What kind of twisted logic is this? Going to someone else's territory to awaken their deities? What kind of stance is that supposed to be? Are you allies or traitors?
On the other end, Li explained helplessly, Miss Son, the location for awakening a deity isn't something you can just pick arbitrarily.
It's not like you think finding an empty plot of land and summoning a deity. Li, we need to have a serious talk.
We have to stand firm on our principles. You have no idea how those people in Japan have been portraying you lately.
And here you are, going to help them awaken their deity?
Once they grow powerful through this, our China will suffer. Song Xian seized the chance to vent after her call was hung up last time, rattling off a torrent of words. She felt a surge of satisfaction.
Ha! This is the son of the gods who's currently the talk of all China, and I've just given him a piece of my mind? Rest assured, I'm not going to mainland Japan. After extensive research, I've confirmed it's on a small island under Japan's jurisdiction.
I can guarantee with absolute certainty that once this deity awakens, it won't look kindly upon Japan. After finishing his call, Li hurriedly hung up and turned toward his home. Upon learning her nephew was returning, Lu Meifeng deliberately left work early at noon to rush home, meticulously preparing a lavish spread of dishes. Yet during the meal, she appeared preoccupied, hesitating to speak her mind. It was a rare occasion that her younger brother, Xiaofeng, had also returned. It was well known that Xiaofeng, being visually impaired, attended a school for the blind. He usually ate lunch at school and only returned home in the evenings. He would never return at noon unless it was for something extremely important. Li quickly guessed the reason. Lanke Temple had recently opened its doors to the public, sparking nationwide excitement. Hordes of students were flocking there, eager to forge bonds with divine powers. Yet Xiaofeng, being blind, hadn't secured an early admission spot.
Auntie, don't worry about Xiaofeng. I have my own plans. Though the deities at Lanke Temple are powerful, they don't align with Xiaofeng's unique qualities. Even if he went, he'd likely return disappointed.
Li had always held his younger brother's affairs close to his heart, even discussing them in depth with Nie Xiaoqian. As a ghost cultivator, Nie Xiaoqian possessed Yin attributes. In the 5 elements, water governs Yin, so those with a water affinity were relatively more likely to gain Nie Xiaoqian's approval. Next comes metal, which governs destruction and slaughter in the 5 elements, aligning with the grim, killing aura inherent in ghost cultivators.
Xiaofeng's elemental affinity, however, was fire.
Fire clashed with the cold, Yin nature of ghost cultivators, making Nie Xiaoqian's approval exceedingly difficult to attain. Even if he somehow gained her power, his future achievements would be severely limited.
Brother, but. Xiaofeng's heart brimmed with reluctance.
His lips trembled as he watched one person after another on the TV successfully obtain divine power. It was impossible for him not to feel envy.
Don't worry, Xiaofeng. I'll definitely find the deity that suits you best,
Li said, thoughtfully serving his younger brother a piece of vegetable. Xiao Feng instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. He shoveled down a couple of half-hearted bites before muttering he was full and needed to go to class.
Lu Meifeng sighed softly in resignation.
She knew deep down that Li Yi would never harm her brother after all. The bond between the two brothers had always been incredibly strong since childhood.
Xiaoqian, what's the current status of the sealed entrance?
A helicopter sped toward the eastern sea. Inside the cabin, Li Yi and Song Xian sat facing each other.
Of course, standing nearby, invisible to Song Xian, was Xiao Bai.
At the controls was Wang Chang, the pilot who had previously led the pursuit of the little white statue.
As a level 4 divine messenger of the Temple of Reverence, Li Yi possessed the authority to deploy helicopters. Upon learning this mission involved venturing into the open sea, Wang Chang felt his blood boil with excitement and volunteered to join the operation.
Apart from Song Xian, Li Yi had not informed the Temple of Divine Worship of his plan to awaken the Yamata no Orochi. He knew that if word leaked out, it would inevitably face fierce opposition from numerous divine messengers.
Young master, the sealed entrance remains stable for now, though the number of malevolent spirits within grows daily.
Thanks to your powerful assistance, countless devotees have come to worship, and my strength is surging rapidly. In my estimation, within a month at most, I shall break through my current realm.
Nie Xiaoqian's soft voice flowed through Li Yi's mind. Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. So quickly? It seems the power of faith truly offers immeasurable benefits to deities. The two conversed for a while longer.
Li Yi's gaze drifted toward the sea beyond the window, and a sudden thought arose in his mind. As a deity myself, if people came to worship me, could I also rapidly enhance my power? But the thought barely formed before he shook his head vigorously. To mortals, deities were beings beyond the reach of mortal eyes. When people worshipped them, their hearts were filled with profound reverence. He, however, was a real person living in this world. If he rashly declared to others, "I am a deity, come worship me," he would likely be cursed to pieces and become a laughingstock.
Xian, look over there. Xiao Bai suddenly pointed toward the distant sea.
Though Song Xian couldn't hear Xiao Bai's voice, she saw it too and excitedly pointed, saying, "Li Yi, look.
That cruise ship has dream printed on it. Could this be the ship from the land of Neon coming to pick us up? What's going on?"
Lately, Li Yi had been completely absorbed in researching documents, completely unaware of online developments.
Mr. Li, you might be in the dark about this.
Under the guise of divine boundary free, the land of Neon has lured tens of thousands of our citizens.
Wang Chang, piloting the helicopter,
snorted coldly in anger. I hear they've chartered a massive cruise ship from a domestic company just to ferry these people back and forth. Those who got tickets are flaunting them online, causing quite a stir. It's no small commotion. What's most infuriating is that these people completely ignore the nation's warnings. They even go onto foreign networks to spout nonsense, slandering China, claiming there's no human rights, no freedom, that it's a capitalistic hellhole. They say they can go wherever they want, no one has the right to stop them.
Song Xian's eyebrows furrowed in anger as she echoed the indignation.
So they just let it slide? What could we do? Word is they all got Japanese residency.
It's not our place to interfere. If it's another country's business, then we really have no authority to interfere. Let's go. Li Yi no longer paid attention to the cruise ship below. Doesn't Neon Nation have enough people of its own? Why must they bring people in from abroad? They definitely don't have good intentions. Whoosh! The helicopter streaked past the giant cruise ship. The passengers on the cruise ship, who had been leisurely enjoying the sea views, all had their gazes drawn to the helicopter, their eyes following its movement involuntarily. Several young girls excitedly pulled out their phones, snapping quick shots of this rare, exquisite sight. Mr. Li, is this the island? Wang Chang piloted the helicopter, circling slowly over an unnamed island.
The island wasn't large, covering no more than 400 or 500 square kilometers at most.
It was barren, dotted with jagged rocks, exuding a desolate atmosphere. Li Yi scrutinized the map in his hands, studying it intently for a moment before nodding with certainty. Yes, this is the island. The helicopter landed smoothly on the island. Song Xian swiftly unloaded the live streaming equipment and satellite communication gear from the helicopter, arranging them efficiently.
She then contacted her contacts back home to configure the network settings, ensuring a smooth connection to Japan's internet.
Ready? I'm going live now.
Wearing an adorable rabbit mask, Song Xian stood before the live streaming equipment and looked up at Li Yi, who had already donned a pig mask, giving him a playful grin.
You're good to go. Begin. Li Yi understood the power of faith could greatly increase the chances of awakening a deity.
He wasn't naive enough to think that simply arriving on this deserted island and telling a story on his own would easily awaken Yamata no Orochi.
Binding the deity, Yamata no Orochi. Story background: Minamoto no Suki, Shrine Maiden of the Minamoto clan. Chapter 42, Awakening our Yamata no Orochi? Are you kidding me? Whoa, this girl's figure is absolutely stunning. Can the streamer show her face? Holy crap, is this even a streamer from our country? With a body like that, if she ever debuts, I'd definitely buy a few extra DVDs to support her. Streamer, why won't you show your face? Got something to hide?
The moment the stream went live, a bunch of creepy guys flooded the chat. Song Xian, wearing a bunny mask, furrowed her delicate brows. Without a word, she ruthlessly kicked them out of the stream.
Hey, streamer, what are you doing on this deserted island?
If I told you, it might scare you, Song Xian replied in her imperfect Japanese.
Ha, Miss Streamer, I've seen it all, nothing scares me. Stop teasing us and spill it already. Let's hear this mystery. We're awakening your country's deities. But, that's hilarious. Do you have any idea who gets to awaken deities in our country? Only those who know every detail of our history inside out. You're just a little streamer, stop messing around.
Everyone, please look at the camera now. Song Xian immediately switched the camera angle, shooting Li Yi a helpless glance as she whispered, there are only 2 or 3 people in the livestream right now.
Awakened deity bound, Yamada no Orochi.
Story background,
Minamoto no Suki, Shinto priestess of the Minamoto clan.
Li Yi decisively tore off the pig head mask covering his face, revealing his true features.
His gaze swept around the island's surroundings as he spoke leisurely.
To all you netizens watching on your phones, beneath my feet lies a piece of land where a tale both frustrating and deeply moving once unfolded.
Wait. Isn't that the divine child of China? Holy crap, the divine child of China actually came to our neon nation to awaken a deity? He's here to crash the party, right?
In that instant, the live chat exploded with chaos before erupting into a stampede of panicked viewers scattering like startled birds. The calm before the storm was eerily still.
Li Yi noticed Xiaobai behind him.
To avoid disrupting the awakening ritual, he had Xiaobai enter the stone statue in his pocket. Taking a deep breath, he carefully gathered his emotions. The story begins around the year 700 AD.
Back then, the rivers of Izumo nourished the fertile rice fields and tranquil villages along their banks.
Yet beneath this serene facade lurked a terrifying legend. During the rainy season, when the river swelled, a monstrous serpent with 9 hideous heads would emerge silently from the deep mountains.
In mere moments,
the livestream flooded with viewers. It turned out that the few netizens who had been mocking earlier had rushed into various streamers' rooms, shouting at the top of their lungs, the divine child of China has come to Japan to crash the party. This cry ignited a powder keg, exploding across every major livestream. Countless people flooded into Song Xian's livestream.
Here they come.
I'll be damned if I don't see how this divine son of China plans to crash the party. If he doesn't give us a proper explanation today, he's in for a world of trouble.
What's going on? I was in the middle of a heated game and got dragged into this.
The viewer count in the live stream room, which had initially grown slowly by tens, soon began surging by the hundreds.
Within just 5 minutes, the count skyrocketed to 20,000. Such an abnormal situation quickly drew the intense attention of Japan's network control center. Meanwhile, with the cruise ship safely underway, Fujiwara Rintaro finally breathed a sigh of relief.
It wouldn't be long before they reached the designated location to perform the sea ritual using the shipwreck method. Just then, Sato Sakaki arrived, rushing forward with a panicked expression.
It's bad, Mr. Fujiwara.
That Li Yi is live streaming from one of our country's islands, bragging that he's going to awaken our nation's deities.
Who? Who is Li Yi? Fujiwara Rintaro was momentarily taken aback.
After a long pause, he snapped to attention like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his eyes widening.
Who? Which Li Yi? He dares to awaken our nation's deities? You fool! Do you even know what you're saying? Mr. Fujiwara, how could I possibly lie about something like this? Murasato Sakaki hurriedly pulled out his phone, trembling with fear, and frantically opened the livestream. Should we have the relevant authorities cut off his internet connection? Oomph. Utterly ridiculous. How much could a Chinese person possibly know about our nation? And he dares to fantasize about awakening our national deity?
Fujiwara Rintaro snorted derisively on the spot, no need to cut the connection.
I want to see what trick he's trying to pull. Is it pure sensationalism, or does he have some ulterior motive? Could he be feinting east to strike west?
Muragashi Sakaki frowned in confusion. After all, Chinese people are masters of intrigue. I once read a book called The Art of War by Sun Tzu. It's filled with strategies for manipulating situations.
Have your people keep a close watch on every move online? You needn't concern yourself with anything else. Fujiwara Rintaro's heart sank. Had they discovered the sea festival? He waved his hand impatiently. Murajashi Satoshi sighed and slunk away.
To be safe, he called Matsumoto Shota again. I assume you're already on the helicopter.
This mission is critical. You must strictly follow my instructions. No more acting on impulse. Of course not.
A cold snort came through the phone before the call ended. On the small island, Li Yi was completely engrossed in his storytelling, vividly recounting the terrifying tale of the Yamada no Orochi rampaging across the land. Finally, a heroic deity from the land of the rising sun descended the legendary Susanoo and severed the serpent's head with a single stroke of his sword.
However, Li Yi deliberately avoided using Susanoo's name, substituting it with the deity of the land of the rising sun instead.
This precaution was taken to prevent the land of the rising sun from ever using this clue to awaken Susanoo in the future.
That's it?
The live stream audience erupted in a wave of disdainful boos.
They had been eagerly anticipating some grand spectacle from this divine child, only to hear that the serpent had died so easily? With skills like these, you dare come to our land of the rising sun looking for trouble? You concoct this ridiculous story, yet look behind you, not even a flicker of movement? Viewers laughed as they flooded the chat with mocking comments. Song Xian's face flushed crimson with anger, but the chat was too crowded to kick anyone out. Fujiwara Rintaro, who was watching on his phone, also laughed at the sight. Looks like they're just running out of ideas, trying to grab attention with this kind of trick to scam traffic from our country's people. Just as he was about to close his phone, he caught sight of Li Yi in the video. The corner of Li Yi's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Everyone, did you think the story ended here? Wrong. The truly exciting part has only just begun. Begin? What the hell is there to begin? Orochi's dead as a doornail, how could it possibly begin? If you can't explain this properly today, I'm reporting you on the spot. Fine, I'll listen again and see what kind of nonsense you can come up with next. The netizens glared at him one by one. Time now moves to the Heian period. The head of the Minamoto clan happened to hear the legend of the Yamata no Orochi, and the ambition within his heart was instantly ignited. Li Yi narrated leisurely, each word carrying a spellbinding quality that resonated clearly in every viewer's ears. He vividly depicted the clan leader's swelling ambition. This story was actually a segment from On My Oji. The reason he dared to recount it was because the Shinto shrine archives contained scattered references to the Genji and the nine-headed serpent. Normally, even the members of the Soul Summoning Society couldn't uncover the Orochi's origins with just these two clues. But Lee suddenly recalled the Genji storyline from On My Oji. The Genji clan leader had unexpectedly discovered the remnant soul of Yamata no Orochi, the eight-headed serpent, existing between the realms of the living and the dead. To obtain the serpent's power to create life, he struck a bargain with this demonic deity, sacrificing the clan's shrine maidens as offerings. As the story reached this point, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats, for the narrative now depicted the moment when the shrine maiden was about to be sacrificed. Following human logic, the shrine maiden was bound to have a twist. At this moment, the live stream reached an unprecedented 700,000 viewers, with many netizens being pushed out due to the overwhelming crowd. Moreover, news of Li Yi awakening a deity in Japan swiftly spread to China and other nations, drawing a tidal wave of viewers. Fujiwara Rintaro, too, was captivated by the story, his eyes glued to his phone screen, afraid to miss a single detail. Li Yi continued his narration. This shrine maiden of the Genji clan was exceptionally bright and gifted from a young age. At just 16, she had already become the most outstanding member of her family. When she learned she was to be sacrificed, she pleaded desperately with her father to spare her. Yet, all she received was his ruthless imprisonment and the clan's utter disdain. At the very moment she was to be offered up. Rumble. In an instant, the island seemed violently stirred by an immense, invisible force. A fierce wind arose, and dark clouds swiftly engulfed the sky above the island. Flashes of lightning danced within the clouds, accompanied by deafening roars. Mysterious forces of faith poured ceaselessly from the heavens and earth, gathering upon the wooden tablet in Li Yi's hands. Buzz. At the same time, on a mysterious island near Akatsushima, the runes of the moon god's altar seemed drawn by some force, erupting into a blinding beam of light that shot skyward. What's happening? Why is the altar activating on its own? The sea ritual hasn't even begun yet. Given the current state of Japan's fortune, starting the divine right now would only spell disaster. Inside the Soul Summoning Society, Elder Watanabe watched in horror. He urgently instructed Sakura to call Fujiwara Rintaro. Fujiwara. The altar has activated on its own. Chapter 43, The Sea Festival begins, the Moon Goddess ritual commence. Mr. Watanabe, what on earth is happening? Fujiwara Rintaro was still reeling from the profound shock of Li Yi's live broadcast. Fujiwara, this isn't the time to explain everything over the phone. All I can tell you is that the Moon Goddess is being suppressed by the divine fortunes of two Chinese deities, making her power significantly weaker than when she was awakened before. On the other end of the line, the elderly Watanabe spoke urgently. The divine ritual requires the collective faith of numerous super-spiritualists and ordinary people to the nation's destiny, thereby nourishing the Moon Goddess. But now, our nation's destiny is in decline. If the ritual proceeds without receiving nourishment from destiny, it will inevitably suffer severe damage once more. Therefore, the sea ritual is the only viable remedy at present. Additionally, you must immediately gather the personnel previously assigned to the altar and forcibly conduct the divine ritual. Understood, Mr. Watanabe. I'll issue the order for the sea ritual immediately. Fujiwara Rintaro hung up the phone, inwardly cursing Watanabe's cunning. Had the situation not been utterly dire, the man likely wouldn't have uttered a single word. He pulled out his phone and took a deep breath. Matsumoto, though the passengers on that cruise ship hold no direct grudge against you, it was Li Yi from their country who brought you to this point of utter disgrace. Proceed with the plan now. I, Fujiwara, solemnly swear to you that I will exhaust every means to restore your honor. Fujiwara, you'd better remember what you said today. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. On the other end, Matsumoto Shota's voice was icy and piercing before he abruptly ended the call.
Li Yi, stranded on the remote island, remained utterly unaware of the activation of the altar rune or the desperate measures taken by the Fujiwara clan and the Soul Summoning Society.
He remained focused on the task at hand. Above the island, within the thick clouds, a colossal monster loomed, its form faintly visible. It bore 9 enormous heads, each eye glowing like a fiery red lantern.
Li Yi took a deep breath.
This was his final gamble. Whether he could awaken it all depended on what followed. When the shrine maiden Genetsu was sacrificed, even though she was the strongest among her clan's priestesses, she could not withstand the terrifying power of the great serpent.
Ultimately, her soul, saturated with boundless resentment, fused with her decaying remains, transforming her completely into a hideous serpent.
Rumble. In that instant, the island seemed swallowed by a hellish, raging force as thunder and lightning violently engulfed the entire land.
Wang Chang, get Song Xian out of here now. Li Yi abruptly looked up at the faint outline of the Yamata no Orochi in the clouds, then turned without hesitation and bellowed.
Song Xian had long been frozen in terror by the sudden, bizarre, and terrifying spectacle unfolding before her.
Fortunately, Wang Chang reacted with lightning speed.
He grabbed her, practically dragging her onto the helicopter before starting it up and speeding away into the distance. Meanwhile, the meticulously set up live streaming equipment remained steadfastly in place, faithfully recording every moment unfolding in the heavens and earth.
The internet in Neon Nation was already exploding with outrage. Netizens were in a state of utter collapse. They simply couldn't believe that the Chinese had actually succeeded in awakening Japan's deity.
After all, awakening a deity was no simple feat, it required deep research into the deity's history. Even the spirit messengers of the Soul Summoning Society, who prided themselves on their deep knowledge of deities, lacked this ability.
How had this Chinese person managed it? In an instant, videos and posts condemning the Soul Summoning Society for its inaction flooded Japan's internet like a tidal wave.
Enraged netizens even gathered in groups outside the Summoning Society's headquarters, brandishing megaphones to hurl insults at the building, venting their fury. The shrine attendants, each visibly ashamed, stepped forward under the pressure of public opinion to offer an explanation.
Please don't be swayed by those with ulterior motives.
Based on years of collecting and researching data on various deities, the nine-headed serpent is not a deity of our nation.
What the hell? Can you guys have some dignity? Netizens in Neon Nation erupted once more. They've brazenly invaded our territory to awaken our deities, and you claim they aren't even our own? What kind of nonsense is that? Why would our own gods need to be awakened on someone else's turf?
The war between netizens and the Summoning Society raged on, spiraling out of control. Hold up, guys. Whoever these deities belong to, since they've been awakened on our turf, they should belong to Japan now.
Exactly.
They must return our national deities, or else kill.
Kill my ass. You bunch of foreign jerks, can't get what you want so you just shoot? EGE awakened one of our Chinese deities. Exactly. They belong to us Chinese. Try awakening one yourself if you dare. Netizens from China who'd climbed the Great Firewall were furious. Damn it. Utterly shameless. Bastards. Cowards.
Sakura, who had been monitoring the situation, was struck dumb when she saw the wooden plaque floating mid-air in the livestream.
It hit her like lightning. She understood everything. That was the wooden plaque she had always kept close to her heart. Could it truly awaken a deity?
Sakura, you must rush to the shrine immediately and place this object in the central shrine niche. The elderly Watanabe hurried over, leaning on his rattan cane, a simple wooden box in hand. His expression was grave. Remember, you must wait until the moon goddess's power is fully awakened before releasing the power within this object.
Sakura took the box with confusion and slowly opened it.
Inside lay a shriveled eyeball, grotesque and terrifying in appearance. She looked up in shock, her eyes filled with confusion. Legend has it that when the moon goddess was born, this eye was formed when a deity cleansed the impurities from her right eye. And this very eye is one of the 3 items I obtained back then. The elderly Watanabe suddenly extended his withered hand and gently patted Sakura's shoulder, his voice deep and solemn.
Complete the mission.
Take this eye to reclaim the Orochi wooden plaque, then destroy every divine relic in the surrounding nations.
How can we tolerate others snoring beside our bed?
Beyond our borders, no deity shall exist. This is your only chance to atone for your sins.
A mysterious force surged into Sakura's body. Instantly, Sakura's eyes glazed over, losing their usual sparkle. Her entire being seemed controlled by an invisible force as she mechanically nodded before turning and walking away. Sakura, don't blame the president.
The Fujiwara clan has long controlled the government of the Rainbow Nation, and the power of the Soul Summoning Society has been steadily eroded over the years.
This is the only way I can ensure the society maintains its absolute dominance for the long term. The elderly Watanabe wore a complex expression. The world knew only that the moon goddess had been awakened by a mysterious figure within the nation, yet none realized that mysterious figure was him. Years ago, while exploring the desolate islands surrounding the land of Neon, he unexpectedly acquired 3 mysterious artifacts, a divine statue, a withered eye, and an iron book chronicling the moon goddess's enigmatic deeds. The peculiar statue granted him the power of resurrection, while the iron book became the crucial key to successfully awakening the moon god. As for that, I waited until this very day. He slowly raised his head. This youth has awakened another deity. Alas, beneath this eye, death is his only fate. Boom.
On the sea, aboard a luxury cruise ship, Matsumoto Shota leapt off the vessel, blades clutched in both hands. He sprang upward, a moonlit blade flashed slicing through the air, tearing a massive gash in the ship's hull. Ah! The violent explosion sent shrieks of terror rippling through the passengers aboard. Within moments, the hull began tilting violently as seawater surged madly into the compartments, sparking another wave of chaos. Most aboard were Chinese nationals who had once fantasized about becoming super spiritualists in the land of the rising sun, forging mystical bonds with the gods. Reality shattered their dreams. Suddenly, several figures darted out onto the deck. Their faces concealed by black masks, they positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points of the cruise ship, murmuring incantations. As the entire vessel slowly sank, the once calm sea began to churn violently, gradually forming a colossal whirlpool. A cloud of blood mist rose and spread. Not far away, on a desolate island, a long-forgotten stone, weathered by time, now flickered with strange and mysterious rays of power. Above the Neon Kingdom, clouds churned and swirled. Rays of sunlight pierced through. At that moment, the vast crowd of super spirits and ordinary people meticulously gathered around the moon goddess altar distinctly sensed an inexplicably powerful force descending upon the heavens and earth. Ha! The dragon vein has been activated. The moon goddess is destined to be the exclusive deity of the Fujiwara clan. Everyone, follow me to the altar immediately. Fujiwara Rintaro could barely contain his excitement. Chapter 44, Divine Sacrifice, the Defiled Right Eye of the God. The altar, site of the 10,000-person divine sacrifice. The Fujiwara clan's formidable influence swiftly gathered every available super spiritualist within reach for this momentous divine ritual. Not only that, but large numbers of innocent elementary school children and vibrant middle school students were also swept up in the event. The scene was breathtakingly grand. Journalists from the land of neon swarmed the scene at the first opportunity, setting up their cameras and broadcasting the grand ritual live in all directions. The sudden commencement of the ritual caught many by surprise, both domestically and internationally. Organizations standing at the pinnacle of the world's mystical powers, the Huaxia Temple of Divine Worship, the Indian Divine Cult, and the Northern Divine Emperor Grand Cathedral simultaneously focused their attention on this massive ritual. A blinding light erupted from the altar, illuminating the entire space. A mysterious and unknown force gathered and coalesced in the air around the surrounding crowd, eventually hovering above the altar and forming an eerie and powerful energy entity. Some elderly super spiritualists keenly sensed changes within their bodies. Their skin visibly wrinkled at a rapid pace, and their life force flickered like a candle in the wind, fading away in an instant. Before long, their breath ceased. No! The altar is draining our life force. Finally, someone cried out in terror, voicing the dread that gripped their hearts. Those around them rose in panic, fleeing backward without regard for anything, as if pursued by a raging flood or a ferocious beast. Grandpa, Grandpa. An 8-year-old child watched helplessly as his grandfather collapsed before his eyes, bursting into terrified sobs. Run! This altar is draining our life force. Escape! A man shouted hoarsely, trying to rouse more people. Yet most remained immersed in the joy of bonding with the deity, fantasizing about gaining divine power, utterly oblivious to the danger closing in. Damn it, Watanabe, you old devil! You've outmaneuvered me again. Not far away. Fujiwara Rintaro hurried to the scene with his clan members. Upon learning the altar was mercilessly draining everyone's life force, his eye twitched uncontrollably, his gaze filled with fury. After all, the Fujiwara clan was leading this divine ritual. With such a horrific incident unfolding, the clan could not possibly evade responsibility. What should be done now? But the deed was done. His objective was about to be achieved. The ritual could not be halted now. He had to suppress his panic for the moment and deal with this mess afterward. Fujiwara Rintaro was confident that with the Fujiwara clan's formidable strength today, these troubles would be easily resolved. Above the altar, a deity invisible to mortal eyes quietly opened its eyes. Feeling the surging power of the cosmos, like a tidal wave, nourishing its body, a wave of profound comfort washed over its being. This force contained not only the colossal energy of the nation's destiny but also the devout faith of its followers. Head of the family, the time is nearly upon us. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, it would be best to have the clone devour the main body as soon as possible. A white-haired elder, hunched over, whispered into Fujiwara Rintaro's ear. Fujiwara Rintaro gave a slight nod. Immediately, someone behind him presented a divine artifact, a large bronze mirror intricately engraved with the image of the moon goddess. The lines were elegant and lifelike. Very well. It has been 200 years since the Fujiwara clan acquired this artifact, yet no one has been able to activate the power within the mirror. It is time for the divine seed to be unified. Such a familiar aura. The moon goddess engraved on the bronze mirror suddenly spoke, her voice ethereal and haunting. Could it be true, as you say, that I am merely a fragment? That my true essence resides here? It turned out that 2 centuries ago, the Fujiwara clan had acquired this mirror by chance. Though they could converse with it, they had never unlocked its power. For the moon goddess's fragment within the mirror had long been lost in the river of time, forgetting her true identity. Until recently, when a mysterious figure from the land of Neon awakened the moon goddess. The mirror's fragment sensed that familiar power, finally convincing the Fujiwara clan that this talking mirror held the remnant of the moon goddess's essence. Unfortunately, the fragment seemed sealed by some powerful force, unable to wield any power beyond speech. To break the seal and harness the moon goddess's immense power, the Fujiwara clan entered into an obscure pact with her fragment. They planned to harness the immense power of divine sacrifices to fuse the main entity and the fragment within the mirror, making the moon goddess forever the exclusive deity of the Fujiwara clan.
Thus, the Fujiwara clan could endure for eternity in this ever-shifting realm of deities. Proceed.
Fujiwara Rintaro handed the mirror to the white-haired elder, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. The white-haired elder understood immediately, giving a slight nod to the other two before darting toward the altar like lightning. But at that very moment, a woman darted out from the crowd with such blinding speed that no one could react in time. She beat them to it, placing the object in her hand into the shrine's central niche. This woman was Sakura, and the object in her hand was none other than that shriveled eyeball.
As she frantically channeled her inner power into the eyeball,
divine being Genki Tsukuyami awakened by the tail, consciousness restored.
Currently awakened deity, Yamada no Orochi Sudo. Divine being rank, mortal spirit, grade 8. Gain 2 divine points.
Each divine point grants a century of cultivation.
On a desolate island, Li Yi remained unaware that his rampage had forced the Neon Nation to initiate a divine ritual. After enduring countless hardships, a notification window finally appeared in his mind, signaling the awakening of a deity.
Fake? As he read the prompt, Li Yi's eye twitched violently.
After all that effort, and what he awakened was a pseudo-god. But this fake god's rank was actually 2 levels higher than Xiaoqian's? The altar.
As Sakura's power surged into the withered eyeball, the orb within the shrine suddenly swelled, radiating chilling black vapors.
The true incarnation of the moon goddess, currently being nourished by the divine ritual's power, let out a terrified cry. Is Inagi no Makoto's defiled right eye?
This eye seemed to possess terrifying, world-destroying power. In the blink of an eye, it sucked all the moon goddess's power into itself, along with her very essence, vanishing without a trace as if she had never existed in this world.
Quickly stop that eye. The essence's power is vanishing. The bronze mirror sensed the disappearance of the essence's power and cried out urgently.
Sakura, stop. Fujiwara Rintaro, standing at a distance, wore a look of terror. The fate of the Fujiwara clan rested entirely on this divine ritual. Failure would mean the family would bear all the horrific consequences of this incident.
Sakura, you're courting death.
The 3 white-haired elders roared in unison, striding forward to confront Sakura.
Yet, in the next instant, boom! The moon goddess's disappearance caused the power within the altar to lose its outlet.
It erupted in a blinding light, spreading wildly in all directions.
The crowd was violently hurled back by this overwhelming force, utterly defenseless against its fury, suffering heavy casualties.
Only those farther away or exceptionally powerful super spirits narrowly escaped. Standing at a distance, they stared at the altar, still shaken and filled with lingering fear. The scene was horrific. At least half of the participants in the divine ritual had perished, their blood staining the earth crimson. The 3 white-haired elders scrambled to their feet, gazing helplessly at the eye now emitting thick black mist, their expressions filled with bitter resentment.
Fujiwara Rintaro's face turned ashen.
He roared at his clan members, "Kill her!
Reclaim that eye! There must be another way! There must be another way!"
The shriveled eye, pulsing with black energy, darted around before suddenly fixing on Sakura. It transformed into a beam of light and burrowed into her left eye.
Ah! Sakura let out a series of agonized screams.
She struggled against the force consuming her, but with her mind controlled by the president, she could only resist the eye's power for a moment.
Her left eyeball fell from its socket. Her empty socket was now occupied by that shriveled eyeball. This new eye seemed to mock everyone, darting rapidly up and down.
A harsh voice emerged from Sakura's mouth. Go, go, go.
Seek out the gods. Devour the gods. Gain greater power. The power of the underworld. Defiling the gods. Opening the path to the realm of the dead. Sakura's body was enveloped by a cloud of black mist surging from the eyeball.
Moving with blinding speed, she glided nearly 30 centimeters above the ground as she walked. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, leaving behind only a scene of deathly silence.
Old demon! Fujiwara Rintaro finally understood they'd fallen into Watanabe's trap.
Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he roared in the direction of the Soul Summoning Society.
Chapter 45, Deity, Yamada no Orochi, Fake. Getting a bit too cocky, aren't you? On the small island, staring at the text box before him, Lee quickly snapped out of it. After all, the other party was a deity. What right did he have to feel resentful? Besides, Gensuke had merely fused with Yamada no Orochi's power, ultimately transforming into the serpent itself, not its true essence. Even if not the true form, its power had reached the terrifying level of an 8th grade mortal spirit. It was just like those giant serpents in certain anime and films, utterly pathetic.
Take the Yamada no Orochi from Ultraman Orb, for instance. It could devour entire planets, leaving you utterly gobsmacked.
Roar. At that moment, Yamada no Orochi materialized not far before Li Yi,
opening its 9 gaping maws.
As if enraged by the mention of its tragic origins, it seethed with fury. Xiaobai.
Li Yi had no desire to be bitten by this creature, nor would he gamble that it wouldn't attack him. The consequences were too terrifying to contemplate.
Boom. Xiaobai's form flickered, transforming into a colossal white serpent.
Its body swept across the 9-headed serpent, striking 2 massive heads with tremendous force. The giant serpent's body flew through the air like a kick soccer ball, crashing heavily into the distant sea surface and sending up a huge spray of water.
Roar. The 9 heads of the Yamada no Orochi roared in unison, yet dared not advance another step.
Clearly terrified by the white serpent before them, fear filled their eyes. Xiaobai resumed human form, her graceful figure standing beside Li Yi.
A monster not yet fully transformed dares to be so insolent. It is itself a fusion of humanity and some evil force. It likely cannot take human form in this lifetime.
Li Yi shook his head with a smile. Xiaobai, however, was different. As a spirit snake cultivator, she could take human form once she reached a certain level of cultivation and survived the thunder tribulation.
Use all of them. Successfully use 2 divine points, gaining 200 years of cultivation. Current divine rank, mortal spirit, grade 7. A powerful force surged into Li Yi's body from the heavens and earth.
He felt waves of tingling sensations within him, like countless ants gently crawling over his skin, then spreading to every limb and bone. The fledgling 9 netherworld flames within him grew significantly under this nourishing force.
The once faint sparks now burned brightly and vigorously.
Next, Li Yi sensed a dramatic enhancement in his perceptive and reactive abilities, derived from the spiritual serpent's breath he had comprehended from Xiaobai. His range of perception, previously limited to 4 or 5 li, had doubled, allowing him to discern events at much greater distances. Seeing this, Xiaobai immediately took a few steps back, a look of surprise flitting across her face.
This was the second time she witnessed Li Yi's power surge dramatically, and a flicker of confusion and curiosity stirred within her. Boom!
An unknown energy fluctuation erupted overhead, nearly enveloping the entire Neon Nation.
Even ordinary super spiritualists could sense this force. Such overwhelming divine power?
Xiaobai looked up toward a distant direction, his eyes filled with alertness.
Nie Xiaoqian's voice echoed, "Young master, I sense a divine power emanating from overseas. This force stirs something within me. What's happening in the land of Neon?"
Li Yi looked up toward the distant horizon, where dark clouds churned violently.
Suddenly, pea-sized raindrops pelted his face, a highly unusual occurrence. There was no time to delay. Li Yi immediately turned his gaze to the roaring Yamada no Orochi in the distance.
He understood that this creature was blinded by rage. Unless he employed some real measures, it would be difficult to subdue such a monster and make it follow him.
Xiaobai, let's act together. We must strike down these 9 heads. Something is amiss here. Leaving quickly is the right course of action.
Without another word, the two charged toward the Yamada no Orochi. Sakura, her mind controlled by the elderly Watanabe, had originally intended to eliminate Li Yi on the small deserted island according to the objective imprinted in her mind. After all, Li Yi posed too great a threat to the future of the land of the rising sun. But Watanabe had overestimated his own abilities and underestimated the terror of the Eye of Filth. The Eye of Filth sought to fully control Sakura's mind, but encountered fierce resistance. The two rampaged through the land, corrupting the physical forms of numerous minor deities of the land of the rising sun, who were ultimately sucked into the Eye's orb. Numerous super spiritualists from the land of the rising sun rushed to intercept them, only to be slaughtered to the last man. This provoked a thunderous rage among the nation's divine pantheon, who collectively confronted the Fujiwara clan.
Sakura's will became entangled with the Eye's obsession.
Unconsciously, they arrived at a mountain peak in Korea. Korea, at this time, was thriving and flourishing.
Sakura let out an excited laugh, haha, the scent of 3 deities. Boom! Soon, with a deafening explosion, the sacred site atop the mountain peak was destroyed.
This place was the renowned sacred site of Goryo, the very location where the tree goddess of the 3 grandmothers resided. The devout worshippers gathered there were instantly hurled backward by the overwhelming force. The prodigies attempting to forge a bond with the deities felt their hearts clench as the delicate, intimate connection with the divine was severed in an instant. A figure flashed by, dashing toward another direction with lightning speed. The full moon platform, as the highest governing body of the deities, dispatched divine envoys to the scene immediately. Upon witnessing the mountain peak reduced to ruins and the divine power already dissipated, their expressions darkened to a terrifying degree.
Where did that person go?
The slightly portly Dean Park Hyun-cheol demanded angrily from the personnel present. As the head of the full moon platform, bearing responsibilities similar to those of the Divine Worship Academy in Huaxia, he understood the gravity of the situation. Dean Park, witnesses say that man seemed to head toward the sacred site where the mountain deity resides.
A trembling divine messenger replied.
Park Hyun-cheol's expression darkened instantly as he urgently commanded, "Summon every divine messenger in the nation immediately to intercept him. He must not be allowed to desecrate any more sacred sites of our deities." "Yes, sir." The chorus of responses echoed, though the tension in their voices was palpable. As the command was issued, helicopters swiftly took off toward the sacred site of the mountain god. The tree god, mountain god, and another sea god, collectively known as the three grandmothers, were revered deities known throughout Goryeo. Since their awakening, they had bestowed numerous superhumans upon Korea, and their status among the deities of neighboring nations had steadily risen over time. Should these three divine relics be destroyed, Korea's standing among its neighbors would plummet dramatically. Beep beep beep. Helicopters landed steadily at the sacred site of the mountain god. Dozens of divine envoys streamed out, each eye blazing with fury, determined to bring the perpetrators who dared desecrate their nation's deity to justice. Ha! Another divine presence. A figure formed from a swirling mass of black mist appeared before the crowd, revealing a face adorned with cherry blossoms. Suddenly, she darted through the crowd. Wherever she touched, the force of the dark mist hurled the person backward. They fell to the ground, lifeless. Facing an opponent of such unimaginable power, the divine envoys of the full moon platform experienced something unprecedented in their lives. For a moment, no one dared to advance recklessly. In mere moments, Sakura moved as if through an empty realm, effortlessly destroying the mountain god's ruins before dashing off in another direction. She left behind only utter devastation and the stunned, humiliated crowd. "Quickly! Send word to the Divine Academy of Huaxia for help. We'll pay any price to save the last remaining deity." Park Hyun-cheol's expression darkened further. If all the divine relics were destroyed, the people would lose their means to worship and harness divine power. Preserving this last shred of hope was their only chance for future redemption. Such an incident could not be concealed. It quickly exploded across Goryeo's internet, with countless netizens raging, "Manwoldy, what the hell are you good for? You can't even subdue a troublemaker. If you're incompetent, step aside and let someone capable take over." Others linked the incident to conspiracies by neighboring nations, first suspecting the neighboring kingdom of Silla, then China. Even Li Yi was mercilessly criticized by Goryeo netizens. Netizens declared, "Don't let us catch any of you plotting schemes or Goryeo superhumans will hunt you down, no matter how far you flee." Ha! What a joke! Punish them no matter how far away? Did you steal that catchphrase too? Faced with the impotent barking of Korean netizens, Chinese netizens laughed heartily behind the Great Firewall, unleashing their mockery. Chapter 46, Chaos Erupts. The Temple of Divine Honor mobilizes. On the deserted island, the Yamata no Orochi, already torn between fear and hesitation, was completely enraged by the two charging at it. It opened its gaping maw to strike, its momentum threatening to swallow them whole. Li Yi showed no fear. Having reached the 7th rank of mortal spirit, his power was only one tier below the Yamata no Orochi. Though he might not defeat the serpent outright, with Little White's aid, subduing this giant snake was well within their capabilities. At first, the Yamata no Orochi managed to withstand a few blows, but by the end, it could only retreat frantically with its 9 heads tucked in, the fury in its eyes fading considerably. Truth truly resided between fists. Li Yi moved swiftly, blocking the Yamata no Orochi's path. A wooden tablet appeared in his hand. "Even if you don't understand my words, you must grasp my meaning. Enter this tablet now. I will take you away from here. I cannot leave this island, nor can I enter the wooden tablet. But I sense that this tablet has been stained with my blood and possesses the power of instant teleportation. However, the aura within it seems to have weakened." Unexpectedly, one of the Yamata no Orochi's heads transformed into the face of a young girl, speaking the language of China. Her voice was clear yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Is that so? You refuse, huh? Then I'll beat you until you comply, Little White." Li Yi roared again and charged forward once more. The Yamata no Orochi, beaten and scrambling, clutched its head and pleaded desperately, "I truly did not deceive you. The laws of heaven and earth bind me, I cannot leave this place. However, I sense that the wooden tablet can summon my avatar." "Is it truly impossible?" Li Yi was filled with doubt. If Little Bai could reside within a stone statue, why couldn't the Yamata no Orochi reside within a wooden tablet? He shot a questioning look at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. "Don't look at me. I don't know either. Maybe the wooden tablet isn't its true vessel, or maybe it's lying." "Ah! Don't just spout nonsense." Yamata no Orochi nearly jumped in fright. Remembering Xiao Bai's terrifying nature, it hurriedly explained. "It's not that I don't want to. The laws of this place won't allow it. This island was once where my clan worshipped me. If I leave here, the laws will erase me." "Fine. Recharge this wooden tablet." Li Yi gazed at the faces of the young girls, thinking of this woman's tragic fate sacrificed by her clan, unable to bear the serpent's power, her body exploding until she fused with its might. Unless one was a psychopath, who would willingly remain in this place of sorrow? One of Yamata no Orochi's heads bit through its own body. A single drop of blood, drawn by some force, drifted toward the wooden tablet. The tablet was enveloped in black mist, which then dissipated, restoring it to its original state.
I hope every word you said is true.
Li Yi retrieved the wooden plaque, his expression grave. He had intended to take the serpent away, but now it seemed he could only remain here to comprehend the divine power.
Xiao Bai, guard me. Watch over this serpent.
Do not let her leave this island. The girl's facial muscles twitched at the corners of her eyes. She then slithered her serpentine body to coil nearby, silently observing what this man intended to do.
Wang Chang circled the island in the helicopter. Seeing no movement, he landed.
Song Xian stepped off the helicopter and rushed over to check Li Yi's injuries, fussing over him like a mother hen.
Li Yi felt both amused and helpless, yet also touched. Afterward, Li Yi asked Song Xian not to disturb him, stating he needed to comprehend the divine technique.
He settled his mind, focusing entirely on sensing the power of the Yamata no Orochi before him.
Contemplating divine martial arts. Target of insight, Yamata no Orochi Pseudo. Insight, Amatsukagami Sword Intent. After accidentally swallowing the Amatsukagami divine sword, Yamata no Orochi comprehended the sword intent within it. When wielded to its peak, it possesses the power to cleave through the void.
Remember, this sword intent manifests as a single strike only.
Yamata no Orochi was no master of swordsmanship, its comprehension remains shallow. Do not rely on this to save your life. Time slipped away once more.
Li Yi's brows knitted tightly as he fell deep in thought. Only after a long while did he slowly open his eyes.
Still only grasped one martial skill. Seems getting two from Xiaoqian was pure luck.
He carefully recalled the sword intent he had grasped, yet felt he hadn't truly mastered its essence. Feeling somewhat helpless, he could only sit cross-legged once more and continue to comprehend this sword intent.
Dean, Goryeo has sent a distress signal.
Their nation's divine relics have been destroyed, and they request our country's assistance.
The Temple of Divine Reverence.
A divine messenger hurriedly arrived to report. Song Badong furrowed his brow, rubbing his weary eyes as he sensed the gravity of the situation. A shocking event has just occurred in the land of the rising sun, followed immediately by another in Goryeo.
These two incidents are likely connected.
About 2 minutes later, the divine messenger delivered a detailed account of the events in Goryeo.
Song Botong's brow furrowed deeply.
As the head of the Divine Academy of China, he wasn't some saintly do-gooder who would blindly aid foreign lands while neglecting his own nation's security.
Forget Goryeo. China isn't a charity organization, nor will it sacrifice itself for others. Hurry and summon Old Sun and the others for a meeting. Move fast. Song Badong ordered urgently. He then pulled out his phone to call Li Yi, only to find it switched off. Recalling his subordinate's report that Li Yi and his granddaughter had fled abroad to awaken the divine, he sighed wryly and dialed his granddaughter's number instead. On the line, Song Xian, that little traitor, blurted out the results of the awakening in her excitement. What? It worked? You can awaken deities abroad too?
Song Badong abruptly stood up, his old eyes staring wide for a long moment before he could speak. Finally, he managed only, stay safe.
Have Li Yi call me the moment he's free.
The divine messenger from the Temple of Reverence entered, announcing that all personnel were present.
The two entered the conference room and took their seats.
Song Badong first recounted the known events in detail, then methodically laid out the newly gathered intelligence before them.
This is documentation from the divine ritual site in Neon Nation. Over half of the 10,000 participants suffered casualties. Despite Neon Nation's strenuous efforts to suppress the news, it leaked out. Their own citizens are now demanding answers from the Fujiwara clan. With this, the sequence of events becomes largely clear.
The attendees were no fools, they quickly pieced together the clues.
It was obvious that Neon Nation had orchestrated this incident. While the specifics remained unclear, their involvement was undeniable.
The discussion continued for a while longer. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy as each person deeply understood the gravity of the situation.
Song Badong spoke with grave expression. If that monster continues destroying the sacred relics of neighboring nations, its next target will likely be Silla.
After Silla, it will inevitably turn to our land of Huaxia.
We must prepare comprehensively. Task deployment followed immediately.
Soon, helicopters began flying toward the Silla border. The events in Neon and Korea sent shockwaves across the globe, igniting a firestorm of outrage online. Public fury raged like a blazing inferno. Nations surrounding China activated emergency protocols, deploying vast numbers of super-spiritualists to fortify defenses against the divine-slaying entity's potential incursion.
Shilla was gripped by utter terror. Their nation possessed only one divine monument, and their entire population of superhumans numbered less than 300.
Among them, fewer than 20 had obtained 2 divine marks. Such meager forces were utterly powerless to resist. Left with no choice, they could only make a trembling phone call to China, sending out a distress signal.
Yet China remained silent, methodically deploying forces along its borders.
On the Goryeo side, the failure of China to provide timely assistance left them with only one remaining divine site, the Sea God Temple.
Enraged and humiliated, the Goryeo people resorted to spreading rumors on foreign networks.
They claimed China was secretly sabotaging them, alleging that China feared other nations' deities growing stronger, and even posted fabricated evidence. Fearing the destruction of their third sacred site and the extinction of their lineage, the Korean populace fabricated rumors that the Lanke Temple deity originated from ancient Korean texts, demanding its immediate return. This shameless act instantly enraged Chinese netizens, who flooded foreign forums with counter-comments.
How shameless! Why should we help you? Just because you say so, we should risk our lives? You guys are hilarious. Do you think Lanke Temple is yours now? What isn't yours?
You Koreans have only awakened 3 deities so far, and that was only by plagiarizing our ancient Chinese texts.
Your own deities died out, so now you want freebies? Just see if your dad gives you any. Chapter 47, The Conditions for China's Intervention.
Korea was shrouded in a solemn, tragic atmosphere as countless super spiritualists converged from all corners of the nation. Each wore a white ribbon tied to their head, prepared to face death without fear. They clutched banners tightly in their hands, bearing the words, "Defend our glory, protect our divine legacy. If the Chinese refuse to aid us, we must rely on ourselves." Those with courage marched to the Sea God Temple. Even if we shatter into pieces, we must safeguard our nation's last shred of hope. A burly supernatural being roared, raising his arm in defiance. Damn it, the Chinese are cowards. They bully the weak and fear the strong. They look so imposing normally, but when you actually need them, they all hide like turtles. Another super spirit warrior, his face flushed crimson, joined in the furious tirade. Protect our Goryeo. Extend the divine legacy. The crowd roared in unison. Possessing 3 divine beings, Goryeo boasted several times more superhumans than Silla, numbering a full 1,000. Among them, 100 bore 2 divine seals, while Park Hyun-cheol, the head of the full moon platform, possessed 3. At that moment, to defend the last remaining temple, Goryeo's supernaturalists surged forward without hesitation. Boom! The nation's last divine relic collapsed. In an instant, the tower of faith within people's hearts shattered, leaving only endless despair to spread through the air.
Ha! Is that all? The foreign internet erupted in an unprecedented wave of mockery.
A nation accustomed to stealing others' history, lacking its own substance, was nothing but a hollow shell. In Silla, Choi Yong-jian, the director of Gyeongbokgung Palace closely monitoring the situation, turned deathly pale. He roared hoarsely, "Quickly! Quickly summon the representatives from China. Agree to whatever terms they demand. Additionally, deploy our nation's most formidable weapons, ensure the threat is stopped at our borders." The Huaxia Temple of Divine Reverence received the call immediately.
Song Badong swiftly summoned all relevant personnel to an emergency meeting.
At the meeting, Professor Sun pushed his reading glasses up his nose and spoke slowly, placing the battlefield in Silla is actually a sound choice. After all, Silla serves as China's buffer zone. Should the perpetrators breach Silla's borders, we too would face imminent danger.
We all understand the principle of mutual dependence. But recall the last century China shielded them from the divine attacks of America. That war cost us countless lives, our blood stains Silla red. Yet these ingrates turned around and forgot our kindness, rejecting our leadership. If we rush to aid them now, they'll likely remain ungrateful and fail to learn their lesson. Zhang Qianyan declared indignantly.
Song Badong nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping across the room.
Everyone, any suggestions?
Immediately, murmurs filled the room as voices chimed in one after another, creating a buzzing atmosphere like a bustling marketplace. Some proposed demanding vast resources from Silla, such as Silla High Essence, a precious commodity highly beneficial for supernaturalists' cultivation. Others argued that Silla was a land of riches, suggesting we seize this opportunity to forge a treaty with them. Opening Silla's doors would allow this nation born in the 21st century yet stuck in the 1980s to engage more with the outside world. Compile all the conditions mentioned. We'll head to Silla immediately to negotiate. Demand that Silla prioritize selling us high-grade ginseng and open its borders to allow us free trade.
Song Badong nodded in agreement to the proposal put forward at this meeting. Soon, the Ministry of Divine Affairs conveyed these demands to Gyeongbokgung Palace. Upon reviewing the treaty, Gyeongbokgung recognized its implications for the nation's future and dared not act unilaterally. They immediately sought out the Kim clan, Silla's foremost family, to relay China's proposed terms. The head of the Kim family flew into a rage on the spot, his eyes bulging like copper bells as he roared, "They're nothing but bandits and thugs. Taking advantage of our crisis. I absolutely refuse to agree to this. Silla's high-grade ginseng isn't even enough for our own super spiritualists, and they want to sell it to them? Why don't they just rob us outright?" Dean Choi withdrew helplessly, his footsteps heavy. Song Badong remained unhurried, confident that Silla's foremost clan, the Kim family, would eventually acquiesce. In Neon Nation, the Fujiwara clan faced fierce public condemnation. Were it not for their status as the nation's foremost family with formidable resources, the surging tide of anger would have long since shattered their gates. Fujiwara Rintaro seethed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes blazing like fire. He nearly smashed everything within reach, cursing the old devil Watanabe incessantly. A young family member rushed in. "Head of the family, Mr. Watanabe is here." "What? He dares to show his face?"
Fujiwara Rintaro, his eyes bloodshot, snatched the curved sword from its rack in one swift motion. He strode to the doorway, glaring at the approaching elder and roared, "Watanabe! You have the nerve to come to me? At this point, killing me won't change anything." Watanabe, undaunted, leaned on his cane and strolled unhurriedly before him. "I never imagined that peculiar I would slip beyond my control. But I have a way to steer events toward outcomes favorable to our nation, securing greater benefits for us."
"What do you mean?"
Fujiwara Rintaro froze, his raised sword suspended mid-strike, his expression thick with confusion. "I discovered that I by chance while traveling across our nation's islands. It can control human minds and communicate through willpower. It once told me it possesses the power to corrupt deities by consuming the tainted divine energy. It can restore its own abilities. So I made a pact with it, hoping it would serve our nation forever. Little did I know, the pact was utterly useless."
Watanabe said through gritted teeth. "Serve our nation? More like serve your soul summoning society, wouldn't you say?"
Fujiwara Rintaro sneered, a trace of contempt curling his lips.
"How exactly do you plan to maximize our nation's interests?"
"Several of our deities have already been wounded by this thing."
"Do you really think you can keep it under control?" "While I cannot control this eye itself, I can influence Sakura's mind.
With clever manipulation, it can be harnessed for our purposes." A smug smile flashed across the old man Watanabe's eyes, as if victory were already assured. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Rintaro's eyes lit up, his mood suddenly becoming agitated. He extended his hand, inviting Elder Watanabe inside for a detailed discussion. The Fujiwara clan was under intense public criticism due to the failed divine ritual and the loss of lives, leaving the family in dire straits. Willing to do anything to reverse their plight, he seized the opportunity.
"Due to our nation's geographical constraints, resources are scarce, and divine power cannot be effectively augmented.
This opportunity presents itself. We can destroy every divine relic in the surrounding nations. This way, throughout all of East Asia, only our Neon nation stands supreme.
At that time, our nation could fully control the number of super spiritualists across Southeast Asia using the remaining divine relics.
To harness divine power, nations would have to pay a price securing a quota to worship at our sacred sites." The elderly Watanabe painted an enticing, seemingly perfect blueprint for Fujiwara Rintaro. It must be said, this vision nearly made Fujiwara Rintaro drool. In the end, he could only ask. "You said yourself you can only control the cherry blossom.
What about that eye? If something goes wrong and our nation's deities are destroyed too, how would we handle that?"
"Rest assured
that I can only wield its power through a human vessel.
Should the host suddenly die, the eye would lose its ability to act freely."
"Oh? One last question, wouldn't it seek another host to continue its parasitism? If it could switch hosts at will, I doubt it would remain within Sakura. Presumably, it cannot easily choose a new host. Haha, here's to a fruitful collaboration.
First, we'll subjugate the surrounding nations, then eliminate the great threat of Huaxia.
Our nation will have no worries henceforth."
Fujiwara Rintaro picked up a map, gesturing over it as if the entire world lay within his grasp. As his finger pointed to the map of China, he recalled all he had endured recently and added, "And that so-called son of God, Li he must die."
Simple.
A mere flick of the wrist will suffice.
Chapter 48, Crisis Looms, China's Defenses. Damn it, this guy's a monster. How are we supposed to fight him? Get out of the way. Use missiles. I refuse to believe we can't blast this thing to pieces.
Quick, quick, quick. Even if we die, we won't let this monster set foot on our soil.
Charge. The border between Silla and Goryo.
As Sakura and the filthy right eye arrived, the Silla soldiers and guards, already on high alert, swarmed forward only to be shattered by the overwhelming power emanating from Sakura. Countless severed limbs littered the border ground, the air thick with the stench of blood.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Over a dozen missiles exploded ahead, flames shooting skyward amidst billowing black smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, they found no trace of their target. Its speed was so immense that even the missiles couldn't lock onto it. The Silla soldiers' faces darkened to the extreme. Only now did they deeply realize how terrifying the divine power of heaven and earth truly was. News of the front lines swiftly reached the Kim family. The furious head of the Kim clan pointed at everyone and roared,
"By whatever means necessary, you must keep the enemy out. If our nation's divine protector is destroyed, the people's faith will be utterly shattered. Silla will become a laughingstock to the world, meeting the same fate as Goryo.
Our nation's super spiritualists are few in number and lack the strength of neighboring countries.
Only by requesting assistance from China can we resolve this crisis."
Despite being berated relentlessly, Director Choi of Jiangbokgung Palace endured the scolding and replied. The head of the Kim family understood this logic well, but he refused to betray his nation. "Absolutely not. As long as that monster isn't a god, I refuse to believe we can't destroy it. As for China wanting to impose an unequal treaty, that will never happen." Whoosh! On the deserted island, Li Yi's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing within. His fingers shot forward in a swift slash, sending a blade of sword energy streaking from his hand.
Song Xian was fiddling with the live streaming equipment.
Waiting had grown unbearably tedious. She couldn't just stare at the ocean forever. Suddenly sensing a slicing aura, she recoiled in fright, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from her throat. Wang Chang, who was nearby tidying up the helicopter, turned his head in panic. His eyes widened as if he had witnessed some terrifying scene. Not far away, a spatial fissure appeared in the sky. Song Xian gasped, "Oh my, why does it feel like the sky has split open?" Li raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by the terrifying effect. If anyone were struck by the fissure, they would surely be torn apart by the force of space itself. Despite its terrifying appearance, this was actually a sword intent that had spontaneously formed within him after hours of contemplation here. Reproducing the same effect would prove exceedingly difficult. After all, even the Yamata no Orochi hadn't fully grasped the essence of the heavenly cloud sword intent. Shin, this sword intent doesn't seem to have reached the level of mind sword unity. I wonder if I can use it again. I feel like I've detected impurities within this sword intent. There's still room for refinement. Xiao Bai's voice echoed. You can refine it? Li Yi's heart leapt with joy. The Yamata no Orochi was no master of the sword path. After devouring the heavenly cloud sword, it had only grasped a superficial understanding, which was why the sword intent couldn't manifest properly. If Xiao Bai could purge the distractions within the sword intent, perhaps it could be corrected. So he closed his eyes once more, brewing the sword intent within his mind. Li Yi, wait. My grandfather says there's an urgent matter. He wants you to call him. Song Xian hurried over, handing him the phone. Shortly after, Song Badong, who had just reached the border between China and Silla, answered the call forwarded to him from Li Yi. Upon recognizing the voice on the line, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. The entire world is on the brink of chaos, yet you still have the mind to contemplate the power of the divine. That level of composure, I have to admire it. What's going on? Li Yi, urged by Song Xian to make the call, was unaware of the situation outside. Song Badong briefly explained the events unfolding in Goryeo and Silla over the phone. No wonder I sensed such powerful divine energy earlier. It must have been triggered by the divine ritual. Dean Song, I suspect Japan is behind these incidents in Goryeo and Silla. Li Yi reflected on the events unfolding around him. Under the pretext of divine beings no borders, the land of the rising sun lured a ship full of people out to sea. Shortly after, a powerful divine force appeared over the land of the rising sun. Then, Goryeo and Silla faced calamity. This chain of events was intricately connected. Your assessment aligns with ours. However, intelligence from the front indicates the instigator is a woman. Song Badong nodded and added, the title of fourth-rank divine messenger is largely symbolic in certain respects. But now that the nation faces crisis, Li Yi, I hope you will step forward when the moment demands it. Dean Song, when China is in peril, I cannot refuse. Li Yi replied, however, I still need a little time before I can return. Make it quick. Reports indicate that woman is exceptionally formidable. China may not hold out much longer. Hearing Li Yi's commitment, Song Badong relaxed slightly. By the way, the 3 elders who eliminated the Sea Guardian last time wish to meet with you at your convenience. Just let me know when you arrange it, Director Song. I've been wanting to meet them myself to seek their guidance on matters concerning the divine. Li Yi naturally wouldn't refuse such a rare opportunity. On the contrary, he was quite looking forward to it. Very well. After this battle, I'm sure our nation will finally make its mark on the world stage. The call ended there. Director, when will Li Yi return? At the Silla border, large numbers of China's super spiritualists and guard soldiers arrived at their designated positions immediately. Though technology proved ineffective against super spiritual beings, heavy weaponry still held significant value as long as the enemy wasn't divine. Zhang Qianyan took a drag on his cigarette, flicked the butt to the ground, crushed it underfoot, then hurried forward. Frontline reports indicate that Black Cloud has breached Silla's defenses and is advancing toward the Apocalypse Palace. Our territory is likely the next target. Li Yi will return soon. Before he arrives, that woman must not be allowed to set foot on Huaxia territory. This is a direct order. Song Badong declared sternly. Truthfully, he had no idea when Li Yi would actually return. After all, Li Yi had mentioned on the phone that he still needed some time. For now, he could only hold firm and wait for Li Yi's return. Yes, sir. We will defend China with our lives. Zhang Qianyan answered with his chest puffed out, then turned to make arrangements. On the deserted island, Li Yi hung up the phone and closed his eyes once more, focusing his sword intent. He hoped to refine it successfully soon, otherwise, he'd remain uncertain about the upcoming battle. Xiao Bai beside him showed no signs of impatience, waiting quietly. Yet her gaze lingered on Li Yi's face. The longer she looked, the redder her cheeks grew. The redder they grew, the more she wanted to look, a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Meanwhile, Song Xian had just started her livestream when fans notified of the news flooded into the chat. Where's he go? It's huge. It's huge. Japan's sacred altar collapsed, Korea's 3 deities destroyed. Next up is Silla. They probably won't hold out either. Holy crap, the sky is falling. All those people from our country who stubbornly insisted on going to Japan are probably done for.
Host, give us the scoop, is Brother E still safe? We're all worried Ego might have also. Everyone, don't worry. I'm aware of this situation. Li Yi has just awakened a divine being and is currently comprehending its power. Song Xian swiveled the live stream camera to capture Li Yi sitting in meditation. The viewers in the chat erupted, Brother E, get up. Something huge is happening. If you don't act now, the world is doomed. As if the world would stop spinning without Li Yi. Chapter 49, No one can stand against him, the true colors of the small-minded. Silla, ruins of the heavenly revelation palace. This palace, weathered by time, remained remarkably intact. It bore the faith of the nation's people, a sacred relic known to every household. Silla was a unique kingdom. Due to its closed governance and prolonged isolation from the outside world, it had minimal contact with external realms, making it difficult to obtain information about deities. To this day, it has awakened only this single divine being. At this moment, the Kim family had mobilized every available resource, deploying all the nation's forces around the heavenly revelation palace. Outside the palace walls, soldiers guarded the perimeter in multiple layers. Cannoneers stood solemn and alert, their weapons trained directly ahead. Beyond this, mountains of every weapon imaginable were piled high and scattered throughout the surrounding area. This was ample proof of the Kim family's determination to burn their boats and fight with their backs to the river. Haha, so many people. A sudden, eerie laugh pierced the tense, oppressive air. Before anyone could react, a black mass surged through the crowd, forcibly tearing a straight path. Those in its path were instantly hurled aside by the terrifying force, leaving only a gaping corridor. Fire! Fire! Stop it! Stop it! Defend the deity with our lives, kill! The crowd snapped out of their daze, charging recklessly toward the bone-chillingly terrifying presence. Yet bullet after bullet fired at the dark mass bounced harmlessly off its surface. The soldiers, now blinded by fury, charged forward with a death wish, desperately attempting to block the formidable killer with their own flesh and blood. From a nearby pavilion, the head of the Jin family and director Choi of Jiangbakung Palace witnessed the gruesome scene unfold before them, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. His eyes bloodshot, the head of the Jin family bellowed hoarsely, "Quick! Make the call! Agree to all of China's demands. Ask them to intervene immediately." Yes. Director Choi's hands trembled as he took the phone from an aide behind him. He took a deep breath, fully aware that this call would determine the nation's future. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. "I'm sorry. Had you called sooner, I might have been able to make advance preparations. But now it's too late. Our personnel cannot leave their designated positions at this time." A cold voice came from the other end. Then it hung up without mercy. Hearing the response, Director Chui's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. His eyes went vacant as he muttered in a dazed voice, "Chief Jin, China has refused." "What? What did you say?" The head of the Jin family stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, nearly lunging forward to grab Director Chui by the collar and demand answers. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the Eye of Filth commanded cherry blossoms to surge into the Apocalypse Palace. Before them, a deity sat majestically enthroned within the palace. This deity wore gleaming armor and wielded a great sword that shone with blinding light, its blade pulsing with mysterious power. Detecting the audacity of intruders into its domain, the heavenly revelation god flew into a rage. Raising its greatsword, it swung down with earth-shattering fury. Yet, the strange black mist instantly enveloped the deity. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. This black mist could corrupt divine power, causing the apocalypse god's mighty strike to vanish into nothingness. Within mere seconds of contact, the god writhed in agony. Sakura's eerie eyeball spun wildly, each rotation drawing a steady stream of corrupted divine power into its depths. In mere moments, the apocalypse god vanished without a trace. With the deity's demise, the ruins crumbled like pillars deprived of their support, shattered by a mysterious force of time itself. Boom! After the sound, outside the Apocalypse Palace, all the super spirits and soldiers froze in their tracks, watching helplessly as their nation's last remaining divine relic turned to dust before their eyes. Gone! The heavenly revelation god was gone. Silla thus entered an age without gods. News spread rapidly across neighboring nations, each bracing for disaster. The internet erupted in waves of panic. The power of the gods held more allure for people than money ever could. The loss of deities meant their people would be severed from the divine, plunging into endless despair, a cruel reality no one could bear. China stood by and watched us die. China violated morality and righteousness. I implore everyone to join me in boycotting China. After the destruction of the Silla deity, all their fury was directed at China. People grow accustomed to long-term favors. When expectations go unmet even once, all previous goodwill vanishes instantly, severely diminished. This perfectly illustrates the old adage, one misstep undoes 1,000 good deeds. Faced with such baseless slander, hundreds of Chinese netizens were filled with righteous indignation, flocking to foreign websites to fight back. What was even more infuriating was that netizens from Silla went so far as to issue vicious curses, "May your Lanrua temple be destroyed, and may no deities ever awaken again." The most panicked parties were undoubtedly China's neighbors, Mongolia and Russia.
The foremost families of both nations fervently prayed that China would weather this crisis, desperate to prevent the flames of disaster from spreading to their own lands. Yet no one could have foreseen that this formidable and malevolent force would breach China's borders, charging madly toward their two nations.
What did you say? They went elsewhere? Zhang Xianyan, who had rushed to provide support, froze upon hearing the report. What's going on? Why did they suddenly go elsewhere? No idea.
The monitoring personnel stared at the bizarre movement patterns on the satellite map and shook their heads helplessly.
Autumn Island, Fujiwara family.
Fujiwara Rintaro and the elderly Watanabe sat leisurely in the tea room, sipping tea. Beneath their calm facades, their hearts were filled with anticipation for the unfolding situation. A young family member rushed in, urgently reporting, "Head of the family, latest news, the ruins of the 4 divine beings in Old Goose Nation have been destroyed. The nation's shrines are in chaos."
Countless super spiritualists have gathered at the border, demanding answers from China. Continue surveillance.
Fujiwara Rintaro's lips curved upward in a faint, smug smile as he gave Elder Watanabe a thumbs up.
You truly outmaneuvered them, Mr. Watanabe. You've made the surrounding nations hate China to their very bones.
To control Sakura's movements, I've expended a great deal of divine power. Holding a stone deity statue, Elder Watanabe took a sip of tea before slowly channeling his power into it, murmuring incantations, then on to the next one. Barely 2 or 3 hours passed. Another junior member rushed in breathlessly, "Master, a Khan deity shrine in Mongolia has been destroyed. The domestic divine altars are in chaos, and domestic super spiritualists are attacking and killing Chinese merchants passing through."
Good. Continue monitoring.
Fujiwara Rintaro slammed his fist on the table in excitement.
As events unfolded, the world's gaze turned toward China. The Indian divine cult and the Northern Divine Emperor's Grand Ecclesiastical Court immediately issued soul-searching inquiries in the name of divine envoys. Why are neighboring nations being targeted while others remain untouched? Could it truly be, as Korea claims, all part of your Huaxia conspiracy?
As deities in neighboring nations were successively deposed, China found itself at the center of the storm. Hordes of foreign netizens bypassed the Great Firewall to launch cyber attacks, attempting to vent their frustration through such means. Chinese netizens, however, were more than willing to oblige these troublemakers. They spontaneously formed counterattack teams, launching an intense cyber battle against the foreign netizens.
Song Baodong felt unprecedented pressure, knowing that if no action was taken soon, China's standing in the global divine realm would be utterly discredited. We can no longer wait passively. Zhang Qianyan, receive your orders, immediately lead your team to assist other nations in eliminating the targets.
Song Baodong issued the command decisively, his tone carrying an unwavering resolve.
We've just received reports that Taigua, Myanmar, and Nanyue are under attack.
Those regions are densely populated with deities and form a strategic triangle with numerous super spiritual beings. They serve as ideal buffer zones for us to eliminate the targets there. Zhang Qianyan accepted the order and boarded a helicopter with his men, heading straight for the southwest.
Song Baodong felt the crisis intensifying, his anxiety burning as he called his granddaughter, Xiaoqian. What's Li Yi's current status? Li Yi is still meditating on the power of the deities. Very well. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let him focus on his studies. China should be able to hold out a little longer. Song Baodong gritted his teeth, hung up the phone, and resolutely boarded a helicopter, racing toward the front lines.
On the deserted island, Li Yi remained seated in silence, immersed in his contemplation of the essence of the sword. After an unknown span of time, he drew his hand through the air, and a streak of sword energy shot forth from his fingertips.
Just as I suspected, Xian.
The reason this sword intent is so difficult to manifest is because it's burdened with too much obsession.
Haven't you noticed? Whenever you stubbornly try to feel it, you can't. But once your obsession wears thin, you can unleash it.
Xiaobai's gentle voice replied, "I'll help you enter the realm of intent."
Li Yi's eyes lit up as if struck by divine revelation.
All along, what he had desperately pursued yet could not attain was due to his own excessive fixation. Xiaobai pressed a slender white finger against Li Yi's forehead, and a strange force emerged. Li Yi felt as though he had entered an illusory world, surrounded by countless ancient swords. He closed his eyes, letting go of his inner attachments, instantly clearing his mind to a state of pure emptiness.
In mere moments.
As he opened his eyes, he made a casual slashing motion. A terrifying sword sheath sliced through the distant sky, leaving behind a deep spatial fissure.
It worked?
Li Yi felt a surge of delight in his heart. Chapter 50, The Eye of Filth, a desperate last stand. The chillingly foul right eye, using Sakura's body as a vessel, swept through unopposed. It first rampaged from Old Goose Kingdom into Meng Kingdom, then swept across the vast expanse of Dunhuang to reach Nibalo Kingdom.
Immediately after, it overran Meng Kingdom and trampled Myanmar, leaving most divine relics destroyed in its wake.
Then, with overwhelming force, it stormed into the Thai Kingdom, unleashing a carpet bombing of slaughter so horrific it defied description. The nations of the Golden Triangle, though lacking supremely powerful deities, were home to numerous lesser gods. Yet after the Filthy Eyes rampage, these deities were nearly wiped out, leaving only a handful remaining. Those who survived were likely only spared because the Eye of Filth deemed them unworthy of its attention. Otherwise, the deities might have been utterly exterminated. Now, the entire Golden Triangle region trembles in fear under this terrifying shadow, with only the southern Peak Kingdom remaining.
Foreign divine envoys observing these events could not help but sigh with regret.
Given the rampant fury of this terrifying entity, even a mighty nation like Huaxia would likely be defeated, let alone a tiny country like Nanyue.
Please, come save us. Save our deities. Kind brothers and sisters, this is our nation's ancient divine relic. If it's destroyed, we'll lose our divine protection forever. I don't want to become just an ordinary mortal. No one can save us. I know no one can save us. Across Nanyue Kingdom's internet, cries for help flooded the internet yet fell on deaf ears. No one was willing to lend a hand. Ha!
I hope this monster stomps Nanhua Kingdom to smithereens, charges into Huaxia, and destroys every divine relic there.
Only then will things be fair.
After the destruction of their deities, masses in countries like Old Goose, Mongolia, Nibalo, Mang, Thai, and Myanmar were filled with resentment. Far from sympathizing with Nanyue Kingdom's plight, they scrambled to bypass their internet blocks and gloated over videos of the devastation. At that moment, Juechen, the Grand Master of all religions of Nanyue, was pale with fear. He made over a dozen frantic calls, tearfully begging Huaxia to send reinforcements immediately. Beneath him, divine messengers, filled with fervor, spontaneously formed a resistance force and resolutely assembled at the sacred site of the nation's Badger Dragon Lord. Even the local, simple villagers, driven by reverence for the divine and a resolve to defend their homeland, joined this life and death struggle.
To them, the Badger Dragon Lord held profound significance, revered as the sacred ancestor of the Nanhua people.
Originally the son of the ancient dragon king Jingyang, the Badger Dragon Lord's descendants with Princess Uji of the Bird Clan became the people of Nanyue.
His eldest son was even the legendary first ruler of Nanyue. In their hearts, the sanctity of the Badger Dragon Lord's shrine was inviolable. Beep beep beep.
Members of the Temple of Reverence, who had traversed nearly the entire expanse of Huaxia, finally arrived at the scene by helicopter. Zhang Qianyan led his team to join the Nanyue Kingdom's forces.
Strategically speaking, Nanhua Kingdom served as a buffer zone.
Should it fall, the next target would be the heartland of China itself, the consequences unimaginable.
Captain Zhang, it's here. I see that black cloud.
It's moving at an astonishing speed, faster than our helicopters.
Be careful.
The urgent, fearful shouts of the forward scouts crackled through the earpiece. Zhang Qianyan bellowed at the top of his lungs to those around him, "Everyone, prepare for battle.
The target is here."
The words had barely left his mouth. Not far from the mountain peak ahead of the Badger Dragon's divine site, a mass of black mist surged toward them in the blink of an eye. Though they had seen footage of it online before, witnessing the powerful, malevolent aura emanating from this black mist firsthand still sent a chill down their spines. Their faces drained of color, their legs went weak.
Boom!
Several super spirits at the very front, unable to react in time, were sent flying by Sakura's fist. They slammed heavily into the ground far away, dead on impact, their blood spreading across the earth.
Attack! Zhang Qianyan roared, striding forward as he gathered divine power into his fists.
With a do-or-die resolve, he unleashed a punch toward the monster.
Yet when this divine force struck the black mist, it didn't even flinch. Crackling and popping filled the air.
Wherever the black mist swept through, people were sent flying one after another. Their agonized screams echoed relentlessly through the valley. Fortunately, the target wasn't these supernaturalists or ordinary people. The black mist, its speed unabated, charged madly toward the altar where the Badger Dragon Lord stood. Zhang Qianyan was knocked back by the immense force, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood as his body flew backward. Fortunately, he wasn't positioned directly in front of it, otherwise, he would likely have lost his life already.
Watching the dark mist recede into the distance, Zhang Qianyan felt a surge of frustration.
His own power was simply too weak to stand against this terrifying force.
"Captain, are you all right?"
Several divine messengers from the Temple of Reverence rushed over, helping him up as they asked anxiously.
Zhang Qianyan shook his head, pushed them away, and, gritting his teeth against the pain, pulled out his phone to report, "Dean, we've been defeated. Utterly crushed. We were practically defenseless."
The call was directed to Song Badong. Yet after Zhang Qianyan finished speaking, there was no response from the other end for a long, agonizing silence.
"Director, should we request those three elders to intervene again?"
Once this individual sets foot on Chinese soil, the deities our nation has painstakingly awakened will vanish into thin air. Zhang Qianyan opened his mouth, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. A sigh finally came through the phone. Last time, if that monster hadn't caused a tsunami threatening millions of lives, the three elders wouldn't have intervened.
Even if I were to ask them now, they wouldn't agree.
The guardian deities of China are not to be summoned lightly, only in the face of catastrophic disaster.
But, enough with the buts. He is our only hope now.
Song Badong cut Zhang Qianyan off over the phone, then ordered, "Proceed with the plan immediately. Withdraw to defend the national border.
That man must not be allowed to appear."
The call ended abruptly, leaving Zhang Qianyan clutching the phone, his face etched with desolation.
"You wretched beast, stop this at once. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from ahead. An old monk stood before the dark aura. Grand Master Xiaoqian. The Grand Master has intervened. There's hope. Manhwa nation is saved. The citizens of the nation were overcome with excitement, tears streaming down their faces as they leapt into the air and shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices echoing across the heavens. As the official sect of the Southern Peak Kingdom, the 10,000 Dharma sect bore the responsibility of protecting the nation. The lifelong aspiration of every super-spiritual being in the nation was to become a divine envoy of the 10,000 Dharma sect, following in the footsteps of Grandmaster Xiaoqian. The sect's abbot, Grandmaster Xiaoqian, possessed extraordinary talent. He attained divine power at age 4, broke through the second seal of divinity at 21, and shattered the third seal at 60, becoming the undisputed strongest in the Golden Triangle. In the hearts of the people, he was the very embodiment of the divine. One step forward lies the abyss. I believe you are merely momentarily misguided. Master Xiaoqian pressed his palms together in prayer, speaking with compassionate grace. The Buddha teaches that all beings possess Buddha nature. Though bound by evil karma, if one repents sincerely, cuts off greed, anger, and delusion, and lays down the slaughtering blade of attachment in that very moment of purity, one resonates with the Buddha's heart. Ha ha! Nonsense! A maniacal laugh erupted from the black mist, seemingly understanding the Buddhist words yet filled with utter contempt. His form paused only briefly before charging forward like a bamboo shoot piercing through the earth. Boom! Master Xiaoqian's expression changed. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The black mist collided with him, reducing him to a pool of blood in midair that splattered onto the ground. He didn't even have time to scream. In that instant, the world seemed to fall into deathly silence. The once bustling crowd fell instantly silent. The patriarch of the 10,000 Dharma sect, the strongest super spirit of the Golden Triangle, the divine representative of the Southern Peak Kingdom, had he truly been so utterly defeated, dying without even the chance to fight back? It's over. Now Nanyu Kingdom was truly finished. Despair spread across the faces of the Nanyu Kingdom's people. With the defeat of the mighty warrior from Huaxia, the pillar holding up the sky for the Southern Peak Kingdom had fallen. Who could possibly resist this now? Who could save them from this inferno? Quite right, very strong. But your speed is so slow. Next time, could you be a bit faster? Come, to your death? Just as the dark cloud was about to reach the peak where the Badger Dragon Lord stood, a light yet mocking voice drifted down from the summit, each final syllable drawn out deliberately. Ah! A piercing scream rent the heavens. From within the black mist, an enormously swollen eyeball shot forth, only to be cleaved in two by a colossal sword chi. It plummeted into the crowd below, kicking up a cloud of dust. Who? The sudden spectacle sent shockwaves through the crowd. Their minds went blank as terror gripped them, forcing them to look up in search of the source. Who possessed such terrifying power? Chapter 51, 7-second demon slaying shocks Manhwa Kingdom. From the filthy eye commanding the cherry blossoms to charge toward the mountaintop to the conclusion of it all, a mere 7 seconds had passed. Time rewound to 7 seconds prior. The eye of filth manipulated the cherry blossoms, driving them straight toward the mountain peak where the Badger Dragon Lord resided. Head on, they met that mocking voice. You're so slow. Next time, could you hurry up and come to your death? Ah, you behind you. The filthy eyes opened their wicked orbs, immediately followed by a terrified gasp. The figure appearing atop the mountain was none other than Li Yi, who had rushed there at lightning speed. Behind him, naturally, was Xiaobai, who had just survived a layer of thunder tribulation. Though the eye of filth had swept through countless deities on its path, devouring them in its wake, the strongest among them was merely the moon god of the Neon Nation. The powers of the other deities were mediocre at best. Even combined, they couldn't match Xiaobai, who had survived the thunder tribulation. Ah! Get out of my eyes. Seizing the moment when the eye of filth was distracted, the cherry blossom shrouded in black mist finally found its chance. With a mighty roar, it mounted a fierce resistance, causing the black mist to churn chaotically and revealing its originally beautiful, yet now pain-twisted face. Sakura? Li Yi's gaze sharpened. He wasted no more time, pushing aside all distractions to immerse himself completely in the sword intent of the heaven-following cloud. Whether you live or die is up to fate. 2 fingers swept forward, releasing a sword chi that sliced through the sky at blinding speed, appearing before Sakura in an instant. Where the sword energy passed, the air itself tore apart. Ah! Sakura seemed to understand Li Yi's words. Her right hand dug into her right eye socket, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. She yanked violently, hurling her eyeball toward the sword energy. The sword energy flashed, tearing a fissure in the fabric of reality. The eyeball, curled from her body, rapidly expanded. Split in two by the spatial fissure, it was then carried away by the sword energy's impact, crashing down into the crowd. Thus, Li Yi had slain the eye of filth in just 7 seconds. Had Sakura not distracted him, 2 seconds would have sufficed. Alas, slaying this abomination yielded no notification of enhanced sword intent in his mind. Could it be that evil spirits were the key? Li Yi, it's Li Yi. A helicopter hovered over the mountain peak surveying the situation. Wang Chang, the pilot, was flushed with excitement, shouting into his headset. What?
All the divine messengers still wearing headsets gasped in unison. Li Yi? Didn't the dean say he was still on that island in Japan? Even if he flew, there's no way he could get here this fast. Wang Chang, are you hallucinating? Are you sure it's Li Yi, the one who awakened the divine being at Lanke Temple in China? How is that possible? That monster has swept through numerous national deities.
Even the great master Juechen of Manhwa Kingdom had his physical body shattered.
No matter how powerful Li Yi is, he couldn't possibly be this terrifying, right?
A chorus of gasps echoed through the earpiece. Hearing the voices in his earpiece, Zhang Qianyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted into a bitter smile.
Having spent time with Li Yi recently, he knew full well the extent of this guy's monstrosity.
Each time he awakened a deity, his power surged dramatically so strong it felt unreal.
As for Li Yi's swift arrival, that was naturally thanks to Xiaobai's assistance. When the two reached Huaxia, Xiaobai keenly sensed the aura of an evil deity.
Without hesitation, he changed course and headed straight for the southern Peak Kingdom.
A mile within the Fujiwara family residence.
The elderly Watanabe was completely absorbed in casting a spell, an eerie glow enveloping his body. Yet, in an instant, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the floor. Fujiwara Rintaro, seeing this, paled with alarm and hurried to the old man's side. Mr. Watanabe, did the spellcasting harm your body? You must steady yourself. Your health is paramount. He was counting on Watanabe to realize his grand plan, controlling the super spiritualists across Southeast Asia, dominating the region's discourse, and securing a century of prosperity for the Fujiwara clan.
This is bad. I've lost contact with Sakura.
The elderly Watanabe wiped the blood from his lips with a trembling hand, nearly shouting, "Forget about me.
Go find out what's happening in Manhwa Kingdom right now. Mr. Watanabe, please don't worry too much. With the power that I has demonstrated, no one in East Asia stands a chance against it. Right now, you're the only one who can control it. Your health is more important than anything else."
Fujiwara Rintaro spoke as he carefully helped the elderly Watanabe to his feet. Just then, a young clan member burst through the doorway without even knocking, urgently reporting, "Head of the family. News from Manhwa Kingdom, Li slew the demonic entity with his sword. It transformed into a colossal eye and was cleaved in two."
Boom.
Upon hearing this news, Fujiwara Rintaro felt the world spin violently. His legs gave way, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. The startled young clan member panicked, dashing outside to shout, "Help!
The head of the family has fainted. Someone, please come quickly."
A crowd rushed in at the commotion. Some frantically pinched his nose, others desperately channeled divine energy into him.
Chaos erupted in the room. After much commotion, Fujiwara Rintaro finally regained consciousness. "Li Yi, I will never forgive you."
The moment Fujiwara Rintaro regained consciousness, he erupted in a hysterical rage. His emotions surged to such extremes that his blood vessels burst, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious once more.
The clan members were terrified out of their wits. After another flurry of frantic activity, it took quite some time before Fujiwara Rintaro's life was saved, though his consciousness remained clouded.
The elderly Watanabe rose slowly, his eyes hollow and his expression desolate. He left the Fujiwara residence, his spirit utterly broken. At that moment, he knew it was all over. He had calculated every possible outcome, yet never anticipated that this man named Li Yi would repeatedly thwart his plans. Now, not only had the moon god vanished from the land of the rising sun, but the Eye of Filth had been severed. Numerous sacred sites across the nation lay devastated, and Japan's standing in the international pantheon had plummeted. What infuriated him most was his own overconfidence. Instead of striking China first, he had stirred up chaos in neighboring nations, hoping to frame China as the culprit and make it the target of international condemnation. Yet China's deities emerged unscathed, their standing in East Asia growing ever more secure. Now they themselves faced such a fate, truly a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Unless a miraculously powerful deity emerged within their own nation, they would never again be able to shake China in the slightest. On the street, the silhouette of the elderly Watanabe stretched long in the fading sunset glow, growing ever more distant.
In the kingdom of Manhwa, cheers erupted.
Upon learning the disaster had been averted and the divine miracle of the Badger Dragon Lord preserved, the people below the mountain erupted in cheers.
Someone on the mountain cried out, "Li Yi." From halfway up the mountain to the foot, the cries of Li Yi echoed for miles, wave after wave. Countless manhwa netizens filmed videos and uploaded them, sharing their joy, which sent shockwaves across the international community. In an instant, Li Yi dominated global headlines once more. As if the heavens themselves had been shaken, the dark clouds overhead suddenly dispersed, and rays of sunlight streamed down upon the earth. At the summit, Xiaobai stood behind Li Yi, shaking his head. "Ah Xian, I never imagined this I could bypass the laws of heaven and earth by parasitizing its host, freely striking down lives. But its aura fluctuates wildly, it seems not yet fully fused with its original body. Otherwise, its power would surpass this. Fortunately, it hasn't fully merged with its true form. Otherwise, my sword intent might not have been enough to slay it." Li Yi turned to look at Xiaobai. "This serves as a reminder.
It seems the laws of heaven and earth only restrain those deities lacking wisdom.
If more such malevolent deities existed, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? Why haven't you come out yet?
Xiaobai suddenly whipped his head toward a spot behind them, his brow furrowed as he prepared to strike at any moment.
Li Yi swiftly turned his gaze backward. A monstrous creature appeared behind them, a dragon's head atop a human body.
Though imposing, it seemed terrified of Xiaobai. It hastily clasped its fists and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving me."
Fourth-grade mortal spirit?
Li Yi swiftly sensed the divine power emanating from this being.
After a moment of scrutiny, unable to immediately identify which deity it might be, he asked, "What is your name?" "I am the Badger Dragon Lord. Since my awakening over 400 years ago, I have cultivated here." The Badger Dragon Lord dared not show the slightest negligence.
After answering, he inquired respectfully, "I presume you are a deity of Huaxia."
That evil eye was truly formidable. I thought my death was certain today.
Yet, with just a single sword intent, you vanquished that evil under your command. He then extended a sincere invitation. "I haven't conversed with another being in ages. Meeting someone from the Shang clan today feels deeply familiar."
Why not come inside for a moment? A member of the Shang family? Li Yi was baffled. How had this suddenly become a family connection? He looked at the Badger Dragon Lord with confusion.
Hulong Jun hastily explained, "Though I am the progenitor of the Baiwei people, my father is the son of Emperor Ming, the third-generation descendant of the Yan Emperor, Shenong."
Oh? Grandson of Emperor Ming? Li Yi suddenly understood.
No wonder he hadn't recognized him at first glance. After all this time, it turned out he was the son of Jingyang King Lu Su.
Chapter 52, New Schemes. The nation guarding divine artifact.
Those familiar with the legend of Lu Yi delivering the letter would recognize Lord Helong's lineage. He was the son born to the Dragon King of Dongting Lake's daughter and Prince Jingyang. Legend holds that the Badger Dragon Lord ruled the Red Ghost Kingdom, teaching its people to cultivate crops and raise silkworms. His wife, Lady Ji, bore 100 sons or, according to folktales, laid 100 eggs. These sons became the ancestors of the Baiwei tribes. Later, due to irreconcilable differences with Yuji, the Weasel Dragon Lord took 50 children back to the South Sea, while Yuji led the other 50 children into the mountains. His eldest son founded the kingdom of Wenlang, marking the first dynasty of the Southern Peak Kingdom. Upon learning his true identity, Li Yi engaged in conversation with the Badger Dragon King, discussing topics ranging from the Yin and Huang era to the Badger Dragon King's father, King Jingyang, and his maternal grandfather, Lord Dongting, the Dragon King of Lake Dongting in Chinese mythology.
"Forgive me, ancestor.
Your humble nephew was unaware of your true identity until now.
I beg your forgiveness."
This statement startled the Badger Dragon Lord. There were matters he was unaware of, for many events had unfolded during his father's generation before he was born. Believing Li Yi to be an elder descended from the Yan and Huang Shenong lineage, he hastily performed the junior's bow with utmost reverence.
"Put."
As soon as they stepped out of the Badger Dragon Lord's ruins, Xiaobai covered her mouth and giggled. Truthfully, she was a bit puzzled too. How did Li Yi know so much? When she learned that Li Yi had merely deduced it from the legend of Lu Yi and myths from folklore, she found it amusing. She felt even more affection for Xian, who had reincarnated as Li Yi and become so erudite it was truly full of surprises.
Who'd have thought a simple conversation would make me his ancestor?
Li Yi shook his head, a faint, helpless smile touching his lips. He looked up just as Zhang Qianyan approached with a group of people.
Zhang Qianyan, who had harbored a trace of doubt, couldn't help but feel exhilarated upon seeing Li Yi in person. "Li Yi, was it really you who killed that monster? Uncle Zhang, do I really seem that incapable in your eyes?" Li Yi's lips curved into a smile.
Not that, just a bit surprised. Zhang Qianyan scratched his head awkwardly. This catastrophe had brought immense calamity to many nations surrounding East Asia, leaving some severely weakened.
China had prepared for a last stand, only to be wiped out by Li Yi in a single move? Who would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes? "Uncle Zhang, take me to see that eye."
The two descended the mountain. All residents near the incident site had been evacuated, leaving only the divine envoys of the Temple of Reverence and the 10,000 Laws sect behind. Li stared intently at the two enormous eyeballs on the ground, scrutinizing them for a long time, yet still unable to identify what kind of monster they belonged to. Then, his gaze shifted to Sakura, seated cross-legged nearby, struggling to recover from her injuries. Her once flawlessly beautiful face now appeared grotesquely terrifying, the absence of one eye making it all the more horrifying.
"Should we bring her over now?"
Zhang Qianyan approached, puffing on a cigarette. "Keep a close watch on her first. Don't let her escape. But she's in the middle of healing her injuries. If interrupted, her divine power might backfire and she could lose her life."
Li Yi pondered for a moment. Keeping this woman might prove invaluable.
Ever since encountering Sakura, Li Yi had been certain of his suspicions. Japan was the mastermind behind this affair. To deal with shameless scoundrels like the Neon Nation, killing just one or two of them was utterly useless. It was essential to severely cripple the nation's vitality to prevent them from making a comeback. The key lay in uprooting Japan's national treasure, the heavenly spear of reversal, to fundamentally shatter their fortune. As for the location of the heavenly spear, legend held it resided where the sacred scepter, the Kojiki, descended. Others claimed the true heavenly spear was enshrined within the Ise Grand Shrine. Another theory suggests it was at Takachiho Peak in the land of the rising sun when the deity Ninigi descended.
After weighing all possibilities, Li concluded Takachiho Peak was more likely.
After all, if it were at Ise Shrine, even if the land of the rising sun remained unaware, it would have been discovered long ago.
Moreover, as a national treasure, even if it were at Ise Shrine, it would surely be hidden in an extremely secret location.
Sakura, perhaps, could provide crucial information about the heavenly spear.
Of course, Sakura must never learn the truth. Though this course of action was cruel, the game between nations was always ruthless and unforgiving. As the saying goes, are kings, lords, generals, and ministers born with a special lineage?
If one fails to act decisively today, they may become vulnerable to exploitation tomorrow. This was a war without gunpowder, where even the slightest softness was forbidden. As dusk deepened and night enveloped the land,
Sakura finally regained some strength and was led to a nearby tent.
Inside, candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls.
Lee stared at Sakura before him.
The woman's former pride had vanished without a trace. His voice was cold as he spoke.
Spill it. What really happened? Of course, you can choose to remain silent.
But then you'll likely spend the rest of your life stranded in a foreign land.
Remember this well, I'm the one who spared your life. Sakura remained silent, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. Lee knew she understood Chinese. Don't tell me you don't understand a word I'm saying.
Ha!
What else is there to say for someone who's been abandoned? Sakura laughed bitterly. If you want to know the origin of this I can only tell you I don't know either.
Otherwise, why would I let it take over my body and nearly kill me?
Seems you're not going to say more. Fine, I won't bother with this anymore. That I is dead anyway.
Lee shrugged, feigning readiness to leave, yet exerting an invisible pressure on Sakura.
Sakura's expression tightened, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes.
She hurriedly called out, "Wait.
I can tell you everything I know, but you must agree to one condition. Speak if you wish. If not, forget it."
Li Yi's gaze grew steadily colder.
My request is actually quite simple. Now that I'm like a rootless duckweed, all I seek is to gain an identity. Sakura murmured to herself before recounting everything she knew in meticulous detail.
Truthfully, she knew very little. All these years, she had merely served as Watanabe's puppet, rarely coming into contact with core secrets.
Take the sea ritual, for instance. Watanabe would never foolishly reveal its truth to Sakura. That would be self-destructive, wouldn't it? You mean this eye absorbed the power of the moon god during the sea festival? Lee pressed, astonished.
To be precise, any deity it could overcome was absorbed into that eye. Sakura strained to recall, a sharp pang of pain shooting through her mind as another memory surfaced. Right, I vaguely remember chanting while under this eye's control, "Power of the underworld, defile the gods, open the path to the realm of the living."
Power of the underworld, defile the gods, open the path to the realm of the dead? Lee murmured the words, searching his mind for deities associated with these keywords.
Myths from various nations abound with tales connected to the underworld, and legends involving eyes are also numerous. Yet in the mythology of the land of the rising sun, the only entity linking eyes, the underworld, defilement, and the moon goddess is Izanami, the mother of the underworld. In the myths of the land of the rising sun, the gods were divided into 3 generations, the first being the 5 separate heavenly gods, the second the 7 generations of the divine age, and the third including deities like Amaterasu Amikami.
The siblings Izanami and Izanagi belonged to the second generation of deities.
The younger sister, Izanami, died from burns sustained while giving birth to the fire god Kagutsuchi. Her brother, Izanagi, journeyed to the land of the dead to search for her. However, after eating food from the underworld, she could not return to the human world. When Izanagi discovered his sister covered in maggots, he fled in horror. This caused his eyes to be defiled by his sister's divine power.
After returning from the underworld, Izanagi performed a purification ritual at Awa no Kihara.
From the water he washed from his left eye emerged the sun goddess Amaterasu, from his right eye emerged the moon god Tsukuyami, and from his nose emerged the storm god Susanoo. These 3 are known as the 3 noble children, each ruling over Takamagara, the land of night, and the oceans.
This eye must be the purified right eye, right?
Lee stared at the enormous eye on the ground, recalling the Naraka hell. Suddenly slapping his forehead, he remembered he'd forgotten to contact Xiaoqian.
He hurriedly called out, "Xiaoqian, what's the situation in Naraka now?"
"Young master, the situation remains dire.
The number of malevolent spirits has clearly increased.
But please remain calm. Xiaoqian can hold out a little longer.
Dean Song will arrive shortly. And I have some good news to share." Zhang Qianyan entered the tent with a look of excitement on his face. Chapter 53, Receiving the Divine Alliance Invitation. "Li, we truly owe this to you.
Without your efforts, we could never have nipped this evil in the bud so swiftly. Had it infiltrated China, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Irreparable devastation would have befallen our nation. Song Badong hurried off the helicopter and strode into the tent, his excitement palpable. Just as I disembarked, the Divine Alliance extended an invitation to China, inviting us to join their ranks. This is an unparalleled honor. From now on, China will hold a seat among the world's divine powers. The Divine Alliance? Li Yi heard this and raised his eyebrows slightly, a surge of delight welling up inside him. This was indeed tremendous news, signifying China's entry onto the international stage and granting it a broader platform within the realm of deities. In truth, as early as 30 years ago, after successfully awakening the Earth deity, China had repeatedly applied to join the Divine Alliance. Alas, at that time, China's divine power was too weak. On the international stage of deities, it was completely ignored and unrecognized. For many years afterward, no new deities were awakened in China, and the situation only worsened. China was even placed directly on the Divine Alliance's blacklist. All the application letters sent out sank without a trace, never to be heard from again. Yet membership in the Divine Alliance offered immense benefits. Since its founding over a century ago, the Divine Alliance had amassed an immense database containing detailed records of all known deities worldwide. All members could access corresponding materials based on their contribution levels. To elevate one's contribution level, nations must either provide relevant data resources or actively undertake missions issued by the Divine Alliance. Furthermore, achieving a certain status within the alliance grants the privilege to participate in dispute mediation or order maintenance operations. And attaining even higher status grants the formidable power to become a rulemaker. Li Yi, thank you. Zhang Qianyan, standing nearby, suddenly bowed deeply to Li Yi with solemn expression and sincere demeanor. Uncle Zhang, what are you doing? Li Yi was flattered and taken aback, instinctively stepping back, unable to accept such a grand gesture. Zhang Qianyan replied earnestly. If not for your extraordinary abilities, China would never have received an invitation from the Divine Alliance. This marks the end of China's 30-year struggle with repeated unsuccessful applications, signifying that China will now formally enter the era of international deities. Indeed, Li Yi. Compared to other nations, China's divine power is currently far too weak. Relying solely on the two deities of Lanke Temple and Shihu Lake, it would be nearly impossible to gain a stable foothold within the Divine Alliance. But as long as we step onto this grand stage, we'll always have hope for growth. However, the Divine Alliance is notoriously slow. Actual membership will likely take at least half a year. Song Badong sighed deeply, his gaze filled with expectation as he looked at Li Yi. Perhaps I will never live to see the day when Huaxia achieves glorious accomplishments within the Divine Alliance. In the future, these weighty responsibilities may fall upon your shoulders, young people. These words resonated deeply with Li Yi, as if serving as a reminder to prepare himself for shouldering this immense responsibility. Dean Song, you're joking. China still needs you. Under your wise leadership, China will surely achieve extraordinary brilliance. Li Yi dared not respond lightly, merely smiling and showering Song Badong with praise. Then, he turned to Sakura beside him. Could you arrange an identity for her? It doesn't have to be in Huaxia, a neighboring country would work too. That's no problem. As long as she's willing, the Temple of Reverence welcomes her to join anytime. On the way here, President Song had received a detailed briefing from Zhang Qianyan about Sakura's current situation. Possessing 3 divine marks made her an invaluable asset. No nation would refuse to shelter such a formidable power. Moreover, if Li Yi could subdue her once with ease, he could do so again and again. Rather than fearing her defection, it was better to recruit her into the Temple of Divine Worship and have her serve the institution. It would also give her a chance to atone for the sins she had committed in the past. Upon hearing this, Sakura slowly exhaled, her once lofty arrogance from her days in the Soul Summoning Society now completely gone. For her now, simply finding a place willing to shelter her and let her live was a blessing beyond measure. Li Yi and Director Song turned their conversation back to the Naraka Hell. Li Yi couldn't help but voice his concern. I think we should send people to India for a thorough investigation. The number of evil spirits is growing rapidly. If this continues, the seal on the entrance will be broken sooner or later, and China will become the gateway to Naraka Hell. I've already dispatched investigators. But since your last report, only a day or 2 has passed. Obtaining valuable leads is indeed difficult. Moreover, the Indian religion has numerous followers, making it hard to uncover substantive information. If you need anything, just tell me. We'll figure it out together. Song Badong was equally concerned about this matter. Back when the Indian cult created the Naraka Hell at the gates of Lanke Temple, the Chinese deities were too weak to resist and had to swallow their pride. Now the situation was different. Given time for China to develop, they would sooner or later demand an accounting from the Tianzhu cult. After chatting for a while longer, Li Yi obtained Sakura's contact information before bidding farewell to Dean Song, Zhang Qianyan, and the others. Soon after, Li Yi boarded the helicopter piloted by Wang Chang, heading toward Lanke Temple. The night was serene. Yet the online world was abuzz with excitement. News of Li Yi slaying the Eye of Filth spread like wildfire across the internet at the speed of light. The short video titled China's Divine Son Successfully Slays Evil Deity ignited the entire East Asian continent. The footage captured the shocking moment when the Eye of Filth was cleaved in two. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were dominated by related discussions, with views surpassing the 100 million mark within just 1 hour. Countless Chinese netizens bypassed the Great Firewall to flood foreign platforms like Korea, Silla, and Mongolia. They descended upon posts and videos that had previously contained anti-China rhetoric, launching a frenzied counterattack. Huang Xuangue, who had previously assisted Li Yi, took the initiative to create and upload a video without needing Song Xian to make a special request. This 42-minute and 36-second video didn't merely boast about Li Yi's prowess, it directly addressed the malicious insults targeting China and Li Yi circulating on YouTube. It delivered a forceful rebuttal to one particularly egregious example. Ladies and gentlemen, I specifically created and posted this video on YouTube. I'm not trying to prove anything, I just want to chat. First, look at this screenshot. This Korean netizen named Lee Jae-hyung, desperate for views, posted almost every half hour. His earlier posts slandered our Huaxia, but the views were low. Then he started calling Huaxia's Li Yi a pale-faced weakling. Wow, it seems he found the secret to views. He posted 62 videos under his social media account in a single day. I don't want to lecture here. I just want to ask this netizen one question. You claim Li Yi, that pretty boy, lives off others and is weak and incompetent? Damn it, have you ever seen someone more incompetent than the combined might of all the super spiritualists in your entire Goryeo nation? Your Korea mobilized over 1,000 men to protect the divine relic, only to get wiped out completely. You couldn't even defend the last divine relic. Can Korea be considered even more trash than weak and incompetent? Let's be honest, you're just bitter China didn't bail you out. But why should we risk our lives just because you make a phone call? To put it bluntly, who the hell do you think you are? Helping you is a favor. Not helping is our right. Sorry, folks. I don't share EGE's foresight or magnanimity. I know only one truth: those who wrong me, I repay 100-fold; those who insult me, I repay 1,000-fold; those who both wrong and insult me, I repay them 10,000-fold. I'm not afraid of complaints or takedowns for this video. I'm sending it to netizens in Taigwa, Nanhua, Silla, and beyond. You think you're so high and mighty, so tough? Then don't come begging us for help. Within moments, this video surged past 10 million views on YouTube. Coupled with the immense buzz surrounding Li Yi's slaying of the demonic spirit, it briefly climbed into the top 10 trending videos. Countless netizens spontaneously shared the video, with likes soaring to over 3 million. Just as Chinese netizens were basking in triumph, fiercely countering their detractors online, a bombshell announcement shook the entire world. It was midnight in China, but noon in the region where the Divine Alliance was based. The Divine Alliance formally issued an invitation. Evil spirits have attacked East Asia, nearly destroying the sacred relics of several nations. China has made an indelible and vital contribution in this battle. Following deliberation at the Divine Alliance Council, all 32 members unanimously voted to formally invite China to join the Divine Alliance. The moment the announcement was made, the entire world was stunned. The entire world came to a standstill. Chapter 54, Xiaobai and Nie Xiaoqian's jealousy. Got up in the middle of the night to take a leak, glanced at my phone, holy crap, did I just witness history? Gotta run. Need to find my wife and work overtime to celebrate. Easy on the kidneys, bro. You've got work early tomorrow. Holy crap, is today April Fool's Day? China actually joined the Divine Alliance? That can't be real. I must still be asleep. Guys, I'm out for a nap. I'll check again when I wake up. Bro, it's been 10 minutes. Awake yet? Aha, the waters of Shihu, my tears. If online arguments with foreign netizens were mere skirmishes unworthy of serious attention, then the news of the Divine Alliance's invitation was a genuine international event. The news swept across the entire internet like a tidal wave. The trending topic seemed manipulated by an invisible giant hand, firmly dominating the charts. On Weibo, the hashtag China Joins Divine Alliance hashtag saw its views explode exponentially, surpassing 500 million in just half an hour. Among the top 10 trending topics, 7 were directly tied to this event. Hashtags like hashtag Li Yi, Son of the Gods, leads China into the Divine Alliance hashtag and hashtag Divine Alliance, China's path forward hashtag maintains sky-high popularity, soaring relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the land of Neon, Fujiwara Rintaro, upon seeing this news, was so enraged that he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted instantly. The Naraka Hell Passage. Li Yi instructed Wang Chang to return and rest, while he and Xiaobai swiftly entered the dark zone. Xiaobai transformed into a beam of light, slipping into the divine statue in Li Yi's pocket. He warned, Xian, the power here seems stronger than before. Is there any way to strengthen the seal here? Li Yi asked aloud, but his cultivation was still too recent. He lacked experience with such tricky situations. This was his first encounter with one. I do know someone who might have a solution, though I can't reach her now. Xiaobai's voice rang clearly from within the statue. Master Baoqing? Li Yi wore an expression that was both amused and exasperated. In the legend of the White Snake, this fox demon possessed 1,000 years of cultivation, making her even more powerful than Xiaobai. She ran Baoqing Pavilion, specializing in crafting protective talismans for demons, a legitimate businesswoman. This demon had a human face on one side and a fox face on the other, making her appearance quite eerie. But whether this deity truly existed in this world remained uncertain.
Xian, do you remember the master of Baoqing Pavilion?
A hint of surprise flickered in Xiaobai's voice.
Li Yi offered no reply, quickening his pace to the entrance of the seal.
Inside, he saw a vast gathering of malevolent spirits. Nie Xiaoqian sat cross-legged directly before the seal, her hands rapidly forming intricate hand seals. A faint, icy aura slowly seeped from her body into the seal. As the energy flowed steadily, fine beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Li Yi dared not approach and disturb her, waiting patiently nearby. After over 10 minutes, Nie Xiaoqian slowly concluded her ritual. The power at the entrance of the seal noticeably intensified, while the evil spirits within seemed to go mad, relentlessly attacking the seal with thunderous roars. "Young master, I apologize for my rudeness. The situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to reinforce the seal," Nie Xiaoqian murmured softly. Li Yi reached into his pocket for a tissue, intending to wipe the sweat from Nie Xiaoqian's forehead. But his hand froze mid-reach, suddenly realizing how presumptuous the gesture might be.
Nie Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed crimson.
She lowered her gaze to her feet, then hastily took the tissue and gently dabbed her forehead. Upon examining the tissue in her hand, she exclaimed in surprise, "Young master, this paper is so soft.
It must be quite expensive. Using it to wipe sweat is such a waste."
"Not expensive.
1 yuan per pack."
Li Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly, then stuffed the remaining half-pack of tissues into Nie Xiaoqian's hands. Nie Xiaoqian sniffed the tissue and exclaimed delightedly, "It smells so nice."
"Do you like it?"
Li Yi asked instinctively with a smile.
Nie Xiaoqian tapped her pretty chin lightly, snapping back to reality. When she looked up and saw Li Yi's smile, her cheeks flushed red once more.
"Young master is deliberately embarrassing me. Xiaoqian won't speak to you anymore."
"Ha ha."
Li Yi finally burst into laughter.
"Xian, I want to try this tissue too."
Xiaobai's voice rang clearly in both their minds, tinged with a distinct note of resentment.
"Ahem, all right.
Once we leave here, I'll buy you a few packs."
Actually, the pack she's holding would work too.
"Sis, that won't do.
Is it that you're reluctant to part with it, or that you simply don't want to?"
Li Yi felt his head spinning.
If this kept up, he'd break down for sure. He stepped into the seal, a slash of sword energy slicing through space.
Ah!
As the sword energy touched the evil spirits, these hideous creatures let out waves of wretched screams.
Evil spirit slain. 9 Netherworld Inferno Curse enhanced.
A notification flashed in his mind. Li Yi paused in surprise, then silently shook his head. Killing with sword energy could only strengthen the Netherfire.
The 9 Netherworld's Netherfire Curse could be enhanced because both the evil spirit's power and the Netherfire shared in attributes. After being absorbed by the divine power collector, they could nourish the flames, enabling evolutionary breakthroughs.
Sword Intent possessed only a single technique, and its attributes were entirely different from the Filth Eye and the evil spirits, making it incapable of nourishing the breakthrough. Therefore, whether slaying evil spirits with Sword Intent or Netherfire, only the Netherfire's power could be enhanced.
"Young master. Xuan."
The two women cried out in unison upon seeing this.
Nie Xiaoqian tensed, then without hesitation darted into the seal to join Li Yi in slaying the evil spirits.
Xiaobai remained hidden within the divine statue, emerging at critical moments to instantly eliminate large groups of evil spirits. When they last vanquished these spirits, Li Yi possessed only the strength of a 5th-grade mortal spirit. Now, having ascended to 7th grade, his power had surged by 2 tiers, making the battle far easier. Even Nie Xiaoqian, relying solely on divine power, might not surpass Li Yi now, though that wouldn't be the case if she unleashed the second layer of the Netherworld Fire Curse.
Evil spirit slain, 9 Netherworld Flames spell enhanced. Evil spirit slain, 9 Netherworld Flames spell enhanced. Evil spirit slain, 9 Netherworld Flames spell enhanced.
Originally, Li Yi had only intended to avoid the crossfire between the two women. He hadn't expected the evil spirits here to be so easily slain, unlike before when he'd been blocked by hordes of them and forced back toward the sealed entrance.
With each fallen evil spirit, the power of the 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell steadily grew stronger. Time passed slowly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
During this period, Li Yi remained almost entirely within the sealing barrier of the Naraka Hell, working alongside Nie Xiaoqian to exterminate the malevolent spirits within. He paid almost no attention to the outside world, spending all his time here except for necessary meals and drinks, or brief phone calls with Song Badong and Song Xian.
Yet the number of evil spirits within the Naraka Hell was staggering, seemingly endless.
It truly lived up to the saying, "Hell has no gates," yet evil spirits abound. Ox heads and horse faces line up in rows. As the slaughter continued, Li Yi keenly noticed that the surrounding evil spirits were growing increasingly powerful.
He could faintly sense a terrifyingly potent aura lurking within.
Roar! A deafening roar echoed from within the seal, and a monstrous creature with 7 heads abruptly materialized. Each head bore sinister eyes and a long, forked tongue.
Scales on its neck shimmered with an eerie glow.
Its slender body was covered in hard, protective scales, while its lower half consisted of thick, muscular human legs, bulging with raw power.
Judging by its aura, a 7th-grade mortal spirit?
Li Yi's heart skipped a beat, yet instead of retreating, he seized the opportunity to test the combat skills he'd honed over the past few days. The two immediately clashed.
Li Yi grew more adept with each strike.
Though he took a few hits, none dealt significant damage. With a flick of his palm, an intensely frigid flame ignited, which he hurled forward. The 9 netherworld flames exploded before the monster.
Roar!
Unexpectedly, the monster froze only momentarily before emitting a piercing shriek. Its 7 serpentine heads began frantically devouring one another, unleashing a surge of power so violent it bordered on uncontrollable.
Xian, run! Danger!
Xiaobai suddenly appeared, as if sensing mortal peril.
Grabbing Li Yi and Nie Xiaoqian, he fled at breakneck speed.
Chapter 55, Peril Everywhere and the Mysterious Pursuit.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air.
With Xiaobai's full assistance, Li Yi and Nie Xiaoqian narrowly escaped to the entrance of the seal. The ground beneath them shook violently. It turned out that after the 7 serpent heads of the evil spirit devoured each other in a frenzy, its power had surged exponentially. It unleashed all its force through its own body as an outlet.
Yet this power proved too immense for the serpent demon to bear.
In an instant, its soul scattered into oblivion, leaving behind only a horrifying, desolate wasteland. Within the sealed passage, countless other malevolent spirits were also shattered by the immense force, their essences scattered into nothingness.
Evil spirit slain.
9 netherworld inferno spell enhanced. The text box appeared before his eyes. Li Yi distinctly felt the Netherworld Fire Curse within him surge to a remarkably heightened level in that instant.
Does the demon's self-destruction count as a kill? But why did this thing suddenly self-destruct? Did it possess self-awareness? Or was it being manipulated by some hidden hand? Li Yi suspected the latter was more likely. Tianzhu Kingdom, the secret garden of the Tianzhu divine cult.
3 white-haired elders sat cross-legged with solemn expressions around a small plant shimmering with strange light. Their hands gripped rattan canes tightly, their faces etched with the deep wrinkles of a lifetime's hardships. Yet in an instant, all 3 simultaneously spat forth mouthfuls of blood. Their weathered faces instantly turned as pale as paper.
Damn it, we've failed again.
Elder Modi trembled as he wiped the blood from his lips. Elder Sanji glanced up at the small plant before him and exclaimed urgently, "The power of the Naluo grass is rapidly fading." Chaos erupted among the group. An ancient-looking bottle was produced, and a single drop of mysterious liquid was carefully poured out, gently falling onto the small plant. Miraculously, upon contact with the liquid, the grass's previously dimmed glow brightened. The 3 elders breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. It's strange, really. Ever since the Naraka Evil Stone was released at the gates of China's Nie Temple, the Naraka Hell seems to have been sealed by some mysterious force. The dark energies within can no longer be summoned out. Unfortunately, while we can use this narragrass to connect with some of the malevolent spirits within Naraga Hell, we remain unable to perceive with certainty what exactly transpires inside.
Hanuman's power remains sealed.
If we cannot gather sufficient dark energy to corrode that seal, our sect must urgently seek alternative solutions. Elder Modi spoke with grave expression. Elder, the man has been captured. At that moment, a commotion arose at the garden entrance.
2 psychics from the Indian sect hurriedly escorted a man inside. Immediately afterward,
they violently kicked the man to the ground. One of them declared, "Elder, this man has been lurking around the sect, snooping for information.
We caught him just in time.
If you've got the guts, kill me." This man was none other than Feng Jigang, the divine messenger Feng from the Huaxia branch of the Temple of Divine Worship. Several days prior, after Li Yi had detailed the dire situation in Naraka Hell to Song Badong, the Divine Worship Academy swiftly dispatched a 10-person team to India for investigation, seeking relevant clues. Feng was not only a member of this 10-person team but also served as its crucial liaison captain.
Elder Modi slowly rose to his feet and asked in halting English, "Are you Chinese?"
"Yes."
"What brings you here?" "Tourism." "It seems you're not going to tell the truth." Elder Modi smiled gently instead. "But it doesn't matter. God has told me that all people in this world make mistakes. As long as one repents sincerely, God will forgive them. God is the most magnanimous. He does not selectively grant forgiveness based on whether you are poor or wealthy, only that your heart be open and honest." "Attendants, release him."
"Ha!" The 2 clergymen froze in place, then reluctantly led the man outside and released him. The other 2 elders exchanged puzzled glances. Elder Modi glanced in the direction the Chinese man had departed, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. The Naraka Demon Stone was activated in China, yet no evil spirits escaped. That man named Li Yi entered the underworld in full view of all and emerged unscathed. There's only one possibility: this man cultivates dark power, what the Chinese call the extreme energy. Otherwise, he couldn't have survived in the Naraka Hell.
To successfully break Hanuman's seal, we might draw dark power from this Li Yi. The man we just let go could deliver a message to China for us. It seems we must accelerate our efforts.
With China joining the Divine Alliance, India, as its neighboring nation, finds itself in a highly passive position, our divine status teetering on the brink.
The Supreme Leader has strictly ordered us to lift Hanuman's seal as soon as possible. Otherwise, given the relationship between our two nations' territories, things could turn dire.
Elder Sanji remarked.
A helicopter flew out toward the open sea.
Li stood inside the cabin, gripping the handle on the door tightly as his gaze swept across the vast expanse of sea, seemingly searching for the mysterious island. Beside him, Sakura sat quietly. Her right eye housed a cybernetic prosthesis, while her left stared blankly out at the churning waves, her silence unbroken.
This voyage was undertaken to seek out the legendary national treasure of the Neon Kingdom, the heavenly reverse spear. Of course, Li hadn't revealed the truth to Sakura. He'd only told her he was searching for a weapon, choosing to conceal its true purpose. When Li inquired about Mount Takachiho, Sakura immediately dismissed all his speculations. As Japan's second highest peak, Takachiho Peak had long been shrouded in mysterious legends. The Higashi Tsukushi Soul Summoning Society had organized countless expeditions to uncover its secrets, attempting to awaken the deities hidden within, yet each attempt ended in failure. The mountain had been practically turned upside down, and Sakura didn't believe the heavenly spear could be hidden there.
If it wasn't on Mount Takachiho, then as for Ise Shrine, Li thought it even less likely to exist there. He had once read in the country's unofficial histories that when the deity Susanoo descended to the mortal realm, it was said to have appeared atop a volcano. However, with countless volcanoes across the land of the rising sun, pinpointing that specific one proved exceedingly difficult.
Wang Chang, piloting the helicopter, called out loudly.
Brother Yi, we're about to enter the waters of the land of the rising sun.
This is as far as I can take you.
Any further, and their guns will be trained on this helicopter.
Understood. There's an island up ahead. Drop us off there and head back first. Once I've handled matters here, I'll contact you.
The helicopter's roar forced Li to shout back at the top of his lungs.
Brother Yi, look below. Is that the wreckage of a Chinese cruise ship?
Wang Chang pointed downward, his voice filled with shock. Li followed Wang Chang's gesture and saw the sea below littered with severed limbs and debris from the luxury liner.
The scene was utterly desolate.
Xiao Bai's form silently drifted out from the divine statue. Shen, there's a force down there that's gathering these wreckage pieces together.
Plus, there are many spirits of the wrongfully deceased. Should we report this to higher-ups? Wang Chang turned to ask Li. Didn't Song Xian mention earlier that they insisted on leaving the country on their own and have already acquired Japanese citizenship? This matter should be reported by our embassy to the Japanese authorities. It's not our place to intervene. Li glanced down at the scene below with resignation and sighed deeply.
Human nature often works this way, always clinging to hope, always believing fortune will fall from the sky without reason, convinced they are the chosen lucky ones. But when someone becomes utterly blinded by greed, stubbornly fixated on their own interests, even willing to abandon everything for profit, perhaps such an ending is, for them, the best possible fate.
Not long after,
the helicopter descended slowly onto an island.
Then it took off again, heading back in the direction it had come. Only Li and Sakura remained standing on the island.
Li pulled a tablet from his backpack, quickly zooming in on the map displayed.
Finally, he called over Sakura and asked her to help analyze it. Has your Soul Summoning Society ever explored these volcanoes before?
To my knowledge, when the president was traveling around the surrounding islands, he covered every accessible area. So even if we know that weapon might be in one of these volcanoes, finding it would be extremely difficult.
Sakura studied the map intently for a moment before her finger landed on a specific location.
If that weapon is crucial and definitely located within a volcano, then this one hidden beneath the ocean floor is the most likely candidate.
It's also the largest volcano in our country. Underwater? Li followed Sakura's finger to see Great Cotton Tower Volcano marked on the map. He quickly pulled out his phone to search and soon found detailed information about the volcano. Located 1,000 kilometers east of Neon Nation in the Pacific Ocean, it stands as one of the largest volcanoes in the solar system to date. Its area had reached 120,000 square kilometers, nearly equivalent to 2 ordinary provinces. Li tucked his tablet into his backpack and declared firmly, "I'm going to check it out." "No way, you're actually planning to go to that volcano?" Sakura gasped at Li's decision. Noticing his gaze, she mistakenly thought he was looking at her prosthetic right eye and instinctively turned her head away. "As far as I know, even the summit of this volcano is 2,000 meters above sea level. No matter how powerful your abilities are, you can't possibly dive to a depth of 2,000 meters unless you're not human, but a god. Wait here for me. I'll come back for you." Li silently called out to Xiao Bai in his mind. This time, Xiao Bai didn't transform into his true form. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Li's waist and carried him at breakneck speed toward their destination. "How can you fly?" Sakura watched Li soar through the air in disbelief before shouting, "Wait! They say that place is the entrance to hell, guarded by King Yama's minions." Chapter 56, The National Treasure Shakes Loose, Fujiwara commits seppuku in penance. This must be it. No mistake.
Above the boundless ocean, Li Yi released a colossal divine power from beneath his feet, steadying his body and allowing him to stand on the sea surface as if on solid ground.
Witnessed by ordinary mortals, this scene would surely be deemed divine.
Super spiritual beings who had attained divine power, possessing 2 divine imprints, radiated an aura potent enough to counteract Earth's gravity. If their power was sufficiently profound, they could maintain this extraordinary state indefinitely. As a 7th-grade mortal spirit far surpassing current super spirits in power, Li Yi could effortlessly lie on the sea surface, sleeping soundly while channeling his divine energy. He would never fall into the water for an entire week. He had previously attempted to soar through the skies using his own power, but the rapid depletion of energy meant that with his current divine strength, he could sustain flight for no more than 2 hours.
Li Yi scrutinized the map on his tablet once more, then gently placed it back into his backpack. He retrieved a waterproof flashlight from the bag before securing it onto an inflatable cushion. With a decisive splash, he plunged into the sea.
Xian, the deeper I go, the stronger the yin energy feels below. Xiao Bai, huddled inside the pocket statue, hurriedly warned. Li Yi employed the serpent breath retention technique, allowing him to move freely underwater, but he couldn't speak aloud otherwise, seawater would rush into his mouth.
He could only use telepathic transmission. Xiao Bai, can you see that blue-black area below?
At 300 meters deep, he distinctly felt the sea's absorption of light. The flashlight's beam could no longer reach further. Descending further to 500 meters, the waterproof flashlight suddenly made a loud bang as its lens shattered under the immense pressure, its light extinguished instantly. At 1,500 meters, the surroundings were pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his own hand in front of him.
The pressure on his body became immense. Had he not reached the 7th rank of mortal spirit cultivation, anyone else would have died instantly from lung rupture. Xian, recite the spirit eye technique incantation with me.
Xiao Bai's form silently materialized, emanating a gentle force that enveloped both of them. As she slowly chanted the incantation, her eyes flickered with a mysterious glow.
Vaguely visible within the pitch-black expanse was the faint outline of a spear. Li Yi followed Xiao Bai's chant, reciting it earnestly twice.
Instantly, he felt a divine power gather like a trickling stream within his eye sockets. The ocean floor, once pitch-black as night, now revealed faint outlines. A spear, shimmering with an uncanny radiance, stood silently within the crater, its form coming into sharp focus.
Is this the heavenly spear of reversal from the legends of the Rainbow Kingdom?
The two continued their slow descent, their vision growing increasingly clear.
The spear, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, periodically released a faint yet mysterious force that slowly merged into the volcano.
The heavenly spear of reversal, also known as the heavenly marsh spear or the heavenly jade spear. In the mystical legends of the land of the rising sun, the last deities of the 7 generations of the age of the gods, Izanagi and Izanami, the siblings who journeyed to the land of the dead and washed their eyes, respectively used this spear to stir the primordial chaos of the earthly realm.
The droplets that fell from its tip miraculously coalesced into the first island.
Later, when the deity Ninigi descended, he planted this spear upon a mysterious mountain peak. The two approached cautiously and slowly. As they drew near, the heavenly spear suddenly erupted with blinding light. Swish, swish. Suddenly, 2 dark figures shot out from the dormant crater at breakneck speed, each clutching a black fork, thrusting it straight toward Li Yi's face.
Watch out! Xiao Bai shouted, grabbing Li Yi's wrist and yanking him backward. Using the momentum, they swiftly switched positions. With a loud thud, he kicked the dark figure into the crater. Roar! Another dark figure let out an earth-shaking roar, its body unfettered by the sea, tracing a parabolic arc through the water. Boom! Li Yi instantly lit a ball of 9 netherworld flames in his hand and hurled it forward. Where the frigid flames passed, seawater crystallized into a translucent band of ice, densely studded with ice crystals. The shadow was instantly pierced by the ice, its body rapidly freezing over. The 9 netherworld flames inflicted severe damage upon its spirit form, eliciting a wail of agonizing pain. The great cotton volcano rumbled with thunderous booms. The seawater turned bone-chillingly cold, while an icy, soul-piercing aura blew out from the crater. Could this truly be the entrance to the Hell of Yama King from the legends of the Rainbow Kingdom? Li Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Then, deciding to go all in, he plunged rapidly toward the location of the heavenly reverse spear. As his hands gripped the spear tightly, a powerful, dazzling light erupted from its blade. Xiao Bai, help me pull out the divine artifact. Ah Xian, I'm afraid I can't. This object possesses a trace of mysterious law energy on its surface. I can't.
Xiao Bai transformed into a massive white serpent, opening her gaping maw to seize the spear. Yet the flickering radiance triggered a terrifying illusion as if her body would shatter into pieces. She could only retreat helplessly, guarding Li Yi from behind.
Come out of me.
Li Yi snarled through gritted teeth, channeling every ounce of strength into his arms. Veins bulged like twisted earthworms across his neck as the spear's radiance flared brilliantly once more. The light seemed to exert its restraining power only upon the divine, having little effect on Li Yi. He felt none of that law-bound force. Li Yi was a singular exception, a human body possessing the realm of a god. Boom! The moment the heaven's reverse spear began to waver slightly, dark clouds abruptly gathered over the skies of the Rainbow Nation. Lightning danced and flashed within the stormy layers. The land of the rising sun was already home to numerous volcanoes, over 270 known ones, with 111 active. Now, every single volcano began to rumble with a deep, muffled roar.
What's happening? Why did the weather change so suddenly?
On the sea, aboard a dilapidated fishing boat, a wrinkled old man from the land of neon looked up at the sky with trembling hands, his eyes filled with deep terror.
Oh no, oh no! The volcano is about to erupt.
Residents living at the foot of the volcano felt violent tremors beneath their feet. Panicked, they rushed out of their homes to see the crater spewing thick, black smoke.
Good heavens! This is divine punishment, certainly the gods' punishment upon us. The Fujiwara clan. It must be the Fujiwara clan.
They killed so many people, depriving us of divine protection.
The Fujiwara clan must answer for this.
The people of the land of neon descended into chaos. At the same time, the waters surrounding the land of neon began to churn violently.
Waves surged like raging beasts, each crest higher than the last, each wave faster than the previous one.
Countless fishermen knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, begging heaven for forgiveness, pleading for mercy for their ignorant and foolish people. If it were merely a volcanic eruption, people might attribute it to geological causes. But as more and more volcanoes spewed thick black smoke, it inevitably drew connections to the recent series of bizarre events.
All fingers pointed toward the Fujiwara clan.
Large crowds spontaneously gathered and surged toward the Fujiwara residents, screaming at the top of their lungs for Fujiwara Rintaro to commit seppuku as atonement.
The Fujiwara clan faced a formidable threat.
Everyone rushed out to try and stop the angry crowd, but the overwhelming numbers made it impossible to stem the surging tide.
Father, you must step forward and take responsibility for your mistakes. Otherwise, the people's fury will never be appeased. The Fujiwara clan will become utterly despised, hunted down by everyone.
Fujiwara Koji presented a gleaming curved blade with both hands, then knelt with a thud.
Ha ha!
Fujiwara Rintaro stared at the curved blade his son offered, suddenly realizing how utterly absurd and laughable his entire life had been. He had fought against men, defied the earth, yet in the end, he could never defy heaven.
Heaven's will cannot be defied. Enough! I, Fujiwara, have lived a life without shame before my clan.
Fujiwara Rintaro slowly knelt before the family shrine, his eyes vacant. He plunged the curved blade deep into his abdomen, then slowly released his grip as blood gushed forth.
Chapter 57, Disaster paused, awaits the future. Fujiwara Rintaro's forced seppuku sent shockwaves across the globe like a bombshell.
The internet was flooded with reports about the natural disaster in the land of the rising sun and the Fujiwara family incident.
After Fujiwara Rintaro committed seppuku,
the disasters in the land of the rising sun were instantly paused.
The sea slowly receded, and the volcano ceased its eruption.
It seemed as though Fujiwara Rintaro had truly atoned to the heavens with his life, bringing this catastrophe to an abrupt halt. But the truth was,
let's go.
I was overthinking it, damn it.
Li Yi stared resentfully at the heavenly sphere below.
No matter how he strained every muscle, the divine artifact barely budged an inch, utterly impossible to pull free.
He shrugged it off.
He'd only been training for a few days. If he could pull it out easily, then this divine artifact would be a piece of junk. Now, countless shadowy figures emerged from the crater. Their features were indistinct, their forms flickering and unstable, like some eerie, soul-like entities.
Countless shadowy figures swiftly closed in, surrounding Li Yi completely.
Li Yi swept his hand forward, unleashing a fierce sword intent from his fingertips.
The seawater ahead instantly split open with a deep gash, slicing the attacking spirits in half as they vanished into the void. Evil spirit slain.
9 Netherworld Inferno spell enhanced. A flood of text notifications appeared in his mind. Though these spirits weren't powerful individually, their sheer numbers like a swarm of ants made them a formidable challenge. Li Yi and Xiaobai had slain countless evil spirits, yet the bottomless sea remained teeming with them, seemingly endless.
As the spirits gathered ever more densely, he immediately drew forth the Yamata no Orochi wooden talisman.
With a fleeting thought, a mysterious force suddenly erupted from the sea, radiating outward from the wooden plaque at its center. Wherever the force passed, all the evil spirits were repelled.
Roar! Yamata no Orochi materialized, one of its heads morphing into Jin's face. The sight of the endless horde sent a chill down its spine. There are too many. I can only delay them for a moment. You must flee now. This is but a sliver of divine power I've summoned, it cannot hold for long.
When a deity is summoned into the mortal realm, its power transcends the constraints of the natural order.
The Yamata no Orochi glowed with a dark crimson light.
Its 9 heads opened their gaping maws, swallowing the evil spirits one by one. Yet within moments, Genetsu too was surrounded by countless shadowy figures, his voice rising in wretched cries.
Xian, run!
As several dark figures closed in on Li Yi, Xiaobai's anxious voice suddenly rang out. With a series of thuds, the shadows surrounding Li Yi shattered.
Li Yi, holding the wooden tablet, slapped his forehead as if awakening from a dream.
Remembering its miraculous teleportation power, he immediately channeled his energy into it.
Whoosh! A dense cloud of black mist erupted from the tablet, engulfing him in an instant.
In the next instant, he vanished from his original spot.
The power of the Yamata no Orochi dissipated along with him.
The surrounding shadows froze in place before being sucked into the mysterious force of the undersea volcanic vent, vanishing into the dark, abyssal depths. Before vanishing, Li Yi felt a lingering attachment to the divine artifact. He glanced once more at the endless swarm of shadows. Had it not been for their harassment, he might have paused to study the heavenly reverse sphere in detail.
China, Temple of Divine Reverence. Beneath lay a vast underground cavern.
At its center stood a mysterious, ancient altar. When chaotic chi surged in the land of neon, the altar emitted waves of luminous halos, shimmering like stars.
A white-haired elder guarding the site abruptly rose, shouting in alarm to his apprentice, "Quick! Quick! Go fetch the headmaster! Hurry!"
The young disciple dared not delay, rushing into a room and dialing a number with urgency.
Before long, Song Badong kicked off the cave walls several times with his legs, silently landing below. Too late. The disturbance has ceased.
The white-haired elder shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with regret.
Master Chen, what happened?
Song Badong knew the old man wouldn't summon him without reason, his mind filled with questions.
The white-haired elder, addressed as Old Chen, stroked his beard.
If I'm not mistaken, the dragon vein here sensed a shift in the fortune of another dragon vein.
The runes on the altar showed an unusual reaction. Go check just now, was there an earthquake or something similar? Just a moment. Song Badong made a call to the surface. Soon, his subordinate reported. We've just received news of a rare earthquake in Japan, accompanied by volcanic activity.
Furthermore, Fujiwara Rintaro was forced by the public into his family's memorial hall moments ago, where he committed seppuku to atone for his sins.
This? Song Badong hung up the phone, his mind reeling for a long moment.
He quickly turned to the white-haired elder.
Old Chen, even if an earthquake and volcanic eruption occurred in the land of the rising sun, shouldn't that affect the dragon vein's fortune?
Such events have happened frequently in their country before, and I've never heard of this notion of fortune being affected.
There's only one possibility, it was deliberate. What? Song Badong was stunned once more, sucking in 2 sharp breaths. What kind of person possesses such power? Someone capable of shaking the very fortune of a nation?
If such a person truly exists, how should China respond? This world is full of extraordinary individuals. We are but a drop in the ocean.
Those with true power will always possess methods beyond our imagination.
The white-haired elder known as Old Chen shook his head, a look of deep reflection on his face. Still, we could investigate who the land of the rising sun has recently offended.
And who would seek to destroy their nation's destiny? Offended whom? Song Badong's mind went blank, already reeling from Chen Lao's earlier mention of human intervention.
Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. If we're talking about someone powerful who's recently offended someone, there's only one person, Li Yi.
What? Li Yi took Sakura to the land of the rising sun. Seems he's searching for something.
Before he could finish, Song Badong shook his head repeatedly. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. No matter how capable Li Yi is, he couldn't possibly shake the foundations of a nation.
That's true. Old Chen nodded in deep agreement.
Splash. Li Yi surfaced from the sea, standing on the water's edge.
He scanned his surroundings carefully but found himself in an unfamiliar place, utterly lost. After searching the area, he couldn't find the air cushion where he'd stowed his backpack. Suddenly, his face flushed crimson, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Xian?
Xiaobai rushed over anxiously, his face filled with concern.
Why are you coughing up blood?
Li Yi wiped the blood from his lips and held his hand up to examine it, feeling a bit dazed. Recalling carefully, when he had used the wooden tablet's teleportation ability just now, it seemed as though an invisible hand had drawn the vital energy from his body. Xian, this wooden tablet is secretly draining your vital energy. Soon, Xiaobai sensed a trace of Li Yi's vital energy lingering within the wooden tablet. Grabbing it, a powerful force surged through his palm. He was about to smash the strange object to pieces when Li Yi stopped him. Hold on. This thing is somewhat sinister, but at least it can save your life. Just be more cautious when using it in the future, and it should be fine. But before that, I need to ask Yuan Yu, is she genuinely unaware, or is she deliberately withholding information? Afterward, Li Yi carefully assessed his internal condition and found his body unharmed, save for a slight loss of vital energy. Fortunately, his cultivation had strengthened, and as a deity-level being, his constitution had transformed. The amount of vital energy drained was minimal, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Young master, are you alright? Nie Xiaoqian's concerned voice echoed in Li Yi's mind. She had clearly been monitoring his condition the entire time.
Nothing serious. How is Luo Jia now? Xiaoqian reinforced the seal again today. Barring any surprises, it should hold.
Nie Xiaoqian answered briefly before falling silent for a moment. About 2 seconds later, her voice, faint as a mosquito's buzz, came again.
Young master, Xiaoqian cannot always be by your side.
Please take care of yourself while you're out and don't make Xiaoqian worry. If you ever need Xiaoqian, you may borrow her strength.
Xiaoqian, you like me, don't you? Li Yi blurted out the words, regretting them the moment they left his mouth. Chapter 58, The Unlucky Matsumoto Shota.
Master, please don't say such things. Xiaoqian simply cares deeply for you.
Even if it were a cat or a dog, Xiaoqian would show the same concern.
The moment the words left her mouth, Nie Xiaoqian regretted them too, her urgency causing her speech to stutter.
I didn't mean it like that.
Oh, never mind. I have some earth-shattering news for you, young master.
Xiaoqian is about to break through.
I was planning to go into seclusion for cultivation, but there's no one around to guard my spiritual energy.
You're about to break through? That's fantastic. I'll head back immediately.
Even though Li Yi had advanced to the 7th rank of mortal spirit cultivation and no longer needed to borrow power from Nie Xiaoqian, her strengthening would still bring him immense benefits.
Li Yi tucked away the wooden token and turned to ask, Xiaobai, can you sense where Yuanyu is?
I need to confront her directly and find out what's really going on.
She's right over there. Don't worry, it's not too far.
The aura of deities was confined within the ruins by the laws of heaven, making it imperceptible to mortals unless they drew near. However, deities could sense each other to some extent. While Li Yi could detect it too, his perception was faint and less precise than Xiaobai's. Xiaobai concentrated intently for a moment, then pointed forward with a raised hand. The two immediately hurried in the indicated direction. Midway, they caught sight of a familiar figure standing on a large ship. Li Yi recognized the figure instantly, a faint smile curling his lips.
What a coincidence! The figure's face turned deathly pale the moment it spotted Li Yi. Li Yi? Shota Matsumoto? That's right. Standing on the ship was none other than Matsumoto Shota. After Fujiwara Rintaro committed seppuku, the public's fury toward the Fujiwara clan was temporarily appeased. Yet Matsumoto Shota's previous actions had brought shame upon the nation of Neon, and the people regarded him as one of the chief culprits who had provoked the wrath of the heavens. Shota Matsumoto knew that if he didn't flee immediately, the enraged populace would tear him to pieces.
So he boarded a ship bound for another country. Yet fate dealt him a cruel blow. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would encounter Li Yi here.
A twitch involuntarily seized the corner of Matsumoto Shota's eye.
Forcing himself to remain calm, he said, I already severed one of my own hands for what happened last time.
Must you still not let me go? I only promised to spare you once. That doesn't mean I'll do it again. If you live, I'm certain trouble will follow. Why not consider severing your other hand? Li Yi prepared to strike, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This is outrageous, you bastard. Matsumoto Shota was utterly enraged. Even clay figures have their limits, and he was a proud man by nature. How could he endure such humiliation?
With lightning speed, he drew his sword with his right hand, accompanied by a thunderous shout, Moon Shadow Slash. Yet a razor-sharp blade aura whistled through the air, slicing cleanly through the ship and past Matsumoto. In an instant, a massive gash split the entire vessel. With a loud crack, it snapped clean in two. Matsumoto Shota's body couldn't evade this catastrophe. Cleaved in two by the overwhelming sword intent, he crashed heavily onto the shattered deck. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. He could not comprehend how he, who had always prided himself on his extraordinary abilities and roamed the world with unmatched prowess, had fallen twice at the hands of the same man. The old boatman watched helplessly as the vessel he depended on for survival shattered before his eyes. He froze, his eyes wide and unblinking for a long moment. After a long while, he snapped out of his daze and shouted, Damn it all! You two were fighting, but why did you wreck my boat like this? How am I supposed to get insurance for this? Who would believe me? They might even sue me for insurance fraud. With that, he burst into loud, wailing sobs. An hour later, Li Yi arrived at the small, barren island where the Yamata no Orochi lay. With his current power, slaying Matsumoto Shota was as easy as flipping his hand. Minamoto Tsukuyumi had anticipated Li Yi's arrival. Dragging her massive serpentine body, she slowly slithered to the island's center and waited silently. Upon seeing Li Yi approach, she spoke first. What was happening down there in the ocean just now? This wooden plaque absorbs human chi and blood. Don't you plan to explain it to me? Li Yi pulled out the wooden plaque, his gaze fixed intently on Genetsu as he demanded. Ha? Genyu looked utterly shocked, hastily waving her hands in explanation. Genyu truly had no idea this wooden plaque could absorb human chi and blood. If I had known, I would have told you the truth. Li Yi fixed his gaze on Yuanyu, searching her expression for even the slightest hint of deception. After scrutinizing her for a long moment, he could find nothing and reluctantly gave up. Seeing this, Yuanyu hurriedly continued her explanation. The reason I could sense the power within the wooden plaque is because it contains the power of the Yamata no Orochi. Since my body has fused with the power of the Yamata no Orochi, I was able to perceive the presence of that power within the plaque. Enough. Li Yi didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer and shifted his focus to the summoning of the wooden tablet. Genetsu explained, in my view, the wooden tablet must serve as a medium. Through it, a fragment of my power can descend into the mortal realm. This fragment remains unbound by the laws of heaven and earth, allowing it to unleash its full potential.
Seeing that even the original master didn't understand, Li Yi couldn't help but shake his head inwardly and sigh, what a pity.
If this ability were used on Xiao Bai, it would surely unleash terrifying power. Afterward, Li Yi departed the small deserted island, first heading to the island where Sakura was located, then returning to China together. Along the way, he was pleasantly surprised to find his backpack and air cushion floating leisurely on the sea surface. Li Yi flashed over, swiftly reaching the backpack and air cushion. He picked up the backpack and carefully inspected the tablet inside. Fortunately, the protective measures had been effective, and the tablet remained dry. He opened the map, studied it, and locked onto a direction before accelerating at full speed. India, within a luxurious palace. A tall, elderly Indian man clad in a black robe sat regally upon an ornate throne, his gaze fixed intently upon Elder Modi across from him. This man was Yama, the high priest of the Indian divine cult.
Are you certain? Master, I am absolutely certain.
The Naluo grass is highly sensitive to hellish spirits. Whenever such spirits appear, it releases a peculiar scent that attracts them. Elder Modi sat respectfully on the sofa, his tone unwavering as he replied.
Elder Modi, this is no trivial matter. If the gates of hell were to open at the very moment a natural disaster strikes Neon Nation, do you understand what that would signify?
The leader of the Yama sect frowned deeply, his expression grave.
It means someone deliberately caused this. Otherwise, the gates of hell wouldn't open in the mortal realm without reason. However, judging by the aura released by the Narracosa, it was only for a fleeting moment. It can no longer be sensed. Elder Modi analyzed methodically. Deliberate? Who possesses such power to open the gates of hell?
There is only one Naraka demon stone, and it has already been used at China's Lanke Temple.
There cannot be a second one. Lord Yama's brow furrowed even deeper. Lord, do you recall Li Yi, the divine son of China, who once entered Naragaja hell and emerged unscathed?
This man likely possesses dark power. If someone truly opened the gates of hell in the land of the rising sun, he is the prime suspect.
Are you suggesting we focus our investigation on him?
Yes.
I've discussed this with the other elders. Hanuman is sealed by an evil force, and only the dark power within Naragiri hell can break the seal.
Since this man can enter and exit Naragiri hell, he must possess dark power, what China calls the ultimate in force.
On the small island, Sakura waited for a long time.
Seeing Li Yi return, she first breathed a sigh of relief. But then, noticing the gloom on his face, she knew without asking that he hadn't found the weapon.
Sakura remarked, it's strange. Not long after you left, the entire ground began trembling. A volcano in the distance even spewed black smoke. I wonder what happened. A volcano? Li Yi was slightly startled.
While shaking the heaven-defying spear beneath the sea, he had only sensed tremors from the towering volcano, unaware of such upheaval above. Not only that, but the sea itself became turbulent and churning.
Thankfully, it was only for an instant. Probably an earthquake somewhere. Sakura had grown accustomed to such phenomena since childhood and didn't think much of it. Li Yi, however, saw it differently. This was clearly caused by the flow of fate. Though he harbored no affection for the land of the rising sun, he was far from a malicious soul. He wouldn't annihilate an entire nation's common folk for personal gain. He merely sought to weaken the nation's fortune, making it harder for it to grow powerful in the future. Of course, if pushed to the limit, he could always just recreate the account. Young master, when will you return? Xiaoqian's power is chaotic within her. It seems she's about to break through. I fear the seal might be broken during the breakthrough. Xiaoqian, wait for me. I'm coming. Xiao Bai, hurry. Xiaoqian is about to break through. Let's go. Chapter 59, On the Brink of Breakthrough, Assisting Nie Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, with me and Xiao Bai here, break through with peace of mind. Leave everything else to us. Upon returning to the mainland, it was already noon the following day. Within the passage to the Naraka hell, Nie Xiaoqian's gaze remained fixed on the sealed chamber, her face etched with deep concern. Seeing this, Li Yi hurried forward to offer gentle reassurance. When Xiaoqian seemed about to speak again, he gave her a soft, reproachful look. Nie Xiaoqian understood perfectly well that Li Yi's stern look was born of genuine concern. Moved, her eyes welled up with tears. Startled, Li Yi hastily pulled out a tissue to wipe her eyes, but his movement froze as he realized what he was doing. Young master, Nie Xiaoqian flushed crimson, snatching the tissue in flustered haste before turning her head away to wipe her tears discreetly. Ah! At that moment, a faint, melancholy sigh echoed in Li Yi's mind. Li Yi awkwardly transmitted his voice. Ahem, Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Xian, have I been too selfish? Xiao Bai, hidden inside the stone statue in his pocket, spoke with a hint of sadness in his voice. Why would you think that? Li Yi countered. Nothing. I just suddenly missed Xiaoqing. When can we go find her? Xiao Bai's words were heavy with loneliness, as if she didn't want to discuss certain topics anymore. Clearly, she was jealous. If she weren't bound to stay by Li Yi's side, she might have slipped away quietly by now. Once Xiaoqian successfully breaks through, we'll start searching for clues about Xiaoqing. Li Yi had been pondering this matter for some time.
Since Xiaobai had appeared in this world, Xiaoqian would surely follow. The two were inseparable. Where Xiaobai was, Xiaoqian would be, and vice versa.
Upon hearing this, Xiaobai fell silent.
Even if Li Yi was emotionally clueless, he could see Xiaobai's jealousy, and his mind became a tangled mess. He stepped into the seal, instantly gathering 9 netherworld flames in his palm. With a forceful swing of his arm, several streams of ghostly fire shot forth, instantly dispatching several malevolent spirits.
Evil spirits slain. The 9 netherworld flame spell has been enhanced. In the world of adults, there is no choice.
Each woman possessed her own unique charm. Xiaoqian gave off an aura of fragility and vulnerability, her tragic background evoking an instinctive urge to protect her at first glance. Xiaobai, however, whether in the moving tale of the white snake or in her time with him, embodied the image of a gentle, kind, brave, and persistent woman, deeply loyal and devoted. To make amends for past regrets, she willingly waited 500 years, all to pursue that pure, unblemished love.
Admittedly, Li Yi might not fully grasp the depth of this devotion. Yet throughout their time together, Xiaobai has always stepped forward without hesitation in the most perilous moments.
For this reason alone, no one could ever take Xiaobai away from him. Ha! Only children make choices. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack, and before they knew it, 7 days had passed. Li Yi remained within the seal at all times, venturing out only when absolutely necessary to fill his stomach.
After relentlessly hunting evil spirits during this period, the 9 netherworld's inferno curse finally reached a breakthrough point.
A clear notification echoed in his mind.
Divine Power Collector, the 9 netherworld's inferno curse has reached perfection at level 1. Successfully advancing to level 2, forming the netherfire, its power will be greatly enhanced.
Li Yi spread his palm, and a ball of 9 netherworld's inferno fire instantly materialized. The once flickering lotus of flames now appeared far more solid, as if it had taken tangible form.
Boom!
He hurled the fire lotus at a malevolent spirit, instantly freezing it solid.
Boom!
Then, the lotus exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering the evil spirit into nothingness.
Its power was truly astonishing.
Turning to Nie Xiaoqian, seated cross-legged at the passageway entrance, her aura surged and churned violently, nearing the brink of breakthrough. Unexpectedly, her brows furrowed tightly at times, then slowly relaxed at others. It was clear this breakthrough was not proceeding smoothly.
What's going on? Li Yi keenly sensed the anomaly.
Xiaobai's voice came at the right moment. Most likely, she harbors some inner conflict or lingering attachment, causing obstacles during her breakthrough.
To proceed smoothly, she needs someone to lend a hand right now. Is there a way? I'll try. No sooner had Li Yi spoken than he moved to assist.
But Xiaobai urgently stopped him. You absolutely mustn't act rashly. Without formidable cultivation and extensive experience, rushing in would only subject her to the shock of your power backfiring completely.
Xiaobai's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed.
From my recent insights, the power of faith seems to contain a trace of the laws of heaven and earth.
It might just aid a deity's breakthrough.
Upon hearing this, Li Yi immediately turned to observe the situation within the seal. After a moment's thought, he decided to venture out to seek more faith energy for Xiaoqian. Fortunately, after several days of relentless hunting, the number of malevolent spirits within the seal had significantly diminished, ensuring no immediate danger. As for the more powerful malevolent spirits, they showed no signs of breaking out at this moment. Without further delay, he hastily departed the Naraka passage. At the entrance of Lanke Temple, the crowd remained bustling and lively. When Li Yi appeared, he warmly greeted the divine messengers guarding the Naraka Dark Zone. After frequent interactions over this period, he had become quite familiar with these divine envoys.
Li Yi!
A delighted shout suddenly rang out from nearby, causing all the people who had come to forge divine bonds to turn their heads in surprise.
It's Brother Yi! Brother Yi is here!
A wave of fervor swept through the crowd.
Seeing this, Li Yi couldn't help but smile wryly.
Usually, he avoided crowds, slipping quietly into Naraka. But today, to help Xiaobai gain more people's faith energy, he had no choice but to greet everyone openly. The atmosphere grew even more intense, and the crowd began surging uncontrollably.
Everyone, calm down, calm down. You're stepping on my foot. Ouch, damn it.
Who the hell is this?
Which jerk just groped my butt? Hey, old man, show some self-control, will you? You're old enough to be my father. Your son is about my age, isn't he? What are you grinding against me for?
Such chaotic scenes made Li Yi dare not linger any longer, fearing a stampede might truly erupt at the entrance of Lanke Temple. With a swift movement, he leapt into the air before the crowd's eyes, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. All that remained were the elementary and middle school students who had come to forge divine bonds, erupting in shouts, "Holy crap!
That was awesome!"
Squeal!
He left only one sentence, "Everyone, don't push. Stay safe.
I'll be waiting for you all in Song Xian's livestream. Quick, quick!
Head to Song Xian's livestream."
The crowd erupted once more. It had been ages since Brother Yi had appeared in the livestream. Though merely a minor incident, it was sensationalized by major online media outlets.
Eye-catching headlines instantly flooded the trending charts. #Li Yi's sudden appearance, what's the real story? On-site analysis hashtag.
Hashtag based on Li Yi's past appearances in his livestream, could another divine being be about to awaken? Hashtag.
Of course. But there were also those playing the clickbait game.
Hashtag Li Yi has gone mad, no longer the Li Yi we knew. Hashtag how can our divine son of China return home after awakening gods abroad? Hashtag. A mob of netizens brandishing virtual swords clicked into these posts or videos, fueled by anger, only to be stunned by the exaggerated praise within.
Damn, I almost drew my 80-meter broadsword. Turns out it's friendly fire. Let's roll, brothers. Next stop. Netizens could only chuckle helplessly and slink away.
For days now, Song Xian has streamed daily at the Lanke Temple entrance. She neither peddles goods nor puts on airs, instead inviting divine emissaries each day to meticulously explain the professional techniques for forging divine bonds. She has now become a major streamer with over 90 million followers. When Li Yi appeared, Song Xian rolled her eyes and teased, "Mr. Li hasn't paid this humble maiden any mind for days.
Why the sudden visit to my humble abode today?"
Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream room burst into laughter at the sight.
"Miss Song, you flatter me too much.
I've been swamped with work lately.
But the moment I thought of you, I rushed over to see an old friend." Li Yi responded with an awkward smile.
But he didn't linger long, knowing Xiaoqian was still struggling on the brink of her breakthrough. "Friends in the livestream, I'm here today not only to support Miss Song but also to help more people learn about Lanke Temple.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask me."
The moment he said this, the viewers went wild.
The chat flooded with the thrilling words God E. Chapter 60, Xiaobai's precious jade hairpin. Revealed.
Brother E, tell us more about Nie Xiaoqian's story.
Shen, I heard you can communicate with deities. Have you really seen Nie Xiaoqian? Daddy, what exactly do I need to do to harness Nie Xiaoqian's power?
The screen was densely packed with all sorts of wild and provocative questions. Reading through them, Li Yi felt his head was about to explode. Song Xian shot him a smug look. She dealt with these netizens daily. Truly, 100 people, 100 opinions.
Li Yi raced through his thoughts.
He knew well that the power of faith could only be generated by those with sincere hearts.
It wasn't something that could be conjured merely by momentary fondness for a deity.
Otherwise, with China's vast population, Nie Xiaoqian would have attained enlightenment and ascended long ago.
How could he make these people harbor sincere devotion?
He believed the foremost requirement was a sense of reverence. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yi decided to recount the tale of a Chinese ghost story to everyone. Since you all wish to know Nie Xiaoqian's story, today I shall share with you the tale of her reincarnation.
Thrilling! Thrilling! We get to hear another tale of the divine.
The netizens' blood boiled with excitement. The story unfolds once more between the Southern Song and Ming dynasties. After properly burying Nie Xiaoqian's ashes, Ning Kaichen returned to the mortal world. Little did he know, however, that this was a world dominated by treacherous ministers, chaotic governance, and suffering common folk. And so, without fanfare, the tale slowly began to unfold. The livestream gradually fell silent.
Everyone was filled with curiosity about the life and past of a deity.
Moreover, this was a deity who had already existed in the mortal world, making them feel an unprecedented excitement. In truth, the connection between a Chinese ghost story too and its predecessor was not particularly strong. It recounted how, after burying Nie Xiaoqian's ashes, Ning Kaichen returned to the mortal world, accidentally uncovering the dark underbelly of the imperial court at the time. There, he encountered Fu Qingfeng, the daughter of the Minister of Works, who bore a striking resemblance to Nie Xiaoqian.
However, through deliberate rewriting by Li Yi, Fu Qingfeng is portrayed as Nie Xiaoqian's reincarnation.
This addition amplifies the power of the cosmic cycle of rebirth, encouraging the masses to approach the divine with greater sincerity. Sure enough, as the story reached its climax, people grew increasingly reverent toward Nie Xiaoqian's reincarnation and her relentless efforts to vanquish evil.
Boom! Within the Naraka hell, streams of faith energy, guided by the cosmic laws, converged around Nie Xiaoqian.
The barrier she had long struggled to overcome was finally shattered in that moment. Nie Xiaoqian smoothly ascended to the 7th rank of mortal spirit, reaching the same realm as Li Yi. Li Yi concluded his tale, his throat parched from speaking. He exchanged farewells with Song Xian and prepared to depart when a frantic viewer seized the microphone, rapidly flooding the chat below the screen.
Brother E, I have a divine relic."
Li Yi had long grown accustomed to such claims, even feeling a touch of resignation. Ever since Zhang Xiaoming brought the white snake statue and successfully awakened Xiaobai, netizens from all over had flooded into Song Xian's livestream, each claiming to possess divine relics in their homes. Initially, both Li Yi and Song Xian treated every lead with utmost seriousness. But as item after item proved to be nothing divine, disappointment inevitably set in. Nevertheless, Song Xian refused to let go of any potential chance to awaken a deity, so she agreed to let this viewer go on air.
"Brother E, take a look at this.
It's said to be a treasure hairpin passed down from my ancestors. My grandfather's generation discovered it seemed to contain divine power."
The netizen eagerly jumped on the mic, frantically showcasing their item.
"What did you say? Is this a mistake?"
The Tianzhu sect just submitted an application for a divine exchange visit.
How could their people have secretly infiltrated China?
Inside the Temple of Reverence, Song Badong frowned deeply, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at Zhang Qianyan before him. This series of events is highly unusual.
First, Feng Jigang was captured, yet Elder Modi released him.
Now the Indian divine cult applies for an official visit while simultaneously sending agents to infiltrate secretly.
What exactly are they aiming for?
Since the awakening of Lord Hanuman, to my knowledge, the Indian side has gained no power from him. I hear numerous attempts to forge a bond have failed. Now they suddenly request to visit China. I believe there must be a hidden scheme at play.
Zhang Qianyan analyzed. Song Badong nodded slightly.
In truth, he largely agreed with this perspective. Yet as the head of the academy, he could not afford to appear overly narrow-minded.
Clearing his throat twice, he replied. That said, normal exchanges between deities are perfectly reasonable.
It's just that these underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes are hardly befitting of a great nation.
Those fellows may have larger territories, but their minds are narrow. They've always been at odds with us. Have they forgotten what happened at the gates of Lanke Temple in the Naraka Hell?
Zhang Qianyan sneered dismissively.
Dean, if you truly agree to let them come, I'll keep a close watch on them.
They won't pull any tricks under my nose. With the Divine Alliance summit imminent, we cannot afford to spread rumors of our arrogance. Should the Alliance withdraw their invitation, the cost would far outweigh any perceived benefit.
After careful consideration, Song Badong handed the signed document to Zhang Qianyan. Zhang Qianyan stepped forward to take it, then pressed, Dean, I heard from people in the academy that those Western-obsessed individuals are all planning to return home.
Frankly, isn't it all about coveting our divine power? This is giving me a headache.
If I refuse, I'll be accused of lacking the grace befitting a great nation.
But if I agree, Li Yi will be dissatisfied, and it won't be easy to resolve. Song Badong looked up and asked, Is Li Yi still at the Narayana passage?
Just received a report from our people below. He's currently streaming live with Song Xian at the entrance of Lanke Temple.
Young people love the limelight. Let them be. Song Badong smiled helplessly.
I think, Dean, regarding the matter of the Chinese returning home, you should still consult with Li Yi. After all, he was the one who awakened the deity.
The Baoqing hairpin?
When Li Yi spotted this item in the livestream video, his eyebrows shot up.
Wasn't this the very hairpin that Little Bai treasured above all else in the legend of the White Snake?
In the film, this artifact possessed extraordinary powers. Not only could it miraculously preserve magical energy, but it could also safeguard souls. When Xiaobai battled the State Master's disciple, the treasure green hairpin absorbed the opponent's magical power, thereby enhancing its own strength.
However, he dared not rashly declare in the livestream that this was indeed a divine artifact. Who could guarantee how many foreign spies lurked among the viewers?
After all, Xiaobai's divine statue had once been intercepted mid-journey by agents from the land of Neon. Moreover, crucially, this jade hairpin had once been discarded, only to be later retrieved by Xiaoqing.
In the plot of White Snake 2, The Green Snake's Revenge, Xiaobai was imprisoned beneath Leifeng Pagoda by Fahai. Later, Xiaoqing traveled through time and discovered this jade hairpin in the pagoda's exhibition hall.
If this artifact had been used by Xiaoqing and retained her essence, it might indeed awaken her.
The livestream footage is too blurry. It's impossible to tell with the naked eye.
You can come to Tianan City, and I'll take a look at it in person. Li Yi deliberately made his tone sound casual, giving everyone the impression that hope was slim.
All right, buddy.
Brother Yi's just being tactful. He doesn't want to dash your hopes outright, so he's phrasing it this way.
Exactly, every day in that streamer's room, there are dozens of people like you living in a fantasy world. Do you really think China has that many deities?
I'd say our deities are pretty much what they are.
Sure enough, the netizens let out a collective sigh.
Li Yi bid everyone farewell, stepping out of the live stream frame and signaling to Song Xian with his eyes.
Song Xian paused for a moment but quickly caught on.
She proactively sent a friend request to that viewer. That wraps up today's live stream.
We'll continue tomorrow.
After ending the stream, Song Xian turned to Li Yi with a questioning look.
With Song Xian, Li Yi saw no need for secrecy. This item is crucial. Contact that viewer immediately. We need to head out right away. You don't mean we have to awaken another deity, do you?
Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Perhaps. I still need to check on Nie Xiaoqian.
I'll be back in an hour at most.
Before he could finish speaking, Li Yi's figure had already vanished into the distance.
Why does my heart feel so sour? How strange. Song Xian stared blankly, watching Li Yi's figure vanish until it was gone, then sighed helplessly.
Chapter 61, The Jade Hairpin and an Unexpected Crisis.
Within the Naraka Hell passage, silence reigned.
Nie Xiaoqian's eyes remained tightly shut as she concentrated intensely on consolidating her power.
Li Yi stepped in lightly, immediately sensing that Nie Xiaoqian's aura was significantly stronger than before.
A relieved smile finally spread across his face. For over an hour, he'd narrated stories until his throat was parched, not even pausing to drink water.
His efforts hadn't been in vain.
During the patient wait, Li Yi shared the discovery of the jade hairpin with Xiaobai.
Xian, you mean you found the treasure green hairpin? Xiaobai's voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement.
I vaguely recall losing this item before being sealed beneath that tower.
Otherwise, that monk wouldn't have succeeded. But who exactly was that monk? I just can't remember.
But I can only be certain once I see the item with my own eyes.
For now, it's still too early to say. Li Yi wouldn't tell Xiaobai that the monk who had sealed her beneath Leifeng Pagoda was none other than Fahai.
Young master, Xiaoqian has broken through. Nie Xiaoqian slowly halted the circulation of energy within her body and eagerly jumped to her feet, her excitement bubbling like a little girl. It must have been thanks to your assistance, young master, that Xiaoqian gained the power of faith at the critical moment and successfully broke through. Ha, you're a deity, now you ought to mind your image.
Li Yi noticed Nie Xiaoqian's personality had become much livelier than before, and couldn't help but chuckle softly.
He recalled watching a Chinese ghost story years ago, where Nie Xiaoqian always seemed depressed and tense, rarely smiling. But since her awakening, her smiles had become far more frequent. A blush spread across Nie Xiaoqian's face. Her pearly white teeth gently bit her lower lip as she shyly said, Xiaoqian is just so happy. I hope you don't mind, young master.
Xiaoqian, there's something I'd like to ask you. Please speak, master. Whatever is within Xiaoqian's power, I shall do without hesitation. Truthfully, I've always been curious about your body. Ah.
Before Li Yi could finish, Nie Xiaoqian nervously interrupted him, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Master, please don't.
Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian isn't ready yet. You misunderstand.
I was merely curious since you were originally a spirit and now possess a physical form.
Last time I touched you, I didn't get a chance to feel it properly. Never mind. I won't say more.
Li Yi realized with resignation that the more he explained, the more confusing it became. He decided to stop talking altogether. Ning Xiaoqian took a step forward, her face flushed. She lowered her gaze to her feet and murmured softly, It seems I misunderstood you, young master. Though it said that men and women should not touch each other, you awaken me. That's like giving me a second life. If you wish, young master, then pinch me. As she finished speaking, she closed her eyes tightly and lifted her small chin.
Li Yi no longer held back. Both hands reached out, gently cupping Nie Xiaoqian's cheeks.
Truth be told, the delicate, soft texture felt even more tender than that of an 18-year-old girl.
Ah Xian, isn't Xiaoqian's cheek so soft? Doesn't it feel wonderful to pinch?
Xiaobai's voice echoed in both their minds.
Nie Xiaoqian, startled like a frightened fawn, immediately pulled away.
Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, Young master, I must go and reinforce the seal's power.
Beep beep beep.
A helicopter soared straight northward.
Li Yi and Song Xian sat inside the helicopter.
Li Yi surveyed the tiny cars below, then turned to Wang Chang, the pilot, and instructed, Find a suitable spot to land.
We'll go over there.
Be careful not to alert the locals.
Roger that. Wang Chang responded in a loud voice.
Just then, Song Xian's phone in her bag suddenly rang. She pulled it out and saw it was her grandfather calling. She held it to her ear and answered, Xiaoqian, give the phone to Li Yi. I need to discuss something with him.
Got it, humph.
Now every time you call, you ask for Li Yi.
Looks like I'm not your favorite granddaughter anymore.
Song Xian pouted, feigning annoyance, but still handed the phone to Li Yi.
Director Song, go ahead. I'm listening. Li Yi took the phone.
From the other end came the voice, with the divine relics in surrounding regions destroyed, our compatriots who previously went abroad are now applying to return to China. Their true aim is nothing but the divine power of Lanke Temple.
So, what are your thoughts on this matter?
When China had no divine power, they left without a second thought.
Now that China is on the verge of rising, they want to come back? Li Yi's tone was unwavering. These opportunists who suckle at the teat only to curse it when it dries up? Tell them to go cool their heels somewhere else. If they want to return, I personally won't approve.
Right, I get your point. By the way, keep an eye out, the Black Wolf City Temple just reported a group of formidable individuals lurking there.
Our men were shaken off.
Got it. Thanks. With that, the call ended. Shortly after, the helicopter landed smoothly in an open field not far from their target location. They hailed a taxi and arrived smoothly at the designated location. What met their eyes was an ordinary residential building. The ravages of time had left it dilapidated, its structure mottled in large patches of plaster peeling from the walls.
Excuse me, is this Hu Chun Tian's residence?
Li Yi raised his hand and knocked on the door of apartment 302. When the occupant opened the door, he looked up and asked, Holy crap, holy crap. The door was opened by a boy of 12 or 13, still clutching a yo-yo. Upon seeing the two standing outside, he jumped back in shock. The boy's parents, hearing the commotion, turned green with anger. What kind of child opens the door spewing profanities? If word got out, wouldn't people point fingers and criticize the parents for failing to raise their child properly? Especially the boy's mother. She was already mentally selecting the perfect weapon for discipline. A belt seemed like a solid choice, painful and loud. But when she reached the doorway and looked up to see who was outside, she too blurted out, Holy crap. What's gotten into these two? The boy's father frowned, feeling thoroughly annoyed. If this kept up, these two would ruin the family's reputation.
But when he glanced toward the doorway, he couldn't help but yell, "Holy! You. The family of three pointed at the two people before them, momentarily too flustered to speak. "I'm Li Yi. She's Song Xian." Li Yi pointed to himself, then to Song Xian beside him, before asking again, "Is this Hu Chun Tian's house?" "Ah, Hu Chun Tian."
The boy's parents froze for a moment.
Just then, the door to apartment 402 upstairs slammed open with a bang.
A young man of average height appeared swiftly at the hallway entrance. When he recognized the famously renowned Song Xian and Li Yi from the internet, he became so excited he stammered incoherently, "Godly,
I'm Hu Chun Tian. I'm here. Right here. How could you get this wrong?" Song Xian glanced at her phone.
Their chat history clearly stated 302, yet the person was upstairs in 402. It turned out Hu Chun Tian, worried about getting into trouble, had deliberately written down the address of the apartment below.
Fortunately, the tenant of 302 downstairs had assumed it was a mistake.
Otherwise, if they'd discovered this little trick upstairs, they probably would have come up with a knife to talk things over.
The two entered 402 and sat down on the sofa. Hu Chun Tian hurriedly brought over the jade hairpin.
In a flash, Xiaobai appeared before Li Yi, scrutinizing the hairpin closely.
Divine Power Collector detects divine energy.
By selecting deities and spreading their legends, you can strengthen people's faith, awaken the deity, and gain divine power to elevate your own divine rank.
Divine being popularization, not selected. This prompt appeared, indicating a high probability of awakening the deity. Xiaobai has now been awakened.
If this hairpin still holds the power of another deity, it's highly likely to be Xiaoqing's after all. In the storyline, Xiaoqing had seen this very item at the museum.
"Bro, this thing is definitely divine. What are you gonna do with it?" Li Yi looked up and asked.
Hu Chun Tian appeared unusually agitated, stammering, "Gotti, this. I'm terribly sorry, I'm just so overwhelmed. I know this thing is useless in my hands, and I lack the power to awaken the deity. I only hope for some compensation."
"How much do you want?"
Li Yi showed no sign of displeasure, on the contrary, he admired his candor.
Hu Chun Tian held up one finger. 100 million? Li Yi's eye twitched slightly.
As a level 4 divine messenger, he had the authority to agree to take the item, but the money belonged to the Temple of Reverence. He would need to report this to his superiors. No 1 million will do."
1 million? Song Xian's eye twitched uncontrollably too. "Let me ask for 10 million instead. It's a divine artifact, after all, how could it be so cheap? I'll call right now. Xian, danger. Get out of the way." At that critical moment, Xiaobai urgently shouted the warning. Li Yi's heart tightened as if sensing danger.
He kicked Hu Chun Tian aside with a fierce kick, then grabbed Song Xian and pulled her behind him onto the sofa. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful force. Hu Chun Tian turned ashen with fear, convinced Yishan had coveted the treasure and intended to silence him.
Boom! A dark force enveloped the entire building. Chapter 62, The Kali Divine Stone and the Illusion of Parents. Ah!
The shrieks of Song Xian and Hu Chun Tian mingled with the horrified cries of other ordinary people throughout the building, echoing throughout the dark space.
"Li Yi, where are you? I feel something disgusting crawling all over me. It's unbearable."
The endless darkness pushed Song Xian to the brink of collapse. She screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing through the void. Not far away, Hu Chun Tian's terrified pleas echoed, Brother, I don't want the money anymore.
I really don't want it. Let me out, please, let me out."
Beyond these two, frantic voices echoed from others nearby, including the family of 3 downstairs. Fortunately, most people had gone to work, leaving only 7 or 8 individuals in the entire building.
"Xiaobai, can you sense where this surrounding force is coming from?" Li Yi looked up, scanning the surroundings warily.
The surrounding darkness was held at bay by the divine power radiating from his body.
However, it was clear they were trapped within a peculiar space, entirely distinct from the original building.
This place seems to be a self-contained realm.
I can't sense any activity outside this area.
And this realm looks very strange, somewhat like an illusion. A small flame materialized in Xiaobai's hand, its faint glow illuminating the entire area.
Ah! A terrified scream erupted from Hu Chun Tian's direction, followed by his incoherent shouts. "What the hell is that thing? Holy crap, get away! Stay away from me! Ah, Li Yi, stop! Don't touch that! No, don't!" Song Xian's voice, trembling with tears, echoed through the air. Li Yi's eyebrows shot up in surprise.
Before him, 2 figures materialized out of thin air. Upon closer look, they were none other than his own parents.
"We're sorry, Yi. It's been so many years, do you still remember us?"
The man offered a seemingly gentle smile. The woman beside him beamed with joy, tears glistening in her eyes.
"Xiaoyi, you've grown so tall. We had no choice but to leave back then.
We know we've neglected you these years and owe you so much. But now we're back, and we'll make up for all the love we've missed. Yes, we heard about your achievements as soon as we arrived.
You've made something of yourself. Your father is proud of you."
The man spoke as he slowly approached Li Yi.
Quite the impressive illusion. It nearly fooled me. Had Xiaobai not warned him earlier that he was in an illusion, Li Yi would have been fooled by their acting. Still, he detected some inconsistencies like the man's smile, which he had never seen on his father's face.
Xiaoyi, what's wrong?
The woman asked, her voice tinged with concern.
Ha! Break! Li Yi's power surged violently through his body.
The sheer intensity lifted him slowly into the air. A brilliant mass of energy gathered at his fingertips, and he slashed forward with a fierce motion.
Boom!
The sword intent of the heavenly cluster cloud effortlessly sliced through the darkness. The rift instantly tore the man and woman apart, transforming them into a single black shadow that vanished without a trace.
Put!
Not far away, inside an RV parked by the roadside, an elderly Indian man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face fell into a state of utter exhaustion, his expression filled with disbelief.
He actually broke through the world of the Kali Divine Stone?
In his hand, he clutched a dark red stone, no larger than an egg, emitting a faint crimson glow.
But at that very moment, crack!
A fissure appeared on the stone's surface. Outside the RV, several Indians dressed in suits stood holding folders, gesturing at the surrounding terrain.
To the uninformed observer,
they might have appeared to be surveying a construction site. One of them, hearing the commotion from inside the RV, swiftly pushed open the door.
His expression shifted slightly upon seeing the blood before the old man. Teacher Ram, are you all right? That boy is truly ruthless, he could even harm his own parents.
Ram waved his hand dismissively, gazing at the cracked Kali stone in his palm with eyes filled with resentment.
He urged, let's go, quickly. If we don't leave now, the temple guards will arrive.
Hearing this, everyone hurriedly opened the doors and climbed inside. Soon, the motorhome sped down the highway, vanishing into the distance. A call was made to the Tianzhu sect.
Elder Modi, I'm afraid I'm powerless.
My abilities simply cannot trap this man within an illusion.
Mr. Ram, even you failed?
The voice on the line sounded incredulous. You are the most skilled illusionist in the Tianzhu sect. To date, no one has ever escaped your illusions of their own accord. I thought by harnessing the power of the Kali Divine Stone, combined with my unique illusory divine power, I could make this boy reveal his secrets and uncover the source of the dark power. Ram said with a bitter smile. Unexpectedly, he saw through the illusion.
I simply cannot accomplish this. You'll have to find someone else. However, I'm certain the dark power within this boy is extremely potent. Otherwise, Kali's power wouldn't have corrupted him already.
In Indian mythology, Kali is a fearsome goddess of evil. Said to be an incarnation of Parvati, consort of Shiva, she bears a third eye on her forehead capable of conjuring dark realms. Legend holds that her power emerging into the world heralds impending catastrophe.
It seems my suspicions were correct. His ability to enter Naraka hell is connected to dark power. This confirms I'm on the right track. I must thank you for your assistance. Before ending the call, I wish to caution you, China has risen. It is no longer the godless nation we once scorned.
If our country fails to restrain it, we may soon face an immensely powerful enemy at our doorstep.
Thank you for the warning, Mr. Ram. What just happened? Why did everything suddenly go dark? Was I hallucinating? In the residential complex, residents who had awakened from the illusion stood bewildered, utterly perplexed.
Hu Chun Tian gasped for breath, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, as if he had just survived a life or death nightmare. His frantic gaze darted around the room, only to find Li Yi sitting leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea. This man is not a deity, but someone who has cultivated some peculiar power.
My abilities are restricted around you, I can only sense deities, nothing else.
Xiaobai shook his head helplessly.
Li Yi tested his own perception. Even with divine power, he couldn't discern the movements of every person on the street.
Moreover, the moment the illusion vanished, the other party had been extremely cautious, severing all connections and never using their power again. Thus, he had no way to track them. He still needed to inform the Temple of Reverence about this matter.
Li Yi, you can't do this. Oh my, don't look. Song Xian on the sofa blushed as red as a ripe apple, already immersed in the illusion. Hey, what are you getting so worked up about?
Li Yi reached out and gave her cheek a light pat.
Ah! Who hit me?
Song Xian snapped back to reality, seeing Li Yi standing right before her, grinning mischievously. Realizing what had happened, her face flushed bright red once more.
It was just a dream.
She instinctively patted her wildly beating chest, then her expression shifted slightly.
Oh no! Everything she'd done in her dream, he couldn't have seen it all, could he? Song Xian stole a glance at Li Yi before quickly turning her face away.
Hu Chun Tian stared at the hairpin on the table, his body trembling in fright. He thought the terrifying experience he'd just endured might have been unleashed by the hairpin's power. Brother, just give me whatever money you want and take it away. This thing cost my grandfather a fortune back in the day. 10 million it is.
I'll have someone deliver the money later. I'm out.
Li Yi grabbed the still flushed Song Xin by the arm and snapped impatiently, Miss Song, if nothing else works, just pay to get this sorted.
Look at yourself, how embarrassing is this? Ah, Li Yi, stop talking nonsense. I didn't do anything. I'll beat you to death. Why, I can't go on living. I'm still a virgin. Chapter 63, Li Yi's promise to his younger brother. This doesn't make sense. Why did he suddenly fall asleep?
On the helicopter back to Tiannan City, Song Xian was filled with turmoil, her gaze drifting toward Li Yi, who was on the phone. At that moment, Li Yi was earnestly recounting the recent incident to Song Batong. On the other end, Song Batong's tone was stern. It must be those bastards from the Tianzhu cult.
Thank goodness you're both safe.
They feign piety by requesting divine visits and exchanges, yet secretly plot despicable schemes behind the scenes.
Utterly despicable. Dean Song, what exactly is going on? Why did they target me specifically?
Li Yi frowned deeply, his mind filled with confusion. As for why they targeted you, I can't say for certain.
But one thing is clear, their objective revolves around the god Hanuman.
After a moment of contemplation on the phone, Song Batong recounted in meticulous detail how the Indian cult had been unable to harness Hanuman's power since his awakening.
Finally, he speculated. It's likely that you formed some kind of connection with Hanuman. Otherwise, they wouldn't go to such lengths to target you. It doesn't offer them much tangible benefit. After the call ended, Li Yi's lips curled into an involuntary smile.
He recalled the statue of the divine monkey Hanuman in the film Ramayana, the Divine Warrior. In the film, Old Wang discovered the divine monkey Hanuman statue in the Monkey Temple and obtained the magical golden staff from it, using this treasure to defeat the villain. In truth, to most outsiders, describing the divine pantheon of India as utterly chaotic was the most fitting characterization. Beyond the three primary deities Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, there exist countless lesser gods, demigods, and abstract deities.
To be precise, Hanuman is at best a demigod, far from being a true deity.
However, given the current dismal state of deity awakenings across nations, the emergence of a single Hanuman would justify any country investing massive resources.
What's wrong? Is something in your eye? Why are you staring at me like that? Li Yi caught Song Xian's intermittent glances and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Oomph.
Song Xian turned away, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably whenever she recalled her actions within the illusion.
In truth, each person entered a different illusion. Li Yi hadn't witnessed what Song Xian had done. After the illusion dissipated, he only saw her lying on the sofa, muttering lewd words under her breath. Why are you staring at me?
Uncomfortable under Li Yi's gaze, Song Xian quickly covered her face and pouted, "Turn away.
Stop looking at me. I hate you. You're so weird." Li shook his head helplessly and turned away.
Returning to Tiannan City, after disembarking the plane, Li Yi first rushed to the Naraka Hell to spend some time with Xiaoqian. Only after confirming the seal within the passage remained intact did he hurry home.
"Xiaoyi, dinner will be ready soon." Lu Meifeng bustled about in the kitchen.
Before long, a table laden with sumptuous dishes was ready. Just then, her younger brother, Xiaofeng, returned from school.
"Bro, what's the latest on my situation?" Xiaofeng asked excitedly. Li Yi looked helpless.
He knew clearly that besides Nie Xiaoqian, only Xiao Bai's power could forge the bond. However, Little White's power was far too immense for his younger brother to bear, making a successful bond utterly impossible.
Among the remaining options, the overseas Yamata no Orochi, Genetsu, was worth considering. But it was an evil deity.
Sending his brother to bind its power could lead to unpredictable consequences.
Beyond that, there was still the Badger Dragon Lord?
Nah, that guy's divine essence was just too mediocre, with far too low a ceiling.
Not a good choice.
After much deliberation, Li Yi could only console his younger brother, telling him to wait a little longer. Once he awakened a truly powerful deity, he promised his brother would be the first to bind its power.
Oh.
The excitement vanished instantly from Xiao Feng's face, replaced by profound desolation. Then, suddenly, he burst into loud sobs. "You just don't like me anymore."
Li Yi was momentarily speechless.
Remembering his brother was only 13, the pent-up hurt and misunderstanding must have been building for quite some time. Lu Meifeng sighed helplessly, unsure how to comfort him. She hurriedly pulled her son into her arms.
"Xiaofeng, how could you say that about your brother? He's definitely doing this for your own good." "How is that for my own good? He won't even let me go."
"He's clearly afraid I'll get stronger, afraid I'll surpass him."
Xiaofeng wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. "He just wants you to gain the power of a stronger deity. Can't you trust your brother?"
Lu Meifeng said helplessly.
"Mom, I'm already 13. My classmates all say no one can awaken a god every time.
Besides, in our huaxia, we've already awakened 2 gods recently.
How could another god possibly awaken?"
Xiaofeng wiped his tears and said in a tearful voice, "I understand all this now."
"Don't think I don't get it."
"Well." Lu Meifeng felt her son had a point.
She turned to Li Yi, "Why don't you let your brother go? He's right, no one can keep awakening deities indefinitely. Though your aunt still believes you can do it. How about this? Give me one more chance. I'll awaken another god this time. I promise you can go. Okay?"
Li Yi negotiated with his brother, torn between laughter and tears.
Xiaofeng's little mouth puckered into a long pout as he burst into tears, his voice full of hurt. "You're still trying to trick me, big brother? I believe you, but I don't believe there are still gods in our huaxia. I promise it won't take more than a week. How about that?"
Li Yi stepped forward and gently pinched his younger brother's cheek. A week will pass quickly. Can you trust me now?
Lu Meifeng helped wipe her son's tears. Xiaofeng finally stopped crying and smiled, nodding softly.
It's not that I don't believe you.
I just find it hard to believe that one country could have so many gods. Li Yi couldn't speak for other nations, but he knew all too well about the deities of Huaxia, so many they couldn't be counted on 2 hands. None of the deities awakened so far had truly reached godhood. Take Pango, Nuwa, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and others, they were all celestial deities. Even the moon god that appeared in the land of the rising sun could only be considered a minor deity of the 7th generation.
Yet Izanagi's single eye of impurity had already swept away all surrounding deities. If any of the first generation 5 separate gods could be awakened, they'd likely dominate the entire world.
After finishing his meal, Li Yi returned to his room and picked up the jade hairpin for careful examination. At that moment, Xiaobai flashed out of the stone statue in her pocket and landed lightly on the bedside. She took the hairpin from Li Yi's hand, examined it for a long time, and then slowly said, "I seem to sense Xiaoqing's aura within it.
However, this aura is extremely faint. Are you confident you can awaken her?"
To awaken a deity, one must not only be thoroughly familiar with their identity and backstory but also harness the power of cosmic faith. If we could know the places Xiaoqing has been, our chances might be greater. As Li Yi spoke, his gaze suddenly fell upon Xiaobai's face. Bathed in lamplight, her fair cheeks glowed with a faint, captivating flush. Under his gaze, Xiaobai's cheeks flushed even deeper. She instinctively lowered her head, too shy to look up. Unexpectedly, she recalled how Li Yi had pinched Nie Xiaoqian's cheeks in the Luoji passage. With a sudden movement, she pressed her own cheeks forward, nearly touching his nose, and asked in a coy voice, "Don't you want to pinch my cheeks too?" "Ha? Oh." Li Yi instinctively reached out and pinched Xiaobai's cheek, feeling skin as delicate and fair as a young girl's. Judging by Nie Xiaoqian and Xiaobai's complexions, the bodies of divine beings were remarkably supple and moisturized. As Li Yi froze in shock, Xiaobai suddenly pressed her lips to his.
Li Yi instantly turned to stone.
This sudden turn of events left him utterly unable to react. Xiaobai gave him only a light pack before transforming into a beam of light and slipping into the stone statue in his pocket. What the hell just happened? Li Yi snapped back to reality, eyes wide with utter disbelief.
Chapter 64, on the eve of the awakening of China's 3rd deity. Still haven't found him? Early the next morning, Song Badong asked with a grave expression.
"I'm sorry, Dean. We searched all night long, but still found nothing."
"It seems they've already left."
His subordinate replied with a look of guilt.
"It's not your fault. Those people are simply too powerful for you to handle.
Catching them would have been incredibly difficult. At least no major consequences have resulted."
Song Badong waved his hand helplessly, dismissing his subordinate.
Just then, Zhang Qianyan hurried over with another man, Feng Jigang, the team leader from Linhai province. "Team leader Feng says he has important news to report to you personally," Zhang Qianyan announced.
"What news? Tell me."
Song Boitong's brow furrowed slightly. He remained wary about the matter of team leader Feng being suddenly released by Elder Modi earlier, daring not to be careless in the slightest.
"While gathering intelligence around the Tianzhu sect recently, we unexpectedly learned of a painting.
This work originated from our Huaxia yet somehow fell into the Tianzhu sect's possession. It is now kept within their Wind Palace." Captain Feng spoke rapidly. "Everything stored in the Wind Palace is incredibly precious, and it's heavily guarded by the sect's forces. I secretly followed one of their members, knocked him unconscious, and forced him to reveal that the painting depicts one of our Chinese deities."
"The Palace of Wind?" Upon hearing this, Song Badong couldn't help but take it seriously.
He knew full well the value of the items stored within that palace. Ordinary possessions simply weren't worthy of entering its halls. Yet a nagging doubt lingered in his mind. The Wind Palace is so vast.
"You've only heard of it, how can you be certain this painting is inside? Haven't you ever wondered if they deliberately let you know about it?"
"Well."
Team leader Feng froze as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded.
It seemed he had never considered this possibility.
Zhang Qianyan chimed in from the side. "You were captured by the Tianzhu cult, yet Elder Modi released you. That alone is highly suspicious.
Not only did they show no guardedness toward you, they revealed that something crucial to Huaxia was inside. Even if that item truly exists, it was likely meant to be discovered so you could return and inform us." Captain Feng snapped back to reality, grinding his teeth in frustration. When he learned the painting depicted a Chinese deity, he'd been filled with excitement, rushing back with the eager belief he'd finally accomplished something great.
"Enough. Your mission ends here. You've been compromised. The intelligence they sent you to retrieve is either fabricated or part of a scheme. You may rest now." Song Badong waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head helplessly.
He sighed inwardly at how those involved often fail to see the bigger picture.
"Grandfather, Li Yi is about to awaken another deity. He sent me to inform you and see how we should proceed."
Just as Captain Feng was about to leave, a clear, lark-like voice rang out from outside the door. Then Song Xian rushed in breathlessly.
The news exploded like a thunderclap in the dean's office.
Song Badong, Zhang Qianyan, Captain Foam, and even the divine envoys outside were all frozen in shock. After all, it had been only days since Lanke Temple awakened its deity, followed by Shihu doing the same. Then Li Yi had journeyed overseas to awaken the Yamata no Orochi. Less than a month had passed, and now Li Yi was going to awaken another deity? Were these deities arriving in groups? The group exchanged stunned glances, each face etched with utter disbelief. Song Xian, what's going on? Zhang Qianyan asked in astonishment, how come you just went on a trip and now you're back to awaken a deity? To be honest, I was baffled this morning too. Li Yi called me and asked me to tell Grandpa about it, to see how we should handle this. Song Xian explained excitedly. Arrange it? Of course we'll arrange it. Realizing the significance, Song Badong grinned from ear to ear. Waving his hand grandly, he declared with boundless enthusiasm, come on, come on. Call a meeting. Soon, only team leader Feng remained. He wiped his face dejectedly. He'd been so determined to accomplish something grand, to earn recognition from Huaxia. Yet in the eyes of some, such a grand endeavor amounted to nothing more than opening one's mouth. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. Feng left in a huff. He truly had no place at such a meeting. Before the meeting, Song Badong had his granddaughter call Li Yi to inquire about the specifics. Li Yi gave a brief reply over the phone. The artifact I retrieved from Black Wolf City is connected to the deity of Shihu Lake. That's why I decided not to delay upon my return. I sensed something was about to happen. However, awakening a deity requires immense faith energy. The Temple of Reverence will handle that aspect much more efficiently than I could. Li Yi, leave such minor matters to us. You should focus on resting well and studying the deity's deeds. By the way, have you chosen a location yet? Provisionally, Shihu Lake. Shihu again? After hanging up, Song Badong noticed many people had already taken their seats. He wiped his face and, observing their confused expressions, declared solemnly. Next, we must prepare for the awakening of the deity. This time, the temple of divine worship must execute everything flawlessly. Failure is not an option. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in everyone's minds, leaving them stunned for a long moment. What's going on? I went to bed early yesterday. Am I hallucinating today? What did Director Song just say? I didn't catch it either. Something about awakening deities? Wow, I thought I was the only one with bad hearing. Looks like we're all in the same boat. Many were utterly baffled. What was all this commotion about so early in the morning? It wasn't April Fool's Day, after all. How soon after the last awakening did this demand another? Zhang Qianyan folded his arms, a smile tugging at his lips but held back. When Song Xian had spoken those words earlier, he felt just as bewildered. Everyone, stay alert. The awakening of the deity is crucial for our Huaxia people. Whatever you're doing right now, put it aside. We must ensure this awakening succeeds. Song Badong tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze, and the room erupted in commotion. Which deity's awakening was happening at rocket speed like this? How long had it been? Not even a month, and this was already the third deity about to awaken? Wait, counting the deity Li Yi awakened in Japan, that makes 4 already? Alright, everyone, stay focused. Perhaps you haven't fully grasped the crisis yet. India is home to countless deities, both great and small, and boasts the highest concentration of super spiritualists in all of Southeast Asia. Yet even so, the Hindu faith is still scheming to seize Hanuman's divine power. In China today, aside from Lanke Temple where people can forge divine bonds, only the earth deity temples remain. This scarcity limits our super-aged population and leaves citizens with few alternatives. If this continues, even with 2 deities already active in China, we still won't be able to compete with our neighbors. Song Botong's words left a heavy weight on everyone's shoulders. 30 years after China's awakening, news of the nation's third deity nearing revival sent shockwaves through the world. Online platforms were flooded with news about Li Yi's latest divine awakening. Chinese netizens cheered with excitement. Overseas compatriots launched an unprecedented blood petition, gathering an unprecedented 3,000 plus signatures. The petition stretched 100 meters long, densely covered with names and fingerprints. Earnestly pleading for the right to return home and demanding that China accept the return of its overseas compatriots to the motherland's embrace. Simultaneously, the Soul Summoning Society of Higashizumi in the land of Neon, the Tianzhu Divine Cult in Tianzhu, and the Divine Emperor Grand Cathedral in Northern Europe all couldn't help but pose soul-searching questions. Was China's action genuine, or did it harbor ulterior motives? Within the Indian Divine Cult, Elder Modi hurried to the residence of the Supreme Patriarch. This is a divine opportunity. With all Chinese people clamoring to return to China, we can have those returning carry that object back to China. Are you certain this painting has been thoroughly researched? The Patriarch asked with a grave expression. Thoroughly studied. Elder Modi answered with unwavering confidence. You previously sent intelligence about this painting to China. Now you're having it returned. Aren't you afraid the Chinese will uncover your scheme? Leader, once China knows the painting's value, they'll acquire it regardless of the risks. Ha!
Perhaps this is what the Chinese call a public strategy? Chapter 65, the shepherd dogs gathered to force their way across the border. Li Yi, this, that. The next day, as soon as he stepped out of the Naraka Hell passageway, a divine messenger named Zhou Weigua hurried over to Li Yi with a look of urgency, handing him a phone. Li Yi took the phone with confusion and answered.
The voice on the other end was instantly recognizable as President Song Badong. But the voice was choppy and stuttering, leaving him completely baffled as to what the man actually wanted to say.
Director Song, what exactly are you trying to say? Li Yi asked helplessly.
Well, I'll put my reputation on the line and say this: the awakening of the divine is of paramount importance to any nation. To create an unprecedented impact this time, the Temple of Reverence has decided, after much deliberation, to hold a formal press conference. After all, the last press conference was rushed. Many crucial points weren't properly communicated, and we failed to fully convey the image and resolve of our nation. Song Badong cleared his throat softly on the other end of the line, as if gathering his courage.
Upon hearing this, Li Yi instinctively nodded. That's indeed a good thing. Conveying China's image and resolve will let more people know that our nation's faith in the divine is stronger than ever.
It will also prompt our foreign friends who don't understand China to take a fresh, serious look at our country.
So you're agreeing to it? A hint of excitement colored Song Buotong's voice. What did I agree to? Li Yi looked utterly bewildered. The press conference.
You just said it was a good thing, so I'll take that as your agreement.
Song Badong spoke quickly, as if afraid Li Yi might change his mind. Wait, what did I agree to? Li Yi finally caught on, realizing he'd been tricked by the old man.
He protested, but Dean Song, you clearly promised last time you wouldn't make me participate in anything like this again.
Li Yi, I owe you a proper apology.
I truly never imagined you could awaken the divine being time and time again. Without you at this press conference, we simply wouldn't achieve the impact we're aiming for. Song Badong sighed helplessly over the phone, his voice tinged with resignation.
Look, if you have any requests, just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I won't hesitate. Alright, I don't have any other demands. Just have Song Xian cook me a feast.
Li Yi deliberately emphasized the word delicious before hanging up decisively.
What? Song Badong, currently in the office of the Temple of Reverence, stared blankly at the disconnected phone, frozen in place. The idea of having his granddaughter cook? He couldn't even imagine it. Girls these days, who even knows how to cook? Cooking up a feast for the whole table? That's probably harder than climbing to the moon. So, Dean, did he agree? Professor Sun, seated on the office sofa, stood up at the sight and asked eagerly.
Song Badong helplessly put down the phone, frowned, and shook his head repeatedly. He sort of agreed, but also sort of didn't.
What does that even mean? Professor Sun couldn't grasp it immediately, his face filled with confusion. Song Buotong sighed helplessly. He asked Xiao Xian to cook a feast for him, specifically emphasizing delicious. It's clearly a challenge for me.
All other requests are manageable, but my precious granddaughter has never done any housework in her life. She probably can't even tell salt from sugar.
Dean, you're missing the point. His request is just a formality. By asking Xiao Xian to cook, he's showing they have a good relationship. If he truly wanted to refuse, why bother making such a request?
Professor Sun, with the clarity of an outsider, analyzed the situation logically.
Song Badong couldn't help but nod in agreement, finding the reasoning quite plausible.
There was no other option now. He steeled himself to call his granddaughter. Just imagining her reaction to this news, he could picture her shocked expression.
Ha? Grandpa, what did you say? You want me to cook a feast for him?
True to form, Song Xian's horrified voice came through the phone. No way.
Absolutely not.
My cooking is so bad I'd throw up eating it myself.
You're deliberately trying to make things difficult for me. Xiao Xian, this isn't just any ordinary matter, it's a political task that must be completed.
Song Badong adopted a stern tone, speaking in a commanding voice.
Wah, Grandpa, you used to be the one who loved me the most. Ever since meeting this Li Yi, I feel like I'm not even part of the Song family anymore. Is he your real grandson? Are you two ganging up on me?
Song Xian said tearfully, her voice full of grievance.
Xiao Xian, I won't lecture you on grand principles. You know perfectly well how important Li Yi is to our Huaxia. He didn't ask to marry you, he just wants you to cook a meal. This is such a small thing. You can certainly do this for Grandpa, right?
Song Badong softened his tone, beginning to reason with her.
If only he were marrying me.
Song Xian muttered under her breath.
What? Song Badong sensed trouble brewing. Nothing. But I really don't know how. Song Xian's face twisted in bitterness. Grandpa will have someone contact the chef right now. You go learn. Just master 2 or 3 dishes. But Grandpa, when does he need it?
He didn't specify, but try to get it done as soon as possible.
Song Badong breathed a sigh of relief.
He'd managed to pull this off somehow.
He hung up the phone immediately. The border between India and China. Here, thousands of Huaxia people crowded together, men and women, young and old.
Without exception, they were all Chinese nationals who had previously emigrated to other countries. It must be understood that there is a fundamental difference between Chinese nationals and overseas Chinese. Ethnic Chinese refer to foreigners of Chinese descent who have immigrated to other countries and no longer possess Chinese citizenship rights. Overseas Chinese, however, retain Chinese nationality while living abroad. They retain Chinese citizenship rights, such as the right to vote and legal protections. Brother Sure, things have escalated to this point, and China still shows no intention of letting us return. What other way is there to get back? Why don't we just force our way in? I refuse to believe they can do anything to us once we're on Chinese soil. Yeah, Brother Sure, you were once China's pride. Everyone listens to you. Exactly. We'll all follow Brother Sure. If you give the word, we'll risk our lives to storm back into our motherland's embrace. The crowd surged with fervor, fists raised high as they shouted in unison. A divine envoy responsible for guarding this area watched helplessly as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, sensing trouble brewing. After all, these were fellow countrymen. Without explicit orders from above, no one dared to use force against them lightly. Left with no choice, he could only report this emergency to the Temple of Reverence. In the Divine Service Office, Song Badong had just hung up the phone with his granddaughter. Professor Sun, who had been standing nearby with a broad smile, hurried over and asked eagerly, "Well, did Xiaoqian agree this time?" The child finally agreed. Song Badong sighed softly, his face showing both relief and a hint of worry. "I wonder what the situation is with those two kids now." "I'd say it's as good as done, Dean Song. Congratulations. With a son-in-law like Li Yi, the future of the Song family is boundless." Professor Sun's eyes brimmed with envy. He inwardly lamented that none of his grandchildren had a suitable granddaughter, otherwise, he wouldn't have let such a promising son-in-law slip through his fingers. "Dean, trouble may be brewing at the border. Look at these bastards, not only did they write a 100-meter-long blood petition signed by 10,000 people, but they've also gathered at our China border, threatening to force their way in if denied entry." Zhang Qianyan hurriedly knocked on the office door. Hearing a response inside, he stepped in briskly. His face stern, he placed a tablet on Song Botong's desk. "This is live footage from the border. They're blatantly forcing us to let them return. They should have anticipated this day when they left. Whatever they do, we absolutely refuse." Song Badong frowned deeply, picking up the tablet. The location markers showed the border between China and India. India? Why are all these people gathered in India? Let me see. Professor Sun hurried forward, snatched the tablet, and glanced at it. His expression darkened. These scoundrels have fled to India, and India is tolerating them. The implications here are self-evident. Dean Song, you mustn't show mercy. These people are fickle opportunists. Even if you let them in today, the moment they see profit abroad, they'll abandon you without hesitation. Zhang Qianyan spoke with sharp words. Notify all departments of the Temple of Divine Reverence to intensify border patrols. Prevent any super-spiritual beings from trespassing into China's forbidden territories. Block all unauthorized entry by foreign nationals of Chinese descent. Use force against anyone daring to forcibly breach Chinese territory. Song Badong snorted heavily, no longer willing to indulge these sheepdogs. Chapter 66, Border Conflict, Foreign Network Slander. Beep beep beep. Helicopters race like lightning across the border jungle. Large numbers of divine envoys from the Temple of Reverence and hired superhumans were rapidly converging on the border. The man everyone called Stone Brother was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and he did not rush to respond to everyone's pleas. Slowly, he drew out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. His hand discreetly touched the mysterious object concealed within his clothing. After making a resolute decision, he flung the cigarette to the ground and crushed it underfoot with a heavy stomp. He raised his fist high and shouted, "That's right. We are proud descendants of China. We only took foreign citizenship out of necessity to survive. But the blood flowing through our veins is that of our ancestors. We are children of China. We have every right to return to our motherland's embrace. It's a birthright granted to us by our forefathers. Back to the motherland. Back to the motherland." It must be said that Brother Sure's fiery words instantly ignited the crowd's passion. Fists raised high, they shouted themselves hoarse. The roar grew louder with each wave. The crowd could no longer bear the pain and humiliation of being barred from their homeland. Driven by fury, they charged recklessly toward the borders of China. "No! They're breaking through! They're breaking through!" A divine messenger assigned to guard the area shouted urgently, his eyes filled with panic. "Captain, what should we do? Should we intervene or not?" Another divine messenger asked frantically. "All personnel, heed my command. We've just received orders from above. Anyone daring to force their way into Chinese territory may be met with force." The captain barked sternly. "Yes, sir." The super-spiritualists who had rushed over from Huaxia responded in unison upon receiving the divine messenger's reply. Leading the charge was a man of average height, yet years of rigorous training had forged him into a broad-shouldered, imposing figure that commanded respect. Yet, what met him was a thunderous, forceful punch.
In an instant, excruciating pain shot through his chest. He instinctively looked down to see his entire ribcage caved in. Ah!
The man let out a piercing scream as his body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. They've killed him! They've killed him!
The surrounding crowd was utterly terrified by the scene, halting in their tracks and retreating backward, their eyes filled with fear.
Gu, who had been following behind, immediately exchanged knowing glances with the few people beside him.
They understood instantly, starting to stir up trouble, shouting, "Why? Why should we be stopped from returning to our own homes? Why should we be driven away like this? Why? Charge into Huaxia.
There, you can forge divine power and become a super spirit. Charge!" The crowd erupted into frenzied chaos at the shout, charging forward with reckless abandon to attack. The divine envoy in charge of this region, Zhao Dania, was genuinely terrified by the crowd's frenzied state. But he had received an absolute order from above. Under no circumstances was he to allow a single outsider to set foot within the borders of China. At this critical juncture, he gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Kill!" In that instant, a battlefield of demons erupted anew upon the mortal realm, unleashing a brutal massacre at the frontier. Someone captured this bloody scene on video and uploaded it to YouTube, quickly sparking a global uproar. An overwhelming majority of international netizens condemned China, condemning it as a cold-blooded and ruthless nation capable of such brutal violence against its own people.
In an instant, China found itself engulfed in a storm of international condemnation. Song Badong was urgently summoned for questioning by higher-ups. Fu residence, study. A white-haired old man wearing glasses poured Song Badong a cup of tea and spoke slowly. "Old Song, this incident has caused quite a stir. While I typically refrain from interfering in matters concerning the Temple of Reverence and Divine Affairs, as the patriarch of the Huaxia family, I cannot overlook the reputation of Huaxia itself. Chief Fu, I truly had no other choice." Song Badong said with a look of helplessness. "You had no choice?"
Fu lifted the ceramic teacup, sipped lightly, and wore a puzzled expression.
"I sought Li Yi's opinion on this matter. He seems to harbor deep resentment toward those returning from abroad and vehemently opposes Chinese nationals repatriating." Song Badong explained. "You're well aware of Li Yi's situation.
I've pinned all my hopes on him now. Whether Huaxia can rise in the future depends largely on him. Under these circumstances, I have no choice but to offend one side." Hearing this, Clan Chief Fu fell silent. Even he now had to tread carefully and handle Li Yi with utmost caution.
Any misstep could severely hinder Huaxia's future development. "Alright, Old Song, I'm not blaming you.
Under your leadership, the Temple of Reverence has indeed flourished in recent times. When I visited Elder Hong last time, he mentioned Li Yi and spoke very highly of this young man." Chief Fu's face broke from its solemn expression as he smiled.
"Find a time soon and invite him over for a meal. I'd like to meet this extraordinary young man myself." "I'll handle that."
Song Badong exhaled in relief, stood up, and without further ado, walked straight out. "That old Song, he comes in looking like he's at a funeral. I bet he's been scheming all along to use Li Yi to shut me up." Clan Shifu gazed toward the doorway, shaking his head with a wry smile. Just then, a white-haired old man pushed open the door and entered. It was none other than Hong Lao, one of the three who had beaten the C-Sec master to death. It turned out he had been eavesdropping from the next room the entire time.
But he wasn't as patient as Song Badong.
"Poof. If it were me, I wouldn't bother summoning people for questioning like you did.
Dead is dead.
Those people are like children, they suckle at the breast and call it mother, but when the milk dries up, they curse her.
Now that China's grown powerful, they want to come crawling back. But when China lay dormant for 30 years without a single deity awakening, where did they all run off to? After all, I have to consider our international image."
Before Elder Hong, Clan Chief Fu dared not show the slightest arrogance.
"What international image?
Images forged by fists are the real deal." Old Hong plopped down on the sofa with a thud, casually picking up the teacup Song Badong had been drinking from and taking a sip. Seeing Clan Chief Fu hesitating to speak, Elder Hong rolled his eyes. "Rest assured. As long as the three of us old farts are still around, those bastards from Japan, India, and Northern Europe won't reveal their trump cards lightly. Old Hong, I've always been curious. 20 years ago, you went to the Flaming Mountains in India.
What exactly was in there?" Fu asked curiously. "A terrifying deity,"
Old Hong said solemnly.
"A terrifying deity? Hanuman?"
Chief Fu speculated. "No, an entity far more powerful than Hanuman. Unfortunately, the moment I drew near, that old man from India detected me." Old Hong shook his head with a hint of regret.
"Old Hong, when do you plan to meet Li Yi?"
Fu, the clan chief, pressed.
"No rush. There are still matters that require further observation."
As the news continued to spread online, the horrific scenes from the border and the news that Li Yi was about to awaken another deity once again sent the internet into a frenzy.
Foreign netizens, driven by complex emotions of envy and resentment, launched fierce attacks against China and Li Yi. Foreign media outlets echoed this sentiment: China is a nation devoid of humanity.
They shut their own people out and resorted to divine power to carry out a brutal massacre against these unfortunate souls. Their so-called God awakening is built upon the flesh and blood of their own countrymen. Li Yi is nothing but an accomplice to this nation, a man with a devilish heart. Damn it, don't you dare slander my brother. Xiaofeng, listening to the voice on his phone at home, turned crimson with rage and slammed his fist onto the coffee table. Fortunately, the table was wooden. Had it been marble, that single blow might have shattered it. Lu Meifeng, who had been cooking in the kitchen, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing her son's anguished and furious expression, she said with heartache, "Go do your homework now.
Don't listen to this stuff anymore.
These are grown-up matters."
But why are they bullying my brother like this?
He's clearly fighting for China, for all Chinese people.
Can those sheepdogs really negate the contributions my brother in China have made?
Xiaofeng was filled with confusion, his eyes reddening.
Just then, Li Yi returned home.
Lu Meifeng frantically turned off her phone screen, terrified Li Yi might hear the news playing inside. In truth, Li Yi had long been aware of the situation. Yet he paid no heed to the external slander, sharing the same conviction as Elder Hong: dignity is earned through strength. The reason others dared to slander now was because you weren't strong enough yet. Once you became sufficiently powerful, they would only sing your praises.
It proved the adage, weak nations have no diplomacy.
Li Yi walked over, gently ruffled his younger brother's hair, and smiled. Little Feng, you're still young and don't understand these things yet.
But I can promise you this, one day no one will dare speak ill of me or China.
Really? Xiaofeng lifted his head, though his blind eyes could not see his brother's resolute gaze.
Chapter 67, The Divine Awakening Press Conference, the Your Mother Remark.
The next day, undeterred by the border incident, the Huaxia Divine Academy boldly announced to the world, in 2 days, a Divine Awakening press conference would be held.
The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe.
Previous online rumors about deity awakenings in Huaxia had been met with skepticism, with many suspecting foul play. But as an official authority, the Divine Academy would never fabricate such matters.
The divine child of Huaxia is about to awaken a deity once more? Netizens worldwide found it almost unbelievable, turning their attention to this event. Wind Palace.
The elders of the Tianzhu divine cult gathered solemnly, discussing strategies to address this unprecedented event. It is common knowledge that when a nation's divine power grows sufficiently strong, it inevitably impacts the deities and destiny of other nations. High Priest, the bitter lessons of recent times are still fresh in our minds. After China awakened 2 deities, the divine relics of Japan, Korea, Silla, Tay, Burma, and other nations were nearly wiped out.
We absolutely cannot allow that Li Yi to awaken another deity.
Otherwise, our own gods will suffer the same fate.
Leader, indeed. We must exhaust every means to prevent Li Yi from awakening a deity this time. There's an ancient Chinese saying, how can one tolerate others sleeping soundly beside one's own bed?
The growing power of the Chinese deities poses an immense threat to our nation. The elders of the Tianzhu sect spoke one after another, urging him with their words.
How could Yama not understand these simple truths?
His head felt like it was splitting open. With no other choice, he turned to look at the Grand Elder Modi and asked,
how are the arrangements progressing? China's handling of the border situation has completely exceeded our expectations and disrupted your plans. If they awaken a powerful deity, our nation's fortune may regress by 5 years.
Fortunately, Master, my men took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate China's territory.
Elder Modi looked utterly helpless.
According to the plan, he had intended for that sure brother to pose as a hero who had stolen a divine portrait from the Wind Hall of the Tianzhu sect, returning home to present the item to the Temple of Divine Worship. The moment Li Yi approached to inspect it, Sure Ge would activate the painting's power to slay Li Yi, absorb the dark energy from his body, and use it to break the Hanuman seal. Unexpectedly, China struck with ruthless lethal force.
Rest assured, Master. Once my men infiltrate China, the rest will be straightforward.
I've made arrangements with my people. They'll deliver the painting at the press conference venue.
The press conference venue? Are you planning to activate the painting there? Yanma couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
Then he sneered coldly.
This press conference is attended by journalists from all nations. If they meet with misfortune at the venue, how will Huaxia explain itself to the world? The entire globe will demand answers from Huaxia. For the sake of the divine cult, to break Hanuman's seal, this is our only option.
I thought delivering the painting to the Temple of Divine Worship would be straightforward, but China's tactics were too ruthless.
They've thrown my entire plan into disarray.
Elder Modi showed no mercy whatsoever. For the sake of the nation and the interests of the divine cult, he had long since cast aside all concern for life and death. Even though the Indian divine cult had always upheld the principle that Buddha saves all beings and that everyone could enter the Pure Land, hell couldn't be left empty, could it? Elder Modi, stop beating around the bush. Just tell us what power this painting holds.
One elder pressed impatiently. Gentlemen, await the good news in silence.
Elder Modi smiled mysteriously.
2 days remained until the press conference.
Yet there was still no word about the meal Song Xian had promised to prepare.
Online discussions about the border incident grew increasingly heated, creating a huge uproar that even dragged Li Yi into the fray.
Somehow his whereabouts had been exposed, and countless media outlets swarmed his doorstep. Left with no choice, Li called Zhang Qianyan, asking him to arrange a secret hideout for his aunt and younger brother to stay in. To evade reporters himself, he headed straight to the Nagara passage. He spent time chatting with Xiaoqian while also slaying evil spirits to enhance his 9 Netherworlds Inferno spell. He remained hidden until the day of the press conference. 2 days later, at the press conference venue. With China's rapidly rising international influence, nations worldwide paid exceptional attention to this divine being press conference. The newly appointed head of the Fujiwara clan, Fujiwara Koji, the Pope of the Great Northern Divine Emperor Church, Fan Di, and the leader of the Indian divine cult, Yama, among others, had all cleared their schedules to focus on this event. Among the attendees, besides Li Yi, the Temple of Reverence sent a large delegation including Zhang Qianyan and Professor Sunday Song Badong personally made an appearance, significantly amplifying the event's prominence. Song Xian snuck into the live broadcast. When Li Yi spotted her, he shot her a glare, and she sheepishly stuck out her tongue. She'd been diligently practicing cooking these past few days, but progress was slow, so she kept putting it off. She longed to perfect her skills and show Li Yi that she, too, was a natural-born culinary genius. Song Badong delivered a lengthy speech at the event, earnestly expressing his fervent hopes for Huaxia's divine awakening. Others followed with their remarks one after another. After about half an hour, the journalists in attendance were nodding off when the Q&A session finally began. The entire room instantly came alive, spirits soaring. Mr. Li, do you possess some secret formula? How have you managed to awaken deities repeatedly? Could you share insights on boosting awakening success rates with the divine envoys present today? Mr. Li, what do you estimate the success rate is for this awakening? Mr. Li, what are your thoughts on the border incident? The internet is abuzz with discussions about the appalling actions at the China border. What's your perspective? Do you like such a country? Though prior instructions had explicitly barred such questions, some foreign journalists disregarded the rules and rushed to ask them anyway. Song Badong, Zhang Qianyan, Professor Sun, and others visibly stiffened. Raising such matters at this moment was clearly an attempt to disrupt proceedings. I shall answer your question in 2 ways. First, every inch of Huaxia's soil is drenched in the blood of our forebears. How could we, the sons of Huaxia, betray the heroic spirits of our ancestors? How could we allow foreign invaders to tread upon land stained with the blood of our ancestors? Li spoke with solemn gravity, his words ringing out with deliberate force, each syllable deliberate. Excellent. His words ignited cheers and applause from the countless Chinese present. Standing at a distance, Song Xian was so moved she leapt into the air. However, the foreign journalists looked utterly bewildered, finding the response convoluted and incomprehensible. A faint smile touched Li Yi's lips as he remarked with a hint of mockery. The second way might be easier for you to grasp, though it might be a bit crude. I hope this reporter won't take it personally. Your mom despised your dad for being poor, so she married a rich guy and ran off. Later, she found out your dad became wealthy. She wanted to come back, but your dad refused. She threatened suicide, but he still wouldn't let her. She forced her way in. In this situation, would you support your mom or your dad? The reporter's head buzzed, his ears filled with the echo of your mother, your mother, your mother. He was convinced he'd been cursed at. Ha ha. The others burst into laughter, a single phrase echoing in their minds, your mom is so cheap. Hundreds of millions of netizens were watching this divine being of Huaxia press conference. Hearing Li Yi's remarks that cut straight to the heart of the matter, they all burst into laughter. Previously, many foreign netizens had used the border conflict with India to accuse China of lacking backbone. Now, domestic netizens finally had material to fire back after all. These words came from the mouth of the son of the Chinese gods, so they were spot on. They flooded foreign forums and videos with the comment, your mother is a. Overseas netizens collectively lost their composure. Upon reflection, the logic held, fleeing when penniless, then groveling for return once wealthy. Wasn't that precisely behavior? Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Song Badong's forehead. He quickly shot Li Yi a warning glance, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. Zhang Qianyan couldn't help but chuckle, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to contain his laughter. From the last press conference to this one, the reporters had come to understand Li Yi was not someone to mess with. Picking a fight with him at a press conference was nothing short of courting disaster. Mr. Li, regarding the awakening timeline, are we going to be left waiting again this time? The audience finally snapped out of their laughter and got down to business. I doubt it. See you tomorrow afternoon at Shihu Lake. The rest of the conference is handed over to the team. Goodbye. With that, Li Yi stepped down from the stage without waiting for a response, leaving behind a stunned crowd and a figure that vanished into the distance. What did he mean by shouldn't? Hold on, Mr. Li. I have a divine artifact here. I'd like you to take a look at it. A man in a suit called out loudly to stop him. Chapter 68, insisting on presenting the painting, crisis looms. The unexpected appearance of a man at the press conference shattered the tranquil atmosphere. All eyes instantly focused on the scroll held in the man's hands. Zhang Qianyan's brows instantly furrowed. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he immediately lowered his voice to ask the staff behind him, who is this man?
Is he a reporter or an invited media representative? The staff looked equally bewildered and helpless, clearly unaware of the man's identity. Noticing this, Zhang Qianyan discreetly signaled to several divine envoys nearby. The divine envoys understood immediately and cautiously began to encircle the man. We've heard that the son of the Chinese gods is highly learned and has already awakened 2 deities. Surely he can recognize the origin of this painting.
The man raised the scroll in his hand. This man was none other than Brother Shi, who had secretly infiltrated Huaxia from the border earlier. He was also the key figure meticulously arranged by the Tianzhu divine cult to deliver the painting. Meanwhile, a flicker of surprise crossed the faces of Song Badong and Professor Sunday.
They exchanged an involuntary glance.
It turned out that this man named Brother Shi was actually Shi Ping. 15 years prior, China had endured over a decade of divine absence, engulfing the entire nation in a profound sense of crisis.
After thorough deliberation, the Temple of Divine Reverence resolutely decided to launch Project Divine Eagle.
This initiative aimed to select the most exceptional individuals and dispatch them to various countries to comprehensively gather all information related to deities, hoping to uncover precious records connected to the deities of China. Though everyone understood the plan's chances of success were slim, it was better than sitting idly by. China's highest authorities accorded unprecedented importance to the Divine Eagle project. After rigorous, multi-tiered selection processes, 30 young, exceptionally talented individuals were chosen from among numerous outstanding super-spiritualists. In the years that followed, members of the Divine Eagle mission gradually transmitted invaluable intelligence back to the homeland, lighting faint beacons along China's path of divine exploration. Yet 3 individuals, after departing for Japan, India, and Northern Europe respectively, severed all contact with their homeland. Shi Ping was the one among the 3 who had gone to India.
Song Badong leaned slightly and whispered a few words into Professor Sun's ear. Professor Sun nodded slightly, his face instantly breaking into a smile. Feigning familiarity, he approached Shi Ping. Shi Ping, where on earth have you been all these years? What's that marvelous thing you're holding? Come on, let's find a place to catch up properly. Professor Sun, it's been ages.
But I'm here today to present our nation with a great gift of fitting repayment for all the years China has invested in me. Shi Ping spoke while subtly taking a step back, her face still bearing that seemingly sincere smile. Her words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd.
This man was from the Temple of Reverence?
Li Yi, who had been about to leave, was naturally drawn by the sudden voice. He slowly turned around, his gaze first landing on the unexpectedly appearing man, then shifting to the scroll tightly clutched in his hand. A prompt suddenly flashed in his mind. Divine Power Collector detected divine energy. By selecting a deity figure, disseminating related divine deeds, and increasing people's faith in the deity, you can awaken the deity. This grants divine power and increases your own divine level.
Divine being popularization, not selected. Could this man truly be here to deliver a great gift? A flicker of doubt stirred in Li Yi's mind.
He had been wondering what ulterior motives this person might have for making such a scene at the press conference. At that moment, Zhang Qianyan discreetly shot Li Yi a warning glance before quietly circling around to the target's rear. Drawing on years of experience handling complex situations, he didn't believe this man's sudden appearance meant he genuinely came bearing gifts.
Xian, there's something peculiar about this painting. I can faintly sense a powerful force emanating from it.
Xiao Bai's voice, tinged with urgency, suddenly echoed in Li Yi's mind.
This instantly heightened Li Yi's vigilance to its peak.
Maintaining a safe distance from the man, he replied calmly. Sir, this is a press conference venue, not the appropriate place for appraising paintings. But since you're here, and I happen to have some free time, we could find a quieter spot to study this painting at leisure. The journalists present remained utterly oblivious to the danger creeping closer. Instead, they were intrigued by this unexpected scene at the press conference, urgently prompting cameramen to keep their lenses firmly fixed on the man, afraid to miss a single detail. According to Elder Modi's instructions from the Tianzhu sect, Shi Ping only needed to infuse her power into the painting in front of Li Yi to complete the task.
But given the current situation, Li Yi had no chance of getting close.
Shi Ping forced an unnatural smile and said, Dean Song, this is a treasure I brought back from the Tianzhu sect after enduring countless hardships. It is said this painting depicts a deity of our Huaxia civilization. All these years, I vanished precisely to plot obtaining this painting. Now, I have finally lived up to Huaxia's nurturing and successfully secured it.
What? He possesses a divine portrait? Good heavens! What extraordinary fortune has fallen upon China? Just as we were about to awaken a deity, another one appears out of nowhere?
If we could thoroughly study the deity in this painting, China would gain another divine being. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd.
Ha! Could this be the painting Feng Jigang mentioned?
Song Badong and Professor Sun exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with excitement, nearly mesmerized by the painting.
Even if China was on the verge of awakening a deity, who could easily resist the temptation of potentially gaining another? If it truly is a divine portrait as you claim, China would welcome it. But if you dare play any tricks, the entire nation will not tolerate it.
You will pay a heavy price. Song Buoton's words were sharp as he fixed his gaze on Ping, enunciating each syllable deliberately.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's press conference concludes here.
We now have some private matters to attend to and kindly request your understanding as you depart promptly. Professor Sun gave a subtle signal to the staff. The staff immediately understood and approached the assembled journalists, expressing sincere apologies while guiding them toward the exits. But the journalists shouted back, "Freedom of speech.
Freedom to film. China cannot stop journalists from doing their jobs, showing no intention of leaving."
Within the Wind Palace of the Tianzhu Divine Cult, a large projector clearly displayed live footage from the press conference onto a nearby screen. The High Priest Yama and the elders watched the screen intently, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. Ping was too indecisive to accomplish anything significant.
Elder Modi, what is going on here? Must that man named Li Yi personally open it?
Yanma's voice carried palpable anger as he turned to confront Elder Modi with a questioning glare. Elder Modi also held a painting in his hand, poised to channel his power into it at any moment. It turned out that both paintings required simultaneous infusion of power to activate the divine energy within them. Though inwardly anxious, he maintained a calm exterior. "Grand Master Elders, please do not fret.
Everything is under my control. Just sit back and watch the show unfold. That Li Yi will not escape my schemes. Elder Modi, you must understand one thing clearly now.
That Chinese youth poses a grave threat. He will impact our nation's destiny in the future.
This is no longer merely about breaking Hanuman's seal.
If you can kill him today, you will safeguard our nation's future destiny.
The matter of Hanuman can be discussed later." Yama knew full well that Elder Modi had nearly lost his mind in his obsession with breaking Hanuman's seal.
He feared the elder, consumed by the desire to obtain the dark power within his target, might overlook the dire situation at hand and jeopardize everything.
Press conference venue.
Ping maintained his cheerful expression, keeping a watchful eye on the crowd closing in around him as he spoke. "Dean Song, it is a blessing for China to produce a divine child like Li Yi. My sole wish was to personally present this painting to him, hoping he might awaken the deity within it, a small repayment for China's years of nurturing me.
You're too fixated.
Had you shown more casualness, I might have actually accepted this painting. But when someone becomes overly obsessed with a single goal, it becomes easy to see through them. Either you come with me now to another location, there are important matters to attend to here, or I'm afraid I must decline your company."
Li Yi rolled his eyes, refusing to indulge him, and turned to leave. Fine, you're forcing my hand."
Ping hadn't anticipated Li Yi's blunt nature. Gritting her teeth and steeled in resolve, she poured her power into the painting with frenzied intensity. Instantly, the scroll floated midair and unfurled with a rustle.
"Ha? Is that White Ghost, Xiaoqian?" Li Yi instinctively looked up at the painting, raising an eyebrow in surprise.
Chapter 69, The Divine Portraits of White Ghost and Xiaoqian.
The moment this painting was infused with mysterious power, a faint ripple of divine energy emanated from the painting held by Elder Modi of the distant Tianzhu sect. His heart sank. Without hesitation, he channeled his own power into the painting. In the blink of an eye, the divine power within both paintings was fully activated. As if lifted by an invisible giant hand, the scrolls slowly rose into the air before unfurling of their own accord. Immediately, countless wisps of black mist billowed forth from the paintings. A vortex formed from the black mist materialized in the void above both the press conference venue and the Wind Palace. Zhang Qianyan, Professor Sun, and the gathered divine messengers at the press conference all rushed toward Ping. Yet their speed could not match the overwhelming momentum unleashed by the painting's activation. The divine figure emerging from the painting was none other than Xiaoqian, the white impermanence of the black and white impermanences. Strangely, according to convention, the black and white impermanence should appear together in the same painting. Yet this painting contained only Xiaoqian, which undoubtedly meant another painting featuring the black impermanent, Fan Wujiu, must exist. Whoosh! The moment the black vortex appeared, an invisible force violently constricted everyone present, causing excruciating pain as if their bodies were being torn apart. Vaguely, it felt as though their souls were being torn from their bodies. Ping, what are you doing? Such intense soul power? Song Buoton's body jerked violently as he leapt into the air, desperately trying to slam the painting shut and end this terrifying calamity. Don't! Li Yi roared, hurling a teacup from his hand that slammed into Song Buoton, sending him crashing to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the room. Countless people collapsed in agony, clutching their heads and rolling frantically on the ground. The sensation of their souls being torn from their bodies was utterly unbearable. Even Song Xian, far away, couldn't escape this calamity. Her face contorted with agony as she cried out. Grandfather! Li Yi! It hurts so much. It feels like something is tearing me apart from the inside. Song Buoton, Zhang Qianyan, Professor Sun, and others urgently unleashed their divine power to resist. Yet the vortex's force was overwhelming. After only moments of resistance, they were sucked in by the swirling mass until nearly suffocated, left only to lie on the ground, writhing and struggling. Ha! Why don't I feel anything?
Li Yi frowned, carefully sensing for a moment before discovering to his surprise that his body felt no discomfort whatsoever, completely unaffected.
Xian, I understand now. You and I are divine beings. Our souls are fundamentally unaffected by the forces of reincarnation.
Naturally, this power has no effect on us. Xiaobai carefully sensed the situation and quickly detected the cosmic laws contained within.
He hurriedly reminded Li Yi with urgency. Li Yi knew time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay.
With a sudden leap, he landed and swiftly rolled up the painting suspended in midair. In that instant, all the terrifying phenomena vanished, leaving only a group of journalists lying on the ground, moaning weakly, along with Song Badong and the others.
Put.
Within the Wind Palace, Elder Modi coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. His face instantly turned pale as his entire body collapsed to the ground. His eyes widened in shock as he gasped, "Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. Since I thoroughly studied this painting, no one has ever survived within it. This man is immune to the painting's power? Elder Modi. Elder Modi?"
The other elders, witnessing this, showed signs of anxiety and rushed forward to check on him.
Yanma's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grim. His eyes clearly revealed disappointment and displeasure toward Modi. Elder Jiesong couldn't help but ask, "Elder Modi, at this point, are you still unwilling to reveal the true nature of the power within this painting?" Ah. After being helped to his feet, Elder Modi sighed deeply and finally revealed the painting's secret. There are 2 paintings in total.
For years, I've scoured the land for any related information, yet found nothing. I even sent people on a long journey to Huaxia in search of clues, but still came up empty-handed. He paused before continuing. However, this painting is exceptionally peculiar. Once both paintings are activated, they form a passageway. This passageway can gather the souls and power absorbed from the opposite side into the painting I hold.
Oh? I recall a legend from China about a reincarnation passageway. Could this be the legendary passageway? Yanma gazed at the painting in Modi's hands with a hint of astonishment, his eyes brimming with confusion and curiosity.
It likely isn't the reincarnation passage, but the divine power released by these 2 paintings resembles the dark energy found in the Naraka hell. My original plan was to harness the power of these paintings to draw the soul and energy of the divine son of Huaxia into this one.
Assuming this child carries dark energy, it could be used to break the seal on Hanuman.
Elder Modi smiled bitterly, but this child remains unaffected by the painting's power. That leaves only one possibility, and it further confirms all prior assessments. He and the painting's power share the same origin, both stemming from hell.
Elder Modi, can you confirm that the power within this Chinese youth originates from hell? Agreed. In that case, elders, let us hear your opinions. Shall we perform a grand divine ritual to lift the seal on Hanuman? Or shall we capture the divine child of Huaxia and use the dark power within him to break the seal? Yama's gaze swept coldly across the assembly. 2 options lay before them, and capturing the boy clearly seemed the easier path. Yet today's press conference had made them acutely aware that capturing the divine son would prove far more difficult than imagined. I propose pursuing both simultaneously. The grand divine ritual should be our final resort. As for capturing the divine son, once he leaves China, given the sheer number of super spiritualists in our nation, even if he were a god, he couldn't escape our grasp. At the press conference site, Song Xian lay on the floor, writhing in agony, drenched in sweat, her hair disheveled. Li Yi approached with a wicked grin, deliberately taunting her, "You bear the surname Song? Today I come to claim your soul. Before you die, is there anything you wish to say? Anything you wish to do? Perhaps I might show mercy and grant your final wish. Please don't take my life, okay? I haven't married yet, I've never been in love, I haven't had children. I haven't even cooked a single meal for him." Song Xian truly believed her time had come. Terrified and incoherent, she wailed and cried out. Suddenly, the voice felt familiar. She snapped her eyes open to find Li Yi's infuriating face staring down at her with mocking contempt. Furious, she let out a sharp ah and lunged at him like an enraged little tiger. "Li Yi, I'll bite you to death. Bite you to death. Bite you to death." She clung tightly to Li Yi and sank her teeth into his shoulder. SSSSHHH. Li Yi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Song Badong, Zhang Qianyan, Professor Sun, and the others finally awoke from this nightmare. Climbing to their feet, their eyes blazing with fury, they all swarmed Shiping. A flurry of blows rained down, but unexpectedly, they struck too hard, crippling Shiping. Had they not needed to uncover the true culprit behind it all, they would have torn him limb from limb. Witnessing this scene, the reporters felt as if they'd taken a trip to the underworld. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, and it took them a long while to gradually come to their senses. What the hell just happened? What was that all about? No idea. All I saw was that painting spewing out clouds of black mist, and then I just blacked out. That painting was so eerie. I think I saw Li Yi make a move. As murmurs spread through the scene, everyone turned their gaze to where Li Yi had been standing only to find the spot empty. They could only smile wryly, realizing that their survival this time was entirely thanks to Li Yi's intervention. "Everyone, hurry to Shihu Lake and claim your spots."
Snapping to attention, the crowd scattered in an instant.
Xian, I suddenly recalled a fragment of memory awakening Xiaoqian at Shihu Lake might not be possible.
After leaving the press conference, Xiaobai suddenly voiced his concern.
This matter concerned whether Xiaoqian could be awakened. There was no room for carelessness.
Li Yi's eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly asked, Xiaobai, what exactly is going on? Did I choose the wrong place, Shihu? Chapter 70, Last-minute change of awakening location Jinshan Temple. It's truly bizarre. This image has been lingering in my mind.
Only just now, when I saw the vortex suddenly appear in the painting, did I snap out of it. It seems Xiaoqian was sucked away by this eerie vortex. Atop a towering peak, Li Yi and Xiaobai stood side by side, gazing intently at the landscape below.
Upon hearing these words, Li Yi's mind raced and in an instant, it all clicked into place.
In the story of the White Snake 2, after Xiaoqian and Fa Hai clashed in battle and the flood at Jinshan Temple failed, Xiaobai was sealed beneath Leifeng Pagoda. Xiaoqian, however, was ruthlessly sucked away by that mysterious vortex at Jinshan Temple. Given this, attempting to awaken Xiaoqian at Shihu Lake would likely jeopardize their chances of success. He blamed his subconscious for having long assumed both Xiaobai and Xiaoqian were at Shihu Lake, causing him to overlook this crucial detail.
Looks like I'll have to pull another big bluff. Li Yi sighed helplessly, pulling out his phone to quickly call Song Badong.
With a wry smile, he explained the change in awakening location.
This. Song Badong on the other end gaped in astonishment, utterly speechless. If this continued, China's credibility on the international stage would be utterly ruined. He couldn't help but interject, can we not change it? Otherwise, how will the Temple of Reverence ever face the global community again? We can, but I can't guarantee we'll successfully awaken the deity. Li Yi agreed. Fine. I'll go along with it. We'll make the changes. I'll be the bad guy. You just do what you think is right. Oh, and should we announce it publicly? After weighing the pros and cons, Song Badong reluctantly conceded. Keep it confidential for now. Issue the notice within the first half hour to prevent any unexpected incidents. This way, we can at least balance publicity and the awakening process. Li Yi said after a moment's thought. Li Yi hung up the phone and slowly raised his right hand, still clutching the painting tightly. He gently unrolled the scroll. Having only glanced at it briefly during the press conference, he now examined it closely. His certainty grew. The figure depicted was undoubtedly Xia Bian, the white ghost. Though he couldn't precisely sense where the vortex led, he felt intuitively that it resembled some kind of spatial passageway. The white and black impermanents, ghostly officers under King Yama, held lowly positions devoid even of a shred of divine status. Yet they were, at the very least, officially registered spirits of the underworld. Their duties differed. The white impermanence was tasked with reaping the souls of those who had lived out their natural lives in the mortal realm, while the black impermanence was responsible for apprehending wandering spirits who had escaped the underworld. It was precisely because of this that the power possessed by the white impermanence could be used to extract human souls. Li Yi then called his aunt to report he was safe and inform her he wouldn't be returning home tonight. After all, the deity awakening ceremony was tomorrow, and he needed to make thorough preparations tonight. Young master, I sensed fluctuations of power emanating from you earlier. Are you well? Is there anything Xiaoqian can do to assist? The moment the call ended, Nie Xiaoqian's gentle, concerned voice echoed in Li Yi's mind. Don't worry, it's just a minor setback. Li Yi replied softly. With no pressing matters at hand, Li Yi decided to head to the Naraka Hell passageway. He would purge the malevolent spirits there and, in the process, further hone his combat experience. The journalists at the press conference, having narrowly escaped death thanks to Li Yi's intervention, immediately put pen to paper upon returning, penning lengthy, glowing accounts. Not only the journalists present, but even the viewers in Song Xian's livestream had never experienced such an extraordinarily thrilling press conference in their lives. They recorded the event early and shared it online. Combined with the journalists' meticulously crafted articles, the incident instantly ignited both domestic and international online platforms, with the buzz remaining relentlessly high. Even some official media outlets began dedicating extensive coverage to this unexpected incident at the press conference. International television networks organized expert panels for heated debates, attempting to dissect which hidden forces were orchestrating this behind the scenes. Beep beep beep. The following afternoon, a helicopter hovered steadily above Jinshan Temple. Located in Tianjin City, not far from Tianan City, Jinshan Temple attracts over 2.3 million visitors annually. This ancient temple boasts a long history and is a renowned Buddhist holy site. Outside Jinshan Temple, crowds thronged the area. Surrounded by water on three sides, the temple stood amidst encircling lakes, its towering pagoda piercing the clouds. Numerous tourists were enthusiastically snapping photos with their phones when they suddenly spotted the helicopter in the sky. Instantly, their expressions turned to utter astonishment. Captain Zhang, we've arrived safely at Jinshan Temple. Awaiting your next instructions. Wang Chang, Li Yi's dedicated pilot, had volunteered for this transport mission. Team 1 reporting. Team 1 reports all clear in the vicinity. No suspicious individuals detected. Team 2, report your situation. Team 2 reports normal surroundings, no suspicious activity detected. Team 3, report.
To ensure absolute success for this mission, Zhang Qianyan meticulously deployed numerous divine envoys, forming 7 squads of 10 personnel each. These teams were tasked with maintaining strict vigilance within a 5-kilometer radius around Jinshan Temple. After receiving reports of no anomalies from all 10 teams, Zhang Qianyan calmly instructed through his earpiece.
Wang Chang, receive orders, you may proceed with landing.
All other personnel remain on high alert at all times, fully prepared. Ensure the successful completion of this mission to awaken the divine being.
Aye.
The crisp, unified response echoed through the headsets as every soldier stood at attention. As divine emissaries, they understood better than anyone the pivotal significance of deities to a nation. This mission not only determined the nation's survival but also offered future generations a precious opportunity to inherit divine power. Chief Fu, this vantage point is superb. It offers a panoramic view of the entire area surrounding Jinshan Temple.
Is this your first time witnessing the awakening of the deity? From a distant tower,
Song Badong accompanied a white-haired elder, both intently focused through binoculars toward the direction of Jinshan Temple. Fu Clan Chief's visit stemmed not merely from personal curiosity, but also from a special observation mission.
He remarked with emotion.
I regrettably missed Li Yi's previous 2 divine awakenings due to scheduling conflicts. This time, I absolutely must witness this momentous occasion with my own eyes.
There will definitely be many more opportunities like this in the future. You must come again when the time comes. Song Badong said with a smile. Old Song, don't tease me.
Though I no longer hold a position at the Temple of Divine Reverence, I'm still a super spirit with 3 divine seals who's cultivated for years.
How could I not understand the preciousness of divine beings? Clan Shifu scolded with a laugh.
To awaken one deity is already a special blessing from the heavens. To awaken 2 is nothing short of a miracle. For someone like Li Yi to awaken 3 deities is truly a rare wonder in this world. Clan Shifu, Li Yi has always been one to create miracles.
Song Badong couldn't help but laugh heartily. Old Song, don't flatter me. How could one create miracles repeatedly?
This has already surpassed the capabilities of ordinary men. I dare not hope he can keep this up forever. As long as he succeeds this time, I can rest in peace when I pass away, having lived up to my role as the clan chief of the Huaxia family. Clan Shifu shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with both anticipation and a hint of disbelief. Though Song Badong appeared calm and composed on the surface, the pressure weighing on his mind was greater than ever before. After all, even Clan Shifu had personally come to witness this attempt. He understood clearly that Fu had come with an evaluative mission.
He could only hope that Li Yi would once again succeed in awakening the divine spirit, and that absolutely no mishap would occur.
Whoosh! Inside the helicopter, besides Li Yi, was Song Xian, tasked with the crucial responsibility of live streaming the event. After completing their final preparations, the 2 exchanged a knowing glance and nodded firmly to each other. Then, Li reached out, gently lifted Song Xian, and plunged from over 20 meters high.
Ah!
Song Xian screamed in terror, clutching Li Yi's waist tightly with both hands. Her eyes remained shut the entire time, not daring to open them even once until her feet touched the ground.
It's Li Yi. That's Li Yi.
Startled by this scene descending from the sky, the tourists recognized the figures and erupted into excited shouts.
Holy crap, it's Yi Shun. It's really him. Distant tourists, drawn by the commotion, surged toward them like a tidal wave. Holy crap, it really is Brother Yi. Brother Yi fooled those media jerks again. Ha! Good thing I couldn't get tickets to Shihu earlier. Coming here today was pure luck. Holy crap, what a stroke of luck. To actually witness the awakening of a god in person. God Yi, you're the best. I love you.
Cheers erupted in waves across the scene. Chapter 71, Jinshan Temple awakens the divine Xiaoqian.
What the hell is China playing at? First they say one thing, then they flip-flop. Have they no shame left? Outrageous. China clearly doesn't hold us nations in any regard. Just as expected. China has taught me another lesson.
Half an hour before the awakening ceremony, the Temple of Reverence leaked the news.
When this news reached the international networks, divine envoys from various nations heard that China had changed the awakening location once more.
One by one, they gritted their teeth in fury, unable to suppress their angry curses. Journalists and media crews from around the world who had rushed to West Lake early to secure prime spots nearly smashed their cameras upon hearing the news.
Anger aside, the main event couldn't be delayed. Reluctantly, they pulled out their phones and obediently clicked into Song Xian's livestream.
At that moment, at Jinshan Temple, Song Xian held her phone aloft, her face filled with apology as she addressed the viewers in her livestream. My dear viewers, I'm truly sorry about this. As a small-time streamer, I'm not entirely sure why the location changed. But since we've chosen to move the awakening site, it must be to increase the chances of success.
I hope you'll understand. I don't mind at all.
As long as we can awaken the deity, anything goes. Still that familiar vibe, familiar scene, and familiar EGE.
If we hadn't changed locations, it would have felt boring, honestly.
Streamer, tell us what are the odds EGE succeeds in awakening the deity this time?
Countless messages scrolled across the live stream screen, a deluge of bullet comments nearly filling the entire display. Viewership skyrocketed from a mere handful of viewers at the start to over 300,000 at this moment. Fortunately, the platform had learned from past experiences and opened a dedicated bandwidth channel for Song Xian.
Even with a million viewers simultaneously watching, the stream remained smooth and lag-free. Divine being awakened, bound to Xiaoqing the green snake, story source, White Snake 2. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Li glanced at the time on his phone, then looked up at the live stream camera. Friends watching on your phones, it's great to see you all again.
I won't waste time with pleasantries, let's dive straight into the main event. The story we're about to share, I'm sure many of you have already guessed what it is.
That's right.
It's the story of Xiaoqing from the legend of the White Snake.
The news sent the entire internet into a frenzy.
Among the many adaptations of the White Snake legend, Xiaoqing makes relatively few appearances and isn't a particularly prominent character. Yet despite this, many viewers still hold her in high regard. After all, a snake maiden like Xiaoqing who would sacrifice everything for her sister is truly rare in real life. When Little Bai was awakened, many silently wished that Li Yi would awaken this deity, Xiaoqing. Yet upon hearing the news, figures like Fujiwara Koji of the Neon Nation, Yama, the supreme leader of the Indian divine cult, and Fan Di, the Pope of the Great Northern Divine Emperor's Holy See, all burst into laughter. So far, the two deities awakened by China have never dared reveal their divine realms, clearly just second-rate trash.
Dealing with snakes day in and day out, what future does China have? Have they run out of deities to awaken? What is that old Chinese saying again? The Chen donkey has exhausted its tricks? Brother E, I adore Xiaoqing. You absolutely must awaken her divine power. Once we can harness that divine energy, I'll be the first in line, I won't let you down, E. Bro, forget all that. I'll love whatever deity you awaken.
Money's tight, but for China's future, I'll send a rocket watch to show my support.
Go for it, God E. Domestic netizens understood the preciousness of deities.
To them, any deity, even the most seemingly insignificant one, was a rare treasure, not something to be picky about. Today, we begin with the tale of flooding the Golden Temple.
And so the tale began. The livestream fell silent almost instantly.
Even the foreign netizens who had been shouting garbage deity moments ago couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen intently. The story itself was not complicated. It centered on the season of awakening, when Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing's powers were at their peak. The sisters decided to journey to Jinshan Temple that day to rescue Su Xian, who was preparing to shave his head and become a monk. When the sisters arrived at Jinshan Temple and confronted Fa Hai, they discovered his powers far surpassed their own.
They tried every trick in their arsenal but couldn't defeat him. In a fit of rage, they resolved to flood the temple, hoping to wash it away. Unfortunately, they still couldn't overcome Fa Hai.
Xiao Bai was trapped by Fa Hai's golden bowl and ultimately sealed beneath Leifeng Pagoda, while Xiaoqing was mercilessly sucked away by a mysterious vortex. As the story unfolded, netizens found themselves utterly captivated by this tale, their hearts tightening involuntarily. Oh my goodness, my sweet Xiaoqing, she's been sucked away.
Is she in mortal danger?
Brother, please, I beg you, don't let anything happen to Xiaoqing.
I'll call you Dad, okay? Why, Xiaoqing is so pitiful.
She only has her sister in her heart, no room for romance. How I wish I had a sister who truly cared for me like that.
But where can you find someone like that in real life? Damn it, why is sand always blowing into my eyes? Everyone, calm down. Xiaoqing was just sucked away. There's bound to be a twist. She'll be fine. Li Yi, of course, couldn't hear these comments from the livestream viewers. Standing behind Li Yi, invisible to others, Xiao Bai was already weeping uncontrollably.
The memories of the past had shattered into fragments in her mind, impossible to piece back together into a complete picture. Yet after hearing Li Yi's story, the mere thought of Xiaoqing being sucked into the vortex for her sake made Bai's tears flow uncontrollably. She kept murmuring Xiaoqing under her breath. Li Yi forced his voice to remain steady. He looked up at the sky and earth, finding no signs of any unusual phenomena, and a thread of worry crept into his heart. But he quickly forced himself to dismiss it, exhaling slowly. Failure was nothing to be afraid of. Xiaoqing and Xiao Bai cultivated together for 1,000 years, their sisterly bond profoundly deep.
When Xiao Bai was imprisoned beneath Leifeng Pagoda by Fa Hai, Xiaoqing's heart burned with unwillingness.
She blamed Fa Hai for meddling, resented Su Xian's weakness, and hated herself for being unable to help her sister. Thus, a fierce determination burned deep within her heart to defeat Fa Hai, destroy the Leifeng Pagoda, and rescue her sister. All to fulfill the promise she had once made, to always be by her sister's side. It was precisely this fierce obsession that cast her into the Azura realm. The moment Li Yi finished speaking, the live chat erupted. Holy crap, it's got that familiar flavor we know and love. No idea how this will end.
Beer, sunflower seeds, peanuts already.
Brothers, let's toast first.
Woohoo, bro, you rock. Xiaoqing, hurry up.
Xiaoqing loves you.
I'll admit you Chinese sure know how to spin a tale. I got pretty hyped just now. But thinking about it, something's off.
All this talk, and not a single spark of action? What the hell am I even watching here? Where are the gods? Where's the chaos? This is it? And this is the Son of God? Well, looks like China's heading back to an age where no gods can be awakened. In the livestream chat, many foreign netizens began taunting again. Far away atop the pagoda, a phone displayed Li Yi's livestream before Fu clan chief and Song Badong.
Fu looked around Jinshan Temple, detecting not a trace of divine power awakening.
Worry crept into his heart. Had his arrival disrupted the natural balance of the cosmos? Song Badong was even more tense, his hands behind his back unconsciously clenching into fists.
Li Yi paid no heed to the chatter in the livestream, continuing his leisurely narration of the Green Snake's various ordeals within Azura City. To make the bridge appear, Xiaoqing challenged the Sea of Heart magic, only to discover that the masked youth was actually a reincarnated fragment of Xiaobai's soul. Just as Xiaoqing conquered her inner demons and stepped onto the bridge, disaster struck.
Xiaoqing, survive. Suddenly, Li Yi transformed into the masked youth from the story, screaming at the top of his lungs. Rumble.
In an instant, the sky darkened abruptly as storm clouds churned and gathered frantically.
Chapter 72, Breaking Through Realms, Reclusive Elders Emerge. The deity has awakened. The deity has truly awakened.
The area around Jinshan Temple was already teeming with people, not only tourists who had come to visit, but even nearby residents had rushed over in droves. Witnessing the awe-inspiring upheaval in the heavens and earth, their eyes reddened with excitement as they cried out in unison. Some elderly folk even knelt involuntarily, their knees touching the ground, reverently bowing toward the sky in worship of the divine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet, those foreign netizens who had just moments ago been sneering and mocking, claiming Li Yi was all bluster and had run out of ideas, now fell into complete, unified silence. Not a single word dared to be sent out. Where are all those idiots who were mocking my bro Li Yi just now? Come out if you've got the guts. Damn it, see if your old man can still deliver? Bunch of cowards. Weren't you all so cocky just now? Ha? Why aren't you saying anything? Got the guts to step up? I didn't bother arguing with you earlier just so you could see how pathetic you look when reality slaps you in the face. Whether you're foreigners or Chinese, if you dare say China has no gods, if you dare question my ego, I won't let it go. I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth and fight you to the bitter end. In the livestream chat, viewers furiously pounded their keyboards, their words brimming with cathartic retorts against the detractors. High atop the tower, Song Badong turned to look at Clan Chief Fu, his face flushed with excitement. The tension that had weighed heavily on his heart slowly dissipated with a long, drawn-out exhale. Chief Fu, his fists clenched tightly, eyes sparkling with excitement and pride, heaped praise upon Li Yi. Excellent! This is truly a blessing for China. After 30 years, our nation can finally hold our heads high. We can finally declare to the world that China lacks not divine beings, but only the exceptional talents capable of awakening them. Indeed, Clan Chief Fu speaks the truth. While many claim our nation has been forsaken by the gods, I have always believed China's divine beings far surpass those of other lands. Song Badong nodded in agreement repeatedly. Zhang Qianyan and others responsible for security at Jinshan Temple witnessed this magnificent celestial spectacle. Their nerves, which had been taut with tension, instantly relaxed. Then, excitement welled up in their eyes in unison. China was about to gain another deity, signifying that the nation's power would grow even stronger and the future would be filled with even more hope. In the blink of an eye, a howling gale swept through, sending sand and stones flying across the land. Roadside plants were pressed flat by the wind, and the lake surrounding Jinshan Temple began to churn violently. From all corners of the land, the power of faith coalesced into dazzling beams of light, streaming into the jade hairpin suspended midair. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the soul. Everyone, look! Is it a divine being appearing? All witnessed a thick column of water erupting from the lake's center, shooting skyward to a height of dozens of meters. Xiaoqing! Xiaoqing! Xiaobai could no longer contain the excitement and longing within her heart. In a flash, she transformed into a white snake and dived into the lake. Immediately, another water column shot skyward. The serpentine necks of the two columns intertwined as they surged toward the heavens, then seemed to transform into crystalline droplets, falling into the opposite lake and sending ripples across its surface. Though the crowd could not see the deity's true form, the lake water, stirred by divine power, took on serpentine shapes. This wondrous spectacle convinced them beyond doubt that this was a miracle manifesting the divine. In that moment, everyone around knelt on the ground with hearts filled with reverence and awe, paying homage to the deity they held in their hearts. Li Yi understood that this kneeling was not merely for Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, but for the yearning for a better life within their hearts, for the hope of China's rising prominence, and for that deep-seated reverence buried within their souls. Divinity Xiaoqing, moved by this heart-rending tale, has awakened. Current awakened deity, Xiaoqing, deity level, mortal spirit 9th grade thunder tribulation layer 1. Gained 3 divine being points. Each divine point grants a century of cultivation. A series of prompts flashed through his mind. A look of disbelief flashed across Li Yi's eyes, but after a moment's thought, he understood the reason. Although the plot of White Snake 2 did not mention Xiaoqing undergoing the tribulation, In the new legend of the White Snake, Xiaoqian faced a heavenly tribulation during her cultivation. She cleverly redirected the tribulation onto a scarecrow, but this inadvertently affected Xiaobai, who was also cultivating nearby.
As a result, Xiaobai was struck by the tribulation and transformed into a small white snake. Use it all. Li Yi hesitated not a moment. Current divine being level, mortal spirit 7th grade. Using all will trigger a thunder tribulation. Use all? Using 2 divine points. Li Yi was genuinely startled by this sudden thunder tribulation warning.
Facing the heavenly tribulation, he had no confidence he could survive unscathed.
Successfully used 2 divine points. Gained 200 years of cultivation. Current divine being level, mortal spirit 9th grade. Remaining points, 1.
A colossal surge of power poured down from the heavens and earth, flooding into Li Yi's body and meticulously refining his flesh and bones. Within mere moments, a crisp crackling sound emanated from every joint and bone in Li Yi's body as the colossal power continuously stored within him. Within him, the 9 netherworld flames were nourished in that instant, blazing fiercely and growing ever more powerful. Li Yi clenched his fists tightly, clearly sensing the surging power within his body, now several times stronger than before.
Such a powerful divine aura?
No, divine auras are bound by the laws of heaven and earth, confined within divine relics.
How could I possibly sense it? Could it be the aura of a super spiritist?
In the land of Neon, atop a snow-capped mountain piercing the clouds, where eternal snow blanketed the peaks, an old man who seemed to blend with the ice and snow had been resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he snapped them open, his gaze filled with confusion. On the backside of the highest peak along the Tianzhu border, where biting cold winds raged year-round, making it unbearable for ordinary people, an old man with a long beard sat quietly on a rock. He slowly opened his eyes.
Such an aura, it must be of the 8th rank. Could someone be summoning a deity to descend upon the mortal realm? Yet why does it carry the scent of mortals? Judging by the direction the power emanates from, could it be from Huaxia?
In a marshland of northern Europe, another elderly man with a prominent nose, enveloped in holy light, had been guarding this place for years.
At that moment, he too abruptly opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment flickering in his gaze. Could it be the awakening of a nature deity? Otherwise, no mortal could possess such divine aura. China, Black Bear Village. Elder Hong, Elder Qian, and Elder Huang were leisurely playing chess. As if sensing something, all 3 abruptly turned their heads toward the south, their expressions tinged with astonishment. Strange. Could that little child have awakened a deity?
No, judging by this aura, it carries both divine power and the essence of a super spiritual being.
It's truly bizarre. That seems unlikely. Divine power is strictly bound by the laws of heaven and earth. It can only be sensed near ancient ruins. Old Hong, holding a black stone, pondered for a moment before stating with certainty, but who could possibly possess such terrifying divine aura? It's truly perplexing.
Within the Wind Palace of the Tianzhu divine cult,
Yama and the elders witnessed the entire process of the Chinese deities awakening through the projector.
A layer of gloom shrouded each of their faces as a profound sense of threat surged within them. Earlier, when Li Yi had spoken at length in the livestream without any action, they had mocked China's apparent lack of resources. But now, laughter had vanished from their faces, replaced by profound unease. After all, no one wished to see their neighboring nation grow powerful enough to threaten their own standing.
Crash.
Perhaps driven by fears for the future, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Yama's eyes. In a fit of rage, he slammed his fist into the projector, the immense force shattering the machine into pieces. He stared at the others,
silent for a long moment. China has yet to officially announce a single deity-level being. If he isn't second-rate, then he's immensely powerful.
The son of the Chinese god must die.
This man has become a grave threat to our nation. Indeed. I believe our plan against him should be executed immediately.
Whether we eliminate him or find a way to contain him, we cannot allow him to continue awakening gods and strengthening China's power.
Master, I have an idea. Do you all recall the cursed ring our sect acquired a year ago?
As they debated their course of action, Elder Jasang swept his gaze across the group and spoke slowly.
You mean the ogre ghoul, Pizache?
At this mention, brows shot up in unison.
Chapter 73, Mastering Xiaoqian's Secret Technique, The Methods of Tianzhu. The elders fell into silence. To the people of Tianzhu, the giant ghoul Bishaji was a terrifying demon.
A year prior, on the northern lands of Tianzhu, it had unleashed a horrific catastrophe beyond imagination. It all began when a young boy, newly imbued with divine power, accidentally came into possession of a mysterious ring. When he channeled his divine energy into it, he never imagined he would summon a monstrous creature of colossal proportions. Feasting on human corpses, legend claimed it could swallow 5 adults whole with a single gaping maw, leaving a trail of blood across the land wherever it roamed. The celestial cult learned of this and exhausted all efforts to comb through various scriptures and records. Finally, within an unassuming ancient stone stele, they discovered the legend of this demon. Legend held that this giant demon was the most terrifying spirit in the Naraka hells, its appearance invariably heralding death. To quell this calamity, the Tianzhu sect paid an exorbitant price, even specially inviting a mysterious figure from seclusion.
Only then did they manage to cast the demon back into Naraka Hell and ultimately seal the ring. Elder Sanji, the entrance to Naraka Hell has malfunctioned in China. Even if we activate this ring, the ogre likely won't be able to break through, right? And Elder looked at Elder Sanji with concern.
Elder Sanji narrowed his eyes slightly.
Fellow elders, though the entrance to Naraka Hell is compromised, the power of the Bishajia is immense.
Once the ring is activated, the force it unleashes will surely shatter the current barriers. But once unleashed, with China's current capabilities, it could turn the land into a living hell and potentially spread to other nations.
Another elder crossed his arms.
Elder Jiesong scanned the assembly and raised his voice.
Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to ourselves. For our nation's future prosperity, this is the best course. We cannot miss this chance to strike China.
If they continue to grow stronger, our nation will have no chance of victory.
Elder Jiesong is correct. Let us arrange for agents to infiltrate China.
I am certain that once the ring is activated, even if the Naraka Hell is sealed by some force, the power of the demons will easily break through.
A ruthless gleam flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Yama as he made the decision without hesitation. Woo-woo, sister. I finally see you. At Jinshan Temple, the celestial phenomena gradually dissipated.
Xiaoqing's figure appeared on the lake's surface, tears of excitement welling in her eyes as she eagerly clutched Xiaobai's hand.
Xiaoqing.
Xiaobai pulled Xiaoqing tightly into his embrace, tears streaming down his face. Truthfully, Xiaobai knew nothing about the events in Azura City. He had no idea that the masked youth in the play was actually a reincarnation of his own soul fragment, nor did he understand the reasons behind it.
Had Li Yi not recounted the entire story, Xiaobai could never have imagined the immense hardships Xiaoqing endured for his sake. Sister, what's really going on? How did I end up here? And I can't remember so many things. Xiaoqing looked utterly bewildered as she asked. Xiaoqing, this world is completely different from the one we originally lived in.
Xiaobai then explained in detail to Xiaoqing about the deities and the laws governing heaven and earth. After finishing, she pointed toward Li Yi nearby and whispered a few words into Xiaoqing's ear.
What? He's a Xian? That's Su Xian? Xiaoqing gasped in astonishment. No wonder he knows so much. But that doesn't make sense. Was A Xian also caught up in the events of Azura City? Xiaoqing, A Xian has changed completely.
He's become incredibly powerful, no longer the weak and helpless Su Xian of the past.
You absolutely mustn't judge him by his former self anymore. Xiaobai reminded her earnestly. Sister, let Xiaoqing test his abilities.
Xiaoqing clearly remained skeptical. Her form abruptly shifted into a massive green serpent. She reared her head high, opened her gaping maw, and lunged fiercely toward Li Yi.
Boom! Li Yi was no longer the helpless novice he once was.
With a light tap of his feet on the ground, he leapt into the air, appearing directly above Xiaoqing's head. Clenching his fist and channeling all his strength, he delivered a devastating punch downward. Xiaoqing, having just awakened, couldn't yet wield her power freely. Caught off guard by this sudden blow, she was utterly defenseless and plummeted into the water.
Oh no! This can't be!
Xiaoqing awkwardly shifted back into human form, her face frozen in astonishment. Staring at Li Yi, who landed steadily on the ground, she seethed with resentment. Before she could finish her sentence, she began transforming back into her wolf form. I didn't focus my power just now.
Let's do this again.
Xiaoqing, stop fooling around.
Every time Xian awakens a deity, his power surges dramatically. Right now, you're only marginally stronger than him.
Besides, you've just been awakened and haven't mastered controlling the power within your body yet. Defeating him at this stage is simply too difficult. Xiaobai feared Xiaoqing might act impulsively again. Xiaoqing pouted, huffing in displeasure. She grabbed Xiaobai's hand and stomped her feet in a tantrum.
Sis, why are you still defending him? He just punched me, you know. But
Xiaobai couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle.
Li Yi's earlier punch had been an exceptional effort. Another one like that might not necessarily send Xiaoqing flying into the water again.
The surrounding tourists had no idea what was happening. All they saw was the lake water, driven by some mysterious force, coalesce into a majestic water dragon. Then Li Yi suddenly leapt high into the air and slammed a powerful punch into the dragon's head. Finally, everything vanished into thin air. Xiaobai, I need to comprehend Xiaoqing's power now. Tell her to stop causing trouble. Li Yi said with an exasperated expression. Xiaoqing was displeased, her cheeks puffed out in anger.
What are you talking about? Who's causing trouble? If you're so sure, let's do it again. Xiaoqing.
Xiaobai could only give her a helpless glare, signaling her to stop being stubborn. Only then did Xiaoqing reluctantly pout and give in.
Absorbing divine technique.
Target of insight, Xiaoqing. Comprehended, green snake phantom step, a unique body technique mastered by Xiaoqing from her signature skill phantom flying knife.
Consists of 6 tiers. When perfected, grants unfathomable mobility. A strange power surged into his mind.
Li Yi slowly closed his eyes, focusing intently as he studied the memories imbued with this mysterious power.
Time slipped away unnoticed.
With the staff's patient persuasion, most of the surrounding visitors had gradually dispersed.
Hey, hostess, what's brother E doing? He's been sitting here for nearly half a day. Meanwhile, the online world remained bustling.
In Song Xian's livestream, gifts kept flooding the screen. Song Xian patiently explained to everyone. After awakening the deity, Brother E will attempt to communicate with it to gain its power. The duration of this process is uncertain. On that small island in Japan, it took him nearly 2 days to comprehend it.
If you have things to do, go ahead and take care of them. No need to wait here. Get some rest early, okay? Time continued to pass at its own leisurely pace.
The sky gradually darkened. Apart from Zhang Qianyan leading his men in maintaining high alert and guarding the perimeter vigilantly against any unexpected incidents, everyone else had already left Jinshan Temple.
Song Badong accompanied Clan Chifu as they departed.
The two had intended to greet Li Yi and inquire about the deity's level, but seeing him deeply immersed in comprehending the divine power, they quietly slipped away. As dawn broke, an airplane slowly descended from the skies and landed at Tiannan City Airport. A masked man, carrying luggage, hurriedly exited the airport. His arrival drew no particular attention.
Hello, this is the address. The man pulled out his phone, translated the destination into Chinese using a translation app, and handed it to the driver. The driver glanced at the address on the phone. This place isn't open to the public right now. As a foreigner, you probably won't be able to get in. How about I take you to see some other attractions in Tiannan City? The man shook his head at the translation app. It's fine. I just want to get a feel for it. Looking from outside is enough. Alright then.
The driver couldn't shake the feeling that this Indian man was strange, with a sinister aura about him that didn't seem trustworthy. The man's destination was none other than Lanke Temple. Just a few days ago, many foreigners would have visited Lanke Temple. But since Jinshan Temple successfully awakened the spirit Xiaoqian yesterday, most tourists had flocked there instead. The driver dropped the man off at Lanke Temple and quietly slipped to the management office to report the situation.
Let's go check it out.
Two divine messengers, following the driver's description, quickly approached the man and blocked his path. Come with us.
What do you want? Am I not allowed in here? Can't I just leave?
A flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes.
He absent-mindedly touched the ring on his finger, realizing it would take time to activate.
He turned to leave, feigning composure.
Stop right there.
The two divine envoys keenly sensed something amiss and swiftly charged forward, preparing to seize the man.
Chapter 74, Crisis Approaches, Troll. You're asking for death.
A fierce glint flashed in the Indian man's eyes. Without hesitation, he channeled his inner power and unleashed a punch toward one of the divine envoys.
3 divine seals? The attacked divine envoy dodged sideways, his face filled with astonishment.
Realizing this man was no ordinary foe, he instantly shouted behind him, Su Hong, go get reinforcements.
Hurry. We can't handle this guy alone. Xin Lang, watch your back.
The divine envoy called Su Hong was a man in his 30s, not particularly tall. Hearing this, he sprang backward, sprinting swiftly away.
Boom.
The Indian man threw another punch.
Xin Lang couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the blow.
A wave of excruciating pain washed over him as he flew backward like a crashing heavily onto the ground behind him.
With merely 2 divine seals, you dare obstruct me, Akita? You're courting death.
The man calling himself Akid scanned his surroundings, his gaze quickly settling on the eerie black patch near the entrance of Lanke Temple.
He realized this was the gateway to the Naraka Hell.
He shot a cold glance at Xin Lang, sprawled on the ground, then sprinted toward the dark zone.
Stop right there.
Xin Lang, filled with unwillingness, struggled to rise and give chase, but his legs gave way. With a thud, he crashed heavily back to the ground. After reporting the situation to his superiors, Su Hong hurried over with several divine messengers from Lanke Temple.
Seeing Xin Lang lying motionless on the ground, he rushed forward, anxiously demanding, where is he? Where did that bastard go? The passageway. He ran toward the passageway.
Xin Lang's face was deathly pale as he pointed toward the darkness, his voice strained.
Damn it! How dare he come to our territory and cause trouble?
Su Hong and the others were furious beyond words and charged forward immediately. Before they could get close, the sound of intense combat erupted ahead. It turned out the dark zone was always guarded by 2 dedicated men from the Temple of Reverence, Zhou Weiguo and Wang Jiqiang.
Seeing Akai charging toward them, they didn't hesitate for a second and immediately stepped forward to block his path.
I didn't want to draw attention, but since you insist on interfering, you're all going to die.
Akai, enraged and humiliated, pulled a red crystal sphere from his robe.
Sealed within the orb appeared to be a winged, human-bodied, minotaur-headed monster, faintly emanating an aura of evil. As he chanted incantations, the orb slowly rose into the air, and swirling masses of black energy surged violently from within. In an instant, the dark vapors coalesced into the form of the creature within the crystal. It possessed a massive wing, a human torso, and the head of a bull, with eerie green flames flickering from its hair. Roar! The monster's first appearance was accompanied by a blood-curdling roar that startled every student gathered near Lanke Temple to establish divine connections. Curiosity piqued, they began to gather around for a closer look, only to be abruptly halted by their teacher's urgent shouts, everyone step back.
Do not approach. Holy, look.
These children, who had only ever seen monster videos on their phones, had never witnessed such a terrifying scene in person.
Their curiosity rooted them to the spot, unwilling to leave easily. A triple divine seal super spirit user? Zhou Weiguo sensed the divine power aura of Akid, his expression turning grim. When he saw the summoned monster, his heart sank. However, monsters summoned without a grand ritual like this one were activated by residual divine power, and their strength varied. Take the sea priest, for instance. The power within the fragmentary painting was terrifying. The monster activated within the crystal ball was only one tier stronger than everyone present. Even so, with his current strength, he stood no chance against it. He urgently shouted to Wang Jiqiang, get those kids out of here immediately. I'll hold it off.
Brother Zhang, you just broke through the third divine seal. Doing this could cause your seal to fall at any moment.
Wang Jiqiang pleaded urgently, his face etched with worry. What time is it now? Cut the crap and go. Zhou Weiguo roared, his body surging forward as he unleashed a punch toward Akid. He had no intention of confronting the monster directly. He understood the principle of taking down the king to subdue the bandits. As long as he could defeat the summoner deprived of divine power, the monster would vanish naturally. Boom!
However, the winged minotaur monster, its head ablaze with green flames, moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Zhou Weiguo and delivered a punch that sent him flying.
Put!
Zhou Weiguo felt his blood surge violently within him.
A metallic taste filled his throat as he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill them!
Akid pointed his finger viciously at the crowd before him, issuing a cold command.
How dare you come to China and act so brazenly? Stop!
At that moment, a furious shout erupted from behind them as Su Hong and the others arrived just in time. They had intended to attack Akid from behind, but the winged monster spotted them. It spun around and delivered a punch that sent all of them crashing to the ground. Over a dozen people near Lanke Temple, alerted by the commotion, quickly converged on the scene. They were divine envoys from various branches of the Temple of Reverence, escorting students to Lanke Temple. Seeing the crowd swell, Akid knew he couldn't delay any longer. He hastily pulled the ring from his left hand and began frantically channeling his power into it. Hum! The ring slowly floated into the air, emitting a series of deep, rumbling booms. The once clear skies above Lanke Temple were suddenly engulfed by a thick blanket of dark clouds, within which dazzling bolts of lightning flashed.
What's happening?
The onlookers all looked up at the sky, a chill running up their spines from the soles of their feet, goosebumps instantly rising all over their bodies.
Everyone get out of here! Quickly! Don't you all value your lives? Why are you still standing here staring like fools?
Wang Jiqiang bellowed at the crowd. Only then did the teachers from various schools snap out of their daze. They shouted at their students, everyone follow your teacher.
Move it!
Swoosh! The frightened students trembled, then spun around and sprinted backward, fleeing in a panic. Within the seal of the Naraga passage, a sudden, thunderous rumbling echoed. Nie Xiaoqian, who had been quietly meditating at the entrance of the seal, was startled awake by the sudden noise. Her eyes snapped open, filled with astonishment. Though she had heard similar sounds before, none had ever felt so heart-stoppingly terrifying. The rumbling grew louder and louder. The malevolent spirits that had been surrounding the entrance to the seal went frenzied, roaring with abnormal excitement as they attacked the seal with even greater ferocity and power.
Nie Xiaoqian's heart sank.
She hurriedly transmitted her voice, young master, something terrible is happening. It seems a terrifying creature is trying to break free from the seal.
The evil spirits have revolted. Xiaoqian, if things go wrong, you must ensure your own safety.
Li Yi, who had been meditating with eyes closed at Jinshan Temple to sense Xiaoqing's power, suddenly snapped his eyes open.
He whipped his head around and shouted to Zhang Qinyan nearby, Uncle Zhang.
Arrange a helicopter immediately to take me to Lanhua Temple. Then report to Dean Song something's gone terribly wrong in the Naraka Hell. Inside a helicopter bound for Tiannan City. Song Badong was accompanying Clan Shifu on their return journey when he suddenly received several urgent calls.
Song Badong's expression turned grave. Noticing his expression, Clan Shifu sensed something major was unfolding and urgently asked, "What's happened? Your face tells me this is serious something?"
"The very thing I feared has come to pass."
"Remember when I briefed you about the Naraka Hell?" Song Badong replied quickly. "I remember.
It was the Indians pulling strings behind the scenes." Clan Shifu recalled after a moment.
"Lately, there have been frequent abnormal disturbances inside. Zhang Qianyan just called Li Yi said a riot broke out in the hell. And just now, one of my men reported that a Tianju man appeared at Lanhua Temple, summoning some kind of monster." Song Badong explained rapidly, pulling out his phone as he spoke to dispatch personnel. "Lanhua Temple is a crucial sacred site of our nation. It must not be destroyed. Should the deities vanish, it would spell immense disaster for our land." Clan Shifu's expression turned grave as he issued crucial directives.
Song Badong nodded solemnly, dialing several numbers in quick succession to swiftly deploy his forces.
The first call went to the relevant departments in Tiannan City.
His tone was stern as he demanded they immediately proceed to the vicinity of Lanke Temple to evacuate personnel. The second call went to the headquarters of the Temple of Divine Reverence, issuing a decisive order to immediately dispatch all divine messengers and super spiritualists within the vicinity of Tiannan City to Lanke Temple to prevent the catastrophe. The third call went to the Tiannan City garrison base, requesting support with conventional weapons. In short, the threat must be eliminated at Lanke Temple at all costs. Chapter 75, Xiaoqian suppresses the seal. In the sky, helicopters streaked toward the airspace above Lanke Temple. The first to arrive were members of the 10th Squadron from the Tiannan City garrison base. Their leader, Captain Sun He, was a super spiritualist bearing 2 divine marks. In China, super spiritualists were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, each one invaluable. The military spared no expense annually to recruit such talents, yet the ranks remained woefully depleted.
Men. This mission is critical.
Our adversary is unlike anything we've faced before, a malevolent spirit-type monster, accompanied by a foreign super spirit bearing 3 divine marks.
Sun He bellowed through the earpiece, deployment begins now. Everyone, follow orders without question.
Yes. A crisp, unified chorus echoed through the headsets. Assault Trooper Jia, your primary task is to disrupt that supernatural being, creating openings for our rear support.
Sniper Xiaoyan, upon exiting the helicopter, immediately secure a high vantage point and lock onto the supernatural being. Rocket Launcher Dakwan, your mission is to lock onto the monster. Don't hold back on ammunition, blow that thing to smithereens.
Heavy Weapons Operator Ahau, you're tasked with creating an opening for the entire team to deliver the killing blow.
Roger.
The team members responded in unison through their headsets. Before long, helicopters hovered steadily above the entrance to Lanke Temple. At the entrance of Lanke Temple, Zhou Weiguo was leading over a dozen divine messengers from the Temple of Reverence in a desperate battle against the monstrous creature whose head blazed with eerie green flames. The creature possessed astonishing strength.
A single casual swipe of its claw instantly left one divine messenger's chest a bloody mess.
A mere flutter of its wings sent 4 or 5 others crashing to the ground. Fear spread across the faces of the remaining divine messengers who still managed to stand.
Boom!
From a helicopter above, rocket launcher operator Daichuan steadied his RPG on his shoulder and fired decisively at the monster below.
With a deafening boom, the powerful shockwave from the explosion sent the monster reeling back several meters.
Only then did Zhou Weiguo and the others narrowly escape the monster's fierce assault.
Fire relentlessly.
Sun He immediately barked the order.
A torrent of bullets poured toward the monster.
However, this creature, its head engulfed in green flames, was not solid. Aside from the shockwave from the explosion, which caused it some minor disruption, other physical attacks had virtually no effect. With a sudden flap of its wings, the colossal creature traced a graceful yet terrifying arc through the air.
Jump!
Sun He's pupils contracted as he bellowed, leaping from the helicopter without hesitation. The other team members followed suit, jumping down without a moment's delay.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The monster swept through the air, instantly detonating 4 or 5 helicopters as flames shot skyward. Fortunately, the helicopters hovered only 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Though the jumping team members were not in mortal danger, they were thrown into a dazed and painful state.
Every soldier in Squad 10 wore expressions of utter disbelief.
How could such devastating weaponry capable of shattering even an impenetrable heavy tank fail to inflict any meaningful damage on this creature? It worked! Akid, who had been channeling all his power into the weapon, flashed a look of intense excitement in his eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ring suspended in midair emitted an increasingly urgent hum, each note more intense than the last, sending a tingling sensation through their skulls.
Back up! Everyone, retreat immediately!
Zhou Weiguo stared intently at the ring, his heart racing as a strong sense of foreboding washed over him. Roar! The roar seemed to erupt from the deepest recesses of the soul, or perhaps from the chilling depths of hell itself, causing every hair on everyone's body to stand on end. Even Akid slowly retreated, his eyes fixed on the ring in the air. Countless streams of black mist surged wildly from the ring, swirling frantically around it to form a passageway. Through the passage, faint glimpses of hellish scenes could be seen. Within, a colossal monster raged against a mirror-like watery surface. Before this water surface, a woman of unparalleled beauty stood, her hands continuously releasing bursts of energy, desperately reinforcing the barrier.
Who is this woman?
The crowd couldn't help but gasp in horror. The woman in the vision was none other than Nie Xiaoqian.
Under normal circumstances, deities cannot be seen by mortal eyes. Yet under certain extraordinary conditions, they appear clearly within human vision. Roar! At the entrance of the seal, the colossal ogre's every punch slammed viciously against the barrier, inflicting immense damage. Nie Xiaoqian's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat.
The power within her had reached its absolute limit, yet it still couldn't replenish the rapidly depleting energy fast enough. At this rate, she could only hold on for moments longer. She urgently transmitted her voice, "Young master, Xiaoqian fears she cannot endure much longer.
She can manage at most half an incense stick's time. Xiaoqian, I'm almost there." Remember, if it truly comes to that, your safety is paramount. Thank you for caring so deeply, young master. Even if I die, I shall have no regrets. But if this monster breaks the seal, it will surely bring disaster upon countless innocent people. Nie Xiaoqian hesitated no longer. She suddenly opened her mouth and resolutely bit through her tongue. A surge of vital energy instantly transformed into boundless power, surging into the seal. Her face turned as pale as paper in an instant, drained of all color. Roar! The colossal demon within the seal clearly sensed the sudden surge of power at the barrier, plunging into a frenzied rage. Each punch it delivered against the seal sent violent tremors rippling through the surrounding space. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Lanke Temple, there were always those reckless, death-defying souls who, in pursuit of views, secretly lurked nearby, filming the vortex passage formed by the ring. And sure enough, within moments, the person's livestream was flooded with viewers. Viewers watching the monstrous, hideous face of the giant creature within the vortex channel felt their scalps crawl with fear. If that monster were to escape, all of China would likely be plunged into utter ruin. They cursed their own powerlessness, unable to wield divine strength to help in any way. Folks, I'm risking my life to stream this for you all. Hit that follow button, send some light sticks, join the fan club. Next time I'll bring you even more spectacular content. The male streamer shamelessly ignored the dire situation, his words dripping with audacity. His words immediately drew a torrent of angry comments from viewers. What the hell? Who has time for fan club recruitment right now? The male streamer's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Beep beep beep. Helicopters hovered steadily overhead, carrying divine envoys from other branches of the Temple of Reverence. Upon arrival, they immediately joined the fray. Though formidable, the green-flamed monster was overwhelmed by the swarm of divine envoys and forced into retreat. However, as the monster gradually adapted to the combat rhythm, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Divine messengers fell one after another. As the monster's claws closed in, several wounded divine messengers, unable to move, closed their eyes and awaited death. Boom! At that very moment, an icy cold green fire lotus blossomed before the green-flamed monster, which was flapping its wings in preparation for a fierce charge. Terrifying cold instantly froze the monster solid, then exploded with a thunderous roar. The creature shattered into countless ice shards. Li Yi is here? Several divine messengers, hearing the commotion, opened their eyes in excitement. Realizing they had been saved, they turned to look, finding it hard to believe. Had Li Yi really killed the monster so easily? Young master, Xiaoqian can't hold on any longer. Nie Xiaoqian suddenly let out a startled cry before being violently hurled backward by a tremendous force. Roar! Outside, within the vortex formed by the ring, a giant troll tore at the seal with both hands, forcing its head through. This is it. Zhou Weiguo and the others turned as pale as ghosts. Chapter 76, Sending the Troll to Heavenly India. Mr. Li is here. It's Mr. Li. Zhou Weiguo whipped his head around and spotted the figure flying toward them. Recognizing Li Yi, he shouted excitedly to the others. The crystal ball shattered under the terrifying cold emanating from the nether fire. Akid watched helplessly as his crystal orb was destroyed, grinding his teeth in fury and roaring, "You're all doomed. Doomed. Ha! No one in this world can defeat this giant ghoul, the Bishajia. What the hell is he babbling about? He says it's the ogre Bishajia. A giant? Could it be the Bishajia that ravaged northern India a year ago?" At this news, Zhou Weiguo and the others felt their hearts sink, their faces turning ashen. They vividly recalled the records in the Temple of Divine Reverence detailing the atrocities of the Indian ogre Bishajia. The monster's appearance had reduced a county town of over 100,000 people to ruins. The Indian divine cult had paid a devastating price to banish this demon back to hell. Those despicable scoundrels from Tianzhu. Beasts! The group cursed furiously. Ha! All of you shall die. Having lost his treasure, Akid descended into utter madness. With a deafening roar, he bolted toward the exit in a desperate flight for his life. The figure about to land in the air was none other than Li Yi. His expression cold and stern, he swept his hand forward in a sudden, fierce slash. A razor-sharp sword intent flashed, slicing through Akid in an instant. Akid had no chance to react, sliced cleanly in two on the spot. Only as his body hit the ground did his eyes widen in terror, as if he couldn't believe his fate even in death. This monster's aura rivals that of a ninth-rank mortal spirit. Li Yi frowned slightly, turning his gaze to fixate on Bishash, who was nearly fully emerged. Instantly, he channeled his power frantically into his fingers, pushing the heavenly cloud sword intent to its absolute limit. His fingers flickered. In an instant, a colossal sword chi flashed through the air. Where the ring had been, a startling spatial fissure appeared. Every object along the fissure's path was cleanly severed in two. Yet strangely, only the ring and the released vortex passage remained utterly intact. Shen, this ring is strange. It evaded the laws of heaven and earth, summoning this monster into the world. Xiao Bai's figure silently materialized behind Li Yi, his expression grave as he spoke. Summon? Li Yi's strike missed its mark, and his brow furrowed even deeper. Exactly. Once this monster enters the mortal realm, it's no longer bound by the laws of heaven and earth.
It can unleash its full power without restraint. Xiao Baiyu explained.
At that moment, Xiaoqing emerged from the jade hairpin, her voice urgent.
Sister, can we two really not defeat this monster?
Xiaobai shook her head helplessly and sighed, of course we can. Though this monster is powerful, it remains no match for us as long as it hasn't endured the baptism of the thunder tribulation.
But we're constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, limiting our movements.
We can only act within a Xian's vicinity, unable to unleash our full power. Beyond a certain range, our strength is greatly diminished.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this. Upon hearing of course we can, Xiaoqing couldn't contain her excitement. She let out a loud cry and eagerly prepared to charge in.
Wait. With our 3 cultivation levels, killing this monster is easy, but we can't undo the mistake they made. Plus, Xiaoqian is injured.
It's better to send it back.
When Li Yi heard Zhou Weiguo mention the giant demon was a Pisacana, he understood its origins.
Bishagia has appeared in numerous films and anime.
The Indian movie The Curse of Bishagia depicts it in detail, portraying it as a terrifying demon that devours negative energy and souls. Additionally, in the storyline of the game Honkai Impact 3rd, the Bishagia is a colossal Honkai beast, its appearance bearing a striking resemblance to the crawler-class Honkai beasts.
In the anime adaptation of Persona 5, it manifests as a persona mask. Numerous legends about the Pisacha circulate in Indian folklore.
Some claim it is born from Brahma's wrath, while others call them the offspring of Kasyapa. As the creator god of India, Brahma stands on par with the primordial lord of the 3 purities in Chinese mythology. The titan born from his wrath is naturally formidable beyond measure. Li Yi had long suspected that the disturbances in the Naraka hells were orchestrated by India, but he had never found concrete evidence.
Evidence no longer mattered. Since the enemy dared to strike first, he would repay them 100-fold.
Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Bisaka finally tore through the seal with his 2 powerful arms and slowly crawled out of the vortex. Seeing daylight again, he spread his arms wide and let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. The ring, seemingly having fulfilled its summoning purpose, quickly shed the black mist swirling around it and plummeted toward the ground.
Li Yi activated the Azure Serpent Phantom step beneath his feet, leaving afterimages in his wake.
With lightning-fast reflexes, he caught the ring firmly in his grasp.
Divine Power Collector detects the essence of deities.
By selecting divine figures and disseminating their legends, it increases popular belief, awakening the deity to grant divine power and elevate one's own divine rank.
Divine being popularization, none selected. What's going on? Could this ring awaken that monster as a deity? Li Yi was bewildered by the prompt in his mind.
Thud! 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 Roar! The ogre Bishage, seeing this, flew into a rage. As if sensing the ring's profound connection to him, he chased after it madly, yet could not lay a finger on the target's form. Enraged, he let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens.
What? Zhou Weiguo was utterly dumbfounded.
Li Yi seemed inhuman. The ogre's massive frame could have crushed him in a single stride, yet he was being toyed with like a ball.
Xiaoqian, how are you holding up? Li Yi pulled back, discovering the green snake phantom step was remarkably practical, allowing him to move at will.
To his eyes, the troll now seemed as clumsy and ridiculous as a fool.
Xiaoqian's response echoed in his mind almost instantly. Young master, I'm fine for now. Please be extremely careful. I'm terribly sorry I can't help you defeat this monster.
Xiaoqian, take care of yourself first. I'll send this monster back to its home, then come see you.
Li Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Young master, that might just turn its home upside down, don't you think?
They deserve it. Li Yi snorted coldly, then shouted inwardly, Xiaobai, Xiaoqiang, restrain this monster for me. Xiaobai and Xiaoqiang immediately flew toward the monster. A ball of energy appeared in their palms, enveloping the creature. Roar! The giant ogre Bishaji let out an agonized scream as the 2 spheres of energy suppressed it.
Xian, we can't move, it'll nullify our power.
Carry us both.
Xiaobai cried out. Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed red, but defeating the monster took precedence over her embarrassment.
She turned to Li Yi, her face burning hot.
Ha! You two need to lose weight, huh?
Li Yi, oblivious to Xiaoqing's thoughts, moved swiftly between the 2 women, wrapping his arms around their slender waists. He was stunned by their immense weight. Had his cultivation not surged dramatically, he might not have been able to hold them.
Hey, we're holding up a monster. Of course we're heavy. Xiaoqing was furious. Put. Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle.
Li Yi glanced left and right to assess their position, deciding to circle around the coast toward Tianju. He immediately began running toward the distance.
Li Yi?
This scene scared Zhou Weiguo, Wang Jiqian, Su Hong, Sun He, and the others half to death. They couldn't see Xiaobai or Xiaoqing, only the giant troll charging toward Li Yi overhead. Beep beep beep. Before long, helicopters began arriving one after another above Lanrua Temple. Zhang Qianyan finally arrived with the divine messengers from the headquarters of the Temple of Divine Worship. Everyone had braced for the worst, but seeing the scene surprisingly calm, they all froze in shock.
Zhang Qianyan asked in confusion, Weiguo, what's going on? Where are Li Yi and that monster? It carried them away. That way.
Everyone pointed in unison toward the direction Li Yi had vanished.
Carried away? What do you mean? That monster is a tripod? How could it be carried away? Zhang Qianyan was even more bewildered.
Zhou Weigua climbed to his feet with a wry smile and recounted what he had witnessed.
What? Zhang Qianyan was equally startled, having never heard of such a thing. You mean Li Yi carried that enormous monster away?
Everyone nodded repeatedly, sharing a collective wry smile. Zhang Qianyan could only join them in a wry smile where he stood.
Captain Zhang, look, Li Yi is running toward the coast.
At that moment, a divine messenger behind them pulled out a phone, playing a video just posted by netizens. The footage clearly showed Li Yi charging toward the sea while carrying the giant monster on his back.
Zhang Qianyan immediately pulled out his own phone and dialed Li Yi's number.
He expected the call to go unanswered, but to his surprise, it connected smoothly. On the other end came Li Yi's voice, "Uncle Zhang, I was just about to call you."
Li Yi, what happened? Why are you running with that giant troll? Are you being controlled, or are you controlling it? I'm coming to rescue you right now. Zhang Qianyan fired off a barrage of questions. Li Yi's awkward laughter came through the phone. Uncle Zhang, relax. The giant troll can't control me yet.
Since this thing was conjured by those Indians, we can't just hold it for them.
We've got to send it right back to them, exactly as they made it. What? Zhang Qianyan's eyes widened in shock. Doing this would completely shatter diplomatic relations between the two countries. But since the Indians had summoned the troll, the facade was already shattered. What was there left to discuss about morality and righteousness?
Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction.
Ha ha!
I can just imagine the Indian cult scrambling to deal with this monster.
I'll send someone to follow you immediately. Chapter 77, the troll has arrived, please accept it. Qianyan, where did the monster go? Just as Zhang Qianyan ended his call, the helicopter carrying Song Baodong touched down smoothly.
He hurried off the helicopter, instantly sensing the unusual atmosphere on the scene.
Director, we've got a bit of a problem.
Zhang Qianyan wore a pained expression as he proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to Song Baodong in meticulous detail.
What? To India? As expected, Song Baodong's expression turned complex upon hearing Li Yi and the giant monster's destination.
Nevertheless, he silently breathed a sigh of relief that the immediate threat to China had been averted. After a long moment, he looked up and smiled bitterly.
Since India has shown no mercy, we can't be blamed for returning the favor. But after this incident, relations between our two countries will likely deteriorate rapidly and become tense. This should have been done ages ago.
Damn it, those bastards spend all day resorting to underhanded, dirty tricks. If they'd just fought fair and square, I'd have respected them as men of honor.
Zhang Qianyan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Song Baodong wasn't one to hesitate either. After a moment's thought, he promptly ordered Zhang Qianyan to immediately select elite personnel to accompany Li Yi, ensuring they were prepared for any unforeseen incidents along the way.
Yes, sir.
Zhang Qianyan stood ramrod straight, his reply booming. Not long after,
a fleet of helicopters sped toward the sea.
Over the sea,
the giant demon Bishaji was firmly restrained by the mysterious power released from Xiaoqing and Xiaobai's palms. It struggled desperately to break free from this invisible restraint, yet all its efforts proved futile. All it could manage were hysterical, furious roars. The roar was so terrifying that even the clouds in the sky scattered in fear. Following the route planned by Li Yi, they took a detour by sea, eventually passing through Nanhua, Taigua, and Myanmar before finally reaching India. No one could have foreseen that, upon entering the territory of Nanhua, Xiaobai and Xiaochang would become extremely weakened in both stamina and strength due to the prolonged, sustained exertion of their powers. The giant troll seized this opening, surging with sudden strength and breaking free from its bonds. Li Yi could swear to heaven it wasn't intentional. He deliberately made Xiaobai and Xiaochang let go. After all, why did Nanhua constantly stab China in the back? Panic instantly gripped Nanhua. Countless citizens began fleeing, cursing the bastards who had driven away the troll, calling them inhuman. Terrified that these three would be difficult to deal with, the giant troll, once free, immediately took off running for its life. Li Yi's ultimate target had always been Tianzhu. Seeing this, he joined forces with Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, driving the giant troll forward from three directions. Thus, an ill-fated road of death spanning three nations, Nanhua, Taigua, and Myanmar, emerged. Wherever the trolls passed, mountains and rivers were mercilessly flattened, skyscrapers collapsed in an instant, reduced to ruins. Fortunately, when the troll appeared, local residents promptly captured footage and swiftly uploaded it online. Upon seeing the footage, the governments of each country urgently organized evacuations, preventing significant casualties. However, many foreigners recognized Li Yi's face in the footage, sparking an uproar. Netizens from all three nations erupted in fury, condemning Li Yi's brutal actions. The three major religious sects of Nanhua, Taigua, and Myanmar issued statements, fiercely questioning China. What does China intend to achieve? Does it seek to provoke war between the two sides? Song Baodong had anticipated this very scenario and prepared countermeasures in advance. Soon, China's official statement was released. China deeply regrets this giant demon incident. However, based on the video circulating online, this giant demon appears to be a Bishajia previously encountered in India.
Li Yi pursued and killed this ogre out of righteous indignation. China is also a victim in this matter. We hereby strongly condemn the shameless actions of Tianzhu. Ha ha ha.
Huaxia netizens burst into laughter upon seeing this statement, a perfect case of giving them a taste of their own medicine. Netizens from the three nations nearly smashed their bowls in anger upon reading it.
Did they really think everyone was a gullible child? Who doesn't know this troll came from Huaxia's waters?
Huaxia is vast, with many routes leading to Tianzhu.
Why must it pass through these three countries? To claim it wasn't intentional would be absurd.
Netizens from the southern P Kingdom in particular had initially held Li Yi in high esteem after he saved the Badger Dragon Lord, hailing him as a great hero. But now, they were unleashing a torrent of scathing criticism against him, their words sharp and unforgiving.
If Li Yi knew what the netizens of Nanhua Kingdom were thinking, he would surely step forward and loudly clarify. I never intended to save any weasel dragon lord, I didn't even know who he was. I acted purely out of necessity to save Huaxia by destroying the Eye of Filth. Tianzhu, Palace of Wind. Elder Yama, Elder Modi, and others waited for news from Huaxia.
One after another, divine messengers rushed in to report.
Reporting to the Patriarch and Elders, a riot has erupted at Lanke Temple in China.
The divine messengers assigned to guard it have suffered heavy casualties.
Report.
The Huaxia authorities have deployed large numbers of garrison troops to halt Akita's actions, yet to no avail.
Report.
The giant ghoul, Pisacha, has been successfully summoned and let out a piercing howl that shook the heavens and earth.
Excellent.
Upon hearing these reports, Yama, Elder Modi, and the others slapped their thighs in excitement. This time, we owe it all to Elder Jasang's timely suggestion to use this ring. Otherwise, who knows how long we'd have been stuck worrying about this. Now, the divine relics of Huaxia are destroyed, turning it into a living hell.
Ha! It seems China is destined to become history once more. There's an ancient Chinese saying, possessing a jade brings its own punishment. Couldn't this be describing their situation perfectly?
The crowd burst into laughter.
Bad news, Lord Yama. The giant demon has suddenly vanished from the seas of China. As the news reached them, an ominous foreboding instantly gripped Yama and his companions.
Their smiles froze on their faces, replaced by expressions of profound gravity.
Investigate again. Yanma's face darkened as he barked the order. Bad news.
A divine messenger rushed into the hall, panting and trembling as he reported, the giant troll has crossed the southern P Kingdom and the Great Kingdom, and has now reached the Myanmar Kingdom.
Boom.
The news struck like a bolt from the blue, crashing directly into the minds of the high priest and the elders, leaving them stunned for a long moment.
Yama was the first to snap out of it, roaring in fury, what the hell is going on? How did it appear in these countries? It's Li Yi, it's Li Yi.
A divine messenger, pale with fear, stammered incoherently as he frantically pulled out his phone.
The external network was flooded with related videos.
With such a massive commotion, completely suppressing the news was utterly impossible. Yama snatched the phone, his eyes blazing crimson at the images.
He hurled it to the ground in fury, cursing, damn it! What does this brat think he's doing? Does he intend to deliver the troll to India? Master, Li Yi has crossed 3 nations with the giant demon.
This is clearly aimed at us. Now is not the time for discussion. The urgent priority is to immediately dispatch forces to intercept him.
Elder Modi's face was etched with utter defeat.
Ever since learning that Li Yi, the divine son of Huaxia, possessed dark power, they had been drawn deeper and deeper into this situation. First, he used Master Ram's illusion abilities to probe Li Yi's power. Then, at the press conference, they sent a painting in an attempt to absorb Li Yi's power. Finally, summoning the giant Gulbishaj, he was determined to destroy the Chinese miracle and plunge China into utter ruin.
But now,
not only had the ogre refrained from wreaking havoc in China, it was heading straight for his own country. This series of unexpected turns left him feeling profoundly powerless. It wasn't just him, everyone present, including the supreme leader Yama, was enveloped by this sense of helplessness. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating.
Honorable elders, Grand Elder Modi is correct.
We must immediately dispatch forces to the border. At all costs, we must stop this troll. It must not be allowed to set foot within our borders.
Yama declared swiftly.
Beep beep beep. Within moments, helicopters from the kingdom of Tianzhu raced toward the border at breakneck speed. Large numbers of divine messengers and devotees urgently gathered from all directions. Within just half a day, no fewer than 300 individuals had gathered here, most of whom possessed supernatural power at the level of a divine seal.
The trolls are coming! The trolls are coming!
A terrified shout erupted from somewhere, sending chaos rippling through the crowd.
Panic etched itself onto every face.
After a relentless 6-hour dash, Li Yi's divine power nearly depleted, he finally reached his destination. Gazing at the gathering of Indian superhumans and divine messengers before him, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of mocking amusement.
He called out loudly. Gentlemen, the troll. I kindly returned it to you. No need for thanks.
Since you've all come to welcome it, I shan't meddle further.
Bastard! That despicable scoundrel! May he fall into the Naraka hell after death and never find rebirth. The crowd seethed with fury, ready to tear Li Yi limb from limb. Chapter 78, India, Hell on Earth. Plunged into the Naraka hell after death? Hearing this venomous curse, Li Yi merely shrugged lightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I spend every day in Naraka hell, and I don't find it particularly terrifying.
Put.
Xiao Bai beside him couldn't help but chuckle, adding a hint of reproach. Xian, aren't you being a bit too mischievous? This giant demon has been suppressed by us the entire journey. Its pent-up rage has reached its limit. Once it fully erupts, these people won't stand a chance against it. They won't be able to stop it at all. Sis, he told us all along this troll is a disaster the Tianzhu people brought upon themselves. Since they schemed to harm others, they should be prepared for retribution. Xiaoqian, standing behind them, scoffed dismissively, her expression one of utter certainty. Roar! The ogre ghoul, Bishaj, clenched his fists and let out a deafening howl, his head thrown back toward the sky. The pent-up rage from the journey threatened to consume it entirely. Sensing the three pursuers had ceased their chase, how could it possibly contain the fury raging within? The horrific scene from a year ago repeated itself. Bishaji unleashed its terrifying power. Reaching out with both hands, it casually scooped several super spiriters, clutching them firmly before mercilessly shoving them into its gaping maw. Only a series of wretched screams echoed through the air. Air support, now! Launch your attack. We must stop its rampage. Everyone spread out. Maintain safe distance. Wait for the right moment to strike. No! Ah! Save me! Don't eat me! You, Li Yi! I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Piercing screams and furious curses intertwined, composing a bone-chilling symphony of hell. The troll possessed strength rivaling that of a ninth-grade mortal spirit. How could these super spirits, most of whom had obtained only 1 or 2 divine seals, possibly withstand it? Before long, the crowd of over 300 had dwindled by nearly 100. The ground was littered with scattered limbs and severed arms, the bloody remains torn from the giant troll's jaws during its frenzied assault. The air thickened with a nauseating stench of blood. Boom! 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 Helicopters in the sky relentlessly fired missiles, attempting to disrupt the giant troll's movements. Yet the shockwaves from these explosions were nothing more than a tickle to the troll, inflicting only trivial damage that posed no lethal threat whatsoever. Everyone, get back! As despair gripped the crowd, a furious roar echoed from the distance. A middle-aged man clad in traditional Indian attire appeared, clutching an ancient-looking staff. He took several strides forward, closing the distance to within 15 meters of the troll in the blink of an eye. He leapt high into the air, raising the staff overhead in bellowing, celestial bead. Entangle. Vines. Strangely enough, the seemingly ordinary staff instantly sprouted thick vines that spread like a storm toward the giant troll. The sight alone was enough to make one's hair stand on end. These vines possessed a life of their own, incredibly resilient. Within mere moments, they tightly bound the troll's body, rendering it utterly immobile. It's Gandhi! It's Gandhi! Someone in the crowd shouted first. As the crowd recognized the man's face and confirmed it was Gandhi, a wave of astonished cheers erupted. Gandhi, the pride of Tianzhu. Born into humble origins, he had successfully bound the divine power of a deity named Rahu at the age of 3. From childhood, he was regarded as a prodigy, the chosen one of the gods in the eyes of Tianzhu's people. He never failed to live up to their expectations. At the age of 30, he successfully broke the 3rd seal of divine power, becoming a triple seal super spiritist, the youngest powerhouse in all of Tianzhu. After that, Gandhi vanished from the mortal realm, disappearing from everyone's sight. Rumors spread among the people. Some claimed he had ventured into the legendary, mysterious desert of asceticism to pursue even greater power. Others claimed he had inadvertently offended a powerful elder of the divine cult and was consequently hidden away. 4 divine seals? Li Yi couldn't help but be drawn to this man. Apart from the hidden powerhouses, Gandhi was arguably the strongest individual he had encountered thus far. As for the elders of Huaxia like Hong Lao, Li Yi had departed hastily after the death of the Sea Master and never had the chance to interact with them. Naturally, he remained unaware of their true cultivation levels. Without stronger forces emerging, relying solely on this man to block the giant demon's power is nothing but wishful thinking. Xiaoqian shook her head slightly. Let's go. The Indian pantheon may be complex and chaotic, but when it comes to sheer numbers of deities, if it claims second place, no one in this world dares claim first. After all, this is a gathering place for deities. It must possess profound foundations capable of dealing with this demon. Li cast a faint glance at Gandhi before leading his men away, vanishing from the spot. As for Zhang Qinyan's helicopter squadron, they ceased their escort duties upon nearing the borders of Nanhua. Roar! True to form, the bound giant demon let out a roar of fury, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power that shattered the vines binding it. In an instant, it raised its massive palm and viciously slammed it toward Gandhi. Gandhi couldn't dodge in time. Though only grazed lightly, the overwhelming force hurled him toward the distant mountainside.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly losing the ability to continue fighting.
It's over. This is truly the end.
The terrified Indian psychics collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them, faces ashen. When human willpower was utterly shattered, the entire situation instantly tilted into a one-sided rout. On the battlefield, the Indian super-spiritualists, stripped of their courage, fled in a panic.
The trolls advanced as if entering an empty field.
With a single powerful stride, they crushed one person beneath their feet. With a casual swing of their hand, they smashed two more. The scene had transformed into a slaughterhouse.
Monstrous beasts, cease this at once.
At the critical moment, a voice of unparalleled authority resounded through the heavens and earth. Imbued with a mysterious power, it struck fear into the troll's heart. All eyes turned upward to see a wizened, barefoot old man with white hair materialize out of thin air. He held a staff resembling a withered tree branch, which emitted a faint, mysterious glow. With a gentle flick of his staff, a terrifying force shot forth, enveloping the giant troll in an instant. Immediately afterward, the old man began chanting, his words sounding like ancient, obscure Sanskrit incantations.
Roar! The troll let out agonized roars, its fists pounding the ground frantically. With each strike, deep gashes tore into the surrounding earth.
After 30 consecutive blows, the trench had widened enough to accommodate its massive frame. Seeing this, the troll leapt into the pit without hesitation. With the troll's disappearance, the terrifying spectacle at the scene finally came to an end. High Priest, we owe you our gratitude for your timely intervention.
The consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise.
The Lord of Yama and Elder Modi stood respectfully behind the elder. Had I not feared the annihilation of our own people, I would never have interfered with your self-destruction.
The High Priest snorted heavily, then grew deeply perplexed.
I sense a profoundly powerful divine presence emerging from Huaxia, yet I cannot discern whether it originates from a deity or a mortal. Regardless, whether divine or mortal, such immense power will inevitably suppress our nation's destiny.
You must lift Hanuman's seal without delay.
Only then can we counterbalance the divine pressure from China. No sooner had he spoken than he took several strides forward, his figure vanishing into the distance.
Find that ring. Otherwise, this demon may reappear. The voice rang clearly in everyone's ears.
Yanma gazed at the scattered limbs and broken arms strewn across the ground, then turned to look at the elders behind him. His heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions, regret and anger. He regretted trusting the elders' counsel and rashly summoning this demon, only to see his own nation suffer the consequences. His rage, of course, was directed at Li Yi of Huaxia, who had dared to unleash this calamity upon Tianzhu.
Yanma took a deep breath, his teeth clenched as he declared, such actions by China are utterly depraved and inhuman, inflicting catastrophic losses upon our nation's super-spiritualists. How can I possibly account for this to my people without demanding justice from China? The crowd fell into stunned silence. They all understood that Yama was merely seeking an excuse to shirk responsibility. This way, when his people began to stir, he could conveniently shift all blame onto China. What exactly did the High Priest mean earlier? If he said the aura of a deity appeared in China, why couldn't he confirm whether it came from a deity or a human?
Elder Modi asked, his face filled with confusion.
In my opinion, it must be the aura leaked by the deity Li Yi just awakened. Ordinary people simply cannot possess such a powerful aura. That makes sense.
The aura of a human and a god are vastly different. Perhaps the High Priest was too far away, causing his perception to be skewed. Everyone, Huaxia has concealed its divine hierarchy deeply.
Our actions concerning Li Yi should be temporarily suspended. The urgent priority now is to lift Hanuman's seal as quickly as possible.
The group exchanged murmurs.
Yama nodded and declared.
Then proceed with the first plan as discussed earlier. Use a grand ritual to break Hanuman's seal.
Once his power is restored, our nation will gain a mighty deity. That will be our prime opportunity to demand compensation from China. Chapter 79, Passing the Buck to China. The trolls aren't ours. News of the giant demon ravaging Tianzhu spread across global networks in a flash. The people of Tianzhu were in an uproar, directing furious questions at the Tianzhu divine cult. Why had the ogre ghoul, the Bishajia, which had appeared a year ago, resurfaced? Faced with this deluge of public inquiries, the Indian cult had meticulously prepared a narrative. Yama publicly played the victim, explaining to the world.
It was the Chinese who stole the ring and summoned the ogre within their own borders. They then shamelessly drove this ogre to India.
This incident bears no connection whatsoever to the Indian divine cult.
The moment this statement was released, the Indian public immediately redirected their fury toward China. Even netizens from Manhwa, Taigwa, and Myanmar joined the chorus, joining in the chorus of condemnation against China. The Chinese government refrained from refuting these absurd claims.
But Chinese netizens could no longer contain their fury.
They surged onto foreign websites, firing back with scathing retorts.
How could something so important be so easily stolen by us Huaxia people?
If it weren't for the emergence of an extraordinary divine child from Huaxia, it would likely be our Huaxia land plunged into this hell on earth. Even more unexpectedly, the Indian cult openly petitioned the Divine Alliance. The troll is not an Indian creation, it was merely summoned here once.
Please do not blame India. China is an utterly despicable nation. By sending the troll to India, it has brought untold suffering upon our people.
Such a country has no place in the world.
We implore all nations to join India in boycotting China. India will confiscate all accounts belonging to Chinese companies within its borders. We urge the Divine Alliance to revoke China's membership. China didn't hold back either, announcing the same day China will enforce reciprocal measures. Just as India confiscated Chinese merchants' funds, China will seize equivalent amounts from Indian merchants. The news sent Chinese netizens into a frenzy of excitement. The Indian divine cult was utterly dumbfounded. China had only awakened 2 or 3 deities. How dare it? How dare it defy the Indian divine cult?
Within the Temple of Reverence,
Song Badong snorted coldly at Professor Sun, who sat leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Those Indians have reached the height of shamelessness. Now they claim the giant demon isn't theirs? They're dumping all responsibility onto China and demanding the Divine Alliance revoke our qualifications.
These bastards will stop at nothing.
They've always been like this.
Professor Sun continued sipping his tea unhurriedly, a faint, meaningful smile playing on his lips.
At a time like this, how can you still smile? The outside world now views us as utterly despicable scoundrels. Doesn't that make you furious? Song Badong plopped down into a chair. Professor Sun, however, held a different perspective. He spoke slowly. Have you noticed that they're only making loud noises now?
They dare not take any concrete actions.
In the past, the border would have erupted into chaos by now.
At the very least, they would have provoked a conflict, causing several deaths, before they'd be satisfied.
But now, the border is eerily quiet. Not a single stir. Now that you mention it, you're right. As long as we remain strong enough, they'll be limited to venting their frustration with empty threats.
Song Badong quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind Professor Sun's words and nodded in agreement.
Still, we must uphold our reputation.
The Divine Alliance just called, demanding an explanation. I suggest we hold a press conference and bring Li, the person involved, to give the world a reasonable account.
Alright, I'll make the arrangements shortly. Let's schedule it for tomorrow afternoon. Professor Sun replied. By the way, where's Li? Haven't seen him since he returned. Song Badong suddenly remembered and asked. Professor Sun pondered for a moment before replying uncertainly. He should be at the Narayana passage, right? Xiaoqian, this can't go on forever.
We need to resolve the trouble inside as soon as possible, or that thing in there will escape again sooner or later.
Inside the narrated channel,
Li crossed his arms over his chest, watching Nie Xiaoqian as she concentrated on casting spells to reinforce the seal.
How are your injuries? Young master, Xiaoqian is fine. When the giant demon escaped, I merely expended too much energy. I'm already recovered and just need a bit more rest. By the way, Xiaoqian intends to venture deeper into the passage to investigate.
Nie Xiaoqian lifted her head to say, I'll accompany you. Let's see what's truly happening within the Naraka hell.
But understand this, the moment you sense danger or something feels off, you must obey my command and return immediately.
Li knew the giant demon had retreated deep into the Naraka hell. He could distinctly sense the bone-chilling aura permeating the passageway.
Thank you for your concern, young master. Nie Xiaoqian suddenly covered her mouth and laughed softly, as radiant as a blooming flower.
Watch out.
Just then, a malevolent spirit's hand suddenly reached out from within the seal, piercing through it.
Nie Xiaoqian, standing with her back to the seal's entrance, remained utterly unaware.
The demonic hand was about to seize her back. Li reacted with lightning speed, striding forward to seize Xiaoqian's slender, jade-white hand. He pulled her tightly into his embrace. A ball of ghostly fire immediately slammed toward the evil spirit.
Boom!
The power of the second tier 9 Netherworld flame spell was terrifying. The demonic hand instantly froze into an ice sculpture before exploding with a thunderous boom, shattering into fragments that scattered across the ground. At that moment, Nie Xiaoqian was held tightly in Li's embrace. Her breath came in short gasps, and she could even hear her own heart pounding wildly. Unaware of the blushing beauty in his arms, Li kept his gaze fixed on the seal. Only after confirming it was safe did he breathe a sigh of relief.
Nie Xiaoqian whispered softly, Young master, might you release Xiaoqian now? Oh. Li looked down at her delicate, porcelain-like face.
Though he responded verbally, his arms instinctively remained wrapped around her.
Young master.
Xiaoqian sighed helplessly, prompting him once more in a soft voice.
My apologies.
Li snapped back to reality, hastily releasing his grip as his face flushed crimson. Before leaving the Naraga passage, Li discussed plans for their next venture into its depths with Nie Xiaoqian, then turned and departed.
Li.
In the darkened area near the entrance of Lanke Temple, Zhou, the guard on duty, spotted Li emerging from the pitch-black passageway and hurried forward with warm greetings.
If you hadn't intervened yesterday, I doubt I'd have escaped the giant troll's clutches alive. My wife specially prepared these local delicacies, please don't refuse them. Brother Zhou, you're too kind.
Li intended to decline, but seeing the earnest expectation in Zhou's eyes, he accepted the gift. After all, it was merely a token of goodwill, nothing of great value.
Li Yi, you did the right thing.
Fighting fire with fire, we all stand behind you.
Zhou Weiguo unexpectedly uttered these words.
Li Yi had been stationed at the Luoji Passage and hadn't had time to check online updates. He simply nodded and turned to leave. Before he had gone far, the live streaming hosts gathered at the entrance of Lanke Temple swarmed around him.
Brother Yi, we're behind you. God Yi, you rock.
Those guys have no skills themselves, can't blame others for that.
Brother Yi, I love you. The scene instantly descended into complete chaos.
Caught off guard by the sudden commotion, Li Yi exchanged brief greetings before seizing an opportunity to slip away. Last time, after being followed, Li Yi had called the Temple of Reverence seeking temporary lodging. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qianyan had been incredibly generous, arranging a spacious 230 square meter flat for him. His aunt Lu Meifeng and younger brother Xiaofeng hadn't returned yet, leaving Li Yi alone in the vast apartment. At that moment, Xiao Bai and Xiao Cheng transformed into beams of light from the divine statue and hairpin respectively, appearing in the home. Sis, this place looks so clean and tidy.
Xiao Qing looked around curiously.
Xiao Qing, don't go touching things.
It'd be terrible if you messed anything up. Xiao Bai hurriedly cautioned. Sister, you haven't even married him in this lifetime yet and you're already taking his side? Have you already considered him your husband? Xiao Qing winked mischievously, teasing with a grin.
Oh, stop saying such things. The sisters immediately began giggling and playfully wrestling. Li Yi sat nearby, scrolling through online news on his tablet. He discovered a flood of fierce criticism directed at him from netizens in the Golden Triangle region.
Li Yi is a beast. The giant demon isn't even from our Tianzhu. What right does he have to drive it here? Is this the morality of you Huaxia people? Luring the giant monster to India, then shamelessly claiming it's an Indian creature? Causing such massive casualties in another country, don't you feel a shred of guilt, Li Yi? You Chinese are inhuman to the core. Reading these comments, Li Yi merely shrugged. To shift blame, the masses have collectively chosen to forget the troll's origins. Very well. Just then, Song Badong called to discuss clarifying the giant troll incident. Alright, Dean Song, you handle it. I'm looking forward to this press conference. You agreed so readily? Song Badong froze on the other end of the line. Could this kid have been traumatized? Chapter 80, Apologize to the Divine Son of Huaxia. Xiao Bai, can you sense the divine aura contained within this ring? Li Yi had intended to refuse Song Badong, having no desire whatsoever to clarify anything about this matter. But when he casually glanced at the portrait of the white ghost on the table and the mysterious giant demon ring, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Since Tianzhu refused to acknowledge the troll's origins, he'd have to find a way to force them to eat their own words. He recalled that when he first obtained the ring, his mind had received an alert from the divine power collector. The collector was always precise and infallible. This clearly indicated that the troll ghoul, Pizache, in a certain sense, should also be considered a deity. Upon hearing Li Yi's inquiry, Xiao Bai and Xiao Cheng hurried over, took the ring from his hand, and examined it closely. We can indeed sense the lingering aura of that ogre within the ring, though it's extremely faint. Are you planning to awaken the slumbering ogre inside? Xiao Bai's eyes held a trace of confusion. It's extremely difficult. The mythological systems of India are incredibly complex. Not only outsiders like us, but even locals of the Indian pantheon would struggle to fully comprehend them. Li shook his head helplessly. I hear the deities worshipped in each region differ vastly. To awaken this god, one must first thoroughly understand the troll's background, a near impossible task. Truthfully, Li Yi had never harbored any real hope of successfully awakening this deity. He was merely scheming to use it as a pretext at the upcoming press conference, a ploy to thoroughly annoy the Indian religion. Xiao Feng, your brother's back. Just then, the living room door swung open from the outside. Lu Meifeng led her son into the house and immediately spotted her nephew sitting on the sofa. She hurriedly smiled at her son and said. Xiao Feng's face lit up with delight at the news. Having just moved into their new home, Xiao Feng was still unfamiliar with the surroundings. With his eyesight impaired, he could only extend his hands, feeling his way slowly toward the sofa. At the same time, he excitedly called out, Brother, brother. You promised me before that once we awaken the deity at Jinshan Temple, you'd take me to pay respects. This time, you absolutely can't refuse me. Xiao Feng, of course I remember. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll go see Dean Song and the others to discuss the specifics of opening the deity's shrine. When the time comes, you'll definitely be among the first to go. Li Yi had nearly forgotten about this promise entirely. He continued. But Xiao Feng, if you don't gain the deity's recognition in the end, don't be too discouraged. After all, forging a bond with a deity's power is a mutual selection process. It also depends on one's innate talent. Mom, my brother agreed. That's great. He agreed. Xiao Feng jumped 3 feet high with excitement. You two sit down. I'll whip up something delicious for you right away. Lu Meifeng's face beamed with happiness as she turned and hurried into the kitchen. She tied on an apron and began preparing dinner for the brothers. Truthfully, Li Yi felt rather helpless about this situation.
He had initially thought that after Xiaoqing's awakening, her strength might be relatively weaker. But unexpectedly, she was at the same cultivation level as Xiaobai, both at the 9th rank of mortal spirit, and had even reached the first layer of the thunder tribulation. Given the sisters' power, anyone with slightly lesser talent would find it nearly impossible to gain their approval. Li Yi felt compelled to warn his younger brother. After dinner, Li Yi returned to his room, turned on his computer, and began searching online for information about the white ghost Xiaobai and the Indian giant demon. Unfortunately, most online information consisted of unsubstantiated rumors, making it difficult to find reliable, credible content. To obtain more accurate information, he would have to consult the archives at the Temple of Divine Worship. He then began searching for information on the Tribulation Crossing, but the internet was flooded with sensationalist articles lacking any substantive value. As a thought flashed through his mind, a prompt appeared before his eyes, one divine point remaining. Xiaobai, if I attempt the tribulation now, with my current strength, can I withstand the heavenly thunder? Li Yi asked Xiaobai with some concern. Neither Xiaoqing nor I have personally experienced the form of the heavenly tribulation in this world. However, I can faintly sense that the laws of heaven and earth are telling us it contains an extremely terrifying power. Xiaobai's voice drifted out from the stone statue in his pocket. At that moment, Xiaoqing's voice joined in. Sister, do you feel it too? Like there's a pair of eyes watching us from the shadows? You feel it too? I thought it was just my imagination. But in this world, deities can sense each other, so it makes sense that someone is watching us. Xiaobai replied. Sister, I want to find a place to cultivate. Perhaps that could help me increase my current power. But I don't know what kind of environment would be suitable for me now. Xiaoqing continued. Xiaoqing, you've only just been awakened. Your body and power are still unstable. It's best to wait a while before considering cultivation. Xiaobai hurriedly advised. Li Yi listened as the sisters discussed their illusion of being watched, feeling a sense of disbelief welling up inside him. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the gods in this world were as numerous as the stars. Who could guarantee that every single deity had detailed records? Some deities might even be awakened by accident, remaining largely unknown to humanity. If an immensely powerful deity were awakened, not only ordinary mortals but even other gods might remain unaware of who was watching them, given the vast disparity in their realms. It seemed that before gaining sufficient strength, one must remain low-key. Fortunately, after the deities awoke, the Divine Cultivation Academy hadn't yet released their divine ranks. Many remained unaware of Nie Xiaoqian, Xiaobai, and Xiaoqing's true power. The following afternoon, China officially convened a press conference. Prior to this, the Divine Worship Academy convened a special meeting, with Li Yi attending the entire proceedings. The entire meeting centered on one core issue, the appropriate stance to adopt when clarifying this incident. This stance concerned the dignity of a nation and would significantly impact China's future standing among the international community. Professor Sun and others unanimously agreed that during the press conference, there was no need to excessively explain whether they were at fault. They must project a strong stance and absolutely not allow China's authority to be compromised. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The press conference commenced. Attendees began entering the venue. Journalists and media outlets packed the venue to capacity, their array of cameras, long lenses and short lenses alike, pointed uniformly at the podium. Among the journalists were both domestic reporters from across the country and many international correspondents who had rushed over overnight specifically for this event. The impact of this troll incident was immense. It not only severely damaged infrastructure in multiple cities like Nanhua, Taigua, and Myanmar, but also resulted in the loss of over 200 superhumans in Tianzhu, an incalculable loss of immense value. Consider that in smaller nations, deities are scarce, and the number of superhumans is pitifully low. Take Silla, for instance. The nation possesses only one heavenly revelation god, and its population of superhumans barely reaches 200. For a country like this, such a loss would be tantamount to total annihilation. Before the conference began, a foreign female reporter holding a selfie stick was live-streaming the pre-event proceedings. Seizing an opportunity, she cornered a staff member and pressed, "Sir, who exactly from Huaxia will be attending this press conference?" The staff member, growing impatient with her persistence, hastily replied, "Besides Professor Sun from our institute serving as the spokesperson, several other staff members will be present, including Li Yi." Li Yi? Hearing the name, the foreign reporter perked up. Seeing the staff member about to walk away, she hurried after him and pressed. Is Li Yi planning to apologize to the world when he takes the stage? After all, he bears undeniable responsibility for this incident. It was he who led the troll to India. "I'm sorry, I'm not privy to the specifics of the meeting." The staff member frowned, his displeasure evident, but he couldn't show it in front of the reporter. He turned and walked away quickly. The female reporter pressed further with a few more questions. Seeing she was getting no response, she reluctantly stopped and addressed the camera. "Friends watching on screen, you've all heard Huaxia's response just now. Regarding the main protagonist of this devastating incident, Li Yi, if he personally attends this press conference, he will very likely apologize to the entire world." As soon as she made this statement, fans in her livestream quickly recorded the message and shared it widely.
Within just over 20 minutes, the video of Li Yi's impending apology surged to the top of YouTube's international trending charts. Within this brief span, the video's shares and views surged at an almost terrifying rate. In no time, the entire internet was frantically reposting the video and related posts about Li Yi's impending apology. It spread like wildfire. Chapter 81, Apology? I declare, awaken the troll. Hashtag shocking scandal. Global sensation, at the China reception, Li Yi will apologize live, hashtag. Hashtag Li Yi, China's divine son, pays for his mistakes but doesn't apology guarantee forgiveness, hashtag. Hashtag China and Li Yi have ultimately failed, hashtag. Before the press conference even began, these headlines skyrocketed past 200 million views in mere moments, with related discussions surging into the millions. Can an apology solve the problem? Can an apology exempt one from punishment? If apologies worked, everyone would just go out and commit crimes. A nation that's barely awakened a few deities already gets carried away. Such a country will pay the price sooner or later. We absolutely refuse to accept his apology. We demand he atone through seppuku, just like the Neon Nation did. Netizens on foreign platforms unleashed a relentless barrage of criticism against Li Yi, their words sharp and unyielding. Meanwhile, Chinese netizens were utterly stunned, exclaiming, "Impossible. This isn't the Yi Gu we know." He always stands his ground against global criticism, especially when we've done nothing wrong. As the official streamer for the Temple of Reverence, Song Xian had the privilege of attending the reception, though her seat was tucked away in a corner. At that moment, her live stream was flooded with viewers. "Miss Streamer, what's going on here? Brother Yi would never apologize, I can't accept this. Making us apologize to those assholes who wipe their asses with their hands? They might as well kill me first. They're the ones who messed with our turf and summoned that troll. Why should brother apologize to them?" Host, Xiaoxiao's here. "I don't want brother to apologize to anyone. Even if he messed up, he's still right." The text scrolled rapidly across the chat screen. Song Xian was momentarily bewildered. Only after repeated reminders from the viewers did she finally grasp the full story. She replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. "I had no idea this was happening. But don't worry, everyone. While I don't know the specifics of today's press conference, Li Yi absolutely will not apologize on stage. Master, it's huge news. China's backing down. Word is Li Yi's going to apologize on stage." Tianju. A divine messenger rushed into the Wind Palace. At that moment, Yama and Elder Modi were discussing plans to lift Hanuman's seal through a grand divine ritual. The ritual had actually been underway for some time, only paused briefly. Resuming it now would take little effort. The previous halt had occurred because the ritual method employed by the divine cult was a modification of our own Shiva incarnation technique. The advantage was that it could summon terrifying cosmic laws to break through the negative forces binding the deity. Disadvantages: deities find it extremely difficult to exercise self-control. The danger level is extremely high. At that moment, hearing the shout from outside, both men rose almost simultaneously, urgently demanding, "What did he say? China has backed down? That kid Li Yi is going to apologize?" "Master, videos of Li Yi apologizing are flooding the internet right now." The divine messenger hurried forward, handing over a tablet. The master glanced at the tablet before passing it to Elder Modi, puzzled. Yesterday they announced some kind of reciprocal agreement, and today they're apologizing to the entire world? Master, don't forget the existence of the Divine Alliance. They must be exerting pressure behind the scenes. Elder Modi chuckled softly, his tone brimming with confidence. Besides, our nation boasts numerous deities. 2 fifth-grade mortal spirits have already been publicly revealed. While China hasn't disclosed their divine ranks yet, they likely aren't much stronger. Naturally, they wouldn't dare truly antagonize our nation. Quite reasonable. The high priest nodded in agreement, then instructed the divine messenger, "Is there any live footage?" "Yes, it is an international event after all. Many journalists requested live coverage." The divine messenger nodded promptly, retrieved a tablet, and navigated to the live stream channel of one of their nation's journalists. It wasn't just Tianju watching this so-called apology. Fujiwara Koji from Neon Nation and the Divine Emperor's Great Church of Northern Europe were both closely monitoring China's stance. Not long after, the Huaxia press conference finally commenced. Is that really Li Yi? As staff members took their seats on stage, Li Yi's face appeared on the live broadcast. Clergy worldwide watching the press conference couldn't help but gasp in unison. Domestic viewers in Song Xian's livestream instantly erupted. Though they had harbored doubts, seeing Li Yi appear ignited their fury beyond containment. This was nothing short of an insult to Huaxia. India was clearly at fault. Why should Huaxia apologize? Why should Li Yi bear this unfounded responsibility? China remains a weak and pitiable nation. Yanma and Elder Modi watched the screen, bursting into laughter in unison. First, thank you all for attending this press conference. The troll incident has caused immense damage, and China deeply mourns the loss. However, regarding the full circumstances of this matter, I will now recount them in detail.
Naturally, such a press conference did not require President Song Baodong to appear in person. Professor Sun spoke on his behalf. He explained to the global media the sequence of events leading to the troll's emergence and the severe consequences it had wrought. His speech was flawlessly polished, dripping with officialdom. While seemingly revealing much, it appeared to disclose no crucial information whatsoever. After a lengthy, elaborate speech, the journalists present were nodding off. Standing in the corner, Song Xian couldn't help but yawn. She had never found anything so tedious. Ahem, next, please welcome Li Yi to recount the situation at the time. Professor Sun, seemingly sensing the waning interest, wrapped up his speech hastily and gestured for Li Yi to take the stage. Clap clap clap. Instantly, the journalists seemed to come alive, bursting into enthusiastic applause. Mr. Li, are you here to apologize to all the nations that suffered harm? Mr. Li, you've caused so many deaths, don't you feel even a shred of guilt? Oh, no, should I say, don't you feel any sense of responsibility? Mr. Li, don't you want to say anything to those who died because of you? Before the Q&A session even began, reporters eagerly rose to their feet, shouting questions without even bothering to grab microphones. Professor Sun and Zhang Qianyan, who was in charge of security, looked increasingly grim. Bang bang bang. Professor Sun, his face dark, slammed his fist on the table and bellowed, "Quiet, everyone. Now, please allow Li Yi to speak." Mr. Li, are you afraid to give a direct answer? A foreign reporter pressed relentlessly. Fellow journalists, I cannot stop you from slandering me, but I will not doubt myself because of outside voices. I always know who I am, and I will persist in being true to myself, walking the path I have chosen. Li Yi, seated at the podium, rose slowly, his steady gaze sweeping across the entire room. Whoa! He's transcended? The journalists present couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at him with newfound respect. Even Professor Sun beside him flinched, his eyes widening in astonishment. Only someone with considerable experience and a certain breadth of perspective could utter such words. It simply wasn't something an amateur could manage. Song Xian, Zhang Qianyan, and the others were equally taken aback. In the livestream chat, the young men and women who had been slandered hailed this statement as a classic, quickly jotting it down in their notebooks and resolving to read it daily. In that moment, many netizens mired in the mud repeated Li Yi's words, suddenly seeing things clearly, just be yourself and let others say what they will. Li Yi had no idea how profoundly his offhand remark would resonate. He continued, journalists and viewers watching this livestream, I'm not quite sure what you mean by an apology. I simply wish to use this press conference to announce something. Announce something? People who defy convention are nothing new, but someone like Li Yi, who completely disregarded the prepared script, was truly unprecedented. What was he up to? Aren't you supposed to be here to apologize today? At the very least, shed a couple of crocodile tears. Couldn't you at least fake it until the conference ends? The entire press corps was dumbfounded. Not just the attendees, even Professor Sun and the Temple of Reverence officials were stunned. Before the conference, they specifically reminded Li Yi to maintain a humble demeanor, simply framing his pursuit of the troll as an attempt to stop it. Li Yi, what are you doing? This is a press conference, it concerns the nation's reputation. Professor Sun pleaded quietly, his voice laced with urgency. Li Yi appeared not to hear him. Still facing the international press corps, he produced the troll ring and solemnly declared. The matter I wish to announce is closely tied to the ogre. Look at this ring in my hand, it is the very medium that summoned the ogre. By my perception, this ring holds the power of a deity, capable of awakening the ogre Piziche. Should its awakening succeed, China will gain another deity of immense power. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire venue erupted in uproar. The journalists present felt their heads buzzing, the phrase China will gain another deity of unimaginable power echoing relentlessly in their minds. Wait, has he lost his mind? This is a reception, not a press conference. The whole world is waiting for him to apologize. How dare he publicly declare he's adding another deity to his own realm at a time like this? This wasn't about admitting fault, it was about rubbing salt in the wounds of everyone standing against him. It was nothing short of slapping the entire world in the face. What did he just say? Tianju, the Yama watching the livestream, pointed at Li Yi on the tablet, utterly stunned. He said he'll awaken the deity Bishajia through this ring? Bishajia is a demon from the Naraka hells, how could he possibly be a deity? Master, what if it's true? After all, he is Li Yi. Elder Modi uttered these words, startling even himself. If it is true? Yama's body trembled violently as he recalled Li Yi's repeated successes in awakening deities, even venturing to another country to awaken the nine-headed serpent, never once failing. Gritting his teeth, he declared, recover that ring at any cost. Our sect knows the terror of the ogre all too well. If this deity is awakened, China's power will surge dramatically. Even if it's a fake, we cannot let China awaken it. Chapter 82, Toying with India, the divine cult apologizes. Ha! Brother E is still the same old E. That familiar spirit never bowing to petty threats. Damn, this is awesome. The whole world thought my brother came to apologize, but he's here to announce the next deity we're awakening. Ha, that's so badass. Damn, you Chinese have pulled another fast one.
With Bishajana's terrifying power, if he truly became a deity, India would surely grovel to reclaim him. Even I, a foreigner, am impressed.
At that moment, Li Yi's remarks at the press conference sent shockwaves rippling through the internet like a stone dropped into a tranquil pond. Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, Clan Chief Fu was leisurely playing chess with Elder Hong.
Suddenly, someone entered and relayed Li Yi's remarks from the press conference to the clan chief.
The clan chief waved the messenger away, then repeated the news to Elder Hong.
Could he truly awaken this deity?
Hearing this, Elder Hong was astonished, his hand momentarily frozen mid-move as he was about to place a piece.
Master Hong, that's precisely where this young man's ingenuity lies.
As the overseer of numerous affairs in Huaxia, Clan Chi Fu possessed extraordinary insight.
He quickly grasped the underlying strategy and explained with a smile. At first glance, awakening the giant demon seems unrelated to this reception. But in truth, this is the truly brilliant counterattack. It uses intangible intimidation to gain tangible initiative.
India has consistently refused to acknowledge the ring's rightful owner. Li Yi's move strikes precisely at their weak spot. Unless they are arrogant beyond reason, they will inevitably come demanding the ring. Why do you say that? Hong Lao pressed, his face clouded with confusion.
Think about it, Elder Hong. India has experienced the terror of the troll firsthand twice. If Li Yi truly awakens it, how could India not be terrified? They'd rather let this thing rot in their own hands than allow it to remain in China. Fu, the clan chief, stated with unwavering certainty.
Ha! Well played, lad. You fought a brilliant battle without firing a shot.
With this explanation, Elder Hong suddenly understood and burst into laughter. Arrange a time. I want to meet him. I've tested this young man many times and am very satisfied with him.
I feel at ease entrusting the future of China to his hands.
Old Hong, why not put him through another test?
What's there to test?
If he lacked ability, he'd have been eliminated long ago. Master Hong declared, slamming the piece onto the board with a sharp clack.
A satisfied smile spread across his face.
I win.
This. Just as Clan Chi Fu prepared to make his move, he saw this and immediately withdrew his hand.
Realizing Master Hong's move was indeed a blunder, he nodded with a wry smile. Master Hong's skill truly surpasses mine. You win. I know you were letting me win.
A chessboard is like a battlefield when you're strong enough, even defeat is victory. Old Hong lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, and said with a smile.
Sure enough.
The press conference had barely concluded. The Temple of Reverence began receiving repeated calls from Tianzhu demanding the return of the ring.
The Tianzhu side even stated they were willing to compensate for the damage to China's reputation.
Given the gravity of the matter, Song Badong first consulted extensively with Clan Chi Fu. Ultimately, they decided to entrust Li Yi with handling it not only because it was critical, but also because no one else could manage it.
Song Badong hastily summoned Li Yi.
Song Botong's expression grew grave as he said, Li Yi, Tianzhu has called several times, pressing us to return the ring.
Are you certain you can summon the giant demon? Can this giant demon truly be considered a deity? In my humble understanding, Li Yi replied modestly, any species possessing extraordinary power can be considered a deity. This troll is merely an evil deity without independent consciousness. Li Yi humbly shared his perspective. Song Badong nodded in agreement. True enough. They say Hanuman of India is just a monkey, after all. Awakening the troll is extremely difficult. Not only is it inherently vicious, but it also possesses no intelligence whatsoever. Even if it were truly awakened, it would likely be of little use to China. Therefore, I have no intention of actually summoning it. Li Yi paused briefly before speaking. Song Badong quickly grasped Li Yi's reasoning and asked, then how do you intend to handle this matter? They can forget about the ring, there's no way I'm returning it. But I can toy with them a bit, watch their fickle, petty faces, and make India admit its mistake first. A cold smile touched the corners of Li Yi's lips. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Song Botong's weathered face. This course of action would likely sever ties with Tianzhu completely. But since both sides had already shown their true colors, there was nothing left to hold back. After all, it was those Tianzhu fellows who had started the trouble. Next, Song Badong steered the conversation toward the matter of opening the temple to the divine. Coincidentally, Li Yi had also been thinking about discussing this very topic. After some discussion, they decided to open Jinshan Temple and swiftly arrange for personnel to forge an alliance with Xiaoqing's power. Li Yi revealed his younger brother Xiaofeng's situation, requesting Song Botong's assistance in securing a spot while adhering to formal procedures as much as possible. For Song Badong, such a minor matter was merely a word away. Moreover, Li Yi was the true decision-maker among the deities, so he readily agreed. Leaving the office, Li Yi headed straight for the archives to search for information on the White Ghost and the giant troll. Even if he couldn't awaken the troll, he wanted to understand its situation thoroughly. Meanwhile, foreign online platforms had become a one-sided battlefield, flooded with furious condemnation directed at Li Yi. They accused him of arrogance and stubbornness, daring to flaunt his abilities before a global press corps.
Especially in Nanhua, Taigwa, and Myanmar, citizens glued to their televisions had eagerly anticipated this murderer stepping forward to apologize.
Instead, they witnessed Li Yi's arrogance. This enraged them completely, prompting them to pressure their respective governments to demand an explanation from China.
Amidst the public's boiling fury, after prolonged fruitless negotiations with China, India reluctantly released a statement that sent shockwaves across the globe. Elder Modi appeared before the cameras. He bowed sincerely and stated, "Regarding the troll attack, the divine sect of Tianzhu hereby offers a solemn apology to the entire world. Due to the negligence of certain followers, we made the inappropriate statement that the troll did not belong to Tianzhu, causing irreparable harm to netizens globally. The divine leader of the Tianzhu cult hereby declares, a cult member stole our sacred ring and traveled to Huaxia to summon the troll."
Li Yi, the divine son of Huaxia, demonstrated extraordinary courage and fearlessness.
He pursued the troll across 1,000 miles to stop it.
Tianzhu expresses its sincere gratitude for this act.
As this announcement spread, the stunned international community finally snapped to attention, erupting in furious condemnation of shameless audacity.
Chinese netizens erupted in jubilant cheers. Foreign media outlets chimed in, "These Tianzhu folks have always been shameless. Their faces seem to be tied to their belts, sometimes they can't even find them. I'm used to it by now. Even if they later claim the troll isn't theirs, I wouldn't be surprised."
Soon after, the Temple of Reverence received a call from India. The caller stated they had released a clarification video as requested by Li Yi and demanded China return the ring. Song Badong offered only one reply, "I'll discuss it with Li Yi as soon as possible to see if he'll return the ring."
Bang! In the Wind Palace of Tianzhu, Yama's face turned deathly pale with rage.
He slammed his fist hard onto the table and roared furiously, "Shameful!
Shameful! Utterly shameful!
Supreme Leader, the divine inscriptions are complete, and all personnel for the divine ritual are in position.
Our sect is ready to commence the ceremony at any moment. Once the subsequent seals are lifted, all relevant personnel will immediately proceed to bind the power of Hanuman." Grand Elder Modi and Elder Jasang hurried inside. Elder Modi continued, "However, Master, have you decided upon the location for Hanuman's descent? Thank you both for your efforts, elders." Yama took a deep breath, his mind deep in thought.
After all, this divine ritual essentially involved altering the method of summoning deities. It harnessed the terrifying power generated during their descent to shatter Hanuman's seal. Yet once the deity was summoned, the flaws of this modified ritual would be exposed. The deity would lose self-control, no longer bound by the laws of heaven and earth.
No one could predict what might unfold. Only when the deity's power was completely exhausted would it return to its divine sanctuary to rest. Yama gritted his teeth, then let it descend upon the borders of Huaxia. Chapter 83, The Hanuman Seal, China's Blood Sacrifice, Rage. The peninsula region south of India.
A 20-meter-tall altar rose from the earth, standing silently upon this land. The main structure of this altar was meticulously built from massive, ancient-looking stones. On the towering tower, dense, mysterious runes emitted a faint, flickering glow. Within the altar's interior lay a spacious chamber housing 3 enigmatic black crystals. The altar's perimeter is already filled with ministers of the Tianzhu divine cult, dressed uniformly and bearing solemn, reverent expressions.
Beep beep beep. 2 helicopters descended one after the other, landing gently upon the land. The High Priest Yama, Elder Modi, and others stepped steadily from the helicopters. As they appeared, the divine messengers surrounding the altar bowed in perfect unison.
Their right hands clenched into fists, they placed them solemnly over their hearts, expressing their deepest reverence for the high priest and elders with the utmost devotion.
Elder Modi, thank you for your efforts. Witnessing this divine miracle is entirely due to the outstanding contributions of all the elders.
Lord Yama lifted his gaze, staring at the mysterious and colossal altar. His eyes brimmed with profound awe, and he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming divine ritual.
We've all finished our work. Why are we being detained? This is illegal confinement. Not far away. A commotion erupted. This sudden disturbance caused Yama's brows to furrow. He turned to look at the elders behind him. Elder Modi hastily summoned an on-site steward for questioning.
The man, dressed in a distinctive Indian robe, jogged over, his expression tense as he explained, "Leader, elder, according to protocol, they cannot leave yet. They must wait until the divine ritual concludes before being released.
This is to prevent leaks that could jeopardize our sect's crucial affairs."
"Who are these people?"
Elder Modi inquired, his brow furrowed.
"The instigators are workers from China. Workers from other nations have remained relatively calm."
The man answered truthfully. Yama waved his hand lightly, signaling the man to withdraw.
Turning to the elders, he said gravely, "Time is pressing.
Noon approaches.
If we miss this hour, the efficacy of the divine ritual will be greatly diminished."
Understood.
The elders responded in unison. The site was already prepared, and all personnel swiftly took their prearranged positions. Then, Elder Modi, accompanied by 6 other elders, lightly touched the ground beneath their feet and rose into the air, landing steadily at the 6 designated points around the altar. Before each stood a uniquely shaped stone slab, a deep, dark blue-black in color, intricately carved with mysterious divine patterns in gold powder. The 6 elders drew deep breaths, then pressed their palms firmly against the stones before them. Power surged wildly from their bodies into the stones. Instantly, the 6 stones erupted with dazzling blue light. Within the altar, the 3 black crystals simultaneously emitted an eerie, searing red glow. Boom! A colossal pillar of light shot skyward. The surrounding divine envoys instinctively looked up, gazing at this majestic pillar of light. For a moment, they were all awestruck by its overwhelming might. What are you all standing around for? Channel your divine power now. Elder Modi, sensing the pillar of light beginning to falter, roared in alarm. The divine envoys snapped out of their daze and immediately sat cross-legged. Before them lay a stone the size of a soccer ball. As they channeled their power into it, dazzling blue lights began to flare one after another. Boom! Bolstered by the collective power, the altar's energy surged once more, propelling another colossal pillar of light skyward. Outside, the workers who had not yet departed witnessed this awe-inspiring spectacle. Eyes wide, faces etched with utter astonishment, they stared in silence. Within the central space of the altar, nestled between the 3 black crystals, stood an exquisitely crafted shrine. Upon the shrine sat a deity invisible to ordinary mortals, a colossal monkey. Clad in battle armor and radiating an imposing presence, it gripped a staff tightly in its hand, emanating a powerful aura. This deity was none other than Hanuman, the renowned war god of India. As Hanuman was enveloped by the crimson glow emitted from the 3 black crystals, the sealed power within his body began to violently resist. As the 2 forces clashed, Hanuman let out agonized screams that echoed through the shrine, sending chills down the spine. As the sealed power within him gradually weakened, Hanuman's body grew larger and larger within the divine light, floating majestically above the temple. Yet his eyes slowly turned blood red, revealing a hint of madness. Look! Look! Is it a god? Suddenly, someone pointed at the massive pillar of light in the sky and cried out in shock. The surrounding crowd turned their gaze upward, quickly discovering a massive monkey emerging from within the colossal pillar of light. The deity has descended. The deity has descended. The divine messengers of the Tianzhu cult and the surrounding workers prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling in devout worship. Only the Chinese laborers frowned, unease visible in their eyes. Boom! Just as the divine ritual was about to succeed, Hanuman's expression suddenly twisted in agony. The seals binding him released a torrent of divine runes, desperately trying to halt the resurgence of his power. What's happening? What's going on? Yama paled in shock, faintly sensing the altar's power gradually dissipating. Master, the seal's power is too formidable, it's suppressing Hanuman's revival. If we don't amplify the altar's energy now, this divine ritual may fail at the last moment. The anxious voice of Elder Modi echoed. Just tell me what needs to be done to ensure the divine ritual succeeds. Yama demanded urgently. Unless. Elder Modi's voice trembled slightly as his gaze slowly focused on the group of workers from Huaxia. Yama frowned deeply. Unless what? Unless we employ a blood sacrifice ritual, it might strengthen the altar's power. Elder Modi said through gritted teeth. Elder Modi, I now authorize you to employ any means necessary to fulfill this sacred duty of our sect. A resolute glint flashed in Yama's eyes. Yes. Elder Modi responded immediately, then bellowed at the surrounding divine messengers, go seize all those Huaxia people. Prepare them for the blood sacrifice. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah! Let me go. Over a dozen divine messengers and followers of the Indian cult charged toward the group of Chinese laborers. They mercilessly broke the workers' limbs and brutally tossed them onto the altar. Ah! A mysterious force suddenly surged through the workers' bodies. Instantly, their bodies exploded, turning into a mist of blood that spread across the altar. Among them was a young Chinese man who had been told by friends that live streaming abroad was lucrative. In his spare time, he would stream to earn some money. When they arrived at this construction site, everyone's phones were confiscated, but he had secretly hidden one. When the shrine opened, he secretly started streaming, hoping to gain some views. Little did he know he would capture this bloody and brutal scene. Inside the live stream room, 3 or 5 viewers witnessed the agonized screams and gory footage. Instinctively, they recorded the screen as evidence. Amidst the screams, the young Chinese man collapsed to the ground, motionless. Moments later, the light on the altar suddenly intensified, and the sealing power binding Hanuman gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, neighboring nations China, Japan, and Korea all sensed a terrifying force descending. In the underground cavern beneath China's Temple of Reverence, Elder Chen was leisurely playing chess with his disciple. Suddenly, the altar flashed with an eerie light. His expression changed instantly. He dropped his chess piece and hurried over, exclaiming in surprise, "What's happening? Master, since the last earthquake in the land of Neon, this place hasn't been affected again. Could another earthquake have damaged the dragon veins, thereby affecting our nation's fortune?" The young disciple hurriedly asked. "What are you standing around for? Call the headmaster immediately. This is far from simple. The intensity this time far exceeds the Japan earthquake.
Master Chen's expression grew grave as he issued the urgent command. Chapter 84, Journey to the Imperial Capital, Exposing the Evils of Tianzhu. In the capital city, a tranquil island stood serenely amidst the emerald waters. A black Mercedes slowly approached the island's entrance.
The door opened, and two figures stepped out.
It was none other than Li Yi and Song Badong. Guided by a white-haired butler, they followed a winding path to the exquisite villa on the island.
This was where the Fu clan chieftain resided. The butler ushered them into a quiet parlor, murmuring, "Please wait here for a moment," before turning to leave.
Song Badong's phone in his pocket rang.
He pulled it out to see it was a call from old Master Chen's disciple. The moment he answered, a look of gravity flashed across his face before he replied in a serious tone.
Understood. Please inform Master Chen that I will immediately dispatch personnel to investigate any dragon vein disturbances in the vicinity.
After hanging up, Song Badong sprang into action, making several urgent calls to the Temple of Divine Reverence to make arrangements.
Director Song, what dragon vein is showing tremors?
Li Yi, recalling how he had once stirred a thread of heaven-s, triggering the tsunami in the land of the rising sun, urgently asked.
Not yet.
It might be unusual activity in neighboring countries triggering disturbances beneath the divine altar at the Temple of Reverence. Song Badong shook his head helplessly before reminding him, today's meeting is crucial. You must be fully alert, this concerns your future prospects. After about 10 minutes, the door creaked open slowly as four elderly men entered with steady, deliberate steps.
8 divine seals?
Li Yi's gaze was drawn to one of the elders, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was the most powerful super spiritist he had ever encountered, and there was a faint sense of familiarity emanating from the old man. This elder bearing 8 divine seals was none other than Elder Hong. From the moment he stepped through the doorway, Elder Hong's gaze remained fixed on Li Yi's face while silently probing the state within his body. He murmured to himself, strange.
I clearly sense immense power within him, yet I cannot discern how many divine seals he possesses.
Honorable Elder Hong, Clan Chi Fu, Elder Qian, Elder Huang, this is Li Yi. Song Badong hurriedly stood up and respectfully introduced them.
He then turned to Li Yi, these two are Fu Tianqi, the clan chief of Huaxia.
These 3 are our Huaxia's guardian deities, Elder Hong, Elder Qian, and Elder Huang. Having been briefed beforehand by Song Badong, Li Yi remained composed.
He promptly stood and greeted the elders. Simultaneously, his perception swept over the other 3 elders one by one.
Among the 3, only Clan Chi Fu's cultivation was slightly lower, possessing only 3 divine seals. Elder Qian and Elder Huang, however, matched Elder Hong's level, each having attained 8 divine seals. No wonder they could annihilate the Sea Abbot with a single punch each during that battle. The group took their seats one after another, as if preparing to deliberate on the future course of Huaxia.
At the same time, Neon Nation, Higashitsu Soul Summoning Society. The elderly Watanabe Masashizuka sat in the secret chamber. A series of crisp clink-clink sounds broke the silence.
Immediately, a panicked divine messenger rushed in, shouting, "Bad news, Director.
The spirit altar is in turmoil." What happened?
Watanabe furrowed his brow slightly. Ever since the impure eye had been slain, he had long since lost any desire for conflict. Now, he only wished to live in peace and do his utmost to restore his nation's deities. The two hurried to a wooden building within the Tokyo Soul Summoning Society. The room was filled with all manner of talismans, strange bells, and ritual offerings. It was these bells that had been ringing. At the center of the cabin stood an altar table laden with offerings. Among them stood a small statue, no larger than an ordinary vase, occasionally emitting a mysterious glow.
What's going on here? Watanabe's eyes widened in utter shock.
Years ago, it was through contemplating this very object that he had gained the power of resurrection. Yet, all this time, he had been unable to uncover its origins or awaken the deity within the statue.
Quick! 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 Go check if any deity has been awakened. He roared.
The divine messenger behind him dared not hesitate for a moment, turning and sprinting out. Just then, another divine messenger rushed in from outside, urgently reporting, "Chairman,
India held a divine ritual and sacrificed Chinese workers as a blood offering. The incident has been exposed online." What? Watanabe's mouth fell open in shock.
He whipped his head around to stare at the divine statue on the altar, a realization dawning in his mind.
Then he turned back to demand, what kind of ritual? Why kill Chinese workers? Is it a blood sacrifice? I don't know yet. Here's the video from the scene. The divine messenger spoke, handing over a phone and opening the video on it. Having immersed himself in the realm of deities for years, Watanabe understood at a glance.
This is the Shiva possession ritual, a deity summoning technique recorded within the Wind Palace of Tianzhu.
They actually used the power of this possession ritual to break Hanuman's seal? But why does this divine statue in my hand react? Could it be that this deity is also sealed by some force?
Over the years, he had explored the origins of this deity statue through various methods and attempted to awaken it using different approaches, yet he had never succeeded. He had always assumed his search was misguided. Now, it dawned on him, among his past attempts to awaken the deity, perhaps one method had been correct. Only because the deity was sealed by some force had it remained unresponsive until now, when the Shiva possession ritual of Tianzhu had finally triggered a reaction.
Go. Find the Fujiwara clan. Have them deploy all available resources to closely monitor every move of the Indian ritual. Yes. Back at the lakeside villa in the imperial capital, Shifu smiled warmly as he looked at Li Yi. Lately, news of you has been everywhere. I've heard much about you already. Truly, the young are formidable. For 30 years, China has seen no awakening of divine beings.
Outsiders have slandered it as a land forsaken by the gods, leading to a massive exodus of talent and the near collapse of the people's faith in the divine.
Yet you, single-handedly, have altered this course. If China could cultivate more determined individuals like you, how could its future prosperity be in doubt?
Li Yi, hurry and thank Clan Shifu for his high expectations of you.
Song Badong was astonished.
Though he had anticipated Li Yi receiving praise today, he never imagined Clan Shifu would go so far as to invoke the future of China in his encouragement. After all, someone in such a high position as the clan chief would not lightly use the nation's destiny to praise someone.
Thank you for your high expectations, Clan Shifu. Yet I am well aware of my many shortcomings and must continue to hone my skills.
Li Yi hastily rose to his feet, speaking with humility.
He knew full well that if the praise continued like this, he might truly start to get carried away. Neither arrogant nor impatient, knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding the pros and cons, it is truly China's good fortune to have a young man like you.
Old Fu is absolutely right.
The more Elder Hong observed Li Yi, the more satisfied he became. He smiled and praised him further. When faced with India's denial of the troll's sovereignty and condemnation from the entire world, you not only refused to compromise but stood firm in your convictions.
Young people should possess this kind of vigor, never be timid or hesitant. Thank you for your praise, Elder Hong. Li Yi humbly expressed his gratitude once more.
Just then, Song Boatong's phone rang sharply in his pocket. He apologetically signaled to the others before stepping outside to answer it.
Dean, I sent you a video clip. Check it immediately.
Those bastards in India are using our Chinese blood for sacrifices.
The entire internet is in an uproar. Give the order now.
I, Zheng Qianyan, will sacrifice my life if necessary to wipe out these beasts.
Zheng Qianyan's voice on the other end was thick with rage, nearly bursting forth. India using our Chinese blood for sacrifices? Song Boatong's hand holding the phone suddenly felt incredibly heavy. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the video Zheng Qianyan had sent. Chapter 85, Hanuman Descends, China in Peril.
Song Badong instinctively turned his head, his gaze darting toward the living room where Li Yi and the others were gathered. To avoid interrupting their conversation, he moved quietly, stepping out of the living room into the courtyard to watch the video. He knew he had to remain calm and handle this rationally. The footage clearly showed how the situation spiraled out of control during Tianzhu's summoning of Hanuman, culminating in a deranged blood sacrifice using the lives of Chinese people. Witnessing this scene, Song Boatong's fists clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turning white from the force.
He took a deep breath, dialed Zheng Qianyan's number, and declared into the phone.
Zheng Qianyan, speaking as the director, I am issuing a serious and explicit order. Immediately dispatch personnel to the border without delay. But remember, under no circumstances take any action until you receive my explicit command.
This matter is extremely delicate.
The slightest misstep in handling it could profoundly impact the very foundations of China. The more critical the situation, the more crucial it was to maintain a cool head. Song Badong understood that every decision he made at this moment would shape the course of events.
Song Badong did not immediately return to the living room to report the situation, understanding that public sentiment was the key focus.
He pulled out his phone and began scanning online developments.
Sure enough, the video had already ignited a massive firestorm online.
Platforms like Weibo and Douyin were flooded with reposts and comments. What had dominated the trending topics all about Li Yi's plan to awaken the troll was now completely overtaken by posts about the blood sacrifice of Chinese people in India. Within a short span, the incident's impact spread rapidly, spiraling to a point where it seemed nearly impossible to contain. Outraged Chinese citizens took to their phones, flooding the comments sections of trending topics across platforms with fiery demands for India to pay a heavy price for its atrocities. Many even stormed into the Indian internet to launch attacks, vehemently demanding the perpetrators atone with their lives to honor the memory of the innocent Chinese souls lost. Meanwhile, in the living room, Clan Chief Fu, Elder Hong, and the others remained completely unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. This meeting held extraordinary significance, and Clan Chief Fu had specifically instructed the old steward not to disturb them unless it was an absolute emergency. Elder Hong cleared his throat softly before continuing, We've all been quietly observing you these past days. We hope to meet with you sooner for a deeper discussion, but certain matters are of such gravity that they demand careful consideration. A sense of foreboding welled up in Li Yi's heart, as if something major was about to be announced. His gaze drifted unconsciously towards Song Badong, who was still out making a phone call. Feeling a bit helpless, he recalled that Song had given him no hint of this meeting beforehand, leaving him somewhat unprepared.
Li Yi, the elder observed, the power within you is profound and vast, akin to that of a deity. How many divine seals have you truly obtained?
Elder Hong finally voiced the question that had been lingering in everyone's minds for so long.
All eyes instantly focused on Li Yi. Li Yi had prepared for this.
After all, his attained realm was god tier, not the kind of divine mark obtained by breaking through the seals of cosmic laws like that of a supernatural being. As for how many divine marks he had obtained, the answer required careful consideration. Saying too many might invite unnecessary trouble, saying too few would contradict his earlier feat of driving away the giant demon, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary super spirits. After a moment's thought, he replied, Elder Hong, I have obtained 7 divine seals.
However, my power is rather peculiar. For some reason, others cannot detect it. 7?
Upon hearing this, Elder Hong, Elder Qian, and Elder Huang reacted as if they'd heard an Arabian Nights tale.
They abruptly leapt to their feet. What did you say? You actually obtained 7 divine seals? 7?
Plan Chi Fu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in shock.
This. Li Yi hadn't anticipated such an intense reaction from everyone. He hadn't even revealed his full strength yet.
If one were to truly calculate it, a 9th grade mortal spirit equated to a 9th seal supernatural being, and he possessed one more seal than that. For when a super spirit encounters a deity, they must relinquish one divine seal.
Come, let me see your strength. Hit me with a punch.
Old Master Qian abruptly rose to his feet, one hand tucked behind his back, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny as he resolved to personally test Li Yi's true strength. Rest assured, even with 7 divine seals, you still stand no chance against me.
Old Master Qian, perhaps we should reconsider.
Li Yi seriously doubted whether this old man could withstand even a single punch from him.
When I tell you to strike, strike. No dawdling. Show me the skill you displayed against the giant demon.
Old Master Qian suddenly snorted coldly. But before his words had even faded, Li Yi's fist had already struck out, slamming heavily into his body. A tremendous force slammed into him, causing Old Master Qian's pupils to contract sharply. With a loud thud, his body crashed heavily into the tea table behind him.
Old Master Qian, are you all right?
Li Yi, alarmed by the sight, hurried forward to check on him. That single punch had only used 10% of his usual divine power, yet it had still sent Old Master Qian flying.
Cough cough. Old Master Qian's face flushed crimson as he coughed and said, You're hiding something, aren't you? This doesn't feel like the power of 7 divine seals. You've probably got one more than I do, haven't you? Li Yi, what divine power have you bound to yourself? How can you wield such overwhelming strength?
Old Hong sucked in a sharp breath. He knew Old Qian's formidable strength, yet even he was now stunned by the power Li Yi had displayed. The others exchanged glances, their eyes heavy with gravity. Then, Elder Hong spoke slowly, Li Yi, with the power you've demonstrated, you are fully qualified to become the guardian deity of China to defend its territory and protect the dignity of its people.
Li Yi felt his mind go blank.
Even if he racked his brain, he couldn't have imagined these elders would suddenly present him with such a daunting challenge.
Yet accepting it would mean shouldering immense pressure.
Elder Hong, Elder Qian, Elder Huang, Clan Chi Fu, my sincere apologies for interrupting you at this moment. Just then, Song Badong hurried over, his expression grave. Clan Chi Fu's heart sank upon seeing the look on his face, realizing something serious must have happened.
Old Song, what is going on? You came back after just one phone call looking like this. Nothing matters more than this right now.
We're still waiting for that kid to give us a definite answer.
Old Qian rolled his eyes in mild irritation. This incident far exceeds all our expectations. India has sacrificed Chinese blood to Hanuman. I suspect they did this to break Hanuman's seal.
As Song Badong finished speaking, Old Hong's hair stood on end with rage.
Slamming his fist on the table, he roared, What did you say? They dared to sacrifice Chinese blood for their Hanuman? Old Hong, calm down. After all, we Chinese aren't the only ones with guardian deities. India has theirs too.
Unless it involves natural disasters or man-made calamities, our contract forbids us from intervening lightly. Master Huang hurriedly spoke up to remind him, attempting to calm Master Hong's emotions. Old Hong could only suppress his anger, letting out a heavy snort before turning to look at Li Yi, his gaze carrying a hint of expectation. You are not yet the guardian god of China. Whether China can regain its dignity now rests entirely on you. Old Song, no matter what, we absolutely cannot let the blood of the Chinese people be shed in vain. We absolutely cannot allow China's dignity to be compromised. You have full authority to handle this matter. No need to report back to me. I await your good news. Clan Chi Fu took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he spoke. Li Yi, let's go. Song Badong nodded slightly, gave a quick signal, and swiftly departed with Li Yi. Success! Success! Hanuman's seal is finally broken. I can feel his colossal power. At the foot of the altar in southern India, dozens of super spiritualists gathered to forge a bond with the power roared with excitement, their faces consumed by fervor. No! Hanuman is losing control. Quick, transport him to the China border immediately. At that moment, Elder Modi suddenly bellowed, then spat out a mouthful of blood with a pft, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Seeing this, the others dared not hesitate. Gritting their teeth, they channeled their power into the divine stone.
Yet, as Hanuman's power surged violently, they too spat blood, their bodies swaying precariously. The pillar of light on the altar suddenly blazed with blinding brilliance. Within its core, the war god Hanuman was propelled by a mysterious, overwhelming force toward the borders of China. This modified version of Shiva's descent technique, used to break the seal, carried a severe flaw: Hanuman's emotions would become wildly uncontrollable. Only by expending this energy after his descent could he return to the stone statue. Roar! The colossal pillar of light crashed down, and Hanuman landed heavily at the border of China. He let out a deafening, piercing howl that echoed for dozens of miles. The expressions of the border guards and divine temple patrols darkened the instant they heard that roar. When a deity is summoned into reality, the power of the heavenly Tao's laws becomes ineffective. Their aura can no longer be concealed, making them detectable to all super spirits or other deities. A 9th-rank mortal spirit? The mightiest being in the mortal realm? Even Yama, usually the most composed, trembled with excitement. Issue a statement immediately.
Claim our nation lost control of the summoning power during the Hanuman ritual, causing his descent upon the Chinese border.
We deeply apologize for this. Bad news, Master. Trouble is brewing.
Look, the blood sacrifice has been exposed. A subordinate rushed in frantically, shouting.
What? Yanma's face instantly turned ashen.
He shoved the man aside and snatched the phone to check.
Upon seeing the video footage,
he froze in place.
Chapter 86, China Strikes Back, Battle.
Holy, Captain, come see this.
What the hell is this monster? Who the hell are you cursing?
Holy, this is clearly a god.
Quick, everyone, follow my orders, all fall back. At the western border between Huaxia and Tianzhu,
a patrolling squad from the Temple of Divine Worship suddenly encountered Hanuman, the war god, descending upon the land, instantly sparking chaos.
Spotting the intruders, Hanuman's eyes blazed crimson.
Wielding a thick club, he swung it forward with brutal force, sending 2 unsuspecting Divine Temple envoys flying through the air. Next, he stomped heavily on a middle-aged man, advancing as if through empty space. Before this mighty war god, all were as fragile as ants, utterly defenseless.
Ah!
Shrieks pierced the sky as the patrol squad descended into a slaughter with no suspense. The captain watched helplessly as his men fell one after another. Raging, he leapt forward, fists clenched tight. Mysterious power surged within him, making his hands glow brightly.
Take this sandstorm fist.
With this furious shout, a mud-yellow orb of light hurtled toward Hanuman.
Boom!
The explosive impact slammed into Hanuman, yet the powerful blast only halted his advance momentarily. Immediately, he charged forward with a mighty stride, delivering a devastating kick to the captain. The disparity in strength was too great. The captain slammed straight into the boulder behind him, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that spurted forth.
Roar! Hanuman seemed utterly enraged.
He let out a deafening howl to the heavens, his blood-red eyes blazing with boundless ferocity. He then charged swiftly toward the territory of China.
It's over. This time, China is facing a great calamity.
The surviving members stared in utter despair. Their cultivation levels were too low to accurately gauge the power of this descended deity.
They could only sense its might, which surpassed everyone's imagination.
On the summit of a mountain within the Indian territory, Yama, Elder Modi, and others peered through telescopes, closely monitoring Hanuman's every move.
Hanuman is heading toward China. This will likely bring unprecedented calamity upon the nation.
Elder Modi slowly lowered his binoculars. Far from showing any remorse, his expression held a hint of mockery.
So be it. At least it will make China understand Tianzhu's current might.
Even if they seek justice for those fallen Chinese workers, they'll first have to weigh their own strength against ours.
Yama's lips curled into a cold smile.
Master, my sole concern now is China's guardian deities. Even the high priest fears the power of those 3 elders. Should they intervene, Hanuman, despite being a 9th-rank divine being, arguably the strongest mortal, would struggle against their combined might.
They could withstand a 9th-rank deity head-on.
Elder Jasang hurriedly interjected. Rest assured. The high priest has stated that unless Hanuman invades the city and causes catastrophic disaster, they won't intervene merely for the killing of a few super spirits. The Lord of Yama dismissed the concern. If those 3 intervene, it would violate the pact. At that point, I will lodge a protest with the Divine Alliance. Should they refuse to act, I can invoke the terms of the agreement to unite all guardian deities of South Asia in a collective campaign against China.
In that case, we can rest assured. Elder Jasang said no more.
Attention shifted to the Western Theater Command at the foot of Mount Kunlun. Various military branches were stationed here. On the ground, the army deployed a full complement of forces including composite brigades, special operations brigades, border defense units, and production corps. In the air, aviation units and radar troops stood ready for action. Following a directive from the highest echelons of Huaxia, a temporary combat command center was rapidly established within an extremely short time frame. Army Commander General Han Jianxi assumed overall command, with an experienced divine messenger from the Temple of Reverence serving as the coordinating deputy commander. As a senior commander with years of frontline experience, Han Jianxi possessed exceptional crisis management skills. He immediately ordered intelligence agencies to integrate data from satellites, drones, and ground reconnaissance to track the deity's every move. Any delay, concealment, or failure to report information promptly would be dealt with according to military law. Comrades, we are facing a powerful deity that has descended upon our border. According to intelligence from the Border Temple of Divine Worship, its exact rank remains undetermined. Yet we can confidently state its power far exceeds anything we have ever encountered. It may very well be the strongest entity to ever walk the mortal realm. Han Jianxi's expression grew grave as he addressed the command center swiftly. This mission is extraordinarily challenging. I urge everyone to be on high alert.
This is no ordinary foe. Conventional bullets will not harm it.
According to data from the Divine Academy, only the shockwaves generated by high explosive weapons can inflict damage on deities. Other weapons such as bullets or armor-piercing rounds are utterly ineffective.
Commander Han, allow me to propose a hypothesis.
A man in his 50s stood up, his expression solemn as his gaze swept across the room.
If our weapons prove utterly useless against this deity, and even the Temple of Divine Worship cannot harm it, do we have contingency plans? The question plunged the room into contemplation. Everyone understood the weight of the implication. When China proved powerless to stop this deity, should they activate the super thermal weapon? Their gazes turned unanimously toward Commander Han.
Per higher-ups directives, should such a scenario arise, to prevent further escalation, I will request authorization to exercise the nuclear option.
Han Jianxi swallowed hard and nodded slowly to the assembled group. The immense shockwave generated by a nuclear device would undoubtedly pose a threat to this deity. If one isn't enough, we'll use two. If two aren't enough, we'll use three until it is completely eliminated. The prerequisite is that the danger must be expelled into an uninhabited zone. Let's hope we never have to go that far. The group couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
Now, as the overall commander of this operation, I order the army to deploy main battle tanks as the first line of defense. The Air Force will provide the second line with high-capacity aircraft, all equipped with high-explosive shells. Ground forces will advance simultaneously as the third line, also employing high-explosive munitions such as the Hubei 306 and Hubei 722 missiles.
All units, get into position and deploy immediately. All personnel must enter the battlefield within half an hour.
As orders cascaded down, fighter jets, helicopters, and transport aircraft from the Western Theater Command raced toward their target locations at maximum speed. Simultaneously, all nearby divine messengers and super spiritualists received urgent notifications from the Temple of Reverence, alerting them to the critical situation. The Divine Service Academy ordered divine messengers to immediately proceed to the border. For the superhumans, however, the request was made in earnest, appealing for their assistance. Command Center.
Codename Divine Eagle 310 has reached target airspace. Altitude 8,000 meters, speed Mach 1.2.
Target detected on radar, bearing 270, distance 3.8 kilometers.
Target visually confirmed. Images uploaded. Request weapons clearance. Execute elimination protocol. Acknowledge and respond. This is Command Center. Received, Divine Eagle 310. Appreciate your prompt arrival. Weapons clearance granted.
Maintain vigilance, prioritize personal safety, and report status continuously.
Shenying 310 copy. Weapons unlocked. Tiger 722 missile in hot-seeking mode activated. Radar maintaining target lock. Systems operational. Request attack authorization. Authorized to engage. Good luck, Divine Eagle 310.
As the command center responded, Li Dalong, seated inside the helicopter, took a deep breath and decisively pressed the switch. Whoosh! The missile suspended beneath the fighter jet instantly launched, ignited, and streaked toward its target. Roar! War god Hanuman looked up at the fighter jet appearing in the sky. Seeming to sense the threat, he roared furiously, raised his mace, and leaped violently upward. The immense force caused a surge of air to rise from the mace. Boom! The mace struck the incoming missile with brutal force. The immense shockwave instantly sent a massive mushroom cloud billowing within 100 meters.
Command Center, Divine Eagle 310 has hit the target. Die, you stinking monkey. Ha ha, ah. Shenying 310, please respond. What's going on? Divine Eagle 310, please respond. Chapter 87, Panic in China, Hanuman invincible?
Within the massive mushroom cloud, a monkey face abruptly materialized. The war god Hanuman unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, its rumbling like rolling thunder dispersing the dust and smoke from the explosion. His body leapt upward, swinging his mace high before hurling it into the sky. It crashed straight into the fighter jet, shattering it into pieces. The staff spun through the air, as if drawn by some mysterious force, and flew back toward him. The war god Hanuman leapt once more, catching the staff with steady precision. His fierce gaze fixed upon the multitude of fighter jets appearing in the distant sky. Far from showing fear, it charged toward the fighters with a reckless fury.
Fire! Fire! Kill that monster! Damn it, you filthy monkey! China isn't some place you can trample at will. Die! Everyone move to designated positions immediately. Aim your cannons, load the shells, fire! Blow that monkey to bits.
As the roar of gunfire intensified, the war god Hanuman's advance was finally slowed.
Yet its immense power rendered it utterly impervious to the barrage of shells. If anything, the bombardment only fueled its fury. Li Yi, what are you doing? That deity is far too powerful. You must stay with us. We'll reach the front lines in half an hour at most. Don't act on your own. 600 kilometers away in the sky.
Over a dozen helicopters raced toward the convergence point. Zhang Qianyan spotted Li Yi leaping alone from the helicopter and striding away, prompting him to shout an alarm. From another helicopter, Song Badong witnessed the same scene and shouted, Li, come back. Reports from the front lines say this is no foe for human strength alone. The helicopters are too slow. I'll be fine. Li Yi's voice echoed through the air. Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, let's hurry. Li Yi shouted inwardly. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing transformed into a giant white and green serpent, carrying him away until he vanished into the distance.
Song Badong, Zhang Qianyan, and the others stared in stunned disbelief.
They watched as Li Yi vanished after running just a few steps, his speed utterly beyond imagination.
Those bastards from Tianzhu. If I get the chance, I'll flatten their wind palace.
Commander Han Jianxi, his eyes bloodshot from the relentless stream of bad news pouring in from the battlefield, slammed his fist hard onto the table. Only now did he truly grasp how impossible it was to defeat the gods. He snapped his head up.
When will the Divine Worship Academy headquarters arrive?
Just received word they'll need another half hour. Orders are to halt Hanuman's advance by any means necessary until the Temple of Reverence's high command arrives. His subordinate hurriedly reported.
On an ordinary battlefield, half an hour would have been no challenge for Han Jianxi.
But now, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure.
Every minute they held out now came at a terrible cost. Commander Han, good news.
We just received word that nearby and surrounding super spiritualists have reached the target location and are doing everything possible to stop Hanuman. A staff member rushed in from outside, speaking rapidly. This was undoubtedly the best news possible at that moment. Han Jianxi waved his hand decisively and ordered, notify all units immediately. They must provide full support to the divine envoys and super spiritualists, creating the most favorable conditions for their attack.
Hold out for half an hour, even if it means fighting to the last man.
Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to request the launch of the nuclear warhead.
On the battlefield, helicopters landed one after another as the divine envoys and superhumans eagerly leaped out.
The divine messenger shouted to the crowd, everyone spread out.
Seize any opportunity to attack. We must stop this monster from entering Chinese territory. Master, this giant ape's aura is overwhelming. Judging by its presence, it must be at least a fourth-rank divine being, if not higher?
A man from the Shin family squad gaped in shock.
Look at your narrow-mindedness.
Don't judge everything with your shallow perspective. Based on my years of sensing divine power, this deity has likely reached the 9th rank of mortal spirits. The Shin family head said solemnly.
9th rank mortal spirit?
The clan squad members gasped in unison, their faces turning deathly pale.
The strongest among them possessed only 2 divine seals. What chance did they stand?
The Shin family head drew a branch as long as an arm from his robe, his expression proud. Look at your pathetic selves. The Shin family boasts a long heritage and profound foundations. This time, let the world witness the might of the Shin clan. Before his words faded, he lightly tapped the ground beneath his feet and soared upward, channeling his power into the branch with frenzied intensity. Instantly, the branch burst into brilliant light, growing wildly until it transformed into a terrifyingly long, slender weapon in the blink of an eye.
You beast, get back where you came from.
The Shin family head roared, gripping the branch tightly and lashing it viciously at the war god Hanuman before him.
Boom!
As the whip struck Hanuman, it erupted in blinding light. The force of that single lash proved more terrifying than a cannonball, sending Hanuman crashing backward dozens of meters. Every pair of eyes in the arena instantly turned toward the Shin family head. Roar! Struck by the whip, Hanuman grew even more frenzied. In the next instant, he appeared before the Shin family head, clawing with both arms and tearing with brutal force.
Boom! The Shin family head was torn clean in two.
The Shin family members let out horrified screams. Those nearby saw this and inwardly cried out in dread. Before they could react, the war god Hanuman charged into the crowd, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Over half of the divine envoys and super spiritualists who had arrived were quickly killed or wounded. The news reached headquarters, where Commander Han Jianxi slumped into his chair. Every possible measure had been exhausted, yet nothing could halt Hanuman's advance. Is it truly impossible for human strength to stop a god? His gaze fell upon the dedicated line phone on his desk. Must we truly request activation of the ultimate weapon? But doing so would inflict decades, perhaps even centuries of harm upon Huaxia. Hanuman's overwhelming power plunged not only China into crisis but also sent shockwaves of terror through neighboring nations. Thailand, Burma, and South Vietnam immediately issued statements strongly condemning India, demanding it find a way to recall Hanuman immediately. Footage captured by witnesses had already been disseminated across global networks, triggering worldwide panic. Those smaller nations that had once envied China yet received no assistance finally seized their chance. They flooded China's online platforms, unleashing relentless attacks, slander, and abuse. China is destined to perish today. Your divine emissaries, super spiritualists, and guardian forces have all been defeated. You have proven China's incompetence with your own blood and souls. For so long, the internet has been flooded with tales of China's divine offspring. Now, China's ancient saying is proven true: heaven punishes the arrogant with rain, and men with calamity. Your arrogance will surely bring about your downfall. Though I differ from other foreign netizens, I wish no nation to perish. Hanuman's might is utterly beyond China's capacity to withstand. Your only recourse now is to beg for India's forgiveness. Make your plea sincere, perhaps kneel. Who knows? The devotees of the divine cult of India might be moved to mercy and spare your lives. These mocking comments from foreign websites were widely reposted. On the battlefield, it seemed no one could halt Hanuman's advance. Only a few scattered fighter jets remained in the sky, while every artillery emplacement on the ground had been utterly destroyed. The battlefield was littered with divine messengers and superhumans writhing in agony. The Tianzhu cultists, who had been observing from afar, were flushed with excitement. Hanuman's power far exceeded their wildest expectations. Supreme Leader, after this battle, Hanuman will be known throughout the world. I believe it won't be long before the Divine Alliance extends an invitation to Tianzhu, inviting us to join their ranks. The nations of South Asia will surely recognize Tianzhu as their leader. Elder Modi beamed with pride. The other elders also broke into smiles. The Supreme Leader roared with laughter. Elder Modi, India is fortunate to have you. It is a blessing for both India and our sect. Boom! At that moment, everyone suddenly witnessed a powerful surge of energy erupting from within the borders of China. Hanuman's roar became urgent and frantic, starkly different from his earlier furious bellow, now tinged with a hint of fear. What's happening? What's going on? Yama, Modi, and the others instantly paled. At the command center, Commander Han Jianxi had already ordered the evacuation of all personnel from the front lines. He now picked up the secure line phone, requesting authorization for the ultimate weapon code. Suddenly, a staff member in the command room shouted excitedly, "Commander Han, Hanuman has been repelled." What? Who? Han Jianxi abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes widening in horror. Chapter 88, The Brutal Beating of Hanuman, Li Battle. Time rewound to before the incident. On the battlefield, warriors fought desperately against Hanuman, but in his berserk state, he was like a war god reborn. No one could stand against him. Ah! A soldier, seeing Hanuman's club swinging toward him, let out a startled cry. Terrified, he closed his eyes, awaiting death. But in the next instant, a colossal divine force slammed into him. Hanuman recoiled as if struck by a mountain, his body hurtling uncontrollably toward a distant peak, a pained roar tearing from his throat. Li! It's Li! The soldier opened his eyes to see his savior and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, we're saved! It's Li! Li has come! Li?" The survivors all looked up, their faces filled with shock. Ninth grade mortal spirit? 3 figures stood suspended in the sky. Xiaobai frowned slightly, a hint of frustration on his face. It seems once a deity is summoned, the laws of heaven and earth no longer bind them. Their power is unleashed completely. Sister, with our current strength, we should be able to kill it easily. I never imagined the laws would restrict our power so severely. Xiaoqing echoed the frustration, muttering under her breath. Li finally arrived a step ahead. They had believed that with the combined strength of the 3 of them, they could easily resolve this crisis. Yet, the war god Hanuman, after descending, proved remarkably resilient. Xian, Xiaoqing, and I are constrained by the law's power. We can only stay by your side and cannot unleash our full strength. Now it's all up to you. But you still have that 9-headed serpent. Summoning it to distract this monkey is actually a good idea. Xiaobai suggested. Roar! War god Hanuman scrambled up from the ground, roaring with fury. He leaped violently into the air, swinging his mace fiercely toward the figures before him. Li shifted his feet, executing the azure serpent phantom step to its utmost limit. A faint afterimage lingered behind him as his entire form vanished from the spot. A thunderous crash echoed behind him as the staff struck, causing the ground within a 20-meter radius to collapse. One could only imagine the terrifying power unleashed by a full-strength strike from a 9th-ranked divine being. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were the Monkey King himself. But you're nothing but a cheap knockoff. Li glanced back at the commotion, his eyebrow twitching slightly. Li had once read a report detailing the intricate connections between Journey to the West and the Indian deity Hanuman. Scholars suggested that the Indian Hanuman was highly likely a reincarnation of the original prototype for Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. This scholar cited numerous examples. In the Ramayana, when Rama's wife was abducted by the demon king, Hanuman stepped forward to assist Rama in rescuing her. This plot closely mirrors the scene in Journey to the West where Tang Sanzang is captured by demons and Sun Wukong shoulders the mission to rescue him. Furthermore, Hanuman in the Ramayana possesses extraordinary abilities such as soaring through the air and moving mountains and overturning seas. The Monkey King in Journey to the West possesses similar powers. Hanuman set fire to the Lanka Palace. The Monkey King set fire to the Peach Garden. Thus, within the pantheon of deities, Hanuman appears to be a mirror image of the Monkey King. Within the Indian mythological framework, he is merely a lesser deity who has not even attained divine status. His only distinction lies in being widely known locally. However, attaining the 9th rank of mortal spirits already represents the pinnacle of human potential. Now, enraged, Hanuman's strike missed its mark, plunging him into a frenzied state. He let out a series of frantic howls before swinging his staff repeatedly, yet still failed to hit his target. It's Li Yi. It really is Li Yi. The intense commotion on Li Yi's side drew the attention of the super spirits who had retreated, including the Shin family squad. When they saw that the one battling the giant ape was none other than Li Yi, their eyes widened in disbelief. Could Li Yi truly be formidable enough to challenge the god Hanuman alone? Li Yi's footwork was agile and swift as the wind, always managing to dodge Hanuman's club attacks at the last moment. However, having only recently reached the 9th rank of mortal spirit, the likelihood of him defeating the monkey in a single strike was extremely low. Li Yi swiftly drew the wooden plaque of Yamata no Orochi, channeling his power into it continuously. He sensed a powerful summoning force. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, a mysterious vortex materialized around the wooden plaque. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a fragment of Yamata no Orochi's essence shot out of the vortex like lightning. 9 massive heads simultaneously turned toward Hanuman, bellowing menacingly in unison. Roar! Hanuman showed no weakness, unleashing an equally thunderous roar at the 9 serpent heads. Yuanyu, hold it down tight. Don't let it jump around. Xiaobai, Xiaoqian, let's go together. Li Yi's eyes narrowed as he thrust his feet against the ground, launching himself upward at breakneck speed. Since Xiaobai and Xiaoqian were restricted by their range and could only operate near his side, he had to rely on close combat to fully leverage their strengths. The Yamata no Orochi's massive body slithered swiftly across the ground. Seizing its chance, it lashed its tail out violently, striking Hanuman with brutal force. Hanuman erupted in blinding light, nearly sent flying by the blow. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He grabbed the serpent's tail with one hand and began spinning wildly in place. Li Yi watched the scene unfold, his heart skipping a beat. Wasn't this just like the scene in the movie where King Kong battles a giant python? Roar! The Yamata no Orochi was spun dizzy by the frantic whirl. One of its heads seized the moment, sinking its fangs deep into Hanuman's leg. A torrent of black energy surged into Hanuman's body. Hanuman roared in agony, his grip on the tail slipping as his body crashed heavily to the ground. Attack together! Li Yi's fists instantly ignited with the 9 netherworld flames, blazing fiercely while radiating a bone-chilling aura. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing materialized at his left and right sides, their bodies radiating dazzling divine light. Young Master, Xiaoqian's Netherworld Fire spell has just broken through to the 3rd layer. With the immense power of these 3 layers of netherfire, we should be able to freeze this monster solid. At that moment, Nie Xiaoqian's clear voice unexpectedly echoed in Li Yi's mind. Without hesitation, Li Yi activated the bond of unity. Instantly, a torrent of cosmic energy surged toward him, rushing violently into his body. Within mere moments, he distinctly felt an icy, bone-piercing force manifest within his body. He was startled. The frigid energy contained within the 3rd layer of the 9 netherworlds netherfire spell was terrifying. Even with his formidable mortal body of the 9th grade, he could scarcely endure this extreme cold. Hanuman seemed to sense the impending deadly blow. He lunged forward, clutching the massive body of Yamata no Orochi with all his might, attempting to tear it apart. Simultaneously, he let out a deafening, earth-shaking roar that echoed across the heavens. To prevent Hanuman's escape, the other heads of the Yamata no Orochi bit down fiercely on the war god's arm, back, and the back of his head, refusing to let go. Roar! Boom! The moment the 9 netherworld inferno spell touched Hanuman, it unleashed a world-shattering surge of power. Hanuman's body erupted in sky-piercing ice flames, rapidly freezing at a visible speed as a thick layer of frost swiftly spread across his entire form. At the same moment, the terrifying power of Xiaobai and Xiaoqian was about to crash down upon Hanuman. If this hit, Hanuman would shatter. Wait! We can't let it vanish so easily. That'd be too easy for those Indian bastards. We must send it back to India to seek justice. Li Yi knew well that after a deity descended, true death did not exist, they merely entered a state of slumber. Should a powerful awakener come along, they could still be roused. If he must kill it, he would do so before the eyes of the Indians, slaying Hanuman himself. Yuanyu, take it away. Li Yi sped toward the Indian border while mentally relaying a message to Nie Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, the 3rd layer 9 netherworld's inferno curse is too powerful, it can even freeze a deity. Young Master, Xiaoqian has devoted centuries to cultivation. She was already nearing the threshold of breaking through to the 3rd layer. This breakthrough in realm has allowed her to achieve it smoothly. The third layer of the 9 Netherworld's Inferno curse involves flame differentiation, enabling the creation of varying numbers of fire lotuses. This significantly amplifies its power, unleashing unimaginably terrifying cold energy upon contact with enemies. Nie Xiaoqian's crisp, melodious voice echoed in Li Yi's mind, accompanied by her laughter, creating a soothing sensation.
The Yamata no Orochi clamped its jaws tightly around the frozen Hanuman and, following Li Yi, sped toward the borders of India. This scene was captured by the crowd's devices and swiftly uploaded to the internet. Li Yi actually defeated Hanuman?
At headquarters, Han Jianxi stared at the live feed on the large screen, sucking in a sharp breath. Across China, citizens watching online were overcome with excitement, cheering with raised arms, "Brother Yi is mighty."
Master, it's bad news. Hanuman is charging straight toward our country.
A divine messenger tasked with monitoring the border rushed to report the news to Yama, panic evident in his voice. At that moment, Yama and his companions, who had been leisurely watching the spectacle from the mountaintop, paled visibly upon hearing the news.
Yama's eyes widened in fury as he roared at the divine messenger, "You fool! Do you know the severe punishment our sect imposes for spreading false information? Lord, this is absolutely true.
Numerous people along the route have already captured videos of it."
The divine messenger explained anxiously. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible."
Yama remained unwilling to accept the truth, muttering to himself incessantly.
"Master, Hanuman's power far surpasses that of the trolls. If we handle this improperly, India will face utter destruction." Another subordinate urgently warned. "Quickly! Mobilize every member of the cult. Stop him at any cost." Yama finally snapped out of his daze and issued the command.
Chapter 89, The Destruction of the Divine Miracle in India and the People's Uprising.
The commotion unfolding at the Tianjin border
quickly drew the attention of the entire world. As helicopters took off urgently from all corners of India, transporting divine emissaries and followers to the border to halt Hanuman's assault, neighboring nations reacted as if facing a major threat, vigilantly implementing a series of related deployments. Yet before the divine emissaries could reach their designated positions, several figures streaked across the sky.
"Look! What's that?" A Tianjin supernatural being suddenly pointed skyward, gasping in shock. All eyes followed the gaze upward.
A young man from China raced ahead at breakneck speed, while a 9-headed serpent trailed behind him, clinging tightly to the war god Hanuman.
As for Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, they remained temporarily out of sight.
"Stop him! Stop him!"
A voice bellowed hoarsely, the cry echoing like thunder across the entire border. The handful of super spirits gathered there instantly fell into chaos.
They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation, yet not a single one dared to step forward to intervene. To them, this was nothing less than a battle between gods.
Who among mortals would dare to rashly intervene? Li Yi pressed forward, deep into the heart of Tianjin.
His target was not ordinary residential areas, but the sacred sites of Tianjin.
Tianjin was a nation founded upon divine faith.
Here, the common folk might grow lukewarm toward patriotic sentiment, but reverence for the gods remained an absolute necessity in their hearts.
Destroying the pillars of their faith would deal a devastating blow to Tianjin. Moreover, the number of awakened deities in Tianjin was staggering, countless in both size and number.
The world even mockingly dubbed it the City of Minor Deities. Nearly every city housed several sacred sites, a testament to the vast and chaotic nature of its pantheon. Li swiftly located the sacred site and immediately released the power of the 9 Netherworld Flames curse from Hanuman, allowing the monkey god to rampage and destroy the site. He himself remained hidden at a distance, quietly observing.
Hanuman's power exceeded everyone's expectations. Once freed from the ice, he instantly entered a frenzied state.
With a single punch, he demolished the sacred site ruins.
Another punch followed, instantly killing several local divine envoys.
A small serpent deity within the ruins, witnessing Hanuman's overwhelming might, trembled in terror, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance.
As the sacred ruins were mercilessly destroyed, the small serpent deity too vanished into nothingness. Damn it! Where the hell did this monster come from? It's Hanuman. Yes, the war god Hanuman.
Our sect awakened this deity through a blood sacrifice ritual.
But how did it appear here? Damn the ING cult. No matter where it came from, our city's sacred ruins have been destroyed. The cult must answer for this.
Pilgrims who had traveled from all corners to worship roared with fury, helpless as they watched Hanuman rampage through the site. Once the destruction was nearly complete, Li froze Hanuman in ice once more, then sought out the next divine site to continue his rampage. In just half a day, Hanuman had destroyed over 30 divine relics. This incident sent shockwaves through India like a boulder dropped into calm waters. The people of India were not fools. News of Hanuman flooded the internet, and they understood their own religious sect had summoned the war god Hanuman through the blood sacrifice of Chinese people, then sent him into Chinese territory, thus provoking China's furious retaliation. As the Indian religious sect sensed the people's fury rapidly turning against them, they dared not stand idly by. They hastily issued a statement. The rumors circulating online are entirely fabricated.
Our sect accidentally summoned Hanuman by employing an erroneous method to break the seal binding him. We deeply regret Hanuman's arrival in China. However, the Chinese have resorted to extreme retaliatory actions, vandalizing our sacred sites. Our sect will demand accountability from China. What? Li Yi has subdued Hanuman?
Before Song Badong, Zhang Qianyan, and the others had even stepped off the helicopter, news reached them that Li Yi had subdued Hanuman. Stunned expressions spread across their faces. But before their joy could last long, news of widespread destruction at Indian sacred sites reached them, prompting wry smiles to appear on their faces. Director Song, according to the latest intelligence, at least 30 sacred sites in India have been destroyed by Hanuman. Indian citizens have begun gathering at the entrances of various Hindu temples to stage protests. At the Western Theater Command headquarters, as Song Badong and others stepped off the helicopter, Han Jianqi hurried forward, eager to report. I feared this could trigger border incidents. We must reinforce border deployments immediately. Divine beings represent the supreme faith in the hearts of the Indian populace. Should that faith collapse, the people may resort to extreme actions. To be safe, Commander Han, I request you reinforce border defenses. Song Badong frowned deeply, pondering for a moment before declaring. Qianyan, issue an immediate announcement in the name of the Temple of Divine Reverence. First, the brutal practice of sacrificing Chinese blood by the Indian cult has caused Hanuman to descend upon our territory, resulting in severe losses. Our nation will freeze all Indian accounts within our borders to compensate the families of those tragically lost in this incident. Second, in response to the Indian sect's heinous blood sacrifice of Chinese citizens, our nation will launch a comprehensive counteroffensive. The principal elders and high priest of the Indian sect are hereby designated as most wanted fugitives in China. If the people of India demonstrate profound righteousness by capturing elders or the high priest, they shall be granted permanent residency in China, receive comprehensive protection from China, and be rewarded with 500 million yuan.
Finally, Hanuman is a deity summoned by the Indian religion. Although our nation's Li Yi possesses the capability, it is difficult to completely eradicate this deity. Li Yi merely sought to return him to the Indian religion. However, due to his overwhelming power, he escaped mid-transit and rampaged through nearby cities, devastating sacred relics. Our nation bears no responsibility for this outcome. The Indian religion must shoulder the consequences. We fulfilled only our escort duty. Ha ha. The moment the announcement was released, Chinese netizens erupted in laughter. This is hilarious. Spot on. Brother E only had escort duties.
If something went wrong along the way, don't blame us. After all, it was your Indian deity they summoned. Why is your deity so powerful?
It's got nothing to do with us.
My brother's the best. I was furious when Tianzhu sacrificed our people in their blood rituals. Now seeing all their divine relics destroyed, I finally feel a bit better. The Indian cult must be fuming. They never imagined their elders and high priest would end up on China's most wanted list.
The power of online dissemination is immense.
Within just half an hour, the 3 announcements released by the Temple of Reverence not only shot to the top of domestic trending searches but also flooded major international platforms with related content. A nation that habitually eats with hands used to wipe their asses. What greatness can you possibly expect from such a people? A despicable, shameless nation with no moral boundaries sacrificing ordinary lives to awaken their own deities. I call on the world to boycott such a country and demand compensation from China. I suspected India was up to no good from the start.
Thankfully, I didn't follow the online mob in attacking China. I don't think China overreacted.
Therefore, I demand the senior priests and high priest of the Indian cult, like the Fujiwara clan of Japan, commit seppuku as an apology. You see, in recent times, the internet has been flooded with incidents triggered by India. First, the giant troll appeared in China, and now Hanuman has descended upon China's border. While many foreigners initially sympathized with the destruction inflicted upon India, the relentless succession of incidents has made it impossible to maintain that sympathy. Consequently, netizens from foreign platforms joined the fray, launching frenzied attacks against the Indian cult. Outside the Wind Palace, a large crowd of emotionally charged citizens had already gathered. A divine messenger sent to investigate the situation returned in a panic, shouting, "It's bad. Our citizens have revolted. Quickly, relay this news to the elders." Chapter 90, Tianzhu pleads for ceasefire, Li Yi's conditions. We demand justice. We demand the relics. We demand a reasonable explanation. Give us an answer. We're not fools to be fooled. Don't try to placate us with those cheap excuses. Why, everything's gone. Everything's gone. All the gods, great and small, in my city are gone. My poor child was supposed to bind divine power tomorrow, but now he's about to become an ordinary person. He's become an ordinary person. Hordes of Tianzhu citizens stormed the Wind Palace in a frenzy. The cause of this riot was actually quite simple. As time passed, more and more divine relics across cities were destroyed, the count now reaching 68. Faced with such widespread destruction, the divine cult not only failed to take effective measures to stop it but instead focused solely on issuing statements, rebutting the 3 decisions made by the Huaxia Temple of Divine Worship. The people saw no hope.
Given the sheer scale of the devastation, they understood that condemning China would not undo their losses. Thus, they directed their fury toward their own nation's divine sect, demanding it take responsibility for the situation. The divine envoys within the palace felt immense pressure. They tightly shut the gates, refusing to offer any explanation despite the outside crowds ramming, cursing, and roaring. Fortunately, they had immediately contacted the elders and reported the matter in detail. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The leader of the Yama sect raged like a storm, his lungs nearly bursting with fury. He had already devised multiple contingency plans, even mobilizing the surrounding garrisons, yet he remained powerless to stop Li Yi. He could only watch helplessly as countless relics within the nation were ruthlessly destroyed. Elder Modi hurriedly interjected, "Lord, if this continues, all the divine relics of our nation will be utterly destroyed. We should beseech the high priest to intervene and eliminate this man, thereby preserving the remaining deities of our land." Very well. This youth has destroyed countless sacred sites within our nation. The high priest will certainly not stand idly by. Yama took a deep breath, then boarded a helicopter and flew directly toward a specific location. On the backside of Mount Sunmary's highest peak, an elderly man with withered skin sat quietly with eyes closed, exposed to the biting cold wind. This man was none other than the high priest of Tianzhu. A helicopter hovered motionless in midair. Yama leapt down from it, his voice urgent. "High priest, I implore you to intervene this time and rescue Tianzhu from its dire straits." "Yama, do you think I don't want to act?" The high priest seemed to have long understood the purpose of their visit. With a bitter smile, he slowly extended his finger toward the distance. "Look, those 3 old men from Huaxia are right there on that mountain peak. If I make the slightest move now, they will certainly strike immediately. High priest, with your divine power manifest here, could you truly fear those 3 old men from Huaxia?" Yama's eyes widened in astonishment. The high priest sighed helplessly. "Though I possess 9 divine seals, I have only 2 hands. Across from me stand 6 pairs. Don't underestimate them just because they each hold only 8 seals. If it comes to a fight, victory is far from assured." "But..." Yanma was momentarily speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as panic set in. "But if you don't act now, all the divine relics in our nation will be destroyed. Our nation's strength will be severely weakened, and the consequences will be unimaginable. I'll go speak with them." The high priest frowned briefly. How could he not grasp such logic? With a light shift of his feet, he soared upward, landing in an instant atop a mountain peak across the valley. Seated atop that peak were 3 elders, Elder Hong, Elder Qian, and Elder Huang. They sat cross-legged on the ground, accompanied only by a pot of clear tea, radiating an air of serene contentment. "My 3 old friends, how have you been?" After landing, the high priest smiled courteously, speaking in halting Chinese. "Why not invite me to sit down? Let us share a cup of tea and discuss this matter properly. What do you say? It's been years since we last met, and your cultivation has advanced considerably. It seems the deity your Tianzhu sect has hidden away is likely at least a 9th-grade mortal spirit." Hong Lao scrutinized the old man before him, his words laden with meaning. The high priest smiled back, equally suggestively. 30 years ago, the world only knew the earth deity as China's mightiest. But China possesses its own profound foundations, with hidden, powerful deities. That deity must have reached the 8th rank of mortal spirits by now. Otherwise, how could the 3 of you have obtained the 8-fold divine seal so many years ago? "Ha, sit down and talk." Hong Lao brushed it off with a laugh, naturally unwilling to discuss hidden deities with him. Every nation harbors hidden deities, and without exception, these deities possess immense power. It must be understood that awakening a deity requires fulfilling 2 stringent conditions. First, relying on the deity's own background story to awaken it. Second, leveraging the enhancement of faith power. Lacking either significantly reduces the chances of awakening. However, there exists another extremely rare scenario, natural awakening. This typically occurs when a deity's power accumulates to a certain threshold, and then, due to some unique external factor, it is awakened by the heavens and earth. Yet such occurrences are exceedingly improbable, known to only a handful. Since deities remain invisible to ordinary mortals, discovering their existence is as difficult as scaling the heavens. Honorable guests, the number of damaged deities within our borders has reached 68. Our divine emissaries, the supernatural ones, have suffered heavy casualties. I believe this should satisfy our young friend. Our nation is prepared to compensate for all losses. We humbly request your mercy and ask that you spare Tianzhu." The high priest hurriedly added, "Or if you have any conditions, please state them freely. Whatever this nation can accomplish, we shall not refuse. This matter is rather difficult to resolve." Old Hong sighed. "My young friend is stubborn and immensely powerful. Even we find it difficult to restrain him." "What?" The high priest looked utterly incredulous, as if hearing a fairy tale. "Don't joke with me. I've heard of that young friend's exploits recently, but surely he hasn't reached a point where even you cannot stop him? Slaughter all those involved, and this matter will be settled." Old Hong cut to the chase, snorting heavily. The high priest's expression darkened instantly. How could he possibly agree to such a thing? As the tension escalated, Elder Qian knew it was time to defuse the situation.
After all, over 60 ancient ruins had already been destroyed.
Most nations wouldn't even have that many.
If the destruction continued, war between the two countries might truly erupt.
He quickly interjected, "This is what we'll do.
I'll go consult with the young friend immediately and see what demands he has."
The high priest's expression finally eased slightly. Li Yi, who was busy wreaking havoc, received a call.
Seeing an unfamiliar number, he wondered who it could be.
Hearing Elder Qian's voice on the line, he was taken aback.
He hadn't exchanged numbers when parting ways with Old Master Qian and the others today. However, the Temple of Reverence had his contact information, so they could easily find it. Over the phone, Elder Qian detailed the purpose of his call before adding, "The destruction of the 68th ruins and the deaths of numerous divine messengers and super spirits are achievements you could boast about for a lifetime. If you continue this destruction, they may become desperate and resort to extreme measures.
Tell me what you want."
Beyond compensating for necessary losses, I have only one demand: whoever ordered the blood sacrifice of the Huaxia people must be held accountable for this act.
After hanging up, Old Master Qian took a deep breath and relayed these words faithfully to the High Priest of Tianzhu. "Very well. I take my leave."
The High Priest moved swiftly, leaping back to his mountain peak. He looked at Yama, who remained rooted to the spot, and frowned. The other side has agreed to halt the operation, but the responsible party must be dealt with.
You weigh the consequences yourself. Hearing this response, Yama was dumbfounded. Even with his own nation's high priest personally intervening, this was the best outcome he could achieve? What? Are you dissatisfied? A colossal force emanated from the high priest, pressing down on Yama so intensely he nearly couldn't breathe.
If it truly comes to blows, I'm not afraid of those three old men. But with the situation escalating this far, our nation must have someone take responsibility for this affair.
Why would I refuse such a win-win solution? Very well.
Then let Elder Jiesong pay the price for this.
Chapter 91, Massive Compensation, Neon Nation's Move. Let me go. Let me go. Why me? I refuse to accept this. Upon returning, the Lord of Yama immediately dispatched men to seize Jiesong. Jiesong bellowed, "This was Elder Modi's plan, not mine. I had nothing to do with it. You can't make me the scapegoat. Elder Jiesong, the deity requires your sacrifice."
The identity of the scapegoat is irrelevant, they merely need someone to appease the people's fury. The Grand Elder's abilities surpass yours. His death would be an immense loss to our sect.
Yama sighed, "Go in peace. Our sect will provide for your family and care for your descendants. We will remember your contributions. May the gods be with you." "Damn it. Then we'll both go down together."
Elder Jiesong erupted in fury, violently flinging the two beside him aside before spinning and dashing toward the exit.
Yanma's face darkened with fury.
He took a great stride forward, and as his power surged, a Buddha-like radiance suddenly shone upon him. Elder Jiesong, fleeing solves nothing.
Boom!
A searing pain shot through Elder Jiesong's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. His pupils began to dilate as he gasped, so deeply hidden.
4 divine seals?
Within moments, his breath ceased.
Prepare Elder Jiesong's remains. Do not disgrace our sect before the cameras. Let the world know our unwavering resolve to uphold justice. Following Elder Jiesong's death, the Tianzhu divine cult issued a crucial announcement.
Our investigation confirms that the mastermind behind this incident was our own Elder Jiesong.
During the divine ritual, he defied the divine will and employed an evil sacrificial method, provoking Hanuman's wrath and causing this catastrophe. The death of a sect elder was undoubtedly a deeply shocking event for the people of Tianzhu. The riots gradually subsided as the people sensed the sect's resolve to purge its corrupt elements.
Xiaobai, Xiaoqian, let's return.
Li Yi was not entirely satisfied with this outcome, but alas, Hanuman's divine power had already dissipated. Hanuman transformed into a beam of light, transported back to his divine shrine by the force of the cosmic laws.
At this point, even if Li Yi wished to continue causing destruction, he was powerless to do so.
Master, Hanuman's power has vanished.
He has returned to his shrine. A divine messenger hurried over to report.
Yama was furious to the point of near collapse. Why did it have to vanish now, of all times? Why not earlier? Why wait until after Elder Jiesong's death?
Had he known this would happen, he never would have dealt with Elder Jiesong. But now, he could only resign himself to this reality.
Master, should we now discuss compensation with Huaxia?
Elder Modi, having narrowly escaped disaster, asked in a trembling voice, still shaken.
Yama sighed.
The high priest personally agreed to this. Reneging now would offend him. But to hand over compensation for nothing,
I simply cannot accept it. Why not resort to our old tactic? Pay a portion up front and indefinitely delay the remainder. Elder Modi didn't find this approach shameful.
After all, it was common practice to domestically drag things out, and the matter would fizzle out.
Sometimes, delaying commercial transactions could even force a company into bankruptcy. Supreme Leader, I suggest we seize all Chinese enterprises within our borders to punish China's shameless actions.
Impossible.
Our nation also has numerous enterprises in China.
Such actions would only lead to mutual destruction.
China is currently freezing all our accounts there.
I suggest we adopt a more tactful approach, make regular compensation payments. Once they unfreeze our accounts, we can then delay paying them.
Sounds good. Let's proceed that way. The elders all agreed. Soon, negotiations over compensation commenced between China and India. The Chinese side, naturally unyielding, demanded 800 billion yuan in reparations.
Upon hearing this figure, the Indian negotiating team nearly leapt to their feet in fury.
Yet no matter how tirelessly they negotiated, Huaxia remained adamant on the amount, refusing to budge.
They explicitly stated that if India refused, Huaxia would file an intervention request with the Divine Alliance and seize all Indian assets within Huaxia territory to cover the damages. Though deeply reluctant to pay such an astronomical sum, the Indian side lacked the leverage to refuse. They reluctantly agreed to a 3-installment payment plan. China scoffed at this proposal. Well aware of their habitual delaying tactics and evasive maneuvers, they were not about to be fooled so easily. Huaxia promptly issued official notices to all Indian enterprises in China whose accounts had been frozen, stating, accounts would be unfrozen monthly in proportion to India's compensation payments. Failure to comply would result in indefinite freezing. This successfully shifted the conflict to Tianju's domestic arena, forcing Tianju's merchants to confront their own government. This is utterly shameless. Yama gritted his teeth in fury at Huaxia's move, yet found himself powerless to respond. He had considered seizing the assets of Huaxia merchants as retaliation, but he knew full well that such a move would inevitably trigger tit-for-tat actions from Huaxia. Not only would both sides be locked in a vicious cycle, but they would also face severe condemnation from the Divine Alliance, a truly unprofitable gamble. For Tianju, already in dire straits, 800 billion yuan was an astronomical sum, an epic catastrophe that threatened to overwhelm the nation. Tianju's GDP last year, converted into Huaxia currency, was only around 24 trillion yuan, with foreign exchange reserves amounting to roughly 4 trillion yuan.
With so many pressing financial needs, no one could possibly come up with 800 billion yuan overnight.
At this most critical juncture, a sudden piece of news arrived that left Yama almost unable to believe his ears.
Master, it's absolutely true.
The land of the rising sun is willing to contribute 300 billion yuan to help us cover this colossal sum.
Elder Modi entered the hall with a broad smile. Yanma shot to his feet. What did you say? Why? What's their game? Why would they pay this money?
They want only one thing, the method of our divine ritual this time.
Elder Modi hurriedly replied.
This divine ritual method has a critical flaw.
Even though it involves our sex Shiva descent technique, once modified, they won't be able to reverse engineer it.
It's better to sell them this ritual method to help cover the compensation shortfall.
Elder Modi, you haven't accepted some kind of benefit from them, have you? Yama was no fool.
Seeing Elder Modi so eager to push this deal forward, suspicion arose in his mind, suspecting something fishy was afoot.
High Priest, Modi holds unwavering loyalty to our sect. Moreover, the rift between our nation and China is now irreparable. We urgently need a powerful ally.
Elder Modi hastily defended himself. The High Priest mentioned that the land of the rising sun also possesses an immensely powerful being. Should war break out between us and China in the future, the High Priest could join forces with that land of the rising sun powerhouse.
China would then have no choice but to pay compensation and cede territory. You do have a point. Yama knew full well the High Priest's helplessness when facing those three venerable elders of China bearing the eightfold divine seal.
Even with the High Priest's formidable power, defeating them would be no easy feat. If external aid could be secured now, it would indeed be a welcome opportunity.
Then, forget 800 billion, even a trillion could be wrested from China. Very well.
Then sell this divine ritual method to the land of the rising sun.
Let's see what tricks they're up to. Yanma finally agreed. He had no choice, the 800 billion was suffocating him. Li Yi, I've got some good news. The Divine Alliance's official letter has finally arrived. Starting today, we're full-fledged members of the Divine Alliance.
After returning from the battle against Hanuman, Li Yi had buried himself in the library, intensely researching materials on the black and white impermanence and the thunder tribulation. Just as he pulled a book from the shelf, Songboton's call came through.
Oh, and about that matter Elder Hong and the others mentioned earlier, what are your thoughts now? Dean Song, I truly wish to accept.
But with my current abilities, I cannot shoulder the responsibility of protecting an entire nation. However, I promised Elder Hong that if the day ever comes when China needs me, Li Yi, I will never back down.
Li Yi had pondered this matter repeatedly and understood he must act within his limits.
He might have some confidence in confronting a deity like Hanuman, but shouldering the responsibility of protecting an entire nation was far beyond his current capabilities.
Moreover, his entire focus was currently on awakening deities and studying the thunder tribulation. Alright, I understand.
I'll convey your thoughts to Elder Hong and the others.
Song Boton's slightly resigned voice came through the phone.
Just as he was about to hang up, he hurriedly added, Xiaoqian invited you to lunch at her place tomorrow.
Sounds great.
After all this time, she's finally learned to cook? Goodbye, Dean Song. I'll be there on time tomorrow.
Li Yi nearly laughed out loud.
Just then, Xiaobai behind him exclaimed excitedly, Xian, look at this book. It has information about lightning tribulations. Chapter 92, Investigating the Thunder Tribulation, Undercurrents in Neon Tianzhu.
This library belonged to the inner sanctum of the Temple of Reverence, inaccessible to outsiders and open only to its divine messengers.
Its shelves held vast collections of deity records and various related texts.
Xiaobai and Xiaoqian stood before a bookshelf, holding a tattered ancient text. This tome had weathered the passage of time. Its title page was missing, and its contents were incomplete. Some characters, blurred by water damage, were indistinguishable, obscuring crucial information.
Li Yi hurried closer, following the direction indicated by Xiaobai's slender, pale fingers.
The text described a centenarian who, one night, unexpectedly witnessed thunderous forces surging from behind his mountain. Amidst the flashes of lightning and crashes of thunder, the old man vaguely discerned a blurred figure within the lightning. Moreover, the book detailed the old man's observations of the thunderbolts' changing numbers and the differences in their movements before and after. 9 bolts of lightning, their color gradually shifting from white to deep crimson. The darker the hue, the more terrifying the power of the lightning strike. Li Yi couldn't help but gasp in awe, realizing that without formidable strength, one would likely be unable to withstand these 9 lightning strikes.
Xiaobai, do you recall the specifics of your own lightning tribulation? Xian, ever since you awakened me, the memories in my mind have been fragmented.
I retain almost no recollection of that period of the tribulation.
Xiaobai shook his head helplessly.
Xiaoqing chimed in from the side, yes, it's truly strange.
I also can't recall the scene of the tribulation. Could it be that the mysterious power of the laws of heaven and earth has restricted our memories of that moment? Li Yi continued flipping through the ancient text.
He came across a passage describing floating jade peak with eastern and western summits, each crowned by a pool that never dries. Resembling twin eyes gazing upward at the heavens, it thus earned the name Heavenly Eye. This passage, he surmised, must have been deliberately added by the author of the text.
Fu Yu? Li Yi murmured the name softly. Moments later, a sudden gleam flashed in his eyes. Could there truly be a mountain named Floating Jade? Yet this text is missing crucial details, leaving the exact location unknown. Which mountain could possibly be this mysterious floating jade? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai and Xiaoqian retrieved a tablet from Li Yi's backpack and began operating it with practiced ease.
Over time, they had mastered the use of these high-tech devices. They searched intently for information related to floating jade, yet after a long while, they still found nothing. Finally, they shook their heads at Li Yi. Sister, with both of us assisting Xian through the thunder tribulation, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Xiaoqing crossed her arms, speaking with confidence. The majesty of the heavenly Tao's laws is not so easily defied. Though we have each endured one layer of the thunder tribulation, we still cannot unleash our full power. Helping Xian might prove rather difficult. Xiaobai shook his head slowly, his expression grave.
In my opinion, we should continue awakening the deities.
After all, each time Xian awakens one, his strength increases significantly.
Li Yi smiled bitterly. His cultivation advancement depended on divine being points.
Now, on the eve of the tribulation, he couldn't risk using them recklessly. However, awakening the deity to acquire divine techniques and skills could be a viable approach. The drawback, though, was that this path risked becoming a jack of all trades but master of none. Given this, the only path forward was to push his existing abilities to their absolute limits, thereby increasing his chances of surviving the thunder tribulation. As for this mountain peak named Fuyu, he would have to find time to study it more deeply later. Once found, it might yield more detailed records, offering crucial clues for confronting the tribulation. Inside a luxurious villa, Song Xian gazed expectantly at her grandfather, who had just ended a phone call.
Grandpa, did Li Yi agree to come tomorrow? She asked anxiously. Well. A smile flickered across Song Buoton's face as he deliberately feigned solemnity.
This left Song Xian flustered. She stomped her foot playfully and pouted, Grandpa, stop teasing me.
Just tell me, is Li Yi coming tomorrow or not? I've been preparing for so long.
This time, I absolutely must let him taste this girl's cooking.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore.
He agreed to come tomorrow.
Go get ready. Song Buoton smiled helplessly. How could he not see through his granddaughter's thoughts?
When faced with boys, his granddaughter usually appeared shy and tongue-tied, but she was exceptionally devoted to Li Yi, putting extraordinary effort into everything. He'd initially thought the little girl's interest in cooking was just a passing fancy, a fleeting enthusiasm, but she'd actually stuck with it for so long. Then again, given Li Yi's exceptional qualities, it was only natural that his granddaughter would develop such admiration for him. Upon hearing this, Song Xian grew tense, darting back to her room like a cheerful little bird. She retrieved a notebook she had prepared long ago. The notebook contained detailed recipes and cooking tips she'd meticulously recorded during her lessons with the chef.
Every single detail represented her heartfelt effort.
Song Xian came from an exceptionally privileged background. Her grandfather, as the head of the Temple of Reverence, held immense authority and oversaw numerous crucial affairs. Her father served as a divine envoy in another branch of the Temple of Reverence, holding significant influence in his respective city. Her mother ran a large publicly listed company, boasting immense financial resources. It could be said that Song Xian grew up in an incredibly privileged environment, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, making it difficult for her to focus on cooking for others. At that moment, she hurriedly summoned several maids to accompany her on a shopping trip for ingredients, making final preparations for tomorrow's culinary demonstration. Just then, Song Buatong's phone rang in his pocket. The caller was none other than Professor Sun. Dean, there are new developments in Neon Country. As a vital department of Huaxia, the Divine Worship Institute not only handled matters related to deities but also monitored key religious figures across nations. Whenever these clergy members left their home countries, the assigned monitors would immediately relay the information back to the Divine Affairs Bureau. Such clergy rarely traveled abroad under normal circumstances, and any departure often signaled impending major events. This meticulous surveillance program, initiated 30 years ago, has since provided the Divine Affairs Bureau with numerous critical intelligence leads. Upon hearing this, Song Buatong's expression tightened. He urgently asked over the phone, who exactly? Where did they go? Can our people find out the reason? It's Watanabe, the head of Tokyo's Soul Summoning Society, along with Fujiwara Koji, the eldest son of the Fujiwara family. We just received confirmation they boarded a private jet bound for India. I've already deployed our personnel in India to follow up. Any new developments will be relayed immediately. Professor Sun on the other end of the line spoke calmly and methodically. Dean, bringing these two parties together is absolutely not a good thing. India has just suffered a major setback and faces an enormous compensation bill of 800 billion. If they strike some kind of deal, India will likely agree to it without hesitation. You're absolutely right. After the Tianju incident, Huaxia's current situation is far from optimistic. Even though we've joined the Divine Alliance, our standing within it is negligible. If a major crisis were to arise, the alliance likely wouldn't come to our defense. We'd still have to rely on ourselves. Song Buatong said solemnly. The sky gradually darkened. At the airport in India, several luxury sedans stood quietly parked. The Lord of Yama from the Tianju Divine Cult and the Grand Elder Modi stepped out of their vehicles, gazing up at the Gulfstream G650 that had just touched down smoothly. This large business jet embodied the perfect fusion of luxury and performance, boasting not only exceptional flight capabilities but also an interior of unparalleled opulence. Its spacious cabin provided passengers with a comfortable journey, while its ultra-long range easily met the demands of extended flights. No wonder it had become the exclusive mode of transport for numerous national dignitaries and wealthy individuals. Squeak! The cabin door slowly opened as the boarding cart swiftly pulled up alongside. Soon, a middle-aged man and an elderly man with peculiar makeup on his face stepped off the aircraft. The middle-aged man was Fujiwara Tsuyoshi, the newly appointed head of the Fujiwara clan, while the elder was Watanabe, president of Tokyo's Soul Summoning Society. Yama's eyes flashed with excitement at the sight of them, as if he were looking at his own money bag. Beaming with a broad smile, he warmly approached them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group boarded the luxury vehicle and drove off. Not far away, a ground crew member, pretending to be oblivious, secretly recorded the entire scene in detail and swiftly transmitted it back to China. Mr. Fujiwara, Mr. Watanabe, we agree to sell you our religion's ritual method for awakening Hanuman. However, we have one condition. If you accept it, this transaction can proceed smoothly. Yama spoke slowly, a confident smile on his face. Fujiwara and Watanabe exchanged glances, clearly unaware of this condition beforehand. Nevertheless, determined to obtain the ritual method, they suppressed their unease and nodded. Please proceed. Chapter 93, Blood Oath Contract, the Eastern Divine Purge Plan. Considering the events that have unfolded recently, the deities of both our families have suffered severe blows. Now is the time to unite against a common enemy and advance together. Therefore, I propose that our two nations sign an alliance agreement. As soon as Yama finished speaking, Elder Modi beside him smoothly opened an exquisite briefcase in the vehicle. Inside lay a document folder and a mysterious-looking circular disc. The Blood Demon Disc? Elder Watanabe's eyes narrowed sharply. Clearly, the other side had come exceptionally well prepared. The appearance of the Blood Demon God Disc was a major surprise to him. The Blood Slaughter Divine Disc was a sacred artifact meticulously developed by Northern Europe a century ago under the Divine Covenant, specifically designed for use by two allied nations. Once an alliance was successfully formed, it would forge an unbreakable divine contract. Anyone daring to violate this contract would face the merciless punishment of the laws of heaven and earth. Legend held that a small Nordic nation once rashly violated this pact, causing its fortune to plummet and its destiny to reverse for a century. The nation faced a severe shortage of talent, its lands became barren and desolate, and natural disasters ravaged the land with increasing frequency, leaving its people suffering terribly. Elder Modi carefully extracted the document folder and respectfully stated, "Gentlemen, this folder contains the detailed requirements for our alliance." Elder Watanabe took a deep breath, suppressing his inner rage, and slowly opened the document folder. The first document that met his eyes bore the bold title, The Divine Purge of the Eastern Lands Alliance Plan. This 50-year plan outlined how Tianzhu and the Land of the Rising Sun would join forces to oppose Huaxia, employing every possible means across military, divine, and other domains to exert comprehensive suppression and resistance against Huaxia. Its core stipulation declared that should either party engage in conflict with China, the other must provide unconditional assistance without hesitation. Neither party could violate this pact. Doing so would incur the severe punishment of the Divine Covenant. The elderly Watanabe handed the document to Fujiwara Tsuyoshi. Though seething with rage within, years of experience prevented him from revealing his fury. Lord Yama, I am naturally eager to join forces with your nation against China. However, does this 50-year agreement not seem excessively long? After all, no one can foresee what unforeseen events might arise within these 5 decades. After reviewing the documents, Fujiwara Tsuyoshi took a deep breath and spoke, suppressing his anger. Gentlemen, I have thoroughly investigated the situation in the Land of the Rising Sun. Your circumstances are far from favorable. Even over the next 50 years, it remains uncertain whether your divine relics will ever fully recover. Yama wore a confident smile as he spoke calmly. Though I don't know why you're so fixated on this divine ritual method, it must hold profound significance for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spent 300 billion to acquire it. He continued, moreover, uniting against China benefits both nations without drawback. Thus, I firmly believe this is the opportune moment for a mutually advantageous agreement. Apologies, we need to discuss this. Pull over to the side, please. Fujiwara Koji sighed in resignation. He had to admit Yama had a point. The car pulled over to the roadside. Fujiwara and the elderly Watanabe quickly stepped out and began whispering in hushed tones nearby. Fujiwara Koji asked, his face etched with worry, Mr. Watanabe, are you certain this ritual method can truly awaken that divine statue? Nothing in this world is absolute, especially something as difficult as awakening a deity. We both know our nation's standing in the realm of deities has plummeted. Though deeply dissatisfied with certain actions of Tianzhu, the elder Watanabe could only sigh helplessly. If we lack even this measure of ambition and resolve, how can we ever restore the glory of our nation's deities? Very well. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Given our nation's geographical position, conflict with Tianzhu is unlikely. As for Huaxia, reconciliation seems impossible in this lifetime. Then, with solemn expressions, the two men hurried back to the carriage. Fujiwara Koji clenched his teeth, extended his hand, and declared in a solemn voice, we accept this pact. May we prevail in this contest. Ha ha. Seeing this, Yama laughed heartily, reaching out to grasp Fujiwara Koji's hand firmly. Elder Modi then slowly channeled his power into the blood demon disc. A dense, crimson glow spread throughout the carriage. With solemn expressions, both parties recited the contract's terms word for word before solemnly pledging their adherence to its stipulations. Immediately, a blinding crimson light shot skyward, illuminating the dim horizon before gradually fading. Thus, the contract was formally concluded. Following this, both parties proceeded to sign a purchase agreement worth 300 billion. On the surface, both parties wore smiles, appearing to enjoy a pleasant collaboration. In reality, however, Fujiwara Koji and Watanabe had long since cursed each other's entire female ancestry. At the very instant that crimson light shot skyward, it was swiftly captured on video by a man on a motorcycle behind them and promptly transmitted back to China. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Divine Veneration Institute immediately mobilized personnel for an overnight in-depth analysis. Professor Sun quickly recalled the blood-slaughtered divine disc and proposed a theory: Japan and India might have reached some kind of agreement. The blood-stained divine disc was a translation from the original foreign language, which literally meant a mysterious disc filled with bloodshed, cruelty, and evil. The specific terms of this pact between the two nations were of paramount importance to Huaxia. Yet even with China's most capable spies, penetrating such tight security to eavesdrop inside the vehicle was utterly impossible. With no other option, the matter had to be shelved for now, to be studied further at a later date. At this moment, Li Yi naturally paid no heed to these international disputes. As the saying goes, one should not meddle in affairs that do not concern them. His sole focus now was on rapidly enhancing his own strength. His foremost goal was to cultivate the 9 Netherworld's Inferno Curse to its 3rd layer, achieving the miraculous realm of splitting the Fire Lotus. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of Nie Xiaoqian's 3rd layer netherfire, a bone-chilling cold capable of freezing even a mighty deity of the 9th rank of mortal spirits. The Naraka Hell Passage. The incident involving the giant demon Paisak had drained Nie Xiaoqian of vast amounts of divine power. She had been diligently restoring her cultivation here during this period. After days of careful recuperation, her complexion had visibly improved, her face gradually regaining its color. When she saw Li Yi enter, Nie Xiaoqian silently breathed a sigh of relief and whispered softly, seeing you safe and sound, my heart is finally at ease. I never imagined Hanuman could cause such a commotion. Xiaoqian, how are you feeling now? Li Yi regarded Nie Xiaoqian's face with concern. Seeing her complexion much improved and no apparent issues, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Rest assured, master. It was merely excessive depletion of my divine power.
After these days of recuperation, I've nearly fully recovered.
Nie Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed slightly under his gaze.
She turned away shyly and asked softly, "Young master, when shall we venture deeper into the depths of hell?" "Xiaoqian, given your current condition, perhaps you should rest a few more days. Entering now would be too dangerous." Li Yi pondered for a moment before speaking.
Nie Xiaoqian obediently nodded her little head. "Since you say so, young master, then Xiaoqian will heed your advice."
"Hey, Xian, are you two going to keep flirting like this in front of your sister?" Xiaoqing's disdainful voice echoed.
Nie Xiaoqian was aware of Xiaoqing's presence, for she had been silently observing every move Li Yi made. Teased by Xiaoqing, her naturally thin skin flushed crimson, her cheeks glowing as if honey might drip from them. She pouted, "Young master, Xiaoqian must practice now."
"Ah Xian, aren't you supposed to return to your aunt's place?"
Xiao Bai's voice also drifted over. "Alright, I'll head back first and come over early tomorrow." Li Yi shook his head with a wry smile and turned away from the Naluo passage.
He was quite helpless with Xiaoqing, that mischievous little troublemaker.
Fortunately, Jinshan Temple was about to open soon, so he had to get her there quickly. Otherwise, she'd keep causing trouble at crucial moments.
"Xian, did your heart race when you were talking to Xiaoshen just now?" On the way back, Xiao Bai slyly probed. "No way. I'm not some greenhorn who's never seen the world."
"Really? But I distinctly felt your heart racing. That was just worry about the situation inside the seal."
"My heart raced because I was concerned for the country and its people. Sister, see? Men are all the same.
I say we find a place to focus on our cultivation.
Only with enough power can we control our own destiny and get everything we want."
"Xiaoqing, don't talk nonsense. Xian is merely adapting to this world after his reincarnation. From what I've observed, men and women here are far less formal. Most are accustomed to chatting freely with one another."
Sis, you're such a good woman.
"If he dares to betray you, I won't let him off the hook."
Ha! Wait, what? It feels like you two are arranging a marriage for me without my consent. Just selling me off like that? I'm a living, breathing person with my own thoughts. Did either of you even ask what I think? Xian, you're so annoying. Mr. Li, you're dreaming. Chapter 94, The Song Family's Appointment and Neon's Misdeeds. The following day at noon, Li Yi arrived punctually at Song Boton's residence as agreed.
Song Xiantian had risen before dawn, diving straight into the kitchen to personally handle washing and chopping vegetables. The household maids, seeing this, eagerly offered to help, but she politely declined each one, sending them out of the kitchen. When she saw Li Yi stride through the door, her previously composed heart instantly leapt into her throat. She had been confident in the culinary skills she'd painstakingly mastered over the past few days, but now her resolve wavered. She feared the dishes she'd meticulously prepared might not suit Li Yi's taste. Song Bodong spotted Li Yi entering and promptly instructed the maid to brew him a cup of fragrant tea. Then, with a grave expression, he placed the photos taken the previous night before Li Yi. "Based on our analysis, the red light emitted from the vehicle in the video most likely originates from the Blood Demon Disc."
Blood Demon Disc? What is that? Li Yi couldn't help but look puzzled. Song Bodong took a couple sips of tea before explaining.
"It's a sacred artifact used to forge alliances between nations. In a sense, it could also be called a demonic object. Once both parties forge an alliance through it, neither can breach the pact within the agreed term without facing severe punishment from the laws of heaven.
For any nation, such punishment is unbearable. It would severely impact a country's destiny and future trajectory.
When two nations' leaders meet and such an anomaly occurs, it's hard not to suspect the Blood Demon Disc."
Dean Song, present-day China is no longer the nation that could be bullied at will.
Japan suffered heavy losses of deities in the last incident, and India had 68 of its divine sites destroyed by us. In the short term, they won't be able to stir up much trouble unless they awaken even more powerful deities.
Li Yi gave a soft snort.
"Li Yi, your previous position and perspective were limited, making it difficult to grasp the global situation.
But now it's different.
You are qualified to understand matters of greater depth."
Song Bodong pondered for a long moment before speaking slowly. Many nations conceal their own deities.
They guard the ranks of these deities with utmost secrecy, much like how we hide the ranks of the deities at Lanke Temple and Shihu Lake.
Oh, I see. Li Yi suddenly understood.
He recalled how Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing had previously sensed being watched by some deity, which he had initially attributed to mutual divine perception. Now it seemed clear, powerful deities from neighboring nations must be watching China's every move in the shadows.
"Shen, this explains why I kept feeling like someone was watching us."
The crisp voice of Xiao Bai from the divine statue in his pocket echoed in his mind. This in-depth exchange with Song Bodong had expanded Li Yi's cognitive horizons, breaking free from his previous narrow perspective. Song Bodong suddenly recalled something and asked, "According to internal discussions at the Temple of Divine Reverence, Jinshan Temple is to be opened tomorrow.
But given the intense public interest in the ranks of deities, do you think we should disclose the relevant information?"
"We can disclose it, but we must also practice concealment. Let's announce that it enshrines a deity of the 4th or 5th rank among mortal spirits.
As for the rest, let them speculate on their own.
That approach risks accusations of arrogance. Other nations might be manageable, but the Divine Alliance poses particular trouble.
They demand China submit detailed reports on all known deities, including their cultivation levels. Dean Song, I'm genuinely curious what tangible, immediate benefits does joining the Divine Alliance actually offer us? The Divine Alliance possesses an immense database. Over a century since its founding, it has accumulated vast, invaluable records on known deities. This represents an immeasurable treasure for us. Song Baton, however, the Alliance's tiered access system is genuinely troublesome.
Given China's current circumstances, we can only achieve Tier 1 at best.
At this point, he cleared his throat twice before continuing. The Divine Alliance requires a dedicated Divine Envoy, primarily responsible for liaising with the Alliance and handling various administrative tasks.
I hope you will take on this role as the Divine Alliance Envoy. Rest assured, I will assign several staff members from the department specifically to handle those routine matters.
Important decisions, however, will be left to your discretion. Agreed. Li Yi accepted without hesitation.
His acceptance stemmed from his profound realization, gained while searching for information on the Thunder Tribulation and the Black and White Impermanence deities, of how vital data was to a nation.
Excellent. Excellent. Song Baton's face lit up with delight. When he proposed the idea, he hadn't held out much hope. Li Yi's decisive acceptance was genuinely perplexing. However, I have one request. As long as it doesn't violate fundamental principles, I'll agree to it.
A ship smuggling Chinese women from China to Japan appeared on the high seas. Every passenger aboard yearned for the freedom Japan promised. They had sold everything, abandoned parents, husbands, and children, and resolutely taken all their household wealth with them, dreaming only of a better life in Japan. Rumors claimed Japanese men were wealthy, generous, and lavish with their money toward women. Suddenly, beneath the calm surface, danger lurked. A group of men in black emerged from the shadows, launching a fierce assault on the smuggling vessel. The approximately 13 Chinese women aboard screamed in terror but dared not resist, ultimately all being tragically abducted. Fortunately, a cook hiding in the bathroom managed to escape by sheer luck.
Panicked, he pulled out his phone and reported the emergency back to China.
The 13 Chinese women, terrified and weeping, desperately begged the men in black to let them return home.
Their pleas were met only with merciless kicks.
The women were separated and forced onto 3 speedboats, which carried them to a mysterious island. Leading them was a short man with a neon-colored Japanese sword slung diagonally across his waist. His face darkened as he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag.
Mr. Inamura, what exactly do you intend to do with these Chinese whores?
A subordinate approached cautiously, his face full of confusion. The man called Inamura shot him a fierce glare and snorted heavily.
Joji Jinaga, keep your damn nose out of it. You'd better just do what you're told.
The man named Jojiro, scolded thus, dared not utter another word.
Inamura took another drag and snorted coldly. Just remember, the pay is generous and the client is powerful. Focus on your job and keep your nose out of other people's business. Understood. Jojiro Inagawa nodded frantically, barely daring to breathe. These ES were all lured here by our people.
Pick a couple to play with later, just don't kill them.
They're all just a bunch of whores dreaming of spending our money. Ha! How many men in our country would give money to women?
We can't even spare cash for our own wives, let alone them?
Idiots. At the end, Inamura chuckled.
His phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket.
His expression instantly turned deferential as he nodded repeatedly. Yes. Understood. Yes. Got it. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. I guarantee no one will find out. After hanging up, he exhaled deeply before barking orders, go grab 2 Chinese women now.
Take them behind the stone monument on the island. Remember, not a step further.
And bring back that trash too. Yes, sir. Joji nodded eagerly and hurried off to carry out the orders.
Have Song Xian serve as my assistant.
At the Song family villa, Li Yi made his request. But isn't she lacking in ability? Grandpa, who lacks ability? Why can't I do it? I insist on being the assistant.
Overhearing this from the kitchen, Song Xian rushed over, grabbed her grandfather's hand, and pleaded in a pouty voice.
Grandpa, please give me this chance. I'll give it my all and prove myself. Besides, my abilities aren't lacking at all. Grandpa's head is spinning.
Let him explain why he specifically chose you first. Song Baton, his head spinning from Song Xian's shaking, said helplessly.
It's just familiarity.
I don't know the others, and I don't have time to get to know them slowly.
Li Yi stated the reason plainly. What? So you didn't value my abilities at all? It was just because I'm more familiar to you? Song Xian was furious.
Anyone else might have quit on the spot, but Song Xian was different. Puffing out her cheeks, she declared, don't worry. I'll show you that this girl isn't just pretty and has a great figure, my abilities are outstanding too. With that, she turned and stormed back to the kitchen, go wash your hands. Dinner's ready. Chapter 95, Song Xian's Culinary Skills, Ancient Altar. Before long, the dining table was laden with roughly 10 dishes. These were not flashy, superficial dishes. Instead, they were home-style stir-fries brimming with the warmth of everyday life: braised pork belly, beef stewed with potatoes, steamed fish, twice-cooked pork, and more. Don't underestimate these simple home-style dishes. Each one truly tested the cook's meticulous attention to detail. Li Yi gently picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork.
Song Xian and Song Boton's eyes instantly focused on him.
The tension in Song Xian's eyes was unmistakable. This twice-cooked pork was prepared using a classic home-style recipe, carefully paired with garlic shoots.
The moment Li Yi's teeth touched the slightly crispy skin, a satisfying crack echoed as the crunchy surface gave way.
The tender, fatty meat instantly melted in his mouth. Li Yi furrowed his brow slightly as rich meat juices, infused with the robust aroma of fermented bean paste, surged and spread freely across his palate. It must be said, the lean meat's firm fibers delivered a layered chewing sensation, blending with the freshness of garlic shoots and chili peppers to wildly assault the taste buds.
Why are you all staring at me like that?
Only then did Li Yi realize Song Bodong and Song Xian were staring intently at him, prompting an awkward response.
Seriously, is it good or not?
Song Xian's voice trembled slightly with nervousness as she urgently pressed the question, her tone brimming with both anticipation and trepidation.
Who knew Miss Song had such impressive culinary skills? Li Yi offered his praise without reservation, speaking sincerely. Dean Song, you should try it too. The flavor is absolutely incredible.
It seems Miss Song has a natural talent for cooking and tremendous potential.
Oh?
A hint of skepticism flashed across Song Boton's face. He knew better than anyone the true extent of his granddaughter's culinary skills. Yet, the aroma alone transported him back to simpler times, the warm, cozy scenes of the family gathered around the table sharing a meal. With a hint of anticipation, he picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, his eyes lit up. As a classic dish, twice-cooked pork demands careful ingredients selection, typically using pork belly and paired with garlic shoots. Stir-frying the meat until it renders its fat before adding the vegetables preserves their crisp, tender texture. This is really good. Song Boton's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Yay! Song Xian raised her arms high in excitement, but her expression quickly turned serious.
You two aren't just saying nice things to make me happy, are you?
Li Yi rolled his eyes helplessly, then responded to her skepticism with action. He dug in with gusto, devouring his meal with such relish it was a sight to behold. Soon, a bowl of white rice vanished like a whirlwind. Without hesitation, he strode straight to the kitchen and served himself another bowl.
Song Bodong also had an unusually hearty appetite.
After finishing his bowl of rice, he waved his hand slightly, a smile playing on his lips.
I'm full. I guess I just can't keep up with you young folks. For Song Xian, their hearty eating was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of her culinary skills.
At that moment, on a desolate, unnamed island in the land of Neon, Joji advanced menacingly toward the group of captured women. The women, seeing this, turned pale with fear, shrieking incessantly as they huddled together.
Ha ha!
You flower girls, you wicked creatures, always scheming to swindle men out of their money. We, in the land of the rising sun, have no place for trash like you. Jiro Inoue spat out broken Chinese.
Watching the women's terrified expressions, the resentment from his boss's earlier scolding vanished instantly, replaced by a loud laugh.
Suddenly, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. He lunged forward, violently grabbing two women by the hair. He dragged them out like dead dogs.
I won't dare anymore. I want to go home. Please let me go home. I'll do anything you ask. I truly know I was wrong.
Only now did the women snap out of their daze, weeping and begging for mercy. But it was too late. Before long, Joji dragged the two women to the massive stone monument. On the other side of the monument stood an ancient sacrificial altar, its surface mottled with the weathered marks of time. When Jojiro led them behind the monument, he found two large garbage bags. Unable to resist, he tore open one to look inside. The sight turned his face as white as paper, and he blurted out in horror, "Bastards!" Inside the bags lay nothing but mangled human tissue and torn clothing fragments, a bloody mess reeking of a nauseating, putrid stench. Help! 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 Clearly, the two women had also glimpsed the horrifying contents of the bags. Terrified, they rolled and crawled on the ground, screaming in panic.
Mr. Nakajima, still no response. You are the foremost authority on divine rituals in this country.
You personally presided over the restoration of the moon goddess ritual.
How could there be no reaction at all? Could the method provided by India be flawed?
Beside the altar stood two men.
One, dressed in the warrior attire of the Neon Nation, was named Tamahisa Hikawa.
His brow furrowed as he spoke with evident confusion.
Calm down. President Watanabe said that India succeeded in breaking Hanuman's seal by sacrificing Chinese people. We can try using Chinese people too.
The man addressed as Mr. Nakajima, a white-haired Japanese elder, cast a solemn glance at the altar.
It seems we have no other choice at this point. Tamahisa Hikawa looked deeply worried. But President Watanabe only gave us half a year.
If we can't make that divine statue show any signs of stirring within that time, he'll surely blame us.
Tamahisa, keep your composure.
Our nation's deities have suffered severe damage and our fortune has already begun to reverse. We must awaken powerful deities to restore our nation's fortune. Otherwise, the land of the rising sun will inevitably become a declining minor power. You must have confidence.
Go and bring those 2 women here.
Mr. Nakajima narrowed his eyes and barked out a series of reprimands.
Yes, Mr. Nakajima. Tamahisa Hirakawa nodded helplessly and turned to walk toward the 2 women.
At the Song family villa, Li and Song Badong sat leisurely on the sofa after their meal, savoring fragrant tea. Song Xian dutifully brewed tea for them nearby, her movements practiced and graceful. Song Badong took a small sip of tea and spoke slowly. Regarding the matter of awakening the troll, you made a promise in front of journalists from all over the world.
Now the entire world is closely watching your every move. How do you plan to wrap this up?
I never thought about wrapping it up, Li Yi replied nonchalantly, a confident smile playing on his lips. But I already have my sights set on the next deity I plan to awaken. Li Yi shrugged nonchalantly, a confident smile playing on his lips. Song Badong shook his head with a wry smile, feeling rather helpless about the situation. Originally, Li Yi had claimed he would awaken the troll merely to humiliate Tianzhu. Now that he had humiliated them but failed to deliver, criticism was inevitable. However, Song Botong's attention was quickly captured by Li Yi's mention of the next target. A spark of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he fired off a series of questions. When do you plan to awaken it? How will you promote it this time? Have you chosen a location? Is this true? Li Yi, is another deity about to rise in China? Song Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried over, plopping down beside Li Yi and clutching his arm urgently. Li Yi rolled his eyes but paid her little mind, instead turning to reply to Song Badong, Dean Song, I still need some time to prepare for this. I'm currently working hard to gather information on this deity and may even apply for access to the Divine Alliance's internal database. Hearing this, Song Badong suddenly understood. No wonder Li Yi had agreed so readily to become the Divine Alliance envoy. He had this plan in mind all along. He immediately offered, whatever you require, the Temple of Reverence will fully support you. After exchanging a few more words and settling the details, Li Yi rose to inform Song Badong that he might be absent for a while, primarily to focus on cultivation and research. Finally, Li Yi requested Song Badong to look after his younger brother, Xiaofeng, before preparing to leave. He still needed to head to the Naroga Passage to resolve the persistent issues there. Wait. There's something I haven't told you yet. Song Xian hurriedly stood up and chased after him, her cheeks flushing bright red. Seeing her like this, Li Yi looked at her with confusion. Why had her face suddenly flushed? Chapter 96, Opening Jinshan Temple, Nation's Panic. After the Hanuman incident, you haven't appeared at all. The netizens are driving me crazy. Everyone's been hoping you'd show up in the live stream and say hello. Song Xian said, suddenly lowering her head shyly as her hands fidgeted nervously. Clearly, this was merely the opening act. Li Yi was about to refuse outright, but then he thought, whether it was awakening deities or elevating their realms, it all depended on the faith power of the netizens. Even though he'd never been particularly keen on interacting with fans, maintaining good relations was crucial at this critical juncture. These next couple days are impossible. I've got too much on my plate. I'll reach out to you in a couple days. Great, it's settled then. I. Song Xian giggled, but her next words caught in her throat. After a long pause, she still couldn't bring herself to speak. What's wrong? Li asked impatiently. Never mind. It's fine. Song Xian found it too embarrassing to speak, feeling so flustered she was nearly in tears. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she turned and hurried away. Back in her room, she slammed the door shut with a bang, flung herself onto the bed, buried herself under the covers, and muttered in frustration. Ugh, why is it so hard to say? I just wanted to ask if he needed a girlfriend. Why does it make me so embarrassed? Could he have already guessed what I was thinking? Oh, how embarrassing. I'll never show my face again. Li Yi watched Song Xian's retreating figure as she dashed back to her room, utterly baffled. He had no way of knowing what was going on inside Song Xian's head. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned and walked away. That afternoon, the Temple of Reverence officially announced the momentous news of opening Jinshan Temple to the public. It declared that the first batch of qualified individuals would be permitted to enter Jinshan Temple for worship in 2 days. They also reassured those who hadn't yet qualified, urging them not to lose heart and to patiently await the next opportunity. The news sent shockwaves across the nation, igniting excitement among countless citizens. Clergy from abroad also turned their attention to Jinshan Temple. In less than a month, Huaxia had successively opened 2 divine relic sites, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. Given this trajectory, the future number of deities in China was truly incalculable. Neighboring nations keenly realized that if they did not act to contain this development, allowing China to advance so rapidly, they would likely find themselves at the mercy of others in the future. Korea, Silla, Taigua, Nanhua, and Myanmar immediately exchanged urgent communications, discussing the matter and sharing their perspectives. Having suffered devastating attacks on their own deities, these nations had previously managed to hold their own against China. Now, however, they were gradually losing their ability to compete. At this critical juncture, Tianzhu proactively approached them, offering to spearhead a coalition to collectively resist Huaxia and obstruct its progress in the divine realm. However, they demanded the signing of an alliance treaty titled the Purge of Eastern Lands. Upon hearing this, all nations fell into deep contemplation.
Without immense benefits driving it, who would dare to agree to such a thing lightly? While it's true that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, one must still consider whether this so-called ally is reliable and whether the promised benefits are sufficiently enticing. The Huaxia of today was no longer the weak nation that could be bullied at will. Their own nations had just suffered massive losses of divine beings. If they were tricked into a trap, it would truly be a case of losing more than they gained.
It could even lead to a complete breakdown in relations with China.
Soon, nations like Goryeo, Silla, Taigwa, Nanyue, and Myanmar all declared they needed more time to deliberate.
The divine sect of India understood that such a monumental alliance could not be forged overnight.
It was not like the Neon Nation, which had immediately agreed to an alliance for the Shiva descent technique.
As news from China spread widely, schools across the region swiftly made corresponding arrangements. Tiannan City School for the Blind.
Teacher Li Pei, holding the list distributed from above, strode excitedly into Class 3 of the 8th grade. The sharp-eyed class monitor spotted her entrance and promptly led the chorus, "Stand up." All 36 students, including Xiao Feng, stood up in unison and shouted loudly, "Good morning, teacher."
All right, everyone. Today I have some long-awaited news to share with you all.
No sooner had teacher Li Pei finished speaking than a wave of murmurs rippled through the classroom. The hottest topic among students lately was undoubtedly the opening of the Lanke Temple deities. They had heard that among the first group of students sent from their school to forge divine bonds, 3 had successfully obtained the power of the deities. Upon their return, the school gates were crowded with people from all walks of life, including military personnel, all vying for the future of these 3 individuals. It was clear that possessing divine power meant destiny would change. The children of this school, due to their unique physical conditions, harbored varying degrees of self-doubt. They feared ridicule, feared being treated differently, feared being unable to live and study like ordinary people. Thus, attaining divine power became their most cherished dream.
Everyone, please quiet down.
Here, we must express our gratitude to Huaxia, to our great motherland, and also thank the divine child, Li. Before teacher Li Pei could finish her words, the classroom erupted in a wave of excited shouts.
God-e! God-e!
The children were still young, only 13 or 14 years old.
In their innocent minds, Li, who had awakened the gods one after another, had become the supreme being in their hearts.
In the corner, Xiao Feng heard his brother's name and felt a surge of deep pride. He silently vowed to himself that one day, he too would become as outstanding as his brother.
Quiet!
Teacher Li Pei walked to the front of the classroom, tapped the desk lightly, and felt a sense of helplessness.
Whenever Li's name was mentioned, these children became as excited as if they'd been injected with stimulants.
According to the latest notice issued by the higher authorities, our nation will now open the deities of Jinshan Temple.
Wow!
The students erupted in excited shouts. The girls, especially, were nearly jumping with excitement.
Xiaoqing! It's Xiaoqing!
The deity I've always wanted to bond with is Xiaoqing. This has been my lifelong dream. I'm so desperate to gain the power of this deity. Please, teacher, let me go first. Please, let me go first. The children swarmed around the teacher in a flurry of excitement, crowding tightly around her.
If you keep this up, I won't read the list today. I can't go anyway.
The teacher's words hit them like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering them up. They scattered back to their seats in a panic.
Now, I will begin calling names. When you hear your name, please stand immediately and follow me to fill out the forms.
Louis Chang, Lin Jinghe, Su Chenxiao, Zhang Qianqian. As the teacher called out each name, some rejoiced while others worried. The remaining students held their breath in nervous anticipation.
And the last one.
Teacher Li Pei deliberately paused for dramatic effect, lifting her head to scan the room.
Seeing the remaining children on the verge of tears,
she quickly called out, "Xiao Feng. All right, those whose names were called, please follow me."
Boom! Xiao Feng's mind went blank.
He froze in place, the shouts of his classmates around him fading away. My brother didn't lie to me.
He really did it.
Those whose names weren't called shouldn't lose heart.
As long as you meet the qualifications, you still have a chance.
After all, with so many people nationwide, it's impossible to accommodate everyone at once. Teacher Li Pei finished speaking and led the way out of the classroom.
I made it! I made it! I made it!
The students whose names were called cheered excitedly, sometimes hugging each other, sometimes jumping for joy. Xiao Feng, hurry up and go with the teacher. A female classmate beside him noticed Xiao Feng still sitting there blankly and hurriedly called out to him. Meanwhile, Li Yi remained unaware of his younger brother's situation, having already arrived at the Naraka Dark Zone. Before entering the passageway, he called his aunt to inform her he wouldn't be able to return home for the next couple of days due to important matters. Finally, he shared the news of his brother's selection with her, asking her to tell Xiao Feng that once the bond was successfully formed, he would send him a special gift.
After hanging up, Li Yi resolutely stepped into the Naragaja passageway.
Xiaoqian, I must return in 2 days to escort Xiaoqing to Jinshan Temple.
Otherwise, it will disrupt the temple's pilgrimage. Yes, young master. Xiaoqian understands.
Before long, Li Yi and Nie Xiaoqian stepped into the interior of the Narayana Seal Passage. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing swiftly retracted into the pocket-sized divine statue and the jade hairpin.
Chapter 97, Exploring Naragaja Hell. Li Yi and Nie Xiaoqian crossed the seal. The passageway appeared unchanged from before.
Along the way, numerous malevolent spirits seemed to detect the scent of prey, swarming in from all directions. The moment the malevolent spirits detected the scent of humans, they bared their vicious fangs.
Boom!
Before the spirits could draw near, a green flame radiating bone-chilling cold erupted before them. Within 50 meters, over a dozen malevolent spirits instantly slowed their movements. Several spirits ignited with green flames, while others gradually crystallized into ice. The powerful shockwave from the explosion shattered the ice crystals into fragments scattered across the ground.
Killed evil spirit.
9 Netherworld Inferno spell enhanced.
Killed evil spirit. 9 Netherworld Inferno spell enhanced. Killed a malevolent spirit. The 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell has been enhanced.
Li Yi was now a completely different man, his strength having reached the 9th rank of mortal spirit. At this moment, he held in his hands a dossier distributed by the Divine Alliance to all nations. This information originated from precious knowledge the Divine Alliance had uncovered in an ancient scripture.
It detailed the 2 known tiers of evil spirits.
The Divine Alliance's action aimed to provide humanity with a clearer understanding of the malevolent spirit's power, deliberately publishing their detailed classifications. The recently vanquished malevolent spirits belonged to the turbid form category, known as white spirits. They comprised 9 distinct tiers, each corresponding to the 9 divine seals of the supernatural being. Above the white spirit lies another legendary spirit entity of immense power known as the Sha spirit, which also possesses 9 distinct tiers. It is said that few who have encountered it survive. As for the realm beyond the Sha Ling, no records exist in the archives.
How peculiar, Nie Xiaoqian murmured softly. Grandmother once told me that entering the underworld requires passing through the Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, and the platform of longing for home. Yet why is there only this pitch-black passage here? Having journeyed through the passage for quite some time, slaying numerous malevolent spirits along the way, Nie Xiaoqian couldn't help but voice her confusion softly. There's only one possibility. What possibility? Nie Xiaoqian asked curiously. This underworld isn't governed by the same system as the one we know. Li Yi's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Put. Hidden within the divine statue and the jade hairpin, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh aloud at his words. Having accompanied Li Yi for some time, they had gained some understanding of the technological products of this world and naturally knew the meaning of the term system. Nie Xiaoqian heard the girl's laughter too. She pouted slightly and scolded playfully, "Young master, don't tease Xiaoqian. My understanding of this netherworld is limited to what grandma told me. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Remember what I told you before, is this the Naraka hell?" Li Yi's smile faded as his expression turned serious. In my view, the underworlds of each nation differ greatly. Take our Huaxia underworld, for instance, called the Netherworld. It is essentially another realm where souls ultimately find their final resting place. Because the structures of the underworlds in different countries are distinct, the deceased from each nation are drawn by their country's unique death force to the corresponding otherworld of their homeland. He wasn't sure if Nie Xiaoqian could fully grasp it, but he did his best to explain his thoughts. The two continued deeper into the passageway. The further they went, the more potent the cold, sinister force became. Vaguely, an eerie red glow appeared at the end of the passage ahead. "Xian, be careful. I sense a powerful aura of danger." Xiaobai's urgent voice echoed in Li Yi's mind just in time. Li Yi tensed completely, quickly signaling Nie Xiaoqian with a glance. His feet surged forward as he unleashed the Azure Serpent Phantom Step, racing toward the passage's end at breakneck speed. "Young master, be extremely careful." Nie Xiaoqian gasped, immediately following close behind. Hiss. As Li Yi sprinted to the very front of the passageway, the sight before him made him gasp in shock. Meanwhile, Lu Meifeng had just brought her son, Xiaofeng, back home. The moment Xiaofeng entered the door, he dashed excitedly toward Li Yi's room, shouting as he ran, "Brother! Where are you? Brother! This is amazing! I got the qualification." But there was no response from inside the room. He called out anxiously again, Mom, where's my brother? Where is he? Your brother won't be back for a couple of days." "Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Seeing how excited you were, I didn't get a chance to say anything." Lu Meifeng replied with a bitter smile. "I need to call my brother. I have to tell him this good news," Xiaofeng said, quickly pulling out his phone. His phone had special features for the visually impaired. A light touch on the screen triggered voice prompts. Soon, he dialed his brother Li Yi's number, but the phone emitted a service unavailable tone. Seeing this, Lu Meifeng stepped forward. Noticing the disappointment in her son's eyes, she hurriedly comforted him. "Your brother said that once you successfully establish the connection, he'll give you a gift." "I don't want a gift.
I just want to prove myself that I'm not just a blind person who needs others to take care of me. Xiaofeng clenched his fists tightly. His words pierced straight through Lu Meifeng's heart. Unable to hold back any longer, she embraced her child and began to sob silently, her mind filled with self-reproach. As a mother, she understood all too well the deep-seated insecurity within her child.
Though he usually put on a carefree front, such emotions always surfaced unreservedly at pivotal moments. Mom believes you'll be just as outstanding as your brother one day.
Lu Meifeng fought back tears as she whispered softly.
What is this?
Just then, Nie Xiaoqian sprinted to the end of the passageway. She saw the young master frozen in place, his expression one of utter shock. Following his gaze, she too stared in stunned disbelief at the scene before her.
Ahead.
A vast, boundless space stretched out. Crimson magma churned like a boiling sea of blood, its viscous surface erupting with bubbling blood blisters.
From within each burst, shrill, piercing screams of malevolent spirits echoed.
Their twisted limbs were pierced through the shoulder blades by thick chains, struggling in the scorching magma, dragging behind them trails of charred, blood-stained gashes.
Those attempting to flee were ruthlessly impaled by iron hooks, dragged back into the sulfuric inferno. Li Yi could smell the putrid mist permeating the entire space.
Countless demons were being repeatedly kneaded by pairs of invisible giant hands. The sound of cracking bones mingled with shrill wails, echoing endlessly within this crimson hell.
Is this hell?
Xiaobai and Xiaoqing materialized beside Li Yi as beams of light. Staring at the bone-chilling horror before them, they murmured in unison.
Be careful. Xiaobai's embroidered brows knitted tightly as she sensed mortal danger. She grabbed Li Yi's arm and yanked him upward.
With a clatter, their bodies spun rapidly through the air. Almost simultaneously, 3 or 4 chains blazing with crimson flames lunged viciously toward them. Xiaoqing reacted with lightning speed, grabbing Nie Xiaoqian and pulling her back while simultaneously swinging her arm forward with all her might. A swarm of blade shadows erupted. It was her signature technique, phantom flying knives.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A deafening roar erupted behind them as the attacking chains slammed into the ground, sending fragments of stone flying.
Roar! A furious roar echoed from ahead.
Above the churning crimson lava, a specter clad in armor and wielding a red chain materialized. From the hollows in its armor, faint greenish light flickered clearly, it was hollow inside. This demon seemed to possess some intelligence. After its first strike missed its target, it stomped down hard on the head of a fellow demon lying in the lava beneath its feet. The unfortunate soul was crushed into the fiery depths, its agonized screams piercing the air. The demonic spirit then leapt into the air, hurtling straight toward Li Yi while violently whipping its chain forward. At the tip of the whip, hideous demonic heads materialized, gaping with blood-red maws and bearing sharp fangs.
White Spirit, Level 9. Li Yi's mind swiftly recalled the Divine Alliance records he'd studied earlier, quickly confirming the level of this armored specter.
It stood at the same level as a supernatural being with 9 divine seals. Whether the armored evil spirit would downgrade itself when facing a deity remained uncertain.
Xiaoqian, fall back.
Xiaobai and Xiaoqing returned first.
Only intervene at the critical moment.
Li Yi swiftly issued his orders. Before his words had fully faded, his feet had already moved. Instead of retreating, he charged straight toward the evil spirit. A ball of ghostly fire, radiating an icy chill, appeared in his hand. He hurled it with all his might at one of the ghostly heads. You beast, return at once. Suddenly, an ethereal yet icy voice echoed from the depths of hell, reverberating within everyone's souls. Then, a white chain shot out, snapping precisely around the neck of the armored demon.
Boom!
The armored specter was violently yanked backward by a colossal force, crashing heavily into the fiery red magma and letting out a wail of excruciating agony. Li Yi and the others watched in stunned silence, their eyes widening as their bodies tensed even more. This sudden display of power far exceeded anything they had ever imagined.
Well, everyone. A benevolent chuckle echoed from the depths of hell. It sounded eerily sinister instead. Chapter 98, The God of Hell. Who exactly are you? How can you speak the language of China? The abrupt voice made every muscle in Li Yi's body tense.
He quickly scanned his surroundings, seeing that Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, and Nie Xiaoqian were all safe and sound. Only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. I do not speak your Chinese tongue. Rather, we are communicating telepathically. The words I speak, you understand within your heart. The voice echoed faintly once more.
Telepathic communication? Li Yi was utterly astonished.
Yet the words clearly sounded as if they were entering his ears. But in truth, this is merely an illusion born of human instinct. It's hard to tell whether the sound is heard by the ears or the heart. Shen, this man's aura is stronger than anything I've ever encountered.
I can't even gauge the depth of his cultivation.
Xiaobai transmitted his voice, his tone heavy with gravity. Xiaoqing shared his concern, urgently adding, in my opinion, we should leave this place immediately. That voice carries an indescribable strangeness, and it seems a tremendously powerful divine presence lurks ahead.
Fellow deities, since we are all of the same kind, why such restraint? Why not come over and have a chat? The voice's owner extended an invitation. Clang! Clang! Clang!
In an instant, chains drenched in crimson magma shot forth like a swarm of frenzied venomous snakes, firing simultaneously from the opposite shore of the fiery sea of red magma.
Clank! Clank!
With a series of sharp clangs, the chains embedded themselves deep into the ground beneath the group, forming a chain bridge.
Li Yi and the others instinctively took a step back.
Their position was precisely at the passage's end, offering a direct view of the churning sea of red magma.
Yet the chains stretched into the endless darkness. Beep beep beep. 3 helicopters appeared over the open sea in a formation of 1 in front and 2 behind, their engines roaring.
Leading the team was Feng Jigang from the Linhai Province branch of the Divine Protection Institute, accompanied by Zhou Qian, Zhang Tao, Lu Ren, and Tang Duer. On the sea, a smuggling boat lay abandoned and isolated. Only the cook remained aboard. The captain had been brutally murdered. Under normal circumstances, few would report trouble involving a smuggling vessel. But this cook was accompanying the owner on his first voyage.
Faced with the horrific events unfolding, he dared not conceal anything.
If the missing man's family reported him missing and the investigation led back to him, he'd be in serious trouble, possibly even facing murder charges. Besides, he had no idea how to navigate the vessel back to shore. Since the incident occurred on the high seas and involved a supernatural being, the matter naturally fell under the jurisdiction of the Temple of Reverence.
Feng Jigang and 2 team members leapt onto the smuggling vessel with practiced ease. He looked at the trembling cook and demanded sternly, "Speak. Tell us everything you saw, word for word." After about 10 minutes, the cook, named Kai Daong, recounted everything he had witnessed without holding back. It's strange, but apart from those women, everyone else on the ship was killed. They hijacked several vessels and then headed off in that direction.
As he spoke, he pointed in a direction.
Feng Jigang glanced in that direction.
The vast expanse of ocean made it unlikely that Kai Daong could have pointed accurately. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. Globally speaking, it wasn't just a major power like China. Even ordinary small countries saw large numbers of people vanish without a trace every year. Thoroughly investigating such cases was no easy feat.
Besides, the information the cook provided didn't contain anything particularly noteworthy. "Captain Feng, how about Tang Duer and I go scout the surrounding area?" Lu Run volunteered.
"Alright, you two go take a look. Remember the High Seas Treaty. If you're spotted, return immediately." Feng Jigang nodded in agreement, then turned to the chef. "You're coming back with us for questioning. Given your current situation, you're already suspected of illegal immigration."
Yes.
"As long as I can go back, I'll accept even a few years in prison." Kai Daong was clearly terrified by the situation, nodding frantically in agreement. Soon, a helicopter sped toward the direction Kai Daong had indicated and the surrounding area. The helicopter flew all the way to the waters of Neon Nation.
As the Neon Nation fleet came into view, it had no choice but to retreat, ultimately finding no valuable clues. "Captain, forget about a ship. I didn't even spot a blade of grass."
Tang Duer reported via the helicopter's radio communication device.
"Come back." Feng Jigang replied tersely upon receiving the message.
Setting down the radio, he frowned deeply. "I have this nagging feeling something major is about to happen, but I can't quite piece it together yet."
"Captain Feng, it's just a routine smuggling case. We handle countless such incidents every year."
Zhang Tao countered dismissively, his voice growing heated.
"To put it bluntly, those people deserve to die. Is it really that hard to stay in their own country? Has our country treated them unfairly? Why must they sneak off to other nations? Is the air really that sweet abroad?"
Feng Jigang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and gazed out at the vast ocean before speaking slowly. "You're right, on the surface it looks like a routine smuggling incident.
But have you considered why such an ordinary case would attract a group of masked psychics to hijack the ship?"
"Well..." Zhang Tao was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he changed his tone. "Captain Feng, I know you've always wanted to make a big splash, to prove you're no less than Li Yi. Honestly, the guys all feel the same way. But sometimes we have to face reality. A prodigy like Li Yi? I'll probably never even come close in my lifetime."
"Get lost. When did I ever say I wanted to compete with him? Get back and write that report immediately.
Send it up the chain of command. Get this matter reported to headquarters."
Feng Jigang glared at him.
Ever since returning from Tianzhu and witnessing Li Yi summon deities as if it were child's play, he'd long since abandoned any notion of competing with such a prodigy. Within the hell of Nagaraj, Li Yi and his companions stared in horror at the bridge constructed from endless chains stretching before them. What kind of power could stretch these chains so long, their ends lost to the eye? Nie Xiaoqian sucked in a sharp breath, her voice trembling with worry as she whispered telepathically, "Young master, this being is likely the king of hell himself. We've trespassed here, and we risk provoking his wrath.
In my humble opinion, we should retreat immediately."
"If it truly is the king of hell, I'm not particularly afraid." Li shook his head bitterly. Truthfully, he yearned to cross this chain bridge and see what mysterious being had uttered those words. But this being was far too powerful. If danger arose, none of them could be certain they'd escape unscathed. One thing Li Yi was certain of, though, if the voice's owner truly intended to kill them, he wouldn't have intervened to stop that armored specter earlier. Of course, it was also possible they were trying to lure them into a trap. Having weighed these possibilities, he did not rush to step onto the chains. Instead, he remained calm and replied with a smile. Your power is unfathomable, senior. I believe it would be wiser for us to converse from a distance. But one thing puzzles me, you claim we are all deities. Could it be that you too sense my divine nature? Are you not? The voice's owner sounded genuinely surprised. The divine power within you, though chaotic and fragmented, has already reached the 9th rank of the mortal realm. At this level, you are already among the most powerful beings in the mortal world. If you could integrate these energies into a unified whole, your power would ascend to new heights. I happen to possess a method that could help you perfectly fuse this chaotic force with your core essence. Oh? The voice carried an irresistible allure, compelling Li Yi's feet to involuntarily step forward. Behind him, Nie Xiaoqian acted swiftly, grabbing his arm as she whispered urgently, "Young master, you must not." His voice holds a hidden power of seduction. As a ghost cultivator, Nie Xiaoqian was highly skilled in enchantment arts and could keenly sense the peculiarity in this voice. That old fox, he's definitely up to no good. Li Yi cursed inwardly, growing increasingly cautious. Yet his face remained composed with a smile. You flatter me, senior. With my abilities, even if I were eager to learn, I doubt I could meet the standards you speak of. Senior, I've always been curious. You are undoubtedly the ruler of this hell, yet evil spirits occasionally escape. With your power, such occurrences seem improbable, don't they? All is the cycle of cause and effect. Why should I hinder these evil spirits? After a moment of silence, that voice echoed once more with a laugh full of meaning. Chapter 99, Song, King of Hell. The Buddha teaches that all phenomena are empty, yet cause and effect remain unemptied. Then, the voice carried a distant resonance. Every action of sentient beings is driven by karma. These malevolent spirits committed countless evils in life after death, they must endure the torments of purgatory. All exists within the cycle of cause and effect. When their karma is fulfilled, the chains of purgatory shall release them. Whether they live, die, or wreak havoc upon the mortal realm thereafter, all shall be governed by their own karmic force. Well said, all phenomena are empty, but cause and effect are not. Li Yi listened to these words and couldn't help but admire the speaker's profound explanation of the hellish spirit's escape. It seems you have deep knowledge of Buddhist doctrine, Venerable One. Might I ask your name? My name? The voice fell silent once more, as if recalling distant, hazy memories. Then, with a tone heavy with the weight of time, it replied. I have long forgotten who I truly am. I only remember spending countless long years here. Call me Song. Song? Upon hearing this name, Li Yi's mind raced. He searched his memory repeatedly for any deity associated with Song in Indian mythology, even considering characters from films and television dramas. Yet, he could not recall any corresponding existence. It seemed there was only one possibility: the owner of this voice was deliberately concealing their true identity. You're quite wary, heh? If you truly refuse to come, then so be it. Still, chatting with you has been rather amusing. The voice claiming to be Song laughed heartily, then shifted its tone. This is hell. I'm curious, how did you arrive here? According to the laws of heaven and earth, deities should be unable to enter this realm. He exclaimed in astonishment, yet not only did you enter alone, you brought these women with you. Could it be that by attaching themselves to you, they evade the heavenly law's detection? However, the aura emanating from you is quite peculiar. It carries the essence of a deity yet is intertwined with that of a mortal. Just now, I was genuinely curious, are you human or divine? Upon reflection, even if you were human, you still wouldn't be able to enter this place. So you fused the powers of all these women? No wonder you could appear here, especially that weakest one, whose body contains such potent energy. Song seemed to be debating with himself, spouting a torrent of words. Simultaneously, an intangible force flickered over everyone present, a clear indication that Song was secretly probing their power levels. Li Yi's brows furrowed. Beyond exploring the depths, their journey here was also to enhance his netherfire abilities. With this person's aid, he might challenge stronger malevolent spirits, accelerate his netherfire advancement, and eventually face the thunder tribulation. This thought grew increasingly exhilarating. Li Yi hurriedly replied, to answer your question, senior, we came here to temper ourselves by slaying evil spirits. Since we have ample time, why not let me hunt these spirits while we converse? Ha, splendid. Splendid indeed. The hellish realm teems with endless evil spirits. I happen to be bored myself. How many do you desire? I shall release them for you. Song's voice sounded exceptionally cheerful. Xiaobai, Xiaoqian, return to the divine statue in the jade hairpin. Xiaoqian, the cold energy here is exceptionally potent. Cultivating here will greatly benefit you, but keep your distance while you practice. Li Yi swiftly made his arrangements. Then, through telepathic transmission, he warned them. This fellow clearly harbors ill intent, yet dares not act rashly. Should we escape, he may have to endure countless more years of waiting before encountering others like us again. If I can escape, it's no big deal. But if we can't get away, the outcome will be grim. Leaving rashly will only provoke him. It's better to play along for now. Xian, you must be extremely cautious.
I will intervene at the critical moment.
Xiao Bai, sensing her power rapidly draining, hurriedly replied. Xiaoqian, unable to cultivate the energy here and finding it corrosive to them, instantly transformed into a beam of light and darted into Li Yi's pocket. Beneath them, within the molten lava, countless malevolent spirits struggled desperately. The chains that had bound them so tightly were now being pulled by some mysterious force, causing them to detach from the spirits' bodies.
Roar! One freed spirit let out an instinctive, furious roar before charging toward Li Yi's location. Young friend, this spirit is no pushover, it's a level 8 white spirit. It'll be perfect for you to hone your skills on.
Sung's voice arrived just in time.
Li Yi was ready.
He gathered a ball of netherfire in his palm and flung it forcefully toward the charging spirit.
Boom!
Just as the ghostly flame was about to collide with the spirit, he channeled his power to detonate it.
Roar!
Green flames erupted from the evil spirit's body, while ice crystals formed on its surface. Tormented by the searing pain of its soul being consumed by fire, it let out wails of agony. In the blink of an eye, the ice crystals covered most of its body. However, the powerful shockwave from the explosion merely knocked the spirit backward. It showed no signs of shattering. Moments later, the formidable spirit had broken free from the restraining force binding it. Truly worthy of an 8th level white spirit demon, an excellent training target indeed. Li Yi felt a surge of competitive fervor. He activated the Azure Serpent Phantom Step, his form flickering repeatedly as he flung bursts of netherfire from his hands.
Boom! 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 Explosions echoed one after another.
The flames you unleash contain extreme cold energy, strikingly similar to the power of this hellish realm. If you dedicate yourself to refining this technique here, you could push it to its ultimate limit.
Sun offered his assessment, seemingly eager to befriend Li Yi. He even proactively suggested a solution. As it happens, I have some understanding of this frigid flame.
There exists a method of fire control. If you could draw upon some of its principles, it might elevate your mastery of the frigid flame's power to new heights. What the senior teaches must be profound and exquisite.
Yet, one does not receive without merit.
This junior dares not accept lightly.
Li Yi remained intensely wary, unwilling to rashly accept anything from this man. What if the technique offered was some form of evil art designed to control his mind? That would spell utter ruin. Moreover, in this perilous environment, he had to be exceedingly cautious.
No need to worry.
When you are ready, simply let me know. I am confident we will soon become close friends. Senior, you seem quite knowledgeable about the ranks of evil spirits? Li Yi flicked his finger forward, unleashing the lightning-fast sword intent of the heavenly cluster cloud.
The frozen, sluggish evil spirit before him was instantly cleaved apart.
At the same time,
a notification echoed in his mind.
Evil spirit slain. 9 Netherworld Inferno Curse enhanced. The notification rang exceptionally clear. Li Yi distinctly felt the 9 Netherworld's Inferno Curse's power increase by at least 10% compared to before. It seemed that slaying high-level evil spirits could indeed significantly accelerate the enhancement rate of the 9 Netherworld's Inferno Curse. At that moment, Sung's laughter echoed once more. Divine beings have ranks, and evil spirits are no exception. Some possessed immense power in life, so their soul energy far surpasses ordinary spirits after death.
Refined by the forces of purgatory, their strength ascends to new heights.
Senior, might there exist even more formidable evil spirits beyond the level of Sha spirits?
After Li Yi posed this question, the other party fell into a noticeable, prolonged silence. Just as Li Yi prepared to ask again, Song's voice finally came. That is an existence found only in legend.
As for its name, no one knows.
All that is certain is its power is so great that even certain true gods fear it.
Even gods fear it? Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoqian's eyebrows arched slightly. Young master, could there truly be evil spirits more formidable than gods in this world? The world is vast and boundless, holding every conceivable wonder. Whether the power of this world has an ultimate limit is something no one can know.
Even gods who have cultivated to the highest realms would likely struggle to uncover the answer.
Time slipped away amidst such conversation and battle.
On an unnamed island in the land of Neon, atop an ancient altar,
Mr. Nakajima and Tamahisa Hikawa watched the altar's movements with rapt attention.
Yet after waiting for a long time, the altar remained unresponsive.
Deep disappointment flashed in both their eyes. Mr. Nakajima, another failure. At this rate, we won't have enough women left for the future. Tamahisa Higasakawa sighed helplessly. If spirit summoning could succeed on the first try, everyone would be using it by now.
Besides, our country has already signed a treaty with Tianzhu. There's no way they'd deceive us with fake spirit summoning. After a moment's thought, Nakajima suddenly realized, I've heard there's an ancient dragon vein in southern India.
Could that altar be situated upon it?
Tamahisa, immediately send someone to investigate the geomancy of that altar site.
I may have a solution. It seems a trip back to the shrine is necessary. Understood, Mr. Nakajima.
However, our nation's dragon vein was damaged during the last moon god ritual.
Even if we knew its location, it would be unusable. Nakagawa Tamahisa nodded, then added doubtfully. Who says the dragon vein must be from our own country? We can borrow one from China. This? Nichiwa Tamahisa's eyes widened.
Altars were the greatest threat to dragon veins, as they drained their power relentlessly. Once destroyed, a nation's fortune would regress by over 1,000 years.
Meanwhile, deep within the Naraka hell,
over the past 2 days, with Song's assistance, Li Yi had slain countless malevolent spirits of level 8 white spirit or higher. The 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell rapidly advanced as a result, progressing over 10 times faster than when slaying ordinary malevolent spirits. Fortunately, possessing divine power meant he could go without food for a while without issue.
But Li Yi must depart now.
The Golden Mountain Temple was about to open, and the treasured green hairpin had yet to be placed within. Such a crucial matter could not be delayed.
Just then, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Divine Power Collector, the 9 Netherworld's Inferno Curse has reached perfection at level 2.
Successfully advanced to level 3, Spectral Flame Differentiation.
Power will be significantly enhanced.
Immediately, the flame of the 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell within Li Yi's body surged violently, the once tiny flame instantly growing many times larger.
Elder, I must depart now. Important matters await outside. Rest assured, I shall return to continue my cultivation.
As Li Yi spoke these words, his hand behind him was already gathering power, prepared to handle any unexpected situation.
You intend to leave?
The voice betrayed no surprise, yet grew abruptly icy cold, causing the surrounding energies to surge chaotically. The chains connecting the hellish passage to the lava sea began rattling violently.
Chapter 100, Xiaoqian detained, temporarily leaving hell. Senior, what is this? You said we would become close friends. Is this how you treat your so-called close friends? Li Yi's gaze locked onto the violently trembling chains before him.
He swiftly took a step back while simultaneously gathering a ball of 9 Netherworld flames in his hand.
With a flicker of his intent, the 9 Netherworld flames in his hand seemed to possess a life of their own, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8.
In the blink of an eye, 16 fire lotuses, each emitting a cold, eerie glow, drifted slowly around him, enveloping him in their protective embrace.
Young master, has your Netherworld fire spell actually advanced? Nie Xiaoqian stared in astonishment.
She herself had spent hundreds of years cultivating, and even then, it was only after a breakthrough in her cultivation that she had painstakingly advanced the Netherworld fire spell to the 3rd layer.
Yet her young master?
He'd only been cultivating for a mere 2 months, at most.
Xian, you've depleted too much energy.
After splitting the 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell, the drain on your internal power is immense. Fortunately, the jade hairpin holds the power stored by Xiaoqing in me. You can draw strength from it to replenish your reserves.
Xiao Bai hurriedly reminded him. Li Yi's hand slipped quietly into his pocket, already gripping the jade hairpin firmly.
The jade hairpin possessed the miraculous ability to store energy. Normally, Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang would store their own power within it for critical moments. At this moment, it contained the energy they had accumulated.
Strange. How did your flame abilities advance an entire tier in just 2 days? How did you manage that?
Suddenly, the rattling of the chains ceased abruptly. Song's voice, tinged with puzzlement, echoed faintly, "When will you return after this departure?"
I startled you earlier. This place is rarely visited by others. It's rare to meet someone I can actually talk to. To be honest, I'm genuinely reluctant to see you leave. Rest assured, senior. Once I've settled my affairs, I shall return immediately. Leave this girl behind, and you may depart. No.
Li Yi refused without hesitation, his tone firm and decisive. Nie Xiaoqian now understood the situation clearly. The old man wanted a hostage. She bit her lower lip lightly, her expression resolute as she declared, "Xiaoqian can cultivate here at 4 or 5 times the usual speed.
I shall stay behind.
Young master, please go attend to your own affairs."
Rest assured. With me here, I will ensure her safety. Whoever dares defy my orders, even a god from hell, I will slaughter them without mercy.
These words appeared to be a promise, yet they carried an underlying threat. Through telepathic transmission, Nie Xiaoqian's voice was filled with sorrow. "After you leave, there's no need to risk returning for me. Meeting you, young master, is already the greatest honor of my life. I only hope that occasionally, in the future, you might remember me. That would be enough to satisfy my heart." "Xiaoqian, your words make it even harder for me to leave you behind. But rest assured, this creature's true target is me. Moreover, from our interactions these past 2 days, I sense he seems bound by the power here, unable to unleash his full strength. Otherwise, he would have revealed his true intentions long ago. I'll be back soon. If I can stall him for even a little longer, with the multitude of malevolent spirits here, my 9 Netherworld's Inferno curse will surely be enhanced once more." With that, Li Yi swiftly turned and departed. He hadn't dared hope to elevate the Netherfire to the 4th tier, but now he was filled with confidence. Reaching the 4th tier would give him greater assurance in facing the Thunder Tribulation. He had even resolved that if he truly enraged Song, he would summon the Thunder Tribulation right here in this hellish realm. At worst, they would both perish together. "Xian, I'm sorry. I was the one who was wrong all along." On the way back, Xiao Bai suddenly spoke softly, her voice heavy with remorse.
Why are you suddenly apologizing? Li Yi looked utterly surprised. Nothing. Anyway, I've decided Xiaoqian is my sister.
Rest assured, Xiao Chang and I will do everything we can to find a solution. Xiao Bai spoke, her body shifting lightly as she appeared beside Li Yi. She then reached out and gently wrapped her arms around his waist, carrying him forward as they sped through the air. Li Yi glanced back at her, noticing the flush on her cheeks, and couldn't help but feel puzzled.
Little Qian, I've accepted you as my sister too.
Nie Xiaoqian's willingness to serve as a hostage to secure Li Yi's escape earned her the approval of Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Xiao Bai recalled how she used to be jealous of Xiao Qian, and now her heart was filled with regret. She knew that such a good sister deserved everyone's respect.
Departing from the Naraka hell, Li Yi returned to the surface.
Zhou Weigua hurried forward, the dean called.
He wants you to contact him immediately upon leaving Narajiri.
Understood, Brother Zhou.
Li Yi gave a slight nod.
With a few light steps, he vanished into the distance in mere moments.
How come he seems to have grown stronger again?
Zhou Weigua frowned deeply, then slowly shook his head inside.
Recent online rumors claim all of China's fortune has been channeled into Li Yi.
With such rapid growth in his abilities, it's hardly surprising. Then he thought, over the past 30 years, China hasn't produced any truly outstanding talents.
Perhaps this is heaven's way of compensating our nation. Li Yi, where are you now? Tomorrow is the opening day of Jinshan Temple.
The monastery hopes you can attend the opening ceremony.
Song Boton's voice came through clearly as soon as the call connected. Li Yi had no interest in attending the ceremony at that moment. He promptly declined and hung up the phone. In truth, sealing Xiaoqing's power didn't necessarily require Jinshan Temple.
After all, Jinshan Temple was Fa Hai's domain. Choosing this location to awaken Xiaoqing back then was merely to increase the success rate, since she had once fought here. But since the temple had chosen to open for worship, the Baoqing hairpin, as a sacred artifact, must remain at Jinshan Temple. Otherwise, the people who came here would be unable to connect with Xiaoqing's divine power. Thus, unless another object imbued with Xiaoqing's divine essence could be found to transfer her power, she remained temporarily bound to the treasure green hairpin and confined to Jinshan Temple.
By the time Li Yi arrived at Jinshan Temple, evening had already fallen.
Since the awakening of the divine power, Jinshan Temple had been placed under martial law. Visitors could only explore designated areas and were forbidden from approaching the inner sanctum. Divine messengers dispatched by the Temple of Reverence patrolled the perimeter, yet none noticed a figure slipping ghost-like into the pagoda of Jinshan Temple. Li Yi carefully placed the treasure green hairpin in a concealed spot. At that moment, Xiao Bai and Xiao Chang transformed into a beam of light and appeared behind him.
Sister, I'm a little reluctant to part with you.
Xiao Qing pouted, her face full of reluctance. As if struck by a thought, she turned to Li Yi, strange.
Xiaoqian isn't at Lanke Temple, so how could others have bound her power? Why must I stay here? Yeah. Xiao Bai seemed equally puzzled by the question and chimed in. Li Yi had been pondering this very question. After a moment of deep thought, he explained, theoretically, once a deity is awakened, they cannot leave the vicinity of the ruins or sacred relics.
But the location where Nara Hell appeared happened to be within the boundaries of Lanke Temple.
Xiaoqian was severely injured at the time and had to go to Nara to recuperate.
Perhaps because of me, she narrowly evaded the heavenly Tao's detection. And for some reason, the laws of heaven and earth forged a connection between Lanke Temple and Xiaoqian, who was deep within the hell.
Because of you?
Both looked puzzled.
What did you do then? Is that the reason?
I merely carried Xiaoqian into the hellish passage. Perhaps that very act inadvertently evaded the heavenly laws.
Li Yi replied. So you mean being held by you can evade the heavenly laws?
Then hurry up and carry me out.
I want to be with my sister.
Xiaoqing blurted out. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized what she'd said and flushed bright red.
Oh my. I don't want you to carry me.
I'm staying here to cultivate and strengthen myself. But you better take good care of my sister. Don't let that monster in hell harm a single hair on her head, or I won't forgive you.
Hee, Xiaoqing, how about letting Xin carry you to test it? See if we can evade the law's power? Xiao Bai couldn't resist teasing her. Sis, you're so annoying. I'm ignoring you.
Xiaoqing's embarrassment was plain to see, her pouting all the more adorable.
Chapter 101, Li Yi arrives, the entire network boils over. Family, I'm currently at Jinshan Temple. Tomorrow marks its grand opening day.
I hear the temple administration has specially invited renowned professors and divine envoys to deliver speeches. As evening fell, the last rays of the setting sun bathed the halls and pavilions of Jinshan Temple. Song Xian arrived half a day early to begin her live broadcast. As her team grew, camera angles shifted seamlessly, with drones circling overhead to capture the grand scene from every angle.
Hey, hostess, do you think Brother Yi will be here today? Yeah, we haven't seen Yi Gu since the Hanuman incident.
We're worried something might have happened to him.
Exactly. We really want to see Yi Gu.
The screen was filled with vibrant gift effects and a barrage of comments urging Li Yi to make an appearance. Actually, Song Xian had called Li Yi that morning, but his phone was turned off. Seeing the audience's unwavering enthusiasm, she picked up her phone with a sigh and said, "Everyone, Igu is definitely safe and sound.
Nothing bad has happened to him.
I'll call him right now, but let's be clearly, E is incredibly busy with his work. Although he promised me he'd find time to meet with everyone, plans often change unexpectedly." The crisp dial tone echoed from the phone as viewers in the livestream held their breath, waiting intently.
At that very moment, Li Yi had just secured the treasure green hairpin at Jinshan Temple and was preparing to head to the Naraka Hell.
When Song Xian's call came through, he recalled his promise to meet with viewers in 2 days.
With a chuckle, he teased, "Miss Song, what's this? Missing me already? Holy crap, huh? We heard it. We heard it. The whole internet just heard Brother Yi's voice.
Damn, if it were any other guy, I'd be showering him with gifts to teach him a lesson.
But with Brother Yi? I don't have the right to be jealous like that. Together. Together."
The live chat erupted instantly, fans cheering and chanting.
"Hey, Li Yi, don't say things like that. The viewers are listening."
Song Xian's cheeks flushed bright red as she quickly changed the subject. "Didn't you promise to meet with the viewers?
It's been 2 days already. When are you planning to meet everyone?
Brother E, Brother E." Viewers flooded the chat with messages.
The commotion seemed to be summoning Li Yi to appear.
After a moment of silence on the other end, Li Yi said, "Alright, but I really do have something important to handle right now. How about this? I'll hop into your livestream and grab the mic to chat with everyone briefly."
Holy crap!
Everyone, hurry into Song Xian's livestream. God of E is coming. At the entrance of Jinshan Temple, a crowd of elementary and middle school students had already gathered early. One of them suddenly let out a loud shout, instantly setting off a frenzy. Not just the students, but even the accompanying teachers couldn't resist pulling out their phones and clicking into Song Xian's livestream.
"Hello everyone watching. I'm Li Yi."
In the livestream, Li Yi successfully applied for the mic, his handsome face appearing on camera. A simple greeting sent the online audience and students into a frenzy, erupting once more in blood-curdling shrieks. "It's Ishan.
It really is Ishan. Brother E, how are you? Why haven't we seen you lately? Did you forget about us? Bro, hurry up and tell us the thrilling story of your epic battle with Hanuman."
"I knew my brother was fine all along.
Now I can rest easy.
With him around, China will surely prosper."
The flood of comments rolled in like a tidal wave. "Everyone, due to time constraints, I can't elaborate on other matters. Regarding the first batch of deities established at Jinshan Temple this time, I'd like to share a few thoughts. Xiaoqing's power is immense. Gaining her recognition is no easy feat." Li Yi spoke with solemn earnestness.
"I hope those who weren't successful in forming a bond won't be discouraged. There are still other deities awaiting connection in our land.
There will be one that suits each of you." Finally, he added,
"Here, I extend my advance wishes for all of you to successfully form bonds, become guardians of China, and grow into the pillars of China's future."
"Thank you, everyone." What? Numerous deities across Huaxia still await unlocking? Netizens heard this and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
From Li Yi's words, they keenly picked up on this crucial piece of information.
In the past, who would dare utter such words? Who would dare to believe it?
Some might even have stepped forward to hurl insults like "show off, get lost,
stop spouting nonsense."
But now, Li Yi had already proven himself through his actions.
Without hesitation, everyone chose to believe his words unconditionally.
At this moment, as Chinese people, a surge of intense pride welled up within them.
Imperial capital, Lake Island.
Clan Shifu had just finished handling important matters and sat exhausted on the sofa to rest. The old butler hurried over, tablet in hand. "Shifu, this is a recording from the staff about Li Yi's remarks in Song Xian's livestream."
"Oh? What did that boy say this time?"
A smile flashed across Fu Clan Chief's face. He had been seeking an opportunity to meet Li Yi regarding the incident where Li Yi battled Hanuman, but recent affairs had kept him too occupied to spare the time. He took the tablet and tapped play. The clip was brief, just a short excerpt. When the words "there are still many deities awaiting awakening in our Huaxia" came from Li Yi's mouth, Clan Shifu perked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Could he possibly awaken other deities again?
"Shifu, those words weren't spoken lightly.
After all, Li Yi never makes empty promises." The old steward remarked with a smile. Fu slowly nodded, recalling that aside from the unresolved matter concerning the giant demon in Tianzhu, Li Yi had largely fulfilled all his other promises. Indeed, he has made tremendous contributions to Huaxia, yet we have yet to reward him.
Find time to summon old Song. We must discuss this matter together. We absolutely cannot let our heroes become selfless orphans.
Nor can we act like those greedy exploiters. As elders, we must consider the welfare of our children.
Exactly. We cannot let our national hero bleed and weep.
The old steward nodded emphatically in agreement.
Li Yi's single remark unleashed a storm, spreading rapidly not only across Chinese cyberspace but soon reaching the ears of clergy worldwide. What? China still has numerous deities awaiting awakening?
Upon hearing this, the leader of the Indian Yama cult and others turned grim, their faces darkening with fury. They yearned to eliminate Li Yi immediately. That brat destroyed half our nation's deities.
The repercussions of that act still linger to this day, and now he dares utter such words?
Within the Grand Cathedral of the Norse Divine Emperor, Pope Van D and the other elders keenly sensed the immense pressure emanating from the east. Though the distant east lay far beyond their reach, they knew full well that if China were allowed to develop unchecked, a fierce confrontation would inevitably come.
Neon Nation, the Fujiwara clan.
Since Fujiwara Koji assumed his father's position and took charge of the entire Neon Nation, he had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments.
He had even heard rumors that other clans were preparing to unite and seize back the Fujiwara clan's national authority.
Matsumoto Yasuyasu of the Matsumoto clan, in particular, had become the most active since the mysterious death of his son, Shota. Fujiwara Koji now sought only to make a nationwide splash to prove his worth.
Nurizato Saki hurriedly appeared at the Fujiwara residence with the latest video intelligence. Mr. Fujiwara, this is the latest intelligence on Lee. It's his first public appearance since the Hanuman incident. Nonsense. All flash and no substance.
After watching the footage, Fujiwara Koji's sense of crisis intensified.
In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand down on the table. What does he think he is? Some street-side cabbage? That he can just wake up whenever he pleases?
Despite his words, a lingering unease crept into his mind.
Judging by Li Yi's past words and deeds, aside from his boastful claim about awakening the giant demon, he had essentially fulfilled everything else. However, regarding the giant demon Bishajia incident, any discerning person understood it was meant to humiliate India.
Whether he actually awakened it or not had become less significant.
Fujiwara, you must keep your composure in all matters. With this demeanor, how can you possibly shoulder the responsibility of upholding our nation's deities?
A cold snort echoed from outside as the elderly Watanabe and Mr. Nakajima arrived.
Chapter 102, Neon Nation's Fighting Spirit in Hell's Peril.
Mr. Watanabe, Mr. Nakajima, what brings you here?
Fujiwara Koji stiffened at the rebuke from outside,
hastily rising to his feet as the anger on his face softened considerably. He silently berated himself for his lack of composure. How could he fly into such a rage over a single piece of news? If he faced greater challenges in the future, how would he possibly handle them? For the sake of our nation's divine cause, everyone is giving their utmost effort. You are not alone in your dedication. Whatever challenges arise, remember this above all, maintain your composure. Only through calmness can you avoid mistakes. Otherwise, you will merely repeat your father's mistakes. Elder Watanabe frowned deeply, letting out another cold snort, his tone heavy with admonishment.
Mr. Watanabe, your guidance is well taken. I shall be more mindful in the future.
Fujiwara Tsuyoshi differed from his father. He held genuine trust in Watanabe, not merely superficial respect. After all, he counted on Watanabe to help him achieve something great, thereby securing the Fujiwara family's standing. He promptly invited both men to sit down with enthusiasm.
Mr. Nakajima, has there been any new progress with the summoning technique since your last visit?
Indeed, that is precisely why I have come. Mr. Nakajima sighed helplessly and immediately explained the predicament he had encountered. However, he held back on mentioning the dragon vein theory for now, wanting to see if the two had any solutions first. Those Indian fellows are full of tricks. Even if they take our money and form an alliance with us, they might not genuinely help. Getting them to solve our problems will be difficult. The elderly Watanabe gripped his bamboo cane tightly, stabbing it forcefully into the ground with a cold snort. This modified version of the divine sacrifice ritual is, at its core, the Shiva descent technique, the central doctrine of the Indian divine cult.
How could they possibly let us grasp it fully?
Fujiwara Tsuyoshi added,
and don't expect any after-sales service. The elderly Watanabe and Mr. Nakajima fell silent. The shamelessness of the Indians is common knowledge. To penalize a foreign company, they'd even amend their own constitution, and it's a miracle they didn't secretly delete a few words. Don't count on them for help.
Gentlemen, this is the latest intelligence. Fujiwara Koji recalled Li Yi's case and hurriedly handed over the tablet. This contains Li Yi's latest public statement.
Based on past experience, this Li Yi might just pull it off. After watching the video, Elder Watanabe couldn't help but sigh deeply. It seems we must accelerate our actions.
Otherwise, once more deities are awakened and unleashed in China, our nation will lose any chance of surpassing them. Should any unforeseen events occur, then, we will inevitably fall under their control.
Mr. Nakajima no longer held back. I do have a solution.
The problem isn't with the Tianju divine ritual itself, but rather that our nation's altar cannot function properly. As far as I know, the altar in southern Tianju is situated atop an ancient dragon vein, which is why it can unleash the power of this ritual.
An ancient dragon vein?
Both men sucked in a sharp breath.
Normally, placing an altar atop a dragon vein would severely damage it.
Unless a nation possessed two dragon veins, no one would dare attempt such a thing lightly.
Could it be that our nation's deities truly cannot be awakened?
Fujiwara Tsuyoshi, fully aware that awakening deities through dragon veins was impossible in their nation, looked utterly despairing. The elder Watanabe quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and looked straight ahead. Nakajima-kun, speak plainly.
Since you've brought this up, you must have a solution.
In East Asia, only China and our nation possess dragon veins of sufficient caliber. Other countries merely have branches of earth veins, incapable of bearing significant weight.
Mr. Nakajima murmured, our nation's dragon vein suffered severe damage during the last moon god incident and is currently unusable. Therefore, we must turn our attention to China's dragon vein. I once obtained an ancient text describing a technique called earth vein channeling.
By harnessing the power of 2 sacred altars, one can channel the dragon vein's energy.
Oh? Elder Watanabe and Fujiwara Koji's eyes lit up. Mr. Watanabe, Mr. Nakajima, the Fujiwara clan will fully support this endeavor. Fujiwara Tsuyoshi declared without hesitation. As for the Chinese side, if we offer sufficiently enticing terms, I'm confident someone will be willing to serve us. Constructing a shrine isn't impossible either. Excellent.
As expected of the Fujiwara clan, your boldness far surpasses your father's. Tapping into China's dragon veins, awakening our nation's deities, and even weakening China's fortune, it's a win-win for our country.
Why wouldn't we seize this opportunity? Watanabe couldn't help but praise aloud.
Far away in China, Li Yi remained utterly unaware that his single remark had already triggered a chain reaction across all fronts. He was racing toward the Naraka hell with burning urgency, periodically communicating with Xiaoqian through telepathic whispers along the way to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Just as he arrived at the dark zone of Narragad, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was his younger brother, Xiaofeng, who had called after learning he appeared in the livestream.
Brother, I'm so glad I finally got through. I got the spot, thank you. Xiaofeng's voice on the other end was brimming with uncontrollable excitement. You brat, if you keep being this polite, don't call me brother anymore. Li Yi feigned anger into the phone. Got it, bro. I'm just so excited. So many classmates in my class didn't get a spot.
I'm among the first to go forge a bond with this deity, and it's all thanks to you.
Xiaofeng laughed genuinely over the phone. I knew you were the best, bro. Well, I won't hold back then. Bro, remember that kid who said I didn't like him? Did that kid forget? Li Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud, teasing him on purpose.
At that moment, Xiaofeng, who was at home on the phone, flushed bright red.
Bro, you shouldn't tease me like this. I was just saying that in anger back then. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Remember, while I'm away, you must take good care of Auntie. A real man needs to be tough, principled, and courageous.
Li Yi cleared his throat twice, his tone turning serious again.
Whether you gain the power of a deity isn't something humans can control. It all depends on your own destiny. Even if you don't receive recognition, don't lose heart. After all, this deity is extraordinarily powerful. Don't worry, bro. I'll give it my all.
Xiaofeng's resolute voice came through the phone. Oh, and bro, you mentioned in your livestream that more deities will be accessible in our Huaxia in the future.
Is that true? When have I ever lied to you? Got it, bro. I believe you. The call ended there.
Li Yi always felt a deep sense of guilt toward this younger brother, hoping only that he could do everything in his power to make amends. Stepping into the Naraka hell, Li Yi instantly sensed an eerie stillness permeating the passageway. In the past, malevolent spirits would occasionally break free from the hells, violently assaulting the seals in desperate attempts to escape their bonds. Yet now, not a single trace of a spirit could be found.
Roar!
From the fiery sea of molten lava, a demon spirit had just broken free from its chains. Like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, it charged toward Nie Xiaoqian in the passageway. With a sharp crack, a chain engulfed in hellfire shot from behind it, piercing the demon's chest at lightning speed. Immediately, a blinding light erupted from the chains, violently yanking it back into the fiery abyss. The flames on the chain possessed the terrifying power to scorch souls. Combined with the bone-chilling torments of the inferno, the demon let out a hysterical, agonized scream.
Xiaoqian, how are you?
At the passageway entrance, Li Yi hurried back. Seeing Nie Xiaoqian sitting with eyes closed in meditation, a weight lifted from his heart. He rushed forward and asked,
Young master, you shouldn't have returned.
Xiaoqian was prepared to face life or death.
Why did you come in to share this peril with me?
Nie Xiaoqian showed no joy at Li Yi's return. Instead, her eyes brimmed with worry. If I hadn't come, I could never forgive myself. If a man's life must be traded for a woman's, then I would rather it be mine that perishes. Stepping back into the Naga hell, Li Yi had made up his mind. If the situation grew dire, he would trigger the thunder tribulation right here. Tears glistened in Nie Xiaoqian's eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. Young master, meeting you in this lifetime is the greatest honor Xiaoqian could ever hope for.
My only wish is for you to leave this place safely. As for my own life,
I care not for it. Xiaoqian, my dear, Yi and I will find a way for all of us to leave here safely.
Xiao Bai's concerned voice echoed in their minds at just the right moment. It seems I truly didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a man of your word. I even doubted you would come. I shouldn't have. Song Na's deep voice echoed faintly from the depths of hell.
Rest assured, senior.
With endless malevolent spirits here, how could I ever leave?
I humbly request your continued assistance, allowing me to slay more of these fiends and gain further combat experience. Li Yi clasped his fists in a bow, his face feigning gratitude.
Hold on, no rush.
After so long here, my old bones ache a bit.
Could you come over and help me stretch them out? Sun's voice suddenly took on an unusually warm tone.
It made one want to draw near.
Chapter 103, I declare another deity has emerged in Huaxia. Young master, be cautious. That voice holds a hidden power of seduction. I.e., be careful.
Xiaobai and Nie Xiaoqian simultaneously urged him through telepathic whispers. Li Yi's eye twitched violently beyond his control. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp and he snapped free from the strange influence just in time. He was filled with suspicion. Why would this creature go to such lengths to lure him? If it truly sought his life, given its standing in this hellish realm, it could have struck directly. Why resort to such roundabout, elaborate schemes? Senior, my cultivation is still shallow. This chain bridge may seem sturdy, but if I slip and fall into the molten lava below, even with my current cultivation at the 9th rank of mortal spirit, I'd likely be severely injured.
Heh, true enough. No rush, no rush.
I know you're wary of me, but I'm confident that after spending some time together, you'll eventually realize I'm actually not such a bad person. Indeed, your character is beyond reproach, senior. Li Yi hastily agreed and flattered him with words, but inwardly he sneered coldly. Only the souls beneath the yellow springs would know the true nature of this fellow's character.
Senior, I should probably start dealing with these evil spirits first. But these demons are mere foot soldiers. Only the ones deeper along this chain are truly powerful. No sooner had Sang spoken than, as if to prove his words true, the chains binding countless evil spirits in the underworld rattled violently. Ah!
A chorus of piercing screams erupted.
Sang immediately let out a smug chuckle. Understand now? By following the chains forward, you can challenge more powerful demons.
Given time, your strength will undergo earth-shattering, astonishing changes in the shortest time possible.
Senior, I must consider my current strength. Perhaps we should start with lesser demons.
Once I elevate my mastery of flame power to the next level, I will certainly heed your command and challenge stronger demons. Anyone who's ever fished knows the art of the tug of war is crucial. At this moment, Li Yi resembled a seasoned angler casting bait to lure his opponent, then skillfully maneuvering by dangling hope to achieve his goal.
Yes, indeed I was too hasty.
Then I shall aid you in advancing your flame power one more level.
The sun rose slowly, its rays bathing Jinshan Temple in golden light. Coach after coach pulled up in orderly rows outside the temple grounds.
Students from primary and secondary schools across the nation poured off the buses, their faces aglow with excitement. Before long, the vast grounds of Jinshan Temple and the surrounding 5-mile radius were filled with buses and a sea of students. The sheer scale of the scene was truly awe-inspiring. Fortunately, many students had arrived a day early, otherwise, they might not have made it to the site in time. As soon as they stepped off the buses, every conversation revolved around the upcoming deity awakening ceremony.
Each student clutched a textbook tightly in their hands. Li Yi's comprehensive guide to deity knowledge.
This book, meticulously compiled by the Divine Academy in collaboration with the China National Deity Publishing House, was specifically written for establishing connections with deities. It detailed the founding stories of Lanke Temple, Shihu Lake, and Jinshan Temple, generously sharing the invaluable experience of multiple professors from the Divine Academy. Within just a week of its release, Lanke Temple's successful deity binding rate had risen by a remarkable 5 percentage points, demonstrating its tangible effectiveness.
Zhang Shuai, did you check the highlighted sections in Li Yi's lectures on deities I shared with you yesterday? The female classmate leaned in and whispered. The male classmate, whose appearance carried a hint of roguishness, rolled his eyes dismissively. Like hell I did. It's all pretentious nonsense. I could put on a better show than him. Bonding with deities depends on innate talent. What does that rubbish he writes have to do with it? Does reading it magically make me succeed? Zhang Shuai, what kind of attitude is that? How many people has Li Yi's teaching helped? Why are you so different?
Every word he says is a guiding light for us. You're not allowed to disparage him.
Exactly.
Zhang Shuai, don't think having connections makes you special. Everyone knows how you got your spot. If you dare insult our idol again, I'll be the first to take you down. Several classmates around him shot him furious glances, their eyes filled with disapproval and warning. Zhang Shuai was startled by the commotion. Accustomed to speaking without restraint, he instinctively shrank back, yet still defiantly shouted.
You idiots! I wouldn't watch that crap anyway. This is just brainless fanaticism. I'm not as dumb as you lot. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Form a line immediately. The teachers leading the group quickly stepped in front of the students and began taking attendance. Everyone, once we enter Jinshan Temple, you must remain quiet and refrain from making noise. Many divine messengers and senior practitioners have come to attend this grand gathering at the Temple of Divine Reverence today. Wow, will Ishan be here too?
The students jumped up in excitement, unable to contain their shrieks and howls. The previously quiet and orderly scene instantly descended into chaotic clamor. The teachers groaned inwardly.
The students' fervor for Li Yi had reached an almost uncontrollable level. Even during regular classes, teachers dared not mention Li Yi's name for fear of triggering such unruly reactions. 7:30 a.m. The opening ceremony officially commenced.
In addition to the students about to participate in the divine bonding ceremony, media personnel who had secured filming rights were also on high alert. Furthermore, nations spared no expense in mobilizing significant manpower and resources to secure video footage of this grand event. Some nations even deployed satellites at great expense, focusing their lenses on the skies above Nie Xiaoqian Temple. Not only that, but netizens worldwide turned their attention to this location, closely monitoring every move of Huaxia. A century ago, our forebears kindled the flame of hope in the darkest hour, laying the foundation for the deities of China. On the vast plaza of Nie Xiaoqian Temple, an elaborate stage had been erected. Song Badong personally took the stage to deliver his address. He spoke eloquently and at length for about 20 minutes before inviting other clergy to continue the address. The speeches lasted nearly an hour in total. The students standing below the stage began to grow restless, struggling to maintain their attention. These speeches were largely the same old rhetoric everyone knew by heart, yet they had to be said. It was like certain war films. Despite the abundance of similar movies already in existence, countless new war films continue to be produced every year. The purpose is to remind the people that the bloody and tearful history of the past must never be forgotten. Recalling the past, when China suffered relentless oppression and lacked even deities to invoke, 2 divine relics have now been opened. These developments all demonstrate that no force can halt the resolute march of China's rise. Song Badong stepped back onto the stage, his expression solemn. Fellow students, please remember this: the consecutive opening of 2 divine relics in China is entirely due to our nation's pride Li. It is through his tireless, round-the-clock efforts to uncover the tales of the divine that we have gained this rare opportunity. God E! God E! A single shout erupted from the crowd, instantly igniting the fuse and drawing thousands into a thunderous chorus that shook the heavens. Seeing this, Song Badong raised his hand in a half-hearted gesture, urging the crowd to quiet down. He then continued. I simply wish to remind everyone to cherish this hard-won opportunity. We must channel the same relentless drive as preparing for the college entrance exams, giving our all to harness the power of faith. This is not merely a pact with the divine, it is an infusion of fresh momentum for the rise of Huaxia. May we all embrace the heart of a child and the ambition to soar like clouds, harnessing the divine power to forge the grand dream of national rejuvenation. Let Chinese civilization once again scale new heights amidst the tides of our era. At this moment, I solemnly declare, China shall once again open the gates to a divine being. These final words resonated like a thunderous bell, powerful and resounding. It swiftly spread across nations worldwide. Upon hearing it, countless foreign clergymen felt their eyelids twitch involuntarily, their hearts filled with waves of unease. The once slumbering lion of the East had quietly awakened without anyone noticing. Clatter! The venue erupted in thunderous applause. It lasted for a long time. Reporters swiftly pressed camera shutters, flashes bursting in rapid succession, capturing this momentous occasion. Soon, the accompanying teachers led the students into the venue in an orderly fashion as planned. Xiaofeng followed the crowd into Nie Xiaoqian Temple and soon found a spot to sit. A male teacher in charge promptly whispered a reminder to the group, students, this is an extremely sacred place. Please remain quiet and avoid any noise. Apply the knowledge you've learned and use your hearts to feel the power of the deities. Remember, you must approach with sincere and genuine hearts, otherwise, it will be difficult to gain the deity's recognition. Go for it, everyone. I'm proud of you, and China is proud of you too. Bro, I'll make this happen. Xiaofeng silently encouraged himself, then slowly closed his eyes, focusing his entire being on attempting to communicate with the divine power of this place. Chapter 104, Forging a Divine Bond, the younger brother emerges. Within Nie Xiaoqian Temple, all the elementary and middle school students were fully immersed in the arduous sprint to forge divine bonds. The duration of the bonding varied greatly. Some gained divine favor in just an afternoon, while others had to meditate on the ground for days. Through extensive research, the Temple of Reverence had identified a so-called golden period. Between the second and third days, students had an exceptionally high probability of successfully forming a bond with a deity. If no deity acknowledged them within a week, it was generally advisable to seek another deity. Not only were the students determined, but the temple's divine messengers and reporters were also quietly cheering them on. After all, the sooner a student gained divine recognition, the more exceptional their aptitude was deemed, paving a broader path for their future development. Additionally, nations across the world are on high alert regarding Huaxia's pilgrimage. Some have even contemplated assassination plans should an unparalleled genius truly emerge from Huaxia. They cannot allow another Li to appear. For even one Li was terrifying enough. Time slipped away unnoticed, from dawn until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Xiaoqing's form floated gently atop the pagoda of Nie Xiaoqian Temple, the furthest distance she could venture from the Baoqing hairpin. Surveying the grand scene below, thousands of devotees paying reverent homage in the square, her heart brimmed with astonishment. Once regarded by people as a demonic serpent, she was now revered as a deity. This immense transformation filled her with profound emotion. Alas, she could not communicate with these sincere devotees. Yet she distinctly sensed that the elementary and middle school students among the worshippers below were continuously emitting threads of devotional energy. As this power converged upon her, it actually caused her cultivation to grow ever so slightly.
This wondrous power of faith, could it truly enhance cultivation?
Yet, at that very moment, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She seemed to sense a subtle stirring of cosmic laws within the heavens and earth.
Strangely, a thread of her own power was being drawn away. Boom!
A colossal surge of energy rippled outward from the square, instantly capturing the attention of every priest present. Even the ordinary journalists present keenly sensed this subtle shift in the cosmos, their gazes turning toward the source.
Is that Xiaofeng?
The teacher leading the group nearby stared in astonishment, her eyes wide and her mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg.
Soon, Xiaofeng's classmates also heard the commotion. But being blind, they couldn't pinpoint his exact location.
They could only turn their heads in confusion, scanning the surroundings in vain.
Zhang Xianyan, responsible for security at this site, froze in place upon learning that the first successful student was Xiaofeng.
It took him several seconds to recover.
He had been entrusted by Song Baton to pay special attention to Li Yi's younger brother, Xiaofeng. Moreover, he had visited Li Yi's aunt's home before, so he naturally remembered Xiaofeng vividly. Now, he couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. The elder brother was already extraordinary, yet the younger brother proved equally exceptional. It's him?
At the tower's peak, Xiaoqian lifted her head to gaze at Xiaofeng in the distance, her beautiful eyes brimming with laughter. She had intended to send a telepathic message to share this joyous news with Li Yi, but her voice could not penetrate the layers of obstruction from the Naraka hell. As for why Nie Xiaoqian could transmit her voice from the Naraka hell, only heaven knew, no one else could fathom it. As time slowly passed, with the first successful example of obtaining divine power, the determination of the others grew ever stronger.
Xiaofeng did not let success overwhelm her with ecstasy.
Instead, she suppressed her inner excitement and attempted once more to establish a deeper connection with the divine power. He hoped to gain unique abilities from the divine.
Truly worthy of being Li Yi's younger brother, this lad hasn't disappointed his elder sibling. But for now, keep this matter from Li Yi.
Let the boy tell his brother himself.
Understood, Dean.
Within the Temple of Reverence, Song Baton had just finished a phone call with Zhang Qianyan. Learning that Li Yi's younger brother, Xiaofeng, had been the first to gain divine recognition, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Before the smile had fully faded, a divine envoy named Yu Zongren hurriedly knocked and entered. He appeared to be in his 40s.
Dean, this is a report from below.
On the high seas between our nation and the Rainbow Nation, over 10 women aboard a smuggling vessel were intercepted by a group of masked super spirits.
Their whereabouts remain unknown. Oh? Song Baton quickly sensed something amiss. Why would a common smuggling vessel draw the attention of a group of masked superhumans?
Feng Jigang from Linhai Province led a team to investigate but found no leads, so he escalated the matter to our headquarters.
Yu Zongren continued his report. Yu Zongren, you will personally oversee this investigation.
First, thoroughly verify the identities of these stowaways and determine who they had contact with. Nothing happens without reason. We simply haven't uncovered the crucial clues yet.
Song Baton's brow furrowed deeply. He quickly scanned the report state and realized the incident had occurred almost immediately after Watanabe and Fujiwara departed for India.
His expression grew grave. He then solemnly reiterated, Yu Zongren, remember the gravity of this matter.
Report any developments to me immediately. Yes, Chancellor.
Yu Zongren sensed the gravity of the situation, his hands and feet trembling slightly.
As a divine messenger, who wouldn't want to make a grand play that would bring glory to their ancestors?
He straightened his posture and hurried away.
What a tumultuous season indeed. I hope I'm overthinking this.
2 days later, deep within the depths of Narogia hell, Li Yi remained completely unaware of his younger brother's recognition by Xiaoqian in the outside world. With Song's assistance, he hunted down and slew white spirit demons of the 8th and 9th grades one by one. With each successful kill, the 9 Netherworld flame spell within him grew significantly stronger.
Excellent.
In just 2 short days, your abilities have surged dramatically. I believe it won't be long before your cold flame power reaches new heights.
Song's voice echoed faintly through the hellish void.
Ever since the 9 Netherworld flame spell broke through to its 3rd layer, enabling him to split into multiple fire lotuses, Li Yi's strength had soared to an entirely new level. He skillfully manipulated the trajectories of each fire lotus to suppress the evil spirits. As the evil spirit's aura weakened, he decisively detonated the fire lotus, obliterating it in one fell swoop.
All this is thanks to your guidance, Senior.
Yet I firmly believe that before long, the power of flame will ascend to an entirely new realm.
Very well.
When you venture deeper into the hellish abyss, even stronger malevolent spirits await your challenge.
Song Lu revealed a smile that seemed almost contented.
Xian, he's constantly trying to bewitch you. Xiao Bai promptly warned him telepathically.
Li Yi understood perfectly well.
He quickly responded aloud, of course. The elder has treated me with genuine kindness. I would never betray his goodwill. Setting aside other factors, Song was indeed an exceptional sparring partner, even capable of precisely controlling which evil spirits to unleash and when. For instance, when Li Yi's energy depleted excessively, Song would immediately restrain the evil spirit to prevent him from being harmed. Were it not for the hidden danger signpost, Li Yi would genuinely wish to befriend him. A thought flashed through his mind. A text box appeared before his eyes. Level 3 of the 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell, Spectral Flame Division. The ice lotus-shaped inferno fire further condenses, lowering its temperature yet dramatically increasing its destructive power. Under the practitioner's control, it can split into multiple inferno flames, delivering dual effects of scorching and freezing upon attack, simultaneously burning and freezing both flesh and soul. As for the fourth layer, no hints were available for now. Young Master, grandmother once mentioned that the fourth layer of the 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell cultivates the core of the Fire Lotus. Its power is said to be at least several times that of the third layer. It's rumored that once mastered, even the ghost kings of the Netherworld's hells would flee in terror. Nie Xiaoqian sat cross-legged behind Li Yi, speaking softly. Though this spell is astonishingly powerful, the fastest path to mastery lies in finding the Netherworld's fire. Without it, breakthroughs are exceedingly difficult. Underworld fire? The word stirred something within Li Yi. He had indeed sensed that while the nether fire within him had grown over the past 2 days, true breakthrough remained distant. It seemed Xiaoqian was right, he truly needed a core catalyst to catalyze its evolution. His footsteps halted abruptly as he called out urgently, "Elder, wait!" A malevolent spirit lunged forward, claws extended. The next instant, a chain shot through its chest with a sharp whiz, dragging it violently into the molten lava sea. A wretched scream pierced the air.
Have you come to your senses? Song acted swiftly, his tone betraying his urgency. Chapter 105, The Fire of the Netherworld and Xiao Feng's Insight into Divine Techniques. Ahem, forgive me. It's just been so long since I last helped someone that my emotions got the better of me.
Song clearly realized the urgency in his earlier words and immediately composed himself, returning to a calm tone.
Li Yi felt slightly awkward.
Truth be told, I've discovered a method to accelerate the growth of my flame abilities.
If you're willing to lend a hand, I might achieve my goal sooner than expected. When that day comes, I'll definitely come pay my respects. Haha, excellent. Excellent. Quickly, tell me all about it. Song feigned great satisfaction, bursting into a hearty laugh.
From what I understand, Li Yi continued, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably as the words left his mouth, if I could fuse the flames I cultivate with the Netherworld fire, my flame abilities might advance by an entire tier in a remarkably short time. As Li Yi spoke these words, his eyelid twitched violently. He knew that uttering these words could trigger 2 entirely different scenarios.
First, this space might not contain the Netherworld fire.
Yet the old man would likely deceive him with lies, claiming it existed here and demanding he retrieve it. Second, if this realm did contain the Netherworld fire, the old man would stop at nothing to seize it and present it to him, all to achieve some ulterior motive.
Underworld fire? That name sounds familiar. Let me think. No rush. I should recall it soon.
Song's voice was slightly disorganized as he strained to search the depths of his memory for clues, yet he remained utterly stumped.
Li Yi remained silent, patiently waiting.
In truth, the concept of the Netherworld was extremely broad. Any place where souls went after death could be called the Netherworld. For instance, some well-known foreign underworlds include the River Acheron, the Fields of Eternity, Elysium, Tartarus, and others. Some were realms where the dead suffered torment, while others offered blissful havens for departed souls. Within China, places like the Ghost Gate, Chengdu City, the Bridge of No Return, and the Terrace of Longing also fall under the realm of the Netherworld. As for the whereabouts of this Netherworld fire, those without genuine skill would find it exceedingly difficult to locate.
Is this the fire you speak of?
From the depths of the Naraka hell, a ball of emerald flame, enveloped by some mysterious force, drifted slowly toward the passageway. Such potent cold energy. This aura alone confirms it must be the underworld fire. Xiaobai flickered into existence behind Li Yi, gazing upward in astonishment at the flame.
Xiaobai, come back.
You can't withstand the cold energy here for long.
Li Yi urgently called out.
Xiaobai transformed into a streak of light and swiftly darted into the divine statue in his pocket.
Only then did he look up.
Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying chill emanating from the eerie green flame. Turning to Nie Xiaoqian, he asked, "Xiaoqian, is this truly the fire of the Netherworld?" Legend says the underworld flame manifests as a ghostly blue bone flame, its edges encircled by mysterious celestial runes.
Judging by its form, this should be it.
Nie Xiaoqian replied after scrutinizing it for a long time. "Xian, the fact that this old man so readily produced such a precious item clearly means he's certain you'll fall into his trap." Xiaobai grew increasingly uneasy, his eyelids twitching wildly. He hurriedly transmitted a worried warning.
So this is the Netherworld flame.
I'd mistaken it for the hellish shadow fire from the Naraka hell, something I usually use to cool my body down.
I've got plenty of it here. Since you need it, take it. Just don't forget what you promised me. As soon as Song's voice faded, the flame drifted lazily before Li Yi's eyes. A bone-chilling cold surged forth, threatening to freeze Li Yi solid. Nie Xiaoqian's lotus-like feet lightly touched the air as she glided upward with grace.
A gentle force emanated from her palm, carefully enveloping the netherworld fire. Young master, my body is of extreme nature, making me uniquely suited to handle this flame. Quickly release the fire lotus to envelop it and attempt to absorb this fire.
Very well, Xiaoqian. If you feel overwhelmed, inform me immediately. Li Yi hesitated no longer.
He unleashed the 9 netherworld flames within him, dividing them into several lotus flames that tightly envelop the netherworld flame. The underworld fire collided with the 9 netherworld flames, unleashing waves of biting cold. A layer of crystalline frost gradually began to form on the walls of the passageway. Young master, absorbing this flame will take at least 10 days to half a month, and could potentially take several months.
Nie Xiaoqian transmitted her voice to Li Yi.
With my current divine power, I should be able to endure without eating for a while without issue. While concentrating intensely on absorbing the flame's power, Li Yi kept a portion of his awareness constantly alert to any movements deep within the underworld.
Sun's voice fell silent once more.
For the remainder of the time, aside from the occasional wails echoing from the depths of hell, all other sounds vanished without a trace.
Boom!
On the 3rd day of Jinshan Temple's opening, another individual finally succeeded in forging a divine bond. A surge of power rippled through the air. It was the female class monitor who had been clutching the complete collection of Li Yi's tales of the divine. Her name was Wang Duo, a 13-year-old girl from a remote county in Jiang province. Her parents were ordinary migrant workers, while her grandparents lived on meager retirement pensions. At that moment, she leapt to her feet in excitement, overcome with joy to the point of tears.
She cried out loudly, "I did it! I did it! Wah!"
Seeing this, the teacher hurried over, gently pulling her aside to calm her down, lest her excitement disturb the other students still striving to establish connections with the deities. Media reporters, who had been waiting for this moment, swarmed around her, firing questions about the secret to her success.
Wang Duo wiped the tears from her face.
Once her emotions settled somewhat, she quickly raised the book in her hands high and declared, "If there's any technique to speak of, it's all in Li Yi's book of divine tales.
My success is entirely thanks to this book.
I want to tell certain people here, no matter how much you disparage this book or disparage Li Yi, facts speak louder than words." Her words sent the book's popularity soaring once more.
Netizens both domestically and internationally scrambled to purchase it.
However, since the book was specially commissioned by the Temple of Divine Worship and not available for public sale, its price skyrocketed. It was once inflated to a staggering $1,000,000, making it the most expensive volume in the entire pantheon of divine tales.
Zhang Shuai, is this the so-called pretentious textbook you kept bragging about? Aren't you regretting not studying it properly now?
A classmate leaned in close to Zhang Shuai, asking with a hint of teasing.
Zhang Shuai's face flushed crimson, as if publicly slapped. All courage to retort vanished completely. "Ha? What's wrong with this guy?"
Just then, amidst the crowd forging divine bonds, someone suddenly rose to their feet in astonishment, drawing everyone's gaze. To their astonishment, they noticed that a figure beside this person was enveloped in an aura of divine power so sharp it cut through the air.
It's Xiao Feng. Could he have grasped a divine technique?
Zheng Xianyan, seeing this, hurried over and shouted, "Someone, quickly! Arrange for everyone nearby to evacuate immediately."
It seems the power he's grasping is no ordinary feat. We absolutely cannot let anyone disturb him.
Yes.
The divine messenger following him promptly obeyed, swiftly moving to disperse the crowd.
A clear space was swiftly cleared around him, all eyes fixed on this fortunate individual. Grasping divine martial arts techniques could take a day or two at best, or even longer.
Any interruption would mean all progress was lost.
Zhang Qianyan and the others watched with bated breath, hoping Xiao Feng would succeed.
Meanwhile, in the Naraka hell, Li Yi was also straining every ounce of his strength to absorb the power of the Netherworld's flames.
Had Li Yi remained an ordinary, unremarkable man, he would never have pushed himself so hard. He could have simply lived a leisurely, carefree life. But ever since learning of the hidden gods in this world and the terrifyingly powerful Sun lurking in the depths of hell, his understanding had undergone a profound, silent transformation. A sense of urgency burned ever brighter within him. He understood that only by ceaselessly honing his cultivation could he find his footing amidst the surging tide of awakening deities and carve out a chance for survival. Beep beep beep. Overseas, 2 helicopters appeared one after the other over the high seas, the very location where the smuggling vessel had encountered trouble.
Yu Zongren said, "Captain Feng, the open sea lies ahead. Helicopters are too conspicuous there."
According to my intelligence, those people might have been taken to a small island.
The nearest island to this location is the only one. Tonight, we'll sneak in and see what's really going on. Captain Feng, could it be that our squad has stumbled upon something big this time?
Tang Duer, Zhang Tao, and the others aboard the helicopter couldn't help but gasp, their eyes turning to Feng Jigang, who was smoking.
Chapter 106, Scouting the Island, Xiao Feng successfully acquires a secret technique. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Several objects were tossed from the helicopter, plunging into the sea and sending up splashes of water. Immediately after, Yu Zongren and Feng Jigang's squad members swiftly leaped from a height of 20 to 30 meters. Weaker members plummeted straight into the sea, while the more powerful ones managed to float briefly on the surface. However, with their maximum strength not exceeding 2 divine seals, running for an extended period on the sea was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Fortunately, the helicopter had just dropped 2 or 3 inflatable boats. As the gas cylinders opened, the boats inflated in an instant, transforming into rafts. The group hurriedly boarded the boats and immediately set about assembling small engines. Before long, the boats vanished into the distant horizon. Teacher Yu, tell us what's going on. We need to understand the situation. Tang Duor smiled and pleaded familiarly. Feng Jigang shot her a stern look. Mind your discipline. Our mission is to complete the task assigned by headquarters. Especially regarding personnel and operations, ask no questions. How could you not even understand this basic rule? Captain Feng, I'm just curious. Besides, I've seen you ask about Li Yi's situation plenty of times. I'm only asking about the mission. Why are you lecturing me now? Tang Duor stuck out her tongue playfully. Yu Zhongren turned his head curiously and asked, Are you and Li Yi close, team leader Feng? If so, given Li Yi's current standing, he could just give the dean a heads up and get your squad transferred to headquarters to work on bigger cases. Feng Jigang's face darkened. Back then, he'd been full of himself, convinced he was no less capable than some young upstart. But after witnessing Li Yi's true abilities, he'd been utterly crushed. Feng Jigang shot Tang Duor another glare before replying, Don't listen to her nonsense. Li Yi is so famous it's only natural people ask about him. I'd love to meet him myself, but unfortunately, he doesn't know me. Let's not even talk about you. Among all the divine envoys at headquarters, aside from exceptional figures like Captain Zhang and Professor Sun, most haven't even seen Li Yi, let alone know him. Now, let me explain the situation. Yu Zhongren cleared his throat twice before detailing the information currently at hand. As the lead investigator for the overseas smuggling crew disappearance case, Yu Zhongren had first looked into the chef after receiving the assignment. Unfortunately, the cook knew almost nothing about the people on board, providing only a few sketches of those who left a deeper impression. Beyond that, he had no further information. Cases involving missing stowaways were notoriously difficult to solve quickly, and often became dead ends when foreign countries were involved. Fortunately, certain departments below provided several leads, tracing a netizen in Japan with the username Bamboo Reports Piece. Through high-tech tracking, it was discovered that this netizen had repeatedly appeared on a certain unnamed island. Thus, tonight's operation commenced. As dusk fell, the night spread like black silk across the sky. Guided by navigation, the inflatable raft silently approached the unnamed island where Japan's sacred shrine stood. According to ancient texts consulted by Yu Zhongren, this island was known by many neon fishermen as Floating Tide Island. Who's there? Despite their utmost caution, the island's inhabitants detected their approach. Yu Zhongren shot Feng Jigang a look whose meaning was unspoken. It's me. The sky was pitch black, making it impossible to see the target clearly. Feng Jigang hastily chuckled in broken Neon Nation language. The words barely left his lips when a dagger appeared in his hand, poised to strike the figure before him. But then, a dark shadow lunged forward at lightning speed. Captain Feng, be careful. We've been spotted. Lu Rin shouted hoarsely, his body surging forward as he charged toward the threat. With a sharp crack, the shadow was neutralized, but the commotion alerted others on the island. Bastards! Who's there? Inamori led the island's psychics in a rapid charge toward the commotion. Teacher Yu, we've been spotted. We have to go. Captain Feng gritted his teeth, unwilling to leave just like that, and urgently called out. You go first. Draw their attention. I'll circle around to the back and see what secrets this little island hides. Returning empty-handed left everyone feeling bitter. Getting close again next time would be as hard as climbing to the moon. Yu Zhongren cautiously began circling around to the rear. Go! Feng Jigang deliberately shouted loudly, quickly drawing all their attention. It's the Chinese. We can't let them escape. Quick, kill them all. Hearing the commotion, Nihiko Tamahiza hurried over. Upon recognizing the Chinese voices, his expression darkened. He cursed inwardly, wondering which fool had leaked their location, allowing the Chinese to track them down. After all, if the activities on this island were exposed, it would be extremely detrimental to the Neon Nation. Moreover, having lost numerous divine beings, they were no longer capable of easily countering China. A group of people launched a chase across the sea. It was precisely this reckless determination to eliminate witnesses that left the rear defenses of the island vulnerable. Yu Zhongren circled around to the rear of the island, where a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. It was clear that many people had died here, perhaps even Chinese. He suppressed the rage surging within him and took a few steps forward. In the darkness, an ancient altar was surrounded by flickering oil lamps. A gentle sea breeze swept through, causing the flames to flicker and dance. Yet the altar seemed imbued with some mysterious power. No matter how fiercely the sea wind blew, it could not extinguish the flames atop the oil lamps. An ancient altar? How could Neon Nation still have such a place? What are they planning? Did they capture us Chinese for a blood sacrifice? The overwhelming stench of blood around him made Yu Zongren's mind wander to such a grim possibility.
Snapping back to reality, he quickly pulled out his phone to document the scene. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dangerous aura surged toward him from behind at breakneck speed. Yu Zongren's face paled as he swung a punch backward.
Immediately, a tremendous force slammed into his palm, sending him crashing backward onto the ground.
He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. 3 divine seals? 3 more divine seals?
I never imagined your Neon Nation harbored so many hidden powerhouses.
Ha!
If countless deities had awakened in China over the past 30 years, your 3-path divine seal masters would likely be everywhere too.
You'll stay here today.
The man who appeared was none other than Mr. Nakajima, who had just returned. A katana hung at his back, rarely removed.
Its removal signaled certain bloodshed. Die!
Yu Zongren's hand, hidden in his pocket, suddenly darted out, flinging something toward his target. Then, turning on his heel, he closed his eyes and sprinted for his life.
Boom! A blinding flash erupted.
Even though Mr. Nakajima had closed his eyes in time, the intense light from the flashbang's explosion still stung his eyes painfully. Furious, he swung his sword wildly, hacking at the air around him. By the time his vision cleared, Yu Zongren was nowhere to be seen.
You cowardly Chinese scum! Dishonorable, despicable coward! Coward! Coward!
Mr. Nakajima raged, cursing furiously.
After realizing what had happened, he shouted urgently, "Quick! Someone, search the place! We absolutely cannot let them escape!"
Within Jinshan Temple, starlight scattered across the earth like a shower of tiny diamonds. The reporters were preparing to rest. After all, 3 days had passed, and aside from Xiaofeng and Wang Duoduo, no one else had successfully formed a bond.
The prospects ahead seemed increasingly dim. Xiaofeng, the one who had brought everyone hope, showed no signs of progress since comprehending the divine technique. The crowd couldn't help but sigh.
The difficulty was practically hellish.
What a shame.
That blind guy's been fussing around for ages with zero progress.
Looks like he's out of luck. Let's go, let's go. This is pointless.
So-called talent in Huaxia is nothing special. China produced that divine Sun Li, who sucked up all the nation's fortune.
Yet these fools still foolishly try to forge divine bonds, utterly ignorant.
The internet was flooded with disparaging and humiliating comments from foreign netizens. But faced with such a dismal success rate, domestic netizens fell into silence.
Had China's divine fortune truly been drained by Brother Yi, leaving everyone utterly defeated?
At that moment, however, Xiaofeng, standing at the center of the open field, felt his aura become wildly chaotic.
Xiaofeng was now completely immersed in the realm he had grasped.
His hands began to move slowly, attempting to control the surrounding energies. Occasionally, a streak of electricity would flash across his body, conjuring phantom knife shadows. It's the light-splitting void slash from my phantom flying knife technique. The laws of heaven and earth are truly unfathomable.
They don't need my permission or my teaching to steal what I've learned? Shao Qing was utterly amazed. Xiaofeng, release it into the lake behind you.
Seeing the power surging around Xiaofeng grow ever stronger, Zhang Qianyan, who had been patiently waiting, urgently shouted.
Boom! Having gained divine power, Xiaofeng could now clearly sense everything within a 20-meter radius.
He detected the lake behind him and immediately channeled the divine power surging through his body toward the lake's surface.
Dozens of flying blades, transformed from divine energy, plunged into the lake like meteors, unleashing towering waves. Whoa! The surrounding students gasped in astonishment.
This scene was captured in full by a distant reporter and quickly spread online. Foreign netizens who had just been viciously slandering him online stared in stunned silence, then shut their mouths and slunk away. The news spread across the globe in an instant. Divine messengers from countries like Japan, India, and Scandinavia were astonished by this development.
Just how powerful was this deity from China's Golden Mountain Temple?
A super spiritist who had only just completed his contract and hadn't even attained a first-tier divine seal could wield such a formidable divine technique?
Brother, I did it! I did it!
I didn't disgrace you. I didn't disgrace you.
Xiaofeng snapped out of his trance, finally revealing an expression befitting his age as he leapt up in excitement.
Who's his brother? The surrounding students stared wide-eyed, their emotions a tangled mess, envy mingled with self-loathing over their own inadequacy.
Chapter 107, Pursuit at Sea, Miss Yukimura Chika. Hurry up! About 2 nautical miles from Floating Tide Island, Yu Zongren finally caught up with Feng Jigang and his group.
He swiftly rubbed his palms together, and suddenly, a waterspout surged from the sea, lunging ferociously toward Inamura and the others. Though not towering only about 10 meters high, the waterspout was as thick as a sturdy bull. Enveloped by a mysterious force, it moved with astonishing speed, its head and tail moving far faster than its midsection, generating tremendous twisting power.
Boom! A nearby Neon Nation man was struck hard by the whirlpool.
He let out a piercing scream of pain, blood spurting from his mouth as he plummeted into the sea, instantly still.
Inamura turned pale at this sudden turn of events, utterly unprepared for the water tornado's terrifying twisting power.
He instinctively stumbled backward. Simultaneously, Tang Duer activated her petrification ability. She dipped her hand into the sea, scooping up a strand of seawater. The water rapidly petrified at a visible speed, forming a sharp stone arrow in the blink of an eye. She pulled back with all her might and hurled the stone arrow fiercely at the enemy behind her.
Ah! A piercing scream of agony echoed from behind. Everyone, close your eyes. Yu Zhongren bellowed, swiftly pulling another flashbang from his pocket and hurling it skyward. At his command, everyone immediately shut their eyes tight. With a loud bang, the flashbang exploded, unleashing an intensely blinding light that illuminated the dark sea as bright as day. Damn it, bastard!
The intense light stabbed into Inamura and the other's eyes, causing excruciating pain. They all cried out in agony, instinctively covering their eyes with their hands.
Everyone, get on the boat!
Fengji spotted the nearby inflatable raft and shouted the command. Hearing his command, the group swiftly scrambled aboard the raft and sped away into the distance. For ordinary people, such intense light exposure could easily cause permanent blindness. But as super spirits, they possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, quickly regaining some vision. Even so, their eyes still burned with pain, tears streaming down their faces.
Dishonorable! Shameless! In a fury, Inamura and his men hurled curses.
Glancing back at his retreating squad, he saw at least 4 or 5 of his men already sinking into the sea, filling him with rage and regret.
Useless trash!
As if timing his appearance perfectly, Tamahisa Hikawa materialized behind them, hurling the curse at Inamura and the others. Inamura and the others dared not show the slightest discontent, each bowing their heads and obediently enduring the scolding.
Useless trash!
Unexpectedly, Mr. Nakajima also arrived at the scene. Seeing the group, he was so furious he flung his sleeves back angrily.
Nichiwa Tamahisa's face flushed crimson.
Feeling as though the rebuke was directed at him, he hastily interjected, "Mr. Nakajima, our position has been compromised by the Chinese.
This could jeopardize our upcoming plans. Contact the Fujiwara clan and have them send reinforcements here."
"There's no other option."
Mr. Nakajima made the decision decisively. There was truly no other choice at this point after all. They couldn't just move the altar, could they?
Relocating it would mean rebuilding an entirely new altar, a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor that might not even match the power of this ancient one.
"Teacher Yu, what did you see? How did they track us this far?" Tang Duor asked curiously after arranging the helicopter. The others also turned their gaze toward Yu Zhongren. This time, Feng Jigang didn't reprimand Tang Duor for breaking protocol.
Clearly, everyone was filled with curiosity about Yu Zhongren's discovery.
Yu Zhongren pulled out his phone, handed the recorded footage to Tang Duor, and explained, "It's an altar, an ancient one, at that. There's no record of this specific altar in the Temple of Reverence's database. An ancient altar possesses far greater power than any modern one.
As for what this particular ancient altar can do, that remains unclear for now. But I can confirm that I detected a strong scent of blood at the site, indicating that the missing stowaways all perished here. Those bastards. One day, I'll tear down their damn shrine."
Feng Jigang cursed through gritted teeth.
Unexpectedly, the others' eyes lit up with excitement. Feng Jigang noticed their unusual expressions and was about to reprimand them, but quickly realized their previously confused gazes had also turned excited. Blood sacrifices and ancient altars, this was major news. "Now, I'm assigning you a task: closely monitor every movement here, but above all, ensure your own safety. Report any developments to me immediately." After Yu Zhongren made his arrangements, the roar of a helicopter echoed overhead. He was the first to board and depart. He needed to return immediately to relay the news and facilitate further countermeasures.
"Captain Feng, our squad's about to make a major contribution."
Zhou Qian, Zhang Tao, Tang Duor, and Lu Rin exclaimed excitedly.
"Stay low-key, stay alert, stay. Alright, I know you all feel the same as me, we've all wanted to do something big. This time, it's finally come our way. Let's not disappoint headquarters.
Now, keep a close watch on this place." Team leader Feng intended to issue a stern warning, but he couldn't help but laugh at his own excitement.
Autumn Island, Fujiwara Manor.
Fujiwara Koji had just lain down to rest when a clan member approached the door and knocked softly.
"What is it?"
His tone clearly betrayed irritation, his frustration at being disturbed palpable.
The retainer whispered cautiously, "Lord, we just received a call from Mr. Nakajima. The floating tide islands have been discovered by the Chinese." Slam!
The door burst open. Fujiwara Koji appeared in the doorway, his face cold and stern, startling the clan member so much he nearly fell backward.
"Damn it! How could such a remote island be discovered?"
Fujiwara Koji forced back his rage, demanding coldly.
The tribesman opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He'd only come to deliver a message, how could he possibly know the details? Bang!
Fujiwara Tsuyoshi slammed his fist hard against the doorframe, then waved his hand, signaling the clan member to withdraw. He then rose and strode toward the study, swiftly dialing a number. "Mr. Watanabe, trouble has arisen.
Floating tide island has been discovered." "Who discovered it?"
Watanabe, who was in the midst of his training, immediately furrowed his brow upon receiving the call.
"The Chinese."
Mr. Nakajima called, but I didn't have time to ask for details.
"I'm reporting this to you immediately." Fujiwara Koji hurriedly explained. A bunch of useless fools. How could they let the Chinese find it? It's within our own borders and it's an uninhabited island. I have no idea how your people are doing their jobs. Hold on, I'm coming over immediately. Watanabe spoke quickly before hanging up. Fujiwara's face flushed crimson, wondering if he was included in Watanabe's curse of a bunch of useless idiots. Not long after, a car pulled up at the entrance of the Fujiwara family estate. A woman accompanied the elderly Watanabe as they stepped out. The woman had a docile appearance, her face adorned with the distinctive geisha makeup of their homeland, thick white foundation and deliberately accentuated red lips that looked somewhat frightening. Paired with the peculiar white makeup on Watanabe's face, the two standing together resembled a Japanese version of the Grim Reapers. Mr. Watanabe, how shall we rectify this situation? Fujiwara Koji had barely ushered them into the estate before he pressed the question. Watanabe pondered for a moment before replying in a solemn tone, the immediate priority is to accelerate the Dragon Vein project. We must attempt to awaken the deities before the Chinese fully uncover its existence. Mr. Watanabe, while we have gathered information on the Chinese dragon veins, this data requires verification. It turned out that the very next day after Mr. Nakajima proposed the plan to harness the dragon veins' power through the ancient altar, Fujiwara Takagi had already dispatched a team of about 30 people into China. Ostensibly, they were there for investment and construction, but in reality, they were surveying the Earth's veins. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't rush you. But now the situation has changed. Once China discerns our true intentions, they will undoubtedly send forces to destroy the ancient altar. Watanabe paused thoughtfully before introducing the woman behind him. This is Yukimura Chinatsu from our headquarters. Though the divine power she possesses isn't particularly strong, she has a unique ability to sense the intensity of Earth veins. If we send her, she could locate suitable dragon vein sites within a very short time. Oh? Fujiwara Koji's eyes lit up instantly, his face brightening with delight. It seems Mr. Watanabe had this planned all along. I was worrying needlessly. Once Miss Yukimura locates the dragon vein, I'll purchase the land at any cost and begin secret construction immediately. Fujiwara, remember this, time is the lifeblood of our nation. Understood. Chapter 108, Ascension of the Netherfire, the Battle of Hell begins. The next morning, Yu Zongren hurried back to the headquarters of the Temple of Reverence, stepping directly into the director's office and recounting the entire matter without reservation. Upon hearing the report, Song Buotong's brows knitted tightly together. He pieced together the various events in his mind, gradually forming a clear picture. Without delay, he grabbed the phone and ordered decisively into the receiver, recall all divine envoys of level 3 and above. Meeting at 2 p.m. sharp. Yu Zongren, what follow-up arrangements have you made regarding this matter? After hanging up, Song Buotong gently placed the receiver back on the desk and looked up, his eyes burning with intensity. Yu Zongren promptly relayed his plan to have Feng Jigang conduct close surveillance in the vicinity. Song Buotong nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Very good. Ensure they remain vigilant and prioritize their own safety at all times. You may return and rest for a while. You will also attend the afternoon meeting. Yes, sir. Yu Zongren responded respectfully before turning to leave the office. Passing other offices, he overheard colleagues enthusiastically discussing various matters concerning Jinshan Temple who had gained divine recognition, who had mastered formidable divine techniques. Among them, the most frequently mentioned was a blind man named Xiao Feng. Everyone hailed him as a genius unseen since Li Yi 30 years prior. Yet who could have imagined that beneath this seemingly prosperous landscape, hidden corners concealed acts of unspeakable evil? Yu Zongren thought of his 10-year-old child, who would soon be selected to form a divine bond with Jinshan Temple. His hand clenched involuntarily as he vowed silently, dare to disrupt the hard-won piece of our huaxia, and I will fight you to the bitter end. Xiaoqian, where is Li Yi now? Song Buotong knew the ancient altar incident was no ordinary matter and wanted to summon Li Yi to the afternoon meeting. Without thinking, he dialed his granddaughter's number to ask. Grandpa, how should I know where he is? I'm not his little sidekick following him around all day. Song Xian's irritated voice came through the phone. Song Buotong cleared his throat. Don't be silly. That's not what I meant. I was just wondering if you two might be streaming together, so I asked. Why don't you ask Uncle Zhou? Li Yi must have run off to that so-called hell again. Who knows if there are enchanting female ghosts in there, keeping him so spellbound he can't tear himself away. Song Xian's tone was practically that of a petty wife. Oh, Grandpa, never mind. I'm busy here. Nonsense. That's disrespectful to the gods. Just as Song Buotong opened his mouth to lecture her, he realized the call had ended. A busy signal filled the receiver. He stared at the phone helplessly and shook his head. He knew about Li Yi carrying Nie Xiaoqian into the Naraka hell from Li Yi himself, it was just that his granddaughter hadn't been privy to that story. It wasn't intentional blasphemy against the divine. He then dialed Zhou Weiguo's number to inquire about Li Yi's situation. Director, Li Yi entered the Naraka hell several days ago and has yet to emerge. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. If he emerges, have him call me immediately.
Also, ensure you maintain close vigilance over the surrounding security.
Song Badong hung up the phone. Upon reflection, Li Yi had effortlessly subdued both Hanuman and the giant demon Pisacha.
It seemed unlikely he would face significant danger inside. He no longer worried about the matter.
Success! Deep within the Naraka hell, Li Yi was exerting every ounce of his strength to suppress the power unleashed by the Netherworld fire.
Suddenly, all pressure vanished. The power of the Netherworld fire was slowly being devoured by the 9 Netherworld flames.
At that very moment, a sudden alert echoed in his mind.
Divine Power Collector Alert, detecting anomalous fire essence.
Absorption in progress. This development filled Li Yi with quiet delight.
At his normal absorption rate, it would take at least 10 days or half a month, perhaps even longer, to fully absorb it. Yet with the Divine Power Collector's aid, everything became significantly easier. After an unknown span of time, the Netherworld fire vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the 9 Netherworld flames, as if fortified by potent elixirs, surged violently, swelling by nearly an inch.
Immediately after, the upgrade notification finally echoed in his mind once more. Divine Power Collector, the 9 Netherworld's Netherfire spell has reached perfection at level 3. Successfully advanced to level 4, Ice Lotus Core. Power will be greatly enhanced.
4th layer of the Netherworld fire spell, Core of the Ice Lotus. A spell energy core crystallizes at the lotus's center, channeling the power of netherfire and cold spells. Upon release, it unleashes a wide area attack possessing the terrifying ability to burn and freeze both soul and flesh. Simultaneously, the caster's perception of netherfire and spellcraft becomes increasingly acute.
Ha! Absorbed it all in such a short time?
Sun, who had remained unseen, spoke again, his voice betraying unmistakable astonishment. Yet in the blink of an eye, his voice betrayed uncontrollable excitement. Excellent.
Excellent.
Truly a prodigy of extraordinary talent.
Now you may come forth and meet me. Young master, has your 9 Netherworld's Netherfire curse broken through?
Xian, you've broken through so quickly? Xiaoqian and Xiaobai both stared wide-eyed.
It was well known that absorbing rare treasures was an extremely time-consuming process. Some practitioners spent decades absorbing them, yet Li Yi had managed it in just 2 or 3 days.
Xiaoqian, if things turn violent, don't worry about me.
Just get out of here.
A bitter smile flickered across Li Yi's face.
Absorbing too quickly wasn't entirely a blessing, it meant he had to make a difficult choice.
He then transmitted his voice again. Xiaobai, I might trigger the thunder tribulation soon.
Be ready at any moment.
Got it. Xian, be careful. When it matters most, I'll risk this divine body to protect you. Xiaobai replied without hesitation. This was no time for sentimentalities. Li Yi hurriedly stood up and addressed the depths of hell with a smile. Elder, please wait.
It's best to clarify certain matters beforehand to avoid any unpleasantness later.
Yes, you're right. Go ahead. You've lured me here repeatedly.
Now that things have come to this, shouldn't you be honest? At least let me die knowing the truth.
Ha, it seems you're not as dim-witted as I thought. There are indeed reasons, but they're not as dire as you imagine. In truth, I'm bound here by the laws of heaven, tasked with guarding this realm of hell. If you can only lead me out of this place, I shall grant you every wish thereafter.
Senior, don't joke with me. If even someone of your power is trapped here by the laws of heaven, how could I possibly lead you out?
I fear that the moment I approach you, you might suddenly strike and slay me right here.
Li Yi chuckled. How about this? I'll depart for now. Once I devise a proper plan, I'll return to rescue you.
Ha!
Boy, you think you can leave? Do you believe that by elevating your flame power to new heights, you can escape my grasp? In an instant, Song Zon's roaring laughter echoed throughout the entire Naraga hell.
A bone-chilling aura of terror spread throughout the hellish realm.
Woo woo woo.
The demon in the sea of magma suddenly had chains on its body flash with blinding red light, as if it had triggered some mysterious power deep within hell.
The demon let out shrieks of utter agony.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flaming chains shot forth like arrows released from hell's depths, swiftly appearing above the fiery sea ahead in the blink of an eye.
Xiaoqian, run!
Seeing this, Li Yi roared, summoning the 9 Netherworld flames onto his palm. The center of the fire lotus was entirely different from before, pulsing with a dark, throbbing line. Was this the 4th layer core, the heart of the fire lotus? The moment this nether fire appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. He spread his hands wide, splitting the lotus in 2 without hesitation. The 2 halves became 4, and finally 8 petals, which he hurled fiercely forward.
Xian, run!
Xiaobai's figure flickered. With a supple twist of its body, a massive white serpent materialized, swiftly carrying Li Yi toward the exit of the passageway.
Chapter 109, Song's Terror, the Divine Temple Assembly. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The 8 fire lotuses exploded at the passage's end.
With each explosion, the temperature at the passageway entrance plummeted.
After all 8 had exploded, the hellish sea of fire became covered in frost, while the passage entrance transformed into a terrifying zone of burning green flames. Immediately, the attacking chains, upon contact with these green flames, rapidly developed white frost. With every inch they penetrated deeper, the frost thickened slightly. It was as if they were piercing through solid ice. The scene was utterly surreal.
Yet within moments, the chains, fueled by immense force, finally pierced through the inferno zone. Laden with thick frost, they surged toward Li Yi like a storm, binding him tightly in an instant. Xiao Bai! Li Yi roared, his power surging wildly as he tried to resist the chain's might. Alas, he could not break free. Instantly, he slashed his finger forward with all his might. The heaven-splitting cloud sword intent reached its peak, unleashing a fierce sword chi that ripped through the space ahead, creating a black fissure. With a loud bang, the chains binding him snapped apart. Li Yi breathed a silent sigh of relief as his body fell to the ground, freed from its bonds. Before he could react, countless chains surged toward him, binding him once more, leaving him utterly immobilized. Roar! Seeing this, Xiao Bai's eyes instantly turned red. He opened his mouth and began frantically tearing at the chains. His immense strength snapped them one by one. Yet for every chain severed, another instantly took its place. An endless tide of chains surged like raging waves. Even with Xiao Bai's immense strength, it couldn't completely free Li Yi. Gradually, blood seeped from its teeth, staining the chains crimson. Xiao Bai, stop! A powerful force yanked Li Yi violently toward the depths of hell. Staring at the blood dripping from the giant white serpent's jaws behind him, he cried out in agonizing pain. Young master! Young master! Nie Xiaoqian, fleeing ahead, sensed the commotion behind her and turned back without hesitation to rescue him. Go! Leave me behind! Li Yi shouted harshly. Seeing Nie Xiaoqian disobey, he roared in anger. Nie Xiaoqian, are you refusing to heed your young master's words? If you disobey, I, Li Yi, will no longer consider you my friend. Friends? I. Hearing the word friend after so long left Nie Xiaoqian utterly flustered, tears welling up in her eyes. Roar! Xiao Bai roared wildly. Snapping back to her senses, she tried to chase after them, but Li Yi was too far away. A mysterious cosmic law pulled her back, sending her into the divine statue inside Li Yi's pocket. She fell silent, plunging into a deep slumber. Li Yi, bound tightly by chains, drifted slowly toward the depths of hell. Along the way, nothing existed except fiery magma and the wretched screams of evil spirits. There was no end in sight. Ha ha! Boy, now you should understand that any petty cleverness is utterly worthless before absolute power. Sun's booming laughter echoed like rolling thunder throughout the fiery hellscape. You must have employed some extraordinary means, sir. Why didn't you simply strike earlier? Li Yi, already captured, showed no fear and made no pleas for mercy. A look of contemptuous scorn played on his lips as he spoke slowly. Let me guess your identity. You call yourself Song, but in my view, that name is merely a pseudonym to conceal your true identity, one you fear the world might uncover. You must be that deity despised by all mankind. Your true identity should be nonsense. No one dares spit upon this god. Unexpectedly, these words enraged Song, who let out a hysterical roar. Dean, everyone is present. We await your call to order. Exactly 2 p.m. The meeting of third-rank divine messengers and above formally commenced. The Temple of Reverence had 12 registered level 3 divine envoys on its roster. Among them were Zhang Xianyan, Captain of Special Operations Team 1, Lin Xian, Captain of Team 2. Shen Zuians, Director of the Divine Oracle Research Department, and Professor Sun, Deputy Director. Lu Zhao and Lin Xiuyuan from the Ceremony Preparation Department. Energy Coordination Department, Kuo Lin Yuan and Jiang Wuchen. Professors Zhu Jiangnan and Yi Shurun of the Historical Origins Department. And Su Mo and Zhou Zhang from the newly established Divine Alliance Department. The position of Chief Divine Envoy for the Divine Alliance Department naturally fell to Li Yi. Unfortunately, this pivotal figure was absent at the moment. Yu Zongren, please recount in detail the findings from last night's reconnaissance mission for everyone. Yu Zongren's participation in this meeting stemmed from his role as the incident's lead investigator. Although his divine messenger rank was only level 2, placing him below figures like Professor Sun among the attendees, he held the crucial first-hand information regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, Yu Zongren slowly rose to his feet. He first politely greeted everyone present, then methodically recounted his personal experiences from the previous night in full detail. The moment he finished speaking, the conference room erupted into an uproar. Those beasts! They've lost their minds. They should be wiped off the face of this earth. Time and again they challenge the limits of our nation. It's an outrage. Last time, the Neon Nation came up with their so-called gods know no borders, causing thousands of our people to perish in the vast ocean. If these individuals hadn't already emigrated to Neon Nation, where we have no jurisdiction, how could we tolerate their arrogance continuing to this day? Japan is like a grasshopper after autumn, it won't last much longer. Yet they still dare to act so brazenly. They're courting their own demise. The crowd's righteous indignation was palpable. At that moment, Professor Sun rose to his feet, raised his hand to signal for silence, and said, Ladies and gentlemen, let us now delve deeper into our perspectives on this matter. What exactly are the Neon Nation's objectives? And to what extent might this pose a threat to our China?
Truthfully, connecting the dots of recent events makes their intentions quite clear.
The speaker was Huolin Yuan from the Energy Coordination Department.
This bespectacled elder, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, adjusted his glasses before continuing.
First, Japan and India held secret meetings, reaching some undisclosed agreement. Then, the ancient altar and the blood sacrifice incident emerged.
Additionally, we've just weathered the crisis of the Hanuman blood sacrifice in India.
Could these three events possibly be unrelated?
The others nodded in agreement, finding Huolin Yuan's analysis compelling.
Old Hua is right. There must be a tight connection between these three events.
Don't forget one crucial thing: the land of the rising sun just suffered the failure of the moon god incident, resulting in a devastating loss of power for their deities.
Seeing that Huolin Yuan's thoughts aligned with his own, Song Badong added,
In such an extreme predicament,
they might well attempt, like India did, to awaken more powerful deities through blood sacrifices to bolster their own strength.
Precisely. I share Dean Song's perspective. Having spoken, Huolin Yuan resumed his seat.
A momentary silence fell over the room. Everyone fell into deep contemplation.
After all, a single Hanuman had nearly forced China's border defenses to deploy their ultimate weapon in response. If the land of the rising sun truly awakened a mighty deity and colluded with Tianzhu to confront China, it would undoubtedly deal an epic-level blow to China's nascent and still developing divine affairs. Everyone, speak your minds freely. How should we respond to this matter? Song Botong's piercing gaze swept slowly across every person present. Zhang Qianyan, hastily summoned from Jinshan Temple for this crucial meeting, rose abruptly after hearing the full account and declared, Regardless of what sinister purpose this ancient altar serves, the fact that they dared to use our Huaxia people for a blood sacrifice is an evil act that cannot be let go lightly. We must teach them a harsh lesson, making them understand the might of Huaxia. He continued, I propose we destroy this ancient altar at any cost.
Regardless of what schemes lurk behind it, once the altar is gone, they'll be powerless.
It will settle everything once and for all.
You're absolutely right.
Once their ancient altar is completely destroyed, no matter how many schemes they have left, they'll be like water without a source or a tree without roots. They won't be able to stir up any trouble at all.
The others nodded in unison, strongly endorsing Zhang Qianyan's proposal.
Huolin Yuan, however, frowned slightly and spoke calmly, While that may be true, let us not forget this place lies outside our nation's borders. If we send a large force there and act carelessly, infringing upon their territory, they could easily expose us to the entire world. When that happens, our nation will inevitably face unjustified accusations from all sides and be swept into a whirlpool of public opinion. Upon hearing this, the others acknowledged the validity of Huolin Yuan's concerns and nodded in agreement once more.
We can easily pose as pirates. As long as we plan meticulously and conceal ourselves well enough, why should we fear exposure?
Zhang Qianyan said with a look of disdain, brimming with confidence in his own idea. Song Badong had already drafted a preliminary plan in his mind, but he wanted to hear if anyone else had better ideas. Seeing that the discussion had run its course, he said,
Everyone has made valid points.
Zhang Qianyan and Lin Xian, as leaders of the Special Operations Team, this mission is entrusted to you.
You must work together seamlessly.
Each of you will lead a small team of elite operatives, supported by Yu Zongren. Move swiftly, destroy their altar before they can react. Finally, he reminded them once more, but remember, under no circumstances may your identities be exposed during the entire operation.
This is to prevent unnecessary trouble for Huaxia.
Yes, sir. Zhang Qianyan and the short-haired, capable woman Lin Xian stood up simultaneously, responding with resounding voices.
Chapter 110, Song. True Identity, Moment of Life and Death.
Sir, please hear me out before you lose your temper. In the Naraka hell, Li Yi was tightly bound by iron chains, drifting slowly toward the depths of the inferno. He spoke calmly, Ever since I entered this place, I've been speculating about your identity.
To my knowledge, only Yama and Kshetragupta preside over Naragada hell.
One is the ruler of hell, son of the sun god Surya, the other is a deity born from Brahma's closed eyes over 11,000 years.
How could either of them be imprisoned here? The Yama here is not the leader of the Indian pantheon, but the deity who presides over hell in Indian mythology. So what?
Those self-righteous gods who claim to uphold the true path, yet allow the Avicii hell and the purgatory to be filled with countless suffering souls, they are nothing but deceitful frauds, clinging to life by exploiting the faith of the masses.
Song's voice suddenly grew eerily calm, yet it carried an endless fury. Have they never considered that these souls arrived in this endless purgatory precisely because they committed wrongdoings, barring them from the Pure Land? Yet they shackled these spirits, transforming them into malevolent entities condemned to endure eternal torment.
You yourself once mentioned that all phenomena are empty, yet cause and effect remain unshaken. Li Yi responded calmly, You seem well versed in Buddhist teachings.
All things in this world are bound by cause and effect. Those who commit wrongdoing must accept their punishment.
In truth, Buddhism also teaches, all phenomena arise from causes and conditions. All phenomena cease with the cessation of causes and conditions. This shares a profound resonance with your notion that all phenomena are empty, yet cause and effect endure.
The arising of conditions is the cause, the cessation of conditions is the effect.
These malevolent spirits are merely reaping what they sow, enduring the karmic retribution of their actions.
Ha ha. Song was enraged once more, bursting into a loud, piercing laugh. His laughter echoed throughout the entire hell, causing the chains binding the evil spirits to violently tremble. Wails of agony erupted from their mouths. Instantly, the Naraka hell was enveloped in an even more terrifying atmosphere. The laughter abruptly ceased. Sung coldly declared, "Very well, very well. I never expected someone here to understand the way of karma. Now, why don't you guess which deity I truly am?"
After our conversation, combined with my previous speculations, I'm increasingly certain of your identity.
Li Yi's lips curved upward in a confident smile. "Let me tell you a story.
If you believe I've guessed correctly, I implore you to reveal the truth, so I may die with clarity."
"Very well.
If you guess correctly, I shall let you die with clarity," Song replied without hesitation.
The story takes place in ancient India, when this land was still under the rule of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Li Yi began slowly, recounting the tale of those mysterious deities.
The beginning of the tale was actually quite simple.
The lifespans of the gods were not eternal.
In search of the secret to immortality, the gods of India gathered atop Mount Sunmmary to deliberate on a solution.
Brahma, one of the three principal deities, informed them that the nectar of immortality lay hidden at the bottom of the Milky Ocean.
If the gods and the Asura clan joined forces to churn the ocean, the nectar would rise to the surface. The Asuras and the Devas were sworn enemies, having fought relentlessly for supremacy until the Asuras were defeated. Yet upon hearing of the nectar, they agreed to temporarily set aside their hatred and join forces to churn the ocean.
As the giant tortoise Akobala bore Mount Mandara, slowly sinking into the ocean, the serpent Vasuki coiled around its waist.
The gods grasped the serpent's tail, while the Asuras held its head, pulling back and forth with great force, churning the ocean's waters violently. In an instant, divine steeds, Mani jewels, the goddess of auspiciousness, and countless other rare treasures surfaced. Finally, the god of medicine, Dhanavati, appeared holding a bowl brimming with ambrosia. At this point, Li Yi paused dramatically, building suspense. Of course, if that were all, this tale wouldn't be particularly remarkable.
"Who exactly are you?"
Sung, who had been silent, suddenly demanded in a cold voice, clearly startled by the tale.
"Sir, allow me to finish the tale. Soon enough, it shall be your turn to take the stage."
Li Yi did not answer, but smiled confidently and continued. How could the gods be without selfish motives? The quantity of divine dew was insufficient for all to drink. Inevitably, one faction would have to be sacrificed. Thus, the gods ultimately decided to abandon the Asura clan, instructing the chief deity Vishnu to transform into a beautiful maiden and dance to bewitch the Asuras. Yet no one could have foreseen that at this very moment, the meticulously planned scheme would encounter an unforeseen twist.
"Enough! Shut up!" Suddenly, Song roared hysterically, his terrifying divine power spreading wildly throughout the Naraka hell. Beneath, the sea of magma and fire, drawn by some immense force, erupted with countless bubbles at its depths, instantly vaporizing innumerable evil spirits. "Your Excellency, the most thrilling part is yet to come. Would you not wish to hear it? You're courting death.
Your Excellency stole the nectar of the gods. When the gods discovered it, Vishnu, in his wrath, tore off your head. Had the nectar not already reached your throat, rendering your head immortal, even this head would have been lost."
Clatter.
Immediately, waves of terrifying energy surged forth.
The chains binding Li Yi rattled violently, clanging as they shook.
His previously slow flight suddenly accelerated. The surrounding hellish space seemed to warp, inducing a dizzying sensation. In the blink of an eye, time itself froze.
Li Yi found himself utterly immobilized.
When he finally grasped the scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp in horror. A gigantic humanoid head floated mid-air, its surface studded with black iron spikes driven deep into its flesh.
Mysterious divine patterns flickered at the tips of these massive spikes.
Thousands of chains connected to these spikes, anchoring the head firmly in midair. Between the chains and spikes, a faint, flickering golden light shimmered.
"Why do you know these things?" the enormous head bellowed, its mouth opening wide. "I'm curious.
Someone in Tianju has already bound your power.
This means you've been awakened into the mortal world, yet why are you trapped here?" Li Yi carefully sensed the aura emanating from the head, yet found himself utterly unable to discern its cultivation level.
In his mind, he urgently called out to Xiao Bai, hoping the little creature would come to investigate, but received no response. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. What people have awakened is merely the lingering essence I left behind in the mortal realm, not the true me. The eyes on the massive head fixed intently on Li Yi.
"You still haven't answered my question. How did you come to know this history?"
"Had you not mentioned it, I myself had already forgotten."
"You did not forget. You simply did not wish for it to be spoken of. You are of the Asura clan, the son of King Vipravajiti of the Deities and his daughter, Sinsika."
Li Yi spoke without mercy. "You infiltrated the ranks of the gods, stole their ambrosia, were exposed by Surya, the sun god, and Soma, the moon god, and suffered the brutal punishment of having your head torn off by Vishnu. Since then, you've been despised by all and branded an evil being. Your heart must be filled with hatred for this world." He continued, "Truth be told, you are not called Song at all.
That is merely a false name you use to evade the passage of time. Your true identity is Rahu, a deity of the Asura clan. Would you say my account of this story is accurate? Damn them! Damn them! What kind of people are they?
A bunch of hypocrites spouting divine principles while committing treacherous deeds.
Song roared with near-mad fury.
Black iron spikes erupted from his massive head, radiating divine patterns.
Chain's binding space flickered with blinding Buddha light. Yeah.
In mere moments, Song was crushed beneath this divine light, screaming in agony as his vitality rapidly waned.
Fine. I'll tell you the truth. You guessed correctly, I am Rahu.
I've been sealed here in Nara hell by the gods. If you remove the spikes from my head, I can grant you any wish, enhance your power, and make you incredibly strong.
Otherwise, I'll kill you right now.
As if to prove his words, the iron chains binding Li Yi suddenly tightened to unbearable tension. A searing pain shot through him, turning Li Yi's face deathly pale. Clenching his teeth, he hesitated no longer and resolved to trigger the thunder tribulation. With a single thought in his mind, a text prompt appeared. Divine Power Collector Alert, increasing cultivation will trigger the thunder tribulation. All points. All points.
Li Yi roared urgently within his mind. Chapter 111, Summoning the Thunder Tribulation. I crossed the tribulation in hell. Divine Power Points successfully used, 1 point.
Gained 100 years of cultivation.
Current Divine Rank, Mortal Spirit, 9th grade. Currently undergoing tribulation. Li Yi would never dream of pulling out this creature's nails.
Even if he possessed the ability, he could never release such an evil deity. In Indian mythology, Rahu is essentially the Indian counterpart to Xingtian from Chinese lore. According to numerous texts and TV dramas, this being harbors an extreme grudge. When he was caught stealing nectar by the sun god Surya and the moon god Soma, his body was destroyed, leaving only his head. Yet he relentlessly pursued these two deities. To expect such a deity to show mercy is sheer folly. Above the abyss, gales howled as dark clouds churned and churned, suddenly forming thunderclouds out of thin air. Arcs of lightning danced wildly within them.
Unexpectedly, the thunder tribulation defied spatial constraints. Heavenly thunder? How could heavenly thunder appear in hell? Sun also sensed the anomaly in the heavens and earth. Looking up, he was utterly horrified. Immediately afterward, he sensed the aura emanating from Li Yi before him growing stronger. You actually broke through here? Could it be that Netherworld fire aided your breakthrough?
Above, inky clouds churned and twisted, while within the massive thundercloud, dark purple lightning crisscrossed, hinting at the imminent descent of thunderbolts. It seemed to be brewing a power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth.
Li Yi's muscles tensed as divine power surged wildly within him.
He stared intently at the thunderclouds above. As the thunderclap loomed, he roared, "Sir, hold them off for me. I'll find a way to pull out the nail and free you from this predicament."
You insolent brat! How dare you summon heavenly thunder here? Do you seek my death? Were my divine power not bound, this petty thunder tribulation would not faze me.
Since that is the case, I shall kill you first.
Song manipulated the chains with fury, intent on annihilating Li Yi.
He knew full well that only the target's death would dispel the thunder tribulation. Otherwise, if that lightning struck him, even if he survived, it would be enough to send him into a slumber lasting 10,000 years.
Xiao Bai. Li Yi dared not be overconfident.
He had to break free from the chains binding him, lest Sang send him to meet the heaven-piercing thunder. He silently called out to Xiao Bai for help. Fortunately, after adding a bit more divine essence points, he distinctly felt his strength surge far beyond before.
The chains began to creak under the strain, on the verge of snapping. Roar! Xiao Bai, dormant in slumber, finally awoke. Transforming once more, it became a colossal white python.
It opened its gaping maw and bit down fiercely on the chains. With the combined strength of man and serpent, the chains snapped with a series of loud cracks.
Xiao Bai, return. Li Yi finally freed his hands, channeling divine power within him.
With a sweeping motion of his palm, the heavenly cloud sword intent erupted, severing the remaining chains one by one. Unexpectedly, instead of retreating, he charged forward toward the colossal head. Xiao Bai transformed into a streak of light, swiftly retreating into the divine statue within the pouch.
Get out of the way. Sun let out a scream of utter terror. Boom!
Suddenly, a white lightning bolt as thick as a rope tore through the hellish darkness, carrying an overwhelming, world-shattering pressure as it crashed down upon Sun's head. The black iron spikes and chains on the massive head, sensing the terrifying external force, released a blinding golden light. The two forces collided violently, sending a terrifying shockwave radiating outward from the point of impact. The surrounding evil spirits, their bones pierced by chains, vanished into nothingness in that instant, unable even to utter a scream.
Yet Sun let out a piercing scream.
It turned out that these black iron spikes and chains had drawn power from his body to withstand the thunderous assault.
Li Yi's eyes lit up.
He had been worried whether this head could withstand the thunderstrike, but now it seemed the chains and iron spikes binding it were sufficient to endure the lightning tribulation.
Boom!
In mere moments, another bolt of lightning struck, and Song screamed again. This bolt was noticeably thicker than the previous one, its color growing increasingly dark.
As bolt after bolt struck down, Li Yi quickly realized this scenario matched the descriptions in the ancient texts detailing the thunder tribulation.
I'll kill you, I swear I'll kill you, boy. Sun's voice grew weaker, yet he still tried to manipulate the broken chains, desperately attempting to strike down Li Yi. But now, every attack was easily dodged by Li Yi. Sun's strength was clearly exhausted. The clouds seemed to be brewing a final strike, churning faster and faster. The frequency of the flashing arcs within grew higher, interspersed with many dark purple bolts. When the tension reached its peak, a flash of crimson light erupted. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm crashed down, striking directly above Song. The iron spikes and chains frantically drained divine power from the colossal head, yet this energy proved utterly powerless against the terrifying lightning bolt. Unstoppable, it hurtled toward Li Yi.
Xian, be careful! Xiao Bai's figure reappeared.
This time, it did not transform into a white snake. Instead, it thrust both hands forward with tremendous force, sending a burst of white divine light hurtling upward. Boom! The white divine light collided violently with the purple lightning. It held for only 2 breaths before the lightning poured down relentlessly. Roar! Immediately afterward, Xiao Bai transformed into a colossal serpent, attempting to endure the thunder tribulation head-on.
Xiao Bai, come back! Li Yi's body shot upward as divine power surged wildly within him.
A blazing green nether fire appeared in his hand. The ghostly flames then split into lotus flowers. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, until 64 blossoms filled the air. To block this final strike, every ounce of power within him was instantly drained. Boom! 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 The 64 fire lotuses formed a vertical line.
With each layer pierced by the lightning, a lotus exploded. 63 explosions echoed before they vanished.
Only 1 lotus remained in the sky. The thunderclouds above the underworld churned for a moment before slowly dissipating.
The instant he successfully passed the tribulation, a divine power from the heavens and earth surged madly into Li Yi's body.
The shackles that had bound his cultivation shattered with a thunderous crash. His meridians were reshaped by the colossal force, and the nether fire within his dantian, once no larger than a soybean, now surged to the size of a fingernail. His perception and insight more than doubled, while countless other benefits followed. If he were to encounter Hanuman again, he was utterly confident he could send him packing back to his lair with a single punch.
Divine Power Collector Alert, Tribulation Success. Current Divine Rank, Mortal Spirit 9th Grade Thunder Tribulation Layer 1. Li Yi gasped for breath, watching the lightning above finally dissipate.
A surge of wild joy welled up inside him. Fortunately, he had previously elevated the 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell to its 4th layer, otherwise, he might not have survived this tribulation. Xiao Bai transformed into human form, his body slowly drifting down from the sky. Li Yi sprang forward, catching Xiao Bai in his arms. He stole a glance at the massive head, now utterly still. He still couldn't sense this creature's cultivation level? There was only one possibility. This demon was a wisdom spirit level deity. I'll need to research this when I return, find out how many tribulations one must endure to reach the wisdom spirit level. I was fortunate this time, encountering a wisdom spirit level deity trapped here. Had I faced one that could unleash its full power, who knows how many times I would have died. Without further delay, he clutched Xiao Bai and sped toward the exit of the passageway. Meanwhile, at the border between Silla and China, a luxury coach slowly made its way toward a small mountain village, carrying a group of passengers. Inside sat about a dozen people, men and women alike, all dressed in crisp suits. They were the survey team dispatched by the Fujiwara family, publicly claiming their purpose was tourism investment. Miss Chisato, our Nanling village extends our warmest welcome and eagerly anticipates your company's investment in developing a tourism project here. Should this project materialize, we pledge our utmost sincerity and cooperation. Village Chief Huang Shifa spoke earnestly. To be honest, my son works in your country of Japan and has even married a Japanese woman. I have always held deep friendship and goodwill toward Japan.
It seems we have quite a few common interests. Shinatsu Yukimura's lips curved slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Chapter 112, The Inspection Team and Operation East Sea. The bus drove straight toward Nanling Village. To secure this investment opportunity, Village Chief Huang Shifa had pulled out all the stops. According to China's latest regulations, foreign investments must first undergo online reporting. Only after feasibility is confirmed can the process proceed. However, instead of reporting upward, Village Chief Huang Shifa colluded with other committee members to conceal the matter. They planned to secure the investment first and submit the online report later, hoping to gain greater benefits at that point. The village cadres unanimously agreed to this plan. Shinatsu Yukimura held a hand-drawn map of China.
She hadn't arrived here by chance, she had followed the Dragon Vein locations marked on this topographical map. Miss Chiyuki, according to this map, among the 3 branches branching off from Huaxia's main Dragon Vein, the one we're currently on is precisely the northern Dragon Vein.
The village ahead, Nanling Village, lies at the dragon's tail. The man speaking in Japanese was Junichi Aoi, a bespectacled man in his 30s. Pointing at the map, he explained, concerned that Yukimura Chisato might not hear him clearly. China's dragon veins differ entirely from those in our country.
Their main vein is revered as the ancestral dragon, the progenitor of all mountains and the source of dragon veins located in the Kunlun region. The three branches extending from it are respectively called the Northern Dragon, Central Dragon, and Southern Dragon. Yukimura Chika was unfamiliar with the dragon veins of China. Her purpose in being here was to pinpoint the closest location of such a vein. Truthfully, this explanation held little practical use for her, but her curiosity piqued. She listened patiently nonetheless. Our village is a hidden paradise nestled within these mountains. At the entrance stands a centuries-old ginkgo tree, its dense canopy shading the sky. Morning mists swirl around it, creating a scene straight from a fairy tale. Beyond the village, the rear mountains hold natural hot springs, maintaining a constant temperature of 42 degrees Celsius year-round. Village chief Huang Shifa, naturally unable to understand the language of the Rainbow Country, assumed they were discussing the village's geographical location. He turned to the interpreter and said, "Convey my message to her. Once developed as a tourist attraction, I firmly believe it will be immensely popular. They won't lose out." The interpreter seated beside him, who was actually a surveyor from the Fujiwara family, translated with feigned seriousness while inwardly sneering. "You have to admit, the Chinese have one admirable trait: they treat any foreign investor like royalty. Throw them even the slightest perk and they'll fight tooth and nail like dogs." Ha ha. The car erupted in uproarious laughter. Wang Shifa, thinking his words had won them over, joined in with a foolish grin. Sena Yukimura immediately cleared her throat twice and instructed the interpreter, "Tell him that if we find it suitable, we will definitely invest here." The interpreter promptly repeated the message. Huang Shifa's face lit up with excitement. He quickly pulled out his phone and instructed someone to prepare the pre-arranged delicacies. In the eastern seas, a large warship was cutting through the waves at high speed toward a specific destination. On deck, two squads led by Zhang Qianyan and Lin Xian were waiting for nightfall. This time, their objective was clear: destroy the ancient sacrificial altar of the Neon Nation on Floating Tide Island. To support this operation, Zhang Qianyan had specifically requisitioned Zhao Yufa's warship. After all, the stakes were high. Should their forces prove outmatched at a critical moment, he would order the warship to open fire without hesitation, determined to destroy the altar. Of course, everyone understood that conventional heat weapons held little chance of destroying the altar. After all, once the altar unleashed some mysterious divine power, breaching it with conventional weaponry would be no easy feat. Yet even with such slim prospects of success, they must attempt it, for the entire course of the situation hinged upon it. "Captain Zhang, is Li Yi not participating in this mission?" Captain Zhao Yufa approached with measured steps. His impression of Li Yi was profound. Recalling the overwhelming power Li Yi had displayed during their last confrontation with the Sea Priest, it had left him with an unprecedented visual shock. Glancing around but seeing no sign of Li Yi, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "To be honest, I haven't seen Li Yi in quite some time either. But for this particular mission, I believe we have sufficient capabilities to handle it without needing him." Zhang Qianyan shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yufa's face fell with regret. "That's truly unfortunate. I promised my son I'd get him Li Yi's autograph. Last time we parted so abruptly, I didn't even have a chance to ask him for it." He pulled two photos from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Qianyan. "If you ever run into him, please ask him to sign these for me. I plan to give this gift to my son on his 8th birthday." The little guy would be over the moon. Lin Xian took the photos and stared intently at the images. They captured Li Yi's spectacular moments battling the giant demon Piziche and the war god Hanuman. She couldn't help but admit that Li Yi in the photos looked incredibly agile and imposing, truly dashing in battle. She couldn't help but gaze at it a few more times before finally handing it back to Zhang Qianyan. Zhang Qianyan gave it a quick glance before carefully slipping it into a plastic bag from his pocket. "Captain Zhao, it's almost time. We should set off. By the time we reach our target location, it will likely be dark. Let's launch our boats now. All hands, assemble." Lin Xian instantly snapped to attention, bellowing at the slightly slack-looking team members. For this operation, each squad consisted of 10 members divided across 4 boats. Each person was equipped with various auxiliary tools, such as night vision goggles and flashbangs. While these couldn't enhance the combat power of the super spirits, their support effects were quite effective. Soon, every team member stood ready, backpacks strapped on, fully prepared for battle. "I trust everyone is already clear on the mission objective. I have only one demand: whatever the cost, even if it means sacrificing your lives, you must utterly destroy that altar." Zhang Qianyan emphasized the mission's gravity with grave expression. Otherwise, should their scheme succeed, it could unleash incalculable calamity upon the divine beings of China. "We swear to defend China with our lives." The collective shout echoed across the sky. At Zhao Yufa's command, 4 small boats slowly descended from the warship onto the sea surface. Zhang Qianyan, Lin Xian, and others led their teams, scattering like beans as they leapt one after another into the rubber rafts. Within the passageway of the Naraka Hell, Li Yi gently placed Xiao Bai on the ground. He nervously called out several times, but received no response from the little creature. It seemed that during the struggle against the Thunder Tribulation, Xiao Bai had overexerted its divine power, causing damage to its divine body. Li Yi slowly sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath to steady his mind. He wasn't skilled in using divine power to aid others, but he had experience attempting to repair his own body with it. By carefully avoiding certain critical pressure points, he might be able to help Xiaobai restore his body. After persistent attempts and meticulous manipulation, Xiaobai finally let out a faint whimper, showing a slight reaction.
Xiaobai, how do you feel? Li Yi's face lit up with surprise.
He immediately stopped his actions, hurried forward, and gently cradled Xiaobai in his arms.
Xian, we.
Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hazy as he could only vaguely make out the figure before him. Xiaobai, I survived the tribulation.
It's all thanks to your full support.
Without you, even if I had advanced the 9 Netherworld's Inferno spell to the 4th level, I doubt I could have withstood that terrifying heavenly thunder.
But now, your divine aura is extremely weak. You must return to the statue and recuperate properly. Xian, being held like this again makes me feel so happy.
Xiaobai blurted out involuntarily. The moment the words left her lips, she seemed to snap back to reality. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and she instantly transformed into a beam of light, swiftly darting into the divine statue tucked away in Li Yi's pocket.
Once your body recovers, I'll hold you however you wish.
Li Yi shook his head with a helpless, wry smile.
Women in love truly were adorable. Young master, Xiaoqian can finally sense you. How are you holding up?
Just then, Nie Xiaoqian's concerned voice echoed in his mind.
Xiaoqian, I'm fine now. How about you?
Li Yi rose to his feet, lightly touching the ground beneath him as he swiftly flew toward the sealed passageway.
Thank you for your concern, young master.
Xiaoqian is unharmed, but I feel deeply ashamed that I couldn't be of greater assistance this time. I only hope to advance my cultivation swiftly, lest I continue to hold you back.
By the end, Nie Xiaoqian's voice had grown noticeably quieter. Don't say such nonsense.
If you hadn't risked your own life to help me absorb the Netherworld fire, I doubt I could have survived the thunder tribulation unscathed. You've already done so much for me.
Don't belittle yourself.
Before long, Li Yi arrived at the sealing site. The moment his foot crossed the barrier, all sense of danger vanished. Before he could fully adjust to the sudden change, a dark shadow darted toward him at lightning speed, startling him.
Immediately after,
a soft, delicate sensation filled his embrace. When he recognized the beauty in his arms as Nie Xiaoqian, a pang of guilt washed over Li Yi. After all, Xiaobai was still gravely injured, how could he? But then he remembered, Xiaoqian had endured the bone-chilling cold of the Netherworld's flames to help him absorb its power. That sacrifice could not be ignored either.
Chapter 113, Seeing the Light of Day Again, Locating the Dragon Vein.
After speaking his heart, Li Yi gently drew Xiaoqian closer, his cheek nestled against her soft hair. A faint, elegant fragrance lingered at his nostrils. Her waist was slender enough to be encircled with one hand truly, an inch more would make her plump, an inch less would make her thin, everything was just right. Yet, mere moments later, the beauty in his arms stirred as if awakening from a dream. A blush of embarrassment flushed her cheeks, and she gently pushed Li Yi away. Nie Xiaoqian herself didn't know what had come over her. The moment she saw Li Yi step out of the sealed passage, she'd lost all control and rushed forward without thinking.
Xiaoqian, why don't I take you back to the surface? Staying here forever isn't a long-term solution. Though that creature is trapped inside, bound by thousands of chains, you never know what might happen. If it breaks free and escapes, you'd be in grave danger. Li Yi's heart was filled with regret, deeply reluctant to see the beauty leave just like that.
Young master, there's no need to worry. If he could escape, he wouldn't have waited for us to enter. Besides, Xiaoqian is determined to stay here and cultivate.
The cultivation speed here is many times faster than outside.
Given time, Xiaoqian will surely catch up to your level. Nie Xiaoqian shook her head, her eyes burning with a fierce hunger for power. When Li Yi was dragged away by the chains, she had rushed to save him only to be harshly rebuked by his domineering manner. That inner agony remained seared into her soul to this day. This experience made her understand profoundly that in this brutal divine world where the strong prey on the weak, the powerless don't even have the right to save others. Li Yi tried persuading her several more times, but seeing Nie Xiaoqian's resolute determination, he could only reluctantly give up.
Young master.
As Li Yi prepared to depart, Nie Xiaoqian's heart began to race, and she couldn't help but call out softly. Li Yi turned back, his eyes filled with confusion.
What is it?
Nie Xiaoqian's face betrayed profound reluctance, yet she forced herself to speak.
Go, young master. Xiaoqian must begin her cultivation now. Very well. Practice with utmost caution here. I must depart as well. After all, I've lingered here far too long. At the banquet, I promised everyone I would awaken the giant demon. Though I never truly intended to do so, I owe them an explanation. Even though Li Yi saw the deep reluctance in Xiaoqian's eyes, he gave nothing away. He knew he had important matters to attend to. Currently, the number of deities awakened in Huaxia was pitifully small, only 3 or 4 in total. Compared to foreign lands boasting dozens or even hundreds of awakened deities, the path ahead was long and arduous. Which deity does the young master intend to awaken this time? At this mention, Nie Xiaoqian couldn't help but feel curious, though a faint worry stirred within her that Li Yi might once again awaken some powerful deity. Xia Bayan, the white impermanence of the black and white impermanences. Soon, Li Yi emerged from the Naraka hell passageway and was suddenly enveloped by the long mist sunlight and crisp air outside. He couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. Li Yi, you're finally out. Zhou Weigua, who had been guarding the entrance and closely monitoring the dark zone, rushed forward the moment he saw Li Yi emerge from the shadows. The dean seems to have urgent business with you. You need to call him back immediately. Understood, Brother Zhou. I'll call him shortly. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively. Noticing that quite a few people near Lanke Temple had already spotted him, he hurriedly made his exit. Hey, look at that figure, doesn't it look like Brother Yi? 2 reporters stood in the distance. The bespectacled man pointed at the silhouette not far away. Bro, you must be seeing things. Doesn't look like him to me. How long has it been since Li Yi showed up in public? It's too much of a coincidence for us to run into him like this. Maybe I really did see wrong. Ever since Li Yi left Miss Son's livestream last time, he hasn't appeared in public at all. Not even a single photo has surfaced. The bespectacled man spoke while picking up his camera, but the editor-in-chief has given us a strict order this time: if we don't get first-hand material on Li Yi, we'll both be packing our bags. Zooming in, he suddenly felt the resemblance grow stronger and quickly snapped several shots. After reviewing the enlarged photos, he slapped his thigh in excitement. Holy crap, it really is Li Yi. It's actually him. Holy crap, it really is him. His colleague peered over and stared wide-eyed. People near Langruosi heard the commotion and turned their heads, but after scanning the area, they saw no sign of Li Yi. One of them cursed, "Crazy people. Ignore them. Everyone, back to work." The border between Huaxia and Silla. The bus soon arrived at Nanling village, where Yukimura Chisato and the others disembarked one by one. The Fujiwara clan had dispatched a total of 30 surveyors for this mission, divided into 3 teams to conduct investigations on 3 dragon veins within China. Their group was relatively large, while the other 2 combined numbered fewer than 15, primarily because the northern dragon vein better aligned with Japan's needs. To avoid arousing suspicion, Yukimura Chuka and Aoi Jun claimed stomach discomfort. After the others headed into the village for a meal, the 2 swiftly made their way toward a distant mountain peak. Standing atop the peak, they were suddenly overcome by an illusion of overlooking the entire world. Yukimura Chuka pointed toward the distance and remarked, "If the map is accurate, this northern dragon vein originates from the Yin Mountains, follows the Yellow River through northern regions like Liangzhou, and extends nearly into the territory of Silla." Quite right, Miss Chiyu. You have an excellent memory. Our current location is precisely the tail end of the northern dragon vein. Junichi Aoi couldn't help but praise her. Without further hesitation, Yukimura Chuka slowly closed her eyes, releasing the energy within her body to carefully sense the aura emanating from this dragon tail beneath her feet. Typically, the dragon vein's head possesses the miraculous ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while the tail is the origin and endpoint of its fortune. It readily emits spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for constructing an altar to extract this energy. Yukimura Chika's purpose in coming here was precisely to pinpoint the optimal location for extracting the dragon vein's fortune. After traversing the surrounding peaks for a full half-day, Yukimura Chuka's complexion gradually grew pale. Just as they prepared to return, she suddenly sensed a potent, unique energy. "This is it," she exclaimed excitedly. "Quick, get the equipment to record this location's data." Right. Junichi Aoi was equally thrilled. He hurriedly pulled out the equipment from his bag, pinpointed the exact location, and sent the data back to their home country. Moments later, Fujiwara Koji received the news and called urgently, exclaiming repeatedly, Yes. I never imagined Miss Chisato could pinpoint the location so quickly. Now, you must secure the mountain construction rights at any cost and in the shortest time possible. I'm giving you only half a month. All materials will be airlifted from the homeland. The altar must be built as soon as possible. Yes. Aoi Junichi responded loudly, though inwardly he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Building an altar within half a month was a daunting task, even with all materials prepared in advance. Relying solely on air transport made it practically impossible. When the 2 found village chief Huang Shifa and offered to invest 5 billion to develop the village, Huang was left speechless. Overhearing the conversation, an excited villager dashed off. With his big mouth, word spread throughout the village in no time. The ailing village director, who was on leave at home, discovered he had been left out of the loop by the village officials. Furious at being kept in the dark, he immediately reported the matter to higher authorities. Unexpectedly, word reached the Temple of Reverence, and 2 divine envoys were dispatched to investigate. What exactly is that Neon Nation up to with this altar? Are they trying to emulate the divine sacrifices of Tianju? After leaving the Naragaja Dark Zone, Li called Song Badong midway. Hearing the recent developments, his brows furrowed deeply. Last time, he hadn't pulled out the heavenly spear because his power was insufficient. Now, things were different. If this country caused any more trouble, he was determined to pull out that heavenly spear.
I'll explain the details when you have time to visit.
Oh, and about that matter of awakening the deity you mentioned last time, how is that progressing?
Such a momentous matter weighed heavily on Song Buotong's mind, and he dared not let his guard down for a moment.
I was just about to discuss this with you.
I'll head home tonight and be at headquarters tomorrow to thoroughly discuss the matter of awakening the deity.
What? Are you serious?
Ha! You never make moves without a solid plan. Fine, I'll dispatch a helicopter tonight to meet you early.
I'll be on standby 24/7.
Over the phone, Song Buotong's astonishment was palpable, the clatter of a chair toppling as he rose, followed by an uncontrollable surge of excitement.
Chapter 114, Night Raid on Floating Tide Island. Headquarters of the Temple of Reverence. Song Buotong's face radiated joy. At that moment, Professor Sun entered slowly, holding a teacup. Taking a small sip of tea, he noticed Song Buotong's expression and asked curiously, "Dean, what's the good news? That smile on your face is practically bursting out." "Ha, well, it won't be long before everyone finds out anyway." Song Buotong decided to stop hiding it. "I just got off the phone with Li Yi. Another deity is about to awaken in our Huaxia." "What?" Professor Sun was so startled he spit out his tea. He frantically wiped his mouth, then loudly called for the janitor to clean up the mess. Only then did he turn back, his face frozen in astonishment. Li Yi is going to awaken another deity? That's right. Song Buotong nodded with a smile. This. Professor Sun felt a sharp ache in his gums. After all, while he held the title of Deputy Minister of the Oracle Department, his only real achievement to his name was the collective effort to awaken the Earth deity at the temple years ago. Since then, there had been no new progress. It wasn't for lack of effort. They had combed through every ancient text in China, yet not a single clue about the deities had surfaced. Coming to his senses, Professor Sun couldn't help but sigh deeply with mixed emotions. "I'm getting old, no use denying it. But I'm truly baffled, just how many brilliant ideas does Li Yi have in his head? How does he manage to awaken deities time and again? It's been less than 20 days since the awakening at Jinshan Temple. Old son, this era belongs to the young. If we old-timers can't deliver results, we've got to make way for the next generation." Song Buotong looked deeply moved. "Anyway, I've made up my mind. Whether Li Yi wants to take over as head of the academy or not, this position is meant for him. I do hope he'll join the Oracle Department, but I fear our department might not be worthy of his talents." Professor Sun shook his head with a bitter smile. "That said, China truly has too few divine relics. Take India, for instance. Even after destroying over 60 divine relics, dozens still remain. Now look at our country, we have only 6 divine relics in total, and 2 of them still haven't been fully restored. That's precisely why we must spare no effort to protect Li Yi and safeguard China's divine relics. We absolutely cannot give anyone the chance to destroy them." Song Buotong lifted his teacup and took a sip. Professor Sun glanced at his watch instinctively before looking up. It must be getting dark soon. Chen Yan and the others should be starting their operation, right? Just then, the phone on the table rang abruptly. It was a call from Clan Chief Fu himself. Seeing the caller ID, Song Buotong paused slightly. Clan Chief Fu rarely called the office line, so this must be urgent business. "Chief Fu, what might you require?" Song Buotong asked respectfully. "No instructions, really. It's just been quite some time since I've heard from Li Yi. I thought I'd check in with you. What has he been up to lately?" "I was just about to report to you, Chief Fu. I've just spoken with Li Yi on the phone." "Old Son, you sly fox. Spit it out already. I don't have time for your beating around the bush. I've been waiting for your good news." Fu Zuchang scolded playfully on the other end of the line. "Alright, I won't beat around the bush. Li Yi is preparing to awaken another deity." "But..." The sound of Fu spitting out his tea echoed through the line, mirroring Professor Sun's earlier reaction. Then, the line went dead. This. Song Buotong stared at the phone, utterly speechless. Not long after, Song Buotong's phone rang again. He picked it up to see it was a call from Chief Fu's private number. From the other end came the voice, "Did you think my office had too many phones? You just sprayed all over them, burning them out." "Ah, Chief Fu, don't blame me for this. You were the one urging me to spill the beans quickly. I was just following your instructions and answering truthfully." Song Buotong laughed heartily, then teased, "I remember back when Jinshan Temple awakened that deity, someone here wasn't too convinced Li Yi could awaken another one." "Old Song, you rascal, just say what you mean. I'm absolutely eager for Li Yi to awaken another deity. I recall him mentioning in Xiaoqian's livestream that more deities would emerge in Huaxia in the future. I wonder if I'll live to see such a glorious era for Huaxia." Suddenly, the tone of Clan Chief Fu on the phone turned serious. "The main reason I called was to discuss rewarding Li Yi. Old Son, no offense, but Li Yi has done tremendous service for our nation. Everyone can see that. We can't let our heroes bleed and weep, giving their all without proper recognition. I hope your Temple of Reverence will draft a proposal soon and deliver it personally to my office." "Is this a political task?" "Exactly. Understood, Chief Fu." Song Buotong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Li Yi was the first person ever to receive a direct order for a reward from the head of Huaxia himself. He understood the gravity of the matter and dared not take it lightly. But after hanging up, he wiped his face with his hand, utterly stumped about what reward to offer. What's wrong? Professor Sun was sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping his tea, when he couldn't help but ask curiously upon seeing this. Song Badong relayed the phone conversation word for word. This time, even Professor Sun found himself troubled. For anyone else, this sort of matter would be simple, offering an apartment, a car, or something similar would easily resolve it. But Li Yi was different. Even if the Temple of Reverence emptied its entire treasury, it likely wouldn't match the contributions he had made. For a long while, the two elders remained deep in thought, unable to snap out of their reverie. Night enveloped the land, and floating tide island in Neon Nation appeared and disappeared on the sea surface. Four kayaks approached the island silently. As they neared, their speed abruptly slowed, and the engine hum abruptly ceased. Driven by inertia, the kayaks glided forward. At that moment, two kayaks appeared, carrying Feng Jigang's team and others. Due to the island's signal jamming, they had been unable to receive the notification from above and had remained on surveillance nearby. Upon recognizing Captain Zhang, they hurried over to rendezvous. Zhang Qianyan and Lin Xian saw them and immediately waved for everyone to stop. Captain Zhang, it's Feng Jigang and the others. Yu Zhongren's face appeared from one of the boats. Captain Zhang, we meet again. Our team was assigned by Teacher Yu to monitor the island's activities here. After Feng Jigang approached, he promptly gave a detailed report on the current situation. Ever since the Japanese discovered us, 3 groups have arrived on the island in succession, each consisting of about 20 people. Combined with the original dozen or so already here, the total number is estimated to be around 70 or 80. What? They've brought so many people? Why didn't you report this up the chain? This news genuinely startled Zhang Qianyan, Lin Xian, and Yu Zhongren. Combined, their 2 squads numbered only around 20 people, less than a quarter of the enemy's strength. Of course, their mission wasn't to engage in a direct confrontation, but to secretly sabotage the enemy's ancient sacrificial altar. Numbers alone wouldn't determine victory or defeat. Since the day before yesterday, our communication devices have been unable to transmit signals. It's clear that jamming equipment has been set up on the island. Feng Jigang explained helplessly. Japan really went all out, deploying over 100 super spirits. This ancient altar must be critically important to them. Yu Zhongren exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian gritted her teeth and declared, no matter what, we must destroy it tonight. The altar is on the island's northern side, so they've undoubtedly deployed heavy forces there. I'll draw their attention from the north while you, Teacher Yu, and Team Leader Feng lead your men to assault from other angles. The moment there's commotion in the north, you move in immediately. Understood. Teacher Yu, Captain Feng, gather your gear. Thoroughly inspect the supplies first, then lead your men to infiltrate from the west. I'll approach from the east. Whoever reaches the altar first, don't wait, destroy it immediately. Remember to target areas with divine patterns. Zhang Qianyan swiftly laid out the plan. With a wave of his hand, he led 2 inflatable rafts in a detour toward the east. Everyone, check your gear. Feng Jigang, well versed in such operations, took 2 large backpacks from Yu Zhongren. After meticulously checking their contents, he slipped silently toward the eastern side of the island under cover of night. Their squad had long anticipated this moment. Destroying the ancient altar of the Neon Nation was a monumental achievement, enough bragging rights to last a lifetime among colleagues back home. Soon after, a thunderous explosion echoed from the island's northern side. Lin Xian had initiated the operation. Move out. We'll complete this mission at any cost. Feng Jigang's squad clenched their fists tightly. Hearing the commotion, each heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Hands gripped together before releasing, propelling them swiftly toward the island. Chapter 115, Fierce Battle and Conspiracy. As the key figure tasked with drawing the enemy's main force, Lin Xian avoided direct confrontation with the island's defenders. Instead, she led her team in a flanking maneuver, skillfully diverting the enemy's attention. Meanwhile, Zhang Qianyan, Yu Zhongren, and Feng Jigang's squad silently infiltrated the island from the east and west, their ultimate target the altar at the island's northern tip. It's the Chinese. Kill them. Inamura, who had been berated after the previous Chinese attack, had been seething with resentment ever since. Seeing the Chinese dare to return now, he flew into a rage, charging forward like a raging bull. Everyone, fall back. Hearing the commotion, Tamahisa Nakahara rushed over and bellowed. Seeing Inamura and his men already far ahead, he couldn't help but curse furiously, idiots. This is clearly a diversion tactic. How could you not see it? Ah! Screams erupted from both sides of the island. Nichiwa Tamahisa's heart clenched violently. He cursed Inamura again as useless and hurriedly led his men to intercept them. In the distance, Feng Jigang suddenly had an idea. Remembering Yu Zhongren's method from that night, he gritted his teeth and whispered to the person beside him. Teacher Yu, you take your men to draw their fire. I'll find cover and sneak through. Remember, don't engage them head-on. I'll pull off a diversionary tactic. Understood. Yu Zhongren nodded in agreement.
Captain Feng, be careful. Zhou Qian and Tang Duer hurriedly whispered their warnings.
Tamahisa Hikawa charged over with his men and immediately ordered Hoshino, take a group and take care of them.
The rest of you come with me over there. Kill. Go.
Yu Zongren, Zhang Tao, Lu Rin, Zhou Qian, Tang Duer, and the others each unleashed a strike before retreating without hesitation, engaging in a protracted battle as they pulled back.
Pursue.
Seeing only a few opponents, the middle-aged man called Hoshino led his men in pursuit without hesitation. Meanwhile, Feng Jigang, concealed in the shadows, cautiously crept deeper toward the altar. Just as he reached the ancient altar, a figure charged toward him head-on.
Both men tensed, gathering divine power in their fists, ready to strike with full force. Captain Feng? Captain Zhang?
Suddenly, a flash of light erupted on the small island. Someone had thrown a flashbang. In that instant of illumination, both sides recognized each other and quickly withdrew the divine power from their fists. Both men had arrived at the same conclusion simultaneously.
Is this all you Chinese are capable of, sneaky, underhanded tricks?
Unexpectedly, an elderly man slowly emerged from behind the altar, none other than Mr. Nakajima. His gaze was like lightning as he coldly swept it over the two. With a surge of power from his hand, he struck a brazier. In an instant, a roaring blaze erupted from the brazier, illuminating the altar brightly.
So it's you, Nakajima Takuya of Tokyo's Soul Summoning Society. Do you not fear that exposing your use of Chinese blood for sacrifices will unleash a tidal wave of public outrage upon your country? Zhang Qianyan's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury. Finally, he gave Feng Jigang an imperceptible glance. Feng Jigang understood immediately and gave a slight nod. Almost simultaneously, the two men sprang into action.
A small incense burner, barely the size of a fist, suddenly appeared in Zhang Qianyan's hand. He violently channeled immense power into it, causing a cloud of white smoke to erupt from the incense burner in an instant.
Poof. So this is the sacred earth deity incense burner of the Temple of Reverence.
It seems you spared no expense to destroy this altar, even bringing out this treasure. Nakajima Takuya's brow furrowed as he took a step back, a hint of fear visible. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Too bad. With the meager power you possess to activate it, I doubt it will unleash much might. Within moments, a faint divine silhouette slowly materialized atop the incense burner, none other than the diminutive figure of the earth deity. The earth deity now clutched a mist-spewing staff in his hand, yet his expression seemed controlled by some mysterious force, appearing unusually frenzied.
Ha! The earth deity roared, stomping his feet in midair as he swung his staff, aiming a vicious blow at Takuya Nakajima's head. Feng Jigang, destroy the altar now.
We're running out of time, only 30 seconds left. Zhang Qianyan bellowed at Feng Jigang while charging toward Nakajima Takuya, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks in an instant.
The two men and the deity exchanged over 10 blows in an instant. Unfortunately, the divine power this artifact unleashes is only at the second rank of mortal spirits. Possessing 3 divine seals, Nakajima Takuya could still fight evenly even if he voluntarily lowered one seal.
But he suddenly thrust his foot backward, leaping back as the curved blade behind him drew from its sheath.
Damn it!
You forced me to unleash the moon god technique. The world knows only that Kikuta Genburo wielded the moon blade slash and Matsumoto Shota mastered the moon shadow slash, but none realized that I, Nakajima Takuya, too, once possessed the power of the moon god.
Moon. Star. Slash.
In an instant, the moonlight and starlight of heaven and earth surged madly toward the curved blade in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he channeled the condensed brilliance into a fierce slash forward.
Boom. Boom. The light shattered the earth deity statue, followed by the incense burner crashing to the ground. The relentless light surged forward, striking Zhang Qianyan with unstoppable force. Thud. Fortunately, the earth god statue absorbed most of the force for Zhang Qianyan. Even so, the remaining impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Suddenly, a long gash appeared across his chest, blood gushing out. Break it for me. On the altar, Feng Jigang's eyes widened with fury as he channeled all his strength into his right fist, smashing it toward a specific spot on the altar. Not only that, he emptied every bomb from his backpack onto the altar. Stop. Nakajima Takuno's eyes widened in shock as he let out a startled cry. He froze in terror, momentarily forgetting to intervene. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the altar. Run! Having succeeded with his strike, Feng Jigang dared not linger. Without even pausing to assess the damage to the altar, he sprinted to Zhang Qianyan's side, yanked him up, and dashed frantically toward the distance. Only then did Nakajima Takuya snap out of his shock. Instead of pursuing the pair, he rushed frantically to the spot that had been attacked. Seeing the altar already cracked, his legs buckled beneath him. He knelt on the ground, his rage boiling over as he roared repeatedly toward the heavens, "I'll kill every last one of you despicable scoundrels." News of the incident on Floating Tide Island swiftly reached the Fujiwara clan in the land of the rising sun. At that moment, Fujiwara Koji was handling official business at his desk when a subordinate rushed in to report the details of the attack on Floating Tide Island. Upon hearing that the ancient altar had been destroyed, Fujiwara Koji's hand holding the brush froze instantly. He stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned, for a full minute. Head of the family, should we call back Mr. Nakajima now?
The clan member bowed even lower, his legs trembling uncontrollably.
Do you know who those people were? Could it be that Lee? Nakajima Takino was a triple divine seal super spiritualist.
In Fujiwara Koji's estimation, aside from Lee of Huaxia personally intervening, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to succeed.
According to Mr. Nakajima, the one who attacked was Zhang Qianyan from China's Temple of Divine Reverence. Lee was not involved.
The junior member hastily replied, trembling with fear.
Clatter! Fujiwara Koji finally erupted completely, violently sweeping all the documents off the desk onto the floor as he cursed repeatedly, useless. Useless. All of you are useless. After the tirade, he sat down panting in his chair and roared furiously. Doesn't Nakajima possess 3 divine seals? Didn't he once bind the power of the moon goddess? Yet Lee didn't even show his face, just Zhang Qianyan alone destroyed the altar. What the hell is Nakajima doing? Can't he even handle someone like this? Fujiwara, look at your impatience.
At that moment, a steady voice came from outside. It was Watanabe, the head of the Tokyo Soul Summoning Society, who had arrived.
Nakajima has already explained to me. The opponent used a divine artifact, which is why Nakajima couldn't stop him in time.
The urgent task now is to come up with a solution as quickly as possible, not to rage here. Mr. Watanabe, I apologize for my outburst. A hint of apology flashed across Fujiwara Koji's face as he hurriedly rose to greet him. He relied on Watanabe for all major matters now and dared not offend him lightly.
What insights might you offer next, Mr. Watanabe?
Miss Chisato has already sent the Dragon Vein location, yet the altar was damaged at this critical moment.
It's truly unforgivable. Look at this.
Watanabe said, slapping a thick stack of blueprints into his hands with a sharp thud. Fujiwara Koji opened it with confusion, his expression shifting from bewilderment to wide-eyed disbelief. This is the blueprint for the ancient altar of Fushio Island?
Ha! Brilliant! Brilliant! The Chinese would never dream that our nation still possesses the complete construction blueprints. Not only do we have the blueprints, but they even mark an ancient dragon vein near the altar. This is heaven's blessing upon our nation, destined to elevate our deities. Watanabe's eyes flashed with fervor. We'll turn their plan against them.
You must issue a statement tonight condemning China for sending agents to infiltrate our nation and maliciously sabotage our ancient altar, a despicable act.
While distracting China, we secretly accelerate the restoration and construction of the altar.
They'll never anticipate this move.
Mr. Watanabe, this plan is brilliant.
To be safe, I suggest we build altars at both the Dragon Vein in China and our ancient Dragon Vein here, preventing any further mishaps.
Fujiwara Tsuyoshi was genuinely fearful of unforeseen events. Someone, summon Sato Sakaki from the village immediately.
Mobilize all our nation's cyber resources to launch a propaganda offensive against China.
Chapter 116, Neon Nation Riots, War on the Brink. Li finally returned home around 8 in the evening.
Upon entering the house, he saw his aunt Lu Meifeng busy cooking in the kitchen, but his younger brother Xiaofeng was nowhere to be seen.
Auntie, where's Xiaofeng? Li asked as he stepped into the kitchen. Little E, you're back?
Lu Meifeng's face lit up with surprise at the sound of his voice. She stepped out of the kitchen.
Sit down first. I'll make a few more dishes. Your brother isn't home. What happened? Did the divine bond formation fail? Li entered the kitchen to help wash the vegetables. Usually at this hour, his younger brother would be sitting in the living room waiting for him to return, but today there was no sign of him. This couldn't help but make him feel a little worried.
Lu Meifeng shook her head with a smile and immediately recounted everything about Xiaofeng's divine bond ceremony and the events since his return, leaving nothing out.
It turned out that Xiaofeng's extraordinary talent had caught the attention of the Temple of Reverence.
To help him advance his power more rapidly, the Temple of Reverence had specially invited him to train at their headquarters.
After listening to his aunt's account, a smile spread across Li Yi's face.
He had been so worried about his younger brother, but now it seemed his concerns were unnecessary. Earlier, to encourage Xiaofeng, he had promised to give him a gift. Now, he pondered what would be appropriate. An ordinary gift would surely fall short. After all, Xiaofeng couldn't see, so he naturally felt little for things that looked nice. Yet, even after finishing dinner, he hadn't come up with a solution. Finally, he stopped agonizing over it and simply lay down to rest. Late into the night, when all was quiet, Fujiwara Koji mobilized his nation's cyber forces to flood the global internet with a message. Chinese nationals had brazenly trampled upon the sovereignty of the land of the rising sun, illegally entering the country to attack its ancient shrine, causing severe damage to the sacred site.
The news sent shockwaves through society.
Enraged citizens of the land of the rising sun poured into the streets, wielding baseball bats to violently smash and loot restaurants owned by Chinese nationals. Chillingly, local law enforcement ignored Chinese victims' distress calls, allowing the violence to escalate unchecked. Faced with rampant looting and destruction, Chinese business owners in Japan, having found police reports futile, finally reached their breaking point and took up arms to fight back. This action only escalated the situation.
Only when Japanese citizens began suffering casualties did the security forces suddenly take action.
But their approach was baffling. Instead of arresting the rioting locals, they threw the resisting Chinese into jail. Upon learning of this, the embassy immediately sent a text message to every Chinese citizen, urging Chinese nationals and overseas Chinese in Japan to stay home and avoid going out.
The embassy stated that repatriation cruise ships had been arranged, and overseas Chinese holding Chinese residency could board these ships to return home.
As for those Chinese nationals without Chinese residency status, the embassy could only express its inability to assist them. At that moment, overseas Chinese workers who had retained their Chinese nationality suddenly felt immense pride and honor in being Chinese. Meanwhile, those Chinese who had already acquired Japanese citizenship were filled with intense hatred. They joined Japanese netizens in launching a barrage of condemnation and abuse against China online. The news spread rapidly across global networks in a very short time. Uninformed foreigners, believing war had broken out between the two nations, stoked the flames online, eager for chaos and hoping the two countries would immediately take up arms against each other.
Excellent, excellent, Master. This truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Our sect can use this chance to provoke war between the two nations.
Within the Wind Palace of Tianzhu. Upon receiving the news, Elder Modi rushed through the night to report to Lord Yama.
Lord Yama frowned deeply, his expression grave. This online war is nothing but empty rhetoric, mere clamor from ignorant masses. Even if actual conflict erupts, the Fujiwara clan won't act rashly. They understand the stakes far too well.
Lord, you are mistaken.
Our sect's agents in the land of the rising sun have recently uncovered their latest movements. They are preparing a mysterious ancient sacrificial altar.
Elder Modi analyzed, their hefty purchase of our descent ritual must be either for awakening or summoning a deity.
We can easily frame it as an attempt to awaken a powerful divine being.
Oh? The Lord of Yama nodded slightly, gesturing for him to continue.
Elder Modi continued, following the moon god incident, the land of Neon suffered catastrophic losses among its native deities. If its people learn this ancient altar intended to awaken a mighty god was destroyed by the Chinese, their fury toward us will intensify dramatically. With our skillful manipulation and provocation, war between our nations is inevitable.
Ha!
When that happens, the Neon nation will charge into battle at the front, while our sect reaps the benefits from behind.
I dare say China won't escape this calamity. The demon Lord of Flames quickly grasped the intent behind these words and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
His laughter abruptly halted, replaced by a cold snort. China's rise has already made every nation feel profoundly threatened. Blame them for rising too swiftly. If we don't contain them now, we'll soon be at their mercy, forced to bow to their will. You speak wisely, Master. Should war break out and China find itself at a disadvantage, neighboring nations will inevitably agree to our terms. Only then can the divine purge of the eastern lands truly be carried out. Elder Modi clenched his fists involuntarily, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. If we can lock China down for 50 years, that nation will never rise again. Soon, an article titled The Decline of the Neon Nation Begins surfaced across global networks, rapidly climbing to the top of trending charts. Written by a Neon Nation citizen, the post meticulously dissected the recent destruction of the nation's ancient divine altar, revealing its profound implications for Neon's future destiny. It stopped just short of explicitly stating that Neon Nation had attempted to revive its national fortune by awakening a powerful deity.
Now that the plan has been sabotaged by the Chinese, the land of Neon will inevitably plunge into decline. Damn it! Who the hell authorized this?
Fujiwara Koji was furious when he saw the report. Though phrased as conjecture, it read like an insider leak, exposing every detail of his plans. He intended to exploit the ancient altar incident to subject China to international condemnation through online channels, yet never contemplated waging war against China. For present-day Japan simply lacks the capability to utterly defeat China. Men! Investigate this. Dig to the depths of the earth if you must, but root out this traitor to the nation. Fujiwara Koji roared.
Bad news, Master.
A large group of super spiritualists has gathered and is charging toward the China embassy. Additionally, we just received word that multiple ships have departed from the port, likely bound for China. A junior member of the clan rushed in to report. Fujiwara Koji felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His voice nearly a shout, he commanded, "Hurry and stop them. Do you truly wish to provoke a war?" Meanwhile, as riots erupted among the domestic populace of Neon Nation, the Chinese internet was engulfed in a storm of conflict.
Countless small companies suffered cyber attacks, their websites defaced with Japan's national flag and the insulting phrase East Asian cowards.
Upon learning of this, China's top cyber experts immediately stepped forward to launch a counterattack. China's top cyber defense firms joined this silent war, bombarding Japan's networks with information streams that temporarily crippled their internet infrastructure. Countless Japanese websites were now displaying the Chinese national flag alongside the taunt East Asian dwarfs. This struck a nerve with the Japanese, who are generally shorter and stockier compared to the tall, lanky physiques common abroad. They had long self-hypnotized themselves into ignoring this reality. Now, having it bluntly stated like this felt like someone had stepped on their cat's tail.
Got it.
I'll head over immediately. Li Yi had barely slept for 2 or 3 hours when he received a call from Song Badong. Knowing the urgency, he didn't ask questions. He quickly got dressed, said goodbye to his aunt, and headed straight for the rooftop. Brother E, I got the call. We're leaving now. On the rooftop helipad, Wang Chang started the engine. Once Li Yi was seated, he piloted the helicopter skyward at breakneck speed. Chapter 117, Sea Monster Sinks Warship, Situation Escalates. Within the Temple of Reverence, the divine messengers were similarly summoned back to duty with urgent notices, rushing to resume their posts. Call after call rang out from the Divine Veneration Academy, deploying emergency forces along the border regions to prevent a sudden outbreak of war. Director Son, we've deployed personnel to secure the borders. Regarding the waters between Neon nations, we've requested Clan Chifu to dispatch a large fleet for defense. Hua Linyuan from the Energy Coordination Department hurried in to report to Song Badong. Has the ship we dispatched to retrieve the Chinese nationals reached Neon Nation? Song Badong asked urgently. It will take a little more time. I just received word from the embassy that it has come under attack. Fortunately, the Neon Nation has dispatched a large contingent to protect our embassy, so there is no immediate danger. Hua Linyuan replied. Song Badong took a deep breath and said solemnly, it seems they aren't ready to open fire yet. Regardless, we cannot allow any harm to come to our Chinese citizens. You go. Dean, look at this. Japan has actually exposed its own intentions. Professor Sun hurried in, tablet in hand, placing it before Song Badong. This article seems to have enraged the Japanese to the extreme. This shows Japan isn't entirely united internally. After reviewing the news on the tablet, Song Badong linked it to Fujiwara Koji and Watanabe's trip to India, rapidly formulating countermeasures in his mind. Old Hua, keep a close watch on developments in India. We absolutely cannot allow a crisis to emerge on the home front, lest we face attacks from both sides. Understood. Hua Linyuan acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Director, we have an emergency. The Polaris from our 6th Fleet in the East China Sea has sent an urgent distress signal. They've encountered a sea monster, likely an attack from Japan, and request that we dispatch divine envoys to assist. Before he could finish his task, another divine messenger rushed in through the door, reporting urgently. What sea monster? Could it be the sea priestess? All heads turned toward the messenger. The sea demon incident still sent shivers down everyone's spine. According to the Polaris's transmission, they haven't been able to capture any images of the sea monster yet. It's said to possess terrifying power, capable of controlling massive waves. The divine messenger shook his head as he replied. Silence fell over the office. While minor skirmishes were usually harmless, once military forces were involved, the nature of the situation changed completely. If handled improperly, it could mean war between the two nations. Professor Sun, Zhang Qianyan, and the others haven't returned yet. You must go immediately. Remember, prioritize your own safety above all else. Song Badong made his decision immediately. I hereby grant you authority to deploy nearby naval forces. This threat must be eliminated at our nation's doorstep. It must not be allowed to approach our territorial waters by even a single step. I'll accompany him. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from the doorway. Even without seeing, they knew instantly who it was. Their faces lit up with surprise and delight. When they turned to look, they were startled by the overwhelming presence emanating from the figure before them, as if standing before a boundless ocean. It had been some time since they last saw him. How had Li Yi's aura grown so profound? And the figure standing at the door was none other than Li Yi. Song Badong rose to his feet and stepped forward to greet him, laughing heartily. If you hadn't come, we old codgers would have had to take up arms ourselves. Then we might not even have gotten to see you one last time. Ha, excellent. With Li Yi by my side, even the greatest dangers this time will be easily overcome. Professor Sun instantly brimmed with confidence, bursting into laughter. China couldn't do without the likes of you all. Otherwise, everything would fall apart. I still have so much to learn from you all. Li Yi could only respond with a wry smile. These words brought immense comfort to the hearts of the three elders Song Badong, Professor Sun, and Hua Linyuan, who stood at the door preparing to leave. Regardless of whether one possesses the capability to accomplish the task, possessing such emotional intelligence alone already surpasses many people. Li Yi, the matter of awakening the deity will have to be postponed, Song Badong sighed helplessly. Professor Sun, is there something fishy about this? On the helicopter bound for the southern seas, Li Yi finally grasped the full context of the situation after hearing Professor Sun's detailed explanation. He deliberately pulled out his phone to check the online situation, only to find the internet completely flooded with the verbal warfare between Neon Nation and Huaxia. The despicable actions of the Chinese must be severely punished. Their intentions are blatantly obvious. They seek to eradicate our nation's deities, turning us into an atheist state like Silla. War must be waged. We must teach those Eastern cowards a harsh lesson. A nation incapable of recognizing its place deserves to vanish into the annals of history. Long live the land of the rising sun. It seems someone was deliberately orchestrating this online.
Neon Nation netizens unanimously demanded war, their rhetoric fierce and emotions running high. You're right. Things are moving far too fast, so fast we're struggling to keep up. Professor Sun glanced at the turbulent sea below, his expression grave as he said. Domestic riots and online squabbles alone would never justify war. But once Neon Nation actively deployed sea monsters to attack our naval forces, that amounted to a declaration of war. What's the reasoning behind that? Li Yi was confused and asked. For a nation, dignity is more precious than anything else.
If China fails to respond, it would inevitably tarnish the prestige of a great power. Professor Sun explained, in the past, China might have chosen to endure silently. But since the destruction of numerous deities in Neon Nation and your successful awakening of several more, China's standing has changed dramatically.
We are no longer a soft target to be pushed around. To uphold national dignity, we must deliver a decisive lesson to the other side. In the waters where the Sixth Fleet was stationed, a shrill alarm suddenly pierced the air, shattering the sea's tranquility. Sea monsters had attacked the Polaris.
The communication channel of the Dawn in the rear suddenly crackled with static, causing hearts to tighten.
Upon receiving the message, Captain He Liangwu's expression instantly darkened.
He rushed to the command center, grabbed the communicator, and bellowed.
North Star.
This is Dawn calling.
Respond if you hear me. Respond if you hear me. We've detected abnormal energy fluctuations. Repeat, abnormal energy fluctuations. Report your current status. It's sea monsters, sea monsters.
This is the North Star.
We're under attack by sea monsters. We're under attack by sea monsters.
The communicator crackled with the crew's terrified, intermittent shouts.
Quickly, it's a giant wave. Quick, portside. Bad news. Everyone prepare for collision impact immediately. Find safe positions to take cover. Boom.
Several urgent voices crackled over the communication system, followed by a deafening explosion that cut off the transmission. In the command center of the Dawn, disbelief spread across every face. Both the Polaris and Dawn were cruiser-class vessels, each over 200 meters long with crews exceeding 300 personnel.
What kind of colossal wave could so easily shatter them?
Initiate Level 1 combat readiness immediately.
Notify carrier-based aircraft to stand by. Proceed to the rescue without delay. He Liangwu snapped into action, issuing orders decisively.
Yet, unwilling to give up, he shouted into the communicator, Polaris, this is Dawn.
Do you read? Do you read?
Suddenly, the communication device crackled with the sound of terrified sobbing.
Then came a roar. We're under attack by a sea monster. We need help. Our location is at latitude. The creature is. Ah.
Before the voice could finish, the transmission cut out completely, leaving only an eerie, bone-chilling silence.
Full speed ahead. Arm all weapons. He Liangwu gritted his teeth and issued the order once more, his eyes flashing with resolve. Master, something's happened, something terrible. At Akatsushima, the Fujiwara clan was in a state of utter chaos. Reports poured in one after another, trouble erupting in the east, deaths occurring in the west.
Fujiwara Koji felt on the verge of collapse. He took a deep breath, forcing down his rising anger.
Where is it this time?
In our home waters and the Huaxia Sea, a clan member hurriedly reported. Our warship witnessed it firsthand. A Huaxia warship was sunk by a sea monster.
Our nation and the Huaxia Seas?
Fujiwara Koji felt the world spin once more. He could swear to heaven he had never issued such an order. It could not possibly be his doing.
Quickly, take me to see Mr. Watanabe.
By the time you see me, all our efforts will likely be in vain.
Watanabe entered from outside, his brow furrowed. He gave a heavy snort, his forehead brimming with fury. Mr. Watanabe, what on earth is going on?
Fujiwara Koji asked urgently. Shinatsu and the others have been arrested.
What? Fujiwara Koji staggered, nearly losing his balance, and demanded urgently, how could they be captured? Chapter 118, The Uncontrollable Battlefield Erupts. We overlooked one unshakable flaw in the Chinese, their tendency to turn on each other. With a 5 billion investment, we bypassed the higher-ups, only to be betrayed by those below. In the end, the Divine Temple found out. Watanabe sighed heavily, his face etched with frustration. Thanks to you, Mr. Watanabe, for retrieving the blueprints. The ancient altar is our last hope. Fujiwara Koji quickly regained his composure and hurriedly added, Mr. Watanabe, please believe me, the sinking of the warship by the sea monster had nothing to do with me. Of course I believe you. In my view, if it wasn't the Matsumoto family's doing, then it was most likely the work of the Indians.
The elderly Watanabe narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, then said coldly,
Why the Indians? Hearing this, Fujiwara Koji looked utterly bewildered and pressed on with a puzzled expression. The matter of the war god Hanuman Li dealt a heavy blow to the Indian deities. They forced us to sign the Eastern Lands Purge Plan, and their purpose is crystal clear, it's aimed at striking against China. The elderly Watanabe gritted his teeth.
I thought they'd provoke China first, then force our nation to send troops under the treaty.
But I underestimated them.
Those bastards. They want to have their cake and eat it too, shifting the blame and the conflict onto our nation while positioning themselves as the honorable gentlemen upholding the agreement.
Bastards! After hearing this explanation, Fujiwara Tsuyoshi snapped to understanding.
Furious, he slammed his fist hard onto the table.
Now we can only hope China will bide its time. Otherwise, once they launch the divine war with Li Yi's demonic power, our nation will be doomed. There is no retreat now.
We must fight with our backs to the river.
The elderly Watanabe took a deep breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes.
Give me 3 days. I will restore the ancient altar and complete the dragon vein absorption platform.
Agreed. 3 days. No matter the cost, I will hold out for those 3 days. Fujiwara Tsuyoshi nodded firmly, then turned to begin arranging the necessary preparations. Professor Sun, I'm going to rescue them first. Dawn broke. A shimmering light glinted on the sea surface.
Li Yi's gaze locked onto a specific stretch of water. The moment his words left his mouth, he leapt without hesitation from the helicopter, landing steadily on the surface. His feet rapidly tapped the water's surface several times. In an instant, he vanished into the distant horizon where sea met sky.
Li Yi?
Professor Sun hurriedly grabbed the helicopter's handrail with both hands, leaning forward to scan the water's surface. Yet after searching for a long while, there was no trace of Li Yi left on the water. He urgently shouted to the pilot,
Quickly follow him. We absolutely cannot let him venture into danger alone. Since surviving his tribulation, Li Yi's strength had surged dramatically.
His speed was beyond anyone's imagination. Even the helicopter before him seemed like a sluggish turtle in comparison.
Somewhere on the ocean surface, a man and a woman stood side by side.
The woman, in her early 30s, wore a traditional kimono from the land of the rising sun. A large, intricately tied furoshiki adorned her back, and her every movement exuded grace and refinement. The man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in samurai attire, with a playful bun atop his head.
His name was Matsumoto Kenta.
Miss Koto, I never imagined this artifact could unleash such terrifying divine power. A single strike was enough to shatter that warship beyond repair.
Kenji Matsumoto exclaimed in astonishment. Not far from them, a colossal turtle with 3 thick tails roared furiously at a warship ahead. Each deafening roar sent a towering wave crashing over the sea, obscuring the sky and drowning out the sun. These waves piled upon each other, converging into a terrifying, spine-chilling wall of water. My task is complete. I trust the Matsumoto family will honor their promise. The woman from the Neon Nation, known as Miss Koto, slowly drew forth a bead that emitted a mysterious glow.
Closing her eyes slightly, she channeled her power into it steadily. Instantly, the bead began spinning rapidly.
Strange and peculiar ripples radiated outward from the orb's center.
Accompanied by these peculiar fluctuations, the 3-tailed turtle slowly began to float upward, its form visibly shrinking.
So it was Iso Haina. At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly echoed from the distant sea.
The voice caused Miss Koto's expression to shift to one of astonishment. It wasn't that the voice itself held any magical power, but rather the fact that someone could actually call out the sea monster's name stirred a strong sense of unease within her. Koto hailed from the Yamada clan, a family of ancient martial artists in the land of the rising sun, tracing their lineage back to the Edo period 3 centuries prior. Legend held that their ancestors had stumbled upon a mysterious pearl on a secluded island.
Through generations of relentless effort and research, they finally succeeded in awakening the clan's guardian spirit Isanami.
To harness Iso Nuki's greater power, the family devoted generations to recreating this magical bead. By infusing it with power, one could activate portions of Isoheim's divine might. It was precisely through this sacred Isanami artifact that the Yamada clan gradually grew in power and influence, passing down its legacy to the present day. Beyond a handful of crucial family members, no one else could possibly know of this bead's existence or its secrets.
Who are you?
Shinin abruptly halted her power infusion, swiftly summoning her mental energy to seize firm control over Isohisa.
Roar!
As if sensing its master's command, Isa Fury roared furiously toward the source of the voice. A terrifying wave, dozens of meters high, crashed violently toward its target.
Pity!
Compared to the Sea Lord, its power is far too weak, barely reaching the 5th rank of mortal spirits at best. The one who arrived was none other than Li Yi, who had been racing here at lightning speed. He glanced at the warship in the distance, now shattered into 2 pieces by the colossal wave, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. With a light flick of his finger, the sword intent of the heavenly cluster cloud flashed. Instantly, the terrifying sea beast that had destroyed the warship was neatly cleaved in 2.
Its colossal form dissolved into a cloud of black mist.
The Isa Fury, also known as the Iso Dragon Whirlwind, was a terrifying legendary fish said to dwell in the coastal waters of the Rainbow Kingdom.
Whenever fierce north winds swept across the sea, it would rampage in coastal waters, viciously attacking passing fishing boats.
It would surge out of the water like a tornado, using the sharp, slender hooks on its tail to mercilessly drag people into the sea and devour them. Legend claims it possesses terrifying abilities to manipulate tsunamis, capable of unleashing catastrophic disasters.
Snap! Just as Li slew Isohisa, the beads in Miss Qin Yin's hand suddenly cracked with fine, intricate fissures. She instinctively looked down, her expression instantly turning grim. This bead was a sacred artifact, painstakingly recreated by generations of her family. To have it destroyed by a single strike from her opponent left her heartbroken. You're asking for death. Matsumoto Kenta's eyes widened with fury. He growled lowly, swiftly drawing the gleaming curved blade at his waist. On the sea surface, his feet darted like a sudden storm, rapidly tapping the water multiple times as his form shifted swiftly. Reaching a certain position, he spun violently on the spot, gathering momentum before unleashing a powerful slash with all his might. A fierce blade aura erupted, hurtling toward Li Yi with devastating speed. 3 divine seals? What a pity. Li Yi kept his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. His fingers traced a gentle arc forward once more, unleashing an even more powerful sword intent. Before Matsumoto Kenta could react, he was cleaved in two by this overwhelming sword intent. In the instant his body split apart, Matsumoto Kenta finally grasped the staggering gulf in power between them. They were worlds apart. His eyes widened in horror, refusing to close in death. Filled with bitter resentment, his body slowly sank into the abyssal depths of the ocean. What the hell is this? Shinin froze in shock, then snapped out of it with a silent curse before turning and sprinting across the sea. You think you can escape? Li Yi moved like lightning, appearing before Shinin in an instant. He extended a finger and tapped forward lightly, the tip suddenly a terrifying divine power that sent shivers down the spine. Turtle shell technique. Caught off guard, Shinin scrambled frantically. Fortunately, she had forged a bond with the power of the reef. With a roar from her heart, her skin began to rapidly harden. In the blink of an eye, her entire body was encased in an impenetrable layer of tortoise shell. Then, Shinin collided with the terrifying divine power at the tip of Li Yi's finger. Boom! Shinin was violently hurled backward, crashing straight into the sea over 20 meters behind her. The impact nearly shattered every bone in her body, each inch of her skin throbbing with excruciating pain. Struggling painfully to her feet from the water, she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Who exactly are you? I bear you no grudge from the past, nor have we any recent enmity. Why strike me so viciously? The defensive power of the Iso Fuku is indeed legendary. To think it could withstand even a fraction of my strength." Li Yi looked up at the woman, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had used only a fraction of his power, yet even that was more than this woman with the 3 divine seals could withstand. Still, this worked out well. He could now ask her who was behind this. It's Li Yi. Li Yi, save Captain Zhang. At that moment, several figures raced across the sea toward them, their urgent shouts echoing through the air. Chapter 119, National Turmoil, Citizens Demand War. Upon recognizing the arrivals, Li Yi paused in surprise. It was Feng Jigang and his team, the very group sent to Floating Tide Island on a mission. After Feng Jigang destroyed the ancient altar, he had frantically fled with the gravely wounded Zhang Qinyan on his back. But the pursuers clung to him like maggots on a bone, relentlessly closing in. He could only run headlong, heedless of everything else, utterly unaware of where he was headed. After finally shaking off his pursuers, he discovered his power had been drained to the point of exhaustion, leaving him unable to walk on water any longer. Fortunately, he encountered Tang Duer and Zhou Qian. The three took turns carrying Zhang Qinyan, hoping to find a small island where he could rest and recover. Yet fate had a cruel sense of humor. They were suddenly struck by a massive wave, mercilessly swept into this stretch of sea. When they witnessed the warship's destruction, their eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Yet they knew clearly that with their limited strength, charging forward would only be a futile sacrifice. They were no match for this sea monster. Just as despair gripped them, Li Yi appeared. With a flick of his wrist, Li Yi sent a ball of eerie, ghostly light, the 9 netherworld flames shooting fiercely toward the distant sea surface. Boom! The nether fire exploded. In mere moments, 100-meter-long layer of ice, terrifyingly thick at 30 centimeters, miraculously materialized before their eyes. Hiss! Feng Jigang, Tang Duer, Zhou Qian, and even Qinin, who stood frozen in place at a distance, all sucked in their breath at the sight. This power was beyond imagination. Not only had he destroyed the sea monster with a single move, but he could also create such a massive and thick layer of ice. Even if a true god descended, it would likely be no more impressive than this. I advise you not to make any rash moves. Answer my questions honestly, and perhaps I might spare your life. Li Yi turned to Qinin, his tone commanding and unquestionable. He then shouted to Feng Jigang and the others, "Quickly, place Uncle Zhang on the ice." Feng Jigang and the others dared not delay. Together with Tang Duer and Zhou Qian, they carefully laid Zhang Qinyan onto the ice. Even though the power of the 9 netherworld flames was gradually dissipating, the bone-chilling cold emanating from the ice still sent shivers down everyone's spines. Li Yi dared not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly channeled his energy into Zhang Qinyan's injured areas, carefully repairing the damage. After about an hour, Li Yi finally withdrew his energy. Zhang Qinyan, who had been barely clinging to life with a faint pulse, now breathed steadily. A faint flush of color slowly returned to his face. Beep beep beep. By now, daylight had fully broken. 6 helicopters from the Temple of Reverence had arrived at the scene. Professor Sun and the others looked down from the helicopters.
They saw vast debris from the fleet scattered across the ocean, alongside a warship frantically conducting rescue operations.
The sight made everyone gasp in shock. Professor Sun, is that Li Yi?
The pilot suddenly pointed toward a massive ice floe in the distance and exclaimed in astonishment.
Head that way. Professor Sun nodded solemnly and gave the order immediately.
The destruction of a large warship was no trivial matter. No nation could easily let it go.
The dignity of China must not be violated.
The helicopter landed slowly on the ice shelf.
Professor Sun hurriedly disembarked and joined Li Yi and the others.
Learning that the sea monster had been destroyed, the tension on his face finally eased slightly. Upon hearing that Zhang Qianyan was seriously injured, he immediately ordered that Zhang be transported to the warship for treatment.
Li Yi, Professor Sun, this Yamato woman named Koton has confessed.
She was assigned by the Matsumoto family but claims no knowledge of other matters. The Matsumoto family promised to protect her family for 100 years.
Feng Jigang hurried over to report to the two.
In my view, this clearly indicates a serious internal problem within Neon Country.
Someone is deliberately trying to provoke a war. Li Yi pondered for a moment, easily spotting the inconsistencies. The Fujiwara family was Japan's foremost clan, holding the authority to exercise state power. The Matsumoto family's actions were clearly an overreach. I must report this immediately. Given the current situation, events have already reached an irreversibly critical stage. Professor Sun's expression turned grave. Regardless of whether this stems from their internal conflicts, China must defend its dignity. We absolutely cannot stand idly by simply because of their internal strife.
Quite right. The others nodded in agreement. Immediately afterward, they boarded the helicopter and flew toward the rescue vessel, the Dawn. Upon reaching the ship, Li and Professor Sun leaped down, landing steadily on the deck. Captain He Liangwu spotted the Divine Academy personnel approaching from afar and hurried forward to greet them, detailing the situation at the scene. He concluded, when we arrived at the scene, this was the tragic state we found.
The fleet originally had 320 personnel.
Now, half have tragically perished, while the rest were rescued by us in time. According to the survivors, the warship was struck by a massive wave.
Some also claim to have seen a sea monster, though its exact appearance remains unknown at this time. The sea monster has been eliminated. Li Yi spoke calmly. What? The sea monster was eliminated? He Liangwu froze in shock. How could a sea monster capable of reducing an entire warship to scrap metal be so easily eliminated?
Regaining his composure, he felt a sense of familiarity toward the man before him.
Professor Sun, who might this gentleman be? Captain He, allow me to introduce you. This is Li Yi. So you're Li Yi? I thought you looked familiar.
You appear even more promising and accomplished in person than in the videos.
In an instant, He Liangwu's emotions surged. No wonder he felt that familiarity, no wonder he could eliminate the sea monster. He was the divine son of China.
If only the situation weren't so urgent, he'd have loved to find a place to sit down and have a proper conversation with Li Yi, to truly get to know this legendary figure. Soon after, guided by a staff member, Li Yi and his companions arrived at the fleet's rest area. Professor Sun knew this matter could not wait a moment longer. Without delay, he swiftly reported the news to his superiors.
Hold your positions for now.
Plan Chief Fu has already been tipped off.
Major operations are imminent.
Stay put in the East Sea and await further orders. On the other end of the line, Song Badong hurriedly gave these instructions before abruptly hanging up.
Despite China and Japan's strenuous efforts to contain the news, the truth could not be concealed forever. Some individuals inevitably leaked the incident online.
The news swiftly reached China, sparking an uproar. Initially, only the Japanese populace clamored for war.
But as news of the Chinese warship's sinking spread, the Chinese people were utterly enraged, their voices rising in unison demanding battle. This. Every man standing, get your asses to the border. Any coward who backs down is a mother ing bastard. If I don't chop those Japanese bastards into pieces, I'll never be human again. Count me in.
They've pushed us too far, attacking our very doorstep.
Are we Chinese supposed to keep playing the fool? I've endured 30 years of humiliation. I refuse to live like this any longer. War. We must wage war. How dare a fallen nation of gods act so arrogantly? Across the internet, Chinese netizens seethed with righteous indignation, venting their fury and discontent in furious outbursts.
Meanwhile, the paid online trolls from the land of the rising sun, funded by Indian money, brazenly taunted, "Come on, come on.
Whoever backs down is a coward."
Once ignited, the nation's fury proved impossible to quell in the short term. Hordes of psychics summoned one another, flooding to the docks to charter vessels. A mighty flotilla set sail toward the waters of the Neon Nation. Amidst this tense standoff, both China and the land of Neon immediately accelerated their military deployments.
A major conflict seemed poised to erupt at any moment. The situation on the Huaxia side was even more dire. They had to remain vigilant against neighboring nations, especially Tianzhu, whose wolfish ambitions were blatantly obvious.
If mishandled, this could very well lead to a drastic reduction in the number of domestic psychics, plunging us into an even more disadvantageous position. Gentlemen, the gravity of our situation requires no further elaboration. The Neon Nation has invoked divine power to summon sea monsters and openly destroyed our warships. Whether we fight or seek peace, I wish to hear your counsel. Imperial capital, the seat of power. In the vast conference hall, a group of elders gathered. They held 99% of the power in China, and every decision they made determined the nation's survival. Chapter 120, War or Peace? War. The atmosphere in the conference room was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Voices were hushed as whispers circulated, faces grave as they exchanged perspectives. Some argued that China's awakening of divine beings was still in its infancy. Both in numbers and strength, China's super-spiritualists were at a clear disadvantage compared to the land of the rising sun. Moreover, Japan concealed numerous powerful forces, ready to deploy at any moment. Therefore, this faction of the stability-preserving camp believed that the current priority should be to bide their time, conserve their strength, and wait for a more opportune moment. Launching a war rashly at this juncture was far from wise. However, another faction vehemently advocates for war. They passionately argued that the destruction of the Huaxia worship by divine power represented the first devastating blow in nearly 3 decades. Failing to provide the nation's people with a satisfactory explanation would inevitably deal a severe blow to the Chinese people's faith, causing the populace to question the power of their own deities. As the two factions clashed fiercely, voices in the conference room grew louder and louder. Eventually, some became so emotionally charged that they began arguing directly. A cacophony of opinions and arguments filled the air. Seated at the head of the table, Clan Chi Fu felt his head buzzing. He understood clearly that the power of the divine transcended imagination, far surpassing anything technology could achieve. A single mighty deity could obliterate most defenses built by technological forces in an instant. The current consideration should be that divine power outweighs technological might. Amidst the chaos, he turned his gaze towards Song Badong and declared loudly, "Everyone, why not hear what old Song has to say? Let's see what insights he brings. Since you've asked, I'll give you a detailed account of the current state of the deities in our Huaxia." Song Badong rose slowly, his steady gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. Once hostilities commence, the core contest will inevitably be the clash between super-spiritualists and divine beings. Historically, our nation's divine power was too feeble to rival that of the Rainbow Nation. However, since Li Yi successfully awakened 3 divine beings, our nation now possesses the fundamental conditions to engage in battle. Ladies and gentlemen, the Temple of Reverence has not been idle these past years. Amidst vast volumes of ancient texts, we have discovered the ritual to summon a deity's descent. Should war erupt, the temple possesses the capability to perform this ritual, summoning a deity into this world to bolster our nation with formidable aid. The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly. 2 elders rose to their feet, overcome with emotion, shouting, "Is this true? If we can truly summon a deity into this world, we have at least an 80% chance of victory in this battle." It is indeed true. However, we require time. This war came suddenly, and the Temple of Divine Worship is unprepared. We must delay the progress of the Rainbow Nation. Song Badong answered with certainty. The power of summoned deities had long been proven in battles between the gods of various nations. This was beyond doubt. It was merely that, for many years, China had failed to unravel the mysteries of this summoning technique. If the Temple of Divine Worship can truly summon deities to descend upon the mortal realm, I support going to war. I support going to war too. I too support. Soon, at least half of the elders who had initially opposed the idea changed their minds, shifting their stance to support going to war. While we now possess the means to wage war, consider this: might neighboring nations exploit our vulnerability to stab us in the back? Someone voiced their deep-seated concern with visible anxiety. Given our current number of super-spiritualists, it would be difficult to handle multiple neighboring countries simultaneously. I have a countermeasure for this. We can leverage the overspirit's swift mobility to skillfully create illusions, deceiving neighboring nations into believing we possess vast numbers of overspirits. This achieves a blend of reality and deception. Song Badong explained calmly. However, among these nations, the only one requiring focused vigilance is India. As for the others, they are merely indecisive, insignificant players incapable of making a significant impact. Subsequently, several elders voiced their concerns one after another. Song Badong addressed each query with composure, patiently dispelling their reservations. Ultimately, save for a few stubborn opponents still clinging to peace, the majority reached consensus in favor of war. Seeing this, Clan Chi Fu acted decisively, announcing at the meeting the establishment of the Huaxia War Command headquarters. He personally assumed the role of commander-in-chief for this campaign, with Song Badong serving as deputy commander. He then swiftly deployed various tasks. Intelligence units were ordered to conduct round-the-clock surveillance on the movements of clergy from neighboring nations. Particular attention was to be paid to enemy super-spiritualists under close surveillance, with reports submitted hourly and comprehensive daily briefings. Any delays, omissions, or concealment of reports would be dealt with severely, with no leniency. Next, a series of military deployment orders were issued. Supernatural beings registered within Huaxia and divine messengers from the Temple of Reverence branches, upon receiving the news, swiftly assembled and were dispatched to border battlefields across various nations. China's large-scale military operations naturally triggered high alert across nations. Nara, Nanuet, Taigua, Myanmar, and other nations immediately dispatched superhumans and large troop contingents to their borders, guarding against the possibility of China seizing the opportunity to launch an invasion.
What is China up to? Could they truly be planning war against Japan? Even after losing many deities last time, Neon Nation remains profoundly powerful. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Their domestic supernatural being numbers far surpass China's. If war breaks out, China likely wouldn't last 3 days.
China's ambitions have finally been exposed.
They've barely awakened a few deities and already can't resist showing their true colors?
Upon learning this news, netizens across foreign platforms unanimously expressed pessimism toward China. A deluge of skeptical and bearish comments flooded the internet.
The Divine Alliance issued an immediate statement. The Divine Alliance has learned that Japan's ancient shrine has been suspected of being destroyed by Huaxia forces, while Huaxia warships are suspected of being sunk by Japan. Until the facts are fully investigated, we urge both sides to exercise restraint and engage in calm, rational negotiations. The Divine Alliance stands ready to mediate and help resolve this conflict.
Huaxia responded immediately. Huaxia has always cherished peace. Yet we have an ancient saying, if someone respects me by an inch, I will respect them by a foot.
If someone encroaches upon me by an inch, I will make the blood flow for 1,000 miles.
This response drew thunderous applause from China's billion-plus citizens, their cheers nearly shaking the heavens.
Neon Nation, unwilling to be outdone, promptly released a statement. Neon Nation is the sacred abode of the gods, inviolable. We urge certain nations to recognize their position and refrain from foolish actions that wound the enemy 800 while harming themselves 1,000-fold. Any discerning observer could see this was merely lip service from the land of the rising sun, an attempt to buy time. The Chinese populace was utterly inflamed, especially the students who had just gained divine powers. Each was boiling with fervor, clamoring to rush to the front lines to support the nation and contribute their strength. Meanwhile, the Japanese are brazenly ranting online, declaring that if the Chinese dare come, they will kill 1 for every 1 who comes, kill 2 for every 2 who come, and wipe out an entire nest for every 10 who come. Though lacking divine power and unable to fight directly, Chinese netizens sought ways to contribute. Thus, a dedicated channel was opened, allowing masses to flood into Japan's cyberspace and launch fierce counterattacks. Major media outlets and television stations sprang into action, hiring numerous experts and divine emissaries to conduct in-depth analyses of the potential trajectories of this conflict.
Li Yi's name frequently surfaced in the discussions of these experts and divine emissaries.
In no time, Li Yi was trending again, becoming the focal point of nationwide attention.
#shocking.
Tensions escalate between nations, experts debate battlefield, divine child Li Yi emerges as key to breaking the stalemate.
#hot debate.
Gotsi poses as Japanese citizen, Pansy imitates Li Yi to slam Japanese manga, earns 300,000 likes moral decay or humanities distortion. #.
Nationwide plea for Li Yi's return. Brothery, China needs you. We need you. The world needs you. Similar trending posts flooded the internet, elevating Li Yi to near deity status. Netizens' adoration for Li Yi bordered on blind devotion.
Any post or video mentioning him effortlessly surpassed 1 million likes, with reposts reaching a staggering 450,000.
Song Badong noticed the online frenzy too. He sighed inwardly. These experts were talking utter nonsense. One person's strength could hardly turn the tide of war.
Not to mention, if Li Yi failed to meet everyone's expectations and fell from grace, the crash would be devastating.
With this thought, Song Badong immediately called Li Yi.
His voice was earnest as he said, "Li Yi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Once the war begins, the situation will be complex and unpredictable. It's far beyond what any individual can control. Rest assured, Dean Song. I feel no pressure whatsoever.
Online rumors won't sway me." Li Yi understood exactly what Song Badong meant.
Li Yi, remember this, with your current strength, your role is to hold the rear. You needn't concern yourself with other matters.
War is fundamentally a game of strategy. There's no need to rush for victory or defeat. What matters is whether you can secure greater benefits for the nation.
Understood, Dean Song. But lately, I felt a sense of unease, as if something major is about to happen.
Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The conversation ended there.
Meanwhile, on Floating Tide Island, a large number of clergy were racing against time to repair the altar.
The elderly Watanabe constantly urged them on.
The ancient altar held the fate of the Neon Nation in its hands. Every minute and every second was critical.
There could be no delay whatsoever.
Just then, Takuya Nakajima hurried over, handing over a phone and respectfully announcing, "President, the Lord of Yama requests to speak with you."
Chapter 121, requesting India's intervention to hold back China. Lord Yama, the Chinese army is already at our gates. Have you completely forgotten the Eastern Land Purification Plan our two nations signed? Watanabe's tone was decidedly sharp.
With matters having reached this point, he saw no need to conceal his displeasure. After all, the Blood Demon Disc contract bound both nations. Tianzhu dared not refuse assistance. Chairman Watanabe, I've been waiting for your nation to initiate hostilities, yet you seem perpetually stalling.
Surely you don't expect my sect to lead the charge? Rest assured, the moment you commence hostilities, this sect will fulfill the Eastern Land's divine purification pact without delay.
On the other end of the line, the leader of the Yama cult offered a forced smile. The purpose of this call is for our cult to understand what mature strategic plans your nation has formulated against China.
This will allow me to make timely deployments and offer assistance. I'm not well versed in warfare, only familiar with matters of the divine.
If your Tianzhu can delay Huaxia for 3 days, I shall deliver a fatal blow.
Watanabe sneered inwardly. If they truly intended to help, why wait until the war had already begun to ask?
However, I cannot disclose too many details of the specific plan to your divine sect at this time.
I can assure you, this plan will bring you nothing but benefits. 3 days? Very well. By any means necessary, I shall tie down Huaxia's forces.
I hope you do not disappoint this divine sect.
The call ended there.
Watanabe immediately turned to Nakajima Takuya and ordered sternly, for the next 3 days, no one is to approach the island. If any suspicious individuals are spotted, report to me immediately and eliminate them on the spot.
Under no circumstances must the Chinese learn of any activity here.
Yes, sir.
Nakajima Takuya's expression grew grave.
After a deep breath, he turned and hurried off to relay the orders. India, Palace of the Winds. The leader of the Yama sect hung up the phone, snorted heavily, and sneered, that old fox. I'll see what tricks he's got up his sleeve.
What did that old devil Watanabe say? Elder Modi inquired curiously. Lord Yama promptly recounted the entire conversation in detail.
We can buy them time, but only if they actually engage in combat. Otherwise, it's our nation that suffers the loss. Elder Modi had been closely monitoring the situation between China and Japan, keeping everything under his watchful eye. Now, a faint, smug smile touched the corners of his mouth.
Making them fight isn't difficult.
All we need is one final spark.
In my opinion, that spark should be ignited at the Tokyo Shamanic Society. Tokyo's Soul Summoning Society is Japan's most sacred site.
Any attack or destruction there would inevitably drive the Japanese populace completely mad, plunging them into utter chaos.
The Lord of Yama nodded slightly, accepting the proposal.
Then, with curiosity, he asked, Elder Modi, I must admit your cunning surpasses my expectations. But I'm curious, how exactly did you get the people of the Land of the Rising Sun to awaken the sea monster? All sacred artifacts of the Land of Neon are controlled by several major families.
I merely sought out the Matsumoto family and explained a principle to them.
Elder Modi explained methodically, once the Neon Nation and China go to war, regardless of the outcome, the Neon Nation will face catastrophe. The Fujiwara clan will inevitably bear responsibility for the resulting losses.
Brilliant! The Matsumoto clan is obsessed with eliminating the Fujiwara clan.
This way, they'll stop at nothing to provoke war between the two nations.
The Lord of Yama couldn't help but praise. 2 days later, in the dead of night,
Tokyo's Soul Summoning Society was suddenly and unexpectedly assaulted by a massive wave of unknown supernatural beings. Soon, the air above the Tokyo Shamanic Shrine echoed with a cacophony of battle cries and clashing weapons. Inside the shrine, numerous sacred statues were devastated in the sudden assault.
The once solemn and dignified shrine was now reduced to utter chaos.
Simultaneously, someone deliberately spread rumors online, claiming this was retaliation from China.
The news spread like a terrifying plague, rapidly infecting the entire Neon Nation.
The populace plunged into madness once more, utterly losing their reason as they rampaged through local Chinese shops and companies, looting and destroying everything in sight.
In an instant, Japan descended into utter chaos. On the high seas, large numbers of superhumans from both nations rapidly converged, launching fierce attacks and engaging in brutal combat. The back-and-forth fighting was exceptionally brutal.
Both China and Neon Nation had completely lost control of the situation. Casualties began to mount among official divine personnel as the conflict erupted fully, plunging the situation into utter chaos. Hold out for 3 days at any cost. If we can just survive these 3 days, our nation will be saved. Fujiwara Koji, no longer concerned with who was behind the sabotage, bellowed hoarsely at his subordinates. Upon receiving the order, the major clans of the Neon Nation immediately mobilized all their super spirits and military forces, rapidly assembling in international waters to prepare for a last stand. Soon after, the Indian forces launched their own offensive, deploying vast numbers of psychics who stormed into Chinese territory with overwhelming force, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Yama secretly contacted officials from Nanuet, Taigwa, and Myanmar, coercing and tempting them to choose immediately whether to join this so-called once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. In an instant, the skies darkened and storms gathered. China faced the greatest divine war in its history. The Huaxia side swiftly deployed its forces, urgently mobilizing divine envoys and super-spiritual beings from all regions to reinforce the border areas.
However, this left China's position on the Neon Nation front severely compromised.
Superhumans suffered continuous defeats, and the situation grew increasingly dire.
The people of Huaxia grew deeply anxious. Most fervently called for Li Yi to appear, hoping he could turn the tide. But there was no response. Netizens panicked, suspecting something had happened to Brother Yi and that the higher-ups were covering it up. They flooded Song Xian's livestream, demanding Li Yi appear and give everyone an explanation. At this critical juncture, Professor Sun and Zhang Qianyan, still recovering from injuries, were urgently deployed to the Tianzhu border. Li Yi and Lin Xian were ordered to hold the line in the East China Sea. Li Yi had originally planned to annihilate Japan's super-spiritualists in one decisive blow to resolve China's crisis. But Song Badong seemed to have anticipated his plans, calling him with a warning. In this war, whoever holds their trump card until the very end will be the victor. Truthfully, everyone knows the Neon Nation is deliberately prolonging the conflict. As for why we haven't reacted, it's because we're stalling too. I can't disclose the specific reasons yet, not because I don't trust you, but because everyone is bound by confidentiality agreements. All you need to do is buy us some time at the critical moment. With that, we hold the advantage in this war. What's with all this secrecy? Li Yi hung up the phone, his face filled with puzzlement. The next day, the setting sun's afterglow bathed the shimmering sea surface, draping the ocean in a golden veil. Li Yi stood silently on the water's edge, gazing into the distance with a solemn expression. For some reason, he sensed a faint, elusive force emanating from somewhere in the distance. Shen! Just then, the faint, slightly weak voice of Xiao Bai came from the stone statue in his pocket. Xiao Bai? Li Yi's heart leapt with joy. He hurriedly asked, Xiao Bai, how are you holding up? I'm fine for now, but my divine power is severely depleted, and my body has sustained some damage. It took me days to finally awaken from my slumber, yet I still feel utterly exhausted. Xiao Bai's faint voice drifted slowly. I sense you're facing danger, but I'm afraid I'm powerless to help you now. With my current strength, as long as no wisdom spirit level deities appear, I should be fine. After surviving the heavenly tribulation, Li Yi's power was no longer what it once was, sufficient to roam this world freely. Boom! Unexpectedly, a powerful divine energy fluctuation erupted suddenly ahead of Li Yi. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. Such immense divine power. Could it be a wisdom spirit level deity descending? Xian, I sense it too. If it truly is a wisdom spirit level deity, it would undoubtedly spell an unprecedented catastrophe for China. Xiao Bai's voice betrayed equal concern. Chapter 122, Floating Tide Island awakens the divine, Song Boiton's request. Everyone, look! There's movement! Fantastic! We're almost there. On Floating Tide Island, numerous divine messengers from the Dongjin Soul Summoning Shrine gathered around the ancient altar. Their eyes were fixed intently on the altar, filled with excitement. A shimmering glow danced upon the ancient altar. 8 divine messengers sat at the 8 cardinal points of the altar, each beneath a uniquely shaped, bizarre circular pattern. Threads of power slowly drew from their bodies, flowing along the patterns of the circles and gathering ceaselessly above the ancient altar. Boom! A colossal pillar of light erupted, shooting skyward with tremendous force. Instantly, the sea stretching for dozens of miles was affected by the pillar of light, causing towering waves to surge violently. Not far from this location, on a desolate little island, a simple altar stood quietly. This was the very spot where the ancient dragon vein of the Neon Nation lay. Nakajima Takuya led a group of tense divine messengers, all intently casting spells to activate their own altar. As if drawn by the power of the ancient altar, a beam of light shot skyward from this altar, mirroring the pillar of light over Floating Tide Island. Yet, after only a brief moment, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths beneath the barren island. I never imagined the earth vein mechanism technique could unleash such immense power. Everyone, hold on. The ancient dragon vein likely won't sustain this for long. We must endure at all costs until President Watanabe successfully awakens the deity. Nakajima Takuya felt the violent tremors beneath his feet, his face contorted with horror as he shouted at the top of his lungs. At the center of the ancient altar on Floating Tide Island stood a divine statue with bizarre features. The statue's face bore an uncanny resemblance to the elderly Watanabe. Its eerie appearance sent a chill down the spine of anyone who looked upon it, evoking a sense of dread. Now, drawn by the immense power of the Pillar of Light, the statue shimmered with radiant brilliance. Watanabe suppressed his surging excitement, knowing his path was correct. The modified Indian version of the summoning technique had indeed taken effect on this statue. But to successfully awaken the deities, he must recount their tale stories that resonate with them, even move them to tears. In the ancient era, when heaven and earth first opened and chaos began to separate, the gods stood together in the world. There was a supreme deity who returned from the realm of the underworld. His eyes, unfortunately, were defiled by his sister's power. To purify the defilement upon these eyes, standing atop the ancient altar, Watanabe raised his hands high, his gaze fixed and fervent upon the colossal pillar of light in the sky as he began his narration. The surrounding divine messengers instinctively focused their attention on him, holding their breath in awe, afraid to miss a single word. Indeed, Watanabe recounted the tale of Izanami and Izanagi. Unfortunately, the ancient texts Watanabe consulted contained numerous errors and omissions, leaving many crucial details missing.
He did not know the exact identities of these supreme deities, merely piecing together the tale from scattered fragments within the texts. While the narrative flowed reasonably well overall, numerous parts were blatant fabrications. It must be remembered that when Izanagi washed his left eye, the noble sun goddess Amaterasu was born. When he washed his right eye, the moon goddess Tsukuyami, as cool and serene as the moon, was born, and when he washed his nose, the unruly wind god Susanoo was born. At that moment, the divine statue placed at the center of the altar began to glow with an increasingly intense light, yet the deity remained far from fully awakened. Seeing this, those gathered around grew secretly anxious.
Just a little more, just that final bit. Watanabe's heart burned with anxiety.
He understood that his retelling of the story was half true and half false, which was why the deity couldn't be fully awakened. The son of the Chinese gods once harnessed the power of faith accumulated through the internet to increase the chances of awakening the deity. At that moment, an elder from the Spirit Summoning Society suddenly shouted aloud. The surrounding native divine messengers, upon hearing this, felt the method might be viable. If they were within the borders of the land of the rising sun, they wouldn't need to worry about the power of faith at all. In the past, whenever they awakened a deity, large crowds would gather spontaneously, generating an endless supply of faith energy. But now, Floating Tide Island was remote, making it difficult for personnel from the mainland to arrive quickly. Furthermore, everyone had been fully occupied with restoration efforts, leaving no sufficient manpower prepared for this crucial divine ritual.
Very well, let us give it a try. Watanabe took a deep breath, fully aware of the immense significance of this divine awakening.
Failure would bring unimaginable consequences, potentially plunging the entire nation of Neon into an abyss from which there might be no return. The divine messengers assigned to this task immediately understood and swiftly made preparations.
They deftly activated the network, steadying their phone cameras to focus squarely on the ancient altar.
A live broadcast determining the fate of the Neon Nation commenced.
Neon Nation's official personnel worked tirelessly, relaying the broadcast to major media platforms.
Images of the ancient altar appeared on massive billboards in city squares and at high-traffic locations like bus stations, train stations, and subway stops, spreading like a virus.
NHK, Japan's highly influential public broadcaster, consistently strives to provide comprehensive and diverse news, cultural, and educational programming.
While operating with some commercial objectives, it holds a pivotal position within Japan's media landscape. On ordinary days, many people in Neon Nation habitually tune into NHK during their commute, whether riding buses or subways, to catch important news updates. But today, as they logged into their accounts as usual, they stumbled upon a remarkable scene playing on the homepage screen.
Below it, bold text declared, "Divine Awakening underway. Japan's ultimate battle." Regardless of their usual patriotic leanings, this headline instantly ignited their curiosity, compelling them all to click into the live stream. Oh my god, our country is actually awakening deities? And isn't that President Watanabe standing on stage? Is this really live? I was just saying how nothing's happened since our nation's deities were destroyed.
I thought they'd run out of ideas and called them useless.
Turns out I judged them wrong.
I owe everyone an apology. I misjudged Watanabe and the team. They've been working tirelessly behind the scenes all along.
China must die. Our country is invincible. Chinese people, get the hell out of our territory. The public chat exploded instantly, the crowd's emotions ignited completely.
Far out at sea, Li felt his heart tighten upon sensing the overwhelming divine aura emanating from the direction of Floating Tide Island. He accelerated toward the target location. However, the distance was too great to cover in such a short time.
Li, open your phone now. Click the link I sent you. Access Japan's network. They're attempting to awaken a deity. Just then, Songboton's satellite phone rang.
The voice on the other end sounded slightly urgent.
I never imagined they'd move so swiftly. At this point, I see no need for further concealment.
Our Temple of Reverence possesses a method to summon deities, but the war erupted too abruptly. We were utterly unprepared.
We needed time, which is why we engaged in mutual delay tactics with Neon Nation. Now it seems we've clearly been outpaced. Director Son, which deity do you intend to awaken?
After hearing the plan over the phone, Li Yi's brows knitted together unconsciously. Had this been earlier, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to awaken Xiao Bai. With Little White's power, descending to the mortal realm with minimal constraints from the laws of heaven and earth would make his strength truly unimaginable. But Xiao Bai's body had been damaged in the Naraka hell. Even if he descended, he likely wouldn't be at full strength.
I wonder what your suggestions might be.
Regarding this matter, Song Badong had intended to discuss it in depth with Li Yi only once the formal summoning commenced. Xiaoqian of Jinshan Temple. After swiftly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Li Yi offered his answer. Xiaoqian and Xiaobai possessed comparable strength, both at the first stage of the Tribulation Realm. Their descent would undoubtedly provide significant aid to Huaxia. As for Nie Xiaoqian, her power was slightly weaker, and her potential assistance after descending would be limited. This was an unavoidable reality. As a ghost cultivator, Xiaoqian's innate power was indeed inferior to that of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, who had cultivated for 1,000 years. However, with the Naraka Hell as her cultivation ground, her future growth potential was boundless.
Very well, I understand. As an elder of China, I implore you, Li Yi, please buy us time. Song Boitong's tone carried a note of earnestness. Dean Song, national warfare is never the responsibility of a single individual. As a Chinese person, I bear responsibility and have no grounds to retreat. Rest assured, we cannot lose at the very least, the Japanese shall not prevail. If pushed to the limit, I'll go all out, screw the lives of ordinary citizens. I'll pull out the heavenly spear of rebellion and wipe you out first. Hanging up the phone, Li Yi surged forward, racing across the sea at breakneck speed toward the source of that divine aura.
Chapter 123, The Awakening of Amaterasu, Japan in Turmoil. As for your brother, his temperament is erratic and violent. He runs rampant across Takamagara, stirring up chaos and unrest throughout the entire realm. As his elder sister, you repeatedly tried to reason with him, yet your efforts proved fruitless. Filled with despair, you finally resolved to retreat, hiding within the rock cave of Ama no Awato and sealing its stone door shut. From that day onward, the world plunged into pitch-black darkness, and light vanished from the mortal realm. Thus, you came to be revered by all as Amaterasu. Watanabe knew this was his last chance. To accomplish this mission, which held the very survival of the land of the rising sun in the balance, he mobilized every resource of the soul summoning society. He even summoned the elderly, frail deities of his nation, those lying bedridden, to come forth and lend their aid. He could not betray the trust and sacrifices of others. This mission demanded success. Failure was not an option. Far out at sea, Li swiftly tapped a message on his phone, instantly redirecting to a webpage displaying NHK's live broadcast from the land of the rising sun. He caught the very moment Watanabe delivered his impassioned, eloquent speech. Li quickly recognized the central figure in the narrative as the sun goddess Amaterasu. He also noticed that Watanabe's historical understanding of this deity was shallow, relying heavily on conjecture. The story was riddled with flaws. But it must be said, Watanabe was correct in guessing that Amaterasu was indeed the third-generation heavenly deity who descended when Izanagi washed his left eye. Amaterasu's younger brother, Susanoo, had committed various misdeeds that drove Amaterasu into hiding within the heavenly rock cave, plunging the world into endless darkness. Li also knew that the gods had meticulously orchestrated a performance to bring light back to the world. Before the heavenly rock cave, they erected a solemn altar, offering fine wine and delicacies, and commanded the goddess Aim no Yuzum to perform a joyous and graceful dance. Her light and graceful movements drew laughter from the assembled gods. Hearing the extraordinary commotion outside the cave, Amaterasu grew curious. She quietly opened a small crack and whispered, "I have hidden myself here, and the world should be dark and desolate. Why then do you still rejoice so?" The gods cried in unison, "Because a deity even more exalted than you has descended upon this place." Hearing this, Amaterasu's curiosity intensified. She slowly pushed open the stone door and peered out to see what was happening. In that instant, the mighty god Amanoto Jikureo, who had been waiting nearby, swiftly seized the door and pulled it open, welcoming Amaterasu out. Thus, light once again illuminated the world. Of course, in a world so severely lacking in records, the land of the rising sun would indeed have to put in considerable effort to thoroughly research and understand these events. "Xian, I feel the divine presence has grown stronger this time." Xiaobai's slightly weak voice emanated from the stone statue in his pocket. As the third-generation pinnacle deity of the land of the rising sun, Amaterasu's power inevitably reaches the level of a divine spirit. Once descended upon the mortal realm, she cannot be compared to deities like the moon goddess, Hanuman, or the troll Bishagia. Her might is sufficient to sweep across the entire globe. We must devise a way to severely weaken her power after her descent. Li kept a close eye on the livestream on his phone while frantically channeling his divine power, rushing toward Floating Tide Island where the divine aura emanated. If he could destroy the altar at the critical moment, perhaps all this crisis would end right there. Sure enough, Watanabe had gambled correctly. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds gathered thickly over Floating Tide Island, layer upon layer, with lightning arcing within the storm. Strands of faith energy coalesced from every corner of the Neon Nation, surging toward Floating Tide Island. The stone statue, already emanating an eerie aura, absorbed vast amounts of the people's faith energy and released a blinding light so intense it was almost impossible to look at directly. A terrifying aura rippled outward from the altar, spreading across the land. Divine beings across nations within 10,000 miles distinctly sensed this overwhelmingly powerful, heart-stopping aura. At that moment, a dignified and beautiful goddess slowly rose above the ancient altar's divine statue. Crowned with a tall diadem and draped in a magnificent robe, she radiated dazzling light as she emerged from the statue. Through the combined power of the ancient altar and the modified descent technique, this mysterious goddess was now clearly visible to all. Oh my! It's a deity! I've actually seen a deity. It's our nation's deity. So her name is Amaterasu. Ha ha. The land of the rising sun will surely rise. Long live the land of the rising sun. Mom, guess what I saw? I actually saw a deity with my own eyes. Nothing can stop the land of the rising sun's progress now. China will perish. China will perish. The land of the rising sun shall rule all the gods of the world.
Across the Neon Nation, in city squares, buses, and subways, countless citizens, overcome with emotion, knelt spontaneously on the ground in devout worship. Ever since the last Tainted Eye incident, the people of the land of Neon had long lost faith in their own deities. They merely hoped the remaining divine relics could help future generations preserve the fading myths.
They never dared to dream that Neon Nation might rise again.
But now, a fiery flame of hope burned anew in their eyes.
Ah!
Suddenly, a piercing, heart-wrenching scream erupted from the altar. The sound blasted through the live stream, instantly freezing all viewers in panic and terror.
Within the broadcast, Watanabe's terrified shouts pierced the air. No! Those damned Indians!
The power of the sun goddess Amaterasu was being assaulted by some unknown force.
Ha!
Li, who was on his way, heard the commotion on his phone and frowned in surprise. He lifted his phone to look more closely and couldn't help but chuckle. He had naturally caught the phrase damned Indians, making it easy to deduce that this ancient altar or ritual method was most likely acquired from India. The Indians had always been known for their peculiar ways. After provoking a war with their neighbor Pakistan and swindling supplies from multiple nations, they'd abruptly opted to lie low and cease fighting, a bizarre maneuver that left the international community utterly dumbfounded. Moreover, rumors claimed they even dared to default on the final payment for an aircraft carrier they'd purchased. When it broke down, they shamelessly asked others to come repair it, only to be promptly blacklisted.
Everyone, hurry! Channel your power into the altar and exert full control over the ancient altar's energy. The divine power is rapidly fading.
If we don't act, we might face a situation like that of Hanuman in India.
Hurry! Everyone, give it everything you've got. Chaos erupted on the scene.
The divine messengers scrambled frantically, panic etched on their faces, yet each strained to salvage the situation. The modified descent technique provided by the Indian deity cult was originally designed to break Hanuman's seal, thus carrying a special power capable of breaching the sealing barrier. Any deity exposed to this force would be struck by its terrifying power. When the Lord of Yama sold this divine ritual, he naturally concealed this fatal flaw, instead exaggerating its benefits 1,000-fold.
Chaos now reigned on Floating Tide Island.
The divine messengers seated around the ancient altar turned deathly pale as they concentrated all their energy to control its power. Yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not diminish the altar's power. After all, the altar drew its power from the ancient dragon veins of the Neon Nation.
Severing that connection would mean all their efforts were for naught. President Watanabe, the urgent priority now is to hasten the descent of the deity.
Only then can we preserve the deity's fullest power.
Someone cried out urgently. Very well, everyone. Let us unite our efforts to complete the final rite and summon the great goddess Amaterasu with all our might.
Watanabe responded without hesitation, his voice carrying the resolve of someone who had burned his bridges.
Then another voice cried out, remember how those from India completed the final step by sacrificing Chinese people with blood?
If we want to succeed in one go, I believe we should also sacrifice Chinese people with blood.
Absolutely not. We're broadcasting live right now.
If our use of blood sacrifice is exposed, we'll be condemned by all and reviled by the masses. Many veteran divine messengers from the land of the rising sun immediately voiced their opposition. Having lived nearly their entire lives, they refused to bear such an infamy that would stink through the ages just before their deaths. Since a blood sacrifice is impossible, we can only resort to a ritual offering to increase the chances of a successful descent.
Watanabe bellowed at the crowd, is there anyone willing to volunteer as a sacrifice? Sacrifice?
The crowd gasped, eyes darting from one to another.
A deafening silence fell. A terrifying stillness hung in the air. Chapter 124, Fate Suppression, Tianju declares war. Is this how you treat the divine?
Elder Watanabe, seeing no one willing to step forward as a sacrifice, slowly scanned the crowd.
His gaze finally settled on the aged divine envoys.
Our nation stands at the brink of a desperate last stand. The armies of Huaxia are at our very doorstep. Even a single Huaxia divine child has thrown our land into utter turmoil. And all of this stems from our nation lacking sufficiently powerful deities to serve as our backing. Now all have witnessed it, Amaterasu Amakami is about to descend, yet a mysterious force is frantically draining her power. Should the deity fail to descend, should it suffer grave injury, the grand cause of our nation's gods will collapse like a towering edifice, utterly destroyed.
Think of your children, think of their future. Can you bear to let your descendants live in a land bereft of divine protection, a land stripped of hope? Watanabe roared out the final sentence with every ounce of strength he possessed.
It must be said, these words seemed imbued with magic. Combined with Watanabe deliberately channeling his inner power to amplify them, they instantly ignited the crowd's emotions.
A fervent atmosphere rapidly spread through the assembly. I am willing to sacrifice my life.
An elderly divine messenger, eyes blazing with fervor, stepped forward resolutely, for our descendants, for the survival and prosperity of the land of the rising sun, for the revival of our nation's deities I willingly sacrifice everything.
I too am willing to sacrifice my life. We too are willing. Several elderly divine messengers echoed the call.
With resolute steps, they slowly approached the altar, sat down calmly, and began performing the sacrificial rites. Their bodies swelled at an astonishing rate, as if an unstoppable force raged within them. In mere moments, accompanied by a series of muffled booms, their physical forms exploded, transforming into powerful streams of energy that converged above the altar. Ah! The once dignified goddess suddenly let out a piercing howl that echoed across the heavens and earth. Her mind, affected by the descent ritual, turned blood red, radiating a chilling aura. Watanabe and the divine envoys, seeing this, dared not delay for a moment. They rushed to complete the final rite with all their might. A dazzling pillar of light shot straight up from the ancient altar, piercing the distant sky. Within that beam, the image of Amaterasu above the statue vanished without a trace. This awe-inspiring spectacle was transmitted unfiltered through the lens to the entire world. Good heavens! The aura of this deity far surpasses any previously awakened in the land of the rising sun. It seems Japan is truly poised for a rise. The land of the rising sun possesses profound foundations, and Watanabe is indeed an exceptional divine envoy. This time, however, China may face a great calamity. I had high hopes for China, especially with the divine child in command. Japan would find it no easy task to gain an advantage over him. But now it seems that once the divine summoner manifests in this world, even the divine child might struggle to withstand such divine power. Across the internet, praise for the land of the rising sun flooded the pages. Strange. I have this peculiar, indescribable feeling that our nation's fortune is gradually waning. Li Yi turned his gaze toward China, his brow furrowed. He sensed faintly that China was being suppressed by that divine aura, its fortune slowly ebbing away. The solution was straightforward: destroy the enemy nation's fortune to weaken their divine power. It seemed the only option was to attempt to uproot the heavenly spear. I hate this feeling too, like an invisible mountain pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. We must eliminate this deity swiftly. Being constantly shrouded in this suppression is unbearable. A hint of unease tinged Xiaobai's voice. Xiaobai, can you accurately sense the fluctuations in this deity's power? Li Yi concentrated, attempting to grasp the aura of the great god Amaterasu. Yet the energy was chaotic and unpredictable, making it difficult to gauge. At his current cultivation level, he should possess keen sensitivity to power, yet Amaterasu's aura proved elusive. Clearly, this deity has been wounded by the power of the ancient altar. Its aura is extremely unstable, and its strength has diminished significantly. For now, it seems only slightly stronger than us, but pinpointing its exact cultivation level is impossible. Still, this might be for the best. Perhaps heaven protects Huaxia. If Xiaoqian can be summoned successfully, combined with you and me, we should be able to handle it. Xiaobai, already aware of Li Yi's plan to summon Xiaoqian, pondered the situation and felt slightly reassured. We must hurry there before its power fully recovers and strike it down decisively. Li Yi nodded in agreement, then surged forward with a sudden burst of speed, racing toward the direction of the divine being's descent. Influenced by the overwhelming aura of Amaterasu, the deity of the land of the rising sun, divine relics across several neighboring nations began exhibiting varying degrees of disturbance. In nearby Korea, where a minor deity had recently been awakened, preparations were underway to organize elementary and middle school students for a bonding ceremony. But at that very moment, the skies above the sacred site suddenly darkened. Howling winds whipped through the air, torrential rain poured down, and the ground began to violently tremble. This was unmistakably a sign of national decline. In the Wind Palace of India, a subordinate rushed in, his face pale with panic, reporting to Lord Yama, Lord. It's terrible. Abnormalities have appeared at multiple divine relic sites across the nation. Lord Yama, who had been intently watching the live broadcast from the land of Neon, could scarcely believe his ears upon hearing this news. Such occurrences only happened when a nation's deities grew powerful enough to trigger them. When Huaxia awakened the deities of Shihu Lake and Jinshan Temple, Tianzhu had experienced some disturbances, but nothing nearly as pronounced after all. The two nations were far apart. However, the distance between India and the land of the rising sun was far greater, and logically, such a strong reaction should not have occurred. Quickly! Go fetch the middle elder to devise a countermeasure. Lord Yama snapped back to his senses and ordered urgently. Not long after, the elders hurriedly gathered at the Wind Palace. Lord Yama hurriedly stated, you must all be aware of the unusual activity at our nation's sacred site. I simply cannot fathom how the land of Neon could awaken such a powerful deity. And despite the vast distance between our lands, we still feel its effects. What on earth is happening? Lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An enemy's enemy is a powerful ally. This could work to our advantage. Elder Modi immediately interjected, why not seize this chance to pincer China from both sides with the Neon Nation and deal them a crushing blow? The other elders echoed in unison, precisely. China has inflicted severe losses upon us. This time, we must make them pay in blood for their crimes. In that case, I hereby formally declare a full-scale attack on China. After deep contemplation, the Supreme Patriarch of the Yama sect decisively issued the command. Just then, a divine messenger rushed in, reporting excitedly, Master, telegrams have arrived from Nanhua, Taigua, and Myanmar, all seeking negotiations with our divine sect to sign the Eastern Lands Divine Purge Plan. Ha ha! Excellent, excellent. This comes at the perfect moment.
The Lord of Yama couldn't help but laugh aloud.
These nations are nothing but fence-sitters, shifting with the wind.
The moment they see signs of Huaxia's weakness, they'll undoubtedly throw their support behind us without hesitation.
Though such allies are contemptible, they are precisely what we urgently need at this moment.
Moments later, Tianzhu swiftly released a statement. According to our sect's latest investigation, the giant demon Pisacha does not belong to our nation. Certain individuals made inappropriate remarks under threat from China's Divine Worship Institute.
Our sect has severely reprimanded and disciplined the relevant personnel.
The announcement immediately sparked waves of laughter both domestically and internationally.
Everyone knew that Li Yi had previously used the pretext of awakening the ogre to pressure the Tianzhu cult into avoiding acknowledging the ogre's origins. At the time, many netizens joked that Tianzhu would inevitably change its stance again, denying any connection to the troll. Little did anyone expect that within mere days, this prediction would come true.
The Tianzhu sect's modus operandi truly leaves one speechless.
Shortly thereafter, the Tianzhu cult released a second statement. Due to repeated incursions by Huaxia into our national borders, resulting in heavy casualties among our nation's super spiritualists, our country can no longer tolerate this.
Now, this cult, representing Tianzhu, formally declares war on Huaxia.
The moment this announcement was made, it sent shockwaves across the entire world.
Chapter 125, Besieged on all sides, China in peril. Tianzhu has actually declared war on China? Have these Tri-Kingdom fools lost their minds?
They must be colluding with the land of the rising sun.
How else could they coordinate their attacks so seamlessly? China seems doomed this time.
Though the son of God, Li Yi, has gained fame and attention lately, one person alone is ultimately powerless to turn the tide.
Even the bravest warrior is just one man. How could he possibly sway the fate of an entire nation?
Once full-scale war erupts between the two nations, given the son of God's actions in India and the deep-seated hatred Japan harbors toward him, he may have no choice but to atone with his life to bring this conflict to an end.
News of India's declaration of war swiftly spread to every corner of the globe. Netizens worldwide suddenly transformed into self-proclaimed master strategists, pontificating online with profound insights. Many citizens were filled with confusion. How could a nation known for nothing but empty rhetoric suddenly possess the audacity to declare war openly?
Media outlets worldwide scrambled for ratings, launching in-depth analysis battles. They invited numerous war strategists to live broadcasts, dissecting the intricate reasons behind this move with the public.
Meanwhile, online sentiment overwhelmingly favored Japan, as the nation had already awakened a formidable deity. With India now declaring war, most believed China stood no chance of victory.
Within China, netizens felt an especially heavy and complex mix of emotions. At this critical juncture, they were forced to confront the nation's true military capabilities and question whether it could withstand a combined assault from two nations. They no longer pinned their hopes solely on Li Yi's appearance, for deep down, everyone understood that even if he did appear, the gravity of the situation would likely prove insurmountable.
In the Tibetan region, atop a towering mountain peak,
a vast, naturally formed plateau stood here, dominated by a mysterious altar rising proudly in its center. 100 priests were engrossed in the final engraving of divine runes, the atmosphere tense. Elder Hong, at the current pace, it will take another day to fully complete the divine inscriptions. But the war is dire. The Indian cult has declared war on us, and the Rainbow Nation has successfully awakened and summoned an immensely powerful deity. Near the altar, Song Badong, his face visibly aged over the past few days, respectfully pleaded with Elder Hong, "Elder Hong, we implore you to intervene promptly and resolve China's urgent crisis."
Very well. All alliances must be set aside now.
Should that deity from the land of Neon descend upon our homeland, it will inevitably cause immense casualties among the innocent. We can cast aside all treaty constraints and devote ourselves entirely to safeguarding China. Old Hong nodded slightly. Years ago, the nations had signed the Guardian Deity Pact. The agreement explicitly stipulated that intervention in another nation's affairs was prohibited except in critical circumstances. Under the pact, 3 scenarios permitted unrestricted intervention. First, when a grave threat posed to one's own citizens reached a catastrophic level, such as the destruction of an entire city. Second, during a war between nations, when the enemy employs summoning magic to bring forth a deity without adhering to the stipulated protocol of summoning it within the opposing nation's borders. This situation is deemed to pose imminent grave danger regardless of civilian casualties. Third, when the guardian deity itself faces imminent threat. In all 3 scenarios, the covenant need not be considered, and action may be taken freely. Our personnel are conducting close surveillance via satellite, but the deity has only just descended, so its precise location remains undetermined at this time. It turned out Song Badong had already dispatched capable personnel to investigate. Before long, a divine messenger arrived in a hurry, urgently reporting, "Director Song, we've just received urgent intelligence. Nanhua, Taigua, and Myanmar have massed large numbers of super spiritual beings and military forces along the border."
Damn it! What do they think they're doing? Hearing this, Song Badong could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes widening in fury. With Neon Nation and Tianzhu attacking from both sides, China already stood on the brink of an abyss.
If these three nations took advantage of the chaos to stir trouble, the situation would inevitably spiral downward, becoming even more precarious. Had China been granted another decade to develop, perhaps it needn't fear threats from neighboring nations. But in its current state, China's strength remained relatively weak, ill-equipped to handle such a complex situation.
Song Baodong dared not be the slightest bit careless. He immediately redeployed some forces to rush to the borders of these three nations for strict defense.
Manhwa, Taigwa, and Myanmar possessed limited strength themselves.
Though they too sought to suppress the awakening of China's divine beings, they dared not openly declare war like Tianzhu.
Instead, they adhered to the alliance treaty through ambiguous means, effectively watching the situation unfold while waiting for an opportunity to act.
On the Indian side, the Lord of Yama sneered at these three nations' hypocritical behavior, wanting to have their cake and eat it too.
Yet, urgently needing allies to attack China, they had no time to engage with these nations. They swiftly assembled their super spirits and marched into Chinese territory with overwhelming force. Their objective was clear: to storm into Huaxia and destroy the divine relics at Lanke Temple, Shihu Lake, and Jinshan Temple, sparing not even the humble village shrines.
They showed no interest in the dwellings of ordinary people. In a war of deities, destroying the foundations of the enemy's divine power was paramount. Destroying divine relics weakened the enemy's divine power, capable of undermining a nation's developmental progress for decades.
Kill.
At the Tianzhu border, Zhang Qianyan, Professor Sun, and their companions witnessed a wave of Tianzhu forces surging forward like a tidal flood.
Without hesitation, they rallied the divine messengers and Huaxia super spiritualists to mount a fierce counterattack.
Battle erupted instantly. At the Tai Kingdom border, Feng Jigang received urgent orders from his superiors.
Leading his squad like a fierce tiger, he confronted the Tai Kingdom's super spiritualists and divine envoys. Tensions flared on both sides, with war looming on the horizon. Multiple small-scale skirmishes erupted across other borders as well.
Some opportunists, seeking clicks, deliberately risked their lives to film the battles at the border and upload the footage online.
To their surprise, it garnered massive attention in no time.
Global netizens watched in shock. Had China stirred up a hornet's nest? Domestic netizens fell silent, silently praying that their motherland would overcome these difficulties and turn danger into safety. The international waters between China and Japan. Divine envoys and super spirits from both nations had battled fiercely for hours. Most were utterly exhausted, their combat effectiveness visibly waning.
Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of light descended from the heavens, causing all present to look up.
Not far away on the sea surface, a goddess radiating brilliant light materialized.
Her form was immense, over 20 meters tall, crowned with a tall headdress and adorned in magnificent robes.
Yet this deity was clearly affected by the spirit's summoning ritual, its aura raging violently.
Its eyes glowed a blood red, revealing a chilling expression.
It was none other than the sun goddess Amaterasu, summoned by Watanabe. Hurry, this isn't one of our Chinese deities. We haven't received any related information.
Amidst the crowd, Lin Xian, commander of this battlefield, shouted at the top of her lungs, channeling her power into her throat to urgently urge everyone to retreat. The faces of the Chinese divine envoys and super spiritualists paled. They felt as if a blazing sun stood before them, its boundless divine power pressing down so heavily it nearly crushed their breath.
Ha! This is our nation's deity. Follow me and slaughter these worthless Huaxia scum. Amidst the crowd, Tamahise Hikawa sent as reinforcements roared with excitement.
Raising his curved blade high, he charged toward the Huaxia group first, appearing utterly unstoppable.
Boom! Amaterasu, now in a frenzied state, could not distinguish friend from foe. She raised her hand lightly, and a ball of light appeared in her palm. It expanded outward at an incredible speed, centered on her, crushing everyone nearby under its terrifying force. Ah! Wails of agony pierced the sea surface.
Both sides were utterly stunned by this terrifying power, marveling that this was the true might of the gods. By comparison, they mere mortals who had merely bound divine power to themselves were merely playing at child's play, utterly incapable of standing against it. Snapping back to their senses, members of both sides scattered outward, desperately fleeing to safety, terrified of being caught in the terrifying force's aftermath. Among the crowd, a super spirit from the land of Neon who habitually documented events stood far enough to feel safe. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone to film the scene, later uploading the footage to a domestic platform. It must be noted that during the divine ritual, Watanabe had leveraged major media outlets for extensive publicity, drawing crowds to kneel and worship and generate the power of faith to awaken the descent of the sun goddess Amaterasu. Afterward, the public eagerly awaited news of the deity's arrival. When footage of Amaterasu raising her hand to annihilate the crowd surfaced, it instantly caused a sensation in the land of the rising sun.
People knelt in worship en masse. Ha! It's our nation's deity. Watanabe calls her Amaterasu, that's our very own sun goddess. China is finished this time. Neither the Son of God nor any Chinese deity can change this outcome. This is what happens when you cross Japan.
Though I am Chinese by birth, I have lived in the land of the rising sun for many years.
I love this nation. I love its women. I am willing to change my ancestral surname. I yearn for a powerful country.
I kneel before the divine ruler of the rising sun and beg for the chance to pledge my allegiance.
Long live the land of the rising sun. The land of the rising sun is invincible in battle.
Voices erupted across the Neon Nation's internet, including the resurfacing of the vanished shepherd dog, desperate for attention.
Quickly request assistance from nearby fleets. We must block their deity at the nation's gates.
Meanwhile, on the high seas, Lin Xian shouted at the top of her lungs.
Chapter 126, Luring Away Amaterasu, Guardian Deities Assemble on the High Seas. Reporting to the captain.
We've just received an urgent request from Captain Lin, asking for our assistance in attacking the deity that has descended upon Neon Nation.
On the vast sea, an operator aboard a warship immediately stood up after finishing a call, his expression grave as he respectfully reported to the captain.
Captain Chen Hai gripped the command console armrest tightly and ordered in a deep voice, immediately ascertain their coordinates. Notify the deck forces to stand by at once. Simultaneously contact Coastal Command for satellite support.
Captain, coordinates acquired. 10 nautical miles southeast of our position. Full speed ahead.
Intercept the target before it crosses our national border. Under no circumstances must it set foot in our territorial waters.
Aye. Soon after, gasps echoed aboard the sailing Tianyo warship. What is that? Is it human? How can it be so enormous? Chen Hai looked up, his Adam's apple bobbing.
Grabbing the intercom, he barked orders, all hands, enter level 1 combat readiness.
Missile launch teams, lock coordinates. Fire only on my command. Transmit these coordinates to the Temple of the Divine. Now, fire on my command. Chen Hai snapped into action, issuing the command without hesitation. Boom! Boom! Boom!
At Captain Chen Hai's command, countless shells erupted from the Tianyo warship like a torrential downpour. With a deafening roar, they streaked toward the direction of the sun goddess. However, after Amaterasu descended, though her form had gained some solidity, these shells were as insignificant to her as tiny waves. They flickered around her body before vanishing without a trace, utterly ineffective.
You're asking for death.
Amaterasu raised both hands toward the sky, channeling her power with frenzied intensity. A blinding radiance erupted from her form, causing the surrounding seawater to boil violently, threatening to reduce everything to ashes. Within a 10-mile radius, fish and shrimp all turned belly up in the terrifying heat, floating lifeless to the surface.
Crisis. Systems malfunctioning. Hull overheating. Armory temperatures critical. Captain, we can't hold out much longer. A chorus of alarmed shouts echoed through the tenue. Back off. Quickly, back off.
Captain Chen Hai bellowed, fully aware that an explosion from the overheated armory would obliterate the entire warship in an instant, claiming every crew member's life. Yet turning the ship to starboard was a slow process, and the machinery had already begun emitting a shrill, piercing beep 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 alarm. Everyone could only close their eyes, awaiting the death that might come at any moment. Hidden in the distance, the Neon Nation's superhumans grinned with schadenfreude, pulling out their phones to record the scene.
Capturing such precious footage would be a family heirloom passed down for generations.
On the Huaxia side, Lin Xian and the others understood the warship stood little chance against the deity's terrifying power, yet they clung to a faint, flickering hope.
Now, their eyes dimmed as profound despair welled up within them. Was China truly destined to perish in this crisis? Boom!
But just as despair gripped everyone, a deafening explosion erupted ahead, causing the boiling sea around them to suddenly plummet in temperature.
What's happening?
All eyes turned toward the position of the sun god Amaterasu, where a figure appeared like a ghostly apparition.
Captain, look! Someone is fighting that deity.
Someone shouted, and all the crew members on the bridge blinked in disbelief. Through the bridge windows, they saw a figure floating before Amaterasu like a war god, blocking the world-shattering force.
How is this possible? Who is this person? How could they interrupt the power of a deity?
Over in Neon Nation, Tamahisa Hirakawa and the others stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were seeing.
It's Li Yi. It's Li Yi.
Lin Xian had never felt such excitement. She silently cursed herself for momentarily forgetting about Li Yi.
Third-tier thunder tribulation?
Indeed, the figure standing before the sun goddess Amaterasu was none other than Li Yi. He had raced here following the divine aura, pushing himself to the absolute limit, arriving at this critical moment just in the nick of time. Earlier, he had decisively unleashed a nether flame, successfully disrupting Amaterasu's divine power. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, Amaterasu would have obliterated all living beings around her.
Amaterasu's power far exceeded expectations, especially considering she was weakened by the modified spirit summoning technique.
Had she been at full strength, her cultivation realm might have truly reached the spirit sage tier, a despair-inducing level of power.
You seek death.
In a frenzied rage, Amaterasu roared, thrusting her finger forward with fierce intent. Before her fingertip, a blazing sun seemed to materialize out of thin air.
Its power swelled relentlessly, radiating outward with an ominous intent to obliterate everything in sight.
Xian, I never imagined she could reach the third layer of the thunder tribulation even with her power diminished.
A direct confrontation is unrealistic. Moreover, it's unclear how long her power can last. If it persists for 10 days or half a month, even China might be destroyed by her. Xiaobai, sensing the overwhelming danger, cried out in alarm. You're right. Only when her power is exhausted will the laws of heaven and earth send her back. The only way to defeat her now is to destroy the fortune of the Neon Nation, weakening her strength. Then we can eliminate her. Li Yi's mind raced as he executed the Azure Serpent Phantom Step. His form blurred into a trail of afterimages as he shot toward the great tower atop Mount Cotton Volcano, where the heavenly reverse spear lay. Of course, he couldn't let Amaterasu run rampant in the waters of China. He flicked his finger backward, and the sword intent of the Amatsukumo flashed, charging toward Amaterasu with a fierce momentum. You seek death. Amaterasu sensed the danger behind her, swiftly twisting her body. Divine light flickered across her form, instantly forming a protective barrier that forcibly withstood the spatial rift created by the Amatsukumo sword intent. Though the attack was blocked, it infuriated her, sending waves of excruciating pain through her body. With a furious roar, she pursued Li Yi at breakneck speed. To the onlookers, it appeared Li Yi had fled after a single failed strike, with Amaterasu relentlessly pursuing him. What's going on? He can't hold his own either? On the Huaxia side, Lin Qian, the group of divine envoys and super spiritualists, along with Chen Hai and others aboard the Tianyo warship, all watched in stunned silence. The Son of God had actually been scared off? This filled them with deep concern. In the land of the rising sun, many had pulled out their phones, ready to capture the intense battle between the Son of God and Amaterasu. Instead, what they recorded was the scene of Li Yi fleeing. Ha! The Son of God fled. Quick, upload the video back home. This is the perfect opportunity to restore our nation's divine authority and faith. Let our people see that only Neon Nation possesses the world's most powerful deities. Tamahisa Nihikawa laughed triumphantly, overcome with pride. As his words echoed, the divine messengers and super spiritualists of the land of the rising sun, filled with extreme pride and arrogance, swiftly uploaded the video to their homeland. Neon Nation netizens, eagerly awaiting news of the great battle, burst into uproarious laughter upon seeing the footage. The so-called son of the Chinese gods is being hyped up so much, I thought he was something special. To dare dream of defying our nation's sun goddess Amaterasu, yet he turns out to be such a coward. What a joke! It wasn't just Japan. The news spread rapidly across the globe. The elders of the Indian divine cult openly mocked, the so-called son of the gods from China is nothing special, utterly pathetic. The great northern divine emperor's church laughed, who can tell me the truth? China caused 2 major disturbances in India, and even the giant demon Pisache and the war god Hanuman couldn't defeat him. Now he's scared off? I thought he was extraordinarily powerful, but now it seems like both sides were just putting on a show. Other nations chimed in, what a load of nonsense about a son of God. It's an insult to our intelligence. Let him atone with his life to end this war. The Chinese populace responded, Li Yi is ultimately just a mortal. We cannot pin all our hopes on him alone. Our strength lies in the collective power of the people. Yet some Chinese netizens remain steadfast in their belief that Li Yi wouldn't desert his post. This must be fake. I refuse to believe my brother would act this way. He'd rather die than flee. He surely has a plan, we must trust him. Song Xian naturally refused to believe it either. To clear Li Yi's name, she launched a livestream specifically for this purpose. Upon learning of her broadcast, netizens flooded the livestream with frantic comments. Brother got scared off by the little notebook deity. What do you think, hostess? Whether you believe it or not, I don't. If he were truly a coward, he wouldn't be the person I know. He must have his own plan. Song Xian responded firmly to the viewers. This solidified the resolve of many viewers who had been wavering about whether to believe Li Yi. However, certain domestic websites, in their pursuit of traffic, openly published false claims online that Li Yi had been scared off. These statements were swiftly removed in their entirety, and the websites themselves were shut down. Clearly, higher authorities intervened. They too found it implausible that Li Yi would be intimidated into leaving, insisting there must be underlying reasons. Chapter 127, The Battle of Protection, raging to pull out the heavenly spear. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the sea. Chen Hai and the others rushed out of the bridge, looking out to see 3 fighter jets appearing overhead, rapidly decelerating. Bang! 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 As their speed dropped to a certain level, the fighter cockpits suddenly opened. 3 figures leaped out like cannonballs from their respective aircraft, landing on the sea surface. The 3 figures became clearly visible to everyone. Ha! Where are the deities of Neon Nation? These 3 were none other than Elder Hong, Elder Qian, and Elder Huang. Upon learning the deity's location, they had immediately boarded fighter jets to arrive. In a flash, the 3 appeared on the Tianyo like ghostly apparitions. Chen Hai didn't recognize these 3 distinguished elders, but sensing their formidable presence, he knew their status was extraordinary. He hurried forward and introduced himself. My name is Chen Hai. I am the captain of this warship, the Tianyo. And where is the deity? Elder Huang's gaze darted like lightning, sharply scanning Chen Hai as he urgently inquired. Lin Qian had just boarded the ship with her men.
Recognizing Elder Hong, she hurried forward respectfully and recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Finally, she added hesitantly, for some reason, Li Yi suddenly retreated, and that deity is hot on his heels.
This is bad. Li Yi is in grave danger. We must rush to save him. Unlike ordinary people who might consider retreating when outmatched a reasonable choice, Old Hong didn't see it that way. Moreover, in his mind, Li Yi held a crucial position and must not be exposed to danger lightly. I'm afraid we're powerless to help.
Just then, Elder Huang turned his head solemnly toward a certain direction.
Not far away on the sea surface sat an old man with skin as dry and cracked as tree bark, none other than the high priest of Tianzhu.
A wooden staff rested in his hand. His expression serene, he sat motionless upon the water, as if fused with the ocean itself.
On another stretch of water, another elder sat.
Astonishingly, his form appeared faint and ethereal. This elder was none other than the one who had sat in meditation for years atop the snow-capped mountains of the Neon Kingdom, the very guardian deity of that realm, the Ghost Priest. Both of you appearing together suggests this was meticulously planned long ago.
Lao Hong laughed heartily toward the distance.
With a sudden thrust of his foot against the deck, the entire warship seemed to be struck by a tremendous force, abruptly rising and falling.
He himself shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward the distant sea. Elder Qian and Elder Huan followed suit, launching themselves in pursuit. My three old friends, it has been a long time. Let the youngsters have their fun. Should you three rashly intervene, it would violate our pact. How could we stand idly by and watch you trample upon this agreement?
The high priest of Tianzhu spoke slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips.
How could I be absent from such momentous affairs? The guardian deity of the Neon Nation, Ghost Sacrifice, finally opened his eyes.
He channeled a strange energy into the void, instantly tearing open a mysterious portal in spacetime. With a flash, Anakiri slipped through the portal. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the assembled crowd.
The ghost shadow technique is indeed formidable.
It seems you've devoted yourself to mastering this art in seclusion all these years. Unfortunately, while this technique allows your ghostly form to move freely, it cannot transport your physical body into that space. Old Huang turned his head and let out a heavy, cold snort. Had your physical body come in person this time, perhaps the three of us would have had to back down.
But relying solely on your ghostly spirit body?
Even if you join forces with this old codger, I doubt you could stop us.
Ha!
After over a decade apart, you three remain just as arrogant. It seems the Huaxia truly has fallen into decline.
Ghost Priest's tone dripped with scorn.
What a pity. Had that hidden deity of your Huaxia been but a fraction more powerful, with your talents, you three would likely have attained the 9 divine seals long ago. Yet now, years pass without progress, truly regrettable.
The Ghost Priest's identity was shrouded in mystery.
Rumor had it he had bound the power of the wine-drinking child, thereby gaining a cultivation technique to refine his own spirit body. It was said that during Japan's Heian period, the wine-drinking child was the acknowledged demon king, the most formidable supernatural being. For years, Ghost Priest had secluded himself in the bone-chilling snowy mountains, devoted solely to cultivation and never interacting with the world.
Little was known about him. At that moment, Ghost Priest sneered coldly, whether I can defeat you or not, we'll only know once we fight. Stop spouting empty boasts here. Fine, then I'll test your ghostly spirit body.
Without another word, Wang Er's feet surged forward, and he unleashed a thunderous punch. As long as the two of us hold you back, the divine son of Huaxia will surely die.
Without him, Huaxia's decline is just around the corner.
The high priest of Tianzhu sneered coldly.
So that's your scheme?
Then you'll be the first to fall. Hong Lao and Shen Lao exchanged a glance, then charged toward the high priest of Tianzhu without hesitation.
Boom! 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 The three clashed instantly, exchanging over 10 blows in mere moments.
Having reached the limit of their contracted divine power, the three elders of Huaxia remained capped at the 8th divine seal. Individually, they were slightly weaker than their opponent. However, in a 2-against-1 scenario, they could barely hold their own. Moreover, the gap in strength between the two sides was not vast, making it truly difficult to determine a winner in the short term.
Neon Nation.
The sea's surface above the crater of the Great Cotton Tower. Li Yi had finally succeeded in luring the sun goddess Amaterasu to this location. He had initially feared Amaterasu might suddenly regain consciousness, but now it was clear his worries had been unfounded. As long as Amaterasu's power remained unspent, she would persist in this frenzied state. Plop! In that instant, Li Yi plunged into the depths of the sea. He swiftly turned to look back and saw Amaterasu, relying on her divine power, forcibly parting the waters as she pursued him relentlessly.
I was afraid you wouldn't come.
Otherwise, this heavenly spear of rebellion cannot be easily drawn. The world believed he had fled in terror, unaware of his true purpose. And no one could have foreseen what would unfold next in the land of the rising sun.
Akatsushima.
Upon learning that the divine summoning had succeeded and that the Chinese divine child was now being hunted down, Fujiwara was overcome with excitement. He knew his gamble had paid off and immediately issued orders to all major clans. He demanded that every major clan, at any cost, eliminate all divine messengers and super-spiritual beings of Huaxia on the high seas, invade Huaxia's territory, destroy every divine relic within its borders, and force Huaxia's high command to kneel and kowtow an apology at the Shinto shrine within their own country. No sooner had the orders been issued than he received news that India had declared war on China, sending him into a frenzy of elation.
To further elevate the Fujiwara clan's influence, he immediately issued a proclamation.
China's myriad atrocities have not only provoked our nation's hatred but also incensed neighboring countries.
We endorse India's actions. We hereby declare to China, the Son of God dared challenge our nation's deity Amaterasu, only to flee in disgrace. China's myths are about to shatter. Should China's high command kneel in repentance at the Shinto shrine, our nation may consider showing mercy and sparing China. As this message spread rapidly, it instantly caused an uproar.
It should be noted that Fujiwara Koji's previous statements had been nothing but verbal sparring, merely stalling for time. It was reminiscent of Tang Jing's line in Stephen Chow's film The Ninth Grade Magistrate, "Jump out, then jump back in. Hit me, you fool." But now, having witnessed the power of the sun goddess Amaterasu, he couldn't be bothered to keep up the pretense. Yet he spoke truth. Huaxia's future rested almost entirely on Li Yi alone. Should misfortune strike him, Huaxia's mythical legacy might truly come to an end. As for demanding China's leadership apologize at the Shinto shrine in Japan, such an act is nothing short of a grave insult to a nation's dignity.
Bull. We'd rather die fighting than surrender to those damn Japanese. This is outrageous.
First they attacked and slaughtered our Chinese people, sacrificing our compatriots in blood, invading our territory, and forcing us to hand over our citizens.
Now they dare to humiliate our nation, demanding we kneel and apologize. Do they really think China has no one left? Even without Li Yi, China still has thousands upon thousands of passionate sons and daughters just like him. What's so great about that? At worst, we die. 18 years later, we'll rise again as heroes. The Chinese populace was utterly enraged. When anger clouds the mind, it unleashes a terrifying force. They poured into the streets, wielding clubs and smashing everything associated with the Neon Nation cars, shops, even its citizens. As the Japanese were beaten, Japanese netizens were equally enraged, unleashing a torrent of condemnation against China's atrocities on foreign websites. Yet they conveniently forgot that it was their own people who had initiated the violent attacks against Chinese nationals in their country. I am a citizen of the Neon Nation.
Our country summoned a powerful deity, and the Chinese, unable to resist, vented their fury upon our people. A nation with no moral boundaries deserves to be erased from the map.
I call upon all foreign friends to join us in boycotting the Chinese. A Japanese netizen posted this video on foreign social media.
The comments section below the video was filled exclusively with Japanese voices, support expelling the Chinese.
They're just jealous we can awaken powerful deities. Knowing they can't compete, they resort to bullying ordinary people like us.
Such a nation has no place on Earth's map.
Occasionally, a lone voice of dissent would appear.
I'm Chinese too, and I know exactly what Chinese people are like. I've said it before that so-called child of the gods is nothing but an official PR stunt.
He's got no real power whatsoever. Otherwise, how come China still hasn't awakened a single powerful deity? Boom!
Suddenly, as the citizens of Neon Nation sat at home online, furiously bashing the Huaxia people, they felt a violent tremor beneath their feet.
Holy, an earthquake? Panic seized the crowd as they rushed outside at breakneck speed.
Chapter 128, Japan's fortune reverses, disaster returns. Deep beneath the ocean, at the crater of the Great Cotton Tower,
Li Yi had once again successfully lured the sun goddess Amaterasu to this location.
At the entrance to hell, black waves of energy surged forth endlessly, carrying countless malevolent spirits that erupted with frenzied force. Amaterasu had been struggling to suppress the raging power within her, but upon glimpsing the surging horde of demons, she instantly lost control once more.
Boom!
Her hands reached skyward, and in that instant, the bottomless crater erupted with a blinding flash.
The seawater, scorched by the divine might, boiled violently. The evil spirits let out wails of agony.
In mere moments, vast numbers of them were reduced to ash by the relentless fury of divine power.
Truly overwhelming power. Li Yi watched Amaterasu assist in purging the evil spirits, inwardly satisfied.
While keeping a watchful eye on the movements behind him, he casually eliminated several demons attempting to approach.
Evil spirit slain.
9 Netherworld Inferno spell enhanced. The divine power collector in his mind periodically chimed with notifications. But the situation was critical now. He couldn't spare a thought for such things. His body flickered as he plunged downward rapidly, swimming toward the flickering light at the crater's edge. The heavenly spear of rebellion still radiated its mesmerizing glow, unchanged since his last departure.
Li Yi hadn't anticipated finding himself back in this place. Last time I failed to pull you out. This time, I'll see if I can succeed. Li Yi planted his feet firmly, anchoring himself in a stable stance.
Without hesitation, his arms pierced through the protective aura radiating divine light, gripping the spear's shaft firmly at its center. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength within him and roared with frenzied intensity, "Rise!"
Boom!
The moment the heaven's reverse sphere stirred slightly, an immense torrent of destiny invisible to the naked eye began to rapidly drain from the skies above the Rainbow Nation. Of the nation's 200-plus volcanoes, 111 awoke in that instant, violently spewing vast clouds of volcanic ash. In less than 10 minutes, the entire land of Neon was shrouded in a thick blanket of black clouds and volcanic ash. But the horror did not end there. Earthquakes and tsunamis simultaneously ravaged the land. The once clear sky instantly darkened with thunderclouds, crackling with lightning and thunder. The seas seemed to be lifted upside down by an invisible giant hand, churning up towering waves. The earth, unable to bear the strain, cracked open in terrifying fissures. It felt like the apocalypse had descended. Everyone, look at the sky. Across the Neon Nation, terrified citizens rushed out of their homes, expecting only a common disaster. But when they looked up at the sky, the apocalyptic sight instantly filled the streets with shrieks of terror. It's over. Truly over. Our nation just awakened a mighty deity. Why has such a terrifying scene appeared? What did we do wrong? This can't be happening. Could it be that summoning the deity drained our nation's power? Everyone, find shelter immediately. Don't inhale too much dust. They had already forgotten the thrill of smashing Chinese shops and companies, of attacking Chinese netizens. Now, only fear spread in their eyes. It's a tsunami. A tsunami is coming. Before they could recover from the shock, citizens near the coast stared wide-eyed in horror as a colossal wave surged madly toward them from the distance. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Despair filled their eyes. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, such catastrophic disasters had never struck simultaneously. Even the closest historical precedent involved them occurring sequentially. According to historical records, last year Japan experienced a 7.4 magnitude earthquake with a focal depth of approximately 30 kilometers. Due to its immense magnitude, shallow focus, and proximity to the coastline, it triggered a massive tsunami. Then, around 4 p.m., the volcano erupted, sending a column of smoke soaring over 1,000 meters into the sky. At that moment, piercing sirens suddenly wailed across the skies of Japan. Why? Why? Why are we being treated like this? We must have angered the gods. Someone must have angered the gods. Who will save us? Who will save my poor child? They never considered their own misdeeds, believing the calamity was brought upon them by others. In office towers, countless urban professionals and white-collar workers panicked and rushed frantically downstairs. Those young, strong men who were usually humble and polite at work now, driven by the instinct to survive, exposed the ugly core of human nature. They mercilessly pushed weaker women to the ground, stepping over them without a second thought, all to gain even a single second of escape time. In schools of all levels, teachers, noticing the abnormal situation outside, anxiously shouted for students to run out. Fortunately, most children possessed a simpler, kinder nature. Only a few students, desperate to escape, pushed female classmates aside, trampled over them, and frantically raced downstairs. Inside the subway station, chaos had already erupted, with the stampede growing even more severe. The ceiling began to collapse under the violent tremors, and the faces of subway passengers were etched with despair. They frantically shoved those in front, even ruthlessly pulling people off the escalator, all to ensure their own escape. At that moment, Japan witnessed the ugly side of human nature. What's happening? What on earth is happening? Why did an earthquake, tsunami, and even a volcanic eruption strike all at once? The heads of the Fujiwara clan and other major families had gathered, full of anticipation for the joy of victory. Little did they know that what awaited them was the descent of utter catastrophe. All were already stunned into speechlessness. The last time a similar situation occurred, it was only resolved when Fujiwara Rintaro committed seppuku. Fujiwara Koji's heart was filled with dread. He too recalled how his father had committed seppuku to appease the wrath of the heavenly gods. Yet he couldn't think of anything he had done wrong, especially since the guardian deity of their homeland had already been successfully awakened. He shouted at the clan chiefs, "Everyone, can someone tell me what on earth is happening?" A deathly silence fell over the hall. No one dared speak, all remaining mute. Only Watanabe of the Soul Summoning Society could discern the cause of these calamities. Ordinary people were utterly clueless. On the front lines at sea, where Ghost Sacrifice faced off against elders Hong, Wang, and Qian, his face instantly drained of color. Our nation's fortune is draining away. This can't be. After awakening such a powerful deity, our nation's fortune should only increase. How could it be draining? Fortune is indeed draining? The high priest of Tianzhu turned his head and keenly sensed the mysterious force permeating the heavens and earth gradually weakening. Old ghost, hurry back and investigate where you went wrong. Taking advantage of the moment, Elder Huang struck out with a fist while laughing loudly, attempting to disrupt the ghost priest's composure. Fortune loss isn't something I can control, and besides, this minor depletion won't break our nation. If you think you can save that divine child, wake up from your dreams. Now die. Ghost Sacrifice flickered aside, evading the punch before countering with a strike of his own. If the Lord of the Underworld won't help, then I'll destroy your ghostly form first. Huang roared with fury, his feet surging forward as he charged. Attack together.
Kill this old ghost. Hong Lao and Qian Lao exchanged glances. For them, if Li Yi were slain by the deity summoned by the Neon Nation, their chosen successor would be lost. Without a guardian deity, China would inevitably lose everything.
Without hesitation, they abandoned the high priest of Tianzhu and joined forces to assault the ghost priest.
Eliminate one, and the other would be easy prey. You two have me to contend with. The high priest of Tianzhu, fully aware of the stakes, swiftly positioned himself between them and launched a fierce counterattack. Boom!
The commotion above the Neon Kingdom grew ever more intense. At that moment, Li Yi gripped the heavenly reversal spear with both hands, clenching his teeth as every muscle tensed. He channeled his power to its absolute limit, inch by inch, prying at the divine artifact. You brat, stop. Amaterasu, who had been furiously attacking the evil spirit, suddenly sensed the power within her rapidly waning. Her blood-red eyes flashed with fury as she fixed them on Li Yi, seemingly understanding everything. She let out a thunderous roar. Without hesitation, she abandoned her assault on the evil spirit and lunged toward Li Yi.
Watch out, Xian. Xiaobai sensed the commotion and let out a startled cry.
Ignoring the pain in his body, he instantly vanished and reappeared as a colossal white serpent. He let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, then charged forward, attempting to halt the footsteps of the sun goddess Amaterasu.
Chapter 129, Heaven's Reverse Spear, Rise. Xiaobai, come back. You're injured. Li Yi gritted his teeth, straining every muscle to inch the spear free.
Seeing Xiaobai charge out recklessly, he was startled.
Young master, may Xiaoqian be of assistance? Nie Xiaoqian's voice echoed. Not for now.
Take care of yourself, Xiaoqian.
We'll discuss it when I return. Li Yi sighed inwardly.
His cultivation had advanced too rapidly, leaving Nie Xiaoqian's abilities unable to keep pace. With both hands gripping the heaven's reverse spear, he couldn't spare a hand. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He released a surge of energy, enveloping the wooden tablet in his pocket. It floated into the air as he continuously channeled power into it. Instantly, a torrent of black mist surged from the plaque, swirling like a dark vortex and rapidly forming a mysterious passageway.
Suddenly, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the Yamata no Orochi burst forth from within. Roar! The moment the Yamata no Orochi revealed itself, it unleashed a terrifying, intimidating arrow toward Amaterasu. Genetsu, stop her. The Yamata no Orochi had summoned only a fragment of its power. Even if it perished, it could only wound a sliver of the deity's true form. It could not claim the deity's life. A flicker of disdain crossed Amaterasu's eyes. With a gentle flick of her finger, a blazing sun abruptly coalesced at her fingertip, then transformed into a surging mass of energy that shot forth. Boom! When Xiaobai collided with this force, the immense shockwave sent her flying hundreds of meters away. Then, drawn by a mysterious force of cosmic law, he was pulled back into the divine statue within Li Yi's pocket. Yamata no Orochi, however, showed no fear of Amaterasu and charged forward as well. Xian, her power is simply too overwhelming.
Unless I manifest my true form in this world, I won't stand a chance against her. Xiaobai said with a bitter smile from within the divine statue.
Ha! Then I'll pull this thing out completely.
Li Yi gripped the heavenly spear with both hands, his face drained of color and blood from overexertion.
Yet as the spearhead slowly emerged from the earth, the tremors beneath his feet grew increasingly violent.
The power within the great goddess Amaterasu seemed to be affected by the shifting tides of fate, slowly draining away.
The summoned Yamata no Orochi, facing the overwhelming might of Amaterasu, could only endure the blows passively.
After just 2 strikes, it showed signs of collapse.
No, I can't defeat her. One of the Yamata no Orochi's human-like heads cried out urgently.
Boy, stop. Amaterasu sensed the heavenly spear was about to be pulled free. A blinding radiance erupted from her body, like the dazzling sun itself. The light grew ever more intense and blinding, searing the surrounding seawater until it boiled fiercely.
Woo woo woo.
As the divine light struck the malevolent spirits erupting from the volcanic crater, piercing screams filled the air. The spirits instantly dissipated under the overwhelming radiance.
I'll risk it.
As the divine light threatened to strike Li Yi, Xiaobai's figure flickered again, appearing behind him. With every ounce of strength, he channeled his entire being to form a protective barrier of surging energy, desperately resisting the terrifying divine light of Amaterasu.
Roar! The Yamata no Orochi seemed to sense the critical moment, charging forward recklessly. In mere moments, the Yamata no Orochi let out a wretched cry. Its body was instantly shattered by the divine light, dissolving into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the air. The wooden tablet that had summoned it now bore a faint, hairline crack. Break, for me. Li Yi clenched his teeth, eyes closed, veins bulging on his forehead. He channeled his power to its absolute limit.
The immense force caused the surrounding seawater to whirl violently, forming a colossal vortex.
The moment the heavenly reversal spear was drawn. Boom!
Beneath the towering cotton volcano behind him, vast quantities of frigid energy poured forth. A thunderous roar echoed from within, like 1,000 armies charging across the plains.
Simultaneously, the Neon Nation faced its most devastating catastrophe in recorded history. Countless buildings collapsed with thunderous crashes as torrential rain poured down. Tsunamis violently assaulted the city, leaving utter devastation in their wake.
The volcanic eruption spewed endless streams of molten rock and acrid ash, mercilessly devouring everything in its path. Countless people were displaced, forced to wander the streets, constantly dodging the deadly risk of collapsing buildings.
Confusion and fear filled their eyes as they began to question what could have caused such catastrophic events.
Recent events played vividly in their minds: the attack on their nation's ancient shrine, the destruction of the Huaxia worship, the outbreak of fierce conflict between the two nations, the awakening of the Amaterasu deity. Finally, the terrifying natural disaster struck.
Could it be Amaterasu? Now everything made perfect sense.
All signs pointed to the sun goddess Amaterasu as the harbinger of calamity.
Why? Divine retribution. Our nation is under divine retribution. Why? Why is this happening? Who will save us innocent commoners? You big shots fight it out, you're mighty, but can't you spare a thought for our lives? The Fujiwara clan, President Watanabe, their crimes are heinous.
They awakened the evil god, bringing down divine punishment.
They must be held accountable.
As people gradually grasped the crux of the matter, they poured into the streets in fury, shouting their demands. News of this earth-shattering catastrophe in the land of Neon spread across the globe in a mere instant.
The Divine Alliance issued an urgent proclamation, sternly demanding all parties cease hostilities immediately.
Otherwise, this catastrophic disaster would continue to spread, leading to even more irreversible consequences.
Nordic Divine Emperor Grand Cathedral, what a peculiar nation. This situation arose last time too. Is Neon country inherently destined to be suppressed by China? Tianzhu Divine Cult, this must be the work of treacherous schemes by certain parties. We urge Neon Nation to grit its teeth and hold on, victory is within reach. We have already breached China's borders, and soon we shall utterly destroy every divine relic within its borders. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, at the Great Tower Cotton Crater, the heavenly spear had been uprooted. The hellish gate within the crater opened, unleashing a torrent of terrifying malevolent spirits. From the initial White Spirit Level 1 to the current formidable White Spirit Level 9, powerful malevolent spirits continued to emerge. The multitude of demons furiously besieged the great goddess Amaterasu.
Compounded by the rapid depletion of the Neon fortune, her divine power was rapidly fading, now only reaching the level of the first layer of the Thunder Tribulation. Even so, Little Bai struggled mightily to resist the divine light unleashed by the Sun Goddess.
Oh no, did I just hit a major artery?
Li Yi gripped the heavenly reverse spear tightly in his hand, realizing it not only suppressed the fortune of the Neon Nation but also sealed the entrance to this hellish realm.
Pulling it out would inevitably unleash a torrent of malevolent spirits.
These entities could devour all surrounding nations. The disaster wouldn't be confined to the land of the rising sun. Even China might face a rampage of these malevolent forces. But he wouldn't simply return the heavenly reverse spear to its place. Only when the land of the rising sun apologized and conceded defeat would he consider reinserting it.
Let's go back up first. A flash of Amaterasu's sword intent struck the deity with brutal force.
Li Yi then signaled Xiaobai to ascend.
Amaterasu's power weakened, and she stumbled back several steps under the sword's force.
Enraged beyond measure, she instantly slaughtered all surrounding evil spirits with a single strike before continuing her furious pursuit. Xiaobai instantly transformed into a beam of light, swiftly returning to the divine statue within the pocket. After all, Amaterasu was a spirit-tier deity. Even with diminished power and waning national fortune, she wasn't one to be defeated by a mere strike or two.
Master, it's bad. A large crowd is gathering. Fujiwara Family Manor. A terrified cry echoed as the main gate was violently smashed open with a thunderous crash.
An angry mob completely surrounded the Fujiwara estate, demanding the clan commit seppuku and atonement. Fujiwara Koji, seemingly anticipating this outcome, had already discreetly departed with the other clan leaders to a separate residence.
Now, Fujiwara Koji looked utterly defeated. He had someone connect him to Watanabe's phone. Mr. Watanabe, is there any point in continuing this? Fujiwara, you must hold firm. You cannot let these ignorant masses destroy this hard-won victory. But Mr. Watanabe, our nation is facing catastrophic destruction. Earthquakes and tsunamis of varying magnitudes are striking cities across the land. Countless volcanoes spew toxic substances, plunging our people into a living hell. Chapter 130, Summoning Amaterasu, Returning to the Battlefield. Fujiwara, think carefully. This nation has tapped into the power of the ancient dragon veins.
It is precisely because this power has been drawn upon that our national fortune has waned.
Rest assured, everything will return to normal before long. Watanabe shouted into the phone, trying to steady Fujiwara Koji's nerves. The deity we awakened this time is immensely powerful.
That divine child fled in terror after a single clash with it.
I'm certain Amaterasu has already succeeded in slaying it. Give us a little more time.
We're harnessing the power of the ancient altar to summon Amaterasu back to her rightful place. Once she returns, we will surely wipe out all of China's forces in one decisive blow and achieve ultimate victory.
Agreed. One day, no more than one day. If victory isn't secured within that time frame, I must declare defeat. Otherwise, these enraged citizens alone will tear me apart.
Fujiwara Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth as he issued the final deadline, then hung up the phone. His gaze swept across the assembled heads of the major clans as he spoke with grave solemnity.
Gentlemen, our nation now stands at a critical juncture of survival or demise.
I implore you all to unite and work together to overcome this crisis. I now implore you all to immediately dispatch personnel to the disaster sites and do everything in your power to minimize the damage caused by this catastrophe.
Fushio Island. Watanabe was under immense pressure at that moment. He could not afford to miss this prime opportunity to strike.
After all, the cost of awakening the sun goddess Amaterasu had been immense. To declare defeat now would mean suffering losses beyond redemption. He immediately had his men reposition themselves around the altar. Harnessing its power, they summoned the deity back to the sacred site. As the crowd continuously channeled their energy into it, a pillar of light suddenly shot up from the ancient altar.
It worked?
A hint of unmistakable joy flashed across Watanabe's weathered face. He turned urgently to the divine messenger beside him and barked orders. Quickly! Notify the front lines immediately to launch a full-scale offensive.
We have only one day.
We must breach Huaxia territory within that day and utterly destroy all their divine relics.
Yes, Chairman. The divine messenger, equally elated, swiftly departed to carry out the order.
Chairman, Mr. Nakajima requests to speak with you.
Just then, another divine messenger hurried over, respectfully presenting a phone.
Watanabe, who had questions to ask, took the phone and inquired, "Our nation is experiencing a drain in its vital energy. Based on my analysis, this must be triggered by the ancient dragon veins.
What specific discoveries have you made?"
President, I was just about to discuss this with you. Based on my understanding of dragon veins, ancient dragon veins are those abandoned since prehistoric times.
Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't affect the nation's vital energy.
At most, they might cause fluctuations beneath the dragon vein itself. It's absolutely impossible for them to cause a loss of vital energy. On the other end of the line, Takuya Nakajima's voice carried a note of confusion. Regardless of whether the ancient dragon vein caused the loss of fortune, there's one thing you must remember: keep this completely confidential.
Under no circumstances should you reveal this matter to anyone.
Watanabe was startled by the abrupt order, yet inwardly puzzled.
If the ancient dragon vein wasn't causing the nation's fortune to drain, then what could possibly be the cause?
On the sea's surface, Li Yi, wielding the heavenly reverse spear, was locked in combat with the sun goddess Amaterasu. Now that their powers were evenly matched, and with Xiaobai assisting him, even as Amaterasu's divine light shone brilliantly around her, she was gradually being pushed into a disadvantage. Yet just as Li Yi steadily chipped away at Amaterasu's power, a sudden twist occurred.
A bright pillar of light abruptly appeared, teleporting Amaterasu-sama from sight. Damn it, she's been teleported away.
Li Yi's fierce sword intent struck empty air. His expression hardened, and he immediately sensed the familiar aura of the great goddess Amaterasu reappearing from a certain direction.
She must have been summoned back. Fortunately, it's not too far. We must press our advantage and not let this opportunity slip away.
No sooner had Xiaobai spoken than he transformed into a white python, carrying Li Yi as he plunged into the sea. Moving with astonishing speed, they headed toward a specific direction.
Front lines of the Neon Nation. Tamahise Hikawa and his team received word of the impending assault.
Within moments, hundreds of divine messengers and super spirits swiftly divided into several squads, charging toward the Chinese warships resting in anchor.
Captain Lin, the little notebooks are charging again. A panicked divine messenger rushed to Lin Xian's side, reporting urgently. Assemble everyone.
Prepare for battle. Lin Xian wasted no time, decisively organizing her forces to prepare for counterattack. The two forces soon clashed in close combat, and the battle erupted instantly. But just as the fierce battle reached its peak, a blinding divine light suddenly descended from the heavens. The horrified crowd looked up to see the terrifying deity who had been pursuing Li Yi reappear before them.
It's Amaterasu.
Ha! That so-called son of God from China must be dead by now. The divine emissaries and super spiritualists of the Neon Nation, realizing what had happened, shouted excitedly. Yet they knew full well that their deity was now in a state of uncontrollable rage, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. One by one, they retreated.
Let's see how you survive this time.
This battle is the perfect moment to showcase our nation's might.
Record everything here.
Tamahise Nihikawa, overcome with excitement, barked orders to the man behind him. A subordinate immediately obeyed the order.
Could Li Yi be dead?
Lin Xian's heart sank, unable to bear contemplating the consequences.
Li Yi's importance to China was known to all.
Should anything happen to him, it would be nothing short of a catastrophe for the nation.
Everyone fall back. Avoid unnecessary casualties. Request headquarters support immediately.
Lin Xian shouted, ordering everyone to retreat. Given the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, charging forward would be nothing but a suicide mission, utterly useless to the battle.
Li Yi is dead?
Not far away, on the sea surface, elders Hong, Chen, and Huang had also witnessed the descent of that massive pillar of light. Their expressions darkened considerably.
Ha!
Your Chinese myths have been shattered.
What a pity it was but a fleeting moment. Had he survived, who knows how far China might have advanced?
But now, your nation has no hope of rising again.
The high priest of Tianzhu wore a look of triumph as he stepped back.
He continued, since the deity of the land of Neon has returned, there is no need for me to intervene further.
Farewell, everyone. Very well.
The ghost priest let out a heavy, cold snort.
His fingers swirled lightly in the air before him, and a mysterious passage instantly appeared. He was about to step through it.
Old ghost, don't you dare leave. Today, I will kill you to avenge Li Yi.
Hong Lao's eyes instantly turned bloodshot.
He had long regarded Li Yi as his successor. With that hope now shattered, how could he possibly let Ghost Priest go? At least one must remain.
Stay!
Elder Qian and Elder Huang roared simultaneously, charging toward Ghost Sacrifice at breakneck speed as each unleashed a powerful punch.
Boom!
The passageway shattered instantly. A flash of terror flickered in Ghost Sacrifice's eyes. Having lost his chance to return to his body, he roared furiously at the three, "You three old fools, how dare you!"
Boom! Yet the terrifying force struck, shattering his ghostly form.
He dissolved into wisps of black mist, dissipating into the vastness of heaven and earth. At the same moment, atop a perpetually snow-capped mountain in the land of Neon, an old man covered in snow coughed up a mouthful of blood with a pft.
He cursed furiously, "Bastards! How dare you destroy my spirit form?" The three elders knew full well this old man wouldn't die anytime soon.
His ghostly form was merely a power cultivated from his true body. At worst, it could only inflict injury.
Li Yi must have fallen to that deity. Its power is simply too overwhelming beyond our capacity to confront. Hong Lao's expression grew grave as he looked at the other two, taking a deep breath, already prepared to face death. Perhaps only by resorting to our final means can we resolve this crisis. Otherwise, the divine legacy of Huaxia will be utterly destroyed.
My old comrades, all these years we've journeyed together. It's thanks to your mutual support and care that I've fared so well.
Old Qian's expression darkened as he sighed. Let me detonate myself to end this battle. China still needs you both, and my lifespan is nearly at its end anyway.
Impossible. Technically, I am your senior brother. If death must come, it should be mine first. Old Hong frowned deeply, snorting heavily. Just as he prepared to leap into action, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance, streaking rapidly toward the sun god Amaterasu.
Ha!
That aura feels familiar.
All three elders paused in surprise. It's Li Yi. Li Yi isn't dead. Li Yi has returned. Damn it! How did he survive? How did he possibly live through the hands of our own Amaterasu? This is bad.
That chill is terrifying.
Retreat immediately. In an instant, cries of alarm erupted across the front lines.
Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms erupted from Amaterasu's position. Extremely frigid forces radiated outward from the epicenter, spreading rapidly in all directions.
Chapter 131, Li Yi's Return, Extreme Maneuvering to Overpower Amaterasu. It was none other than Li Yi,
who had rushed to the scene to save the day.
Fortunately, the distance from the Great Tower Cotton Volcano wasn't too far. Xiaobai revealed his true form, moving through the water far more swiftly than on the surface.
This unique advantage allowed Li Yi to reach the battlefield in record time. Yet what met his eyes was the sight of Amaterasu rampaging across the battlefield. Li Yi dared not delay for even a moment, urgently channeling his divine power. In his left hand, he gripped the heavenly reverse spear. Simultaneously, the 9 netherworld flames spell in his right hand instantly split into 8 flames, forming a straight line as they shot toward Amaterasu at breakneck speed. As for the heavenly reverse spear, he had studied it extensively along the way. Unfortunately, no matter how much power he channeled into it, it remained utterly unresponsive, serving only as a gleaming ornament. The moment the chain of nether flames reached its target, all 8 blooms detonated simultaneously. The potent, frigid power of the nether flames intertwined with the fiery energy of the flames, generating a colossal shockwave that violently repelled the sun goddess Amaterasu. At that moment, Amaterasu let out a furious roar as power surged wildly through her body. She raised her arm high, and a blindingly bright divine light flared forth.
Xian, watch out!
Xiaobai urgently warned, still maintaining his form as a giant white serpent.
He swiftly carried Li Yi to evade the torrent of divine light. Xiaobai, can you contact Xiaoqian?
If we could borrow the power of her green snake phantom step, dealing with her might be much easier.
Li Yi understood the situation was extremely dire.
Even though Amaterasu's power had been weakened to the level of a thunder tribulation, it would still be difficult to destroy her in such a short time.
Xiaoqing.
Xiaobai immediately attempted to summon Xiaoqian, who was far away at Jinshan Temple, using telepathic communication.
Sister? Soon, Xiaoqing's astonished voice came through. Sister, you escaped from the Naraka hell? Xiaoqing, there's no time for details now.
Ah Xian urgently needs the power of your green snake phantom step. Xiaobai's words were brief and urgent.
Could it be that sister is battling that terrifying deity from the east?
Yes.
After a brief reply, Xiaobai hurriedly turned to Li Yi and said, Xiaoqing is connected. Quickly activate the heart-to-heart pact.
Sister, how does he borrow it? Before long, Xiaoqian sensed a mysterious contractual power quietly emerging, causing her to exclaim in astonishment.
Sister, I sense the power of the cosmic laws. It's incredible it can even borrow my strength.
I'm lending him the power of the sixth layer of the green snake phantom step. The connection between them was established in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Li Yi immediately activated the heart-to-heart pact.
Instantly, a strange and powerful force surged through his entire body.
As his body moved, his speed surged to its absolute limit, leaving behind a 10-meter-long afterimage in an instant.
This astonished him. Could the speed of the sixth layer of the Azure Serpent Phantom Step, combined with his current cultivation level, truly reach such astonishing heights?
In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Amaterasu like a ghostly apparition.
Boom!
A fierce sword intent of the Amatsukagami roared forth, instantly tearing open a spatial fissure. Amaterasu, fully focused on channeling her divine light, sensed the disturbance behind her. With no choice, she turned her head to counter the sudden attack.
Yet the next second, Li Yi's figure materialized behind her once more.
A 9 Netherworld's inferno spell slammed into her head with thunderous force.
Boom boom boom.
Explosions echoed across the battlefield one after another.
Even with her extraordinary resilience, Amaterasu was pushed to the brink of collapse by Li Yi's elusive speed. Her mind, already lost in fury, now descended into utter madness. Ah, you brat, ah! I shall slaughter your entire clan.
Hiss. The divine messengers and super spirits witnessing this spectacle, whether from the Huaxia faction or the Neon Nation, couldn't help but suck in their breath. In their eyes, Li Yi had become the master of space itself, his body traversing the void at will. The moment Amaterasu turned, he materialized behind her like a ghostly apparition.
Such unearthly, unprecedented maneuvers utterly shattered their understanding. Impossible. How could this be possible? It's unreal, utterly unreal. That kid was scared off just moments ago. How could he return so swiftly and become this powerful? Damn it, am I hallucinating from exhaustion?
The Japanese spectators snapped back to reality, erupting into a chorus of incredulous screams. Many had been filming their deity's rampage, but now they frantically deleted the footage. They were simply too ashamed to face this brutal reality. Their own nation's summoned god, a being of immense power, was being so utterly and mercilessly beaten.
Li Yi didn't run away. Li Yi is back. Ha ha.
On the Huaxia side, once the divine envoys and super spiritualists regained their composure, they couldn't contain their excitement and shouted aloud. Good, good, good. Hong Lao, Wang Lao, and Xian Lao watched Li Yi locked in fierce combat with the sun goddess Amaterasu, tears of joy welling in their eyes. It felt like a long-lost treasure had been recovered. For when Amaterasu had returned, they and the high priest of Tianzhu had shared the same belief that Li Yi had perished in the underworld. This was primarily because no one knew that after emerging from the Naraka hell, Li Yi had broken through to the first layer of the tribulation realm.
That kid didn't die?
The high priest of Tianzhu, who had already retreated to a distance, sensed movement behind him and couldn't help but turn his head. The sight made him gasp in shock. The divine aura summoned by the land of the rising sun, even I find it profoundly unfathomable. What realm has this boy reached? How could he possibly stand against such a mighty deity? Of course, he had no intention of testing it himself. Only a madman would attempt such folly.
Din Son. Din Son. This is incredible. In the sacred altar area of the Tibetan region,
a divine messenger, face aglow with excitement, clutched a tablet tightly as he sprinted towards Song Baton. This is the video captain He Liangwu sent to our temple of reverence.
Oh? Song Baton felt a twinge of surprise.
With the war situation growing increasingly dire and consecutive defeats in multiple major battles, under this gloomy cloud, aside from summoning the gods to descend, it seemed unlikely any good news capable of turning the tide would arise. He took the tablet from the divine messenger, tapped to play the video, and soon his smile grew broader.
Ha! It's Li Yi. Li Yi. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. That lad hasn't disappointed me.
Everyone said he ran scared, but I alone believed he was never a coward. Din Song, the Neon Nation has released numerous videos online showing Li Yi fleeing in terror. This has sparked global criticism of our nation, and our people are utterly disheartened. I suggest we release this footage to reignite their confidence. The divine envoy promptly offered this suggestion.
Song Baton pondered briefly, finding the plan excellent.
Besides, a victory was urgently needed to lift spirits and boost morale. Send a copy to Clan Chi Fu as well, and inform him that the altar will conduct a divine summoning ritual in 1 hour.
Understood. Hearing that the summoning would take place soon, the divine envoy couldn't help but feel excited.
After so many days of agonizing wait, this pivotal moment had finally arrived. The moment the video of Li Yi's battle against the sun goddess Amaterasu was released, it detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves across the entire world. The Grand Cathedral of the Norse Divine Emperor, which had been monitoring developments in Huaxia, along with clergy from other nations, all wore expressions of bewilderment. Wasn't the divine son of Huaxia being hunted down by the deities of the Neon Nation? How could he still be alive? Throughout history, no mortal had ever stood toe-to-toe with a summoned deity.
For once summoned into this world, the innate, overwhelming power of a deity is far beyond what humans can easily match. This transcended the very limits of human comprehension. Media outlets worldwide sensed the commercial opportunity, swarming in to repost the news and spread it with sensationalized exaggerations. Hashtag shocking twist, cowardly Li Yi returns to battlefield to confront deity. Hashtag Li Yi, from fleeing before the gods to a dominant return, what did he endure? Hashtag Eastern human form monster pulls off 7-hour comeback spectacle. The godchild who fled in terror has returned. Hashtag one eye-catching headline after another sprouted like mushrooms after rain across foreign platforms, triggering a chain reaction. Within 3 seconds of seeing this news, Zhang Wendi, the clan leader of the Zheng family of Nanhua, collapsed unconscious. The clan members scrambled in panic, pinching his nose and wrists until they finally revived him. Quick! 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 Recall our men! Withdraw the troops! Withdraw the troops! Uncle, why? The younger generation cried out in astonishment. Chapter 132, Nanhua, Taigua, and Myanmar announce troop withdrawal. That Li Yi dares defy the gods. Have you ever seen any nation capable of such audacity? Zhang Wendi raised his trembling arm, eyes wide with fury, bellowing angrily. The young relative hastily tried to persuade him, but now the neon deities have only faced minor resistance. There's no news of any deity being destroyed. We still have a chance. This is our Zhang clan's one and only golden opportunity to seize control of our nation and step onto the world political stage. The political system of Nanhua Kingdom was exceedingly complex. Due to the populace's fervent devotion to the deities, the nation's 10,000 religions held near absolute authority over all matters. All major clans obeyed the 10,000 religions' commands without question. During the lifetime of the supreme patriarch of the 10,000 teachings, Juechen, the old monk slain by the Eye of Filth, no one dared challenge his authority, not just the government, but even the major clans. The Zhang clan, renowned throughout Nanhua, possessed capital resources unmatched in the nation. Following Juechen's demise, the Zhangs finally ascended to a position of leadership. The Eastern Lands Divine Purification Initiative recently signed with Tianzhu was spearheaded by the Zhang clan. The primary reason lies in the astonishing speed at which the deities of Huaxia have awakened. Originally, the divine power of their nations far surpassed that of Huaxia. Yet, due to the invasion of the Eye of Filth, nearly half of their own divine power was destroyed, leaving them no longer qualified to stand on equal footing with Huaxia. When Zhang Wendi witnessed the Huaxia under siege by various nations, he naturally jumped at the chance to join the fray, scheming to profit from the chaos. But now the situation was entirely different. The formidable strength displayed by Huaxia filled Zhang Wendi with deep dread. Damn it! Immediately obey my orders and recall all our forces. If this fighting continues, once China frees up its resources, they will inevitably come after our Zhang family. But we signed the Treaty of Divine Purification of the Eastern Lands with Tianzhu. I never made a blood oath with them. What the hell do I have to fear? Since joining the battlefield mere days ago, Nanhua had yet to formalize a blood oath divine pact with Tianzhu. Only a verbal agreement existed. The young man finally nodded and turned to leave. That same day, Nanhua issued an official proclamation. Due to the collusion of an ignorant junior of our clan with the Tianzhu divine cult, which violated the borders of Huaxia and caused significant losses to Huaxia, the junior has now been executed. Our nation is willing to compensate Huaxia for all losses and earnestly hopes that the two nations may coexist in peace forever. As this news spread, a wave of furious condemnation erupted across Southeast Asia and even South Asia. Conversely, nations in other regions reacted with sighs of regret upon hearing the news. Master, China has released a video showing Li Yi battling a deity. A divine messenger from India hurried into the Wind Palace, respectfully presenting a tablet to Lord Yama. Nonsense! That Li Yi likely perished at the hands of the deities. How could he have the chance to battle them? Lord Yama, who had been eagerly awaiting good news from the battlefield, was instead met with this unexpected report. Despite his words, he took the tablet to view the footage. Upon seeing the images, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What's happening? This boy was clearly no match for that deity from the land of the rising sun. Why has he suddenly grown so powerful? Bad news, Lord! Nanhuang is in dire straits." Another divine messenger rushed into the palace, equally flustered, clutching a tablet in hand. What? This time, Yama was utterly horrified. An ominous foreboding surged within him. He hastily snatched the tablet to view the broadcasted information, then smashed the table to pieces in fury. Those treacherous scoundrels! At this critical juncture of the battle, they've retreated in fear over a mere video? Master, do not fret. From the very beginning, we never counted on these three factions to play a decisive role in this war. Their purpose was merely to tie down one leg of Huaxia. Elder Modi strode forward and spoke calmly. The true forces that can sway the tide of battle are still us and the Neon Nation. He took the tablet and studied it for a moment. The video shows that the deity awakened by Neon Nation is currently suppressed, but defeating her completely will still take time. We must seize this opportunity to intensify our offensive, launching a massive assault on China to utterly destroy all their divine relics and sever their retreat.
The Grand Elder speaks wisely.
Our sect has already declared war. If we withdraw our forces so easily, China will never let this rest.
Besides, with the support of the Thai kingdom and the Myanmar kingdom, this war may not end in defeat.
Yama suppressed the rage surging within him.
But before he could finish speaking, another divine messenger rushed into the palace. Master, it's bad news. The Thai kingdom has made a last stand.
What? The news struck like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of Yama and Elder Modi.
Both froze in place. It turned out that the king of Taigwa had also seen the video released by Huaxia at the same time. Realizing the tide had turned irrevocably, he knew there was no turning back. Though cursing Nan Yu's treachery in his heart, the king dared not delay.
He immediately issued a proclamation.
I am deeply shocked by the conflict that has erupted along the border between Huaxia and our nation. Upon investigation, it was discovered that one of our divine envoys colluded with Tianzhu without authorization.
This envoy has now been executed. Our nation will bear full responsibility for the damages inflicted upon the borders of Huaxia. We sincerely hope both nations can coexist peacefully and jointly build a better homeland.
When this message appeared before the public, it sparked a global uproar of laughter.
Couldn't they at least come up with different wording? Both statements were practically identical. Did they use the same template? Have they no regard for their reputation? Those treacherous scoundrels.
We should have sent the blood demon disc to them immediately and made them swear a solemn oath.
The Lord of Yama took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, then turned to ask, any news from Myanmar? None yet.
No sooner had the divine envoy finished speaking than another figure burst in. Leader, Myanmar has betrayed us too.
Master, no need to panic. As long as that deity in Neon Nation remains unvanquished, it will draw the bulk of China's forces.
We can then seize the opportunity to storm into China, destroy their divine relics, and turn them into a godless nation forever. Elder Modi hurried forward to console him, attempting to steady the Lord of Yama's emotions.
Li Yi, until you are dead, this sect shall find no peace.
Yama gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, already consumed by a deep-seated dread toward Li Yi. He flung his sleeves back with a heavy sweep and snarled, immediately dispatch additional forces. At any cost, breach the borders of Huaxia.
If we cannot break through, summon our nation's deities to battle. China.
When domestic netizens saw the related footage, the entire land of Huaxia erupted in an instant. Cheers and shouts of joy echoed to the heavens.
Wah, my brother.
This is my brother.
He didn't abandon us. He's back. A middle school student in the midst of binding divine power wept uncontrollably with emotion.
A construction worker laboring on a site had long since lost focus on his task. Sitting under the scorching sun, he clutched his phone tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face.
Li Yi, you did it.
You had me worried sick, nearly gave me a heart attack.
You owe me for that, damn it. I'm so excited my eyes are watering. Miss Song Shen, Li Yi is back. Li Yi is back.
In the livestream chat, countless viewers flooded the screen, frantically sharing this thrilling news with Song Xian, who was still earnestly explaining things to her audience.
Upon hearing the news, Song Xian froze for a full 3 seconds.
She had been earnestly reassuring everyone in the livestream that Li Yi hadn't been scared off, hoping the viewers would believe in him. Perhaps overcome by emotion, Song Xian suddenly clutched her arms tightly, slowly sank to the ground, and first burst into loud sobs before suddenly bursting into laughter. You bastard. If you really ran away, I'd haunt you even as a ghost.
Chapter 133, Neon Nation declares defeat.
Tibet, before the altar. Several venerable elder divine envoys of Huaxia stood silently around the altar, each standing upon a circular divine rune that emitted a mysterious glow. As all channeled their immense power into the patterns, the altar suddenly erupted in brilliant light. Presiding over the ceremony was Elder Chen, guardian of the underground altar at the Temple of Reverence. He held an incense burner of peculiar design, ancient and weighty, murmuring incantations. Had anyone been close enough, they might have heard the mysterious incantations he murmured, along with the name of Xiaoqian from Jinshan Temple. At that moment, a sharp gleam flashed in Elder Chen's eyes. A wisp of blue smoke drifted slowly from the incense burner, settling gently upon the altar. In an instant, a thick pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the clouds.
Far away at Jinshan Temple, Xiaoqian immediately sensed a powerful and mysterious summoning force.
Fortunately, she had already communicated with Xiaobai earlier, so she offered no resistance whatsoever, obediently allowing herself to be transported away by this force. It worked! An expression of profound excitement spread across Old Chen's face. Turning to the crowd behind him, he remarked with emotion, who would have thought this summoning method could be so extraordinary? Upon its descent, it can precisely sense any location thousands of miles away. Old Chen, you've worked hard. Song Badong nodded with a smile, then swiftly turned to address everyone behind him. You've all excelled in completing this mission. Now it's our turn. This time, we must deliver a crushing blow to them, making it crystal clear that the rise of China is unstoppable. Soon, helicopters soared into the sky, carrying the divine messengers of the Temple of Reverence toward various battlefields at breakneck speed. East. Over the vast expanse of the high seas. As Li Yi's attacks grew increasingly fierce and relentless, the dazzling divine light surrounding the sun goddess Amaterasu had significantly dimmed, showing signs of imminent collapse and dissipation. With the stunning reversal in the battle, Lin Qian acted decisively, immediately leading her forces into a counterattack. Seeing this, Tamahisa Hikoa roared in fury, steeled himself, and charged headlong into the fray. Sister, sister! A brilliant pillar of light descended from the heavens, abruptly appearing within the vision of both sides. Suddenly, every soul on the battlefield stared wide-eyed in astonishment, their faces frozen in disbelief. An eastern fairy descended from the heavens, gliding gracefully toward them. What is this? The scene before her sent a jolt through Lin Qian's heart. She hurriedly raised her hand to halt the advancing crowd, unable to discern which side this sudden deity belonged to. Could it be another deity descended upon our nation? A flicker of delight passed through the eyes of the divine messengers and super-spiritualists from the Neon Nation. In their understanding, only their nation possessed the power to summon deities. It was utterly impossible for China to achieve such a feat. Unexpectedly, in the very next second, the delight in their eyes gave way to terror, and they scattered wildly in all directions. After descending, Xiaoqing merely waved her jade-like hand.
Divine power coalesced into countless blades, a dazzling flurry of flashing steel that whistled toward them.
Without hesitation, she charged straight toward Amaterasu, shouting, "Sister, I'm here to help you." Ah! Behind her, cries of agony erupted from the Neon Nation's ranks as over a dozen figures were struck by the fierce storm of blades and plunged into the sea.
Xiaoqing, you've arrived just in time.
We were just missing this final strike. Xiaobai turned his head, his eyes brimming with delight at the sight of Xiaoqing descending.
Xiaoqing's form flickered, revealing a massive green serpent that plunged into the sea.
When it reappeared, it was already behind Amaterasu. She lashed out with a fierce tail strike. Having descended, Xiaoqing was now free from the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth, able to unleash her full power without reservation. Boom! Amaterasu was struck hard by this sudden tail strike, letting out a shrill scream as she flew backward at incredible speed.
Two little snakes, looking for death. Xiaoqing, whatever you do, don't kill her.
Dead, she'd be of no use.
Why not?
The usual method sent her back to the land of the rising sun.
Ha.
A sly, mischievous grin spread across Xiaoqing's face. Indeed, even if summoned deities were destroyed, at worst their divine power would be severely weakened. It was extremely difficult to erase them completely from the world. They could still be awakened again.
Li Yi floated steadily mid-air. The ghostly flames surrounding him split once into two, then two into four, finally dividing into 8 blossoms.
In the blink of an eye, they encircled the sun goddess Amaterasu.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
As Li Yi's thoughts stirred, the 8 flames detonated simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of extreme cold. Finally, green flames began to appear on Amaterasu's body, layered with crystalline ice crystals.
Roar! The giant green serpent raised its head, unleashing a deafening sonic blast.
The shockwave's power was staggering, nearly shattering Amaterasu into pieces. Xiaoqing then resumed human form, rapidly releasing a soft yet immensely powerful green light from both hands, attempting to bind Amaterasu and send her back to the land of the rising sun. Unexpectedly, Li Yi delivered a powerful kick to Amaterasu's rear, sending her flying backward with such force it felt like kicking a giant soccer ball. It was like kicking a giant soccer ball. All around, both sides of the crowd witnessed Li Yi's series of astonishing maneuvers.
For a moment, they felt their scalps tingle, their inner shock impossible to calm.
After all, when summoned, the sun goddess stood over 20 meters tall.
What terrifying strength could possibly kick her away with a single blow? It's over. This is absolutely over.
Nichua Tamahisa and the others turned ashen, their eyes hollow and vacant.
With events unfolding to this point, there was no longer any suspense.
The land of the rising sun had lost.
And it was a complete and utter defeat.
They had believed awakening the sun goddess Amaterasu would bring Japan supreme victory.
Who could have imagined she would be humiliated so utterly? A deity of such stature, treated by humans like a mere football to be kicked around at will?
Soldiers aboard distant warships recorded this historic moment, swiftly sharing it with their comrades, who then uploaded it to the internet.
The news sent shockwaves through the Chinese populace once more.
Many people dug out their long-forgotten gongs and drums from their homes and joyfully took them out onto the streets. They thought they were the only ones struck by the whimsical idea of celebrating this thrilling moment with drums and gongs. But upon reaching the streets, they discovered everyone had the same thought. Pots, pans, and bowls were all brought out.
Soon, the entire nation was immersed in a sea of joy as people beat drums, struck gongs, and danced with abandon.
Unsurprisingly, Li Yi's name once again became the hottest trending topic across all major media platforms. Netizens from Neon Nation and other countries, who had previously mocked Li Yi for being scared off, collectively fell silent at that moment.
Was this Li Yi truly so terrifying? Countless bloggers couldn't resist pulling out their phones to record videos about Li Yi, whether they were eating, walking, or even before bed. And it worked. Audiences were hooked. Even a video of Li Yi's dog taking a pee garnered millions of likes.
Fuxi Island. The news from the front lines struck like a bolt from the blue, swiftly reaching Watanabe's ears.
He collapsed onto the ground, his eyes hollow and vacant, his soul seemingly drained.
President, what should we do now?
Nakajima Takuya approached Watanabe with urgency, his eyes filled with helplessness.
Disasters have been relentless across the nation, volcanoes erupting, tsunami waves raging, entire neighborhoods reduced to rubble.
Our people are suffering terribly, caught in the midst of fire and water. And now, our very deities have been, by that despicable Lee.
At this point, Nakajima Takuya felt too ashamed to utter the phrase like a football.
Defeated. The ancient dragon veins can no longer sustain another summoning of Amaterasu. Everything is settled. Now we can only negotiate with China to minimize the damage. Old Watanabe's body suddenly hunched over, appearing instantly aged. With a desolate expression, he said, "Go. Tell Fujiwara that from this day forward, I shall step down as head of the Soul Summoning Society."
Then what of the alliance we forged with Tenjiku? Who has the energy to worry about treaties now? We didn't break it intentionally, we were simply defeated. Do they expect us to sacrifice the lives of our entire nation for nothing? Unexpectedly, the elderly Watanabe erupted in fury, bellowing, "Those damned bastards! This must be a carefully orchestrated conspiracy of theirs." What did you say?
At a certain estate, when Fujiwara Koji received the call from Nakajima Takuya, he was struck as if by lightning, collapsing onto the floor. He mechanically hung up the phone, sitting dazed and disoriented in place, his eyes vacant.
It's bad news. He. Just then, someone rushed in frantically, stammering and trembling with terror.
Fujiwara Koji's eyes blazed crimson, his gaze fierce enough to devour a man. He fixed the intruder with a deathly stare and snarled through clenched teeth, "What happened to that Lee?"
He kicked the Amaterasu Amakami summoned by our country into the sacred ruins of our deities. Now Amaterasu is rampaging and wreaking havoc there.
Furthermore, the citizens of our country are furious, condemning the Fujiwara clan and demanding
I commit seppuku in atonement, is that it?
Fujiwara Goji froze for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. He sprang to his feet, screaming hysterically,
I will kill you.
Sooner or later.
I will strike back. You think I'll repeat my father's mistakes? Absolutely not.
Contact the Chinese leadership immediately. Our nation acknowledges defeat and is willing to negotiate with China.
Chapter 134, Defeat and Exorbitant Reparations.
Meanwhile, Li, alongside Xiao Bai and Xiao Qiang, manipulated the sun goddess Amaterasu. They swept through the land of the rising sun as if unopposed, launching devastating attacks on every divine relic within the nation.
Previously, the Neon Nation had already suffered heavy losses to its divine relics due to the Eye of Filth incident. Now, this added calamity brought near total destruction.
Even the mysterious being dwelling upon the snowy peaks could no longer remain idle. With a flash, it descended from the mountains, intent on halting this catastrophe. Yet in the blink of an eye, 3 figures materialized, blocking his path with unwavering resolve. "Old ghost, such haste, where do you think you're going?
Out of the way.
I have no time for your chatter now." This figure was none other than the ghost sacrifice himself, his body encased in thick layers of ice and snow that resisted even intense heat. His power had long transcended the ordinary, having attained 9 divine marks. Facing the 3 Eastern guardian gods before him, each possessing 8 divine marks, he showed not a trace of fear. Seeing this, Elder Han laughed heartily.
"I remember it all too well.
You and that old ghost from Tianju trapped us 3 before, preventing us from going to rescue others. Now it's our turn to return the favor. The 3 stood silently before him. They did not make a rash move.
Though they possessed 1 fewer divine seal than ghost sacrifice, 3 against 1 meant even if victory proved elusive, they could still pin him down.
Moreover, the old man's ghostly form had been destroyed, leaving his body injured. Escaping now would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Ghost Sacrifice's face darkened like storm clouds gathering before a tempest. He understood the stakes all too well, sighing helplessly.
Truly unfathomable. Who would have thought that brat survived? What realm has he reached? How could he possibly stand against a deity summoned by this nation?
Old ghost, let the youngsters handle their own affairs. We old codgers should mind our own business.
Come on. I just happened to bring some fine tea.
Let's all savor it together. Old Qian laughed heartily, his relief evident. You see, the 3 elders had been tied up by the ghost priest and the great priest of Tianju, unable to rescue Li Yi. With the Huaxia battlefield suffering defeat after defeat, they were filled with both urgency and fury. Little did they expect the situation to undergo such a dramatic reversal. Meanwhile, the Lord of Yama from the Indian divine cult repeatedly called Japan, attempting to steady Fujiwara Tsuyoshi, but the line remained unanswered.
Left with no other option, he could only issue a public statement. We have already breached the borders of China. Victory will be ours before long.
We fight for freedom, for our homeland, for the gods. Every drop of our blood pours into the foundation of glory. Allies, hold your ground at all costs. The news sent the Indian populace into an instant frenzy, as if injected with stimulants.
Countless Indian netizens flooded Japanese online platforms, attempting to brainwash every Japanese citizen. Brothers, you must hold firm. Never admit defeat lightly. We must have ideals, we must have goals, and above all, we must possess a spirit that fears no death. In the past, Japanese netizens would have rallied with their so-called samurai spirit, responding fiercely. But now, with disasters plaguing their homeland and the front lines suffering crushing defeats, they had long lost the will to fight. All they yearned for was an end to this nightmare and a return to ordinary, peaceful lives. Any incitement to prolong the war is now viewed as demonic. Some within the country could no longer bear to watch. The Indians were utterly shameless. Could the land of the rising sun even hope to continue fighting now? The disasters alone are nearly enough to destroy the nation. A young member of a so-called noble family secretly retrieved the Eastern Divine Purification Plan and recorded a video. The mastermind behind all this is Tianzhu. They forced our nation to sign the Eastern Divine Purge Pact and demanded we swear an oath upon the blood demon altar. They colluded with the Matsumoto clan, not only destroying China's navy but also attacking the East Gene Soul Summoning Society. Every disaster our nation faces now is entirely the doing of those bastards in India. Regardless of the plan's authenticity, such revelations alone were enough to send shockwaves through society. Within moments, the news spread across global media outlets. The exposure of Tianzhu's conspiracy provoked universal condemnation from nations worldwide. The Divine Alliance immediately issued a statement: "We urge certain nations to act with prudence. The divine are the hope of all humanity and should not serve any single individual. We must all strive for world peace, not undermine it." Damn it, this must be the Fujiwara clan's doing. Upon learning the news, the leader of the Yama sect was furious. The exposure of such a shameful affair dealt immeasurable damage to the nation's reputation. He personally stepped forward to refute the rumors. It must be said, certain Eastern powers are remarkably cunning, bribing Japanese nationals to fabricate lies against us. Our sect finds such conduct utterly despicable. We advise those Eastern nations to reconsider their actions. The struggle is nearing its end, victory is within our grasp. We urge our allies to withstand the pressure. Clearly, Yama deliberately smeared China, misleading everyone into disbelieving the rumors. There was no Eastern Divine Purge plan at all, it was all a scheme orchestrated by China through bribing Japanese individuals. Yet when the world saw their rebuttal, they all scoffed in disdain. Just as everyone prepared to mock the Indian cult's antics, Japan began withdrawing its forces. All divine envoys and super spiritualists were urgently recalled, even naval forces were no exception. Fujiwara Koji immediately contacted China's high-level officials to initiate negotiations. The strategic maneuvers between high-level officials were naturally beyond the comprehension or concern of ordinary citizens. But the land of Neon clearly paid a heavy price for this. The war reparations alone amounted to a staggering 5 trillion huaxia currency. This sum might seem substantial, but it was far from sufficient. Recalling the early 20th century, when the Qing dynasty faced invasion by the Eight-Nation Alliance of Divine Powers, it was forced to pay 450 million taels of silver in reparations to 14 nations. The debt was to be repaid over 39 years at an annual interest rate of 4%, totaling 980 million taels of silver in principal and interest. Adjusted for the fiscal conditions of that era, this would equate to 40 trillion yuan in China's current fiscal system. Naturally, Japan could not produce this 5 trillion yuan in a single payment. The repayment period was set at 10 years, requiring annual payments of 500 billion yuan plus 5% interest. Beyond this, the two nations signed various other agreements, including provisions related to divine artifacts such as research rights to the ancient altar on Floating Tide Island. The defeated nation had no dignity to refuse. Most crucially, China demanded public trials for Fujiwara Koji Watanabe, the president of the Soul Summoning Society, as well as Yamada Koton and the head of the Matsumoto clan. However, this proposal was met with vehement rejection by the Rainbow Nation. They stated that Yamada Koton could be tried, but the head of the Matsumoto family was off limits. He was deeply entrenched in the nation's internal conflicts, and no one could challenge the Matsumoto family's status. Moreover, the Fujiwara family, the nation's foremost clan, had already suffered defeat. As for Fujiwara Koji and Watanabe of the Shokansha, one is the patriarch of Japan's foremost clan, the other the head of the Shokansha. Both represent the face of Japan. The main issue was that Watanabe had already vanished, his whereabouts unknown, making any trial impossible. China understood that no defeated nation would willingly hand over its leaders. Most ended up either hunted down or assassinated. If cornered, they might resort to desperate measures, turning the situation into a global spectacle. Furthermore, Fujiwara's earlier demand that China's leadership kneel and apologize to the Shinto society was explicitly stipulated in the treaty. Naturally, China's leadership knew that if they knelt an apology, they would be lambasted by the international community. They only demanded that Fujiwara Koji bow an apology. After both sides reached an agreement and signed the treaty, Fujiwara held a press conference. Standing before the global media, he bowed deeply. "We deeply recognize that initiating the divine war inflicted immense and indelible losses upon both sides. We were wrong. Moving forward, we will confront history and actively learn from our mistakes. Hereby, we solemnly apologize to China."
News of the defeated nation's bowing apology spread like a tidal wave to every corner of the globe, sending shockwaves through the world. The sleeping lion of the East had finally awakened. It would never again be trampled upon as it had been before. When the news reached the homeland, the nation erupted in jubilation. Countless people poured into the streets, chatting excitedly and discussing the events of recent times. Strangely enough, after the video of Fujiwara Koji's defeat and apology was released, the power of the sun goddess Amaterasu finally dissipated completely, vanishing without a trace. Hundreds of volcanoes, spewing black smoke and erupting violently, now ceased their activity. The dark cloud that had hung over everyone's hearts gradually dissipated. The earthquakes beneath their feet and the tsunami assaulting the cities abruptly ceased. Thank goodness. The disasters are finally gone. We don't have to live in fear anymore. How strange. How could this happen? We just apologized to Huaxia, and all the disasters vanished. Could it be that these calamities weren't caused by the sun goddess Amaterasu, but because we offended China? Only now did the people of the land of the rising sun truly grasp who they had offended to unleash such horrific calamities. Chapter 135, India's Last Stand, Summoning the Gods. Damn it, what the hell are these things? Where the hell did these damn things come from? Run! We can't kill them all. If this keeps up, we'll all die of exhaustion here. On the sea surface, a squad of super spiriters was capturing a strange fish that could enhance their powers when they suddenly faced an attack by a massive horde of evil spirits. These malevolent spirits had erupted from the crater of the Great Cotton Tower. The next instant, as if summoned by some mysterious force, the spirits retreated at breakneck speed toward a specific direction. At the Detamian crater. After eliminating the remaining evil spirits, Li Yi reinserted the heaven's reverse gaze into the crater. Only then did the calamity afflicting the Neon Nation cease and the malevolent forces erupting from the underworld were successfully contained. It wasn't that he suddenly had a change of heart, but rather that the number of spirits pouring forth was growing ever larger. If this continued, China would inevitably be plagued by these malevolent entities. Xiaobai, Xiaoqian, let's go. Li Yi shook his head helplessly, casting one last reluctant glance at the heaven's reverse eye. Ever since it had been pulled out, he had held it in his hands and studied it carefully, yet he had never discovered anything particularly remarkable about it. Perhaps his own cultivation level was insufficient to probe the immense power it contained. But for something useless at this stage, it was better to return it to its place and continue suppressing this volcano. As for the calamity befalling the Neon Nation, truthfully, Li Yi still felt little emotion about it. He certainly wasn't going to play the saint and regret his actions. What was done, and what was lost was lost. With the two nations locked in hostility, blame fell squarely on those who had instigated the conflict in the first place. They were the true culprits. Had Li Yi not intervened today, it would be China that faced catastrophe, and Chinese lives that would be lost. Ask those people in the land of the rising sun, would they regret their actions? Clearly not. Yet the war was far from over. After receiving the call, Li Yi instructed Xiaobai to return the divine statue to his pocket. He then had Xiaoqing carry him at top speed toward the border of India. Seriously? I'm a deity now, and you expect me to carry you? What's the deal? After 10 minutes of flying through the sky, Xiaoqing finally snapped out of it and couldn't help but complain. Put. Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh aloud. Well, you are the fastest, after all. Sis, you're being so biased. You two aren't even together in this lifetime yet. Xiaoqing transformed into human form, pouting her little mouth and feigning anger. The battle is urgent. Since you're faster than me, I just wanted to get to the battlefield sooner. Li Yi was suddenly thrown off balance when Xiaoqing transformed, scrambling to steady himself mid-air as he offered an awkward explanation. You got off easy. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, then transformed back into a giant green serpent. She deliberately opened her massive jaws and let out a deafening roar at Li Yi. The powerful blast nearly blew Li Yi's hair off his head. He let out a bitter laugh, quickly jumped onto Xiaoqing's back and sped off in a flash. These traitors! Traitors! Tianzhu, within the Palace of Wind. Lord Yama was furious. The favorable war situation had been utterly ruined by these so-called useless allies, allowing Huaxia to concentrate its forces for a counterattack. The Indian army was retreating step by step. Grand Elder, the divine purge of the eastern lands has utterly failed. The Neon Nation has surrendered in defeat, and the other minor states tremble in fear. Our nation alone cannot hold the line. The deity summoned by Huaxia must possess extraordinary power. To win this war, we must turn their own tactics against them. Within the palace, a group of elders spoke with grave expressions and deep concern. The leader of the Yama sect fixed his gaze on Elder Modi and declared in a deep voice, "You are correct. You should be well aware of the consequences of defeat. Our only course now is to summon a deity and confront China head-on. Should the war be lost, they could never bear the consequences." Remember, after the incident involving the war god Hanuman, India still owed China 500 billion in reparations. Another defeat would likely result in astronomical reparations, plus numerous additional penalties. For India, this would undoubtedly spell utter ruin. But if they win this war, not only would the previous 500 billion in reparations be forgiven, but China might even be forced to pay trillions in compensation. Victory was their only option, defeat was unthinkable. The only deity capable of standing against China is likely the mysterious god bound by the high priest.
After deep contemplation, Elder Modi spoke slowly. Impossible.
But at that moment, the high priest of Tianzhu appeared at the doorway. He tapped the ground lightly with his vine staff, producing a soft thud.
High priest. The elders rose in unison, bowing with reverence.
High priest, our nation now stands at the brink of survival or destruction. Should we fail to win this war, it will spell utter catastrophe for our land?
Hearing this, Yama hurried forward, explaining in a low, urgent voice. Very well. For many years, I have refrained from mentioning this deity. For Tianzhu, it represents our future, its power currently at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Forcibly summoning it now would have unimaginable consequences.
Even if we win this war, our most promising deity would be severely weakened, losing all possibility of further advancement. The high priest sighed helplessly.
High priest, who exactly is this deity? How powerful is he?
All eyes turned to the high priest. These questions had long lingered in their minds. The war god Kartikage. Once he breaks through, even Amaterasu, summoned by the land of Neon, would be no match for him. The high priest scanned the crowd before answering slowly.
Could it be a spirit tier deity?
The elders sucked in a sharp breath.
Though they possessed considerable knowledge of divine matters, none could immediately identify this war god Kartiki. What manner of deity was he? Elder Modi suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming in astonishment, could it be the son of one of the legendary three great gods? The son of one of the three great gods? A wave of astonishment swept across the faces of the assembled elders.
According to the records in the many fragmented scriptures of the Indian religion, they knew of the existence of the three great principal gods. However, due to the damaged texts and missing crucial information, even today, India had yet to uncover the origins of these three great principal gods.
If Li Yi were present, he might have known that the war god Kartiki was none other than the son of Shiva.
The Tianzhu people certainly wouldn't know that the Shiva descent technique they were studying was actually about Shiva, one of the three great gods. I only recall seeing the name of the war god Kartikeya on a broken stone tablet. Unfortunately, the tablet contained no mention of the names of the principal deities, merely recording that he was the son of one.
Seeing the confusion, Elder Modi stepped forward to explain. Alas, to this day we have yet to uncover the identities of the three principal deities.
Had we known who they were, perhaps our sacred sect could have awakened the principal deities from other ruins? Then our sect would have been unrivaled in the world.
The Lord of Yama sighed.
If this deity can break through to the wisdom spirit tier, we will surely rise again.
When that time comes, China will pay a bitter price for this. Indeed.
I suggest we endure this temporary setback, declare defeat, and prepare for the future. In my view, we can win through sheer numbers.
Our nation's deities outnumber China's by several times. If one fails, summon two. If two fail, summon three. An elder objected, even if that Chinese deity is powerful, fighting several at once will be enough to wear them down. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it becomes for us. Eventually, China will have to negotiate with us, and we can minimize our losses. This proposal gained widespread approval. The Lord of Yama immediately ordered Elder Modi to oversee the matter.
On the front lines of Tianzhu, as defeats mounted, the Tianzhu divine envoys and super spirits retreated step by step. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens, revealing a deity with an elephant head and long trunk.
Ha! I am Vinayaka of the divine cult. Slay these Chinese.
The Indian forces froze in shock before erupting into frenzied shouts, charging toward the Chinese troops like men on fire.
Chapter 136, Storming the Wind Palace of India. Ha! Charge, everyone. It's time to strike back. Didn't they enjoy themselves earlier?
The divine emissaries and super spirits of the Indian cult, recognizing the deity who had descended, were nearly driven mad with excitement. They shouted themselves hoarse, nearly kneeling in worship on the spot.
Their previously flagging morale instantly reignited, surging to near boiling fervor as they charged toward the battlefield. Everyone, fall back. Judging by this aura, it's at least a fifth-rank mortal spirit.
Amidst the crowd, Zhang Qianyan's heart clenched violently, his face draining of color. With their current strength, confronting a deity of this caliber would be like an egg hitting a stone, utterly hopeless.
Boom!
Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted across the battlefield. Before anyone could react, a ball of green flame, carrying a bone-chilling cold, shot toward them. It struck with pinpoint accuracy, exploding upon the elephant-headed, long-nosed deity. The green flames instantly engulfed the divine being. The deity Vinayaka let out piercing, agonized screams. Ah! Stop! Stop! It hurts! It hurts! I am Vinayaka. In mere moments, this deity who had only just descended and had yet to display its divine might dissolved into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the air.
Pinyagia?
Three figures silently materialized in the sky, hovering steadily. Li Yi, Xiaobai, and Xiaoqing had arrived just in time. Li Yi knew well that this Vinayaka, also known as Ganesh, was the younger brother of the war god Kartikeya. Both were sons of Shiva and the goddess of the Himalayas. Within the Indian pantheon, he was revered as the god of wealth.
However, in Buddhist texts, Ganesha was depicted as a cruel and tyrannical demon god, inherently vicious and bloodthirsty toward Buddhists.
He was akin to a demon of the mortal realm, bringing endless calamity and suffering to the world. Nevertheless, he does possess a rather resounding title, the Buddha of Joy.
Additionally, Li Yi had heard an absurd legend circulating among Indian Buddhists.
To subdue this malevolent deity, Guanyin Bodhisattva transformed into the female form of Vinayaka, embraced him, and ultimately succeeded in taming him, turning him into a guardian deity of Buddhism. Such a legend was truly beyond comprehension.
Perhaps this Guanyin Bodhisattva was not the same compassionate, suffering-relieving deity revered by the people of China.
On the battlefield now, the sudden turn of events left the Indian divine emissaries and super spirits, who had just charged forward with fierce momentum, frozen in place like wooden statues.
Quickly regaining their senses, they shrieked in terror, "Retreat! Retreat!" The group immediately descended into chaos, scrambling backward in flight.
This spectacle drew uncontrollable bursts of laughter from the Chinese side. Zhang Qianyan instinctively turned his head and immediately spotted Li Yi and Xiaoqing floating in the air.
Since Xiaobai hadn't been summoned yet, mortal eyes couldn't perceive its form.
Overwhelmed with joy and surprise, Zhang Qianyan couldn't help but shout, "Li Yi is here!"
It's Li Yi! Li Yi?
The divine messengers and super spirits, upon hearing this, turned their heads in excitement to look behind them. Unanimously, delighted smiles blossomed on their faces. However, when their gazes fell upon Xiaoqing, they all froze in surprise. Xiaoqing's entire body shimmered with dazzling divine light, identical to the state Pyaga had manifested upon his descent moments before. Such a state was said to appear only when legendary deities descended into the mortal realm. Zhang Qianyan, who was well connected with news from Huaxia, had already heard some updates. Curious, he called out across the distance, "Li Yi, who is this?" "Xiaoqing of Jinshan Temple," Li Yi replied.
Jinshan Temple?
At the mention of the name, the others were struck dumb, their minds reeling for a long moment.
How could they not know the name Xiaoqing of Jinshan Temple?
There were only a handful of deities in Huaxia, and it hadn't reached the point where they could forget them.
This deity must have reached the 9th rank of mortal spirits, right?
The Indian man quickly regained his composure, sensing the aura emanating from Xiaoqing. Fear suddenly flashed across his face. When Xiaoqing was awakened, Li Yi had deliberately concealed her true strength. No one knew her actual cultivation level, and the Temple of Reverence had always kept it a closely guarded secret, never revealing any related information.
This might even surpass the might of the war god Hanuman, right?
Zhang Qianyan and the others also sensed the overwhelming divine presence, drawing sharp breaths.
Regaining their composure, they shouted excitedly, "Everyone, Li Yi and our Chinese deities have arrived.
Victory is assured in this battle. Victory is ours." The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. The arrival of a mighty deity could greatly boost morale, its effect far surpassing any tonic.
Charge! Zhang Qianyan charged ahead, leading the charge with fierce courage. Retreat! Retreat!
Seeing this, the followers of the Indian cult scrambled to retreat in panic. Before the crowd could revel in their joy for long, a pillar of light blazed across the battlefield once more.
Another deity descended. Both sides froze, halting their actions once more. They retreated cautiously, curses flying intermittently as they edged back, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Upon recognizing this deity, the Tianzhu followers roared with renewed fervor, "Ha! It's our deity! Brothers, charge back! What the hell is going on?"
Zhang Qianyan's face twisted in utter collapse as he whipped his head around to look at Li Yi behind him.
Li Yi gave Xiaoqing a slight nod.
Xiaoqing had long since grown impatient. With a flick of her wrist, the divine light surrounding her coalesced into a swirling maelstrom of gleaming blades and swords, sweeping toward the deity.
The blades sliced through the deity's form.
The deity was instantly sliced into dozens of pieces, then dissolved into scattered starlight, not even having time to utter a scream. This sight filled the eyes of the Tianzhu people with utter despair. Even the most obtuse could see the vast disparity in power between the two deities. The weaker one hadn't even managed a single effective strike. At that moment, some of the Indian super spiritualists experienced a collapse of their faith. They dropped their weapons and turned to flee, ignoring the shouts of those behind them.
Within moments, a chain reaction erupted.
The Indian army finally collapsed. Hordes of super spiritualists turned and fled in a panic, utterly disregarding the battlefield situation. Kill! Spotting this golden opportunity, Zhang Qianyan roared and charged forward, dispatching one enemy after another with a single punch.
"Shen, it seems there's no suspense now.
It's only a matter of time before the Tianzhu forces are defeated."
Xiao Bai's relieved voice echoed. "They never learn. The last incident hasn't been resolved yet. I'll see how they handle this one."
Li Yi crossed his arms, snorting coldly. "Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, let's go. Destroy every last one of their divine relics. While we're at it, let's raid the Palace of Wind and see if we can find that painting. This time, we'll make sure they remember this lesson."
Tianzhu, the divine altar.
Elder Modi and several divine envoys continuously performed the Shiva invocation ritual, awakening gods one after another to join the battle.
Yet no matter how many deities they summoned, they could not halt the advance of Huaxia.
They too were disheartened, unable to summon any more deities as their own powers were nearly depleted.
Elder. It's Li Yi and the deities summoned by Huaxia. Our deities have all been destroyed.
The divine messenger reported. The elders sighed deeply. One Li Yi has ruined our sect's most crucial endeavor.
That afternoon, Zhang Qianyan finally led his forces to breach the borders of Tianzhu. Meanwhile, Li Yi and Xiaoqian were relentlessly attacking the divine ruins of Tianzhu.
The ruins damaged last time had yet to recover and now bore fresh wounds.
The people of Tianzhu were now utterly enraged.
They only wished to worship their gods in peace. Why were they repeatedly dragged into these troubles? When people reach the depths of despair, their actions often defy imagination. Hordes of citizens stormed the major branches of the Tianzhu divine cult, smashing everything inside to pieces. They demanded the cult's leader, Yama, appear and atone for his crimes with his life. News reached the Wind Palace. Lord Yama slumped dejectedly in his chair. He had believed that the sheer numerical superiority of the deities could hold back the advance of China. But who could have imagined the deities of Huaxia were so formidable? Unless they invoked the war god Kardake, controlled by the high priest, victory over Huaxia was impossible.
Bad news.
Li Yi is leading the deities of Huaxia on a rampage, destroying our sacred ruins as he advances toward us. A panicked divine messenger burst into the Wind Palace, shouting urgently.
High priest, the situation is critical. We can no longer hold them back.
They've already breached our defenses and will soon storm the Wind Palace. I suggest we evacuate immediately.
Yes. Let's leave and figure things out later. Quickly. Order everyone to take everything out of here. Master, if all else fails, declare our nation's defeat. Li Yi's name struck fear into the hearts of the elders like a harbinger of doom.
None dared confront him directly, all panicking and shouting in alarm.
Yama suddenly lost his composure. Where is the high priest? Where is he?
Won't he step forward to stop this?
The high priest came, then left. What? He came and left? Why?
The elders were utterly astonished.
Yanma seemed to grasp something.
Knowing the high priest as he did, he was not the type to act impulsively or rush into danger. Clearly, the deity summoned by Li Yi and Huaxia was too powerful, forcing even the high priest to retreat for the moment.
Quickly! Take everything you can carry. Yama snapped back to his senses and shouted.
The Wind Palace housed numerous sacred artifacts of the Indian religion, each priceless.
The group hurriedly gathered their belongings, not daring to linger for a moment before fleeing. Boom!
As the Wind Palace's doors were smashed open, Li Yi charged in first. But he found the place completely deserted.
Where'd everyone go?
They sure got out of here fast.
Must be in a hurry. Xiaobai, help me find that painting.
Chapter 137, The Wind Palace, the Golden-Winged Bronze Statue, and the Vajra Scepter. The Wind Palace was undoubtedly the most dazzling and iconic structure of the Tianzhu divine cult. Crafted from 953 semi-octagonal red sandstone lattice windows, its overall design was exquisitely intricate, complex yet elegant. From afar, it resembled a dazzling crown. Ah Xian, this place looks utterly extravagant. All I see is gold everywhere. I wonder how much blood and sweat they squeezed from the people to build this palace. Xiaobai's eyes widened, his voice tinged with awe. As Li Yi, Xiaobai, and Xiaoqian stepped inside, a gentle breeze swept in through windows on all sides, softly caressing their faces with a soothing comfort.
Li Yi, too, was awestruck.
Each level of the palace displayed ingenious design. Ascending along the winding passageways, it felt as though they were stepping into the sacred domain where the gods dwelled.
Yanma and his men had clearly departed in such haste that the palace interior was left in utter disarray. Most of the vessels lay scattered haphazardly across the floor.
Xiaoqian curled her lip in disgust. I was looking forward to a good fight here, she said.
But these cowards?
They didn't even dare show their faces.
Just ran off. What a bore. I just find it peculiar.
I distinctly sensed an immensely powerful deity residing somewhere in Tianzhu, yet they never brought that deity forth to face us.
Li Yi didn't relax his vigilance despite the current situation.
Instead, his brow furrowed as his doubts deepened.
Judging by Tianzhu's recent behavior, their actions were indeed difficult to comprehend by conventional logic.
As the saying goes, when people have no shame, they become invincible. Flipping through Tianzhu's history, their deeds were enough to shatter one's worldview. A foreign netizen once quipped that Tianzhu was like a dormant maggot once awakened, it could discuss the entire world.
While exaggerated, careful examination reveals this description is actually conservative.
When the Tianzhu cult learned of Li Yi's impending attack, their first instinct wasn't resistance but packing their bags and fleeing, hardly surprising.
Hearing you say that, I recall feeling the same when I first entered this country.
Unfortunately, the aura of this deity is too powerful and elusive, it's impossible to pinpoint its exact location. Xiaoqian shook her head helplessly, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes.
Xiaobai stood before a bronze artifact, calling out curiously, "Ah Xian, come see this. This flower chicken looks so strange, its tail is spread like a peacock's. It's downright bizarre."
Huh, you're right. This thing isn't quite a chicken, not quite a peacock, and certainly not a giant bird.
It's a complete mishmash.
Xiaoqing flashed over in an instant, scrutinizing the bronze artifact closely.
Li Yi stepped forward, standing before the bronze artifact.
He gazed at it for a long time but couldn't identify what it was.
It must be worthless, otherwise why would the elders of the Indian sect have abandoned it? However, the moment his hand touched the bronze artifact, a notification suddenly flashed in his mind. Divine Power Collector detects the essence of deities.
By selecting divine figures and disseminating their legends, you can strengthen people's faith, awaken the deity, and gain divine power to elevate your own divine rank.
Could this be a divine artifact? Could it be? Li Yi's heart stirred.
Suddenly recalling something, he leaned closer to examine it carefully. In the Indian pantheon, the only deity associated with chickens was Garuda, the golden-winged bird, also known as Kalura. However, in Indian mythology, this bird typically appears as a bird-headed human or a human-headed bird. Compared to the bronze statue before him, the difference was stark. This bird was entirely avian in form. The only peculiar thing about it was that it resembled a chicken, yet its tail spread like a peacock's feathers, and its wings were far broader than those of ordinary birds. As for whether it was the legendary golden-winged giant bird from ancient Chinese lore, the likelihood was virtually zero. The physical differences alone were too great.
If you like it, take it with you. We'll study it properly once we return. Li Yi didn't dwell on it.
His immediate priority was to find what he needed as quickly as possible. After all, it was Shi Ping who had brought the portrait of the white ghost from India to appear at the Chinese press conference. He remained convinced that a portrait of the black ghost must also exist, which was why he had come here hoping for a stroke of luck.
If he could awaken the white and black impermanents, their power would be formidable. Though not true deities, they were ghostly beings holding divine offices. Sister, why don't we just take everything here? China is short on everything right now. We can bring it back for the believers to use.
Xiaoqing suddenly suggested excitedly. Xiaobai looked stunned and sighed helplessly. Even if we wanted to take everything, we'd have to be able to carry it all.
There are countless items left behind here.
Ha! Li Yi stood before a Vajra staff. This particular Vajra was only about the size of 2 fists, compact enough to be held in one hand. Apparently, the heavenly India cult deemed it of little value and simply discarded it here.
As Li Yi held the Vajra staff, a prompt appeared in his mind.
Divine Power Collector detects the power of deities.
Can. Li Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy.
He had already guessed what kind of weapon this was. Finally, a weapon he could truly wield.
In the midst of Tianju, the Vajra was Indra's weapon, meticulously crafted for him by the divine artisan Vasudeva. Among the gods, Vasudeva was revered for his unparalleled craftsmanship. He forged 3 items for Indra, including this Vajra. Legend held the Vajra to be of unparalleled hardness. Traditional depictions showed it as a metal shaft with 3, 5, or 9 prongs radiating from a lotus at each end. The Rigveda describes it as a serrated metal rod bearing thousands of sharp spikes. In ancient Indian and Central Asian artworks, the Vajra is often depicted as a short rod with a pair of sharp prongs at each end. This thing looks a bit short and feeble.
Xiaoqing, expecting some rare treasure, darted over to take a closer look. She couldn't help but curl her lips in disgust.
I have to say, your taste isn't exactly stellar either. Li Yi was momentarily speechless. Though it appeared diminutive, Indra had wielded it to annihilate the water demon Namusi and the dragon Vritra, successfully restoring the necessary balance of light and water to earth. As a weapon, it could effortlessly level mountains and never missed its target, always miraculously returning to its master's hand. Who dared to underestimate such a divine artifact?
Xiaoqing, don't be ridiculous.
Xian knows far more than you do.
Sis, you just spoil him. Xiaoqing pouted, then turned and dashed off to search for treasures elsewhere. Xiaoqing has a sharp tongue. Don't be angry with her, Xiaobai approached and said.
Of course not. Besides, this thing isn't as bad as she makes it out to be. Li Yi shrugged.
His familiarity with these things came from exposure in anime and films.
For instance, in Armored Warrior Xingtian, the Gangyang Vajra Club was inspired by this very artifact.
It served as the guardian treasure of the planet Ares, hailed as the pinnacle of galactic technology. It also appeared in Sky War Chronicles, complete with the binding abilities of the golden-winged Garuda. Of course, the anime and films had almost completely reimagined this artifact beyond recognition, making it impossible to rely on them entirely. After searching the entire area, the two found only the Garuda statue and the Vajra staff. None of the other relics left behind carried the divine aura that would alert them. Upon reflection, this made sense. Some treasures carried such faint divine auras that they were easily overlooked. Even so, Li Yi resolved to take everything with him, regardless of whether they carried divine aura.
At this moment, with India facing such a catastrophic calamity, it was utterly powerless to fight on.
Moreover, with the enemy already breaching its borders, it knew defeat was inevitable. They hastily requested a telegram exchange with Huaxia to discuss the terms of surrender.
They were quite straightforward, fearing that delaying the announcement of their defeat would only invite Li Yi's relentless pursuit. That very afternoon, they declared their defeat. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. Tianzhu has lost? And Huaxia had won again? Chapter 138 Defeat Negotiations. Lord Yama bows in apology. News of Tianzhu's defeat drew media from every corner of the globe like a tidal wave. While Japan's defeat was somewhat understandable, devastated by earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions at home, coupled with consecutive battlefield losses that left them unable to continue fighting. But India's defeat left many utterly baffled. For in East and South Asia, the divine power of Tianzhu was unquestionably the foremost force. Even after the Hanuman incident had destroyed half of their divine strength, they still firmly held the top position in the region. Yet soon, as battlefield footage was released to the public, people suddenly understood and were filled with horror. It turned out that Li Yi, the divine son of China, along with the divine being Xiaoqian from Jinshan Temple he had summoned, had swept across the battlefield unopposed, overwhelming every divine being summoned by Tianzhu. Li Yi's advance proved unstoppable, reaching the Wind Palace before the Indian deity cult was finally compelled to declare defeat. As media personnel dug deeper, these videos were reposted across major news websites worldwide. In an instant, posts about China's Li Yi and Xiaoqian of Jinshan Temple brutally defeating the deities of Tianzhu and bravely storming the Wind Palace of Tianzhu flooded the internet. In a remarkably short time, Xiaoqian gained immense faith energy. When this faith energy transformed into her own power, her strength surged dramatically. Damn, that's insane. Keep it up. Still feeling cocky now? Got your ass kicked into submission by my brother, huh? Ha! I was there in person, witnessed Ishin's move with my own eyes. It was earth-shaking and soul-stirring. Gods who stood in his way were slain, Buddhas who blocked his path were destroyed. He killed one every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. I hereby declare, Li Yi is my second daddy. Daddy, let me suck up to you. Long live China. Ishin is unbeatable. Chinese netizens cheered wildly, their joy as intense as during the New Year celebrations. Faced with the netizens' wild comments, Li Yi couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing the news. Even if he could kill one person every 10 steps, he couldn't act like that. Li Yi, negotiations with Tianzhu are about to begin. I wanted to ask what your demands are. However, they wish for you to leave the Wind Palace as soon as possible. Song Boton's call came through. I believe it's about time you returned. There are numerous matters requiring your attention with the Divine Alliance. They even wish to come to China personally to meet with you. Indeed, Li Yi remained lodged within the Wind Palace, showing no inclination to depart. The representatives of the Tianzhu divine cult could only linger outside the Wind Palace, not daring to step inside. He answered the call, pondered for a moment, then replied, I can leave the Wind Palace, but I must take everything inside with me. Also, regarding that painting Shiping had, there must be another one. If they can produce the second painting, I'll leave immediately. Very well. I will convey this demand to them. The call ended there. The ensuing period became a tug of war between Tianzhu and Huaxia. That afternoon, the power summoned by Xiaoqian finally exhausted itself. The force of the cosmic laws drew her back into the treasure green hairpin at Jinshan Temple. This time, she had gained a vast amount of faith energy and needed to return to consolidate this power. Shen, both you and Xiaoqian have grown stronger. I can't hold everyone back. I want to find a place to cultivate too, and even more, I want to gain faith energy to accelerate my cultivation progress. Li Yi and Xiaobai sat on the eaves of the Wind Palace, gazing at the distant city palaces and the Giantomanta Observatory. Sounds good. Have you considered where to cultivate? Shihu Lake or somewhere else? Li Yi instinctively pulled Xiaobai close, letting her rest her head on his shoulder. As they watched the sunset on the horizon, a wave of profound peace washed over him. Xiaobai's cheeks flushed slightly as she nestled her head closer, wishing this moment could last forever. I'd still prefer a place rich in spiritual energy. The spirit serpent transformation technique I practice relies heavily on it. A place with spiritual energy? Li Yi pondered carefully in his mind. Only Qingcheng Mountain or Amei Mountain fit the description. Though Xiaobai and Xiaoqian were often mistaken in films and comics as demon snakes that had cultivated into spirits, they were actually spiritually attuned beings. The distinction between demons and spirits is vast, with the most significant difference lying in their humanity. Even before attaining human form, spirit beings possess a degree of self-awareness. Such entities cultivate more readily and ascend to immortality more easily. Demons, however, cultivate through instinct alone. Devoid of human nature, they act purely on instinct, driven solely by their own desires. They often defy heaven and harm the world, bringing calamity upon the mortal realm. Furthermore, in some versions of the legend, Xiaobai became a disciple of the mother of Mount Li immediately after birth. If it were a demon snake, how could it possibly be taken as a disciple by a human? After deciding on Xiaobai's cultivation site, Li closed his eyes, savoring the pleasant sensation of the breeze caressing his face. Negotiations between Huaxia and Tianzhu continued for about a week. During this week, China demanded 7 trillion yuan in war reparations and all divine artifacts left behind in the Wind Palace.
As for why the demand exceeded Japan's by 2 trillion, the reason was straightforward. It must be understood that India's financial situation was far inferior to Japan's. A nation unable to properly care for its own impoverished citizens could hardly be expected to muster sufficient funds for reparations. So no matter how much compensation is demanded, India will surely struggle to pay up. Might as well ask for more and bet they'll agree just to avoid the hassle of reneging later. Upon hearing the demand for 7 trillion in war reparations, India was utterly shocked and nearly flipped the table in anger. Fortunately, it managed to suppress its fury and ultimately agreed. Those bastards could never actually pay 7 trillion. I say we offset it with their mineral resources and other agricultural products. After multiple high-level meetings in China, Clan Chief Fu snorted heavily. Song Badong immediately interjected, in any case, we'll set the price sky high and make them offset it with all manner of goods. At the very least, we'll squeeze every last resource out of them for the next decade. Other high-ranking officials nodded in agreement with this proposal. When both sides began negotiating the specific repayment plan, China proposed settling part of the debt upfront and then offsetting the remainder with goods. After back-and-forth negotiations, they finally hammered out a series of treaties. War is inherently such that the defeated party must compensate the victor with corresponding capital. Numerous news outlets had already descended upon Tianzhu. As demanded by Huaxia, the Tianzhu cult's leader, Yama, personally appeared before television cameras to apologize to Huaxia. As the Supreme Patriarch bowed deeply in apology, images of the scene instantly spread across global networks. The world was stunned. How could a single Li force the leader of a major Tianzhu sect to apologize on the spot? At that moment, religious leaders worldwide collectively sensed the immense threat Li posed. Representatives from various factions secretly contacted each other, hoping to eliminate this threat. Otherwise, sooner or later, it would spread to their own countries. Meanwhile, the people of China felt as if they had welcomed a second spring. The first, of course, was the joy sparked by the video of the Neon Nation apologizing after its defeat. Elderly men and women spontaneously brought out their drums and gongs, taking to the streets to beat them joyfully. Across the nation, people sang praises of Li Yi's monumental achievements. The internet was flooded with accounts of Li Yi's glorious battles against the Neon Nation and the deities of India. Jean Lao, China's renowned children's songwriter, personally composed the great hero Li Yi for him. Upon release, it was instantly sung by every child under 8 across the internet. The eastern waves roar and crash. West hills, stones bounce and leap. Villains raise their blades, howling and screaming. Li Yi charges onward, soaring through the skies. Ganges sands run, run, run. Hot winds whistle through the air. The divine drum thumps and thumps. Li Yi laughs and waves his hand. Chapter 139, Nordic and Indian Conspiracy, Divine Alliance Investigation. Master, Elder Modi has fled. When Huaxia demanded the painting in exchange for Li Yi's departure from the Wind Palace, Yama quickly realized they were seeking the very painting held by Elder Modi. After the apology concluded, he immediately dispatched men to search for Elder Modi, only to receive this news. Yama's expression darkened instantly, his brows furrowing deeply. He escaped? Where did he go? Are his belongings still there? Did you find the painting? He must have departed in great haste, leaving everything behind. Men are already conducting a thorough search of Elder Modi's residence. I came to report this news to you in advance. The divine messenger replied swiftly. Don't forget the last incident involving Hanuman forced Elder Jasang to take the fall. This time, however, matters are far more serious. China won't let Yanma off lightly. They'll certainly arrest a crucial elder for trial. Elder Modi isn't a fool. Upon learning of the negotiations, he immediately slipped away and so hastily that he didn't even have time to notify his family. Master, we've found him. Another divine messenger hurried in from behind, respectfully presenting a scroll. Only then did Yama breathe a slight sigh of relief. He hastily took the scroll and unfolded it. It was indeed the very painting Elder Modi had previously imbued with magic. What secret does this painting hold? Why must it be this particular one? Elder Modi once mentioned that infusing power into both paintings simultaneously could create a temporary portal, allowing the energy absorbed by the white painting to be transmitted here. He shook his head helplessly. Even if he wanted to keep it for himself, there was nothing he could do now. That afternoon, Yanma led the elders to the Wind Palace and personally handed the painting to Li Yi. Young sir, possessing such extraordinary abilities at your age, you are destined to secure a glorious future for Huaxia. Though this is our first meeting, you and my divine cult share a profound connection. Should you choose to join us, I pledge on the spot that the position of Grand Elder shall be yours alone. Ha ha. Unexpectedly, Li Yi burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd thing imaginable. If you offered me the position of sect leader, I might consider it. But the senior elder? Forget it. Your second elder was sacrificed to take the fall for your crimes. Now I hear your senior elder has fled too, probably scared you'd drag him out to take the blame. Tell me, senior elder? Do you really think I'd dare take that role? The old face of the Yama sect leader instantly flushed crimson with embarrassment.
He gave a dry chuckle and said no more. The moment Li Yi's hand touched the painting, a prompt echoed in his mind. Divine Being Collector Alert, detecting divine power. Li Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his hunch was correct, he had finally collected both paintings of the black and white impermanence. Next, he could return to China to arrange matters for awakening the deities. He carefully tucked the painting away, not even glancing at Yama as he turned and walked straight out. Such an attitude left Yama's face darkening with fury. Clenching his fists tightly, a rage identical to Fujiwara's surged within him. One day, you'll kneel before me and beg the gods to punish you. At that very moment, a divine messenger hurried over, rushing to Yama's ear and whispering something in a low voice. The Divine Emperor's Grand Church? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed across Yama's face. Typically, the Indian divine cult and the Norse had little interaction, often even clashing. What business could the Norse have at this critical juncture? After a moment's thought, he ordered his subordinates to go and receive them. Lord Yama, long time no see. How have you been? Before the words had fully left his mouth, two men entered from outside. The leader, a middle-aged man, wore a black wizard's robe. Tall and imposing, he wore his hood pulled low, concealing his features. Following behind was an elderly man, also clad in a wizard's robe, his withered skin visible through the sleeves. Mr. Fan Di, I truly did not expect you and Archbishop Kyle to grace us with your presence in person. The leader of the Yama sect visibly startled for a moment upon seeing them before regaining his composure to greet them. The visitor was none other than Fan Di, the Pope of the Northern Divine Emperor Grand Ecclesiastical Court. The Divine Emperor's Grand Cathedral represented all mythological systems of the North. As its Pope, Fan Di wielded immense power. All Nordic nations deferred to his command in matters concerning the gods, and it was no exaggeration to call him the king of the Norse mythological world. Moreover, the Divine Emperor's Grand Ecumenical Church held a pivotal position within the Divine Alliance. A full third of the Alliance's high-ranking divine envoys hailed from this sect. Lord Yama, I have indeed come to discuss a matter with you. The strength China has now demonstrated has drawn the keen attention of all nations. Their pace of development far exceeds everyone's expectations and demands vigilance. Archbishop Kyle spoke slowly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Yama, however, dismissed this with a cold tone. Given your standing within the Divine Alliance, a single word from you could plunge China into turmoil. Is such vigilance not premature at this stage? Prevention is always better than cure. Once hostilities break out, it will be too late to seek solutions. A flicker of disdain crossed Pope Fan Di's face as he spoke in a detached tone. Only he knew the true hidden circumstances. Though the Divine Emperor's Grand Cathedral held some sway within the Divine Alliance, its influence had been significantly diluted in recent years as the divine powers of other nations rose. Moreover, the decision to admit China into the Divine Alliance hadn't originated from them, but from proposals by several other sects. The relationships involved were intricate and tangled, difficult to explain in a single breath. Yen Molan frowned, his expression growing impatient. May I ask what brings you two here? Please speak plainly. With the nation in such chaos, I truly have no time to entertain guests. We are willing to provide 100 billion Nordic coins in funding to your divine sect, the Pope of Fan Di declared with a broad smile. Our sole request is that your sect collaborate with our Holy See to assist in restoring an altar. Pope Fan Di said with a broad smile. 100 billion euros? Yama gasped at the figure. Converted at the current exchange rate, that was nearly 800 billion Huaxia currency. With that sum, this year's war reparations could be easily settled. What kind of altar could be worth that much? After a long pause, Yama lifted his head and addressed the two men. I'm sorry, but my church isn't short on funds, nor is our nation. Regrettably, we cannot accept this offer. Such words might fool the uninformed masses. Who didn't know that Tianju was currently in dire economic straits? How could they not be short on funds? By partnering with us, we can serve as your sponsors and help you join the Divine Alliance. Only then will you gain the standing to step onto the world stage. Archbishop Kyle's tone carried a hint of displeasure as he continued. Additionally, the Divine Alliance's assessment team will soon be heading to Huaxia. Once they successfully classify Huaxia, it will gain access to the Divine Alliance's database to view higher-level materials. At that point, the awakening rate of Huaxia's deities will undoubtedly accelerate beyond previous levels. By then, your Tianju may well find itself powerless to resist. However, we have our people within the assessment team. If we wish to sabotage the process and prevent them from passing the classification, it would not be difficult. If you truly refuse to cooperate, then this deal is off. Wait. I accept. Yama had ascended to the position of patriarch for a reason. He was no ordinary figure. He understood the stakes involved. Should China gain access to the Divine Alliance's vast database of deities, the awakening pace of Chinese gods would accelerate dramatically. At that point, what chance would India have to recover? Dean Song, the Divine Alliance has just sent word, the inspection delegation will arrive in China in 3 days. This assessment primarily evaluates the deities reported by each nation, determining their status and rank, which will directly impact our country's standing within the alliance.
In the Promotion Academy's office, Suemo from the Divine Alliance Department entered, his face etched with helplessness. But Li Yi vanished after returning. Everyone's frantic, not knowing what to do.
After he returned, he informed me he was heading to Qingcheng Mountain.
We haven't heard from him since. Don't worry. I'll contact him immediately. Such an important matter, we absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. Song Boton's expression immediately turned grave upon hearing this.
Chapter 140, Compensation from Manhwa, Myanmar, and Taigwa, End.
Xiaobai, how does it feel here? Late night in Huaxia.
At Qingcheng Mountain, the peak where Noyan Temple stood, the tourists had finally dispersed.
Li Yi held the Vajra mace he had obtained from the Wind Palace of Tianzhu.
Through his recent research, he discovered that by channeling divine power into it, the two fist-sized Vajra maces would release tail flames from both ends, sharp enough to effortlessly slice through stone. It was precisely this ability that allowed him to carve a passage deep into the mountain in record time. He excavated a chamber and placed Xiaobai's stone statue on a specially crafted stone table. This location was not far from the vicinity of the cloud-gathering monastery and would not interfere with ordinary people coming to forge divine power. Xiaobai could now cultivate here undisturbed.
Shen!
Xiaobai suddenly felt reluctant to part and rushed over to embrace Li Yi, pressing her vibrant, luscious red lips against his. Who could resist? Especially with Xiaobai's figure absolutely stunning and her appearance so ethereally beautiful. Li Yi wasted no time, his hands immediately growing restless.
900,006 words omitted here, not one more, not one less. The capital city. All high-ranking officials of Huaxia were present, including Song Bodong.
Seated in the spacious office, they whispered among themselves, discussing the meeting's agenda.
The purpose of this meeting was clearly stated in the notice.
Now, let's discuss how we should handle these three nations' violations of our borders. Clan Chief Fu scanned the room, his gaze seeking to read each expression. Soon, murmurs filled the room. A minority argued that the damage inflicted by these nations was minimal, and given the complexities of international relations, China should seize the opportunity to demand reparations.
This, they contended, would demonstrate the dignity of a great nation and win respect through virtue.
Of course, most of these individuals were the usual do-gooders who maintained close ties with these nations. The majority, however, insisted that these three nations must not be let off lightly. They advocated for immediately deploying troops to exert pressure, forcing them to pay reparations and sign various agreements favorable to our nation.
What are your thoughts, Li Yi?
Fu, the clan chief, turned his gaze toward Song Bodong. The moment these words were spoken, a murmur rippled through the room. What level of esteem must one hold for Li Yi to warrant specifically seeking his opinion at such a high-level meeting? Such a scenario had not occurred in recent years.
Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense.
Had Li Yi not single-handedly turned the tide and saved China from peril, the nation would likely be the defeated party now tightening its belt and forced to compensate the enemy for damages.
Song Bodong, visibly startled, then hastily rose to his feet, shaking his head as he declared.
Though I haven't formally discussed this with Li Yi, knowing him, he would undoubtedly support us in teaching these three nations a severe lesson. Otherwise, similar incidents are bound to arise again in the future. Even if they don't cause irreparable damage, they're still utterly disgusting. I have prepared a draft document outlining the compensation demands we will pursue against these three nations. After hearing Song Boton's perspective, Clan Chief Fu nodded in agreement.
He then turned to the assembled group and stated methodically.
First, demand reparations of 400 billion, 500 billion, and 10 million Huaxia currency from Manhwa, Taigwa, and Myanmar respectively.
Second, implement exclusive procurement agreements for their mineral resources. Third, defeated nations hold no sway whatever demands and reparations the victors impose become justified. A vote was conducted on the spot. The results showed that over 80% of the participants approved the agreement.
Subsequently, Huaxia dispatched 3 separate diplomatic missions to Nanhua, Taigwa, and Myanmar to negotiate the relevant matters. As for why the compensation amounts differed so greatly among these three nations, the reason was simple: their economic conditions varied vastly. Take Nanhua, for example, its annual GDP was only around 2.4 trillion, with fiscal revenue barely reaching 400 billion. This money is crucial for sustaining the nation's operations throughout the year, and repaying 400 billion in reparations might take more than 4 years. This demand was tantamount to forcing them to willingly place their necks under the blade, effectively a death sentence.
After the meeting concluded,
Chief Fu deliberately kept Song Bodong behind, and the two engaged in a lengthy discussion about Li Yi's affairs, showing particular interest in matters related to the deities.
Clan Chief Fu, you may rest assured.
Li Yi had already agreed to awaken the deities. It was merely an unexpected delay this time. Otherwise, the seventh deity would likely have been established in Huaxia long ago. The reference to the seventh deity naturally included the local land god temple and the 2 original divine relics that had been destroyed in China.
Very well. I shall await your good news.
Chief Fu's face lit up with a broad smile, radiating genuine delight.
Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added, have you decided on the reward for Li Yi? It's been quite some time since this matter concluded. Clan Chief Fu, please grant me some time.
I will devise a truly unique reward.
Song Badong pleaded awkwardly.
I do hope you can devise a unique approach. We absolutely cannot allow a hero who has performed such great service for the people to go without the recognition he deserves. Furthermore, matters concerning the Divine Alliance must be handled with utmost care. The evaluation of our rank is crucial for a nation like ours that has only recently joined the alliance.
Understood. Song Badong nodded in response.
As the negotiation delegation entered the territories of Taigwa, Nanuet, and Myanmar, chaos erupted instantly across all three nations. Upon seeing the compensation figures and the terms of the agreements, their expressions shifted like a roller coaster.
Without hesitation, they fiercely rejected the terms, loudly denouncing them as outright robbery.
However, as the Huaxia Divine Veneration Academy dispatched large contingents of envoys and troops to the borders of the three nations, Myanmar was the first to soften its stance, immediately expressing willingness to negotiate.
Within a single day, Taigwa and Nanuet followed suit, declaring themselves open to talks.
In reality, they had only held out for about half a day before all three nations accepted China's demands. Soon, as the three nations issued public apologies one after another, the incident once again caused a huge stir online.
Li Yi, the central figure in this incident, saw his name elevated to unprecedented heights. At this point, China's formidable strength was truly displayed in its entirety before the eyes of the world, ensuring that nations across the globe would never again underestimate this awakened Eastern Lion. The Chinese public and netizens once again immersed themselves in an atmosphere of jubilation. Major online media platforms publicly chimed in, playing on the meme, "Li, my man, show yourself. How many steps does it take to lie flat?" Countless netizens flooded into Song Xian's livestream, urgently pleading for a glimpse of Li Yi's presence. "Folks, I can only try my best to ask him, but I'm not sure if he has the time." Song Xian responded with a wry smile.
After closing the stream, she immediately dialed Li Yi's number and joined the meme. "Mr. Li, could you tell this humble lady how many steps it takes to lie flat?"
"1 step.
Why just 1 step?
Everyone else says it takes 2.
I don't know about others, but to lie in my arms, you only need 1 step. I'll take care of the rest."
"Ugh, you scoundrel. Xiaoqian, why do I feel like your cultivation is about to break through to the next level?"
The moment Li Yi stepped into the Naraka Hell passageway, he sensed Nie Xiaoqian's aura had grown significantly stronger than before. "Young master, I owe this entirely to our recent training in the deepest, darkest recesses of hell. Combined with the constant influx of faith energy gathering these past days, it's allowed me to reach this breakthrough so swiftly." Nie Xiaoqian covered her lips with her hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. Yet her tone turned wistful as she continued. "Yet no matter how hard I strive to catch up, I can never hope to match your pace, young master.
The speed of your breakthrough leaves me only able to gaze in awe from afar.
Ha, alas, even if my breakthroughs come swiftly, I still cannot match those hidden deities beyond these realms."
Despite Nie Xiaoqian's direct praise, Li Yi's thick skin couldn't help but flush with embarrassment.
He chuckled awkwardly and turned to leave.
"Young master, Xiaoqian, Xiaoqian."
Nie Xiaoqian suddenly called out to Li Yi, her gaze fixed and dazed, heart racing, cheeks flushed.
Li Yi could clearly sense Xiaoqian's feelings.
Gazing upon her breathtaking beauty, he instinctively stepped forward, embraced the lovely maiden, and surrendered himself completely. All good things must come to an end, and every story eventually reaches its conclusion. But this was not the end. It marked the beginning of the revival of the divine beings of Huaxia, and the start of Li Yi's carefree life.
The end?